Family, who understands? The spirit hall's Xunji wants to capture my mom, and then a spear falls from the sky with a baby, which is me. A handsome guy with white hair appears as a phantom, injuring Xunji at a glance, and all his subordinates are taken down. In fact, at that time, my mom sacrificed herself to protect us, and my dad received a 100,000-year spirit ring. That's how this explosive scene came to be. Let me tell you, that scene was simply explosive. 1 second, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xunji, was acting all arrogant, leading a group of subordinates to capture my mom. The next second, bam, justice falls from the sky. A golden light whoosh came down from above. A beautifully carved spear with a baby, which is me, directly landed in the middle of the battlefield. That aura, that special effect, completely stunned everyone. Xunji, being a straightforward person, immediately thought this was a treasure and shouted to seize it. What happened next? A white-haired handsome guy's phantom suddenly appeared on the spear, coldly staring at him. Just one glance. Xunji spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. His subordinates, seeing their leader taken down, still wanted to fight back, but the phantom waved its hand, and just like that, they all fell down. Family, who understands? Isn't this just a pure cyber judge? One click to clear the screen. Xunji immediately cowered and fled with his defeated troops. Hey, this story has to start from the beginning. At that time, I was still in swaddling clothes. My cheap dad, TangYue, was holding me, watching my mom, that beautiful sister with long blue hair, step by step walk towards Xunji and his men to protect us. My dad was so unwilling, pounding his chest and stomping his feet, hating himself for being useless. My mom was so resolute, with tears falling, a giant blue domain exploded open, and she shouted goodbye, how go, and then boom, her whole body radiated red light. Xunji was dumbfounded in the sky, shouting, quick, stop her. She's going to sacrifice. Too late. His subordinates had just moved when they were blocked by the power of the domain. A blood-red spirit ring directly encircled my dad, TangYue. Let me tell you, that was a 100,000-year spirit ring. TangYue instantly felt his power surging, but he also went crazy, holding me, his eyes reddened, and he shouted heartbreakingly, Ain. That power of grief and anger seemed to tear the sky apart. Without saying a word, TangYue directly unleashed his hammer spirit, pouring spirit power into it like it was free, and with a great sumo hammer, he smashed towards Xunji. Xunji didn't dare to be careless either, directly unleashing his ultimate move, the Angel's Glory. When the two powers collided, the sound was like a nuclear bomb explosion. As a result, my dad, having to protect me, this little burden, was knocked back several steps. Seeing the opportunity, Xunji immediately wanted to pursue, condensing a large light sword to chop down. Then you saw the scene at the beginning, me with my exclusive Waiga shining on the scene. When everyone had fled, only my dad remained, holding his son Tang San, and me, the bonus that fell from the sky. The phantom of the handsome guy with white hair also slowly dispersed, and only then did my dad dare to carefully hold his son and come closer. I, with my fiery red hair, looked particularly exquisite. The spear beside me also retracted all its special effects, becoming ordinary, but with an extra head at the spear's tail, staring wide-eyed at my dad. Suddenly, that head spoke. Hey kid, I can feel you have no hostility towards the young lady. This startled my dad. Were you? A weapon that can talk? A soul beast? The head scoffed. And not some lowly existence like a soul beast. Forget it. Since you're not bad, they'll leave the young lady to you. After saying that, it closed its eyes and played dead. No matter how my dad called it, it didn't respond. Just like that, my dad, TangYue, happily got a son and a daughter, naming me TangYue. Then, the former Hutchinlaw completely slacked off, taking us to a small place called Holy Soul Village, drinking and forging every day, becoming a scruffy uncle, with our daily life entirely depending on me and my brother to take care of him. 6 years passed in a flash. I grew from a baby into a little girl with red hair tied in twin ponytails. The most peculiar thing was that the spear floated behind me every day. At first, the villagers thought it was strange, but later they got used to it. One morning, my brother Tang Sin got up, and as soon as he stepped outside, saw me practicing spear techniques in the yard. Heaven strike, dragon tooth. I shouted the moves while practicing. Yes, I know I could do it without shouting, but don't you think shouting makes it more impressive? Morning, sis, Tang San greeted me, still half asleep. Xiao San, remember to bring back some firewood today. We're almost out of home. Just put it in the wood room. Heater will chop it, I said without looking back. At the corner of the yard, a goblin in armor was huffing and puffing chopping wood. This was Heater, a summon I unlocked when I was 5. Its combat power was decent, and besides being a moving target for my brother's practice, its main job was housework. Let me tell you, I'm different from them. I awakened my magic power at 4, and my mind also got an extra memory from Earth. Although it was just some game knowledge, it was enough. The things I practiced were much more advanced than the spirit master cultivation system of this world. Now I'm 6 years old and already at level 17. After practicing, I went back to the house to serve porridge, and just as Tang-san returned with firewood. Xiao-san is back. You eat first, he'll go wake up Dad. In the inner room, the former Haoyandao was sprawled on the bed, reeking of alcohol. I walked in and shouted without hesitation, Dad, it's time to get up. You can't say my dad never dared to get angry at me, probably because he couldn't beat me. Let me sleep a bit longer, he grumbled and turned over. No way. The porridge will get cold. I went up and grabbed his hand, forcibly dragging him from the bed to the dining table outside. Tang-san, watching this scene, was already used to it ever since I started practicing. My strength had become increasingly outrageous. After breakfast, Tang Hao went back to sleep. My brother Tang-san leaned over and asked quietly, Sis, have you gotten stronger again? Yeah, just reached level 18 today. I took a sip of porridge and casually asked him, how's your training? Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? I don't know, but I think it will definitely be useful, Tang-san said seriously. By the way, has Heater taught you the throwing techniques? I summoned Heater, which had a knack for throwing stones. My brother was particularly interested, so I let Heater teach him. I didn't expect it to combine with his Tang-sek's hidden weapon techniques, greatly increasing its power. Just as we were chatting, there was a knock on the door. It was Village Chief Jack. Grandpa Jack, you're here. Tang-san hurried to open the door. Xiao-san, I'm here to tell you that tomorrow the spirit masters from the city will come to the village for spirit awakening. You two are already 6 years old. Don't miss it. Grandpa Jack said kindly, but when it came to my dad, he looked disappointed. The next day, Grandpa Jack came early to take us. When we arrived at the village's assembly center, many children were already waiting there. Soon, a young man walked out, and good heavens, I could tell at a glance that this was the legendary blind Su Yuntao. After Su Yuntao's opening remarks, he began to awaken the martial souls of the children. First, he manifested a werewolf form, scaring a bunch of little kids into tears. The first few to awaken had martial souls like scythes and hoes, all without soul power. So it was my brother Tang-san's turn. He stood in the center of the formation, and slowly a blue silvergrass appeared in his hand. Another blue silvergrass, a useless martial soul. Next, Su Yuntao glanced at it, shaking his head in disappointment, wanting to skip the soul power test. Wait, master. I spoke up directly. You haven't tested his soul power yet. Su Yuntao impatiently said, what's there to test? Blue silvergrass has never had soul power. Master, I want to try, my brother insisted. Su Yuntao had no choice but to pass the crystal ball over. As soon as Tang-san placed his hand on it, the crystal ball emitted a loud hum and shone like a small sun. Innately full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out. Incredible. It's actually innate full soul power. What a pity, though, that it's a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass. Next, it was my turn. I stood in the center of the formation, wondering what I could awaken since I wasn't part of the Soul Master system. As that guiding force entered my body, it was directly drawn into my alternate space, and then my spear, which had always followed me, appeared in front of me with a swish. Even more outrageous was that the head at the tail of the spear came to life and shouted, Ha! I'm finally awake again. Su Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. What is this? A martial soul that can talk. I quickly brought his attention back. Master, how about testing the soul power first? Right. Let's test the soul power first. He handed me the crystal ball, but I had no soul power in me, only magic power. In a moment of inspiration, I quickly mimicked the nature of that energy and converted a bit of magic power to input. As a result, the crystal ball lit up, but the brightness was far less than my brother's. 5th level soul power, not bad. Su Yuntao seemed quite satisfied. Martial soul is a spear, a weapon martial soul, a bright future ahead. After the awakening ceremony, Jack Village. I have long heard that our village has produced 2 talented soul masters, one with innate full soul power and the other with a level 5 battle spear. I was overjoyed. However, there was only one quota for a work-study student in the village, and he was worried about it. Su Yuntao waved his hand and said that since other villages had not produced good talents, we could transfer the quota to our village. When he returned home, Village Chief Jack excitedly told my father the good news, but my father simply said, no way. Who will cook for me if they go? This made Village Chief Jack so angry that he pointed at my father's nose and scolded him for a long time. In the end, he left with an angry remark. I'll come back in 3 months. Once the village chief left, my father called us into the house with a very serious expression. He first looked at Tang-san's blue silvergrass, and then Tang-san stretched out his other hand to transform it into a small hammer. When my father saw the hammer, his expression immediately changed, and he solemnly made my brother swear that he absolutely must not use that hammer spirit unless it was absolutely necessary. It was my turn. I had no choice but to honestly explain, "Dad, this doesn't seem to be a martial soul. It's something I transformed using my own energy. Otherwise, how could it only be level 5? TangYue then realized that I had been secretly cultivating and asked me what was going on. I briefly told him about the inheritance in my mind, mentioning things like battle mages and magical power. I also hinted that I seemed to be able to imprint some skills and pass them on to others. This left my father astonished, and he urged me to keep this ability a secret. Then he asked me to summon the spear to take a look. "Come out," I called, and the spear appeared. Finally I can come out and breathe," the spear exclaimed as soon as it appeared, starting to nag me. It said its name was Willie. My father TangYue looked at Willie, hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to ask if it could display soul rings like a martial soul. Willie proudly replied, "Of course." As it spoke, 10 soul rings suddenly appeared around it. All colors, white, yellow, purple, black, red, even blue and green, like neon lights. My father saw that this could work, so he earnestly asked Willie to disguise a normal soul ring for me every 10 levels I rise. With that, the plan to go to the academy was settled. In the following 3 months, TangYue learned blacksmithing from my father, while I began studying alchemy under Willie's guidance. I also conveniently gave my father the giant soldier mastery mark for my inheritance to help him wield the hammer more skillfully. I also gave my younger brother a throwing enhancement to make him more formidable with hidden weapons. 3 months later, when village chief Jack came again, TangYue and I were already waiting for him at the door with our luggage packed. After bouncing around in the carriage for a while, we finally arrived at Nodding City. At the entrance of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a gatekeeper stopped us, glanced at our credentials, and disdainfully said, "Oh, blue silver grass, an innate full soul power? Must be fake." My temper flared up on the spot, and if TangYue hadn't pulled me back, I would have directly let Willie know what was what. Just as we were arguing, a voice came from behind us. A somewhat disheveled but wise-looking uncle walked over, took a look at the proof, coldly told the guard to make it a one-time exception, and then gently said to us that he would take us to report. On the way, TangYue politely thanked him. "Thank you, teacher." The uncle shook his head. "I am not a teacher at the academy." I interjected. "It could be a leader, not just a teacher." "Ha," the old man laughed. "You two little ones are quite clever, but you both guessed wrong. I'm just a guest here, mooching off the food and drinks. You can call me master like everyone else." I thought to myself, all right, a master is a master. But then this uncle suddenly half-squatted down, looking at my brother TangYue and me with a serious expression. The proof in the spirit hall calls us TangYue and TangYue, right? His expression was so earnest that I almost wanted to laugh. Let me tell you, master and teacher are 2 different concepts. Don't get them mixed up unless you really want to take me as your master. My younger brother TangYue's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Are you going to teach me how to cultivate my martial soul?" The master replied with a question. "Are you willing to?" My brother hesitated for a moment and nodded. As for me, I shook my head, shaking it like a rattle. "Who understands, family? My cultivation system is not on the same track as yours. How can you teach me? Teach me how to activate the dominance body for you?" The master looked dumbfounded. He clearly thought my talent was even more explosive than my brother's. So why did I refuse? He looked at me, his face full of questions. I could only awkwardly laugh while touching the back of my head. "Well, master, the reason is quite complicated. But since my younger brother has already become your disciple, you must be one of us. I'll just say it straight. When I'm cultivating ISNT and martial soul, and you old master can't teach me about it." Goodness, as soon as those words came out, the master's jaw nearly hit the ground. He was completely stunned, muttering, "Not a martial soul? Besides soul beasts, there are people who don't cultivate martial souls in the entire Douluo continent. I've never heard of such a thing." His expression was more ridiculous than if he were to break through to title Douluo tomorrow. After a long pause, he finally sighed. "All right, since that's the case, I really can't teach you. But you're the sister of my disciple, so if you need anything in the future, feel free to find me." After saying that, he turned back to my younger brother and dropped a bombshell. "Little 3, work hard. You're the 3rd person in 100 years to have a twin martial soul." My younger brother immediately got angry. His hand went straight to the hidden weapon on him, and his whole body tensed up. The master, as if nothing had happened, shook the certificate in his hand. "Aren't you curious how I know? It's because of this. I've studied over 600 blue-silver grass martial souls, and only 16 of them have soul power, none exceeding level 1. But you have full innate soul power." He paused for a moment and continued to reason like a detective. Innate soul power is linked to the quality of the martial soul. A useless martial soul like blue silver grass can't support full innate soul power. So I'm sure you have another martial soul, and it's a super powerful one. My brother still wants to struggle a bit. There are exceptions to everything. I quickly chimed in, yeah, why can't my brother be the exception? As a result, the master immediately threw out a bunch of data, saying that in the past century, there have been 19 innate full soul power individuals, and none of them had a waste martial soul, and he talked about the patterns of mutated martial souls. A series of theories left my brother completely stunned. Let me tell you, the scene was so intense that my brother's CPU was almost overheating. The next second, he suddenly knelt down and started banging his head on the ground 3 times, saying, "Master, please take me as your disciple." The master was so taken aback that he hurried to help him up, saying, Hey, if you want to apprentice, just do it. Why are you bowing your head like that? My younger brother said with great seriousness, "Once a teacher, always a father. You deserve it." This directly moved the master to tears. After the formalities of becoming a disciple, the master took us to the administration office to complete the paperwork. However, as soon as we entered, the teachers inside greeted us with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, master, what a rare guest." Once the master finished handing us over and left, the way they looked at my brother changed completely. "Young man, you call him teacher?" One of the teachers scoffed. "You became a disciple of that master." My younger brother tilted his neck and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The teachers laughed even more, while processing our paperwork and making sarcastic remarks about how one shouldn't randomly choose a master, and so on. As soon as we stepped out, we heard unabashed laughter behind us. My brother's fists were clenched, trembling with anger. I patted him on the back and said, "Don't be angry, brother. Why get mad at a fool's ignorance? Does it even matter? Let's broaden our perspective." After clarifying the way, we found the dormitory for work-study students, Building 7. As soon as I pushed the door open halfway, I saw a half-grown kid flying out from inside, throwing a punch at us. "Damn, are you serious?" My reaction was lightning fast, and in an instant, magic surged into my palm. I directly executed a falling flower palm to meet him. With a loud bang, that kid was sent flying by my palm, and before he even hit the ground, I instinctively followed up with a Dragon 2 strike, my fist like a spear, precisely hitting him in the stomach. He flew backward like a cannonball, landing flat on the ground and started crying out in pain. My brother is furious. "What are you doing? How can you sneak attack someone?" That kid who was knocked away, named Wang Sheng, got helped up by his classmates and said through gritted teeth, "This is the rule of our Dormitory 7. When a newcomer arrives, they have to fight the boss. Whoever wins becomes the new boss. Now, you've won, you're the new boss." I'm completely speechless. So, the work-study students have to deal with bullying at school and then create their own internal hierarchy to establish the strongest presence, right? Fine. I'll take on the role of the leader. But before I even settle down, the dormitory door opens again, and a little girl in a pink dress, looking delicate and lively, walks in. "Hello, everyone. I'm Xiao, dance as in dancing." Wang Sheng immediately nudges me from behind. "Boss, go. Show her some colors." I have a black line on my forehead, but rules are rules, so I can only bite the bullet. "Hello, Xiao Wu, There's a rule in the 7th dormitory that newcomers have to practice with the boss." When Xiao Wu heard this, her eyes lit up. "Boss? Interesting. I'll give it a try." Saying this, she threw down her bag and struck a pose. As soon as I saw her stance, I got serious. Xiao Wu moved at lightning speed and instantly rushed in front of me, tried to use her soft techniques to capture me. How naive. I'm already at level 18, and the Niwu combat technique is ingrained in my DNA. I directly activated the falling flower palm, a golden light enveloping me. Entering the berserk state, you know? It's all about going head-on. I directly ignored her grappling and slapped her, instantly generating a dazzling pattern that shot out. My hands kept moving, and I executed the heavenly strike to launch her into the air. Xiao Wu was knocked into a stiff state and was directly sent flying by the heavenly strike. Then it was my combo time. Finally, with a round dance staff move, I cleanly threw her to the ground. Xiao Wu lay on the ground, dazed, her eyes instantly reddening, but she still held back her tears. I suddenly felt panicked and rushed over. "Hey, don't cry, we're just sparring." She pouted angrily and shouted, "I'm not crying." In the end, I had no choice but to pull out a shiny magic crystal from my bag and give it to her to calm her down. That night, when the bedding was delivered, Xiao Wu didn't have any, and seeing that she was about to make a scene again, I finally agreed to share the bed with her to settle things. The next day, I went with Tang San to find the master. The master said he would take Tang San to the soul hunting forest to get the first soul ring. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't be left out. I immediately raised my hand. I want to go too. The master directly refused. Nonsense. Hunting soul beasts is very dangerous. It's already tough enough for me to protect Xiao San. I'll be straightforward. Come on, master, I'm really strong now. I'm already level 18 and can protect myself. What the heck? Level 18. The master was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, and he turned to ask my brother, Xiao San, is this true? My brother nodded honestly. It's true, sister, he really is at level 18. Just like that, I successfully obtained the ticket to the soul hunting forest. Early the next morning, I dragged the lethargic Tang San to the master's office. When the master saw my brother's dark circles, he asked what was going on. I replied irritably, what else could it be? He was out all night with Xiao Wu, and they hadn't come back when I went to sleep. Once we got on the carriage, the master started to educate us about soul rings, explaining things like 10-year white, 100-year yellow, and 1,000-year purple. As I listened, I summoned my battle spear Willie to learn as well. To my surprise, Willie directly asked the master, so what's the best soul ring combination for each level? The master was speaking when he suddenly froze. Wait, you could talk. He finally realized it was the weapon in my hand that was speaking. His entire worldview shattered. I had to explain to him that Willie was my partner and could simulate soul rings. Now the master, who was originally worried about how to disguise my special inheritance, had the problem solved directly. After he calmed down, he continued with his theory. According to my research, the limit for the first soul ring is over 400 years, and the second soul ring is over 700 years. So the best soul ring ratio is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. When we reached the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, the scene was like a party hall in a game, with stalls set up and people shouting to form teams. Bustling with excitement. Seeing this business opportunity reminded me of my alchemy skills. I took out 2 bottles of expert-level HP and MP potions to show the master. The master held them in his hands and trembled. What kind of potion is this? It can instantly restore soul power and injuries? This is simply a second chance at life. You error. If you trust me, hand this over to me to handle. Don't sell it yourself. This thing is enough to make people take risks. I thought to myself, this is just low-level stuff for me to practice with. I still have hundreds of bottles in my backpack. As we entered the forest, the master released his martial soul, a chubby little creature that looked like a puppy, called Luo Sanpao. He looked at Luo Sanpao and began to feel melancholic, saying that his martial soul had mutated unsuccessfully, and his weak strength was the reason he lost his beloved. As soon as I saw the atmosphere, I couldn't bear it, so I spoke up. Master, since you can't cultivate your martial soul, why not cultivate my inheritance instead? The master was still hesitant. I directly had Willie draw a mysterious symbol in the air, which instantly entered his body. Introduction to mechanics. Goodness, a massive torrent of knowledge instantly overwhelmed the master, and he immediately sat cross-legged to digest it, taking a full 3 hours to recover. When he opened his eyes, he was so excited that he could hardly speak, tears welling up. Thank you. I waved my hand. We're all on the same side. No need to be polite. If you really want to thank me, just teach my silly little brother well. We have important matters to attend to. Let's keep moving. Suddenly, I pointed at a vine in the distance and said, Master, that thing is crawling towards us. The master took a closer look. His expression changed drastically. Not good. It's a 400-year-old mandala snake. Run. The 3 of us took off running, and after a while, I couldn't hold it in any longer. Master, why are we running? I don't feel like it's that strong. If the 3 of us go together, we should be able to take it down easily, right? The master blushed and awkwardly coughed twice. I just instinctively wanted to protect you guys. All right, let's take it on. But you go easy on it. Don't kill it. This thing is perfect for Xiao San. With the order given, I immediately did a backflip and jumped above the snake, executing a move called Comet Fall, accurately kicking it in the vital spot, causing its heart to stop. As soon as I landed, I switched to Willie and thrust a dragon tooth towards its heart. The snake, desperate to survive, actually managed to dodge. At this moment, my brother also provided support, shooting a hidden dart at its eye, which it blocked with its eyelid. However, this gave me an opportunity. I rushed up and performed a round dance staff move, swinging around in a 180-degree spin and smashing it down hard. Without waiting for its reaction, I followed up with a sky strike that sent it flying and then delivered a falling flower palm to its vital point, channeling magic into it, almost knocking its heart out. As it opened its mouth, I grabbed a wooden stick and stuffed it into its mouth to block it. I shouted at Tang San on the tree, Xiao San, shoot in the mouth. 2 hidden arrows hit precisely, piercing through the heart. The mandala snake rolled a few times and then stopped moving, a yellow soul ring slowly rising. Throughout the process, the master just watched from the side, completely unable to intervene. Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring, and the blue-silver grass became stronger, now with poison. I thought to myself, how convenient. I casually gave him a few marks. Poison attack mastery, backup pocket, and automatic refill. One enhanced the toxicity, one strengthened the concealed weapons, and another could automatically recover missed concealed weapons. Simply outrageous. When I returned to the academy, I heard that Xiaowu had gotten into a fight with the leader of another dorm. By the time I arrived, our dorm's Wang Sheng had already been beaten up. As soon as Xiaowu saw me, she ran over to complain. Sister Yu, they are bullying me. I felt her breath and thought, wow, she has also broken through to level 10. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. With your level, you should be the one bullying them, right? I don't care. Help me. Xiaowu immediately started to act cute. All right, I walked up to the big boss Xiao in front of me. One-on-one or group fight. Should I take on all of you, or will you take me on one by one? The big boss Xiao was directly angered by me and shouted for us to go. He charged over. I immediately used the falling flower palm, knocking down a bunch of them like little bean sprouts. From then on, Xiaowu used my name to become the unofficial queen of Nodding Academy. A semester quickly passed, and Tang San and I were preparing to return to the village. Xiaowu insisted on coming back with us. However, when we reached the door, it was village chief Jack who opened it. Dad, Tang Hao. He has left, leaving only a letter behind. My brother is feeling a bit down. So at night, Xiaowu and I sat with him on the hillside. I comforted him, saying, Dad will come back. We just need to keep getting stronger. Xiaowu also chimed in beside me. I suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hey, Xiaowu, how about you become our sister? That way, we would be a family. In the end, the three of us swore brotherhood at the top of the mountain. By the way, Xiaowu, you're practicing soft skills, right? I asked her. Yes. Sister Yu, what's up? Since we're family now, I'll give you a gift. Saying this, I had Willie condense a few seals and gave them to her. Violent grab, grab cannon, sliding grab, plus a move called air twisting hammer. Xiaowu felt the new strength and skills in her body and was incredibly excited. Wow. Sister Yu, this is amazing. But what is this grab cannon for? Let me tell you, this thing is just a sidekick. The real deal is yet to come. In the blink of an eye, I tell you, 6 years have passed. 6 years. My cheap little brother Tang San and Xiaowu are growing taller by the day. Now, they have to look down at me. Who understands the family struggles? I, TangYue, the dignified sworn sister, have been stuck at 1.50 meters for 4 years. Not a single centimeter taller. Every time I go out, others think I'm just their little sister trailing behind. I really want to scream. It makes me so mad I could explode. Who understands the pain of short legs? Of course, even if I'm not growing taller, my strength has to grow. Little San and Xiao will have both reached level 29. As for me, I'm 36. Don't think this number is small. I'm a battle mage. Do you understand what it means to have a dimensional strike? Converted into your soul master levels, my hard power is at least a soul king. If I really go all out for 30 seconds, even a soul emperor would have to kneel and sing conquer to me. It's that exaggerated. So, the three of us set off for Soto City. Let me tell you, I don't walk anymore. Ever since I discovered that my willy can turn into a broom and fly, I haven't to use my legs when going out. Little Sam looked at me, floating in midair, speechless. Sister, we're almost there, and you're still saying you're tired, while flying? I rolled my eyes at him and glanced at Xiao Wu on his back. Look at Xiao Wu. She has been hanging on you the whole time. And she hasn't said a word. While we were joking around, wow, the big city gate of Soto City is 100 times more impressive than the one in Nodding City. Xiao Wu was screaming, and my eyes lit up. Such a big city. There must be a ton of rich people. My overpriced potions finally have a market. Tang San, being the reliable one, suggested we find a place to stay first. Xiao Wu, with her keen eyes, immediately pointed to an adorned with roses and said we should go there. I took a look and thought, wow, this place is overflowing with pink bubbles. It's clearly not a proper establishment. But Tang San couldn't refuse Xiao Wu and was dragged inside. I didn't mind, as long as there was a bed. When we arrived at the front desk, Tang San had just said he wanted to book a room when the attendant asked. Just the two of you? I was completely blocked by the counter. Jumped up in anger and shouted, it's 3 of us. The attendant was so frightened that she kept apologizing. Just about to hand over the key when a cocky voice rang out. Wait, that's my reserved room. I turned around and wow, a blonde guy was there, with 2 girls on either side, walking as if he owned the place. He reached the front desk and arrogantly said, you're new here, right? Call your manager out. Tang San still wanted to reason with him. Hey, brother, everything should go in order, right? The blonde guy turned his head, his chin almost pointing to the sky. What do you want then? Xiao Wu's fiery temper ignited immediately. Not much, just let you get lost. Very well. Daring to speak to me like that? The blonde guy laughed. You're soul masters too, right? Come on, all three of you. I'll give you a chance to make me get lost. I was listening from below, and my anger suddenly flared up. How dare you talk to my younger siblings like that? All right, today I'll teach you a lesson. The golden retriever initially looked around but couldn't find anyone, and finally looked down to see me. He actually looked down? Does he think I'm short and easy to bully? Xiaowu beside me had already started to gloat. It's over, it's over. Yueja hates it the most when people bring up her height. Tangsen let out a sigh. I hope he's okay. I was completely stunned on the spot, Willie, with a single command. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings directly dazzled his eyes. That golden-haired kid was also shocked, probably wondering how a kid under 10 could be over level 30. I couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so I just unleashed a charged ultimate move right to his face. The golden-haired kid was so startled that he quickly activated his martial soul, putting up shields and transforming, making it all flashy. And the result? My attack shattered his turtle shell with a crack, and he flew out like a broken sack, straight from the hall to the entrance. I let out a grunt, put away my weapon, and walked over to Tang San and the others without looking back. It's done. Finally, no one is fighting for the room anymore. When we got the key, that golden-haired kid crawled in from outside with a dirty face, looking at us as if he had seen a ghost. No, I'm not here to cause trouble. I admire you. You're here for Shrek Academy too, right? We'll be classmates then, so if you need anything, just find me. After saying that, he ran away in a flash, clearly traumatized by me. Once we entered the room, wow, it was filled with love hearts and roses. Definitely a couple sweet. Xiaowu was so excited, looking around everywhere, while I went straight to the bed, swatted all the petals off, and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Fighting is really exhausting, you know? The next day, the 3 of us cleaned up and headed to Shrek Academy outside the city. Oh my, looking at that shabby wooden school gate, Xiaowu started to doubt her life. Sangu, Yujia, can this really be called an academy? Master, are you sure you didn't send us to the wrong place? I didn't mind. Since I came with Xiao San, the stranger it is, the more I love it. The registration office was even more of a spectacle. An old man was lazily sitting there, collecting money, checking hands, and directly kicking out those who didn't qualify without refunding the registration fee. One parent wasn't having it and wanted to cause a scene. Then the old man shouted, "Mubai!" The golden-haired kid I beat up yesterday jumped down from a tree and showed his soul ring. Want a refund? Be me first. The parent took one look and immediately backed down. I couldn't help but laugh, and I directly dashed out, running up to Dai Mubai. Hey, aren't you the one from yesterday? If I beat you, can I get some money? When Dai Mubai saw me, his face turned pale, and he quickly retracted his soul ring, scratching his head awkwardly. It's a refund, not money. The old man collecting money next to us, Li Yusong, also became interested. Mubai, do you know each other? Dai Mubai's face turned red. Teacher, we just sparred yesterday. And the result? I was completely beaten. Li Yusong's eyes lit up, and he looked at me differently. Interesting. Are you here to sign up too? I nodded and went back to the line. Later, the teacher announced the rules, saying that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, and that anyone under 12 must have a soul power of over 21. As soon as this was said, a large crowd left. Then a beautifully dressed girl went up to sign up, and she passed as well. Soon it was our turn. I directly threw in 30 gold soul coins and stretched out my hand. Come on. When Li Yusong placed his hand on mine, he was shocked. Wow, level 36. The quality of this soul power. It's almost comparable to a soul king. Unbelievable. Only 12 years old. Just a bit short. His compliments made me feel great, but then he finished with a remark about my height. I felt like I wanted to give him a wake-up slam right there to let him know what cruelty was. Tang San and Xiaowu saw that I was about to explode and quickly held me back. Sister, no need for that. No need for that. I stomped my feet in anger. Damn it. I'm just temporarily not growing. I will get taller. After finally calming down, we followed Dai Mubai into the academy. The beautiful girl from earlier also came over, smiling and introducing herself. Hello, I'm Ning Rongrong. Seeing her friendly attitude, I shook her hand. TangYue, this is my brother Tang San and my sister Xiaowu. We got to know each other through our conversation. Just as we were chatting, a man with a big beard pushed a small cart over, but his voice was quite young. Come and take a look. Delicious grilled sausages. Hearing that there was food, I immediately perked up and shouted, Uncle, give me 4 sausages. The man's face fell. Little girl, I'm only 14. Why call me uncle? I got angry again. He actually called me little girl. I'm 12 this year. I slapped the money down on the table, embedding the coins into the wood, snatched the sausages, and walked away. Dai Mubai happened to come back and saw that we each had a sausage, and he shouted in shock. You can't eat that. Too late. I'd already taken a bite, chewed it a bit, and thought, not bad. Tang San and the others were so scared they stopped. Dai Mubai, in despair, pulled over the sausage vendor, Oscar. You, make him one right here. Oscar was quite shy, fidgeting around. When Dai Mubai glared at him, he had no choice but to give in, squeezing his throat and shouting. I got a big sausage. I tell you, that scene left everyone petrified except for me. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong silently handed back the sausages they were holding. Oscar had a bitter smile on his face, clearly used to it. I couldn't understand. What's the problem? Isn't this much cleaner than those filled with animal intestines? Pure soul power creation, high-tech stuff. Upon hearing this, Oscar was moved to tears, and he suddenly lunged at me, hugging my calf, a soulmate. I disdainfully kicked him away. After the farce ended, Dai Mubai led us to the fourth challenge. There, a sturdy middle-aged man about 165 meters tall was lounging in a chair. This was teacher Zhao Wuji. When he saw that 5 of us had arrived, he became interested. Not bad, not bad. You 5 can pass if you last for a stick of incense under my hand. Dai Mubai quickly educated us, saying this was the 76th level immovable king Zhao Wuji, with astonishing defensive power. We quickly gathered to check our information. I was a level 36 main attacker. Tang San was a level 29 control type. Xiao was a level 29 strong attacker. And there was a girl named Zhu Zhuqing who was a level 27 agility attacker, while Ning Rongrong was a level 26 support with her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After discussing our tactics, Tang San shouted to start on our behalf. I took the lead, activating 4 buffs on myself with a clattering sound, while dazzling patterns were crazily generated behind me. Old Zhao wanted to target our support first, but he was dreaming. I countered with a spinning staff move, directly pulling him down from midair and smashing him precisely onto the dazzling explosive pattern I had just thrown. Boom! We coordinated our attack, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanking for both sides, while Tang San used his blue-silver grass to bind the enemy, and Ning Rongrong provided full buffs. Zhao Wujie was a bit confused by our assault and immediately activated his first soul skill to push us away. But I had the body of Overlord, so I was completely unbothered. I executed a smooth combo, knocking him from the sky down to the ground. In the end, I gathered all the dazzling patterns into the tip of my spear. Let me tell you, that energy was so intense that I was even scared myself. I unleashed a powerful attack, a strong pressure of dazzling patterns. With a loud bang, the entire arena was blown up, creating a large pit. And old Zhao lay in the middle of the pit, knocked out by my strike. The whole place fell silent. A level 36 managed to take down a level 76 Soul Sage? Dai Mubai was nearly speechless. By the time Zhao Wujie woke up, the incense had long burned out. His old face turned red, and he quietly asked Oscar for 2 sausages to recover his strength, then told us to head back to the dormitory. For the dormitory assignment, I shared a room with Ning Rongrong. The young lady had luggage piled up like a small mountain from her soul guide, and seeing her flustered, I thought since she was my newly acquired sister, I would help her out. She seemed quite happy, probably impressed by my strength. The next morning, the first class of the school year began. Dean Flander first collected 100 gold coins, then ordered Oscar and Ning Rongrong to run 20 laps, saying that support-type students needed to learn how to escape first. As a result, the young lady lost her temper and directly threw down the challenge, refusing to listen to him. When we gathered at noon, Flander started lecturing Ning Rongrong. This old fox was tough, directly confronting her. Here, any student is stronger than you. Ning Rongrong exploded on the spot, starting to output furiously. You're talking nonsense. I have broken through to level 25, and I am a renowned genius of the sect. Plus our 7 treasures glazed tile school's martial soul is unparalleled in the world. I tell you, Dean Flander's mouth is like a Gatling gun that has been blessed, madly shooting at Ning Rongrong and leaving our little princess stunned. A genius? Just look at TangYue, who is the same age as you. At level 36, unheard of. And then look at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who are about to reach level 30. Ning Rongrong is still stubborn, saying she is a support type and has a big role on the battlefield. The dean immediately shot back, saying that she would be the first to be a burden on the battlefield, and that with her little princess temper, no teammate would be willing to trust her with her back. In the end, Ning Rongrong got anxious and yelled, "What about Oscar? I'm definitely better than him." The dean then delivered a crushing blow. Have you ever seen a food-type spirit master with innate full soul power? Here, you're the worst. Wow, those words hit hard. Ning Rongrong couldn't hold it in and ran away crying. Later that night, Flander took us to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. I'm very familiar with this place. Fighting to level up is only natural. The dean briefly explained the rules to us. Win to gain points, lose to lose points. And badges go up from iron, copper, silver, and so on, with the graduation requirement being to obtain a silver spirit badge. Dai Mubai directly poured cold water on us, saying he started fighting at level 29, and his record is 29 wins and 27 losses, with points still in the single digits. Tang Xin was stunned, thinking how could this be possible with Dai Mubai's strength? Dai Mubai had a bitter expression, saying that the matchmaking mechanism is unreasonable. Once you level up, the opponents are all high-ranking experts, and when he just became a soul master, he was constantly being pressed down and rubbed on the ground by them. I tell you, TangYue was so excited that she wasn't even listening and directly dragged Zhu Zhuqing to team up, naming themselves the Meow Fight Duo. At that moment, I thought, this name sounds a bit strange but cute. She registered as a solo player with the ID Demon World person. Soon, the announcement rang out, calling Demon World person to the #1 soul fighting platform. TangYue's first battle began. Her opponent was a soul king with a spear as his martial soul. And the result? Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. She slapped 4 or 5 buffs on herself, and then she shot out like a lightning bolt. The guy on the other side, named Zheng Kaidong, didn't even understand how to activate his martial soul and was directly sent flying by her uppercut. And folks, he never came down again. TangYue kept him in the air, hitting him with an infinite combo, various light effects flying around, just like a fighting game, and he didn't even get to unleash a single skill before being knocked out. After the match, TangYue also leveled up to 37, as if she were just playing a game. Before long, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing came out, and they were grouped together. Tang San won relying on his control type advantage, causing Zhu Zhuqing's score to drop to -1. TangYue waved her hand. No worries, sister will take you to fly. The 2-on-2 match was even more absurd. Zhu Zhuqing just posed, and then TangYue single-handedly executed a combo, sending both of the opponents flying out of the arena. Zhu Zhuqing was just providing mental support the whole time, looking utterly disheartened, feeling like a slacker. When we gathered together, Ma Hongjun quietly asked Tang San, "What level is your sister really at?" Tang San thought for a long time and finally said, "Invincible at the same level, anyway. I've only seen her fight monsters of a higher level." After finishing the matches and returning to school, we arrived at the entrance just in time to witness a big scene. Dai Mubai was exploding at Ning Rongrong, and Oscar couldn't pull him back. Dai Mubai directly struck Ning Rongrong, sending her flying, and if Oscar hadn't caught her, she would have fallen hard. Tang San quickly went up to calm down the nearly raging Dai Mubai. As a result, Ning Rongrong lost her cool and rushed to TangYue. "TangYue, you're my friend, right? Help me take him down. I'll give you 10,000 gold soul coins. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school will support you unconditionally in the future." I was shocked. What did she think friends were for? A cyber assassin? TangYue's smile faded, and she seriously told her, "Friendship is mutual, not something you can command with money and power. If you keep this up, we shouldn't be friends anymore." Then she directly implanted a memory into Ning Rongrong's mind, filled with apocalyptic scenes of a powerful figure slicing through mountains and a dragon's breath destroying cities. TangYue left her with a line, "See what a true strong person is, then think about yourself." Oscar also rejected her, and Ning Rongrong completely broke down, crying alone at the school gate all night. The next morning, we gathered on the playground, and Ning Rongrong was there, but her aura had changed. She was much quieter. Just then, Oscar came running over with a beaming face, shouting, "Dean, I've broken through to level 30. Flinder was thrilled and immediately announced that today's lesson would be, everyone must eat Oscar sausages. Everyone except TangYue revealed expressions like Subway, old people looking at their phones. Guess what happened next? The first one to step up was actually Ning Rongrong, who without a second thought took the sausage and ate it, even saying it tasted good. At this point, everyone felt embarrassed and forced themselves to eat it. The next day, teacher Zhao Wujia took us to the Douluo Forest to help Oscar hunt for a soul ring. On the way, we stopped at a small tavern, and a conflict broke out with the people from TangYue Academy. I tell you, TangYue hadn't even finished her meal when she heard there was a fight, and her eyes lit up. The teacher leading the other side was a soul king named Yi Zhiqiu. TangYue charged in, unleashing that unreasonable infinite combo, beating the soul king until his shell cracked, and finally smashing him into a well like a sandbag. After finishing, she stretched and said, "Comfortable. It's nice to digest after a meal." Once we entered the Douluo Forest, We were lucky and quickly found a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake that was perfect for Oscar. A group of us surrounded and beat it up, with TangYue dealing most of the damage, and in no time, the snake was down. Xiaowu looked a bit reluctant, and TangYue encouraged her, saying this was the law of survival, but we shouldn't kill indiscriminately for a soul ring. Just as Oscar was about to make his move, an old lady with a little girl appeared, claiming to be the snake lady, saying they had discovered the snake first. According to the rules of the Soul Masters, they had to fight it out. Tang San faced the little girl, and in the end, their soul power clashed to a standstill. Just as the snake lady was about to join teacher Zhao to intervene, TangYue walked over, waved her hand, and cast a dispelling magic, instantly nullifying their soul power. The snake lady's eyes widened in disbelief. In the end, Oscar successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his third soul skill was revealed with a particularly embarrassing name, Mushroom Sausage of Fantasies, which allowed people to grow energy wings and fly for a minute at incredible speed. Just as we finished, Tang Xin suddenly said, "I also need a soul ring." Good grief, he was level 32. Zhao Wujia was still happy when suddenly his expression changed drastically, shouting for everyone to get back. As soon as Zhao Wujia's words fell, there was a loud crash and the ground shook. A giant ape the size of a small mountain charged out of the forest. And let me tell you, the pressure felt like Godzilla was out for a stroll. Then a big hand reached over and grabbed TangYue and Xiaowu. Teacher Zhao went up to fight, but was directly injured. Without a word, Tang San asked Oscar for a mushroom sausage and chased after it. Then it got even crazier. The giant gorilla, holding TangYue and Xiaowu, hadn't run far before it seemed to realize it had grabbed one too many, and midway, it threw TangYue out. Let me tell you, my sister's treatment is simply outrageous. She was treated like an accessory by that gorilla, who just tossed her to the ground with a "You can go now. I'm not sending you off." Fortunately, my sister is tough. She was a bit dazed from the fall, but didn't suffer any major injuries. Once she regained her composure, she was furious and immediately followed the footprints left by the gorilla. Goodness, on this journey, she was unstoppable, taking down soul beasts drawn by the commotion. Whether they were 1,000 years old or 2,000 years old, she charged through them with her invincible body, leaving a trail of unconscious soul beasts behind. On the other side, my brother Tang San was also chasing after Oscar's flying sausage. However, mid-air, the sausage expired, and he had to run on his own two legs. Seeing the unconscious soul beasts everywhere, he knew it was my sister's doing, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, hating himself for not being strong enough. Just as he was feeling emo, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Quick to react, he dodged, and when he turned around, he was shocked to see the face-devouring spider. This creature is a notorious rogue in the Stardew Forest. However, my brother is no pushover either. With a flurry of powerful moves, he finally pulled out the withDivine crossbow and sent it on its way to meet the King of Hell. Back to my sister. After a high-intensity battle, who understands the experience bar? It skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly leveling her up 3 times to level 40. She also unlocked a new skill called Meteor Strike. She felt closer to Xiaowu, but she also knew that just being level 40 wouldn't be enough to match the gorilla that had lived for 100,000 years. So, my sister called for her system assistant. Willie, think of a way for me to cheat. It's urgent. Willie was also reliable, saying, "Miss, you just reached level 40. Your body can handle it. I have 3 powers of the apostles that you can temporarily borrow. The first use will boost your level by 20 for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's enough." Once my sister heard this, she felt confident and started sprinting. Soon, she collided with the gorilla named Erming. "Give Xiaowu back to me." As soon as my sister spoke, she activated the power of the apostles. A golden light enveloped her, and then the most explosive scene unfolded. I, the bearer of the apostles' power, fight against the enemy of 100,000 years. Beayana, transformed. With a loud boom, the golden light exploded, and my sister completely transformed. Her height shot up to 2 meters, radiating a blinding golden light. With a bunch of golden dragon patterns floating behind her, looking incredibly cool. Erming saw this and knew that the newcomer was not to be trifled with, so he dared not act recklessly. Without hesitation, my sister unleashed a newly learned Meteor Strike. Erming quickly raised his hand to block. Following that, my sister activated her ultimate move, the Glorious Dragon Dance. The spear in her hand transformed into a dragon spear, and she unleashed a flurry of attacks on Erming, while the dragon patterns behind her fired off like they were free. Erming got angry and unleashed a soul power shockwave to try to push my sister away. However, My sister had an absurd amount of battle experience and directly used a dazzling pattern to push through the shockwave's impact, countering with a move that dealt significant damage to Ming. The two exchanged blows, and my sister's fighting spirit kept stacking higher and higher until it was full. She immediately activated her domain, maxing out the priority and silencing Ming's domain, suppressing his strength. With 10 minutes nearing its end, my sister decided to go for a decisive move. This is the final strike. Star pattern meteor explosion. All the dragon patterns behind her converged, forming a massive energy ball above her head, resembling a spirit bomb. Ming probably understood that my sister was shouting to save Xiaowu, so he withdrew his attacks and focused entirely on defense. With a thunderous boom, the light was so bright that it blinded everyone. When the light dissipated, my sister collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Ming lay there as well, covered in burn marks, knocked out. At this moment, Xiaowu had just finished her breakthrough and rushed over, only to be stunned. One was my sister, and the other was her buddy Ming, both down. She quickly checked. Fortunately, my sister was just tired, and although Ming looked terrible, he only had superficial injuries and a concussion from the full defense. Xiaowu sighed in relief, but was even more shocked that my sister could fight Ming to this extent at her age. When the two woke up, Xiaowu's secret was completely exposed. After some explanation, my sister learned about Xiaowu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. They immediately reached an agreement. You help me keep my secret, and I won't tell anyone about you beating on my buddy today. This matter was settled. When my sister and Xiaowu found the main group, they saw everyone gathered around my brother. He was absorbing a soul bone, surrounded by purple energy, clearly toxic. My sister quickly pulled everyone away. As she had said before, she had already left a mark on my brother to master the poison attack. So this little toxin was nothing. He soon woke up safely. Teacher Zhao Wujie was summarizing, saying the operation had gone smoothly, and Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao had all made breakthroughs. My sister raised her hand. Teacher, I also broke through. Teacher Zhao thought she had only leveled up once and wondered why this child loved to take credit so much. Then my sister's next words were shocking. I broke through to level 40. What? Level 40. Everyone except Xiao Wu was stunned. A 12-year-old soul master? What kind of monster is this? Teacher Zhao was at a loss for words and could only stutter. Good. Quickly, let's return to the academy. On the way back, they encountered a group of face-devouring spiders, and my brother just happened to test out the new hidden weapons he made, achieving excellent results. My sister was even more fierce, activating a magic shield and single-handedly taking down a quarter of them. Upon returning to Shrek Academy the next morning, the master unexpectedly appeared in the dining hall. After breakfast, the master gathered us together, saying he would be responsible for our training. Then my sister did something big. In front of everyone, she said, Master, I believe everyone here is family I can trust, so I plan to share my inheritance with everyone. Everyone, except for me and Xiao Wu, looked bewildered. Inheritance? What is that? The master stepped forward to vouch for us, saying this was a tremendous opportunity that would allow ordinary people to cultivate to title Douluo level. He even used himself as an example, saying he was originally just a 29th level soul master, but thanks to the inheritance my sister gave him, his combat power now rivaled that of a soul sage. As soon as this was said, Dai Mubai and the others were left speechless. Dean Flender didn't believe it either, and the master directly challenged him. Flender, how about we have a practice match? My brother was beside me, completely confused, and asked my sister what exactly she had given to the master. My sister started listing off names. It's nothing much, just a mechanic set like the G-Series robots, airdrop support, interceptor factories, and Gaiba S teleportation. Anyway, the master is basically a mobile armory now. My brother was immediately overwhelmed by this string of terms. Meanwhile, the battle between the master and Dean Flander had already begun. Let me tell you about that scene. The master didn't even get close, just stood in place, summoning various robots and planes, bombarding Dean Flander in the sky relentlessly. In the end, there was a mechanical detonation, and all the robots rushed into self-destruct, causing Dean Flander to emerge from the smoke looking disheveled and covered in dust. Now, everyone believed it. This wasn't just inheritance. It was simply a miracle. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who came from prestigious families, understood the weight of this favor even more. Just as they were about to say something, my sister interrupted. Don't say anything. We are family. Either accept it or sever all ties. With those words said, everyone could only remember this favor deeply in their hearts. The matter was settled just like that. My sister began to bless each dormitory, distributing enhancements. The first was Ning Rongrong. She received the Seraphim inheritance. a top-tier support that would make even the Spirit Hall exclaim Ancestor. With skills like Holy Light Infusion, Divine Revelation, and various powerful blessing buffs, directly transforming her from a pure support into a combat priest capable of both fighting and healing. Next was Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu got the Judo Master Inheritance, with skills like Throwing Enhancement and Barbaric Charge. Anyone who got close to her would either die or be severely injured. Zhu Zhuqing received the Assassin Inheritance, with skills like Arc Flash and Finishing Pursuit, making her movements more graceful and her bursts more powerful, emphasizing a silky smoothness. Then came Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai got the Sonda Inheritance, with skills like Strong Fist, Invincible Armor, and Dance of Lightning, completely rearranging his muscles and focusing on scientific combat. Ma Hongjun was the happiest. My sister let him choose, and he picked the Cool Ninja Inheritance. Wow! It completely cured his evil fire problem, coalescing into a flame mark, and from now on, it was pure Phoenix Fire with skills like Shadow Clone and Fireball. Looking incredibly cool. Ma Hongjun was so excited he almost wanted to pledge himself, but my sister kicked him away. Finally, it was my brother and Oscar. My sister said she hadn't thought of what to give my brother yet, but she prepared a big gift for Oscar. Oscar had originally felt inferior because he could only support, but my sister directly gave him the Paladin Inheritance and thoughtfully provided him with both support and judgment skills. Now he could not only act as a healer and give the whole team honor blessings, but also join in the fight with his hammer. Perfectly complementing Ningrong set up him. Oscar was moved to tears on the spot. Just like that, in one night, the Shrek 7 monsters, Now, it was the Super Shrek 7 monsters, underwent a magnificent transformation. The next day, during training, the master had us run with weights, with a basket in front of each person. My brother and Dai Mubai had the biggest baskets, while my sister S was the smallest. Everyone was puzzled, but when my brother went up to lift it, hey, it didn't budge at all. That S when they discovered the materials were different. My sister S looked the smallest, but was actually the heavyweight. Goodness, my sister TangYue went up and effortlessly lifted it with one hand, not even breaking a sweat, as if she was lifting a little chick. We were all dumbfounded and then realized that my sister S physique was simply beyond human. Her magical power concentration was increasing, and her physical capabilities were skyrocketing, her attributes almost like a violent healer after a strength-intelligence conversion, capable of sending someone flying with one punch. She had the heaviest basket on her back and urged us, let us go, hurry up, let us finish before mealtime. That S when we woke up from our days and hurriedly grabbed our baskets to run. Let me tell you, this thing didn't allow the use of soul power. It was purely relying on physical strength, and it was quite the experience. After running a third of the way, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the original support types, couldn't hold on any longer and turned pale. When my sister saw this, she immediately spoke up. Rongrong, Xiao, Ao, come here, put your hands on my shoulders, and I'll help you share some of the burden. She handled it effortlessly. I, along with Dai Mubai, also wanted to help Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, but those two girls were very determined and directly refused, saying they wanted to maintain formation and advance together. All right, such a strong-willed personality. I admire it. As we ran, our tacit understanding grew stronger, but there were always some oblivious people looking for trouble. Those defeated subordinates from Tsanghui Academy actually dared to ambush us halfway, wanting to take revenge. I can only say that this time, they truly kicked a steel plate. It's a 40-meter thick vibranium steel plate. They had no idea that my sister had a secret weapon up her sleeve. Who understands the family? It's that goblin summoner from when we helped her chop firewood as kids, named Heater. We were almost forgetting about this. When my sister summoned him, wow, this goblin had also leveled up to level 40 alongside her. Although he couldn't fight 20 levels above like my sister, dealing with these small fry was more than enough. Heater expertly used a sling, raining stones down on them, making those guys cry out in despair, wishing they were dead. Let me tell you, my sister was still holding back. Otherwise, Heater would have been throwing magic bombs, and even a title Douluo could be caught off guard. At this point, we were completely convinced. We thought we had become immune to my sister's tricks, but she always managed to come up with something new. Day by day, with the devilish training, all of us transformed and perfectly adapted to the physical surge brought by the imprint. Then, the master announced the start of the second phase of training. He customized a plan for each of us. Dai Mubai was to focus on martial skill proficiency and a technique called softening for surprise attacks. Ma Hongjun was to practice his seal speed and positioning like crazy. Xiao Wu specialized in soft techniques and had to master a divine skill called grab bomb, specifically for breaking defenses. Zhu Zhuqing practiced forced interruption skills and finishing moves. complimenting her super high speed. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were to first practice wielding their specially made large cross weapons and then learn to instantly buff the whole team. As for my sister and me, the master waved his hand, indicating he couldn't teach us and let us figure it out ourselves. Dai Mubai then asked, "Master, what if we get injured every day from such high-intensity training?" The master smiled mysteriously and took out a few bottles of potions. "Don't worry, Yue has miraculous medicine. With just one bottle, you'll revive on the spot, full of energy." When Ning Rongrong saw that bottle, her eyes widened. "Ah, isn't this the instant recovery potion that has been auctioned off at sky-high prices? My family spent a fortune to get a few bottles. And it turns out it was made by Sister Yu." My sister slapped her forehead and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot. Come on, everyone take some. I make this every day, but the master doesn't let me sell too much, and my storage space is almost full. Take it, don't be shy." Saying this, she poured out a big pile of potions like she was emptying a bag of candy, and there were even a few bottles with particularly cool, glowing effects. Little Dance curiously asked what they were. My sister casually said, "Oh, that? It should be the Douluo that can instantly restore full status when consumed. I've done this the most, but you can't use it right now, so just take a little less for now." We were all stunned, including the master. Goodness, this was no longer Versailles. It was as if the entire palace of Versailles had been turned upside down. In the end, we still didn't dare to take too much. One person from the Heaven series took a bottle as a lifesaver, while we ended up with a large stash of regular potions since they were a necessity. Training continued, and every day I was either in combat or studying hidden weapons. As for my sister, she started researching something called a decomposer. This machine was like a super flashy bag from 2025. No matter what kind of weapon it was, as long as it had energy, you could throw it in, and after a series of grinding noises, a few shiny little crystal pieces would come out. The master studied it and said that if you crushed these or ate them directly, they could instantly replenish a large amount of pure soul power. With this, the master made a new breakthrough in his path as a mechanic. My sister saw that the time was ripe and gave the master several new mechanical skill tokens. She also told him that once his body was strengthened to the level of Soul Daw, he could receive the most powerful space-time protocol, and at that time, he would even be able to touch the threshold of the title Douluo level. The master was ignited with passion. His eyes were different, filled with strength and confidence. After the second phase ended, Dean Flanders' vault had shed its last tear. The master gathered us and announced the third phase of training, to go to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for practical combat. Each of you must participate in single, double, and team battles every day. The training will end when you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. I tell you, we were almost suffering from genius PTSD back then. Every day, my sister single-handedly dominated all 7 of us, making us feel like we were just noobs. But now, just hearing that we were going to fight outsiders instantly restored our confidence. The master also set some rules. Our new skills were trump cards, and we should try not to use them, especially Rongrong's and Xiao Ao's attack skills. Then there were the nicknames and masks. The nicknames were the same as before. Evil Eye White Tiger, Sausage Vendor, Thousand Hand Azura. My sister's codename was called Ziyuan Warfare, which sounds really grand. There was a little hiccup during the grouping. Zhu Zhuqing still refused to team up with Dai Mubai and ended up pairing with Ning Rongrong. Naturally, I teamed up with Xiao Wu in the 3-5 combination. As a result, Dai Mubai was left alone and ended up having to team up with my sister. At that moment, I thought, what's the point of even fighting? We might as well just hand out awards. But guess what? As soon as we took the stage, it was like a storm. Even without using active skills, just relying on passives and buffs, fighting those ordinary soul masters felt like beating children. We finally regained the feeling of being geniuses. Our points shot up and our level skyrocketed. Ma Hongjun and the other 2 broke through level 30, and Dai Mubai even reached the threshold of level 40. My sister, on the other hand, leveled the slowest because she had no chance to take action. In the 2v2 match, Dai Mubai went in to fight 2 opponents. In team battles, we 5 pounced like wolves, resolving the situation in just a few moves. My sister stayed in the back the whole time, protecting the 2 support players purely in an observer role. Even so, she slowly made her way to level 44. Finally, we reached the last match for our team's promotion to Silver Soul Arena. The opponent was actually the Tiando Royal Team, the team led by Yu Tianheng and Beayana. As soon as the match started, we had a level advantage. Dai Mubai was already at level 40. Though he had no soul rings. The master directly declared, "In this match, you can use your inherited skills freely. Oscar and Ning Rongrong can also join the attack. The only requirement is, my sister cannot participate." Of course, if my sister were to participate, it wouldn't be a Soul Arena match. It would be one-sided. The match began. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, Ning Rongrong and Oscar instantly stacked buffs for the entire team, and Oscar even activated his Holy Spirit Hammer, boosting his strength immensely. The opposing royal team saw this and tried to target our supports first. Too late. Dai Mubai directly activated his invulnerable armor, ignoring Duge Yan's poisonous mist, and charged into the enemy formation like a mad tank. At that moment, while he drew everyone's attention, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu used a 3-segment dash and a teleport to appear directly behind the enemy healer. With a series of moves, Air Squeeze Hammer, Arc Flash, and a finishing combo, the enemy healer didn't even have a chance to heal before being taken out. On the front lines, Dai Mubai forced Yu Qianheng back with a crushing punch, then danced through the crowd with a lightning dance. I seized the moment when they were stunned and used Webbind to control the field. Ma Hongjun soared into the air, executing Fire Release, Hurricane Kill, creating a massive fire tornado that lifted the royal team into the sky. When the flames subsided, only 2 Tortoise Soul Masters remained standing on the opposing side. The battle ended without any suspense. We happily received badges here. Oh no, because we played too fiercely, we directly advanced to a Gold Soul badge. On the other side, the members of the Emperor's combat team were all feeling down. Their teacher, Qin Ming, came over to comfort them, saying, "Don't be discouraged, the ones opposite are monsters. And their strongest member hasn't even entered the arena yet." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng and the others felt even more dejected. As soon as the 3rd phase of training ended, Dean Flander made up his mind to take our whole family to seek refuge at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, once we arrived at their territory, we were first troubled by a prince named Avalanche, and then driven away by Dai Mubai after a few slaps. Next, we were chased out by Prince Xueshing and the poisoned Douluo World. It was truly a dead end, just when we were stranded on the streets. We saw a recruitment advertisement for a place called Lamba Academy. Flander immediately decided, let's go check it out. When we arrived at the recruitment office, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and several other teachers revealed their soul rings, 2 soul saints and 4 soul emperors, which completely stunned the recruiters, who hurriedly took us to meet the dean. When we followed them to the dean's residence, I was stunned the moment the door opened. A valiant woman, upon seeing the master, immediately had tears in her eyes and rushed forward. Flander introduced us, and we realized that this was the last member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong. The master and Lu Erlong hadn't seen each other for 20 years, and the scene was incredible. Upon hearing about our experiences at the Tiando Royal Academy, Lu Erlong slammed her fist on the table, her fiery temper flaring up. "This is too much. Flander, don't say anything. From now on my academy will be yours. Tomorrow I will hold a meeting to rename Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy." Flander almost spat out his tea, and we were all stunned. This woman was so generous. In the evening, the master called my sister and me out to talk about his past with Lu Erlong. It turned out they were truly in love, but separated due to some worldly reasons. The master said that in the past he had no strength and could only escape. But now he has power, but doesn't he know how to make up for the 20 years of debt? I said at the time, "Teacher, since you truly love each other, what does it matter what the worldly views are?" My sister is even more heavyweight, directly gesturing with her fists in the air. "That's right, master. If the secular world doesn't accept it, then just ignore them. Whoever dares to chatter, just use the Gaboja, physical persuasion, and blast them all away." I quickly added, "That's right, teacher. You now have the strength to not fear the world, so you should be with Aunt Erlong. If you still can't overcome the hurdle in your heart, then a spiritual connection, right?" I tell you, as soon as I said this, wow, the master had an epiphany, and he instantly got enlightened. He looked at Aunt Erlong, who was walking over, and his gaze changed completely. He went straight up to her and gave her a big bear hug, holding her tightly as if he wanted to embrace all the regrets of the past 20 years. Well, I guess my psychological counseling was effective, adding to my merits. I was thinking that I couldn't be a third wheel anymore, so I told my sister that we should leave quickly. When my sister TangYue heard this, she said she hadn't finished her meal yet and turned back to the dining table, revealing her true foodie nature. As for me, I plan to take a stroll in the nearby small woods to digest that bowl of dog food I just had. But guess what? Who understands what happened next? As soon as I stepped into the woods, I suddenly felt a chill at the back of my neck. Everything went dark, and when I opened my eyes again, I was in a different place. I had been kidnapped by an old man. Who was this person? Dugabo, the one with the title Poison Douluo. I directly initiated an extreme one-for-one brawl of toxicology knowledge, and my sister exploded over there. She had just taken a couple of bites of her food when she realized I was gone. As soon as the GPS of the inheritance mark sensed me, it pinpointed me in the Sunset Forest. Without saying a word, She pushed her bowl away and shot out like a cannonball. You can't imagine the scene. She activated her straight-line speed mode, regardless of whether there were 1,000-year or 100-year soul beasts ahead, bulldozing her way through and creating a wide path. In her eyes, those soul beast groups were just moving experience packs, and her level shot up as if she were on a rocket, quickly breaking through level 45 and gaining a new skill called Glorious Dragon Moonfall. By the time she reached the depths of the forest, that old monster Douluo sensed something was off. The poison array he set up was supposed to be his home advantage, but my sister charged in recklessly. And as soon as the poison mist got close to her, it was like ice cubes dropping into boiling water, instantly assimilated and absorbed by the magic power in her body. Douluo, observing secretly, was almost wide-eyed, thinking where did this little monster come from? Even more toxic than him, when he revealed himself, my sister had already made it to the center of the poison array. Upon seeing him, her gaze was icy, and she directly said, "Return my brother to me." Her aura completely disregarded the title Douluo in front of her. She had already calculated in her mind that at worst, she could unleash her apostle power again, and with her current body strength at level 46, it wouldn't be impossible to trade blows with a title Douluo. Douluo was also a clever person. Seeing my sister so fierce, he became interested and asked about our relationship. My sister didn't waste any time with him. "He is my brother. Return him to me." Douluo laughed and said, "Sure, if you want to see him, come with me." He then took my sister to the edge of cliff, pointing down at a spring bubbling with strange red and blue mist, saying, "That kid is down there. I don't know if he's dead or alive." After saying that, he slipped away to hide and continue watching the show. My sister jumped down without saying a word, directly taking a leap of faith. That place is called the Eye of Ice and Fire. One side is extremely hot, and the other is extremely cold. For my sister, it was like a top-notch sauna. She found me inside while I was taking a bath. The energy in the spring was too abundant, and when my sister jumped in, she started absorbing it automatically. Before long, she fell asleep. Just like that, she floated in the Eye of Ice and Fire, looking like a sleeping beauty. Outside, Dean Flander and the others discovered that we were both missing and panicked. They eventually learned about Douluo and rushed over with Master and Anerlong. A great battle broke out, with Master and the other two directly using their martial soul fusion skill, the Sacred Golden Dragon, to fight Douluo fiercely. Although they were eventually scattered by Douluo, Master pulled out his trump card as a mechanic, opening a spatial gate from which a gigantic mechanical arm emerged, forcefully sending Douluo flying far away. This move was simply cyberpunk cultivation at its finest, leaving Douluo dumbfounded. Just when they were locked in a fierce battle, I had just finished absorbing the 8-angled xianbing grass and the flame apricot char vegetable and came out of the spring. I quickly intervened to mediate, and after some extreme negotiations, we finally reached a reconciliation with Douluo. In the days that followed, the two of us settled down in the Eye of Ice and Fire. I researched toxicology with Douluo, while my sister slept for a full 3 days before waking up. When she finally woke up, her level skyrocketed to level 48, leaving both me and Douluo dumbfounded. The first thing she did upon waking was to grab me and ask if I wanted to go out and kill some monsters. I expended a lot of effort to explain to her that we were friends now, not enemies. Thus, the three of us formed a strange, harmonious relationship. We called Douluo Old Monster, he called me Little Monster, and he called my sister Real Monster. My sister was quite straightforward, treating the Sunset Forest outside as her personal experience pack, going out to hunt monsters every now and then, causing the soul beast population outside to relocate daily, suffering greatly. As she continued to grind, it wasn't long before she broke through level 50. She completed her first awakening. The commotion shook the entire valley. Douluo was alerted and came over to check it out. When my sister saw him coming, her eyes lit up. "Old Monster, perfect timing. Come train with me." Douluo wanted to maintain his pride, said his appearance fee was very expensive. My sister directly tossed him a bottle of purple potion called Spirit Stimulation Potion, which could temporarily accelerate soul power operation. Seeing it was a good item, Old Monster immediately agreed. The two found an open space, and my sister transformed, shouting, "Let me show you the power of the god of battle, Beayana." I tell you, that scene was absolutely stunning. She was surrounded by blue golden energy, her momentum completely overwhelming at her level, able to match a soul sage in strength. She fought Douluo in close combat, her attacks like a storm, forcing Douluo to reveal his martial soul true form, transforming into a gigantic green-scaled serpent king. However, my sister was even fiercer. She conjured a 40-meter long Huanglong Yinhua blade with a swift motion, engaging the giant serpent in a fierce back and forth. As the battle progressed, my sister's god of battle willpower reached its peak, directly activating her domain. A golden god of battle domain unfolded instantly, and Douluo was immediately suppressed. He attempted to activate his own domain in response, only to find it was utterly ineffective. His domain felt fake within my sister's domain, having no effect at all. The fight lasted a full day and night, only stopping because my sister's stomach growled with hunger. After some time, I was about ready to return to the academy after training here. That day, I was refining the King of Hell's tablet when my sister obediently sat beside me. A few days prior, she had given me a new mark called Venomous Blood, making my blood extremely toxic. She also helped me hunt for my 4th spirit ring, a 10,000-year-old earth cave demon spider, which was beaten so badly by my sister that it questioned its spider life. When I finished it off, its eyes showed a sense of relief. The next morning, I dragged my sister to escape, with Douluo's furious roar behind us. My sister, still groggy, asked what I had done. I chuckled and said it was nothing much, just inviting the old monster to be an honorary professor at Shrek Academy. And by the way, taking all the divine herbs from his medicinal garden for free, leaving him the roots and seeds. In the end, the old monster still scolded and followed us back to Shrek. As soon as we reached the academy gate, Dean Flander and the others rushed out. When I mentioned Douluo becoming a professor, all the teachers were shocked. Then came the reunion of our Shrek 7 monsters. As soon as Xiaowu saw me, she pounced over. Ma Hongjun was the most direct, asking what gifts I had brought. I didn't hold back and distributed the divine herbs borrowed from Douluo according to everyone's characteristics. As a result, it turned into a large emotional scene. The divine herb called Heartbroken Red required the gatherer to have only one true love in their heart. Zhu Zhuqing tried it, because she still had feelings for Dai Mu Bai. She failed. Master tried too. Since he had both Air Long and BB Dong in his heart, he also failed. In the end, it was Xiaowu. Her heart and eyes were all on me, and with a drop of blood, the flower fell in response. Later, I found out that my sister had secretly given Xiaowu a calming pill. She told Xiaowu that with her mark and this divine herb as double insurance, even if Douluo was a titled Douluo, he wouldn't be able to see her true self, allowing her to stay at ease. After everyone consumed the divine herb, they started to refine it on the spot. Before long, one by one, they broke through as if they were on rockets. Oscar's soul power doubled. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile evolved into the 9-treasure glaze tile, breaking through the sex limitations, and she was so excited she cried while hugging me. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun both rushed to level 40, and Dai Mu Bai even directly broke through the level 50 barrier. The most exaggerated was Master. The bottleneck that had troubled him for 30 years broke through under the influence of the divine herb, raising his soul power to level 30. Moreover, his body could finally fully withstand the energy from the mechanic mark my sister had given him. My sister looked at the master's condition and nodded with satisfaction. Great, master. It seems your body is ready. Tomorrow, I will perform the final transmission for you and also conduct the secondary transmission for others. The next day, we found an absolutely safe place. My sister said to the master with a serious expression, Master, please be prepared. This will be the first time this world welcomes transcendent power. After speaking, 2 incredibly mysterious eels flew into the master's body. A massive surge of energy instantly washed over the master, and sweat poured down his face like rain. This was a transformation of a fundamental rebirth. Let me tell you, it was like formatting and reinstalling the entire system of his cells. Fortunately, the master had already adapted beforehand, so the entire final transmission went very smoothly. I tell you, when a master woke up, he was like a completely different person, radiant and full of spirit. He said he felt so light that he could float, and his sensitivity to space had become incredibly sharp. My sister laughed and said, Congratulations, Master. You've now unlocked the Transcendental Protocol. You can summon the Transcendental Legion directly, and the power of your Gaboga Mecha has been completely unleashed. Once you get the hang of it, even going head-to-head with a titled Douluo won't be a problem. Goodness. When my sister said this, we all felt our heads buzzing. A titled Douluo, that's a being at the pinnacle of the continent. Yet my sister talks about it as if it's just a small monster by the roadside, ready to take it on. Incredible. Now that the master is all set, it's time for us Shrek monsters. Everyone has been busy leveling up recently, and it's time for a collective makeover. First up, Dai Mu Bai. This guy has finally reached level 50, and my sister gave him an awakening. With a martial god step and the shadow kick combo, he is now a walking war god, with his melee abilities maxed out. Next is Oscar. Although his level is still a bit short, my sister said his potential is enough, so she directly equipped him with a level 45 configuration. Not only did his healing output skyrocket, but he also gained several combat skills to deal damage. Who understands? A support character has now turned into a violent healer. Xiao Wu is the same. My sister equipped her with a bunch of cool control techniques like Thunder Strike and Spiral Comet Drop, all of which are tailor-made for her. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, who just reached level 40, didn't fall behind either. Ning Rongrong directly obtained a domain skill called Resurgence Light, which can revive teammates inside it. How can we compete? She is way ahead. Zhu Zhuqing is now dazzling in battle, using skills like Blade Storm and Thunderblade Shadow, causing enough light pollution for the opponents to be overwhelmed. The most outrageous is Ma Hongjun. My sister equipped him with a Naruto system, including techniques like Spiraling Shuriken, Flame Heaven Path, and 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Goodness, he is now a human artillery platform, with full endurance for bombarding. The master watched us, as if we were cheating, and finally understood what kind of divine inheritance my sister had given us. Dai Mubai is an unbeatable attacker. Xiao Wu is the single-target control king. Zhu Zhuqing is a high-mobility assassin. Fatty is a map bombardment expert. Ning Rongrong and Oscar are versatile supports who can both fight and heal, and my brother is an expert in poisons and hidden weapons. As for my sister, she is the bug that breaks through everything. Alright, everyone has upgraded their weapons. Next step, enter the forest, hunt monsters, and collect rings. This time we entered the Stardew Forest. My sister found the main group too slow and directly took Xiao Wu to fly solo. The teachers had no choice. After all, my sister's feat of defeating a soul sage as a soul king was still fresh in their minds, so they could only watch as the two disappeared into the woods. The rest of us fought on our own, while the teachers watched from the sidelines to prevent us from getting into trouble. The first to start was Ma Hongjun. Let me tell you, the scene was brutal. Fatty was up in the sky like a bomber, bombarding the ground with fire ninjutsu, as if it were free, and spiraling shurikens fell like rain, turning a large area of the forest into charred remains. After he finished, a purple soul ring slowly floated up. The teachers looked at the barren land and surprisingly showed satisfied expressions. It was something else. Next were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. They were even funnier. They encountered a poisonous pink lady, and Ning Rongrong used purification, rendering the toxins ineffective. Then Oscar activated judgment mode, pulled out his glass ball, and started smashing it. Because the ball flew slowly, he even developed a golf-style technique, hitting one after another and creating a sparkling ruin around the soul beast. Thanks to his prior accumulation, Oscar shot up to level 45 after finishing. As for Zhu Zhuqing, the battle scene looked like a cat had gone through a house, with claw marks everywhere. And she successfully obtained her 4th soul skill, called Phantom Shadow Clone. When we all finished, my sister and Xiao Wu returned. Xiao Wu not only got a soul ring, but also leveled up to 44, surpassing my brother by 1 level. Just like that, our Shrek 7 monsters completed another ultimate transformation. Back at the academy, the master had us go to class to familiarize ourselves with our new abilities and to blend in with the original students of the Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, we can't be the only 7 in the Soul Master competition. We need some substitutes. My sister and I, having been training in the Sunset Forest, were entering a classroom for the first time. Fatty and Oscar led the way while introducing us, saying the academy is divided into 6 classes by level. And since we are above level 40, we go straight into the highest advanced class. As they talked, they started posing and showing off, completely forgetting how badly they were beaten by my sister in the past. My sister looked at the two of them and sighed softly. The power of time is truly great. My brother is just curious. Sis, what's wrong? My sister glanced at those 2 clowns and said, "Remember when you were so humble after I educated you? It's only been a short while, and you've already floated up to the clouds again." After saying that, she walked ahead, leaving Oscar and the chubby guy awkwardly reminiscing about life. When we arrived at the classroom, my sister immediately found a prime spot to relax and started doodling in her notebook. Normally, a little girl like her would attract attention. But as soon as my brother walked in holding hands with Xiao Wu, all eyes were instantly drawn to them. And that's when the trouble began. A big guy named Tyron saw my brother and Xiao Wu laughing together, and his anger flared up immediately. He walked up to my brother, casting a shadow that blocked out the light. My brother looked up and asked, "What's up? Kid, are you new here? Don't know the rules? Don't you know you can't sit next to Xiao Wu?" My brother was completely stunned by his question. As a result, Xiao Wu slammed the table and stood up. I told him to sit down. "Are you all just bored? Get lost? Or else don't blame me for being rude." At that moment, Tai Long immediately shrank back, timidly saying, "Xiao, Xiao Wu, this is a matter between men. You don't need to interfere. My brother grabbed the furious little dance, and, seeing this, Tyron got even more excited, puffing out his chest and saying, "Kid, I'm not afraid of you. You think my position as the top of the academy is just for show? Top of the academy?" My brother looked confused, and a little brother nearby quickly explained, "It means the strongest one in the whole academy." Upon hearing this, my brother's heart skipped a beat, thinking, could he be stronger than Big Dai? But before the little brother could finish his sentence, Little Dance kicked him away. Seeing that my brother was intimidated, Tyron arrogantly said, "You have two choices. 1. Challenge me one-on-one. If you win, I'll admit you're qualified to sit here. 2. Get lost immediately." My brother laughed when he heard it. One-on-one? Right now? He was mentally prepared for a tough battle, thinking that the opponent was at least a level 49 Soul Master. My sister looked up for a moment and saw the guy in the middle of the classroom strutting around like a proud rooster. But his soul power fluctuation was pitifully weak, completely not a match for my brother. She instantly found it boring and went back to drawing. In the center of the arena, my brother directly announced, "Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 40 Control System Soul Master, please give me your guidance." As soon as the 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared, the face of the opponent, Talon, turned green. A newcomer, and he is already a level 40 Soul Master. What a monster! He could only grit his teeth and reveal his meager 3 soul rings, weakly announcing his name. Talon, Martial Soul Mighty Gorilla, level 37 Assault System Soul Master. My brother also realized it. Goodness, he was tricked by a title. When the battle started, Tyron wanted to strike first, but in one encounter, he was tied up like a big rice dumpling by my brother's blue silvergrass and couldn't move. My brother clapped his hands and directly walked back to his seat. The whole class was stunned, and there was an uproar. At that moment, the teacher came in, saw Tyron on the ground, and asked, "Xiao San, why are you bullying your classmates on the first day?" My brother quickly apologized and let Talon go. Talon is quite a man. He directly admitted that he was the one who started it and was really impressed by my brother. But the matter wasn't over yet. After class, Talon, not satisfied, challenged my brother to a pure hand-to-hand fight, and, as expected, my brother gave him a good beating. After dealing with the younger one, the older one showed up. That evening, after my brother had dinner with Xiao Wu and returned, he was blocked at the door by a middle-aged man, Talon's father, Tino. This guy's also tough. Without much talk, he just started fighting. What happened? After a round of fighting, my brother took him down with the poison from the 8 spider lances. Well, the next day, after dealing with the older one, an even older one showed up. Talon's grandfather, the patriarch of the Li family, a soul master over level 80, Titan, personally came to our door. At that moment, I was about to go out to buy some materials and saw the 3 generations of them blocking the entrance. When I saw Talon's cowardly look, I asked him what was going on. He stammered and was too embarrassed to say, but his grandfather Titan, with a fiery temper, shouted, "My grandson and my son were beaten by that kid named Tang San, so I naturally have to come and get my revenge." As soon as I heard it, I chuckled, thinking someone was looking for trouble with my brother. I was immediately amused. "All right, I'm up for this challenge. Let's go." The old man was taken aback. "Little girl, who are you to Tang San?" I replied, "I'm his sister." After saying that, I summoned my battle spear and charged forward with my buffs activated. A great battle was about to begin. I started with a hooing, Elling, YNU attack, trying to seize the initiative, but the opponent was an over 80 level Soul Douluo and managed to block it. The old man was quite surprised, saying my strength was almost on par with his. This left Talon and his father so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. As soon as I saw it, I thought, hey, I've run into a tough opponent. All right, I won't mess with you anymore. I directly activated my Beayana transformation, and a 2-meter-tall golden figure instantly appeared, with 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black flashing in their eyes. "Come on." My voice changed, resonating with an echo and magnetism as I charged towards the Titan again. This time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, sensing the soul saint-level pressure emanating from me. Next came a flurry of rapid attacks, turning the entire entrance of the academy into a mess from our battle. Just then, my brother arrived and quickly called for a stop. I deactivated my transformation, reverting back to my 1.5-meter-tall self, leaving Xiao Wu and the others stunned. The Titan looked at my brother, also intrigued by his talent, and suggested a bet. The wager was simple. If my brother could withstand his soul power pressure for the duration of a stick of incense, he would win. My brother, for the chance to rebuild Tang's sect, immediately accepted. The match began, and the pressure from the Soul Douluo was like a mountain pressing down on my brother. His blue-silver grass instantly shattered, leaving him to struggle with just the 8 spider lances. I quickly sent Xiao Wu to call the teachers. Even when Flinder and the others arrived, it was useless. Who would dare to confront a soul Douluo? As it looked like my brother was about to give in, a faint aura of the TangYue hammer emerged from his left hand. Just at that critical moment, reinforcements arrived. Ning Rongrong came with her father Ning Fengji and a title Douluo, Bon Douluo. When the Titan saw them, he naturally withdrew his hand. I quickly fed my brother a top-tier potion, and his complexion instantly improved. Bon Douluo wanted to mediate, but the Titan readily agreed. Why? He pointed at the TangYue hammer in my brother's hand that he hadn't had time to put away and said to Bon Douluo, "Old Bon, take a good look at what that kid is holding." Bon Douluo took a look and exclaimed, "This is TangYue." Now everyone understood. Because of this extreme pressure, my brother unexpectedly benefited and his level skyrocketed to level 45. The Titan hurried over to ask us, "Is your father's name Tang Hao?" We nodded, and the old man suddenly knelt on one knee. Old servant Titan pays respects to the young master and miss. Let me tell you, at that moment, everyone was stunned. After a long time, I found out that my dad wasn't a blacksmith, but a hidden big shot. Later, when we went inside to discuss in detail, we discovered that the Leaf family was actually a subsidiary sect of my dad's back in the day. This was great. My brother's Tang sect hadn't even started building yet, and they had already incorporated a top-tier sect. After this incident, there was another 6 months of rigorous training. Our levels skyrocketed like we were on a rocket. I reached level 57, Dai Mubai was 53, Oscar was 51, and my brother also hit 49. Especially Oscar, when he reached level 50, we helped him hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. My sister unleashed a star pattern meteor explosion, directly shattering the soul of that soul beast, allowing him to absorb it without any risk, and it even dropped a soul bone, perfectly solving the weakness side effect of his new soul skill. Now, the Soul Master competition across the continent is finally about to begin. Before the competition starts, we need to test our training results. The examiner is my sister. In the first match, she faced off against Dai Mubai and Oscar alone. As soon as the battle began, my sister transformed, and Dai Mubai and Oscar knew they couldn't hold back. Oscar gave all the buffs he could, like pink sausage, mushroom sausage, and a limit-breaking dark green sausage, all at once to Dai Mubai. With these terrifying enhancements, Dai Mubai was surprisingly able to tie with my sister in their first clash. Let me tell you, this was something that could never have happened before. We, the onlookers, were all stunned, and it truly made us realize just how incredible my sister's strength is. Just how incredible is it? Let's talk about Dai Mubai and Oscar over there. The battle is still ongoing. Dai Mubai saw that he didn't gain an advantage with his first move, so he directly unleashed his ultimate move, the fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Goodness, those fish shadows were raining down on my sister like a storm. My sister doesn't have the word defense in her dictionary. You hit me? Then I'll hit back even harder. With a direct move, she launched a meteor flash strike, and the shadows of the spear and her fist collided in the air with a crackling sound. Let me tell you, my sister's flashy moves are really tricky. Every time they clash, it's definitely Dai Mubai who gets the short end of the stick. Oscar was getting anxious in the back, quickly using skills to heal Dai Mubai, acting like a mobile fountain. But what good is that? It's simply not enough. My sister's last move in her combo sent Dai Mubai flying like a ragdoll. Dai Mubai is tough too. While in midair, he forcefully activated 2 transformation skills, restoring his state, and even tried to use lightning dance to fight back. But my sister saw this and thought, "Oh, you want to show off your skills? Don't even think about it." With a dispel magic, she pulled him out of his high-speed movement and then swung her staff to control him. Family, who understands? We are familiar with this scene. Once my sister's staff controls you, the next step is the exclusive Ascension gift package. Sure enough, Flower Falling Palm, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Shatter Domination. A smooth little combo, and Dai Mubai was being beaten like a sandbag in the air, not touching the ground at all. However, Dai Mubai is still Dai Mubai. He managed to seize a tiny moment to activate his invulnerability, forcefully breaking free from the control and counter with a close-range Iron Mountain Slam, followed by a series of Shadow Kick combos. Oscar also seized the opportunity, hitting my sister from the side with a Confession Hammer. "Hey, trying to ambush my sister?" She got furious on the spot and unleashed a wide-range Huanglong dance, exuding dominance, pulling both of them in no matter where they were. This exchange pushed both of their momentum to the peak. Dai Mubai's Martial God Step and TangYue's Battle God Will, the powers of 2 domains opened up, one surrounded by platinum flames and the other standing on a golden halo. The scene was incredible. Oscar knew this was the final struggle, with a loud roar. He threw out a golden holy light ball, giving Dai Mubai a super buff. Star pattern meteor explosion. Martial god strong kick. My sister and Dai Mubai's strongest move collided head-on. With a loud bang, the entire arena was engulfed in white light, and we couldn't even open our eyes. When the dust settled, my sister was the only one still standing steadily, while Dai Mubai and Oscar had already collapsed from exhaustion. After this battle, we truly understood how outrageous the combat power of these monsters was. Just Dai Mubai's last kick, combined with Oscar's full support, felt like it could take out a Soul Emperor in an instant. But what happened? My sister took it head-on, seemingly only suffering a minor injury, and with a bottle of potion, she fully revived on the spot. This was not just leveling up by 20 levels, it was practically cross-species combat. After defeating Dai Mubai, my sister went on to take down Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others in turn. What control flow, what agility flow. Nothing worked in front of my sister. By the end, everyone's sense of being a genius had vanished. Hey, if the sky were to fall, who would hold it up? Who is more exaggerated than my sister? Of course, after all this fighting, my sister still didn't grasp what a normal Soul King level was. In the end, we had no choice but to invite Talon's father, Tainoa, to demonstrate the strength of a Soul King, which is laughable when you think about it. The pre-match preparations ended like this, and the master explained the rules of the tournament to us, such as being under 25 years old, 7-person team battles. And the most important rule, no killing. We all collectively looked at my sister. With her combat power, one careless move could send the opponents packing. The master was also troubled and finally stipulated that whenever my sister was on the field, Oscar and the other two must assist her, with their main task not being to heal our side, but to ensure the opponents' lives were in danger. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. However, before the match, Dean Flander pulled out his godly aesthetic, a set of poop green team uniforms. Who understands, family? They even had advertisements printed on them. I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. My sister couldn't stand it either and went to have a friendly chat with Flander, and finally, the color was changed to black, but the advertisement issue became the Dean's last stubbornness. Unfortunately, in the first match, we still had to wear those embarrassing green outfits. When we arrived at the venue, we felt like thieves, hiding behind pillars and too afraid to go out. After finally sneaking into the arena, we ran into the TangYue Academy, whom we had previously beaten up, and those guys looked at us like we were fools. Before the match started, Emperor Snow Knight said a few words, and, thankfully, he didn't say, I'll just say a few simple words. Our first opponent is the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Wow, we really ran into a tough match. I was already fuming because of this outfit. The master even issued a strict order. Finish the battle within a minute. The ones going on the field were Tang San, Dai Mubai, and their 7 teammates. Meanwhile, the Tiando's second team was still posing for the crowd, who were cheering loudly. As soon as our countdown ended, the soul rings lit up, and the other side was completely dumbfounded. Dai Mubai, with 5 soul rings, charged straight ahead. The control type from the opposite side tried to use a soul skill to bind him, but Dai Mubai directly unleashed his 5th soul skill, shattering that binding. At the same time, Tang Sen's blue-silver prison trapped all 7 of their members. Before they could react, Xiao Wu descended from the sky, executing a spiral comet that crashed into the crowd, followed by Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor shower. After a series of AoE combos, the opposing team couldn't even break free from the prison and all went down. On our side, TangYue was frantically healing the team. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble. The entire battle didn't last even half a minute, with most of the time spent on healing. After this match, the frustration in our hearts was finally alleviated a bit. That evening, Ning Fengji came to find Tang San, saying that Prince Shui Qinghe wanted to meet him. He originally wanted to call my sister, but she didn't participate in the match and had already sneaked off to the Sunset Forest to relax with soul beasts. The next day, we finally changed to our team uniforms, black ones that looked much cooler. Ning Rongrong was also taken by the master for special training on distraction control. Shortly after, in the second match, our opponent was the Elephant Armor Sect, 7 big meat shields, specializing in toughness. The master said before the match that these guys could take a beating, so we could be a little more aggressive. As soon as the match started, the 7 mammoth soul masters on the opposite side formed a shield wall and pushed forward like a solid wall, looking quite intimidating. But what happened next? Dai Mubai directly transformed twice and added a powerful punch, then delivered a crushing punch right into that shield wall. We all thought it would be a massive collision, but with a crack, that seemingly indestructible shield wall was shattered by a single punch. Xiao Wu charged in as well, caught a hapless soul master, and began spinning them around like a cradle of hell, rolling amidst the crowd. Tang then cast a heavenly net to gather the remaining opponents together. Daimyu Bai and Xiao Wu each unleashed their ultimate moves, Shadow Kick and Shatter the Heavens, clearing the field. When the dust settled, only the team leader remained standing, leaning against his soul bone. Daimyu Bai approached and delivered a finishing punch, ending the battle. The subsequent matches were even less suspenseful, basically a complete crush. Until one day, my brother was ambushed by an old man named Xunji from TangYue Academy on his way back to the academy, and he was dragged into an illusion. Just when things seemed dire, my sister, who had been missing for several days, playing in the forest, returned. She sensed something was wrong with my brother's aura, rushed over, and saw an old man scheming against him. "Stop!" my sister shouted. The old man tried to unleash a skill against her, but as soon as their spiritual powers clashed, he was overwhelmed by a more terrifying spiritual force and instantly turned into an idiot. My brother seized the opportunity, delivering a Yama's post to send him off to the afterlife, and even obtained a soul bone. The preliminaries continued, and we faced the Blaze Academy, which was completely countered by my brother's ice-fire immunity. Finally, it was TangYue Academy's turn. These guys had previously caused us trouble, and the matter with Xunji had created a major grudge. My sister volunteered to fight, with only one requirement from the master: don't kill anyone. When the match began, the 7 from TangYue Academy tried to use a 7 Shura illusion, but it had no effect on my sister at all. She charged in, gathered the 7 together, and then began. How should I describe it? It was like flipping a spoon, tossing those 7 people in the air without letting them touch the ground. TangYue was behind, frantically healing to ensure they wouldn't die, but the pain, oh my. Let me tell you, my sister's moves were a blend of cyber medicine and physical exorcism. She injected each of them with a special kind of magic. In the following days, they would feel their strength surge, but after a while their soul power circuits would be completely destroyed, turning them back into ordinary people. This was even more ruthless than killing them directly. In the final round of the preliminaries, we faced the TangYue Academy, where 2 girls directly used a martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix. It looked quite impressive, but Daimyu Bai, under pressure, unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the Ice Phoenix and the martial soul fusion skill in one go. The whole audience was stunned, and Xunji and the Snow Knight Emperor at the judges' table stood up. After finishing the preliminaries, we advanced for the clean sweep. Then came a month of vacation plus special training. What was the special training? Sparring with TangYue. Those days were truly unbearable. Later, Douluo returned, and my sister finally found a new sparring partner, and we were finally free. Soon, the promotion matches began. In the first match, we drew Beayana Academy. This was truly an eye-for-an-eye situation. Back then, it was the nobles of their kingdom who forced our Shrek Academy out. Before the match even started, those from Beayana Academy came over to provoke us, calling us stray dogs and being incredibly arrogant. We looked at them with pity. Why? Because my sister immediately volunteered. Master, I'll take this one. I must take them all down at once and give them a good lesson. Ma Hongjun arrogantly asked my sister how she planned to deal with them, and she casually replied, "Oh, nothing much, just testing a new magic. After I'm done, they'll be in pain for several days, but they won't die. They might have insomnia. Does that count?" We all shivered upon hearing this. This was more than just a lesson. It was sending them for electric therapy. Soon, our match against Beayana began. As soon as the referee shouted, the Beayana Academy team rushed to send their captain up, looking like they were eager to reincarnate. Wow, a level 42 soul master, quite impressive. But on our side, TangYue went up. That little girl, only 5 meters tall, stood there, and when the host started announcing her stats, their voice broke when they reached the level, Shrek Academy's TangYue level. Level as high as 58. I tell you at that moment, the entire venue was as silent as if the mute button had been pressed, dead quiet. Right after that came a wave of exclamations. The big shots on the podium, Xunji, the Snow Knight Emperor, and that Salas from the Spirit Hall, all stood up in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. They knew very well that the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the best among them, was only level 52 and older than TangYue by several years. There was a full 6-level difference, and it was still a Soul King level difference. This was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The people from Beayana Academy turned pale. How could they even fight? Level 58, almost a Soul Emperor, and this girl could easily be a teacher, alright? If it weren't for TangYue's youthful face, they would have thought the organizers had brought in some old monster. The host was also dumbfounded. There was a 16-level gap. What was there to comment on? Just report our ID numbers. But who is Arujia? She wasn't here to compete. She was here to punish. Instant kill? How boring. She started buffing herself and then began her traditional performance, air ballet. Previously, when fighting against Songhue Academy, it was hard to see due to the mist. But this time, it was a high-definition live broadcast. The captain of Balak, Lavki, was directly kicked into the air and then received a barrage of attacks like a sandbag. Not coming down at all. Family, who understands? He was just hanging in the air getting beaten. It was too cruel. I couldn't even bear to watch. Not really. Unfortunately, this was a one-on-one, and TangYue couldn't heal him to continue the combo. It wasn't long before that guy couldn't take it anymore. When UGS saw this, she thought, fine, this is boring, and with her last move, Fractured Overlord, she sent him flying, conveniently injecting a bit of special magic power. When that guy landed, he was left groaning on the ground, twitching all over, looking painful. Then TangYue clapped her hands and arrogantly said, "Next." Wow. That sentence directly infuriated the remaining 6 from the opposite side, who rushed up to surround TangYue. Yujie raised an eyebrow, looking utterly disdainful. Oh, is this going to be a group fight? Fine, as long as the referee has no objections, I can take you all on alone. No problem, that tone was simply infuriating. The opposing team was even angrier, but luckily Salis shouted from above, preventing a real fight. Since they couldn't gang up on her, TangYue could only find her own fun. The next 6 battle players were in for a rough time. TangYue deliberately lowered the power of her skills just to let them stay in the air longer, enjoying a longer flying experience. The result? No suspense at all. TangYue got a string of 7, directly shaving Balak Academy bald. The worst part was that after those 7 unlucky guys were carried off, they were still shouting in the audience, and after the medical team checked for a long time, the report said, all bodily functions are normal. Can you believe it? After beating Balak, the next match was against familiar foes, the Blaze Academy. Ma Hongjun was jumping up and down wanting to go on stage, but the master still let Tang San lead. The next day the competition began. Tang San faced off against Wu Shuang. Since Tang San's fire immunity had already been exposed, the guy on the opposite side got clever and decided to go for explosions instead of continuous damage. To be fair, at the start, Tang San did take a bit of a hit. But the turning point came when Tang San used a spiderweb bind to pull the opponent closer, and then he executed a set of extremely abstract King Tiger Overlord Fist. That's right, that's the name. This was a move TangYue had taught him in a month because she was annoyed he could use the web, but not this move. The scene, how should I put it, was like 2 people engaging in close combat, a bit hard on the eyes. In the end, Wu Shuang lost, and Tang San got a string of 6, leaving only Wu standing. Although this string of 6 wasn't as shocking as TangYue's string of 7, it was still enough to make the Blaze Academy's face swell. Wu was also a tough one. Seeing her teammates all gone, she decided to go all out against Tang San. After 6 battles, Tang San's soul power was nearly depleted. Wu launched a fierce attack, successfully pushing Tang San to the brink, and then unleashed her ultimate move, Fusion Ring. Wow, she was going for mutual destruction. In the end, Tang San was taken down by her desperate tactics. However, just after he was carried off, Yu Jie poured a bottle of Heaven's Potion down his throat, instantly reviving him to full health, no problem at all. In the next match against the Plan Academy, it was finally Ma Hongjuan's turn. The master first sent a few substitutes to scout, and sure enough, they were taken down in a string of 3. When it was Ma Hongjuan's turn to go on stage, the other academies looked down on him because of his slightly chubby figure. But when the information appeared on the big screen, Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, level, above 40. The whole venue went quiet again. Sure enough, when Ma Hongjun took the stage, the Phoenix Fire line was like it was free, but you'd be easily taking down 5 opponents. Attribute Restraint was just that unreasonable. This forced the opposite captain to personally take the stage, and he was no slouch either. His martial soul was Thorn with fire resistance, and he proudly said, "What a pity, my blazing thorn resists fire." Ma Hongjun chuckled and directly repeated Yu Jie's famous line. Yu Jie said, "As long as it's not immune, that little resistance is completely useless." After saying that, this guy directly activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, his hands rapidly forming seals so fast they left after images. Techniques like fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, toad oil flame bomb. I thought to myself, do we walk into the wrong set? Is this the Soul Master competition or the Chunin exam? It was all about firepower coverage, simply ludicrously leading the pack. The opponent's thorn wall couldn't withstand it, and just as it was about to be burned through, Dai Mubai and the others quickly shouted to stop. Ma Hongjun finally halted, but the heat wave knocked the opposing captain out cold. The last team member saw the situation and didn't even step up, directly raising his hand to surrender. So, another string of 7 was born. The subsequent matches had no suspense. Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing each took the stage, achieving 2 strings of 7. Our Shrek Academy was like it had been enhanced, achieving 11 consecutive wins, 6 of which were strings of 7. Finally, when it was time to face the Thunder Academy, the master made a decision that left everyone in shock. He sent Oscar to the stage. Ning Fengji on the podium immediately lost his composure, saying to the Snow Knight Emperor beside him, "Your Majesty, as far as I know, this Oscar is a food-type soul master." The Snow Knight Emperor was also shocked. Sending a chef to duel? What kind of baffling behavior was this? As a result, when Oscar took the stage, not only did he come on, but he also dragged a huge cross from behind. The entire audience was stunned. Oscar shouted loudly, buffing himself with a bunch of effects. And then his cross transformed with a clang into a shining giant hammer. Then he pulled out mushroom sausages and pink sausages, gulped them down, and charged forward. Ning Fengji on the stage wore a look of despair. Family, who understands? Their beautiful cabbage had not only been ravaged by a pig, but that pig had secretly changed careers to become a paladin. The opposing Thunder Academy team sent a lightning strike, but Oscar's body sparkled with golden light, and a thicker golden lightning struck back, shocking the opponents. Oscar seized the opportunity with a hammer, cleanly knocking someone out of the arena. In the following matches, Oscar was like a war god, hammering one out after another. It wasn't until he faced the captain of Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, that the battle became intense. The two fought fiercely, and in the end, Oscar unleashed his ultimate move, a skill called Judgment of Justice, with the illusion of a 6-winged angel appearing behind him. When Salus on the podium saw this scene, his face turned pale, and without saying a word, he immediately stood up and left, probably in a hurry to report back. In the end, Oscar unleashed the Apocalypse Pearl, and countless black beams of light swept across the arena, instantly taking down Yu Tianxin. Another 7 in a row. Oscar, a sausage vendor, achieved an epic comeback. In the final match of the qualifying round against Shenkei's academy, a guy named Feng Xiaotian, jealous of Tang San, insisted on a 1v1 to determine the winner. Tang San naturally agreed, and once he went up, he didn't hold back, directly using a bit of poison, and accidentally revealed his Haotian hammer, easily winning the match. With this, our Shrek Academy advanced with a perfect record. However, an incident occurred on our way to Spirit City. We were ambushed in a canyon. Giant rocks came crashing down, instantly scattering the teams from various academies. Just as we cleared the stones, a large group of people in black rushed out. Without a word, TangYue started attacking, using wide area skills like clearing minions. However, there were also experts on the other side. A Soul Douluo charged directly at TangYue. At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's top-tier buffs were in place, and the colorful light burst forth, causing TangYue's combat power to skyrocket, allowing her to face that Soul Douluo head-on. With one move, the Radiant Dragon Dance pushed the opponent back, followed by a star pattern explosion that severely injured the Soul Douluo. The commotion was so great that it attracted the mastermind behind it all, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. When the two appeared and saw the chaos, and TangYue, suspended in midair, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, intrigued, said, "Interesting, you actually managed to defeat Lord Dia. But unfortunately, you all must die here today." TangYue sighed, realizing this situation couldn't be resolved peacefully, and directly told Tang San, "Little San, protect everyone." The next second, she activated her second apostle power. Let me tell you, that aura skyrocketed, her level jumping from 58 to 78. And the pressure from that power was definitely at the level of a tidal Douluo. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Tang, you didn't give them a moment to react, teleporting right in front of them and starting with the Radiant Dragon Dance. The power of that move was exponentially stronger than before. The two were alarmed and quickly counterattacked together. But it was useless. TangYue unleashed a combo that left them dizzy, then activated the domain of the God of Battle, a golden radiance instantly enveloping the entire canyon. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo attempted to activate their martial soul fusion techniques domain, but what happened? They were completely overshadowed by Yu Jie's domain, blocking their signals. TangYue knew she didn't have much time, so she stopped hesitating and began gathering a star pattern containing terrifying power above her head. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were horrified. They could sense that taking this move head-on would definitely mean death. Without thinking, they turned and fled. But it was too late. as the star pattern explosion erupted with a deafening blast, momentarily silencing the entire world, leaving only blinding light. Although they ran fast, they were still caught in the shockwave, severely injured and fleeing in disarray. As the bright light faded, TangYue fell from the sky, caught by Tang San and the others. withDivine even recovered when Douluo, Xunji, and the sword Douluo arrived, clearly drawn by the cataclysmic strike just now. Everyone was left speechless by TangYue's achievement of driving away two titled Douluos single-handedly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the master had arrived at the Pope's palace for a meeting with withDivine. He got straight to the point, demanding two things: the solution to the twin martial souls and the truth from back then. Before withDivine could respond, a mechanical assistant suddenly appeared behind the master, and a massive space portal opened behind him. Can you believe it? The master. He opened a teleportation portal. Robots began pouring out, including pursuers and terminators, like dumplings being dropped. withDivine was both shocked and delighted by this scene. She had to fight, but couldn't go all out, so her attacks were ineffective. As a result, the master's mechanical army completely overwhelmed her. Finally, a gigantic mechanical iron fist burst out from the portal, striking directly at withDivine. At that moment, withDivine gave up resisting. She even thought that dying at Xiaogang's hands wouldn't be so bad. The punch landed solidly, sending her flying like a kite with a broken string. The master rushed over to catch her, panicking. Donger, why didn't you defend? withDivine, her bones shattered and barely conscious, leaned against the master and began to recount the truth from back then. After we separated, I returned to the spirit hall and revealed all those past issues. Let me tell you, the master, being a straightforward guy without a second thought, pulled out a small vial from his pocket and poured it into withDivine's mouth. That potion was like a cheat. One sip, and in the next moment, she was fully revived, as if she had been a rag doll before, now completely restored. She teleported back to her original state. withDivine was stunned. She had thought that dying would end everything, but now the secret was out, and she hadn't died. What was going on? It was so awkward it could make one dig a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. The master didn't care about that. He held her tightly. Let me tell you, these two held each other for a full half hour. Who understands family? Half an hour. I was almost falling asleep, and withDivine's face was completely flushed, softly saying, Xiaogang, that's enough, right? Only then did the master come to his senses and quickly let go. Then came the classic moment where the master delivered a heartfelt confession. Donger, let the past be the past. I don't care. Just like that, with one sentence. He completely won over withDivine. Look at her. There was no trace left of the cold Pope. She was smiling like a blooming flower. After the two finished their affectionate moment, the master suddenly remembered the main issue. By the way, I came to ask you about the twin martial souls. Also, what are your plans next? This question struck withDivine like a thunderbolt, and her face turned pale. Oh no, I forgot. I just sent the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo to deal with you guys from Shrek. The master's eyes nearly popped out. What? 2 titled Douluos? To deal with a bunch of kids? What about Tang San and the others? The two hurriedly rushed out to gather information, and withDivine's expression changed faster than flipping a book. One moment it was springtime, the next it was a grim face. When they inquired, they learned that those 2 unlucky souls had been severely injured and were just brought back. The master finally sighed in relief, thinking that it was likely that Tang San and the others had encountered some powerful protection. Now that the misunderstandings were cleared up, withDivine began planning for the future. She said she would continue to be the Pope, passing her position to her apprentice, Beayana, once she grew up, and then she would be with the master in a dual cultivation relationship. As for Lu Erlong, she didn't take her seriously at all. After all, she was the master's first partner, and Lu Erlong's bloodline connection was just a deadlock. This advantage was mine. The master was living quite comfortably in the spirit hall, not only obtaining the exclusive secrets of the twin martial souls, but also frequently appearing in front of withDivine. When Beayana came to see her teacher, she thought she had walked into the wrong door. The teacher who used to be as cold as ice now radiated the scent of love. But happy days are always short-lived. The finals of the Continental Soul Master competition were about to begin, and the master had to return to Shrek. When he left, it was a tearful farewell, but as soon as he got back to the Shrek base, before he could say more than 2 words to everyone, Lu Erlong rushed over like a gust of wind, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him into a room. When he came out, let me tell you, the master's face looked haggard, as if he had been drained dry. Tang Sin hurriedly approached and asked, Teacher, are you okay? What about Sister Erlong? The master coughed a couple of times, trying to save face. I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Your twin martial soul issue has been resolved. He rambled on to Tang San about a bunch of theories, the core idea being that his physique was good and his martial soul adaptability was strong. In the future, he just needed to take more medicine if he had the money, and his body could handle it. Soon, the competition was set to begin. To preserve its strength, Shrek Academy released TangYue in the first match. Upon seeing this, the opposing team from the Fire Academy immediately forfeited and merged with the Wind Academy, thinking that the two teams combined would have a chance to compete with Shrek. They were betting that TangYue wouldn't participate in the next match. However, the most explosive gossip in the past few days was something I witnessed firsthand. Pope Bibi Dong actually slipped into Shrek's base alone. After her arrival, without saying a word, she called Master and Lu Erlong into a room. We were outside listening and could hear bizarre sound effects coming from inside, but we had no idea what was happening. After a while, Bibi Dong emerged with a beaming smile and even offered us a few kind words. On the other hand, Lu Erlong looked as dark as a pot bottom, sitting there fuming. Wow, this clash between the main wife and the mistress was clearly a win for the main wife. Relying on TangYue's intimidation, Shrek had won 2 rounds without effort and finally faced a tough match against the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions turned serious because leading the opposing team were Dai Mubai's elder brother, Davis, and Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing. This was no longer just a competition. It was a family feud that determined their lives and deaths. Master was also in a dilemma. Logically, he should help them, but if the fight got too intense, their trump cards would be exposed. TangYue stepped forward and waved her hand. It's fine, Master. Let the 7 monsters fight freely and lift all restrictions. I'll be the final trump card and go last. With TangYue as their safety net, everyone felt relieved. The strategy was simple. Tang San spoke up. In this battle, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are the absolute main characters. Oscar, your sausages are exclusively for them. Rong Rong, you're responsible for buffing our entire team. The rest of us will clear out the opposing minions to create a 1v1 stage for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were so moved that their eyes turned red. Soon, the match began. In the stands, Bibi Dong sat alone, with 2 vacant seats beside her for the titled Douluos, Yu Egwan and Gue Mei, who were still recovering from their injuries. Before the battle started, both sides exchanged trash talk. Dai Mubai, not knowing where he learned it, fired off clever quips and surprisingly came out on top. With the referee's signal, both sides unleashed their martial spirits. When Dai Mubai's foot lit up with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, 5 in total, his brother Davis's eyes nearly popped out. Level 50. Soul King. He couldn't believe that the brother he had kicked out of the house had surpassed him in level. The battle officially began. Let me tell you, it was not a match. It was a one-sided massacre. Oscar and Ning Rongrong piled their buffs onto Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing as if they were free, the light shining so brightly that it was hard to see. Ning Rongrong even activated a big move, summoning a golden magic circle and starting to sing a hymn. Tang San was even more ruthless, causing the blue-silver grass to grow wildly, instantly creating a wall that divided the battlefield in 2. He pointed at Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, shouting to Dai Mubai, Dai Mubai, those 2 inside are yours. Leave the outside to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun charged out. Xiao Wu teleported between the 2, grabbed them both, and executed a spiral comet drop, spinning down from the sky. After landing, she didn't stop and immediately followed up with a Hell's Cradle, rendering the 2 guys unable to fight back, foaming at the mouth. On the other side, Ma Hongjun was even more explosive, unleashing various fire techniques like Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Toad Oil Flame Bomb, throwing skills like they were free. The effects made the battlefield look like a charcoal pit. When the flames died down, the remaining 3 guys could be packed into ash boxes, focusing on efficiency and environmental friendliness. The battle inside the wall heated up as well. With the buffs, Dai Mubai was like a war god, sending his brother flying with a powerful Iron Mountain crash. Zhu Zhuqing was as fast as lightning, overpowering her sister without giving her a chance to fight back. Seeing they couldn't win, Davis and his sister panicked and directly used their martial soul fusion technique, Ghostly White Tiger. A massive purple-striped white tiger appeared on the field, looking fierce. They thought they were secure now, believing even if Dai Mubai and the others fused, their experience wouldn't match theirs. But guess what? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of fusing at all. Oscar took out his ultimate weapon, the Apocalypse Pearl, and a small sun rose up, golden light pouring directly into Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai ignited, trailing a golden afterimage, and kicked towards the giant, ghostly white tiger. The godly martial kick. That kick was absolutely stunning. The golden light tore apart everything, and the huge, ghostly white tiger was like paper, exploding from the kick. Davis and his sister were forcibly separated, flying out like cannonballs and crashing into the wall behind. The entire arena fell silent. This highly anticipated brother versus brother battle ended in a one-sided crushing victory for Shrek. After this, the match held no suspense. Shrek's strength was absurd. With Oscar and Ning Rongrong's support being practically a cheat, Ma Hongjun as a mobile artillery, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as top assassins, Dai Mubai as a berserker, and Tang San as the master of control. Although the Martial Soul Hall Academy was also strong, with Beayana and TangYue's Martial Soul Fusion technique being impressive, they were still not enough against this group of monsters from Shrek. Shrek swept through, directly advancing to the top 3. Before the top 3 matches began, they had to meet the Pope. The people from the Martial Soul Hall and the New Wind Academy knelt on one knee, while Shrek's group stood straight. The Martial Soul Hall members were about to get angry when Bibi Dong waved her hand. No need. Of course, she had been visiting Shrek daily, getting cozy with the master, and everyone was as familiar as family, so why bother with formalities? At this moment, Lu Erlong intentionally caused trouble, linking arms with the master in front of Bibi Dong, making her roll her eyes in annoyance. The individual elimination matches began, and Shrek decided to go all out. Xiao Wu was the first to take the stage, her agility making her fly, and the opponents couldn't even touch her before she tied them up and threw them down, easily winning 2 matches. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also crushed their opponents. Dai Mubai even kicked a Martial Soul Hall member named Yin flying with his godly martial kick. The most outrageous was Oscar, a support-type soul master, who managed to hold his own against the Martial Soul Hall's ace, Xiaoyu, thanks to his various magical sausages and the Apocalypse Pearl. In the end, TangYue faced Beayana, and Beayana's charm had no effect on TangYue at all. TangYue didn't even use a skill. She vanished in a flash, and her spear was already pressed against Beayana's throat, securing a one-hit kill. Just like that, Shrek advanced to the finals with a perfect record. The next day, in the finals, Shrek Academy faced the representative team of the Martial Soul Hall. The pressure was on for the Martial Soul Hall. They had learned from Yuegwan that TangYue's normal combat power was equivalent to a level 70 Soul Sage. How could they possibly win? The battle began. Beayana initiated with her charm, but TangYue waved her hand, and that pink mist dissipated as if it had met its nemesis. Beayana was stunned. She never thought her charm could be countered so easily. She immediately fused with Xiaoyu, and the enchanting mist enveloped the entire arena. Beayana transformed. TangYue activated her ultimate move, turning into a dazzling female warrior, and the energy storm she unleashed blew the red mist away completely. I tell you, the upcoming battle is simply a magnificent performance. TangYue single-handedly suppressed the strongest demon charm. On the other side, Oscar transformed into a powerful attacker, swinging a big hammer, teaming up with Dai Mubai to beat the one called Yin so hard that he couldn't find his way back. Zhu Zhuqing was as fast as a shadow, harassing all over the field and effortlessly taking out the opposing support. Tang San's blue-silver grass spread across the entire arena, laced with poison. When Ma Hongjuan's flames combined with Tang San's poisonous mist, there was a loud explosion. The remaining members of the Spirit Hall were directly blown out of the arena. The situation instantly turned into the entire Shrek team surrounding and beating up the Demon Charm in Yin. The Demon Charm was sent flying into the sky by TangYue's Celestial Strike, followed by a series of combos that left it unable to fight back. Finally, TangYue gathered a massive energy ball in the air, the power of which I felt could rival a full-force strike from Contra. Fortunately, she showed mercy. The energy ball exploded in the air, and the terrifying shockwave sent the Demon Charm back to its original form, causing Beayana and Xiaoyu to faint. The match ended Shrek Academy champions. At the awards ceremony, everyone happily shared their soul bones. Just then, Ning Fengji kindly came up to heal everyone. With a wave of his soul skill, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the red lovelorn flower on Xiao Wu's head. In that instant, the aura belonging to a 100,000-year soul beast leaked out from Xiao Wu. The atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. Bibi Dong's face darkened. Although she had reconciled with the master, now she had to represent the Spirit Hall. Worse still, today Yuegwan and Gue Mei, those two unfortunate souls, had recovered and also arrived at the scene. Gue Mei, Yuegwan, take that girl down. BB Dong ordered while frantically signaling to the master and the others. Meaning, I need to go through the motions. You all hurry up and prepare to escape. The master panicked too, but what could he do? The entire spirit hall was right in front of them. But just as BB Dong revealed her blood-red 100,000 year soul ring, Xiao Wu screamed that the soul ring belonged to her mother. Oh my goodness, it's completely chaotic now. On one side are comrades who share life and death, and on the other is the lover of a mentor. But this lover is also tied to the grudge of a comrade's mother. The relationships are so tangled that even AI can't figure it out. The battle erupts in an instant. Douluo jumps out to stand with Shrek. While BB Dong pretends to fight, Douluo, Yueguan, and Gui may go to deal with Master and his golden iron triangle. Just when the situation is stalemated, Xiao Wu suddenly decides to sacrifice herself, stepping forward to trade her life for everyone's safety. Seeing the opportunity, Yueguan and Gui may rush towards Xiao Wu. Tang Xin doesn't think twice and stands in front of her. At this critical moment, an enormous hammer falls from the sky. With a thunderous crash, it sends Yueguan and Gui Mei flying. BB Dong, being the drama queen, takes the chance to cry out and pretends to be severely injured by the aftershock. Collapsing to the ground, a domineering figure, holding the Haotian hammer, slowly descends. The newcomer is none other than Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. As soon as Tang Hao appears, without saying a word, he activates his martial soul's true form and swings his hammer towards the Pope's palace, a typical attack to save allies. However, at this moment, two even more terrifying auras rise from deep within the Pope's palace. Two old men teleport into the arena, and one of them exudes such immense pressure that even Tang Hao feels it. BB Dong, still pretending to be dead on the ground, feels a jolt of fear. Oh no, how did these two old monsters come out? The newcomers are the High Priest of the Spirit Hall, the 99th level limit Douluo, Qian Daolu. Let me tell you, my dad Tang Hao was completely stunned. On the other side, he was entangled with a level 96 old crocodile and couldn't get away at all. Meanwhile, the most dazzling guy in the arena, the level 99 Qian Daolu, had his eyes set on Xiao Wu. My brother Tang San was just about to move forward when, suddenly, the entire place erupted. It was my sister, TangYue. She broke through in the middle of battle. Her whole body was glowing with golden light, forcibly raising her power to level 80, and she even transformed into some kind of apostle. I tell you, that aura was incredible. With a golden halo and horns sprouting from her head, the pressure made everyone's martial souls tremble uncontrollably. Even Qian Daoliu's six-winged angel martial soul couldn't help but shiver. Then, without saying a word, my sister jumped 3 meters high and took Qian Daolu and that old crocodile up into the sky. She immediately started a chaotic dance of the apostle, and that old crocodile was severely injured on the spot, falling down like a broken sack. Qian Daolu was still trying to hold on, but my sister unleashed her ultimate move, a strike that could take on 1,000. A massive ship-slicing sword appeared out of thin air, and let me tell you, the energy was so overwhelming that the people below couldn't even catch their breath. With one slash, that old guy Qian Daolu was directly severely injured. My sister's moves were so smooth that she grabbed me and Xiao Wu and threw me to our dad, then took off with Xiao Wu, clearly leading the way. The people from the Spirit Hall, they were all stunned by what just happened, and BB Dong pretended to be dead, letting us go. Later, I heard that Dean Flander and the others announced our graduation on the spot, and the Shrek's 7 monsters disbanded just like that, even making some 5-year agreement. Family. Who understands? Graduation means breaking up. It's just too real. As for us, we hadn't run far when my sister suddenly fell from the sky like she lost power. It turned out that the energy from the earlier explosion was completely used up. My dad caught both of them and found a forest to rest. The first thing my dad did when we woke up was to persuade Xiao Wu to go back to the Stardew Forest. My heart sank at that moment. Then it was family meeting time. My dad laid it all out and said my sister was adopted. My brother was shocked. But my sister had a face that said she already knew, and she complained. Otherwise, why would my height be stuck at 1.50 meters? That left both me and my dad speechless. Next came the devilish training. My dad threw me under a waterfall to practice with a hammer. My sister, even more absurdly, sparred with my dad as daily practice. A few days later, my dad's old injury flared up again, and without hesitation, my sister took out a bunch of so-called heavenly potions and a world instrument and poured them down my dad's throat like water. Goodness, not only did my dad heal completely, but his level shot up to 97. This overwhelming wealth left my dad completely bewildered. Time flew by. I perfected my chaotic hammer technique, and my sister reached level 75. Then I underwent a second awakening of my martial soul, and a bunch of blue silvergrass wrapped me up like a cocoon. My sister ran over to check it out and conveniently injected a surge of her so-called apostle power into my cocoon. Guess what happened? I directly ascended on the spot. My level skyrocketed to 63, and my martial soul even had a golden border effect. When my dad saw this, he thought, I can't stay here any longer. I can't beat my sister anymore, and if I keep training, I'll lose face. So he decided to pack us up and send us to the city of slaughter. I was to train my killing intent and my sister. My dad gave her the task of having fun, because the rules there were completely useless for her. When we reached the entrance of the city of slaughter, at that little shabby bar, after downing 3 Bloody Marys, oh no, Huang Quandu, I almost threw up while my sister complained it tasted bad. A bunch of clueless people came looking for trouble, and I wiped them out with a blue-silver spike formation. Once inside, a terrifying knight named Scott blocked our way, saying we had to defeat him to enter. I was still wondering how to fight without soul skills, but my sister had already charged in. With her round dance stick, falling flower palm, and meteor flash strike, she executed a combo that was incredibly smooth, like she was doing a driving test, directly turning that knight into a pile of parts. I was left dumbfounded. In the end, I also passed the test and got our number tags, 9527 and 9528. My sister excitedly said, wow, over 9,000 opponents to fight? Awesome. After entering, we ran into Beayana and chatted for a bit. Then it was time for the competitions. My sister was simply on a different level, starting with basic attacks, winning over 90 matches in just 3 months, and her level skyrocketed to 79 like a rocket. 2 years passed, and Beayana and I had filled our 99 matches, while my sister had already achieved 100 victories, bored out of her mind, and her level had reached 82, completing her second awakening. Just as I was preparing for my final match to challenge the Hell Road, my sister casually said to me, "Go ahead, Xiao-san. When you come out, I'll go and beat that king of slaughter and tear this place down." At that time, I just thought, all right, as long as my sister is happy. Later, Beayana and I successfully made our way out of hell and met my father outside. My father excitedly asked me, "Where's your sister?" I could only awkwardly scratch my head and say, well, Dad, my sister said she plans to tear down this city of slaughter and asked us to wait for her outside for a while. As a result, my sister's commotion during this was absolutely earth-shattering. My dad and I were outside, roasting a fire when we heard a clattering noise inside, like a demolition site. My sister is someone who always follows through on her words. She told that king of slaughter, "If you can't defeat me, I'll tear down this shabby place of yours." How could the king of slaughter tolerate that? He got furious right away and threatened to show my sister what true power really is. I have to tell you, even though I didn't see that scene with my own eyes, just hearing my sister talk about it later made me laugh out loud. She transformed directly. With some kind of apostle transformation, her battle instincts and buffs were more than my soul rings, and she sprouted 2 really cool horns on her head. Hadyating en impressive aura. That king of slaughter hadn't even finished his threatening words, and his face turned green, realizing he had kicked a steel plate. My sister didn't give him any time to react and immediately unleashed a smooth combo, using techniques like falling flower palm, dragon tooth, sky strike, and circle dance staff, pummeling him relentlessly. The king of slaughter looked like a TV with poor signal flickering all over. In the end, my sister unleashed her ultimate move, called Star Pattern Meteor Explosion, which knocked him down completely. And guess what? The king of slaughter turned back to his original form, which turned out to be an old man. My sister couldn't be bothered, so she grabbed that old man and executed a move that was like a one-man army, slashing down an entire alternate space of the city of slaughter with one strike. In an instant, it was crushed into cosmic dust. Does anyone understand? I had even prepared some poison, planning to give them a surprise when I left, but my sister directly obliterated it all, even sending the server flying. I was chatting with my dad when I suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Really, the sky looked like a broken phone screen, covered with red cracks. And then space debris started falling down. We looked up, and my sister was there among the falling fragments, slowly descending like a celestial being. At that moment, we both had one thought. She really did break through. Dad, the mistress. I'm back. My sister was happily waving at us. My dad held it in for a long time and finally said, Are you having fun? My sister was so excited, so happy. If it wasn't for the fact that this place is about to be ruined by me, I wouldn't want to tear it down. Everyone inside is tough as nails. They keep coming at me even when they can't win, and I've gained a lot of experience from it. And that king of slaughter, I feel like he's much tougher than you, old man. My father's face turned dark right away. It was so awkward. Just as we were about to leave, A figure suddenly shot out from the pile of space debris with a pair of huge bat wings, heading straight for my sister. I took a closer look and realized, good heavens, it was the King of Slaughter. My sister complained at the time, "It's really haunting, it's just a matter of tearing down his house. Is it necessary?" My dad and I were left speechless. No wonder it's you, TangYue, tearing down someone else's nest and still complaining about them being stingy. That King of Slaughter is ridiculous too. The sun is out, the rain has stopped, and he thinks he can handle it, forgetting how my sister just beat him up. The outcome was predictable. My sister knocked him from the sky to the ground with a set of military boxing moves, creating a huge pit in the ground. And he was spitting blood like a fountain. My sister knocked him away and unleashed a series of flashy combos. By the time my dad and I arrived, he was already half dead, and even his wings started to flicker and become ethereal. When I used my purple extreme demon eye to take a look, I realized something was wrong. "Sis, those wings seem to be parasitic on him." My sister became excited upon hearing this. "Oh, is there such a good thing?" She approached, summoned a strange energy, and slapped it onto the old man, releasing a huge blood-red bat that screeched. My sister didn't even bother to look and casually fired an energy ball, turning it into dust. With the bat gone, the old man's appearance also changed. My dad, upon seeing this, was shocked, his pupils dilating, and he struggled to speak, saying that he recognized the man from his childhood. He was one of our people from the withDivine sect. Upon hearing that he was one of our own, my sister quickly took out a vial of potion and gave it to him. Before long, the old man woke up. When we asked him who he was, my worldview shattered. His name was TangYue, a 99th level peerless Douluo, and he was my dad's grandfather, which means he was our great-grandfather? My newly recognized great-grandfather woke up, listened to my father recount the events of the past few decades, and became so enraged that he puffed his beard and glared, cursing the spirit hall vehemently. Then he began to tell us stories from the past, saying that back in his day, he was both a rival and a friend of Douluo from the spirit hall. They were both stuck at level 99, searching the world for a way to become gods. Eventually, they found a place called the Sea God Island and both fell in love with a level 99 female, Douluo, named Poseidon. Goodness, isn't this a classic love triangle? My sister was listening with great interest. Later, my great-grandfather had a fight with Douluo, and they both swore an oath that they wouldn't return to meet their beloveds until they became gods. Why? Because Poseidon was the representative of the sea god. And to complete the sea god's legacy, she ultimately needed to sacrifice herself for my great-grandfather to be with her. He had to become a god first to have the right to negotiate with the sea god. Eventually, he found the site of the Azura god's inheritance, which is the city of slaughter. I was shocked along with my dad, while my sister had a guilty look on her face. Well, she had just disrupted the divine examination venue. Grandpa laughed heartily, rubbing my sister's head and said, "Don't be afraid, Xiaoya. If it weren't for you, I would still be controlled by that damn bat. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have failed the divine examination and been backfired to death long ago." It turned out that at a critical moment in the divine examination, he was interfered with by another divine power, which allowed that blood-red, 9-headed bat king to take advantage and become the king of slaughter. "So, Grandpa, how did your divine examination go?" I quickly asked. "I failed, but it wasn't in vain," Grandpa said. "I was at the final stage of the divine examination, and this progress can be passed down. Hauer and Shao Sand both have the domain of the god of slaughter, which is a prerequisite for the Azura god's inheritance. Who among you will inherit it?" My dad and I were both confused. Can the god examination still be inherited? My dad wanted to pass it on to me, but then my sister stepped in and said she would arrange an opportunity for me to become a god. My dad didn't believe it at first, but then our great-grandfather said something that blew us away. I believe it, after all, little you has already become a god. Family, who understands? In that moment, my dad and I finally realized that my sister's strength is beyond the level system we can measure. She is already a god. In the end, my dad accepted the inheritance of the Shura god. Our great-grandfather said he was going back to the withDivine sect to clean up the house and rectify the family conduct, and that my dad and I could return at any time. My dad was so excited that his eyes turned red, saying he would first take me to a place called Yuexian to learn how to restrain my killing intent. The three of us rushed to Tiando City, and that Yuexian, wow, it was magnificent and luxurious, clearly a high-end place. As a result, when we arrived at the door in our attire, we were stopped by the attendant who said our clothing was inappropriate. At that moment, I wanted to unleash my killing intent to scare them. But my sister was even quicker. She instantly changed her outfit on the spot, and with a flash of golden light, transformed into her battle mage form. The overwhelming aura of a higher being scared the two guards so much that their legs went weak. One of them rolled and crawled inside to report. Once inside the hall, another manager came in, arrogantly trying to drive us away. My father told me not to hurt anyone or destroy anything. Fine. Dealing with a few spirit masters, I went in barehanded and took them down in an instant. The manager was a spirit emperor, and when he saw my 7 spirit rings in yellow, purple, black, red, he immediately softened. However, he still did his duty and charged at me, only to be knocked to his knees by my killing god domain. I was feeling a bit overwhelmed with killing intent, on the verge of losing control. Just then, my sister sighed, pulled out a small hammer, and gave me a whack on the head. I instantly came to my senses. At that moment, a melodious sound of a piano floated in, and an extraordinary noblewoman walked out. The moment she saw my father, she froze, rushed over, grabbed him, and her voice trembled. "Is it really you?" "It's me, Yuehua." That woman, my Aunt TangYue, immediately broke into tears, hugging my father and lamenting how haggard he had become. My sister and I stood by, munching on snacks, whispering, "I told you Dad was too dispirited. His injuries are healed, his strength has returned, but he just doesn't care about his appearance." Later, my aunt took us inside. I found out that we were there to learn etiquette and music, using art to balance out my killing intent. As for my sister, my father's explanation was that she was just there to have fun. My aunt was immediately frazzled, feeling like she was being treated as a daycare. The next day, classes began, and we were taught the harp. The other noble students had a foundation, while I was just clumsy. The surrounding laughter nearly made me explode again, but thankfully, I managed to hold back. As for my sister, she obediently studied music notation for half a day, and then she let herself go. She actually played the harp with a rock vibe, full of passion, leaving everyone stunned. From that day on, she opened the door to a new world, starting to replicate those strange instruments in her mind: guitar, piano, violin, and eventually even symphonies, manipulating hundreds of instruments with her energy, holding a solo concert that left everyone in awe. I spent a year honing my skills amidst the influence of art and the noise from my sister, and I finally managed to control the killing intent within me. At the graduation ceremony, I performed a piece, while my sister, as a special guest, played a piece that instantly drew all the guests into a dreamlike state. Afterwards, we went to meet our dad. His presence was unfathomable now, clearly having stabilized the power of the divine test, just a step away from level 99. He led us to a giant blue silvergrass and asked us to kneel. "No need for the moon," my dad said. Yet, my sister still knelt on one knee. The leaves of the blue silvergrass wrapped around the 3 of us gently, like arms. "Dad, is this Mom?" I asked. My father's eyes were red, and he told us, "This is our mother, Een, the 100,000-year soul beast, the blue silver emperor who sacrificed herself to protect him. This means that my mom now needs to cultivate back to 100,000 years." As soon as I heard it, I immediately thought of the Eye of Ice and Fire, a place where plants can grow hundreds of times faster. My dad excitedly grabbed my hand. As a result, my sister directly dropped a bombshell and said casually, "Oh, there's that place." I originally wanted to say that if I accelerated time, I could only speed up the flow of time in a small area by thousands of times. Now, with the boost from the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, I might just make it back home in time for dinner. My dad and I were both stunned. Is there really such an operation? The plan was instantly finalized. My dad was responsible for moving my mom over. I would absorb the soul bone my mom left behind, and my sister would go to Shrek Academy, first to borrow a place from Douluo. My sister arrived at Shrek in less than half a day. She was too lazy to walk through the door and flew in directly from above, locking onto Douluo's position before descending. Douluo was wondering who was spying on him when my sister landed in front of him like a little cannonball. "Old monster, long time no see." Douluo, upon seeing my sister, also smiled and said, "Oh, so it's you, this real monster. Looking at your current strength, I fear I might not be able to defeat you anymore." My sister proudly lifted her head and said, "Of course. That old guy Qiandao Lu is no match for me now. By the way, I'm not here to reminisce, old monster. I have a small favor to ask you." When the old poisonous creature heard this, he chuckled and said, "Having someone like you owe me a favor is a good deal." But he repeatedly reminded her not to strip my herb garden bare again. Family members, who understands? He has no idea that my sister isn't here to gather herbs this time, but to directly cheat time. Strip bare? If my sister is happy, she could strip it until the next century. My sister greeted him and then went straight to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Not long after, my dad and I arrived. Let me tell you about that scene. My dad and I, 2 big guys, were huffing and puffing as we carried a flower pot bigger than me, with my mom inside it, along with a large amount of soil around it. Goodness, if someone didn't know better, they'd think we were performing some kind of performance art there. My sister looked speechless and said, "Are you guys moving?" I scratched my head, saying it was to avoid damaging my mom's roots. Without further ado, my dad and I quickly settled my mom into the hole my sister had dug. You wouldn't believe it. But as soon as we got to the ice and fire yin-yang, my mom's grass leaves unfurled, clearly feeling comfortable. My dad was overjoyed. Just then, my sister's expression turned serious. She told us to step back, saying the next scene was a bit beyond our understanding, and that mere mortals should stay away, or they'd be turned to ash in an instant, leaving no trace. My dad and I hurriedly retreated far away. Then she unleashed her powers. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. She directly entered some kind of apostle form, and the surrounding energy surged towards her like crazy. Immediately, a river of golden sand appeared out of nowhere, completely enveloping my mom's area. Then I watched in amazement as my mom's blue-silver grass grew at an unprecedented speed. As if it was on fast forward, it shot up like crazy. After a whole day and night, when my sister withdrew her divine powers and I woke up from my meditation, I looked closely and, goodness, there was no blue-silver grass left. My mom had transformed back into human form and was tightly hugging my dad. The dog food they were throwing around was like industrial sweetener. It made my teeth ache. My sister couldn't take it anymore and pulled me away, giving the couple some private space. When they finally came out, my mom gave me a big hug and then hugged my sister. However, due to the height difference, my sister's entire head was completely submerged in the facial cleanser, which made me laugh so hard. Oh, by the way, my mom not only came back to life, but also conveniently leveled up to title Douluo World, with her soul ring configuration maxed out. I was the only one left as a rookie, and that pressure hit me instantly. When my mom came back to life, my dad was like someone who had just been injected with adrenaline, beaming with joy, saying, "Let's go back to the Haoqian sect. Let's recognize our roots." The atmosphere on the way was lively. My mom told us stories about her, my dad, and my uncle from back in the day. My dad tried to interrupt, but was shot down by a single look from my mom, emphasizing the dominance of the wife. When we arrived, I took a look and thought, wow, this shabby village is the #1 sect in the world? A bit abstract, huh? My dad said this was just the outskirts. Not long after, we were stopped by someone, but when they saw it was my dad, their attitude did a complete 180, and they greeted us warmly, saying the sect leader had been looking forward to your return. Then we crossed that iron chain bridge. Let me tell you, those younger members of the Haoqian sect were still huffing and puffing as they ran. My parents flew right behind them, and my sister was even more outrageous, just lying down and floating along, with my mom pulling her with blue silvergrass, a classic case of parenting while walking, leaving those younger members in the dust. Upon entering the sect, we met my uncle TangYue, a towering figure who hugged my dad and cried uncontrollably. My aunt TangYue quietly told us that tomorrow, when recognizing our roots, we needed to show off our skills because the Haoqian sect only respects strength. The stronger you are, the more they will submit to you. The next day, the scene was packed with people, and my great-grandfather TangXuan was also there. Then it began. First, my mom showcased her spirit rings. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, title Douluo World. The crowd went silent. Next was me. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, soul sage. Another round of gasps. Finally, it was my sister. She was even more direct. When they asked how to test her, she immediately fought my great-grandfather, the level 99 limit Douluo World, and won. The family understood. The crowd was utterly silent, probably wondering what kind of extraordinary family this was, each one stronger than the last. With our strength displayed, the subsequent meeting went much smoother. The Haoqian sect decided to re-emerge, but first needed to establish an outer sect. With my sister's support, Tang San, directly established the Tang sect. It was built right at the outer sect of Haoqian, and we would recruit members. I was going to be the sect master. The feeling was exhilarating. After settling the sect matters, the 5-year agreement had arrived. My sister and I rushed back to Shrek Academy. To my surprise, Dai Lin and the others were all there. After 5 years, each one had become a soul sage. That kid Oscar, for Rongrong's sake, had worked hard to become a combat soul master and passed the 7-treasure glazed tile sex test, returning with a beautiful bride, truly inspirational. As soon as we met, without a word, we dove right into a fight. Rongrong planted that big cross on the ground, dazzling with golden light, buffing everyone up, and 5 of them ganged up on me. I wasn't going to back down, so I activated my domain, 10,000 Venomous Snake Cave. It turned into a 50-50 battle. After all, no one wanted to break down the Academy's entrance. After the fight, Fatima Hongjun couldn't help but ask my sister, "Sister, why haven't you grown taller in 5 years?" The next second, he was dragged into the little black room by my sister with a smile on her face, followed by a series of screams. That fatty really asked for it. At that moment, teacher Zhao Wujia and the others also came out. And Zhao teacher stepped on a landmine, saying, "Wow, everyone has grown taller." My sister rolled her eyes at him, nearly sending him away. Once we entered the academy, the teachers also started showing off their muscles. Dean Flinder and teacher Erlong were both at level 90, on the verge of becoming titled Douluo. Let me tell you, the legacy mark my sister provided was like a cheat code. Then my sister went even further. She asked the teachers, "Do you need soul rings? How about 10,000-year ones? I can make one for you." Saying that, I revealed my 7th soul ring, which was a deep crimson. Once again, the crowd fell completely silent. My sister explained that she found my great-grandfather in the city of Slaughter and figured out the secret of the divine examination. Now, she can create the divine bestowed soul rings with her bare hands. Teacher Lu Erlong was stunned at the time. Her first reaction wasn't to ask for the soul rings, but rather to worry and ask my sister, "Will this have any impact on you when we condense the soul rings?" My sister laughed at that moment and said, "With my physique, you still don't trust me? It's all about being tough and resilient. It just takes a bit of effort. Just pop a pill later, and I'll be back to full strength in no time." When Dean Flanders and teacher Lu Erlong heard this, there was nothing more to say, and they nodded directly. As soon as she finished speaking, my sister rubbed her hands together, and suddenly 2 bright golden energy balls appeared in her hands as if she were playing with them. With a whoosh, she tossed them directly to Dean Flanders and teacher Lu Erlong. I have to say, that scene was spectacular. As soon as the soul ring was on, the colors started to soar. White, yellow, purple, black. It was like riding a rocket, shooting up rapidly. Finally, as it approached the top-tier pure black color, it suddenly burst into 2 dazzling red lights. One was 170,000 years, and the other was 180,000 years. Who understands family? A 100,000 year soul ring is like wholesale, and Shrek Academy can easily gather a table full of titled Douluo to team up for a game. Dean Flinder was as happy as a 200-pound child and immediately wanted to pull us into some kind of exhibition match to test our combat power. Of course, my sister was directly banned. Just kidding. If she would join, it wouldn't be a match, it would be a one-sided slaughter. A few days later, while I was bragging with the master and the others, I suddenly remembered, "Hey master, what about your lady, BB Dong? Why hasn't she made any moves recently?" Upon hearing this, the master got excited and gave us a lecture on the dark history of the Spirit Hall. He said that the Spirit Hall was originally a poverty alleviation organization specifically helping common people soul masters, but then it was usurped by that group of Qian's people, completely turning into a tool for them to boost their KPIs and complete the divine test. Especially that Qian Xunji, he was a heavyweight, playing with the Pope's power like it was nothing. Now, BB Dong is trying to rectify the situation and wants to return the Spirit Hall to its original state. My younger brother frowned as soon as he heard it and said, "Teacher, this is going to be difficult, right? Isn't Qian Daolu a level 99 ultimate Douluo? His subordinates aren't pushovers either." The master sighed and said, "That's true. But fortunately, this is all thanks to you, Heir. Back then, that move you pulled in the Spirit City seriously injured Qian Daolu, which bought Donger some precious time. While we were chatting, there was a little interlude. Teacher Lu Erlong's father, what's his name, Yulong Yin, came to the academy wanting to take her away. But as soon as he walked in and saw the 2 crimson soul rings behind teacher Lu and the massive mechanical army behind the master, he immediately got scared and ran away in a hurry. Once all these matters were settled, my brother and I prepared to set off to the Stardew Forest to pick up Xiao Wu. Before we left, my sister was still making plans, saying that once we bring Xiao Wu back, we should form a team to go to Sea God Island. My great-grandfather is meeting his old lover there, and we can take advantage of the divine examination and get soul rings for free. My sister is all about efficiency. As soon as she entered the forest, she immediately activated her apostolic power, and her aura was like a bulldozer carving out a highway in the forest. My brother was so stunned at the time that he said, "Sister, is it really okay for us to be this high profile?" My sister shot him a glance. "Nonsense. This forest is like a maze. If I don't make some noise, how will Erming find us?" My younger brother is still there with Erming? Who is Erming? My sister silenced him with one sentence. The Titan giant ape from back then, Xiao Wu's iron buddy. Goodness, the expression on my brother's face was just like the clown is me. Sure enough, not long after, the ground shook, and Erming came carrying Xiao Wu. As soon as Xiao Wu saw my sister, she burst into tears, jumped off Erming's shoulder, and pounced on my sister like a hungry tiger. There's no helping it. Xiao Wu has grown taller in these 5 years, while my sister, is still the same height. When my brother finally pulled Xiao Wu off my sister, she finally saw my brother, and the two immediately hugged each other. The sweetness of the moment made both me and Erming feel a bit sour. But the warm scene didn't last long before it was interrupted. A group of people swooped down from the sky, all dressed up, and the leader claimed to be the golden crocodile Douluo, who immediately wanted to capture Xiao Wu to use as a spirit ring. Oh, I really have a bad temper. Isn't this just perfect timing? That old man kept rambling on, completely failing to recognize my sister. I guess my sister hasn't grown at all in these 5 years. And he has face blind. Xiao Wu was so nervous her palms were sweaty, ready to sacrifice herself. My brother, however, was calm, patting her as if to say, "Don't be afraid, watch my sister's moves." The next second, my sister moved. Boom! A pressure 100 times scarier than all of them combined slammed down, directly pinning those so-called tidal Douluo to the ground like flies. The golden crocodile Douluo finally reacted. His face turned pale, and he tried to run. Run? Can you escape? What followed was my sister's personal show, with star patterns exploding and a single charge defeating thousands. It was a one-sided massacre. When the dust settled, there was nothing left on the ground except a giant pit. My sister smashed my brother's so-called fate to pieces with her fists. After dealing with those weaklings, we picked up Xiao Wu and returned to the academy. In these 5 years, Xiao Wu didn't idle around either. Her level shot up to 69. And my sister, after that battle, conveniently broke through to level 90. Afterwards, my brother went to work on his Tang sect, while the rest of us waited to set off. Soon, all of Shrek gathered again, with a goal set for Sea God Island. On the way, we casually hammered a deep-sea demon whale king, just as an appetizer. Once we arrived on the island, everyone began to take the Sea God S test. Each one faced top-tier red-level assessments, and my brother even drew the heavyweight SSR, the Sea God S9 trial. It summoned the Sea God Douluo Poseidon and our ancestor TangYue. When it was my sister's turn, let me tell you, the scene was blindingly radiant. However, when the test content came out, everyone fell silent. There was just one line, "Please have fun on Sea God Island." Goodness, Poseidon was dumbfounded, saying she received a divine oracle, meaning this lady should have fun. Thus, the atmosphere became particularly strange. My brother and the others were climbing stairs and crossing straits, exhausted like dogs, practicing madly. Meanwhile, my sister? She lounged on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice, wearing sunglasses, directing a group of magic soul great white sharks as waiters, and casually went fishing every day, except the bait was herself. And she was fishing for the unfortunate deep-sea demon whale king. This went on for who knows how long, and my sister idly cultivated to level 95. By the time my brother and the others finally emerged, good heavens, aside from my brother, everyone was a tidal Douluo. My sister just asked, "Why did you fall behind? Little third?" Xiao Wu quickly explained that the last assessment for TangYue was to hunt the deep-sea magic whale king for the 9th spirit ring. Everyone was sweating for him. After all, that was a spirit beast close to 1,000,000 years old. Then my sister said something that left everyone speechless. She said, "Oh, that thing? I've been bored these past few days, so I've been beating it up every day. It probably only has half a breath left now. You just need to deliver the final blow. Who understands the dignity of a 1,000,000-year spirit beast?" Just like that, my sister rubbed it into the ground. In the end, the 7 of us lined up on the beach chairs, giving my brother an encouraging look, and he followed Xiao by, confidently going to collect some heads. When my brother returned covered in blood, it was truly a false alarm. All the blood on him was from that big whale. He finally secured his 9th spirit ring, a super spirit ring close to 1,000,000 years. The assessment on Sea God Island came to a conclusion, and next we were heading back to the mainland to find the Sea God's heart. My brother even revealed some inside information, saying the Sea God told him personally that as long as we practiced the inheritance my sister gave us well, each of us could eventually cultivate into a god. This news was fantastic, and everyone instantly had a new goal. After saying goodbye to Poseidon, who was still on the island being cozy with my great-grandfather, our group prepared to return to the Douluo continent. We were about to return to the Douluo continent. I tell you, this return trip was much faster than going there. I barely had time to feel seasick before we reached land. After a brief rest, we headed straight to Heavendo City. Goodness, everyone was returning home as tidal Douluo. Should we go back to the academy and show off a bit? However, the closer we got to Heavendo City, the more I felt something was off. The entire city was under martial law, and the atmosphere was so oppressive, it felt like the night before final exams. If it weren't for Rong pulling out her VIP token from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we probably wouldn't have been able to get in. As soon as we entered the city, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Tang San's handsome face was tense as he directly told Dai Lao and the others, "We need to figure out the situation. You two probably need to hurry back to the Star Luo Empire." When we arrived at Shrek Academy, we were surprised to see teacher Li Yusong waiting at the entrance upon seeing us. He looked like he had seen a savior and urgently led us to the conference room. As soon as I opened the door, wow, familiar faces were having a meeting. Master Yu Xiaojing was there, and sitting next to him was actually Bibi Dong. She wasn't wearing her pope robe, but had changed into casual clothes. Yet her expression was worse than mine after staying up 3 nights in a row. Standing beside her were her 2 die-hard fans, Zhu Deluo and Ghost Deluo. Tang San was completely stunned and bombarded with questions. "Teacher, what's going on? Madam, how are you here?" And these two. Master finally saw us and let out a sigh of relief, inviting us to sit down, and then began a lightning-speed crash course. Let me summarize it for you. We had just left when Qian Daolu discovered Bibi Dong making small moves behind her backs. The two of them started fighting, but Bibi Dong was stuck at a critical point in her divine assessment, and her strength was restricted, so she couldn't fight back at all. If I hadn't casually taken down that 98-level golden crocodile Douluo earlier, she probably would have been finished on the spot. In the end, Bibi Dong was also ruthless. She forcibly interrupted the divine assessment. Relying on the temporary power from her self-detonation, she barely managed to escape with her people. Of course, she completely lost her position as Pope. Meanwhile, things exploded in the Heaven Do Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor couldn't withstand the poison and died. Before he passed away, his eldest son, Xue Qinghe, who is actually Qian Renxue, completely vanished, going to inherit her grandfather's legacy and undergo the Angel Divine Assessment. Now, that kid Xue Beng has become the emperor. Qian Daolu, regaining power, immediately restarted the soul hunting plan, aiming to gather the strength of the entire continent to pave the way for his granddaughter's divine assessment. However, the most critical issue was Bibi Dong's own problem. The after effects of her interrupted divine assessment were too severe. The Rakshasa divine power was crazily eroding her body and will, and it wouldn't be long before she turned into a god-level tool without her own thoughts. Everyone present could see that 2 forces within Bibi Dong were fighting fiercely. She herself seemed quite open-minded, saying that it was retribution, and that she was satisfied to spend her last moments by the master's side. Xiao Wu stood next to Tang San, feeling conflicted. After all, she was the enemy who killed her mother, but now she was also her teacher's wife. And she was almost twisted into a braid with all the confusion. Just when the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water, I had been mumbling to my partner Willie on the side, and finally found a solution. I cleared my throat, slapped my thigh, and exclaimed, "I have a way." Instantly, everyone's attention turned to me. I winked at them and said, "I have a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Anyone want to hear it?" Seeing their anxious expressions, I decided not to keep them in suspense. First, I asked, "Is this Rakshasa deity purely a villain, the kind that's wicked to the core?" Both the master and Bibi Dong nodded, confirming that this deity was indeed no good. That settled it. I snapped my fingers. The plan was simple. The first step, I needed a drop of Xiao Wu's blood. As soon as I finished speaking, my brother Tang San suddenly stood up, his face pale, and nervously explained how important that was, saying that losing even a drop could cause serious harm. I waved my hand and said, all right, let me finish what I'm saying. My plan is indeed unbelievable, but it's definitely effective. We will use the Rakshasa divine power within Bibi Dong as bait to directly pull that Rakshasa deity down from the divine realm. As soon as I said this, the entire conference room fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could be heard. Then I made a gesture across my neck, signaling to kill him. With the death of the god, the power he left in Bibi Dong's body would become unowned, and the problem would be solved, right? But that would be such a waste. The equipment produced by the god of killing. Oh no, the divine power is top-notch material. So, the second plan, we use this divine power, along with Xiao Wu's blood essence, to strip her mother's soul from Bibi Dong's soul ring and directly resurrect her. The third plan, the remaining divine power is just enough to create a brand new, suitable 100,000 year soul ring for Bibi Dong. How about that? Isn't my plan brilliant and admirable? Who understands my family? To resurrect her mother, Xiao wouldn't care about the blood essence at all. She stated on the spot that not just a drop, but even draining it all was fine. Without further ado, we found a remote wilderness and prepared to initiate my earth-shattering god-slaying plan. I directly entered apostle mode, using Bibi Dong as a medium, and thrust my spear into the air. The space shattered with a sound like glass, and without hesitation, I extended my energy tendrils inside, grabbed something, and pulled it out with all my might. A misfortunate fellow, enveloped in black mist, was dragged down from the divine realm by me. The Rakshasa god looked confused. Huh? Where is this? Before he could react, my spear was already pointed at his face. He awkwardly dodged, and I smirked. What are you dodging for? Just let me finish you off. He shouted angrily about the majesty of the gods. I couldn't be bothered to listen and directly attacked. With skills like Flaming Dragon Dance, Shattered Dominance, and Apostle's Dance, I unleashed a combo that left him with no ability to fight back. It was then he realized that I was not something he could contend with. Too late. With one ultimate move, I took him down in an instant, leaving only a pure essence of divine power in place. But before I could start operating, a furious roar echoed from above. Who dares to commit such a heinous act? Good grief, another one came. This time, it was the Asura god, who sensed the Rakshasa god had been killed and rushed down in anger. It turned out these two gods had a symbiotic relationship. If I killed one, the other would also be affected. He looked at us with a gaze that seemed to want to grind us to dust. As it turned out, this guy also lacked brains, and actually tried to grab my brother Tang as a hostage from afar. Of all the people to mess with, you chose my brother? You've hit a steel plate. In that instant, I felt something explode within me, unlocking a brand new skill that put me far ahead. I gathered all my power, transforming it into a massive light spear, and struck the arrogant Asura god hard, severely injuring him. I flew in front of him. My tone icy. You should never have touched my family. With that, I directly plunged my hand into his chest, forcibly pulling out the divine position that represented his godly power. Your punishment is to lose everything. Reflect well in this mortal realm. I turned him into a mortal and casually tossed him to a corner of the continent, then carefully stored away the godly position, which would make an excellent gift for my father. After 2 divine battles, everyone was already numb. I calmly began my post-operation work. I resurrected Xiao Wu's mother with divine power and created a new soul ring for Bibi Dong, allowing her to directly ascend to the 99th level ultimate Douluo. The grudges between the mother and daughter were somewhat resolved. But as soon as we returned, we received news that the Spirit Hall had renamed itself the Spirit Empire and officially declared war on the 2 great empires. As for me, after consecutive battles, I felt on the verge of a breakthrough. So I found a feng shui treasure land to go into seclusion and push for level 100. In the year I was in seclusion, the outside world turned into a chaotic mess. Qianrenxue completed the divine examination and became the angel god, almost toppling the coalition of 2 great empires by herself. There was nothing we could do but hold on desperately, buying time for my brother Tang to inherit the sea god position, just when the coalition was on the verge of collapse. Tang finally returned as a god and clashed with Qianrenxue, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to shake. In the end, just as Tang San's sea god's trident was about to pierce Qianrenxue's heart, Bibi Dong unexpectedly rushed forward and took the fatal blow for her daughter. At that poignant moment, a marvelous music suddenly filled the entire world. The brilliance of all life transformed into specks of light, surging like a tide towards the valley where I was in seclusion. My consciousness was pulled into a wonderful space made up of countless crystals, each reflecting a different world. In the center of this space, a beautiful white-haired girl sat on a throne. She smiled at me and said, "You finally came." She told me her name was TangYue, the creator of these myriad worlds. I was a fragment of her consciousness sent to experience life in the mortal realm. Who understands family? I just came out for a trip, only to find out in the end that I am the GM of this entire game world. When my consciousness returned, I had already surpassed level 100, and my power had evolved to a whole new dimension. I returned to the battlefield and saw the tragic scene before me. Tang and the others didn't even recognize me due to my drastic transformation. Once I reverted to my original form and understood the situation, I looked at the barely alive Bibi Dong and just smiled. "Don't worry, little San." I raised my hand, golden light gathering in my palm, and I would ensure that everything had the most beautiful ending. After all, this is my world. A year later, peace returned to the continent. The Spirit Empire was abolished, and the new Spirit Hall, under Liana's leadership, truly became a sanctuary for common spirit masters. Our family held a party in the small courtyard of Shunhan village. My father, Tang Hao, became the new Shura god. My mother became the realm lord of this world. And the Shrek 7 monsters gradually became gods as well. I raised my glass and said to everyone, Mom and Dad, the third party, everyone, I should go take a look at the next world now. Tang Sin smiled and clinked glasses with me. Don't worry, sister. Remember to come back and visit often. After all, the entire divine realm is now our family's property. I laughed heartily and casually tore open a shimmering passage in the air that sparkled with crystal light. Stepping inside, just like that, I arrived in a completely new world. After a week, I roughly figured out the situation. This place is called Terra, and its level of technology is astonishing. The city I am currently in is called New Haven, which is the research center here. As for me, with a bit of financial ability, I bought an entire library in the park district of the city center to live in, mainly for the greenery. The most interesting thing is that this city is most famous for having created 12 artificial gods. And I can vaguely sense that there seems to be a wonderful connection between them and me. Let me tell you, this connection is no joke. Just as I figured out that I had arrived at the legendary Arad continent, the predecessor of the demon realm, I was drawn by this mysterious force to meet those 12 artificial gods. Over the past 2 months, I basically transformed the underground parking lot of my library into a top-notch studio. Every day, clang, clang, clang. And today I finally put together my super cool frost drill car. I shouted to Willie, who was floating nearby. "Willie, wrench number 13. This guy leisurely brought me a number 10 with his mouth, and without even turning my head, I threw it back. "I need number 13. Are you slacking off again?" Willie was quite skilled, catching it in midair and happily swapping it for the right one. I tightened the last screw, tossed the wrench behind me, clapped my hands, and it was done. "I'm off, Willie, driving my new ride to show those silly god a thing or two." Speaking of getting to know them, the scene was something else. 2 months ago, just as I grasped the basics of this world, I felt a force outside the city wildly calling me. Without a second thought, I transformed Willie into a broom and took off. Man, the traffic police followed me with their sirens blaring. It was like filming a Hollywood blockbuster. As I got closer, the traffic police all withdrew, probably knowing that divine battles were not for mere mortals. As soon as I landed, I saw 12 golden figures over there, some testing skills, others in a meeting. One of them, a stunning sister named Selah, was the first to notice me. As soon as our eyes met, another grumpy guy, later known as Kalia, shot an energy cannon right at my face without saying a word. I was furious at the time, jumped off the broom, and grabbed Willie, instantly transforming with a divine move. My strength surged immediately. I used Willie as a weapon to block that beam of light, even adding a bit of my own power, and pushed it back with a counterattack. The guy was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side, and the energy cannon hit a small mountain in the distance, making it disappear from the map instantly. Kalia wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Sarah. Sarah asked me who I was, saying that I felt like I shared the same source of power with them. I introduced myself and casually commented on their hospitality. To my surprise, Kalia seemed a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and apologized, saying we would be friends from now on. Just like that, I inexplicably blended into this circle of divine beings. I become really close with them, especially with the quiet big guy Kane, who commands power. He is usually as cold as ice. But he loves to spar with me, because I'm the only one who can pin him down after I transform. And then there's Sarah, the goddess of wisdom, who is like my confidant. As for Kalia, the fastest fighter, he is a tech geek who practices with me every day, which has really helped me integrate various skills and improve a lot. Today, I drove my frost drilling car, executed a smooth drift, and parked in front of them, looking really cool. "Hey, check out my new ride. Isn't it awesome?" Sarah laughed and congratulated me, and I was feeling quite proud when they dropped a bombshell on me. Sarah said they discovered that the power of their 13th companion, which is the last fragment of the primordial darkness, is hidden inside this planet. They plan to smash the planet open to release their brother. What do you know? I was completely stunned. Smash the planet? What about the people living here? Big Brother Kane coldly said, "The will of mortals is not within our consideration." I was at a loss for words. Isn't this just a typical case of I don't care about your lives? I just want my brother? My mind was in turmoil, and I could only ask for some time to think it over. Just when I was about to pull my hair out from stress, a girl named Helder came to me. She is the chief of the Tyra Research Institute, asking me to save this planet. What could I do? On one side are my new friends, and on the other is the entire life of a planet. I could only feel torn and ultimately agreed to Helder, saying I would try to buy some time and give them a chance. I had a sudden inspiration and ran to find Sarah, sincerely telling her, as a friend, "I can't stop you, but to express my feelings, how about I prepare a perfect body for your compatriots before you take action? I guarantee it will be better than the original." Let me tell you, Sarah's gaze seemed to see through everything, yet she surprisingly smiled and agreed, saying they were willing to wait. And so, I entered a state of intense focus. I was tinkering away, inventing and researching arcane studies, delving into things like the Ouroboros and the homunculus assistant, having a blast with my technological prowess far ahead of this era. What I didn't know was that the outside world had turned into chaos because of that divine decree. The rebels, the god worshippers, and Halder's Ark faction were all mixed up. An entire Terra was engulfed in war. Halder and his group were racing against time to build the spaceship Genesis and prepare to escape. During this time, Sarah visited me several times, chatting with me, and even wrote a book titled The Age of Creation, which she left in my library. Behind the scenes, she opened a separate space with me, but I had no idea what she was up to. Time passed, and I finally completed my painstaking masterpiece, a stunning divine body. Excitedly, I carried it out, ready to present it. However, as soon as I stepped outside, I was dumbfounded. Where was the bustling Terra I once knew? It was ravaged, smoke-filled, and the ground was scarred by war. Before I could process what was happening, I saw a blinding light and heard a loud roar coming from the horizon. My heart sank, and I quickly handed the divine body to my assistants and transformed to fly over. It was only when I reached high altitude that I realized, wow, my 12 friends were fighting against a glowing figure with a huge gear behind it. The aura was more terrifying than all 12 of them combined. Sarah told me that this was the great will that created them. Karaso, also known as the primordial light, come to reclaim them. I am completely confused. What's going on? My friend wants to destroy the world, and now he's fighting against his own creator. Who should I help? Just as I was dazed, their battle had already reached a fever pitch, and the shock waves from the fight were violently striking the already fragile planet Terra. Suddenly, Kane and the others gathered all their power to launch an attack, and Karaso countered with all his might. Both sides unleashed their ultimate moves, but one of them missed, and that energy column shot straight toward Terra. With a loud bang, the planet beneath my feet was gone. It exploded into countless fragments right before my eyes. I saw a massive spaceship, the Genesis, narrowly escape just before the explosion, and I also saw her knocked unconscious amidst the largest piece of the city's ruins. As the planet exploded, the last remnants of the primordial darkness hidden deep within were also released. At that moment, the complete primordial light and primordial darkness finally met in this universe. All conditions were met, and the power within me began to operate and integrate wildly. Watching the devastation of the planet, an overwhelming sense of guilt engulfed me, and then an irresistible drowsiness washed over me, as a dazzling cocoon of light instantly enveloped me. On the battlefield, Sarah and the others were distracted by my transformation, giving Karaso the opportunity to deal a heavy blow. Just as Karaso was about to pursue his victory, the cocoon of light that enveloped me shattered. My metamorphosis had surprisingly completed in such a short time. I tell you, when that light cocoon shattered, I felt like my entire being was elevated. A force that I couldn't even describe exploded forth, and good grief, the scene was like the biggest flashbang going off. The whole universe turned white. The closest ones, those Corollos folks, didn't even have time to react, with a whoosh. It was like ice cubes dropping into boiling water. They evaporated without a trace. As the light faded, I was the only one left standing in the entire space, feeling incredibly lonely and cold. Sarah and the others, Corollos, were all gone, sent back deep into the universe by my indiscriminate attack to respawn. And then, in the midst of the dead silence, a wisp of black mist drifted in. It was Kane's last voice, telling me, "Don't feel guilty, this was worth it. Better than being caught by him. We will return, just wait." After saying that, whoosh, he disappeared, probably off to find a place to reincarnate. Who understands, family? I've worked so hard for so long just to prepare a surprise for my friends, and just when the gift was ready, all my friends logged off, and even my home was taken apart. Here I am, standing alone in the universe, feeling dazed. After thinking for a long time, I realized I couldn't just wait for them to come back without a place to party. Let's go. Rebuild. I directly became a real estate agent in the universe and found a planet full of water. I raised my hand, and guess what? The entire ocean was forcibly lifted into the sky. A continent appeared below, topped with a magical array that looked like a crystal dome, with sunlight streaming down, beautiful like a photo edit. Then I casually scattered some life seeds, and in no time, I created an ecosystem. After that, I tossed up some fragments of Terra, and voila, a beautifully decorated ocean view house, ready for move-in. Just as I was admiring my amazing creation, I suddenly sensed the presence of my precious dolls. Without hesitation, I dove into a dimensional rift. Wow, New Covenant City was actually floating here, and I saw an old acquaintance, Helder. She was puffing up her belly, holding a magical shield to protect the people of the city. I couldn't help but laugh. How did a researcher like you turn into a wizard? She told me that when she woke up from a coma, she suddenly knew magic. I checked, and it turned out that when Terra exploded, the power of the 13th apostle had hit her on the head. Now she was in a sorry state, saying that the energy from this dimension had radiation, making the residents start to mutate and grow pointy ears, and her magic was running out, so she needed my help. When I heard that, I thought, those pointy ears look just like mine. Interesting, you all will be mine from now on. But the urgent matter was to find a power bank. I wanted to find my 4 dolls, and as soon as they saw me, they cried and apologized, saying they had lost the new body I prepared for my friends. I waved my hand and said, "Hey, it's not a big deal. I don't need it right now anyway." At that moment, my smart butler Willie suddenly spoke up, saying he had upgraded with me and was now the administrator of the multiverse server, able to help me search any world. I was shocked and asked, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" I told him to quickly find me a world with a super stable energy source and a weak master, so I could easily take it over. Willie immediately provided me with a coordinate. I kicked open the world barrier, and lo and behold, there was an aerial battle happening below. A blonde little girl saw me and came over, pointing at me and shouting Existence X. I was just standing there with the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. "Come on, don't get involved, okay?" I retaliated by taking out the bomber that was chasing her, and then I saw something claiming to be a god freeze time and tried to negotiate with us. I directly couldn't handle it. Right in front of it, I pulled out the source code of this world and found that it was just a farmer deceiving faith. I directly said in front of that little girl, "Sorry, I have my eyes on your god here, just happens to need a power bank." Then, with one move, I extracted its core, erased its consciousness, and gave this low-spec world a little bit of a dimensional shock. I returned to New Testament City with this freshly baked divine power bank, and Helder was almost exhausted. I directly drilled down to the Earth's core, set up a super large formation in a matter of minutes, and stuffed the power bank into the core. With a hum, the whole city came to life, not only getting a protective shield, but also able to operate as an interdimensional RV. I casually gave this place a new name, Demon World. Cool, right? I also prepared the navigation system and handed it over to Helder, making her the driver. I thought I could relax for a few days, but Helder came knocking again, saying the life energy of the demon world was depleting. Great! I had to create a fountain of life, concocted a bottle of concentrated life water for her, and told her to drop a drop regularly. This bottle would last tens of thousands of years. Finally, things stabilized. But just when I thought I could enjoy a few carefree days, the demon world, under Helder's driving, drifted past a ghostly place called Gringblard, and a bunch of giant monsters fell from above. Helder was struggling to fight them off. I was originally in the lab working on inventions and didn't plan to intervene, but suddenly felt a jolt in my chest. Family, who understands that feeling when your DNA is activated. I rushed over to take a look, and a muscular guy fell from the sky, instantly taking out all the monsters with one punch. Helder wanted to keep him, but that guy froze when he saw the life water I provided. I flew over and was stunned too. The body he was using was exactly the divine body I had lost back then. Just as I was about to shout Cain, he interrupted me directly. Cain is already dead. Now I am Khan. Wow, this was a reincarnation where I became a CEO. He explained to me that his remaining consciousness happened to drift to that planet and perfectly merged with my divine body. He also said that there was a gravitational pull between us, and we would eventually gather together. I thought about it and agreed. Companionship was the main theme. Now, the demon world had become our designated gathering point for the 12 gods in the future. Now, Khan directly transformed on the spot and became our full-time security captain of the demon world. Whenever anything unwelcome wandered in from the universe, he would go up and physically exorcise it without a second thought. As for Helder, she focused on her grand revival of the demon world, and life finally settled down. Let me tell you, this demon realm is just like a wandering earth, aimlessly drifting in the universe. One day, bam, a planet suddenly appeared in front of me, shining golden and dazzling my eyes. Later, I found out that place is called Tybalt. What was I doing at that time? I was recently obsessed with inventing. In my messy laboratory, I put together a giant ugly machine, welding a rabbit head and an eel decoration onto a big boiler, featuring a cyberpunk mix with Cthulhu. I shouted at my little psychic Willie, "Hurry, bring me the Terra Stone. My refining machine is ready. Today, we start testing." Willie huffed and puffed, pouring a bunch of ore into that broken machine, which rattled and sounded like it was about to explode at any moment. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot out from the rabbit's eyes, and when the boiler door opened, a shiny blue ball rolled out. I caught it and was overjoyed. It worked. "Willie, I told you the Terra Stone is the best energy core. Let us go show it off to Helder." I dragged Willie outside, and when we found her, she was there running a kindergarten, teaching a few children magic. Names like Katie and Alice were among her little apprentices. I didn't care about that. I went up and pulled her away, saying, "Stop teaching, stop teaching. Come quickly and see the new toy I've made for you." I took her to St. Patrick's Cathedral, where the view was great. There stood a towering spire, and upon closer inspection, I realized, wow, this looks just like the roller coaster I used to have. I patted the tower and proudly said to her, "Look, a dimensional rift device. With this, you can open a portal anytime, anywhere, allowing the demon realm to jump through space, making navigation much easier." As I spoke, I pressed the blue orb into the groove. Just as I flipped the switch, there was a loud explosion in the council plaza. It turned out the demon realm had long floated above Taboris. Their leader, a birdman named Prey, came down to check things out and happened to bump into our security captain, Karn. Both had fiery tempers, and, upon seeing each other, they immediately started fighting. The two battled fiercely, shaking the very heavens and dimming the sun and moon. Karn sensed it clearly. This was definitely a reincarnated brother. He could smell that heavenly scent. Just as they were in the midst of their fight, the roller coaster launch tower on my side finished charging and whoosh, tore open a massive rift right in front of the demon realm. The suction was incredible. It was as if the demon realm was being flushed down a toilet, sucked in with a whoosh, taking the golden prey along with it. The people of Taboris were dumbfounded, watching their leader being whisked away by a broken planet. To make matters worse, with Prey's departure, the dark force sealed within him, a guy named Isis, broke free from his seal. On our side, Prey was also confused. Looking at the colorful dimensional portal outside, just as he was about to fly back, he was stopped by Karn. "Don't move." Karn's voice was as cold as ice. "Going out now means becoming space debris. You can't go back. Just stay put." Prey, sensing some inexplicable familiarity, actually obeyed and stayed. Thus the sky of the demon realm was now under his control. Years passed, and the kids that Helder had brought back then grew up, each forming their own factions, creating magical organizations like Talakuta and the Spiral Magic Society. I, on the other hand, took in a well-behaved little apprentice named Monica, who helped me daily in my ancient library, and later I simply made her the librarian. I don't know how much time passed, but the demon realm again emerged from the dimensional space, accompanied by a yellow-green planet. Suddenly, a tough guy shot up from that planet, with "I want to fight" written all over him. This guy was Caecilius. As soon as he arrived in the demon realm, he headed straight for the council plaza, specifically challenging Karn. Karn just stood there, not moving at all, letting him attack. Good grief, it was like a scraping treatment. This body I created was designed to be indestructible. Caecilius used all his skills, even splitting several surrounding mountains, but Karn didn't lose a single hair. He knelt down on the spot, admitting defeat. Caecilius was not satisfied, and, after being persuaded by Helder that I was the strongest, came to find me. I was sunbathing at the time and was thoroughly annoyed, so I casually flicked him away with a finger. This time he became completely obedient, realizing the vastness of the world, and decided to stay in the demon realm to train diligently. From then on, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Every few days, when the demon realm passed a planet, it picked up a new family member. First came a shapeshifter named Sherlock, who settled in the center of the Earth's orbit. Then came a walking biochemical virus named Dirge, who left a barren wasteland wherever he went. I quickly made him a disease-friend gospel collar to compress his toxic gas range to 10 meters. Otherwise, the demon realm would be stinking up. Next, another guy named Anton arrived, a huge creature that consumed energy, who fought with Sherlock over food every day, almost tearing down the Earth's orbit center for energy. I was so tired of their bickering that I directly assigned Sherlock a new plot of land to move to, focusing on physical isolation. Later, a big octopus named Rotes showed up, but he was pretty low maintenance and found a large lake to settle in. The funniest was Bakul, a big goofy dragon, who was easily tricked by Helder into coming to the demon realm to challenge everyone. As a result, he was pinned down by Karn, Prey, and Caecilius, completely doubting his dragon lineage. With this, the citizens of the demon realm also understood that these newcomers were all powerful beings. So, someone started a trend and gave them the title of apostles, ranking them. Karn was first, Helder second, Prey third. As for me, I was above everyone, the zero apostle. Bakul was immediately unhappy, wondering why he was ranked ninth. If he couldn't beat the top four, he thought he could take on the ones behind them. Eventually, he found out it was based on the order they boarded the ship, so he stopped making a fuss. Of course, he stubbornly came to challenge me, wanting to see the power of the zero apostle. I directly brought out the previous launch tower and blasted him in the rear, giving him a painful surprise, leaving him bedridden for a month. While I was enjoying peaceful times and even took in a new apprentice named Niwu, trouble struck on Helder's side. She found a book called The Genesis of Creation in my library, and after reading it, her expression changed completely. She opened a portal leading to a brand new world. Aladdin, which I had once shaped using Terra fragments. Just then, the portal suddenly went out of control, mixing with a dimensional rift, and in an instant, it swallowed her most beloved apprentice, Alice, leaving not a single hair behind. With that, Helder's last shred of hope was shattered. She became emo, started creating chaos in Aladdin, manufacturing some blood curse, and ignited a dark holy war that lasted for hundreds of years. At that moment, the demon realm passed by a mechanical planet called Heberon, and I picked up another family member, Luke. This brother was a master builder, and we hit it off right away, collaborating in a lab to create a super doll named Becky. However, Helder was truly ruthless when Luke went back. She secretly brought him back to the demon realm and headed straight for Aladdin. Luke, away from his homeland, was deteriorating day by day, so I had to make him an energy gem to sustain his life. This brother was quite open-minded and decided to settle down in the demon realm, starting to build his silent city. Finally, the demon realm wobbled its way to hover above Aladdin. I looked and thought, wow, isn't this the Aladdin I casually shaped back then? I had completely forgotten about it. I quickly grabbed a big item and rushed to the center of the Earth's orbit, finding Luke, who was busy building. Luke, lend me a hand. I want to install a dimensional anchor point on your silent city, splitting the demon realm in two. One half will be welded to Aladdin, while the other half continues to wander in the universe. What do you think? Luke's eyes lit up at the idea, since the wandering half would eventually pass by his hometown, Heberon. Deal. Thus, with a beam of light soaring into the sky, one half of the demon realm was instantly welded to the Aladdin continent, while the other half vanished into the dimensional space, continuing its journey. And at that moment, Helder, she was watching the dark holy war in Aladdin, which was flowing with blood. She coldly observed the apostles Ozma and Michelle fighting fiercely, unable to harm one another. Finally realizing a cruel reality, apostles could not kill each other. Families, who understands? Now the plan had hit a bug. Helder's gaze turned even colder. As a crazier and grander plan, the transfer plan began to form in her mind. Just as she was pondering how to execute this transfer plan, suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, directly interrupting her spellcasting. I told you, the one who came as TangYue. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and sent Helder, Ozma, and Michelle back to the demon realm in a package. The scene was quite awkward. Helder was still posing coolly. But TangYue directly asked, "Sister, what are you doing over in Arad?" Making such a big commotion. Helder wanted to hold her ground and said it was for the reconstruction of Terra. But TangYue looked at her with "Are you okay?" expression and said, "Reconstructing Terra? What are you busy with? Terra has already been rebuilt." Helder was instantly stunned. Her brain's CPU seemed to burn out. What the heck? The only goal I've struggled for all these years, my life's KPI, has just been completed, and it was completed by someone else? Seeing her dumbfounded expression, TangYue kindly explained, "Yeah, didn't I piece together the remaining fragments of Terra from Arad? Plus, the Genesis spaceship is just hovering in the sky. And the residents up there are the descendants of the Terra people. And now that the demon realm has returned, this planet, these people, everything is back in order. Reconstruction complete, time to wrap it up." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Helder's faith collapsed right on the spot. She was in a daze, mumbling to herself, "Then why did I do all this? Alice is dead too." TangYue was even more surprised to hear this. "What? Alice is dead? No way, I saw her bouncing around in the demon realm just a couple of days ago." At this point, Helder completely lost it and poured out everything. How she found that prophecy book Genesis of creation, how she sacrificed Alice, and how all this chaos came about. After hearing it all, TangYue's expression was simply spectacular, like an old man on the subway staring at his phone. She slapped her thigh. "Oh my God, you did all this for that book Genesis of creation? Oh, I remember now. That thing seems to be a cringy novel that Sarah wrote for fun back in the day. Just a lousy fanfiction. She even made a special space to store it. Quite the ritualistic flair. Who understands this, right?" After all this time, Helder gambled everything, sacrificed her confidence, and plotted a grand conspiracy for a fanfiction. Well, this is just great. The clown is actually me. Helder felt like she was falling apart. Seeing her so pitiful, TangYue quickly gave her a way out. All right, don't break down yet. There's hope for Alice. Quickly bring her doll body here. Let me see if I can save her." Upon hearing this, Helder clung to it like a lifeline and ran off like crazy. Once Helder left, TangYue turned around to see Ozma and Michelle still wide-eyed at each other, looking helpless. I said, you two stop acting. We're all on the same side. Don't make it look like a chicken fight. The two immediately responded in unison. Who's on his side? Then they both shouted simultaneously, don't copy how I speak. TangYue was so amused, she almost laughed, and she directly spoiled the plot. All right, you two were the 12 gods of Terra in your past life. One light and one dark, naturally opposed, so neither can kill the other. Stop fighting. I've already arranged your accommodations. One will live in the Grand Cathedral, and the other in the deep mountains and forests. Hurry up and report. After saying this, she teleported the two feuding parties away. Thus, the 12 apostles were officially gathered in the demon realm. TangYue had just returned to the library when Helder burst in, clutching Alice's doll, looking frantic. TangYue circled around the doll twice, teasing her, and only spoke after seeing Helder almost in tears. It's okay. The soul is still there. It just hasn't fused properly. Let her experience human emotions a bit more, and she'll be fine. She can live. Helder thanked her profusely, finally regaining a sense of purpose in life. TangYue casually assigned her a new task. All right, go notify Khan and the others. All apostles have a meeting tomorrow. Anyone who doesn't come will use this. She tossed over a few small gadgets. What is this? A remote holographic projector, a small thing. Hurry up, don't be late. The next day, the very first apostle conference in the history of the demon realm was officially held. TangYue stood at the front, cleared her throat. I gathered everyone here today for one reason. Now that the 12 apostles are all present, we're just missing the 13th. Our goal is to find her. As soon as she finished speaking, the battle-hungry Cassius interjected. Wait a minute. Counting you. Aren't there 13 of us here? TangYue rolled her eyes. I don't count. I'm a GM. Understand? Khan, more reliable, directly asked. The missing one is Sarah, right? TangYue nodded. That's right. She was closest to me back then and suffered the most injuries. So her reincarnation is the most troublesome. Therefore, I have a plan. She paused before revealing the word that would change the fate of Arad. I want to create a batch of forged blades, allowing them to grow in battle and ultimately help us find Sarah. I call these people adventurers. Well, isn't that just the players getting ready to log in? And what happened next? Did she plan to personally oversee this grand scheme? No. She immediately took a long vacation, tearing open a rift in space and running off to another universe for a holiday. It was all about doing what she wanted. The place she landed was a desolate mining star called Masera, filled with yellow sand. As soon as she entered a local bar, she saw a scruffy-looking uncle sitting there, who would later become the famous Jim Reno. TangYue approached and shouted, Boss, one iced red tea, please. Reno was dumbfounded in this godforsaken place. Where did this beautifully dressed young girl come from, and why was she ordering iced red tea? He couldn't help but ask, Little sister, did you walk into the wrong place? Who is a little sister? I'm almost 100,000 years old this year, you young punk. TangYue snapped, feeling defensive, especially about her height, which hadn't changed. Reno obviously didn't believe her and thought she was joking. The two started chatting. TangYue casually pulled out a large bottle of iced red tea from her personal space, which made Reno jump in shock, his jaw almost dropping. Seeing his naive reaction, TangYue generously gifted him a space ring as a meeting present. In the time it took to drink that iced red tea, the two became friends. Reno was complaining to her about how many strange monsters had appeared in the wild recently when a federal soldier burst in, saying a forward base had gone missing and asked Reno to investigate. TangYue's eyes lit up at the prospect of excitement. Take me with you. I want to go too. Reno couldn't refuse her and had no choice but to agree. However, as soon as they left the bar and Reno hopped onto his old motorcycle, he turned around to see TangYue pull out a mech bigger than a tank and get inside, urging him. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Reno was dumbfounded, only able to lead the way on his little broken vehicle. When they arrived, TangYue found the mech too flashy, so she stored it away and then pulled out a super-modified drilling vehicle from her pocket, naming it the Prism Beam Vehicle. She immediately began introducing its features. Watch closely. This thing can turn the drill attack into a focused prism beam cannon, and it can even defend against air attacks. The nearby soldiers were left dumbfounded, only able to clap in awe. Not long after moving forward, a group of bugs, specifically the jumping bugs, emerged from the ground. TangYue excitedly pressed a button, and a beam shot out, hitting the first bug and instantly exploding into countless small beams, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, wiping out a whole batch of jumping bugs in an instant. After clearing the small monsters, they soon found the missing forward base, which had already been infested by bugs. Just as Reno was about to order the infected command center to be blown up, more stinger snakes surged out from behind. In this critical moment, TangYue transformed her prism vehicle into cannon mode, unleashing a giant beam several times thicker than before. Let me tell you, that scene was like a dimensional strike. Wherever the beam went, whether it was jumping bugs or stinger snakes, along with that command center, they all instantly evaporated, leaving not even a trace of ash. When she finished her work and poked her head out from the vehicle, she innocently asked, "Huh? What were you guys saying you wanted to do just now?" Reno and his subordinates looked at the clean ground before them, collectively turning to stone. The mission was completed, but as they returned to report to the governor, a federal general named Duke sent a communication, saying they had destroyed federal property and that he would arrest them. Reno was about to curse, while TangYue sarcastically commented, "Is this guy a fool or what?" As it turned out, the fool really did send troops. TangYue was too lazy to lift a finger and directly summoned Sandel, who quickly dispatched the arresting forces. Meanwhile, Duke was in a predicament of his own, as the entire planet's bug nest had begun to riot, leaving him overwhelmed. Soon, the base where Renault and his team were located came under siege. Just when everyone was at a loss, a communication came from a resistance leader named Monsk, saying he could send a transport plane to rescue them. With no other choice, they had to accept help. TangYue, uninterested in leaving with them, asked for a blueprint of the transport plane and then gave her precious prism vehicle to Renault, running off to study the aircraft herself. You wouldn't believe it, but with that vehicle, Renault's defensive position was practically impregnable. No matter how many bugs came, they all died. As if he had cheat codes. Just when Renault and his team were struggling to hold on, a highly futuristic-looking transport plane took off from the rear of the base. TangYue excitedly shouted over the communication, "Hey, guys, I've built it, and I call it the Annihilator. I'm going to take out their home. Just watch." That aircraft technology was hundreds of years ahead of this world. It flew over the bug nest, and beams of cutting light shot out from both wings, causing the flying dragons above to drop like flies. Then the cabin opened, revealing a massive crystal, and a devastating beam of light swept down to the ground, carving out a no man's land in the bug nest area. This exaggerated scene was witnessed not only by Renault, but also by an alien fleet stationed in orbit around the planet. The fleet commander, a star spirit named Tassadar, looked at the energy readings on the detector and was dumbfounded. This is definitely not something humans could create. I have to see this for myself. Meanwhile, with the bug nest destroyed and the crisis averted, the transport plane from the children of Ka arrived. Before boarding, Renault tried to persuade TangYue to leave with them. TangYue waved her hand. "No, I have a new plane now. I want to take a joyride in space. The vehicle is yours. We'll meet again." Just as she said goodbye to Renault and prepared to take off in her Annihilator, a completely golden transport plane slowly descended in front of her. "I told you, this thing was sent by Tassadar to pick me up." I boarded this golden ship called the Star Runner and immediately fell asleep. It was so comfortable. When I woke up, I found myself refreshed and on the bridge. "Hey, Tassadar, any news?" He told me that scouts had discovered a group of humans on the surface of Char who were in a fierce battle with the bugs. And while I was sleeping, they had also managed to fully study the technology of my Skyblade, even reverse engineering a new thing called gravitational wave technology. In simple terms, it can create a small black hole that sucks in all nearby enemies. Not bad, brothers. As soon as I heard there were humans fighting below, I had to join the fun. I went for a stroll. See you later. Before I finished speaking, I had already dashed to the hangar, hopped onto my precious Skyblade, and headed straight for the combat zone. As soon as I entered the atmosphere, I was met with a barrage of exploding mosquitoes and flying dragons, as if they were welcoming their long-lost father. What a grand welcome. All right, today I'll show you what 360-degree reverse drifting looks like. I immediately adjusted the thrusters, switched to reverse mode, and started circling these bugs. My ship's maneuverability was so high that they couldn't even touch my exhaust. I fired the void rays with a baby. It felt just like playing Thunder Fighter. So exhilarating. More bugs were coming, trying to surround me from both sides. How naive. With a smooth drift, I split the two enemy groups and continued to kite them. When they gathered into a large mass, the opportunity came. Storm cannon, fire. Let me tell you, that scene was spectacular. An energy ball shot into the center of the bug swarm and exploded, creating a massive psionic storm that instantly cleared the screen. Wow. One hit and they all went down. After clearing the air of the minions, I flew over the canyon and spotted the human troops on the ground. Hey, the leader was actually Duke, the same guy who wanted to capture me back on Marsala. I had to give him a hard time, right? I flew right above them, circling low and drawing a wave of anti-air missiles. Then I started weaving around with those missiles until they ran out of fuel and fell. I could already imagine Duke S face turning purple with rage. Haha, it cracked me up. After annoying old Duke, I continued to roam and discovered a huge bug cocoon in the center of the bug's lair. The energy inside was overwhelming. Anyone who understands this feeling of excitement when seeing a target knows what I mean. I immediately flew the plane to a high altitude and activated stealth mode. Then I operated the controls and equipped a special missile I had made. This missile contained my primordial power. Those who understand know it can turn the target into one of my own. I aimed and fired. A miniature stealth missile silently drilled into the bug cocoon. Done. Time to head back to the ship. The key is to do it without anyone noticing. After snacking on some news on the ship for a few days, sure enough, another group of humans arrived, heading straight for that big cocoon. Hey, this is going to be interesting. I quickly flew down again. Then I saw my old acquaintance Jim Raynor being chased and attacked by a bug that looked somewhat human. ISNT, that the Queen of Blades, Kerrigan. I jumped right in front of Raynor, startling him. When he saw it was me, he quickly told me to run, saying Sarah had already been infected. I thought to myself, buddy, you have no idea that I'm the director of this show. Just as I was saying this, Kerrigan made a grand entrance with a few Zerglings. I jumped in front of her, pointed at her, and said, hey, ISNT, that the big cocoon I saw earlier? With that one sentence, I stunned both Raynor and Kerrigan. Kerrigan was probably thinking, who is this person? How does she know about me before I've even hatched? Is there some deeper meaning? I don't care what they think. I waved at Kerrigan. Now that you've hatched, it's time for me to collect my first gift. With a whoosh, a stream of golden energy flew from her to my hand. Raynor was stunned. What is this? I explained to him. It's the genetic coding of the Zerg species. With this, I can create some new toys. Seeing his confused expression, I sighed. It's tough to deal with someone who lacks knowledge. Kerrigan probably sensed instinctively that I was not to be messed with, so she told Raynor to get lost. Raynor still wanted to linger, calling out Sarah like in a romantic drama, but I grabbed him and pulled him away, saying, let's go, let's go. Don't pay attention to this arrogant person. She's not thinking straight right now. I pulled Renaud to a safe place, lit a campfire, and started grilling meat. He complained to me about how ever since we parted ways, he had been fooled by that old bastard Monks, joining his new girlfriend Kerrigan in a rebellion, which ended up overthrowing the Federation. In the end, he was sold out, lost his girlfriend, and became a wanted criminal. After hearing all this, I could only comment, buddy, your experience is quite dramatic, but the main theme is just one word, tragic. We were grilling meat when I suddenly felt some movement nearby. Who's there? I shouted, and Raynor quickly pulled out his little revolver, the Shattered Star. Then, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, claiming to be the Dark Apostle Zeratul of the Nerazim. Wow, the old mystic has arrived. This guy is a Protoss, but his style is completely different from that shiny crew of Tassadar, emanating void energy all over. Cool. He told me he had just killed a brain bug and read the thoughts of the Overmind, discovering that its ultimate goal was to exterminate the Protoss. He wanted me to help introduce him to Tassadar. I was like, sure, no problem. We'll set off right after this meal. After the bonfire party, I took Raynor and Zeratul back to the starship with a single warp jump. I dove straight into the lab to study the newly acquired Zerg genes, while the three of them headed to the bridge for a meeting. A few days later, bad news came. We were discovered by the Zerg. Tassadar decided to stay behind on Char with a team to hold the fort while the main force retreated. Just as he made that decision, someone from Ire came to arrest him, accusing him of colluding with us Dark Templar Knights. It's laughable. Their home is practically being looted, and they still have time for infighting. After a heated argument, Tassadar decided to return to Ire with his two newly made friends, Raynor and Zeratul. Before they left, I gifted Raynor a real command center and gave Tassadar a Protoss Nexus version, designed for a premium player's dimensional strike experience. As soon as we arrived on Ire, I was dumbfounded. There was an enormous monster lying on the planet, the Overmind. Two massive battleships were in the sky, the Protoss Salvation Arc, and just as they took off, they were blown down by the Zerg's self-destructing troops. Tassadar was distraught, saying this was the most important arc for the Protoss. I looked at it, and it was such a pity for such a valuable treasure to be blown up. Tassadar, since it's going to explode anyway, can I have those two soon-to-be-destroyed ships? The stubborn old Ardoris nearly jumped out of his skin, but surprisingly, Tassadar agreed. Let me tell you, the moment to witness a miracle is coming. I directly created a portal and flew to the middle of the two falling arcs, radiating golden light. Two streams of energy stabilized the two massive ships in midair. Then, right in front of everyone, the two arcs began to disassemble, with countless fragments gathering behind me. A gigantic humanoid mechanical creation, 200 kilometers tall, slowly took shape. Its chest housed a supernova locked in an explosive state by my power of order, and behind it was a black hole perfectly contained as a backpack. I named it the Primordial Trial. This technology, let me tell you, is far ahead of its time. Once the Primordial Trial was fully activated, its eyes flashed blue, and it raised its hand to unleash a massive beam of light that split the Dominator in half, conveniently burning a long glass path into the surface of EL. The people on the Star Shuttle were dumbfounded, and Aldaris was still shouting, EL is our holy home. It can't burn glass. All right, I hear you. I won't burn glass anymore. I directly sent down a bunch of my newly researched hybrids to help clear the minor enemies. Those star beings went crazy, saying how could I combine their noble genes with the ugly aliens. I directly confronted them. What's wrong with that? I've studied it, and there's a common backdoor sequence in the underlying genes of both your star beings and the alien bugs, seemingly designed specifically for fusion. You even said you have no connection. Zeratul, that old mystic, immediately caught on to the key issue. He keenly sensed that there was a dark hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. He expressed his support for my research to prepare for real threats in the future. We were chatting when the front line discovered that although the Overmind had been split open by me, it couldn't die at all because it was rooted in the Xalnaga temple and could regenerate infinitely. Zeratul and Tassadar began to compete to sacrifice themselves, putting on a show of let me do it. In the end, Tassadar outsmarted the others, teleporting us all out of the Xelnaga ship, while he himself merged the energies of both the Kala and the Void, piloting the ship and crashing into the Overmind with a bang. After a blinding flash of destruction, the Overmind's massive, twisted corpse was left behind, completely lifeless. Tassadar's sacrifice bought time for the Protoss, but Ire was utterly devastated, filled with raging wild Zerg. Zeratul suggested that we take a portal to their home, Sargeras, to seek refuge. Upon hearing this, I thought a new map. We must go. I had just upgraded my Void Ray, and could also check out what high-tech they had in their Nerism. So, the main force began to transfer through the portal, while a few of us stayed behind. Phoenix, the tough guy who almost bit the dust earlier, was now piloting the prototype Immortal I had built for him. That mech was indestructible. Even a Yamato cannon would just scratch it. He and Raynor volunteered to stay behind to guard the entrance on Ire. We crossed through the portal, and as soon as we arrived at Sargeras, good heavens, there are bugs everywhere. They've already sneaked over and occupied the exit of the portal. We must clean them out and support Phoenix and the others. Zeratul spoke first. My High Templar is also ready. The young Artanis boasted energetically. I was even more excited. Nothing feels better than conducting arms tests while fighting. I was wearing that super armor, and 2 psionic longswords popped out with a whoosh. Yura, I shouted as I charged out. For Sagilaf. Zeratul ignited his cool Green Master psionic blade and blinked right after me. That guy, Artanis, also let out a roar for hell, charging in with 2 light blades. Let me tell you, with the 3 of us leading the charge, the Zealots and Templar behind us poured in like dumplings. But the bugs on the other side were no pushovers either. The portal opened up like a beehive, and a swarm of jumpers surged out, overwhelming us. The sight was enough to trigger anyone's fear of crowded spaces. Among the sea of bugs, there were also plenty of spitting serpents, spewing green goo everywhere, which was absolutely disgusting. Without saying a word, my blade suddenly grew to 2 meters long, and I charged straight into the pile of insects. Does anyone understand? With my height of 1.50 meters, using the big windmill is simply unbeatable. It has a 360-degree coverage, flying close to the ground and sweeping away a large area. Unlike those tall star spirits, they have to bend down and exert effort just to chop a jumping insect. I was spinning around like a top, and Zealot was showing off too, making a flashy entrance with a blink, slashing through with his shadow blades, instantly clearing a small patch of ground. But good grief, those bugs filled the space back up in no time. As for Artanis, he was just an ordinary Zealot back then, struggling to fight, swinging his blade with great effort. Just as it looked like we were going to be overwhelmed, I shouted, "Activate Time Warp Shield." Immediately, the Skywing above us cast a force field shield over each of us. I tell you, this thing is amazing. Not only can it absorb damage, but it also creates a slow zone around us, making all the approaching bugs move as if they were in slow motion. And this force field moves with us. Once this was up, Artanis and the others immediately felt relief, and Zealot was moving around like it was a walk in the park. As for me, I stopped spinning, leaned on my knees, and started gagging. I was so dizzy from the spinning, it was ridiculous. Damn it, I was furious. I couldn't let my pride take a hit, so I unleashed a Dignity Blade slash. With a roar, a 40-meter-long blade of light swept out, clearing a vacuum zone in front of the swarm of bugs. But that wasn't all. Executor armor, activate. I shouted again, and another beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a glowing white orb rising up. That's right, it was me. I had developed this flashy maneuver using Protoss technology. With my petite frame, I donned the armor, and it lifted me into the air, glowing like a true executor, just like a ball. Unstoppable. I felt incredibly cool, raised my hand, and shot out an energy beam, instantly vaporizing a line of jumping bugs. Watch out! Thunder Beast! Zealot suddenly warned. I looked up and saw 5 Thunder Beasts, as big as small mountains, charging towards us. Leave it to me. I felt invigorated, ready to test out my new toy. I controlled the glowing orb and charged at one Thunder Beast, delivering an energy hand strike right to its face. Guess what? That Thunder Beast's prideful, single-molecule blade was sliced through like butter in front of my hand strike, and it even knocked out one of its large front teeth. The Thunder Beast, in pain, lowered its head to charge at me. I quickly grabbed its small head and conjured a miniature singularity in my palm. Then I controlled the armor to fly away, and the next second, that singularity erupted, forming a small black hole that sucked in the Thunder Beast along with a large area of surrounding bugs, annihilating them. Haha, did you see that? Wasn't it cool? I was posing in the air, laughing maniacally, seizing the momentum. I conjured 2 more singularities in my hands and tossed them like lead balls at the other 2 Thunder Beasts, resulting in 2 more loud explosions and 2 more Thunder Beasts disappearing. The last 2 Thunder Beasts were so stunned, I charged right at them, and as I got close, I jumped out of the armor, shouting at the empty shells, "Go! Executor armor. Initiate self-destruct." The armor crashed into the 2 Thunder Beasts, exploding on impact. The force of it was astounding, sending shockwaves that turned all the surrounding bugs into dust. Just like that, we cleared the area around the portal without taking any damage. After securing the portal, we quickly contacted Jim Raynor and Phoenix, who were still holding the line in ire. Jimmy said they were holding up thanks to my immortal armor, and told us not to worry about them for now. Zealot comforted a worried Artanis, and I got annoyed listening to them, urging them to hurry and take me to meet the leader of the Dark Templar. I had been eager to experience the culture of Sargeras for a long time. Soon enough, we arrived at their capital, Timetros. The leader, named Rosagal, was an old lady who, upon meeting me, showered me with praise, saying she had heard of my deeds, calling me powerful and wise, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. I waved my hand and said I was just here to have some fun and study your unique technology. She got the hint and immediately assigned me the best phase technician as a tour guide and technical consultant. After that, Zealotu went to have a meeting with her, and Adonis also went to find the gathering place of the El refugees. I tell you, having professionals help out makes all the difference. I quickly grasped their technology, and then my DNA activated. Using their technology as a foundation, I developed a bunch of new gadgets, the most proud of which is the Holy Judgment Radiant ship. Those who understand, understand. It's that water truck Void Radiant ship, focusing on even distribution. Of course, I didn't take advantage of them for free. In return, I gave them the blueprints for the Pursuer and helped the engineers from Ire and Nerazim to replicate units like the Phoenix, Void, and Immortal from StarCraft 2. The Protoss technology was kicked into the next era by me. During the downtime, I encountered a traitor named Duran trying to sneak in, and while I was out for a stroll, I casually blew up his head. After that, I went to find 2 crystals needed to activate the temple, which was a piece of cake for me. I sent a wave of void fleets over, burning everything in sight, and easily got it done. When the crystals were collected, Artanis was so excited, saying that activating the temple would wipe out all the Zerg on Sargeras. Zeradol was still analyzing the defensive issues during the temple calibration. I proudly stood up and told them, "Defense? That's not a problem." While they were looking for the crystals, I wasn't idle either. I improved their shield rechargers and invented a super turret called the Caterin Monolith, with extremely long range and immense power. How about that? Using this thing to defend a temple is a piece of cake, right? I was so proud at that moment. It was just short of having praise me written on my face. When we arrived at the temple, it was swarming with Zerg. I waved my hand, "Go." My Holy Judgment Radiant ship, my precious water trucks immediately sprang into action, sweeping the sea of Zerg with thick beams of light, instantly clearing a large area. Zeradol was left dumbfounded beside me. Once the area was cleared, the probes immediately began construction, surrounding the temple with photon turrets, superchargers, and Caterin monoliths in layers, making it impenetrable. After that, the temple calibrated, and waves of Zerg came, but they couldn't even touch the defense line, turning into cannon fodder. In the end, a towering beam of light rose, and an energy wave swept across the entire planet, instantly purging all the Zerg on Sargeras. After taking care of Sargeras, I finally had time to officially start my superfleet plan. The first thing was to recall my flagship, the Primordial Trial. It had been out mining for me these past few years, and now its cargo hold was filled with crystals and gas. I first hollowed out this flagship, which was still a solid lump, and divided it into various functional areas: a teleportation room, an armory, my exclusive high-tech laboratory, and a star forge capable of producing fleets. The most outrageous part is that I used spatial compression technology to create a super large living area, not to mention accommodating 1 billion people. It will be more than enough for players to throw silver parties inside in the future. Then there are the new ships I've developed over the past few years. The Phoenix Fighter, my modified version, has maneuverability and jump capabilities, can activate phase armor to play hide-and-seek when hit, and even features a one-time invincibility self-healing protocol. Then there's the Solarian, a crescent-shaped warship that operates in supercar mode for speed, but switches to combat mode to unleash a massive arc-shaped light blade that leaves nothing in its path. The Storm warship released later by the Golden Fleet is just a knockoff of mine. Of course, the main event is the mothership. My modified super mothership, which I call the Executor, is 5 to 6 times larger than an ordinary mothership surrounded by void shields, and can absorb unlimited energy as long as there are friendly forces nearby, making it essentially invincible. Its jump troop speed is incredibly fast, allowing for unlimited troop deployment as long as resources are sufficient. Its main cannon is called the Stellar Annihilation Device, capable of destroying a supernova with a single shot. The most outrageous part is that it can transform into a giant robot for ground combat. Thus, my first-generation super fleet has officially taken shape. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, the Protoss have rebuilt the Golden Fleet and rescued Raynor and Phoenix. Kerrigan, empowered by my strength, has long unified the Zerg and is fighting back against the invading UED. Mengsk was captured by the UED, but Kerrigan rescued him, and the two teamed up to crush the UED. In short, now at a 3-way standoff among Kerrigan, Mengsk, and the Protoss, while Raynor is gathering strength to prepare for a rebellion. As for me, I flew my fleet and completely exhausted the minerals of a galaxy, focusing on sustainable resource extraction. 4 years later, I returned to that rundown bar in Mar Sara aboard my Harbinger. A glass of iced tea. I pushed the door open. Jim Raynor, sitting inside, heard the sound and instinctively reached for his revolver, only to retract his hand. "Oh, isn't this our elusive Lord TangYue? What brings you to this godforsaken place? Where I go is none of your business, little sheriff," I said, sitting down and pulling out a bottle of iced tea to chug. I teased him, "Jimmy, after all these years, you're not just playing sheriff here, are you?" "Of course not, just in the last few days." He had tea finished when the door opened again. "As the #1 wanted criminal in the sector, you're not that hard to find, huh?" When Jim heard that voice, he instinctively reached for his gun again. I wanted to see Jim Raynor, the people's hero, in action. Hearing that familiar title and tone, Jim guessed who had come. "Tychus Finley? I heard you got locked up. What? Good behavior got you a reduced sentence. What? You two know each other. Jim, quick, introduce us." I was burning with curiosity at their gossip-filled exchange. "Oh, there I say little girl here too? Jim, is this your kid?" Tychus, the tin can, only then noticed me. "Little girl? You big-headed fool. You're Jim's kid." His comment made me explode. I charged at him, grabbed him and his power armor, and executed a German suplex, smashing him to the ground. I then applied a joint lock, twisting the parts of his armor. "Ouch. Let go, lady. The parts are coming out. It hurts." Tychus had never experienced such a situation, getting twisted into a pretzel, even while wearing power armor, and immediately begged for mercy. Jim hurried over to break it up. "All right, TangYue, let him go. He is just being mouthy. If this goes on, he'll be dead. What is there to be afraid of? Even if I die, I can come back to life. How dare you call me small? Just watch. I'll beat him to death 10 times today." With that, I released the joint lock and started to mercilessly slam him down like Hulk. Half an hour later, a bruised Tychus, now in rough clothing, sat next to Jim drinking in misery. I, having had my fun, lay back on the sofa and fell asleep. In the corner of the bar, a pile of power armor lay in ruins, wrecked by me. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Char, Mengsk was throwing things. Damn it. What went wrong with that prisoner? Why has the signal disappeared? In the bar, Jim was still trying to console Tychus. "Don't be depressed. You can't beat her. She is a real goddess." "Goddess? Jim, you must be kidding." Tychus looked unconvinced. "I'm not kidding. I saw her with my own eyes in ire, floating in the sky." merging two massive ships into one. That scene I will never forget. Jim recalled seriously. Now Tychus was half convinced. He thought, if this little girl is that powerful, following her would mean his freedom, right? By the way, what are you here for? Jim asked. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm here for a big job. Tychus perked up. Robbery. An alien artifact dug up by the Empire. What? Robbery? I had been pretending to sleep, but at those two words, I sat up straight, my eyes sparkling with interest. Tell me more. Tychus jumped in fright, clearly still traumatized. Let me explain. If it makes me happy, I'll reward you with a set of my custom battle armor. I threatened and lured him. Okay, I'll tell you. My informant said the Imperial Army dug up an alien artifact, and as long as we succeed, we can name our price. Jim and Tychus were still arguing over the loot division when I slammed the table. No, the artifact belongs to me. I'll give you super technology. Money is easier to talk about. The minerals I've mined these years can buy several star systems. Just like that, Tychus sold his second employer. We rushed to the excavation site. Now, Tychus had already donned the new blue power armor I had customized for him. Let me tell you, this set of combat gear, when boosted with stimulants, not only regenerates health, but also can break shields. Comes with a built-in lock-on feature, has anti-invisibility and X-ray vision, and can even perform a triple flash. The weapon is a bluster-style Gatling gun, with an extremely fast firing rate, long range, and armor-piercing capabilities. It really delighted Tychus. As soon as he arrived at the location, he charged into the bunker all by himself. Hey, try this. He threw a gravity grenade over, and the people inside the bunker were immediately thrown into chaos. Then he rushed in and unleashed a barrage of fire, tearing the bunker to pieces in just a few seconds. I was watching from the back with Jimmy, who was still a bit worried. I casually pulled out a 1.5-meter-long sniper rifle from under my skirt and handed it to him. Don't worry, that's just some trash I made. Here, you can play with this. Jimmy stared at me as I pulled out the big gun from under my skirt, completely stunned. What is this? Happy sniper rifle. Just made it casually. Firing rate of 5,000 rounds per second. Range of 200 kilometers. Can charge to launch a small nuclear bomb and can penetrate terrain, but has a 30-second cooldown. It's pretty useless, so it's yours now. 5,000 rounds per second? Isn't this a machine gun? Jimmy was completely taken aback and tried to fire a shot. The power was overwhelming, leaving him in shock. I pointed into the distance. If you don't go play, Tychus will flatten the enemy tank positions. Sure enough, while we were chatting, Tychus had already pushed through, demolishing the bunker cluster, the Inferno vehicles, and the tank positions. By the time we strolled to the excavation site, the guy was sitting on a pile of wreckage, smoking a cigarette. Lord TangYue, this thing is amazing. From now on, old Tychus is sticking with you. Look, a good set of equipment has won over a tough guy's heart. No problem. Just keep it up. There will be even better things in the future. The artifact has already arrived at the transport port, just waiting for the transport plane. After the heist, the three of us went back to the bar to drink some happy soda. Tychus was still bragging. It's that simple. I charge in because of massacre, and the stuff is mine. Just as he finished speaking, the alarm went off. A large number of alien bug signals were detected near the excavation site. Jimmy exploded on the spot. Damn Tychus. How do we get involved with bugs? Tychus, however, was quite carefree. Don't worry, I've fought countless defense battles in my life. With this divine gear, a person is confident. But it's not with bugs. Jimmy clearly still lacked confidence in the new weapon. At this moment, I spoke leisurely. It seems that this defensive battle is difficult to achieve. What should we do? When Jimmy heard me say this, his face turned pale. We won't fight a defensive battle. I smiled and said, we will fight an annihilation battle. Wow. As expected of Lord TangYue, Takes immediately transformed into a sycophant, showering me with flattery, his eyes filled with the light of wanting a new toy. How could I not understand you? Come on, plenty of new toys. I led the two of them directly to my spaceship, waved my hand, and bang, bang, bang. 3 huge machines that obviously couldn't fit into the cabin were directly dropped to the ground. Let me tell you, this thing is called Zaku, and I just made it. It's a basic bipedal combat mech, equipped with everything from sturdy shields to a refreshing shield system, and even those floating cannons like the Dragon Knight. Tix was almost drooling, and he shouted that he couldn't wait any longer. I chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Jim. One for each of us. Let's go and burn those bugs. After saying that, I jumped straight into the cockpit and hit the gas, charging out. That guy Takes is also impatient. He yelled, "Jim, I'm not waiting for you," and jumped into another one, following me to the fight. Only Jim was left standing there in a daze, probably stunned by the firepower of this Zaku. Let me tell you, this thing looks fierce with 16 missile bays and 12 barrel cannons on its shoulders. It's basically a moving arsenal. while he was still in shock. I had already reached the excavation site. Wow, looking at the dense swarm of bugs in front of me, I was so excited that I just slammed my face on the keyboard at the control panel. Missile launch. In the next second, the missile bays on my Zako opened like a floodgate, raining down missiles in an endless torrent, with no reloading time. The scene was incredible. The swarm of bugs was instantly cleared, not even leaving a trace of dust, all for the sake of convenience. Takes arrived too, and this guy was even more impressive. He casually pressed a button, and the cannon on his shoulder fired, blowing the head off a newly born thunder beast, its upper body disappearing completely. He was still marveling, saying this thing is really powerful. Only then did Jim slowly catch up, looking confused and asking me, "TangYue, how do you operate this thing?" All the buttons look the same. I laughed and told him over the comms. "What operation? Just use your mind. Go wherever you want. As for firing, just press any button. The faster you press, the stronger the firepower. Simple, right?" Jim was speechless. Didn't he care about that? He roared that a man should do what a man should do and directly pressed the most prominent skull button. Instantly, 24 floating cannons shot out from behind him, unleashing a frenzied barrage on the swarm of bugs. I saw this and thought, hey, I have that function too. I pressed it, and the floating cannons that flew out from my side were densely packed, blocking out the sun, and there were so many that I couldn't even count them. It seems this thing is linked to mental power, so I wasn't to be tired. After an intense bombardment, we plowed through the entire excavation site. The comms from Matt finally came through. "This is Matt Horner. There's still some alive down here. Well, it seems they've all been dealt with. I'll head down to meet you." Back on the Hyperion, Matt looked at Takes with the same expression as if he were guarding against a thief. Fortunately, with me and Jim vouching for him, he was allowed to stay. As for me, I headed straight to my exclusive laboratory, and the chief engineer next door, named Swan, looked at me like he had seen an idol. So enthusiastic. I also didn't hold back and directly said to him, "Swan, right? Jimmy mentioned you. Perfect. I need to upgrade the equipment for his squad and get some good stuff for Taikis. You can help out." As soon as Swan heard this, his eyes lit up, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and he completely forgot about Jim on the spot. Poor Jim. He was probably still waiting for his chief engineer at the armory, but the person had already been taken away by me. I pulled an all-nighter with Swan, and when he finally appeared in front of Jim, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot eyes, but was frighteningly energetic. He started to bombard Jim with ideas, saying that my design was simply imaginative and absurd. He wished he could stretch a day into 48 hours to use it all. Then, as he was talking, he fell asleep standing up. When Swan woke up, he was completely settled in the armory. The blueprints I gave him directly upgraded Jim's old and weak troops into super soldiers. The Marines not only had shields, but could also deploy energy barriers, had thrusters on their feet to jump off cliffs, and the stimulants they took even had slow health regeneration. The medics were even more impressive, capable of healing mechanical units. The missile turrets were equipped with freezing beams and could even turn their guns to target ground units, which was ridiculous. After Jim tried it out, he was grinning from ear to ear. Before long, Matt got another job, saying that Tychus's old employer had found the second fragment of the artifact in a place called Monolith. We had to go there after getting my benefits. I needed to give something back. But when we arrived at Monolith, the lieutenant reported, detected Protoss activity signals. Jim hesitated for a moment. He had some connections with the Protoss and didn't want to engage them. I took a glance and scoffed. Those guys weren't real Protoss. I told him, don't worry. These are Taldarum, a bunch of religious fanatics, similar to the Nerazim, just a splinter group. Just as Raynor breathed a sigh of relief, the lieutenant raised the alarm again. Warning, detected a large number of Zerg signals. Well, Taldarum and Zerg double the fun. Jim came up with a clever idea, suggesting that while they were busy fighting each other, we could sneak in from the side. I flatly rejected it. No need to complicate things. You guys can advance slowly. I'll handle the front lines. So we got to work, with Jim and Tychus heading down to build a base. I, on the other hand, ran straight to the high ground where the two armies were clashing, set up a lounge chair, took out some drinks and snacks, and casually used cliff bombs to blow up the entrance, creating a VIP viewing area for myself. Then I waved my hand. Go for it. My hybrids. Let's settle this physically. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. As soon as the hybrid entered, the bugs were fine, just reckless. But on the Talon side, it was complete chaos. When they saw the hybrid, they thought it was an envoy sent by their god, Eamon, and they went crazy on the spot, howling and rushing towards the bug swarm, as if they were on a blood rush. I almost sprayed my soda out at the top of the mountain. The entire battlefield turned into a hilariously chaotic tug-of-war. My hybrid stood in the middle like a referee, slapping down bugs that charged in. Taldarum took the opportunity to push forward, only to be chased back by the sea of bugs behind him, retreating to the hybrid's defensive line. Back and forth. It was hilarious. Later, seeing that they couldn't win, Kerrigan sent over a bug mother named Magna. As soon as she arrived, she made a fierce declaration. But one of the Taldaran leaders shouted back, "The Divine has sent a messenger. Today, we will surely be promoted." My friends, who understands? As soon as I heard promotion, a bad idea struck me. I directly communicated through the hybrid, speaking in a deep, villainous tone. "Taldaran, bravely slay the enemies, and you shall all be promoted to hybrids." As soon as I said this, the entire Taldaran went crazy. They were all shouting like madmen, "I want to be promoted." Their combat power skyrocketed, and a few fanatics even displayed the momentum of an ale poison explosion. I was so pleased that I simply withdrew the hybrid, wanting to see how fierce these adrenaline-fueled madmen could be. Now, it turned out well. The front line claimed that the Divine promised promotions for hybrids, and the Taldaran left behind couldn't sit still either, all rushing to the front line to grab kills. As a result, when Jim and Tychus strolled over to get the artifact, they discovered that the enemy's base had nothing but a few automated turrets. Not a single ghost was in sight. On the front line, the Taldaran leader named Asset was incredibly fierce, single-handedly taking down 4 Thunder Beasts, even though he was on the verge of falling apart. But he was incredibly excited. I thought, all right, this is a talent. So I jumped down from the mountain and slowly said to him, "Very good, very interesting. Your performance is impressive, so I will grant your wish and make you a hybrid." As soon as I finished speaking, a beam of light directly shot at him. In an instant, that guy was torn apart in the light, along with the corpses of the surrounding insects, merging into a brand new hybrid dominator. The newly born Asset felt the power within him and excitedly shouted, "Awesome. I've finally leveled up. My god is indeed right." Then, as soon as he saw me, he immediately knelt down. "You must be Eamon, our great god. I pledge my loyalty to you." I was dumbfounded at the time, wondering if these Taldaram had their brains soaked in some kind of drug. I corrected him. "I'm not Eamon. My name is TangYue." To which he gave me a knowing look and said, "All right, no problem, Lord TangYue." Great, this brain is hopeless, let it be. The nearby mother of bugs, Magna, was already scared silly, and I couldn't be bothered to kill her, so I controlled her as well, considering it a gift from Kerrigan. As for Asset, he started flattering me again, even asking if his warriors could get a chance to. I looked at the corpses of bugs all over the ground. There was more than enough material, so I nodded casually. Goodness, when those Taldaram heard they could be promoted, they lined up for their transformations as if it were the new year. When Jim and Tychus came over with the artifact, they saw over 100 hybrids standing behind me, along with a massive mother of bugs, all bowing respectfully to me. Jim's expression was like he had seen a ghost. But that wasn't the end of it. To accommodate my new little brothers, before I left, I directly built a gigantic executor mothership for them from the remaining Protoss base, like stacking blocks. Now, they were even more convinced that I was their long-lost god, and their loyalty skyrocketed. Back on the ship, I dragged Magna into the laboratory. After a while, Matt received a lucrative mining mission on Redstone. Jim, hearing there was money to be made, immediately agreed. But as soon as we arrived at Redstone and were about to disembark, I burst out of the lab. "Wait, for this mission, you all take a break. Let Magna go. It's just right to test my modifications." The mission initiator, Tosh, was anxious when he heard the plan had changed. I had to assure him that after the testing, I would guarantee the minerals would be mined properly. Jim and the others were responsible for clearing the area, and then I sent the modified Magna down. Let me tell you, the current Magna radiated psionic brilliance, looking like she had gold-plated skin. I equipped her with psionic storm, mind control, and even the ability to hatch a type of shielded jump bug. As soon as she landed, without a word, she charged in with a swarm of shielded bugs, obliterating every Zerg nest in her path. Jim and the others followed behind, conveniently completing side missions like rescuing people and collecting samples. Magna was simply a ruthless map-clearing machine, handling everything with ease. Once she had cleaned the entire planet of Zerg, Tosh cautiously asked me, "Esteemed Lord TangYue, the test is over, so what about my minerals?" I laughed. "Of course, no problem. Let me show you the real way of mining." As soon as I finished speaking, a beam thicker than a planet descended from the sky, directly hitting the redstone star. With a loud bang, the entire planet exploded into fireworks in the universe. Immediately after, a huge energy net swept through the debris, capturing all the dark gold ore inside. I pointed at the net full of ore and said to Tosh, who had already zoned out on the comms, "Look, it's all here. This is what mining is all about." Ever since I blew up the redstone star, Tosh had disappeared after getting the excess dark gold. The Rangers received another distress signal. A colony called Egria was being attacked by bugs. Good old Jim, without a second thought, wanted to go save them. Just as they were getting ready to depart, I arrived just in time. I was furious and rushed over to stop them. Wait, why are you secretly taking on jobs behind my back again? I tell you. Jim's expression at that time was like he had been caught red-handed, stammering for a long time. Hey no, this is a matter of life and death. I laughed at that moment. Human life? You think you can forget about me when it's a matter of life and death? I shot back directly. Whether you save lives or not is your business, but if there's something this fun and you don't call me, that's your fault. Goodness, as soon as Jim heard this, his mind instantly turned around, and he immediately apologized. I was wrong. I was wrong. From now on, I'll let you know at the first opportunity when their S work. That's more like it. And I nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, I bragged to them that I had just modified the batch of firebats from Swan and uploaded the blueprints. When we arrived at the planet called Agria, a female doctor named Hansen came to meet us, and the look in her eyes was quite complex, as if she were saying, "Help? Why did a bunch of wanted criminals come?" Jim even joked with her, saying, "There's no other choice. Only us wanted criminals are willing to come and save you now." The doctor was straightforward and directly handed over the control of the base to us, allowing us to escort her people to evacuate. Soon, it was time for my new firebat performance. Jim and Tychesis came over to watch, looking completely baffled. TangYue, isn't the appearance of this thing unchanged? At that time, I stood with my hands on my hips, feeling incredibly proud. Appearance? That's a small mindset, brother. I installed a void fireline launcher on them, and the flames it spews can instantly melt steel and even bring down planes in the sky. Isn't that cool? They both fell silent, probably wondering if this thing could still be called a flamethrower. It's basically a mobile anti-aircraft and anti-ground annihilation cannon. On the main road, Jim and Tyke were protecting civilians as they evacuated, with pillars of fire hundreds of meters high shooting up like fireworks, creating a spectacular scene. And me? Of course, I went off to explore. Stay in a place like this would be so boring. I raised my right hand high and shouted with all my might, "Come out, Willie!" My old buddy Willie made a flashy entrance from the void, and as soon as he appeared, he started complaining, saying he was about to mold from sleeping in there. I laughed out loud, thinking he must have forgotten while having fun. All right, no more complaining. I patted him and said I've been researching a new way to play lately. There's some nests here. Come on, change your form for me. Let's go test out the firepower. I let Willie transform directly into a staff form, pointing at the distant insect nest. Aha, Willie, breathe fire for me. Let them taste my newly researched super void flame. I tell you, the scene was unbelievable. A black flame shot out, and the moment it touched the insect nest, the entire nest ignited with a bang. The fire spread as if it was on 12 times speed, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The craziest part? The fire doesn't go out after burning everything. Its fuel is void energy, and unless I personally extinguish it, this fire could burn on this planet for tens of thousands of years. While I was having a blast burning insect nests one after another, Matt on the bridge was probably so anxious he started pulling his hair out. Sure enough, the communication came. "Commander, a strong energy reaction has been detected on the other side of the planet. An unprecedented wildfire is sweeping across the entire planet. You must hurry." Jim and the others were also working desperately to speed things up, and finally, just as they could see the black sea of fire on the horizon, they got everyone onto the transport. Jim looked at the entire planet burning and probably figured out with his toes that it was my doing. Just like that, a perfectly good agricultural planet was turned by me into a spectacle of eternal flames, leaving a unique landscape for the universe. Ever since I set the fire on Agria, my destructive urges have been temporarily satisfied, and I obediently returned to the lab. But not long after, that guy named Tosh contacted Jim again. "Hey, brother, our last collaboration was great. I have a new job for you. Interested?" Jim was quite cautious. "Let us hear it. Help me gather a rare gas called diaphane on Basial Planet." Tosh made it sound easy. It can't be that simple, right? There won't be bugs again, will there? Jim was clearly still haunted by the last incident. There weren't any bugs, but there was a group of fanatical star spirits called Tatarum, who believed that thing was the breath of a god. Let me tell you, when Jim heard the name Tatterlin, his face turned pale. The last time we encountered that group, if I hadn't directly recruited them into my top fan club, it would have been a huge mess. They're coming again, but this job pays well, so Jim still took it. However, he has learned his lesson and came to report to me as soon as he finished the job. I was doing an experiment at the time, not even looking up. "Are you saying we need to go to a planet occupied by the Tattlins and steal their treasures?" Well, That's not wrong. What a great job. I immediately tossed the test tube in my hand and said, "Leave this to me. You guys just watch from the ship." Jim clumsily caught the test tube, his face turning pale with fear. What is this? Why are you throwing it around?" As I rummaged through the boxes looking for equipment, I said, "Oh, highly concentrated liquid energy, the kind that makes ordinary people explode on the spot after just one sip." Jim silently placed the test tube back on the shelf like a devoted offering to the Buddha. Once I was ready, a teleportation brought me directly to the flagship of my batch of Tal'Darim fans. I ordered, "Don't just stand there, it's your turn to go on stage. Go to Beayana and gather some Dihydra." The top fan, named Asset, was so excited, it was like he had been given a shot of adrenaline. "At your command." "My God, we're on our way. Is it to share the glory of your promotion with our Beayana brethren?" Who understands this, my family? Their imagination is off the charts. Soon, we arrived at Beayana. I snapped my fingers and 3 void fragments fell from the sky. 1 for mining, 1 for producing units, and 1 as a turret. They were my recent new toys, a fully automated base, making things worry-free. Just as my base was starting to unfold, the local Tal'Darim charged over aggressively. Invaders, feel the terrifying power of the Tal'Darim. Then, there was nothing more. My turret fragment unleashed a barrage of fire, and that group was instantly wiped out. The leading Tal'Darim was left stunned, probably pondering the life philosophy of who am I and where am I. Upon seeing this, Asset was furious and rushed over to beat up the surviving leader. "You rude fellow, dare to confront my god." The beaten Tal'Darim was even more confused. After taking a beating, he became sober and knelt down with his subordinates to beg for mercy. Asset then began his MLM-style speech, saying that I had been upgraded from Tal'Darim to a hybrid, a divine gift bestowed by the gods. Today, the god is here to collect some Dihydra. And if you do well, you too will have a chance to be upgraded. Wow. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire Tal'Darim in Beayana exploded with excitement. Promotion. Divine gift. What are we waiting for? The person in charge immediately rallied everyone, and the efficiency of gathering Dihydra was faster than a professional mining team. I just produced a wave of troops when I saw a large group of Tal'Darim bringing carts of Gezin to pay tribute. Great, the troops were in vain. So I had to recycle the newly produced hybrids and accept the Gezin, while conveniently converting this batch of Tal'Darim as well. Asset's fanbase grew stronger. My new toy was successfully tested, and everyone was happy. After getting the Gezin, Tosh was very satisfied, but there was another issue with Dr. Hansen. Her refugee settlement points had an outbreak of the xenomorph virus, which spread very quickly, even infecting buildings. Dr. Hansen came crying to Jim for help, and our scientists said the virus was too aggressive for our current technology to handle. Jim could only helplessly say that the only way was to burn all infected materials or ask TangYue. Dr. Hansen clearly didn't know me well, and even asked if I was that little girl who fiddles with strange things in the lab every day. Jim hurriedly warned her not to let me hear the word little, saying I was probably old enough to be her great-grandmother. And so, Jim came to find me again. As soon as I heard about the alien virus infection, my eyes lit up. How come I wasn't told about such an interesting thing earlier? I rushed back to the lab and rummaged around for a while, pulling out a specially made shell. "Here, shoot this at the epidemic center first. It can bounce healthy people out and contain the infected. This should buy us some time while I go get something even more interesting." Dr. Hansen still wanted to ask if there was a less violent solution. I told her without looking back, only magic can defeat magic, and only a virus can defeat a virus. Why eliminate something so fun? Let me study it properly first. They did as I said, and that shell had an outstanding effect. All the survivors were saved. Soon I also came out of the lab, holding a tube of new reagent, and I shouted excitedly, "It's done. Super zombie virus." For Umbrella, I rushed into the quarantine zone alone and smashed the reagents on the ground. Let me tell you, the infected in the entire city instantly went wild, starting to mutate crazily, roaring as they surged towards me. The scene was chaotic, like a tidal wave. This is it. I've always wanted to experience the feeling of being chased by a horde of corpses. I excitedly spread my arms and ran in front of the horde, maintaining a precise distance of 50 meters. This feeling is just like being the main character in a doomsday movie. As I ran, I called out to Willie. "Willie, quick, photo mode. Give me some artistic photos." Jim and the others on the track looked dumbfounded. Dr. Hansen was so anxious he was jumping up and down, saying it was a mutant creature and I had to be rescued quickly. Jim was completely calm. "Don't worry, doctor. She's just playing right now. Once she's tired of playing, everything will be over." Sure enough, I took the group of zombies around the city for 5 or 6 laps, took enough photos, and felt it was about time. "Willie, all set?" You can count on me, miss. All right, time to solve the problem. I grabbed Willie, and with a surge of power, it was time for a long and used dragon dance. I told you, Willie transformed into a gigantic light, soared hundreds of kilometers long in my hands. With a single swing, the entire city's infected beings, along with the infected buildings, were instantly turned to dust. In the end, I shrank the quarantine barrier into a ball and put it away. The Mainhof epidemic was thus eliminated by me. Early that morning, I rushed into the bridge and shouted at Jimmy, any new tasks? I created something new, but Matt said there were no missions for now. My expression was about to turn gloomy, and just then, TangYue walked in and shouted loudly, "Hey, everyone is here. The guys from Mobius sent new coordinates for artifact fragments." Oh wow, that's awesome. As soon as I heard there was a fight, I immediately rushed out to prepare. Jim explained to TangYue that if I had come in any later, I would probably have started dismantling the ship. Soon we arrived at a planet called Seal. The team going down this time was quite extraordinary. Besides me and Jim, TangYue also brought along his newly recruited band of outlaws. The gear of those guys was all modified by me personally, featuring super stealth, annihilation C4, healing stimulants, and healing barriers. The four of them were like a ghost squad infiltrating the battlefield, practically impossible to kill. As soon as we landed, a group of Tatalans rushed out. I was almost laughing to death. How is it this bunch again? Just as I was saying that, Sam vaporized that squad of star spirits with 2 C4S. We continued moving forward and saw a row of photon turrets. Jim asked me, "TangYue, where's your new stuff?" "Just watch." I immediately called for the transport plane, and 2 brand new siege tanks were airdropped down. Look, my latest masterpiece, the Phase Strike Siege Tank. As soon as I finished speaking, the 2 tanks deployed on the spot and began a barrage of machine gun-like bombardment towards the distant artillery position. That's right. I modified the cannon into a phase collapse cannon. As long as the driver's speed is fast enough, the shells come out like splashed water. The photon artillery instantly turned into scraps. We pushed forward and soon arrived at the base left by Mobius. TangYue activated the Draken laser drill and began to slowly bore into the door of the temple. As soon as I saw the speed, I was extremely anxious. All right, you guys stay here and hold the fort. TangYue, take your squad, and let's take down the Taldaram base. Families, the upcoming scene is going to be incredibly easy. With 2 custom-made Starbreaker revolvers in hand, as soon as Lieutenant Raynor activated the healing shield, the 5 of us braved the rain of artillery fire and flattened all the Taldaram bases on this planet. Jim sat in the base, staring as the red dots representing enemies on the sensor net disappeared one after another, probably stunned. After getting the artifact fragments, we intercepted new intelligence. The Empire had restarted the old Tarsani's railway system, secretly transporting some treasures by train. Jim made a decisive call: train robbery. TangYue and TangYue were probably overjoyed. He knows me too well. Robbing a train? That's so exciting. I immediately stated that it was time to bring out my recently modified good stuff. When we arrived, we quickly built a base. Then, to everyone's astonishment, I stood on a giant container and descended from sky. As the dust settled, a super huge laser drill appeared before everyone. It was the one I had swiped from the Shilke, and I had now modified it into a true ultimate Draken laser drill, powerful enough to rival a small destroyer ship. Jim was dumbfounded. Wow, I was wondering why I couldn't find it back then. Turns out you took it. That's right. I proudly replied. Such a promising toy, of course. I had to modify it well. Soon, the first train arrived. I immediately activated the drill, and a beam shot out, instantly dissolving the train almost entirely, rendering it scrap. Jim took the opportunity to bring back the abandoned vulture tanks marked on the map. Just then, Matt reported that the Imperial Army was coming to steal from us. I shouted directly in the full map communication. Let them come. I'll burn as many as they send. As soon as I finished speaking, I operated the laser drill and unleashed a frenzied barrage on the Imperial Army's base. Their base crumbled before me like paper, instantly turning into a sea of flames. Matt quickly reported, "Commander, the Empire has canceled the raid plan. They're busy putting out fires now." Jim was already used to this and calmly directed the troops to focus on dismantling trains. Just like that, I flattened all the Imperial Army bases outside, while Jim and the others stopped all the trains and found an old Federation officer inside. After seizing the trains, both TangYue and I were satisfied and finally settled down. Jim also had time to study the Yahan crystal that Xeridol had secretly given him. Speaking of which, ever since we accomplished something significant together last time, that old mystic Xeridol has been flying around the star sector in a salvaged Xel'Naga ship, continuing to seek out his prophecy. To be honest, That old man's life seems quite carefree. I wonder if he has encountered anything interesting. Of course, he met Maul again, but this time he was very calm. TCH just a little white, not even a big green, and he still has the nerve to come out and show off. During the time on Sagaris, TangYue completed the research on advanced hybrids, and now Narazim and Karathis have formed the Dorama. The Protoss of Dorama are naturally well aware of the hybrid's capabilities. Not to mention whether they can be created, due to the values of the Dorama Protoss, they probably wouldn't create any hybrids. However, with TangYue's help, they developed a hybrid disintegration device. With just one shot, it can directly disassemble a hybrid into a pile of Protoss and Xur biomass. Unfortunately, the production method for the hybrid disintegration device is with TangYue. Although Dorama obtained a large number of hybrid disintegration devices from TangYue, they were all fitted onto the Golden Fleet. Xeridol, as one who enjoys roaming, naturally also got one, which is now installed on the Void Seeker. When he met Maul, he fired a shot, and Maul died on the spot. After that, Xeridol still headed to the remains of the Overmind. Although he easily dealt with Maul, the appearance of hybrids not controlled by TangYue also indicates the seriousness of the problem. Although Xeridol ultimately obtained the original prophecy of the Overmind, having spent so much time with TangYue, the well-informed Xeridol recognized that the projection of Tassadar should be a true projection of Xel'Naga. Through the Ahan Crystal, Raynor naturally learned the news, which made Jim and Raynor feel very strange. Originally, according to the development of events, everything would eventually be destroyed, but now TangYue. This external factor has inserted itself into their lives. Not to mention anything else, just the hybrid disintegration device. How could they lose with that? Well, in fact, Xeridol came to share the crystal just for fun, to share some interesting things. Once again free, Jim and Raynor also planned to address the issue of the new passengers on the ship. Tosh, let us talk about your situation. What do you really want? Jim and Raynor called Tosh to the bridge to figure out his problem. Before Tosh could speak, a communication request came through the communicator. Matt glanced at Jim Raynor, and Jim nodded to indicate to open it. I'm Nova. I contacted you before. Tosh and his specters are madmen. Their excessive psionic growth will drive them insane. Help me solve the specter problem. Brother, after all we've been through, I don't want to say much. You think it over. Right now, Tosh seems very reckless. Compared to the Empire's executioners, we've been through a lot together. I hope my choice won't be wrong. Jim Raynor clearly chose Tosh. Good brother. I knew you could be trusted. I will prepare to attack New First Sun and rescue my compatriots. Tosh left excitedly to prepare. This will be a disaster for both of us. Nova then dropped a harsh remark and closed the communication, just as Jim Raynor and Tosh were preparing to disembark. With the airlock opening, a small figure holding a spear appeared before them. It was TangYue. Jimmy, I remember I already said to notify me of good things. What? Planning to leave me behind to go have fun? If it weren't for Tychus coming to get new gear, I wouldn't even know. TangYue stood with his back to them, his tone chilling. I was just having Tychus tell you, when he went to get the gear. Jim Raynor wiped his sweat and said cautiously, Is that so? TangYue turned his head, a dangerous glint in his eyes directed at Jim Raynor. Yes, yes, Jim Raynor said, trembling. Consider this your past this time. If there's a next time, you'll have a taste of what's in store for you. TangYue threatened, pointing a finger at Jim Raynor. A taste of what? Jim Raynor was clearly confused. Oh, are you interested? I made a special mixed fruit juice from the unique fruits I collected from several planets I visited before. Would you like to try? TangYue's face suddenly turned comical, but his eyes revealed a dangerous glint. No, I'll pass, thanks. Jim Raynor hurriedly refused. Just the thought of mixed fruit juices from various planets was terrifying. Since there are no problems now, let us hurry to rescue my brothers and sisters. Tosh urged again. This time I'll let you see just a glimpse of my strength. Willie, let us go, TangYue said, leading the way. Willie floated right behind TangYue, closely following. Soon they arrived at the surface of New First Sun. The entire New First Sun, as a prison planet, had basically been hollowed out, with most of the spherical structures being man-made. In space, there were many spaceports as well. This time, with Tosh's help, the Hyperion passed through the security system that invaded New First Sun, paralyzed the outer defenses, and successfully infiltrated the surface. Upon reaching the surface, TangYue held Willie in hand to show you all Willie's new form, the shimmering beam launcher. Chapter 101. The new birth of New First Sun. TangYue's landing could be described as a hardcore hard landing. Dragging fire, he directly smashed onto the surface of New First Sun, the huge noise immediately attracting all nearby guards. It's the invaders. Open fire. The security team leader ordered the attack. Interesting, I happen to be quite fired up today. Let's take it out on you. TangYue faced the rushing guards without flinching, directly raising Willy. Shimmering beam. TangYue sao that power fu. As TangYue's words fell, the front end of Willy began to continuously launch the shimmering beams, ordinary shimmering beams slightly enhanced, embedded with a few small spells, generated from behind TangYue, pouring firepower onto those guards. Da-da, da-da-da. TangYue advanced, and all the guards he encountered, whether they were Marines or Raiders, were either frozen, incinerated, corroded, or shattered under the bombardment of the shimmering beams. As TangYue's unstoppable advance continued, the guards of New First Sun felt deep fear, a fear of an irresistible power. Soon, the defensive line was breached. Originally, it was TangYue moving slowly while the guards struggled to resist. It shifted to TangYue still moving slowly while the guards up ahead fled in a panic. So what were Jim Raynor and Tosh doing at this moment? At this moment, Jim Reno was sitting in the newly established forward position, with Tosh and Takes beside him. So, are we just going to let that little girl deal with the guards alone? Tosh, who was absent every time TangYue performed, was not very sure about her strength. Don't worry, she's a real god, the kind that can tear apart planets by herself. It's definitely in good hands with her. As TangYue's new subordinate, Takes naturally had to praise his boss. That's right, we've all seen TangYue's great power with our own eyes. We don't need to worry about handing this over to her. Jim Reno confirmed Take's words. Moreover, when I just disembarked, I noticed that TangYue wasn't in a good mood. So what you need to worry about is whether those guards can withstand her onslaught. As Jim Reno spoke, he took a swig of alcohol. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you have any special members in your ghost team? I plan to select one from the ghosts to join the outlaws. Do you have any recommendations? Takes aim to recruit from Tosh's ghost unit. Well, brother, I have a buddy named Nax who is locked up in prison. He's a ghost with strong psychic abilities. After some thought, Tosh recommended Nax to Takes. Tosh also had some understanding of the outlaws. Their special equipment was simply overpowered. Tosh was quite envious. Then it settled. Not bad. Another one who dreams of joining the outlaws. Takes took a big gulp of alcohol as well. In the camp, a group of people were enjoying themselves, drinking and chatting. On the other side of the battlefield, Willy switched to high-speed mode. As TangYue's voice fell, Willy transformed into a snake-headed broom mode. TangYue directly rode on top, and the front end of the broom continued to fire dazzling patterns, significantly increasing the firing speed. Sitting on Willy's staff, TangYue began to weave back and forth among the large group of guards ahead. Those guards were like lottery players. The lucky ones only got ordinary attribute patterns, while the unlucky ones faced the extreme ice feast. That would take down a large number of them. Thus, TangYue kept pushing forward and was soon approaching the central prison. At this time, Jim Reno, having had his fill, along with Tosh, Takes, and a small squad, began to clear along TangYue's advance route. Commander, you're about to reach the first military prison. Want to make some new friends? Matt's timely prompt appeared. Interesting. Are the guards in this prison all crayfish? With such a commotion outside from TangYue, they didn't come out. They are quite lucky. However, we still came. Jim Reno couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. All right, Jimmy, let's liberate them quickly. With that, Takes charged ahead, throwing a grenade. Meanwhile, Jim Reno and his group started to leisurely clean the battlefield. TangYue had already reached the main prison area. Let's show you, scum, what real fear looks like. TangYue shouted as she charged into the center of the position. Star Pattern Meteor Explosion. After many years, TangYue unleashed the Star Pattern Meteor Explosion once again. A massive star pattern far exceeding previous ones was condensed, and with the explosion, the entire core prison area's floor was plowed down 3 to 4 meters. With a layer of the ceiling in the lower prison melted. In the distance, Jim Reno's group naturally saw the strong light. What is that? I can feel a power stronger than a fusion strike. This was the first time Tosh witnessed such might, and he was understandably shocked. I don't know, but this must be TangYue's doing. All right, let's finish our work quickly. TangYue should be done by now, Jim Reno said. Sure enough, as Jim Reno's group completed their sweep and arrived at the main prison area, there wasn't a single living guard to be found. Jimmy, you made it. Hurry and transfer what you need. I have my eye on this planet. At this moment, TangYue revealed a smile, clearly in a better mood after venting her frustrations. Soon, Jim Reno and Tosh completed the selection and transport of prisoners, with many political prisoners opposing Monsk being taken aboard the Hubrian for transport elsewhere. Before long, Jim Reno, Tosh, and Takes gathered on the bridge to witness TangYue's transformation of New Forsen. TangYue had activated her divine presence, standing in outer space, pointing the divine Willy at New Forsen. The planet began to transform, wrapped in a golden power, with TangYue creating a core consciousness for this new planet, named Kuntasha. After infusing her energy into the planet, she opened a world passage and threw it in, planning to check on it again when the opportunity arose, letting it develop freely for now. Chapter 102. The fall of Haven. The rescue operation for New Forsen went very smoothly, and Tosh happily returned to the Huberian. Takes also successfully inducted Nax into the Outlaws. Due to Take's recent activity, the ranks of the Outlaws grew significantly. Besides Nax, who had just been rescued from New Forsen, there were also Myers Blazer Lewis, an experienced fire bat, Rob Bombshell Boswell, a hot-tempered miner in custom mining armor, and Vega, a wild ghost agent with powerful psychic abilities. Of course, as a new member of the Outlaws and a subordinate of TangYue, they received special gifts from her. Blazer, super fire bat armor, equipped with a void fuel tank, allows flames to spread through space, significantly enhancing attack range, even capable of igniting high-flying aircraft. Focused flames can instantly melt any armor. It also features incendiary grenades that can ignite target locations and stick to all enemy units on the ground within range. Bombshell, super lek armor, with phase steel cables that allow for terrain-based movement, referencing three-dimensional maneuvering, can pull oneself or a target to another location. Equipped with a resurrection protocol that instantly restores all armor and inflicts massive damage on surrounding enemies when the armor drops to freezing point. The carried scatter shot can deal heavy damage to clustered enemies and can switch to a drill mode, tearing apart heavy armaments instantly. Vega, Where Super Ghost Combat Gear. Equipped with ultra-long-range goggles, providing orbital vision, has a shape control device, enabling instant control of multiple enemy units with psychic assistance. Equipped with phase snare devices that can drag flying units to the ground. The specialized sniper rifle has conventional sniping capabilities. Sniping skills become basic attacks, usable on any target, including buildings. It also has the ability to link to the Outlaw satellites for precision strikes. Mon's small nuclear bomb. Nax, wears super ghost combat gear. Equipped with scanning goggles, sensor tower. Equipped with a custom version of the psychic amplifier from TangYue, releasing ultrasonic pulses with a larger range, higher damage, and longer duration. With the pulse's location under Nax's control. Carries a specialized grenade launcher with extremely fast firing speed for both air and ground, causing small area of effect damage. It also links to the Outlaw's satellites for precision strikes. Mon's small nuclear bomb. The significant increase in members made Takes feel quite good. However, fortune does not come single-handedly. Calamity does not come alone. After a hard-won and perilous journey, the immigrants from Ugria finally found a planet called Haven. However, the Zerg had already invaded, this time bringing along the toxic entities and virus sprayers. Unfortunately, several people in the immigrant gathering spots were infected. This news immediately distressed Dr. Hansen. Lord TangYue, I beg you, please help my people, they're all innocent. Since the Mainhof incident, Dr. Hansen had been studying the Zerg virus, but he had made no progress during this time. The virus mutated too quickly, making it impossible to develop an antidote. Before Dr. Hansen could prepare himself, another outbreak occurred on Haven. Forget it, let us go to the bridge first. TangYue was also quite annoyed and had no choice but to take Dr. Hansen to the bridge. TangYue, what are you doing here? Dr. Hansen is here too. We were just about to notify you. Jim Raynor was quite surprised to see TangYue and Dr. Hansen on the bridge. What's going on, Jimmy? Our sensors have detected another Protoss fleet arriving in Haven's orbit, so I thought it necessary to have you come. Matt took on the role of the announcer once again. Since everyone is here, let's open communications. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Jim Raynor ordered the communication to be connected. Entaro Tasadar, James Raynor. It's a pleasure to see you here. And of course, the esteemed Lord TangYue. It's been a long time since we last saw each other after Sagulath. I didn't expect to find you on James Raynor's ship. Upon connecting the communication, the figure of Selendis appeared before everyone. Oh, long time no see, Selendis. Adnis must be quite busy lately. Being the new High Arbiter is tough. Has Rosagao retired? What about Vorazin? Has she taken office? TangYue bombarded with a series of questions. Lord TangYue, they're all well. However, I have come this time because our sensors detected signs of Zerg infection on this planet. These infected entities must be purified. Selendis answered TangYue's questions briefly before getting straight to the point. Jim, TangYue, these are innocent civilians. Give me some more time, Dr. Hansen desperately tried to dissuade them, but as he spoke, he couldn't find the words. Since this is such a human issue, if you wish to resolve it on your own, we will gladly leave this task to you. Selendis, out of respect for TangYue and the camaraderie with Jim Raynor, intended to relinquish the operational authority. Jim Raynor looked at Hansen, then turned to TangYue. What are you looking at me for? If you wanted to say it, you should first clear the Zerg base below. I will handle the rest later. TangYue directly instructed Jim Raynor. At the same time, TangYue turned to Celindes on the communicator. Leave this matter to us. With me here, there won't be any problems. Please return and send my regards to Adonis and the others. Since you have your assurance, we will choose to respect your will. I will convey your message. Goodbye, Lord TangYue. After saying this, Celindes closed the communicator. Commander, the Protoss fleet has retreated. Now we should. Matt reported to Jim Raynor. Of course. We need to go down and clear out the Zerg. Jim Raynor replied. Right, you all go clear the Zerg first, then stop the infection from spreading further. I'll handle the rest. After saying this, TangYue returned to the laboratory. Left behind, Dr. Hansen was at a loss, but finally, as if he had made a decision, he rushed towards the laboratory. Chapter 103. Fighting Poison with Poison after receiving their tasks. Jim Raynor took Tychus and the others to the surface of Haven to eliminate the Zerg base and seal off the infected camps to prevent further spread of the infection. Meanwhile, TangYue began to create a solution in the laboratory. Although everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, the anxious Dr. Hansen seemed to think otherwise. On the surface of Haven, after Jim Raynor had just cleared a Zerg base, he received a message from Matt. Commander, Dr. Hansen has locked herself in the laboratory, and I'm afraid she might do something reckless. Matt's tone was quite helpless. The laboratory is locked from the inside now, and it will take some time to open it. All right, Matt, do your best to unlock the laboratory. Also, inform TangYue. Jim Raynor felt helpless in this situation. The ground battle was going very smoothly, with the addition of new outlaws making the advance on the position incredibly smooth. Naxx's ultrasound took down entire areas of Zerg, and with blazes fire from afar, several flames ignited a whole nest. Soon, the infection outbreak on Haven was brought under control. Jim Raynor also returned to the Hyperion with Tychus and the outlaw team. At this moment, TangYue also emerged from the laboratory. Jimmy, have the issues down below been resolved? You moved pretty fast. Yes, with the help of the outlaws. Everything went very smoothly. Jim Raynor was very pleased with the performance of the outlaws. Of course, you can fully trust old Tychus and his outlaws. Tychus took great pride in this. All right, where's Dr. Hansen? I've got all sorted. She locked herself in the laboratory, and Matt just finished unlocking it. We were just about to check. Wait, I remember I asked Matt to inform you. Jim Raynor explained, but then realized he had already asked Matt to tell her. Oh, did he? I was too focused at the time. I must not have heard. Let us hurry and check. TangYue laughed and led Jim Raynor and the others towards the laboratory. Upon opening the laboratory door, they found Dr. Hansen collapsed on the ground, convulsing and occasionally spitting out black slime. I must develop an antidote. I must save my people. Dr. Hansen, who was convulsing, kept murmuring. It seemed she intended to test the poison on herself to research an antidote, but clearly it had gone awry, and she was likely on the verge of becoming a Zerg combatant. TangYue understood the situation immediately upon seeing this scene. What? So she's still. Although Raynor didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood. Since we are in this situation, we can only use Plan B. Saying this, TangYue took out a red syringe from her pocket, approached Hansen, and injected the red liquid directly into her neck. What is that? Curious Tychus asked. It's a new virus I developed that will merge with the host's will and soul, replacing all body cells, possessing a strong ability to devour and evolve. It is enhanced and modified from the Zerg virus, combined with the basic genetic traits of the Zerg. When severely injured, it can directly devour organic matter to repair itself. The most interesting part is that it can generate seeds from the mother body to develop offspring. TangYue carefully introduced her creation. The virus effect is referenced from the Blacklight virus, but it is non-contagious, and devouring will not acquire memories. However, the ability to devour and evolve is greatly enhanced. It can basically evolve to achieve any desired function by devouring corresponding organisms, equivalent to an upgraded version of the original Zerg. Just as TangYue was speaking, numerous black and red tendrils resembling vascular gene chains emerged from Dr. Hansen, wrapping around his entire body, while black and red liquid continuously seeped from the ground. What is going on? This scene was too shocking for the research novice, Jim Raynor. Oh, it's nothing, just eliminating impurities, TangYue replied nonchalantly. I thought I was supposed to. At this moment, Dr. Hansen on the ground slowly began to wake up. However, he still spoke hesitantly, clearly not quite adapted to his new body. You're awake. Why were you so impulsive? Because of you. I had to abandon the plan to reverse the concentrated virus of those infected and instead resorted to Plan B, turning you into a prototype body. Seeing Hansen wake up, TangYue immediately began to complain. Prototype body? Transformation? Well, Dr. Hansen still seemed dazed. Did you forget? You injected yourself with the alien insect virus, and you're about to transform, right? I remember now. I was anxious and injected myself with the alien insect virus, but now? Dr. Hansen was clearly still confused, as his current body didn't seem to resemble an altered combat body. Now we're getting to my masterpiece, the Zero virus. Your current prototype body is entirely composed of the virus, possessing evolutionary abilities like the virus, achieving immortality, and it's equivalent to signing a contract of servitude with me, serving me forever. Afterward, TangYue thoroughly explained the capabilities of the Zero virus to Hansen. Upon understanding the abilities of the Zero virus as a researcher, he quickly began to absorb some samples, unlocking a series of abilities such as Claw Form, Iron Fist Form, Acid Cannon Form, Psychic Lightning Form, Rapid Form, Flying Form, and more. He truly played with the evolutionary capabilities of the Zero virus. After that, Hansen went to the surface of Haven and provided seeds to those latent infected individuals, as those completely mutated altered combat bodies had lost consciousness and were beyond help. However, Dr. Hansen managed to absorb those altered combat bodies to obtain the detailed genetic sequence of the alien insect virus, successfully developing an antidote. Thank you very much, Lord TangYue. I will serve you faithfully in the future. Special Subordinate 1 for TangYue. Chapter 104. Talador under the influence of Plan B. The situation in Haven stabilized. The humans of Haven became one of the first groups to be immune to the alien insect virus. Dr. Hansen, having become a prototype body, selected a representative and continued to stay on the Hyperion as TangYue's research assistant. Of course, the special unit composed of prototype bodies, Blacklight, also temporarily joined the Hyperion family. The life of a ranger is always busy. Just as they hadn't settled down for long, the Mobius Foundation sent a distress signal. Kerrigan had reached their homeland, Talador, and was directly facing Leviathan. The Mobius rookies were instantly overwhelmed and fled in panic, only to realize that their artifact data was still left behind. There was no choice. The Mobius Foundation had to contact Jim Reno's Rangers through Tiki's, hoping they would destroy the data core. That's how it is, Jimmy, what do you say? Tiki said, sitting in the newly built conference room chair. Well, since it's about the artifact and Kerrigan, we must solve this problem, Jim Reno replied after a moment of thought. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're sleepy. Hansen, take your Blacklight squad down and eliminate all the alien insects. I'll handle Kerrigan, TangYue said, resting her chin on her crossed hands, wearing a pair of highly reflective sunglasses. Understood, I will lead my squad to eliminate the alien insects. So, Jim, the task of destroying the data core is up to you. Dr. Hansen readily agreed. No problem, Ariel. We'll take care of the data core. You can focus on the swarm. With everything arranged, each performing their duties, the Hyperion, under Matt's navigation, arrived at Talador. Team A will move with me. Team B will clear Sector 2. Team C will clear Sector 3, and Team D will provide support. This is our first operation. Let's perform well. Dr. Ariel Hansen issued commands through the communicator. Understood. 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 As 4 transport planes landed, Dr. Hansen's Blacklight squad began their operations. At this moment, Talador had already been invaded by alien insects, with fungal carpets spreading across the streets, and sporadically, one could see anti-aircraft firepower made up of spore crawlers, while many Thunder Beast thorn snakes patrolled in an intersecting manner. Our target is the main nest of the alien insects. Keep up. Pay attention to your vital signs and replenish organic matter in time. After arriving at the surface, Dr. Hansen immediately activated his sprint form, leading Team A rapidly toward the main nest where the alien insects landed in Talador. Along the way, all the jumpers and thorn snakes they encountered were directly sliced open by Ariel's claw-like hands and absorbed into his body as organic matter for restoration. When encountering large creatures like the Thunder Beast, the squad would coordinate. One would switch to hammer form to engage directly, another would switch to acid-etching armor piercing. And after weakening the target, one would switch to the giant blade to deliver a decapitation strike. The collision between the hammer and the Thunder Beast's monomolecular giant blade produced a ringing sound of metal clashing, and even with the enhancement of a Zero virus, the member facing the enemy was still knocked back a few steps. Meanwhile, the acid cannon operator immediately targeted the Thunder Beast's head and joint positions, continuously firing acid shells. Although the alien insect had strong acid resistance, under the enhancement of the virus, the acid from the acid cannon still managed to soften the Thunder Beast's armor. On the other side, 2 team members transformed their hands into long whips, linking them together to form a giant slingshot, while a third member fused both hands to form a giant blade, standing on the slingshot and launching himself. The powerful acceleration multiplied the force of the giant blade, directly slicing through the softened Thunderbeast. As a result, the Blacklight Squad, enhanced by the Zero virus, possessed at least the physical qualities of a paladin. And as they continued to absorb the essence of the alien insects, their physical abilities strengthened continuously, while many new abilities were also constantly being developed, making the task of encircling the alien insects increasingly easier. Meanwhile, on TangYue's side, it's been a long time, Kerrigan. TangYue was sitting in the Leviathan's chamber high above Talador, facing the infected Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades. Indeed, the last time we met was when you took one of my broodmothers. Kerrigan, still influenced by the alien insects and Amon's will, exuded a villainous aura. Oh, what one broodmother? What does it matter if I gave it to you? You still relied on the power I gave you to control the alien insects, right? Upon hearing Kerrigan's desire for repayment, TangYue immediately began to bring up old grievances. Oh, so this magical power comes from you? Then I indeed owe you a favor. However, can you tell me why you are here now? Kerrigan extended her right hand, and a golden light appeared in her palm, which was the primordial power that TangYue had injected into Kerrigan during their last encounter. At the same time, while inquiring about TangYue's intentions, Kerrigan narrowed her eyes, which emitted psychic light, and stared intently at TangYue. Of course, I'm here to drag you down, TangYue said without hesitation, revealing the truth. What? I thought you would be a bit more diplomatic. Kerrigan was also quite surprised by TangYue's unorthodox approach. Is it necessary? You should be able to sense that the surface Zerg's reactions are quickly fading. The combat capability of my latest masterpiece is quite strong. TangYue's lips curled slightly, and his half-squinted eyes reflected his happiness at that moment. Aren't you afraid that I will directly send Leviathan to attack? Kerrigan pretended to be strong and said, You can try it. As long as you and Leviathan dare to make any moves, I will dare to decompose Leviathan into a pile of small crystal chunks. TangYue took out a cup of milk tea and began to drink. In this way, TangYue kept Kerrigan at bay. The surface Zerg had been mostly cleared out. Jim Raynor's troops harvested a batch of new members without obstruction while also stealing the data core. Chapter 105. Typhon. The operation in Talador was successfully completed, and Kerrigan left in a huff, not knowing who the unfortunate soul would be to bear the brunt of her anger. Due to Mobius's withdrawal, Talador was also freed up and was legally occupied by TangYue, managed by Dr. Hansen's Blacklight team. At the same time, Talador was transformed into a black technology factory, specifically producing advanced black technology units developed by TangYue. In addition to the Super Gunner and Cow Medic, as well as the Phase Tank and Sky Firebat improvements, TangYue also developed many other black technologies during this adventurous life. Reaper, equipped with 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy armor, powered by a void energy furnace. It carries an overloaded kinetic cannon sponsored by the Electro-Wheel logo, which paralyzes the target's electronic signal transmission, including bioelectric signals, rendering it incapacitated. Due to the hybrid's information transmission relying on void energy, it can only decelerate. Harvester, the latest flying backpack, allows for short-term high-altitude flight, with explosives upgraded to improved city-busting explosives that can directly penetrate wall-level armor. The combat suit's first aid protocol makes the Harvester invulnerable for 5 seconds when receiving fatal injuries and allows for rapid recovery. Firestorm, equipped with a transformation system. It can transform into a train hero, with the attack mode changing to fan-shaped spraying. The vehicle's armor is made of 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy, making it sturdy and durable. It is also equipped with the latest developed plasma fuel, which directly melts all armor, effectively killing light-armored enemies while quickly eliminating heavy-armored foes. Goliath, the unnecessary machine gun, was removed. The driving legs were reinforced and thickened. The missile bay expanded, and new phase-locking technology was installed, allowing it to simultaneously lock onto aerial and ground mass enemies for saturation missile bombardment. The body, also made of 100 billion level compressed Edmund alloy, has astonishing defensive power. The missile bay is loaded with a spatial device that directly connects to the base's ammunition depot, allowing for a barrage of fire. The specially designed Nightshade missile has a strong corrosive attack capability, continuously damaging the target's armor. Viper, the weapon, was modified to a focused energy beam, and continuous attacks will cause the beam to thicken, greatly increasing damage and extending attack range. It is also equipped with a trillion-level Edmund alloy exterior, making it indestructible. The recommendation system has been greatly enhanced, with linear improvements to its movement speed, and it has also been fitted with what is called nitrogen acceleration, which is actually a void energy acceleration method for instant speed boosts. Viking Fighter. The body is also made of trillion-level compressed Edmund alloy. The double barrel has been heavily modified into laser machine guns that can directly penetrate all armor, dealing massive damage to all enemies in line. The missiles in flight mode have been equipped with a locking system, and once locked, will unleash continuous bombardment. While the specially crafted You're Dead 9000 missile will cause widespread area damage. Medical transport. This one has been completely overhauled. TangYue directly performed a major repair, transforming the original healing beam into a void-cutting ray, and the body is directly equipped with a restoration field that rapidly heals allies within its range, granting a 50 damage reduction, while also significantly increasing energy recovery speed. It is also equipped with a crazy leap technology that requires no coordinates or line of sight, allowing for direct transmission with no cooldown. Now, Talador serves as the production center for these black technologies. Of course, to prevent Talador from being forcibly reclaimed, TangYue directly dug 8 giant pits on the surface. 2 are located at the poles, serving as shield generators, forming a force field that envelopes the entire planet. Without a pass, don't even think about missiles. Even space dust cannot enter. The other 6 giant pits house 6 star cannons, the kind that can obliterate a planet with a single shot. These are meant for counterattacking and stalling for time, although having these can solve most problems. After discussing the situation in Talador, TangYue learned the location of the next artifact fragment thanks to Jim Raynor copying some data. It is on the planet Typhon. That asset looks pretty good, Jim Raynor said, looking at the map showing Typhon. Exactly, we just need to. What? The energy of the star in this system has suddenly increased by 50 times. I have never seen anything like this. Mao was about to say something, but the report from the detector left him astonished. What's going on? It means that this star is undergoing a supernova explosion. Matt explained. Interesting. So it means we have to brave the flames of the supernova to grab the artifact. Cool, Tychus remarked, thinking that if he were still the same as before, he might not go back now. However, recently TangYue had equipped him with a new set of gear, and having witnessed TangYue's great power, he felt unfazed by these matters. Then let us get going. We need to hurry. Jim Raynor issued the order to depart. At this moment, the communicator lit up again. Hey, guys, Swan and I have prepared new toys for you, the Wraith. I switched to trillion-level compressed Edmund alloy and improved the stealth system. Now our Wraith has super stealth. Although it consumes energy faster, even anti-stealth units can't detect the Wraith. I also enhanced the missiles. After hitting a target, they create a gravitational vortex that pulls in nearby enemies and then explodes again. Exciting, right? TangYue's voice came from the hangar. Clearly, he had sensed the supernova when they arrived in this star region and was already waiting for Jim Raynor and the others in the hangar. I said, why are you not on the bridge this time? Turns out you were already prepared. Jim Raynor said with a smile to TangYue. Haha, hurry up. Let us resolve this quickly, and then I want to collect that supernova. The energy of Talador star cannon ISNT very good. It can't fire continuously. TangYue continued to amaze with his words. The remaining actions went smoothly. Although super stealth consumes more energy, TangYue can charge directly. The undetectable Wraith destroyed the entire Tatalan base, smoothly obtaining the 4th artifact fragment. Chapter 106. Valhalla. After obtaining the artifact fragment from Typhon, Valerian hurried over to show off his skills. However, since he had secretly changed employers long ago, although Jim Raynor expressed disdain, he still had to give him face, especially since they had not yet found the location of the last fragment. Although the members of the Hyperion had some complaints about Jim Raynor's cooperation with the Empire at first, Jim Raynor simply stated, we are currently working for TangYue. The Empire is just a tool for us to gather intelligence. Do you understand? Do I need to say it again? With that said, there were suddenly no complaints at all. Instead, everyone was full of energy. TangYue has an excellent reputation on the Huberian, having helped basically everyone. Now, hearing that she is helping TangYue with her tasks while also potentially messing with the Empire is simply delightful. Changing the subject, aside from the issues regarding the artifact, the deputy who was recently taken to the Port of the Dead has also run into problems, as Colonel Orlan is planning to turn against them. Reno hears this and thinks this is unacceptable. Anyone who dares to betray our rangers is asking for trouble. He directly leads a large number of black technology troops to airdrop in, causing Orlan's forces to be thrown into disarray. Matt also encounters his nightmare partner, Mira Han. Reno even takes advantage of Matt's momentum to snag a few fresh vulture vehicles. Seeing his old buddy again makes him extremely happy. With the exaggerated firepower of black technology, Orlan is easily subdued and is handed over to Mira Han for safekeeping. The unlocked deputy brings today's big scoop with this evidence. Jim Reno can give Monsk a hard time. Therefore, Matt stays up all night drafting a meticulous plan. Matt, are you really okay like this? Jim Reno asks as he looks at Matt, who has two deep black circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. I'm fine, sir. I can hold on. You wouldn't believe how perfect this plan is. Just as he starts to say this, his voice trails off, and upon closer inspection, Matt has already fallen asleep on the star map in the command bridge. Maybe we should talk about it tomorrow? TangYue cautiously suggests. Wow, Matt is really pushing himself, TangYue says while poking Matt's face with her finger. In the end, they find someone to take Matt back to his quarters to rest. The next day, a lively Matt gathers everyone in the conference room. According to my intelligence, the Empire is researching a new type of heavy combat mech, Odin, which is now at the testing phase. They are preparing to showcase it in Kar. Our first step is to intercept Odin, then destroy all Empire bases. Seal off the information, and the rest will be up to me. Matt points at the mission view and vividly describes his excellent plan. Those present either truly don't understand or are too lazy to listen. In any case, most of it goes in one ear and out the other. However, they grasp the gist. First, rob Odin, then raid the bases. Understood. Then let's hijack Odin and depart. As soon as Matt finishes, Jim Reno stands up and shouts. TangYue and the others, who are starting to doze off, instantly stand up and shout, charge. Soon, the Hubrian arrives at Beayana. After infiltrating the enemy rear, let's raid. All assault teams go. TangYue, leading his band of outlaws, charges into the workshop. Intruders. Activate security systems. All the guards barely get a few lines out before TangYue turns them into a sieve with a burst of bullets. Brothers, charge. Have some of my grenades. Sure enough, TangYue gets particularly excited when it comes to fighting. They quickly reach the team leader's room. Wow, this big guy is amazing. Let me give it a try. TangYue says eagerly as he hops onto Odin. Meanwhile, Matt remotely controls the assembly system and starts putting Odin together. Great. Now what we need to do is eliminate all the Empire bases. Jim Reno feels things are going very smoothly. Black technology is truly impressive. Sir, I detect a large number of battlecruisers at the Empire base. Odin's anti-air capabilities aren't very strong. Matt timely reports the situation. Looks like we VE run into trouble. Check out my modified Wraith fighters, equipped with penetrating laser launchers and phased armor systems that can deflect attacks by consuming energy. Let us have some fun. TangYue is always so reliable. Several new Wraith fighters provide battlefield support, faced with the super armor of the battlecruisers. TangYue's Wraith fighters fire a few laser shots and instantly pierce the hull of the battlecruisers. The once feared battlecruisers are easily shot down by the Wraith fighters. Wow, these Wraith fighters are really powerful. TangYue et Galim, can you help me modify this big baby? TangYue, after marveling at the power of TangYue's modified Wraith fighters, requests her help in modifying Odin. Obviously, TangYue has taken a liking to Odin. It's a small matter. As long as you do your job well. It's just a small Odin. Simple. Clearly, TangYue is quite considerate of her own people. After receiving her promise, TangYue's combat power significantly increases, and he directly flattens two bases. Meanwhile, Reno's troops begin to land in Beayana one after another. With TangYue and Reno advancing, the Empire bases are continuously being destroyed. TangYue even wanders around out of boredom and discovers another prototype, the Vulcan. This is a special battlecruiser, much stronger than an ordinary battlecruiser. However, it is also shot to pieces by a wave of Wraith fighters under TangYue's command and ultimately crashes at the launch point. As for why TangYue doesn't take it, it's simply because it looks too ugly. The Vulcan, for some reason, abandoned its laser cannon array and opted for large-caliber front-mounted machine guns, which is foolish. Finally, under a nuclear bomb bombardment from TangYue, the operation in Beayana concludes successfully. Matt utilizes all resources, and the Empire still believes Odin is under their control. As an old, greedy character, Matt cleverly takes away all supplies disguised as a robbery while leaving Odin and TangYue inside. Chapter 107. Kar. The operation in Beayana went very smoothly, and Odin has been transported to Kar, ready for a parade. TangYue is inside Odin, having been taken along. The Hubrian naturally follows behind. Although time is tight, TangYue still installs new gadgets on Odin before leaving. A small nuclear bomb manufacturing factory that can extract void energy to create small nuclear bombs, reactivating the skull button. Odin is now parading at UNN, with large crowds of civilians heading to the central square to watch. Colorful paper and ribbons float in space. A fleet of propaganda vehicles fills the streets, and promotional airships fly overhead. Look at that. Jimmy Mont's face is everywhere here. This is TangYue's first time in Kar, and she is very curious about the scene. The planet, once devastated by the Tyrant Federation's nuclear bombs, has revitalized through continuous efforts, although the outskirts remain desolate. In a bit, Matt will seize control of communications, Taika's will cause a ruckus, and we will take the opportunity to build a base to prepare for signal transmission. Jim Reno outlines the action plan. Don't worry, Jimmy. Swan and I have dealt with the new guy, Thor. It's a bit smaller than Odin, but has powerful firepower. Plus, I've set it to 2 modes, enhancing anti-air and anti-ground capabilities. Use it well. TangYue, piloting the transport ship, tells Jim Reno. Truly reliable. Now, let us see how Taika's actions are going. With that, Jim Reno opens the communicator. On the other side, Taika's receives the notification and starts to wreak havoc. Hey, little guys, try this. Whoa. Taika's pilots Odin and begins the demolition, leaving a trail of debris and wreckage in his wake. With the second nuclear bomb dropping, 2 bases are cleared, and Matt's control time comes to an end. The base is also established, and Jim Reno begins to broadcast methodically. TangYue discovered a laboratory near the suburbs, where she found a coordinate and secret documents. After greeting Jim Reno, she set off immediately. Interesting, this is actually a laboratory. Let me see the introduction. Beryllium Element Collection Factory. How intriguing. TangYue commented while looking at the travel guide map provided. Upon reaching the main entrance, she found the door tightly closed and locked. Oh my, the door is locked. Take this. Saying that, TangYue delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a jolt, the door remained intact, but the wall connected to it was shattered. I'm coming in, TangYue shouted as she walked in. Intruder, activate the security system, open fire. The excellent guards quickly reacted and notified others. Soon, a group of security forces rushed to the door. Assault meteor strike. TangYue unleashed a battle mage technique she hadn't used in a long time, and a giant energy hand directly turned all the guards into ashes. Continuing forward, TangYue arrived at an experimental area, sensing personnel approaching, causing the research chamber to automatically open. Interesting, it's a failed hybrid. It seems that Xeridol mentioned there were others experimenting with hybrids when he brought the Ahan crystal. I didn't expect to find one here. TangYue pressed on and soon reached a massive chamber filled with heavy engineering units, such as siege tanks and landing Valkyries. Oh, look what I found, an automatic robot. TangYue quickly spotted an offline combat robot. She soon had a new idea, directly crawling into the robot and pulling out a large number of parts, which were strewn all over the ground outside. Who knows how TangYue managed to extract parts larger than the robot's overall volume. Soon, she crawled out and kicked the lid shut. The combat robot's eyes lit up, indicating it was activated. Let me show you my charge-forward combat robot. With TangYue's command, the new combat robot deployed a shield and began to slowly advance forward, pushing all guards and siege equipment outside the shield. What's going on? What is this thing? I don't know. It's so strong. We're all retreating. Quickly stop it. Behind is the landing pad. What? Clearly, the shield occupied the entire chamber, steadily pushing all guards and siege equipment forward, with the key being a landing pad leading to the cold outer space. If it couldn't be stopped, the consequences could be imagined. No, and with Wales, TangYue successfully dealt with another wave of enemies, and of course, that dumb robot also went to space. Soon, TangYue arrived at the core experimental area. Once again, with a loud bang, this time the door was gone. Entering the laboratory, she casually used her flashy energy blast to eliminate the guards and stood in front of a huge container. Is this the hybrid created here? Isn't this just an ordinary little black one? Boring. Let's see their research materials. The hybrid's armor is indestructible. Are you kidding me, just this? No wonder it's so weak. Saying this, TangYue directly opened the container. With a surge of immense spiritual energy, the core laboratory became deserted, with only TangYue standing before the hybrid. A hypocritical existence. My master has already discovered you. Your fate is nearing its end. Accept death. Saying this, the hybrid swung its gigantic claw, which was huge compared to TangYue, towards her. Ah, it can talk. How interesting. Take this, Shatter Smash. TangYue struck the hybrid with a blow from the suddenly appeared Willy. Under TangYue's strength, the hybrid was directly crushed. Although it wasn't very powerful, it seemed others were also at work. I should go back and inform Jimmy and the others. With that, TangYue left the laboratory, leaving chaos behind. Chapter 108. Sigma Quadrant. These are the things I saw there. Any thoughts? TangYue shared her experience from the hidden laboratory with Jim Reno and the others through the Ahan crystal. Monsk. It's Monsk again. This universe is doomed. And it's another mess he got involved in. Jim Reno was clearly very angry about this. What's there to be angry about, Jimmy? Didn't you see that the hybrid in the footage was easily eliminated? With TangYue around, the rest no problem. Tiki's appeared quite relaxed. Ever since TangYue dismantled his mobile prison, he had sided with her, enjoying a good life, playing with various super high-tech gadgets as long as he helped with work. With TangYue's equipment, those tasks were all a piece of cake. Alright, but that doesn't change the fact that Monsk is playing with fire. Cheer up, Jimmy. Didn't you just trip up Monsk? Be happy. TangYue comforted from the side. Indeed, our broadcast operation is going very smoothly. That old man Monsk has his hands full. Matt clearly recognized the uprising operation this time. Commander, we have received communications from the battleship Floros. It's a message from Prince Valerian. Put it through. Jim Reno, it seems your recent actions have been quite powerful. My father is currently overwhelmed with work. Valerian's figure appeared on the communication device. Is that all you came here to say? Jim Reno replied with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Of course not. Our team has found the location of the last artifact fragment. Once we acquire it, our team can. No need for that. I have enough excellent personnel to assemble the artifact after acquiring it. We will gather directly in Char. Are you sure? Assembling the artifact is no joke. It's a very dangerous task. Valerian clearly didn't believe that Jim Reno's motley crew had such high-caliber talent. Of course, you should know that the professionals I have here are beyond your imagination. Give me the location of the artifact. We will handle it. Jim Reno didn't indulge the young prince either. If that's the case, I'll wait for your good news. But I hope to securely obtain the last artifact fragment. After saying that, Valerian hung up the communication. Oh, Jimmy has some guts. TangYue teased directly. Haha, if it weren't for you, I would probably have to seek their help. Jim Reno expressed deep helplessness with this remark. Hey, cowboy, that little prince just sent over the blueprints for a new Minotaur-class battlecruiser. Swan's voice came from the internal communication. It seems that little prince takes this matter very seriously. Jim Reno had nothing to say about that. Haha, just in time. I'll go tinker with it and call back my Genesis trial. We'll push through directly with my modified battlecruiser. You Rangers should be able to handle any trouble. With that, TangYue headed to the armory. The remaining group also picked up on some information. It seems that this time, TangYue would be providing them with the final equipment. Soon, the blueprints for the new battlecruisers were uploaded to the Rangers database. Short-range tactical jumps, small Yamato gun clusters, void phase shields, close defense dragoons, floating cannon systems, and annihilation cannons. It can be said that the current battlecruisers are truly mobile battleships. Equipped with powerful firepower, comprehensive protection, and annihilation cannons that can eliminate all enemies, making them indispensable tools for siege warfare. With the massive resources accumulated by TangYue, Jim Raynor managed to assemble a fleet of battlecruisers in a short period. Accompanying the Hyperion and the initial trial returning from the alien galaxy, they headed for the location of the last artifact fragment, the Sigma Quadrant. Upon arriving in the Sigma Quadrant, the detectors discovered a Xel'Naga world ship located within it. Currently, this Xel'Naga world ship was occupied by a group of Tal'Darim, and the artifact fragment was in the treasure vault within the core area. Another group of Tal'Darim. How endless can this be? Even Jim Raynor felt speechless about this situation. Why bother with so much? Let's go. With that, Tychus piloted his customized transport, setting off with the outlaw team. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the initial trial, TangYue was sitting in the captain's chair for the first time in a long while, with her homunculus beside her, serving her tea. It had been a while since she enjoyed such a relaxing life. Let the hybrids assist Jimmy's actions. With TangYue's command given, the factory of the initial trial began working, producing a large number of hybrids and sending them to the world ship's platform. Jim Raynor was commanding the newly acquired fleet, advancing towards the treasure vault. The outlaw team on the ground was truly showcasing their unique abilities. The Tal'Darim forces were being swiftly annihilated. Even when they deployed large combat units like the Judicators, Vanguards, Blood Hunters, and Destroyers, they still couldn't inflict effective damage on the outlaw team, instead being pushed back by their firepower. Meanwhile, Jim Raynor's fleet was constantly bombarding from above. The most interesting part was the hybrids' front lines. The Tal'Darim felt quite wronged, as they should technically be on the same side as the hybrids. After all, the hybrids were their superiors. So should they fight or not? This led to a very low fighting spirit among the Tal'Darim warriors on this battlefield, as they seemed lost about what to do. On Jim Raynor's side, however, they faced the fiercest resistance, as a high-ranking Tal'Darim ascendant directly confronted Jim Raynor's fleet with the mothership of the Death Fleet. James Raynor, you must pay the price for your desecration of the artifact. However, after delivering his threat, he was met with a barrage of annihilation cannon fire, instantly evaporating him. Thus, TangYue successfully gathered the artifact fragments and prepared for assembly. Chapter 109. Return to Char with a hiss, the airlock door opened, and in walked the leader of the Rangers, Jim Raynor. TangYue, how's the artifact assembly going? Although he appeared calm, his tone revealed a strong sense of tension, as it concerned his second chance at life. "Oh, it's you, Jimmy." The assembly of the artifact is, of course, going smoothly. I did find a small issue, but it's nothing major. Just a slight adjustment is needed. TangYue is currently using a small archaeological hammer to tap on the assembled artifact. "Oh, that's good. But what are you doing now?" "Oh, this? I discovered that different positions produce different musical scales, so I'm trying to strike a song out of it." TangYue continued to tap around, exploring the scales. "All right, as long as you're happy. Let us know when the artifact is calibrated, and we'll head to Char to meet Kerrigan." Trusting TangYue, Jim Raynor relaxed a bit and left the lab. Not long after he left, cheerful music, the theme of Banshee, began to play from the lab. The adjustments to the artifact were quite rough. TangYue first enhanced its energy absorption and conversion capabilities, added an efficient charging module for the initial power, and installed a zero-point energy module. As TangYue completed the adjustments to the artifact, Matt and Valerian also received signals to head to Char. In the high orbital space of Char, aboard the Frosh, "You're here, Mr. James Raynor. And this is Ms. TangYue." Valerian appeared very gentlemanly, and beside him stood the veteran General Warfield. "This is General Warfield. My fleet will be commanded by him," Valerian introduced to Jim Raynor and TangYue. "Nice to meet you, General." "Well, I don't know why His Highness Valerian invited you. I hope you won't hold us back." General Warfield clearly looked down on Jim Raynor. "All right then, young prince, why did you call us here? To discuss plans?" Jim Raynor, noticing Warfield's disdain, decided not to provoke further. "I will accomplish what my father could not, eliminate the Zerg threat, deal with the Queen of Blades, and transform Sarah Kerrigan. But I think you'll be more interested in the next step." With that, Valerian activated the communicator, from which an elderly voice emerged. "Valerian, you took half of my fleet. What are you planning?" The voice of Manx came through the communicator. "Father, today I will complete the achievements you could not, eliminate the Zerg threat. I don't have time for your jokes. What gives you the courage to return?" Manx clearly understood Valerian's capabilities well. "And me, Arcturus," Jim Raynor interjected, entering the communication screen. "James, although I don't know where Valerian dug you up from, you should know that you can't escape my grasp." "We'll see about that," Jim Raynor replied, shutting off the communicator. "Then, we'll meet again on the surface, Prince." With that, Jim Raynor took TangYue and left. "Goodbye. See you below, young prince." TangYue waved goodbye to Valerian and Warfield. Under the firepower suppression of Jim Raynor's newly acquired fleet, the Rangers successfully cleared a landing zone. Using the command center TangYue had provided earlier, they established a forward position. At this moment, Jim Raynor, Tychus, Ariel Hansen, and TangYue were gathered around a temporary conference table, with a hybrid projection of the former Sexus beside them. The center of the table displayed the status of the Imperial fleet, which appeared to be in dire straits. "Damn it, I told you that a direct assault was unwise. They completely ignore my advice." Jim Raynor clearly had little faith in the Imperial fleet's landing strategy. Compared to Char during the Dominion era, the current orbital defense capabilities had greatly increased. "Jimmy, it seems we also came down with a direct assault," Tychus pointed out. "It's different. We have the advanced technology supported by TangYue. It was only with this high-intensity combat power that we managed to land. The Imperial fleet's equipment is not suitable for a direct landing. It's simply wishful thinking," Jim Raynor countered directly. All right, you win." Tychus had no retort against Jim Raynor. "Commander, the Empire's troops have suffered heavy losses in high orbit. I have detected that some landing pods have breached the defense line and will be landing near you. We could try to rescue them." Matt's suggestion came directly from the communicator. "All right, we want to do our best to rescue them and pull together a force to hold the position. TangYue, what do you plan to do?" After determining his course of action, Jim Raynor inquired about TangYue's plans. "I will send Sykes to provide support from high orbit, and the primordial trial will begin searching for the nearest suitable location to charge the artifact and then clear the area of the alien insects." TangYue also expressed her plans. As commanded, Sykes hung up the communication upon receiving TangYue's orders and went to prepare. Then it's settled. The meeting is adjourned. Jim Raynor saw that everything was arranged and also ended the meeting. With the Empire's airdrop pods landing one after another, Jim Reno's forces were becoming increasingly robust. With Sykes' orbital bombardment support, the rescue operation went very smoothly. Just then, a voice came through. "This is Warfield. My ship has sustained heavy damage and is making an emergency landing. The surrounding Imperial troops request support." "All right, it seems our old general needs our rescue." Jim Raynor had no choice but to lead the assembled troops to Warfield's crash site. With Sykes' assistance, they arrived at the crash point very smoothly and successfully rescued General Warfield, although one of his hands was still injured by a stinger from a venomous creature. Thus, the Rangers and the Imperial Army officially converged on the surface. Chapter 110. A fight to the death? I really didn't expect that the ones coming to rescue us would be you. Warfield, now equipped with a mechanical arm, was holding a meeting in front of the communicator at the temporary camp. Charles' defensive strength is far from what it used to be, and it's already remarkable that you made it to the surface alive. Although the words were harsh, this was the reality. That's right, Reno, you delayed us. With your command skills, if only. All right, General, you know that's impossible. We can only say that we now share the same goal. Jim Reno clearly saw what Warfield was trying to say. Since that's the case, I won't say more. By the way, where's that little girl who was with you? Warfield was evidently curious about TangYue's presence. Are you talking about TangYue? She's not just some little girl. While we were struggling to set up the temporary camp, she must have already cleared the core area and transported the artifact to the target point. Jim Reno's tone was filled with admiration. What? Even elite Imperial warriors have to struggle against the insect hordes, and she could clear them? Warfield was obviously surprised by TangYue's combat abilities. Hey, Jimmy, I've cleared out a base and am reassembling the troops. You guys hurry up and build a defense line. This will be a fight to the death. At this moment, TangYue's voice came through the communicator. It seems the time for the final battle has come, General. Let's move out. With that, Jim Reno led Taika's and Warfield's troops to TangYue's location. Upon arriving at TangYue's camp, outside a high ground where the artifact was placed, TangYue had also cleared a space around it. However, looking at the pockmarked ground, it was mostly the traces of alien insect blood. And on the outskirts of the cleared area, there were still piles of alien insect corpses, currently being absorbed by the Blacklight team. TangYue stood on the cliff edge near the artifact, keeping watch. Actually, saying TangYue's troops cleared it would be more accurate to say the troops were just wrapping things up. The situation at the time was that after the primordial trial completed its calculations and found the best activation point, TangYue directly activated the divine state in space. She dropped from high orbit and with tremendous kinetic energy generated a massive shockwave at the landing site that killed all the alien insects present. Following that, a single charge from her cavalry cleared the surrounding area. But how could there be fewer alien insects in Charles? Swarms of jumping insects, along with cockroach stingers and thunder beasts, rushed madly towards TangYue. However, with the massive blade of the glorious dragon that TangYue unleashed, it was like a meat grinder annihilating all the waves that surged in. The Blacklight team had been clearing here for some time, and the corpses still piled up around the perimeter like a wall, showcasing the grandeur of the insect sea at that time. However, Kerrigan must have realized something as she was gathering troops around again. What a mountain of corpses. Jim Reno struggled to enter the cleared path into the open area. It's hard to imagine how such a scene was formed. Facing such a sight, even Warfield, who had resisted 5 insect invasions, had never seen before. You must understand, such a large number of alien insects are either blown to ashes by artillery fire or drowned. This accumulation of alien insect corpses is truly a first. Jimmy, you're here. Then hurry up and establish the defense line to start charging the artifact. With that, TangYue directly left to command the hybrid troops of Sykes and her own hybrid forces that were landing. With TangYue's enhanced black technology troops, Jim Reno quickly completed the establishment of the defense line. Warfield also realized the combat capability of the Rangers. A small insurgent organization had technology levels that were actually stronger than the Empire, which was truly unheard of. Activate the charging module. The artifact is starting to charge. With TangYue's command, the artifact's base began to absorb void energy for charging. The strange energy pulses caused all the alien insects gathered nearby to enter a frenzy, crazily rushing towards the artifact. Guys, we must hold the defense line. Jim Reno rallied his troops at the defense line. Imperial soldiers, hold the position. We can't let the Rangers outdo us. Warfield also shouted encouragement. Chosen One, eliminate these alien insects. For Lord TangYue, Sykes led the hybrid legion into battle against the alien insects at the front. Blacklight team, stay alert and eliminate any that slip through. Dr. Ariel Hansen led the Blacklight team to check for any gaps. Outlaws, follow me. Clean up those pesky tunneling insects. Taika has led the outlaws to deal with the emerging tunneling insects. In addition, a large number of executors, under the protection of the Sarah Lion and Holy Judgment Light ships, intercepted all alien insect air forces attempting to support the ground battlefield from the air. Even though the air force was blocked by TangYue's super fleet, the pressure on the ground forces made Jim Reno and Warfield's defense line somewhat overwhelmed. The hybrid troops of Sykes, due to their numbers, could not completely block the alien insects' main forces. Fortunately, TangYue's hybrid troops were there to back them up. However, Jim Reno and Warfield's defense lines were not looking very ideal, and alien insect forces began to break through the defenses one after another. But they were promptly eliminated by the Blacklight team. Warning, detected level 12 psychic waveform. The Queen of Blades has entered. Suddenly, the aide's alarm sounded. Damn, it's Kerrigan. She's come down personally. Jim Reno appeared anxious. Don't worry, Jimmy. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The primordial trial successfully activated the support artillery to conduct orbital bombardment. The artifact shut down its automatic charging. It's time to end this farce. With a command from TangYue, the TangYue trial stationed in the high orbit of Char opened its secondary cannons and began bombarding the surrounding area with orbital strikes. A massive amount of beams and energy shells poured down, almost instantly clearing the area. TangYue slowly approached the artifact, placing one hand on it. With my TangYue power, activate the artifact's strength and reverse the Blade Queen. As TangYue's power infused, the artifact erupted with dazzling light. Unlike the originally deep blue glow, this time it shone with a golden light. The artifact's charging progress instantly filled to the max, and a vast pulse of pale golden energy swept across the entire area, instantly evaporating all the alien bugs, while more energy surged towards the Blade Queen. Following a soaring beam of light, the Blade Queen temporarily vanished from the copperless sector. When Jim Raynor returned with Sarah Kerrigan from the alien bug base, turned to ruins. It marked the end of this desperate battle. Chapter 111. Sarah Kerrigan. Sarah, I heard you filled the bottom floor of the lab with bugs yesterday. Is that true? TangYue asked with curiosity as she sat beside Kerrigan. Yeah, I gave Valerian a little lesson, Kerrigan replied, before yesterday's playful antics. Only TangYue was allowed into Kerrigan's chamber, and since Kerrigan couldn't read TangYue's thoughts, she felt quite relaxed when with her. I have to say, those exterminators are useless. They can only check IDs as security. If it came down to a fight, their combat capability is really lacking. I don't know which genius designed them. TangYue clearly had strong opinions about the exterminator robots, known for their loud names but poor combat performance. All right, you should understand them. Not everyone is like you. They're just ordinary people, Kerrigan said, evidently aware of TangYue's capabilities. Okay, fine. I'll lower my expectations for them. But if they dare to give those junk robots such names again, I'll tear them all apart. TangYue clearly cared more about the cool names being taken. All right, it's mealtime. Let's go eat, Kerrigan said, pulling TangYue towards the cafeteria. However, just as they reached the door, it suddenly slammed shut, and alarms began ringing throughout the lab. Alert! Facility under attack. Please evacuate immediately. Damn it, I was just about to eat. The sudden turn of events infuriated TangYue, and in her anger, she kicked the closed door. With a tremendous force, the lab's airlock door was kicked open by TangYue, sending the Imperial agents who were about to burst in flying into the wall opposite. Thud! It ended their evil lives. Just around the corner, Jim Raynor saw a door accompanied by several agents rushing past him. Sarah, are you all right? Jim Raynor rushed to Kerrigan's side, concerned. I'm fine, Jim. But TangYue looks really angry. Kerrigan shook her head, indicating that she was okay while pointing at TangYue, who was pouting. What happened? Jim Raynor looked confused. We were just about to go eat, and then the door sealed shut, and she... All right, no need to say more. I get it, Jim interrupted, having guessed the general situation. Thus, Jim Raynor led Kerrigan and the still fuming TangYue towards the transport port, picking up a ghost agent's gun along the way. Jim, Kerrigan, and TangYue. The exit of the laboratory is blocked by the Imperial Army. You must go through the lower levels to reach the transport port. Valerian's communication brought bad news. Okay, we'll be careful, Jim Raynor replied. Oh, and there's another bad news. The lab is damaged, and the alien bugs have breached their containment. Valerian delivered yet another piece of bad news. You don't need to say that, Jim Raynor said, watching as TangYue incinerated all the alien bugs at the lower entrance with a burst of fire, feeling helpless. After passing through the lower levels and eliminating many of the bugs Kerrigan had created the day before, TangYue and her group finally arrived at the transport port after dealing with several Imperial squads. Finally, we made it onto the ship. Now, we're heading to the launch port. Jim Raynor sighed in relief as he started the transport ship. Meanwhile, TangYue was already munching on a large flatbread that seemed to have come from nowhere. Wait, TangYue, where did you get that flatbread? Kerrigan asked, clearly curious. It's my emergency food, TangYue replied, her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel. This? All right. Kerrigan seemed at a loss for words. Attention, we've left the lab, but the journey ahead is still dangerous, Jim Raynor said as his field of vision opened up, clearly indicating they had exited the lab's range. Attention, it's an Imperial aircraft, shouted a soldier on the transport ship. Let me use kinetic shock to take it out. Kerrigan harnessed her psionic energy and kinetic shock to destroy a transport plane. Soon, the transport ship arrived at the launch port under the protection of the group. TangYue was still busy with her flatbread. Once they disembarked from the transport ship, Kerrigan noticed TangYue was very focused on her food and had to pull her along. Quickly, the transport plane is just ahead. Jim Raynor called to Kerrigan and TangYue. However, just as Kerrigan pulled TangYue across the bridge, a missile suddenly blew up the bridge before Jim Raynor could get on it. Seeing the gap of 20 to 30 meters ahead, he felt powerless. Sarah, you go ahead. I'll take a detour and meet up with you. See you on the Hyperion, Jim Raynor shouted. Okay, Jim. Don't keep me waiting, she replied, pulling TangYue to continue forward. Continuing on, they reached the helipad. This is the Archangel. We've successfully locked down the launch port. A special Viking fighter landed right in their path. Hey, where's this? Where's Jimmy? Finally, TangYue finished her flatbread and came back to her senses. Jim got separated. He'll take a detour and meet us, Kerrigan explained. All right, then we need to take down this big guy in front of us, TangYue, freshly energized after her meal, said. The long-missing Willy reappeared, and TangYue slid under the Archangel, instantly springing up to deliver a long-and-used spinning strike, smashing the Archangel and its nonsensical form to the ground. With a heavy smash, the pilot inside was thrown into disarray. Kerrigan seized the opportunity, aimed at the cockpit, and delivered a kinetic shock that instantly shattered the cockpit's protective barrier, expertly raising her gun for a sniper shot that ended the pilot's life. TangYue and Kerrigan boarded the transport plane smoothly, leaving only the wreckage of the Archangel behind. Chapter 112. A reason once again, as the transport plane slowly ascended to the Hyperion, it meant that Kerrigan and TangYue had successfully left the danger zone. When the hatch opened, Kerrigan hurriedly inquired about Matt and Valerian. Where's Jim? Kerrigan's tone was anxious. Sorry, we couldn't. Valerian's words were cut short as an enraged Kerrigan used her psionic energy to lift him by the throat. The nearby guards hurriedly stepped forward to try to stop Kerrigan. But clearly, these two amateurs were no match for the super ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan and were quickly knocked down. Stop, Kerrigan. Valerian is here to help us. Matt quickly intervened to stop Kerrigan. IFF alert disabled. We are under attack. Bad news keeps coming. We can leave first and circle back to find Jim. Matt has to be responsible for the other crew members. Do whatever you want. I'm going back to find Jim. Kerrigan ignored everyone else and left directly. Hey. Wait for me. Following you is definitely more interesting than them. By the way, Matt, tell Tychus that while I'm away, they can go cause trouble with the Mobius Foundation. Their leader is messing with hybrids. Bye. TangYue followed Kerrigan out, sensing through her radar that following Kerrigan would bring more fun. And she was also ready to start her research on the Zerg. Why are you following me, TangYue? Kerrigan clearly couldn't understand TangYue's decision. It's interesting to follow you. I guess they will just be slacking off every day or hiding from pursuers or something. TangYue bluntly stated the absurdity of the situation. Look, they are building a big cannon over there. The sharp-eyed TangYue immediately spotted the Imperial Army constructing an anti-aircraft cannon. We must destroy the cannon, or Jim's ship will definitely be shot down. Although Kerrigan had a vague feeling that Jim Raynor was in trouble, she still did not want to give up hope. Soon, Kerrigan landed the transport ship in a field filled with Zerg nests. Sensing Kerrigan's arrival, the adorable worker drones stopped working and gathered around her. Kerrigan sensed through the psionic link that this Zerg nest was under the control of a queen. Who are you? I am the Zerg Queen Nactil. Gather your forces. I need to destroy the cannon. I am no longer in your position. I will transfer control of the hive cluster to you. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. With Nactil's words, Kerrigan officially gained control of the hive cluster. So, Sarah, are you going to use the Zerg to destroy the cannon? TangYue asked as she watched Kerrigan's series of skilled operations. That's right. With my current abilities, it's hard to destroy the cannon in a short time. To speed up its destruction, I must use the power of the Zerg. Although with Kerrigan's superb skills, she could still wipe out an entire base's enemy forces alone after losing the power of the Queen of Blades. It required a gradual approach. The current situation was that, in Kerrigan's view, Jim Raynor could take off in the transport ship at any moment. So, she had to race against time. All right then. You can take the forces to eliminate some Imperial troops first. Leave the base to me, and I'll also study the Zerg technology. After receiving clear information from Kerrigan, TangYue caught a larva and began her research. Watching TangYue engrossed in her work, Kerrigan prepared to take the originally provided forces of the hive cluster out to gather some resources. However, before Kerrigan could set off, an Imperial force approached the hive cluster. Command, we have detected Kerrigan's whereabouts. She is in the Zerg base. Please send reinforcements quickly. We've been discovered. We need to speed up. Kerrigan felt the pressure mounting. With Kerrigan's assistance, they easily defended against this wave of Imperial forces attack. Before leaving the base, Kerrigan carefully inserted 4 tubes. Not long after Kerrigan left the base, TangYue developed something good. Ha, I did it. I call it a backup hidden larva. Through her research on the larva, TangYue successfully developed a nutrient solution that could allow the hatchery to generate a large number of larvae in a short time. But it was a bit costly and couldn't be used continuously. The hatchery needed to rest in between. When TangYue came back to her senses, Kerrigan had already disappeared. TangYue activated her psychic power to scan and found that Kerrigan was at the entrance of the cave. Several fierce jumpers charged forward, and from a distance, Kerrigan directly crushed the suppressive forces at the cave entrance, rendering them immobile. The jumpers took this opportunity to pounce, tearing the suppressive forces into pieces. With the death of the suppressive forces, the Zerg inside the cave were released. As TangYue slacked off in the base while Kerrigan was busy rescuing Zerg around the world, time slowly passed. Soon, accompanied by a series of tremors and loud noises, countless tumblers surged from the ground, along with a vast sea of Zerg. Seeing this scene, Kerrigan knew the time had come and immediately led the main force toward the anti-aircraft cannon. In the base of the Imperial intercepting forces, another tumbler appeared, and this time, the one who emerged was the Zerg Queen Nactil. With Nactil's help, the cannon was easily destroyed. Humans are scattering. The Queen has truly returned. Once again, under Kerrigan's command, the human forces were annihilated, which excited Nactil immensely. No, I have turned back into that cold-blooded Queen of Blades. Sensing something was wrong, Kerrigan returned to the transport ship, sat in the pilot's seat, and opened the communication, longing for Jim Raynor's call to stabilize her mind. However, things were never that smooth. This is an emergency broadcast from UNN. The infamous Jim Raynor was captured today and sentenced to death after a brief trial. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back, and a surge of psionic energy escaped from the cockpit. When TangYue returned to the transport ship, she saw Kerrigan sitting in the cabin, hugging her knees, with a broken-tooth jumper beside her. Chapter 113. Kaidila. Sarah, what is this? Your new pet? TangYue immediately focused her attention on the broken-tooth jumper as she entered. It's you. I need to regroup the Zerg. Minsk must pay the price. Kerrigan's eyes were filled with hostility, a deep hatred brewing inside her. A profound anger transformed after losing hope once again in despair. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Clearly, TangYue, who had been playing outside, was unaware of the news about Jim Raynor. Jim, forget it, let's set off now. Kerrigan ultimately did not say it. Perhaps she thought TangYue was still a child and shouldn't know such painful news. Okay. Then I'll take care of the broken tooth. Watch me give it some enhancements. Clearly, TangYue was more concerned about this special jumper than why Kerrigan was angry. Broken tooth? That's your new pet. It lost a tooth, so it's called Broken Tooth. How about that? TangYue was very satisfied with the name Broken Tooth. Do as you wish. Kerrigan did not comment and directly opened the navigation to lock onto the Zerg territory. Alert, destination is a Zerg-occupied area. That's right, I'm going to find them. Kerrigan's tone was cold and resolute. After a somewhat unstable flight, Kerrigan and TangYue finally arrived at their destination. A Leviathan docked far away on the cold planet Kaidil. Sarah, do you have any plans? TangYue led the armored figure of Duanya, adorned with a distinctly Protoss style, as they followed Kerrigan out. I will make them submit, or kill them until they do. Once again taking up her old profession, Kerrigan appeared to be brimming with confidence. The surrounding Zerg sensed the presence of outsiders and naturally gathered around. At that moment, a creature with a human-like face and upper body emerged from the wall of the Leviathan, connected to a long body. Who are you? It was clear that in returning to her human form, Kerrigan had lost some memories. I am Isha. You once stored the plan with me. Do you not remember? Isha asked, making a gesture of placing her twin-tailed tentacles against her chest. Of course, what's important is that you remember me. Saying this, Kerrigan activated her powerful psionic energy, re-establishing the psionic link with Isha. You're the Queen of Blades. I obey. Good. Gather the swarm and prepare to attack Karuk. Seeing the psionic link successfully established and the swarm back under her control, Kerrigan could hardly wait to talk to Minsk about life. The swarm is in disarray and will not respond to your summons. The Broodmother's nest here is in Calendar, and her swarm has high-quality Zerg units. We can start from here. Isha, as the swarm's lieutenant, had arranged the plans quite reasonably. Very well. If that's the case, let us do it. Clearly, Kerrigan was still not fully aware of all the matters after regaining control of the swarm. Queen, you can first go to the evolution chamber. The swarm's evolution master Abathur will be working for you inside. Due to the harsh weather and calendar, Isha recommended Abathur's services to Kerrigan. What? Evolution Master. Interesting. Quickly tell me where it is. Where is the evolution chamber? TangYue, who had been training Duanya nearby, immediately became excited upon hearing the title of Evolution Master. Queen, is this an outsider? Should we eliminate her? After dealing with Kerrigan's matters, Isha finally intended to handle TangYue's issue. No, she's my friend. She can move freely within my swarm, and you'd best not provoke her, or I can't save you. Having witnessed TangYue's ability to kick down the special door of a laboratory and throw an archangel over her shoulder with one hand, Kerrigan had little faith in the swarm's ability to harm TangYue. Although Isha was puzzled by Kerrigan's command, she granted TangYue all permissions. Soon, under Isha's guidance, TangYue and Kerrigan took a winding path to a massive chamber, which was indeed the evolution chamber. A strange creature suddenly emerged from the surface of the chamber wall. It was Abathur. Organism, Abathur, at your service. Interesting. Kerrigan looked at Abathur with great interest. She had never seen such a creature before. Abathur, serve the Overmind, then Queen of Blades, now you. I am a Queen of Blades. Different Queen of Blades, efficient, pure, powerful. You, infected by a small amount of human genes, will be delivered to me for modification, returning with a powerful body. The straightforward Abathur was completely unaware that he was saying something shocking. Don't touch me. Obviously, Kerrigan was unhappy and scolded Abathur directly. Ha ha, you're so funny. TangYue, who was nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the interaction. Unknown entity, powerful, non-replicable, dangerous. As the evolution master, Abathur immediately sensed the terrifying power hidden within TangYue's small frame and was frightened. All right, don't worry. I want to eat you. From now on, you'll be my assistant. TangYue patted the stiff Abathur, directly taking on a helper role. Okay, Abathur, I need to go to Calendar to gain control of that broodmother's nest. Do you have any suggestions? Calendar, extremely cold, like space. Anti-cold genes, unnecessary. Now needed. Collect local native organisms. Extract essence, swarm, evolution. Abathur quickly provided an excellent plan. With a plan in hand, action was naturally required. Soon, Kerrigan, TangYue, and Duanya arrived at the surface of Calendar, landing near the broodmother's nest. After a trek, they encountered the harsh weather of Calendar's ice storm. However, TangYue immediately opened a barrier, blocking the blizzard outside. At that moment, a large group of Bearfang beasts charged out. After eliminating these Bearfang beasts and their leader, the swarm gained genes to adapt to the ice storm. Chapter 114. The first friendly meeting between Protoss and Zerg after acquiring the ability to move freely during the ice storm. Kerrigan and TangYue continued forward. Not far ahead lay the ice-encased broodmother's nest. Of course, along the way, Kerrigan also collected some wild, high-quality cockroaches. These Zerg had not been under the control of a higher organism, indicating that the situation was dire. Kerrigan realized something was wrong. What's wrong, Sarah? Although it could be deduced with careful thought, it was simpler to ask directly. Zerg troops are usually controlled by higher organisms, progressing downwards. This wild state can only mean their controller is dead. The situation was clearly complex. I wonder which faction of Protoss is here. If it's the Taldarum, leave it to me. TangYue is evidently confident about her standing in Protoss society. All right then, I'll be counting on you. Let us hurry. I can sense the broodmother's nest is just ahead. Although Kerrigan didn't fully understand what TangYue had done in Sargeras, from her tone, it seemed this battle could be avoided. While she did not fear battle, wouldn't it be better to minimize losses when dealing with Mengsk? Soon, Kerrigan and TangYue arrived at an ice-encased nest. The broodmother's nest. It must have been exterminated by the Protoss. I want to awaken the nest and bring it under swarm. Seeing the ice-encased nest before her, the probability of the broodmother being done for felt greater, perhaps around 90 to 95%. As Kerrigan established a psionic link with the nest, the newly gained cold-resistant genes revitalized the broodmother once more. The Protoss sensed the abnormality of the nest. They discovered our presence. The swarm lieutenant Isha sent out an alert. It's the Queen of Blades. How did you become a weak human? The communication from a leader of the Protoss Expeditionary Force came over the public channel. I was just wondering when you would show up. Facing their sarcastic remarks, Kerrigan was unfazed. We must inform Sargeras. They will send the Golden Fleet to eliminate you. This made them appear quite weak. Hey, hello. Long time no see. When did you come here? Just as both sides were arguing, TangYue directly interjected into the conversation. You are Lady TangYue. How could you be here alongside the wicked Queen of Blades? The leader of the Protoss Expeditionary Force expressed strong condemnation of TangYue and Kerrigan being together. Alright, you probably don't know. I previously turned Sarah from the Queen of Blades back into a human. Now she only has her special psionic powers and my strength. So she should be considered my subordinate now. You don't need to fear Sarah's swarm in the future. TangYue's attitude remained detached. What? So the Zerg are now under your control? Although there was still some dissatisfaction in the tone, there was more surprise and admiration. Just imagine, the greatest enemy for a long time suddenly becoming a powerful ally. That feeling is not just strange, but also quite pleasant. Well, not really. Although the swarm is now in disarray, we are still regrouping our forces. However, it should be Sarah managing it in the future. After all, I'm not very good at it. But rest assured, Sarah Zerg will be our allies from now on. TangYue directly guaranteed this in her own name. Well, it's true. Right now, Kerrigan's main goal is actually to crush Mengsik, and as long as the Protoss don't get in the way, there shouldn't be any problems. Since we have your guarantee, we will no longer obstruct you. However, Kaya Dyer as our colony. It seems the leader of the expedition still can't let go of that broken place. What does it matter? Let's just consider our first joint base of the Protoss and Zerg coalition, right, Sarah? You'll agree, won't you? TangYue turned to look at Kerrigan with her bright crimson eyes. Unable to resist TangYue's cute attack, Kerrigan could only respond that as long as those Protoss don't interfere with me, there won't be any problems. Since that's the case, we will immediately activate the psionic link spire to inform Sargeras of this news. After receiving a definite reply, the leader of the expedition immediately set about contacting Sargeras to report this news. During the time it took for the expedition to establish communication, they also sent a small team to contact TangYue. Among them was a researcher named Lacera, who had assisted TangYue during her research at Sargeras. I'm really happy to see you again, Lady TangYue. Your research at Sargeras was truly amazing. Researcher Lacera was very excited to shake hands with TangYue as soon as she arrived at the Zur Hive cluster. Oh, I remember you. You were the one recording research data in the lab, right? I didn't expect you to be a researcher for the expedition now. TangYue also recalled that 4 or 5 years ago, when she was researching Protoss technology at Sargeras, Lacera was just someone recording data. Soon, the psionic link spire was calibrated, and with the amplification of the spire, psionic communication crossed the Starry River and connected to Sargeras. This is High Priest Artanis. I have received a report that you have discovered the Queen of Blades. At this time, Artanis had already become the High Priest of the Taldarim under the recommendation of the Council of Light and Shadow and was wearing a proper outfit. It's Artanis. Long time no see. How did you become a High Priest? At the first moment the communication was connected, TangYue seized the opportunity to speak. It's Lady TangYue. It's been a long time. I also followed the arrangements of the Council of Light and Shadow and took on the position of High Priest, bearing the mission of restoring Ire. But let's not talk about that. I heard that the Zerg have joined your ranks and plan to ally with the Taldarim. Is that true? Artanis' tone was filled with nostalgia and surprise, clearly unable to imagine the alliance between the Zerg and Protoss. Of course, but it's not entirely true. It's just the Zerg under Sarah. There are still many independent Zerg and feral Zerg that are not under our control. However, we will gradually regain control over the Zerg. TangYue also briefed Artanis on the current situation. In that case, we will trust your authority, and we will form an alliance with Kerrigan Zerg while also being cautious of attacks from other Zerg. Seeing this, Artanis understood the situation and still had great trust and respect for TangYue of Sargeras. Thus, Kerrigan successfully reclaimed the Zerg nest of Nafarsh, obtaining high-quality roach and hydralisk essences. Chapter 115. The 4-year-old Zagara of the operation in Kaya Dyer went very smoothly. With TangYue's influence, Kerrigan successfully acquired the Nafarsh swarm, significantly increasing her power level. Of course, the main planet Char needed to be reclaimed. After completing the integration of the Nafarsh swarm, Kerrigan drove the Leviathan, hurrying toward Char without stopping. Along the way, Abathur, under TangYue's pressure, also optimized the genetic sequences of the existing units. Jumping bugs, optimized adrenaline, greatly increasing movement speed and attack speed. Equipped with even stronger armor, loaded with mutated genes, allowing for the rapid hatching of 3 jumping bugs. Capable of climbing cliffs and activating wild attack power. Roaches, enhanced underground movement and stronger recovery abilities, optimized bile and stress exoskeleton. Loaded with mutated genes, containing symbiotic microorganisms that greatly reduce the target's movement and attack speed. They will also inject parasites, hatching small roaches after the target dies. Hydralisks, enhanced tendons to increase range. Adjusted adrenaline to greatly speed up attack speed, generated auxiliary armor, and optimized abdominal tendons to increase movement speed. Loaded with mutated genes, spines can penetrate armor and release deadly toxins internally. Armor reduction, continuous damage. They can also further mutate into lurkers. Lurkers, optimized special spines. Capable of attacking while on the ground, strengthen spine durability, greatly extending strong attack range. Specialized spine material allows it to tear through heavy armor. There are also others, such as the twin worker bees, enhanced net bugs, mutagenic spore clouds, auto-extraction chambers, etc., which I won't go into detail about. At the same time, Kerrigan also mastered new abilities under TangYue's psionic training. Chain psionic lightning. Attacks can chain infinitely to targets within the attack range, dealing 100 damage of a normal attack. Essence absorption. Absorbs the target's essence during an attack, restoring self. Essence surge. Activates essence with powerful psionics, healing oneself and nearby allies. Ascendant ray. Concentrates the primordial power within, forming a ray that deals devastating damage to all targets in a straight line. After learning this move, the proportion of primordial power within Kerrigan significantly increased. Queen. The swarm on Char has been led by the brood mother Zagara to fight against the Empire's forces since you were taken away from Char. Isha informed Kerrigan about the situation on Char. Our investigation shows that brood mother Zagara is entrenched in the acidic marsh, where she is stockpiling a large number of Zerg eggs. She plans to collect the eggs to deal with the Imperial Army. In that case, let us see who can collect the eggs faster. Kerrigan's face was filled with confidence and disdain. Sarah, I want to go too. I just upgraded the equipment for the Toothless. You go collect the eggs, and I'll flatten Zagara's nest. TangYue had just upgraded Toothless using the equipment provided by the Kaya Dire Expedition. Powerful psionics were infused into it, along with a full set of custom armor. Now, Toothless could be said to be a formidable jumping bug. The original 2 claws were incredibly sharp, and with the addition of 2 psionic claws, it doubled the fun. With the powerful psionics, Toothless could also unleash psionic storms and quickly bathe in lightning while regaining shields. Soon, Kerrigan took TangYue to the nest established in the acidic marsh of Char. The base was located next to a huge pool filled with green viscous liquid. Queen, these are the hatching pools. As long as we collect enough Zerg eggs and place them in the hatching pools, we can accelerate hatching. Isha's explanations were always so easy to understand. Very well, I will collect the eggs, and then we can drive the Imperial forces out of Char. Clearly, Kerrigan was not happy about her hometown being occupied by enemies. Queen, broodmother Zagara, is leading her forces to attack the nest, just as we were discussing plans. Zagara came over to fight. You are not the Queen of Blades. You are just a weak human. Hurry up and leave Char, or this will be your burial ground. As Zagara approached Kerrigan's base, she began to make threats. However, before Zagara could launch an attack, a large number of toxic banlings erupted from the ground and rolled directly towards her. With a hissing sound, all the minions led by Zagara turned into a mixture of organic matter and acid. Zagara was also severely injured and had to retreat through the deep tunnel back to the base. Sarah, was there an attack just now? TangYue, who had been studying the hatchery, turned her head upon hearing the commotion and found several round toxic banlings outside the empty base gate. It's nothing, continue your research, Kerrigan said, rubbing her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. This kind of death was truly something she had never seen before. By the way, Isha, when was Zagara born? I didn't see any brood mothers when I came to Char 5 years ago. The first one I saw was the one I caught myself on Monolith. TangYue suddenly recalled this crucial question. Lord TangYue, brood mother Zagara is the first brood mother created by the Queen 4 years ago. Although Isha still had some criticisms of TangYue, she would naturally take Kerrigan's orders seriously. Does that mean Zagara is still just a 4-year-old girl now? TangYue immediately thought of the key detail, and it jumped up. Kerrigan, who was hearing this news for the first time, thought carefully. Although according to the ecology of the Zerg, this was not how it should be calculated. Based on human standards, Zagara was indeed still just a 4-year-old girl. Kerrigan quickly shook her head to refocus on collecting eggs, not wanting to let her thoughts stray. All right, TangYue, don't worry about these trivial matters. Kerrigan was clearly quite helpless about TangYue's peculiar line of thinking. How can this be trivial? This is what is truly interesting. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Let's go Broken Tooth demolish it. Saying that, TangYue directly took Broken Tooth towards Zagara's base. With TangYue's combat power and the recently super-evolved Broken Tooth, the two of them directly cornered Zagara inside the base. You're just sending some minions to kill me. If you have the guts, let me out and see whose speed is faster. Zagara, trapped in the base, could only rage impotently. Meanwhile, Without any interference, Kerrigan smoothly collected enough eggs and directly hatched a large number of troops to block Zagara's entrance. Zagara, the 4-year-old girl, had never faced such a situation before. How can you control so many Zerg? Zagara questioned, puzzled. Because I am the Queen of Blades. I am a swarm. Chapter 116. The ownership of Char under Kerrigan's swarm offensive, Zagara finally submitted and returned to Kerrigan's command once again. Of course, due to the special thought process of Zagara, Kerrigan planned to train her as a subordinate leader. Zagara was also eager to learn and had been sent by Kerrigan to find Abithur for strengthening, modification, several times, which caused her quite a bit of pain. During this time, TangYue also completed improvements on the toxic banlings, making them more lethal and increasing their splash range. The acid they released would also heal nearby allies, making them quite useful. Zagara, you have been fighting General Warfeld during this time. Share your insights. Kerrigan looked at Zagara with a cold gaze, but also a hint of expectation. Since you were taken away from Char, the swarm suffered heavy losses in that battle, and the Imperial forces took the opportunity to control the Zerg tunnel network, heavily guarding it. I began to compete with Warfeld for control of the Bonegrave Trench. Although my forces had the upper hand at first, due to the division of Imperial forces, Warfeld received support from the Imperial side in the form of Gorgon-class battlecruisers, which directly suppressed our advance. Zagara's tone was filled with bitterness. It seemed she had suffered quite a lot. The underground Zerg tunnels were heavily guarded, while the surface was controlled by the Gorgons. Therefore, comparatively speaking, it was easier to break through on the surface. If the heavily relied on Gorgons were destroyed, the defensive strength could be collapsed. But Queen, what about the Gorgons? Zagara's trembling voice clearly indicated that the psychological shadow left by the Gorgons was quite significant for her. This issue was crucial and related to the struggle for control of the Bonegrave Trench. After carefully observing the environment of the Bonegrave Trench, Kerrigan discovered a solution. We can use those baneling nests and activate them with fungal carpets. They will destroy the Gorgons. Kerrigan was evidently confident about this plan. Hopefully, those baneling nests can destroy the Gorgons. Zagara seemed quite fearful of the Gorgon's strength. Sarah, are you going to attack the aircraft? Then I'll go clear the Zerg tunnel network. Seeing Kerrigan taking on the surface offensive, TangYue decided to tackle the more challenging Zerg tunnel network. It was only interesting when there was difficulty. After TangYue finished speaking, she left with Broken Tooth, who had already doubled in size. Queen, will it be alright to leave the tunnel network to her? Zagara clearly had doubts about TangYue, and a dog, going to the heavily guarded Zerg tunnel network. Looks like you've forgotten who cornered you in the base that day. Kerrigan shot back, leaving Zagara speechless. It was also back then that after making threats, she was cornered at her doorstep and killed. However many came, that many died. If it weren't for Zagara's quick escape speed, she would have been killed several times already. After distributing the tasks, Kerrigan took Zagara and her swarm to the Bonegrave Trench to destroy the Gorgons. Meanwhile, TangYue took Broken Tooth to push through the Zerg tunnel network. In a world line without TangYue, Jim Raynor had once drowned the Zerg tunnel network with lava. However, this time, due to TangYue's powerful forces, whether it was the Air Force or the tunneling Zerg, they pushed straight through, so the Zerg tunnel network still remained. This also led to the Imperial forces having to send heavy troops to guard the Zerg tunnel network when they occupied Char. Although at first, the Imperial forces faced difficulties in the Bonegrave Trench due to division, everything improved after the Gorgons were called in. However now, none of that mattered because the one attacking the Bonegrave Trench was TangYue, along with her new pet, Broken Tooth. Now Broken Tooth had doubled in size, but its mass was 50 times the original, with high-density compressed muscle tissue granting it earth-shattering explosive power. The new material shell allowed Broken Tooth to ignore attacks below the level of a Yamato cannon. However, as the Zerg tunnel network was underground, the strongest combat unit of the Imperial forces was only the Thor. Of course, they also introduced a new combat unit, the Werewolf. Unfortunately, their firepower was still insufficient. The entire Zerg tunnel network was intricate and complex. The Imperial forces had set up sentries at every traffic intersection, with several siege tanks, Thors, Werewolves, and dense bunker clusters making the Zerg tunnel network impenetrable. However, none of this mattered to TangYue and Broken Tooth. The fully enhanced Broken Tooth charged directly into the positions, completely ignoring all countermeasures. It was simply devastating, while TangYue followed behind to clean up, eliminating the remaining forces one by one. TangYue's actions were very smooth, as the technological dominance led to an easy victory. The surface operation against the Gorgon was proceeding very smoothly, with the reinforced stingers even able to inflict effective damage on the Gorgon, let alone the mere defenders. Under Kerrigan's leadership, the swarm successfully spread the fungal carpet across the entire bone trench, and all the baneling nests were successfully activated, destroying all Gorgon-class battlecruisers in the bone trench. With both fronts successfully conquered, Warfield had no choice but to retreat into the fortress. When Kerrigan and TangYue met up again and arrived in front of Warfield's fortress, Warfield was taken aback. He never expected to see TangYue and Kerrigan together here. TangYue, how would you be with this thing? Have you considered Rainer's feelings? Warfield intended to seek TangYue's help. However, before TangYue could say anything, Kerrigan's voice, filled with anger, rang out. You have no right to discuss Jim. You have no idea what your foolish emperor has done. We have nothing to say. It's either you die or I die. After saying that, Kerrigan directly ordered the attack. A massive number of banlings blew open the gates, followed by a continuous surge of roaches, stingers, and jumping bugs heading toward the fortress. Faced with a vast sea of insects, Warfield had to use his trump card, a nuclear bomb. But everything ended with TangYue's guidance. When Kerrigan sensed the fusion missile, she launched an ascendant beam at the launch silo, destroying it instantly, leaving Warfield without his last trump card. The Imperial forces scattered and fled, and in the end, Warfield stayed behind for his soldiers and died at Kerrigan's hands, while the other survivors were spared by Kerrigan out of consideration for Jim Raynor. Thus, Char, the Zerg homeworld, once again fell under the control of the Zerg, and with Char's forces, Kerrigan's army also regrouped, while the remaining branches of the swarm gradually returned. At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared on the Leviathan. Chapter 117. Xerus having retaken Char, Kerrigan was finally able to rest a bit. Dantian also received a vacation from TangYue and returned to Kerrigan's side to rest. However, it was clear that some did not want Kerrigan to rest. Kerrigan, the unique psionic communication of the Protoss echoed in Kerrigan's lounge. Sensing the psionic fluctuations in the shadowy corner of the room, Kerrigan recognized the identity of the visitor. Xeridol. Accompanied by a surge of psionic energy erupting from Kerrigan, Xeridol's figure was pulled from the shadows. Seeing this, Kerrigan immediately charged forward with a straight punch, causing Xeridol to cave in and crash against the wall. What are you doing here? Kerrigan pressed on, launching a series of attacks against Xeridol. However, Xeridol did not retaliate, only blocking Kerrigan's onslaught. What do you want? Seeing that Xeridol did not counterattack, Kerrigan intensified her assault, but still could not overcome the seasoned Xeridol, who seized an opening. Xeridol's hand directly grasped Kerrigan's head, and a psionic infusion entered her mind. Trust. That was Xeridol's answer. Under Xeridol's psionic influence, Kerrigan saw a distant planet. Xerus, the origin of the Zerg. They were transformed there, forced to evolve, becoming tools of powerful beings. However, a few primitive Zerg had survived, evolving and reproducing. You must go to Xerus to gain its power. Xeridol's thoughts and ideas were conveyed to Kerrigan's mind through the psionic infusion, allowing her to understand the existence of Xerus. Just then, the chamber door opened, and TangYue rushed in. Haha, I knew it was you, old mystic. TangYue sensed Xeridol's psionic fluctuations and immediately rushed over. After all, the last time Xeridol met with Jim Raynor, TangYue was busy with experiments and could not meet him. However, this time, she definitely wanted to catch up. So it's you, Lord TangYue. I didn't expect you to be here. Xeridol was clearly surprised to see TangYue with Kerrigan. Don't you know? All right, you really don't know. When I left, you started pursuing some prophecy. You should know that now, under my mediation, Kerrigan has already signed an alliance contract with the Dao Rim. TangYue had her hands on her hips, feeling quite proud. What? You were already prepared and realized the arrival of the Dark One? The alliance between Kerrigan's Zerg and the Protoss will be our best support for the final battle. Thank you for your efforts. Xeridol was clearly pleased with this news. The early alliance could effectively safeguard the living forces of both sides, greatly benefiting the final confrontation. So why are you here? Looking for Sarah to catch up? That doesn't seem right. You should have conflicts. TangYue was too focused on catching up with Xeridol to notice why Xeridol was here to see Kerrigan. I came to guide Kerrigan to the origin of the Zerg, Xerus, to gain its power. Xeridol had nothing to hide in front of TangYue, as she had helped him a lot in the past. I see. Well, Sarah, let's go to Xerus. I can share more power with you there. With TangYue's decision, Kerrigan did not object and led the Leviathan and the nearby Void Seeker to Xerus, located outside the Copperl sector. After a period of travel, Kerrigan and TangYue finally arrived at Xerus, a lush green planet. Is this really the origin of our Zerg? It's incredible. The young Zagara was amazed by the environment of Xerus. I can sense that there is no aging phenomenon here in the organisms. Kerrigan observed the miraculous things through psionics. What? How is this possible? Zagara expressed deep skepticism about this. What's so surprising about it? They are constantly evolving at a speed far surpassing the rate of aging. It's either evolve or be hunted. Aging will be strange. TangYue, who was teasing Dantian, explained the essence of the phenomenon. Kerrigan, is your heart still filled with hatred, willing to give up everything for revenge? At this moment, Xeridol appeared before Kerrigan again. Of course, my hatred for Mengsk will never fade. As she spoke, hatred reignited in Kerrigan's eyes. Good, you're back on track and no longer need my guidance. With Lord TangYue's support, I am at ease. After saying this, Xeridol turned and left, bidding farewell to TangYue before piloting the Void Seeker away. Xeridol is still so cryptic. TangYue thought it was better not to pay attention to him, but the key now was to help Kerrigan gain power. I can also sense that ancient aura on such a planet. The one who has lived long must be a super hunter. Let's set off. Kerrigan clearly felt the presence of that aura as well. Soon, the group arrived at that area. There was an open space, a rare sight in the battle-scarred Xeris. This also proved that there was a powerful presence here. After some discussion, they gave it a nickname, the Mother of Insects. Queen, we have established a base near the Worm Mother, and collecting the essence of the surrounding steelbacks can awaken the Worm Mother. The thoughtful Isha has also taken care of everything. However, things are clearly not that simple. Outsiders, listen up. I am Barak, and this territory belongs to me, as does the essence. I will annihilate your tribe and devour your essence. Do not think you can awaken the Worm Mother. At this moment, the leader of the primitive Zerg on Xeris has issued a challenge. It seems things are not so straightforward. Kerrigan couldn't help but exclaim, Sarah, this is what makes it interesting. Just fighting steelbacks is boring. TangYue was even more pleased with this. Chapter 118. Zulvan Barak's challenge has been issued, and Kerrigan has begun preparations. First, she leads her troops to eliminate the steelbacks in a nearby mining area and sends worker bees to start collecting. In fact, rather than collecting, it is more about cutting the dead steelbacks into suitable chunks of meat to feed to the Worm Mother. Kerrigan's actions proceed very smoothly, which is certainly not what Barak wanted to see. He directly dispatched his troops to intercept Kerrigan's actions, which TangYue happened to block. To ensure the success of this feeding operation, Kerrigan specifically sought Abathur to optimize the genes of the aberrant dragons. With the aberrant dragons, the swarm now has the highly mobile dragon-dog combination. Kerrigan leads a strike team of cockroaches and spine serpents to encircle the steelbacks, while also collecting pools containing a high concentration of essence scattered across the planet. Meanwhile, TangYue leads the highly mobile dragon-dog troops to intercept Barak's forces. Haha, Sarah, this Barak is too stupid. His troops have all been intercepted by me. Anyway, he is so weak, we could try to multitask and speed things up. Facing Barak's nearly brainless behavior of sending troops to their doom, TangYue suggested speeding up the process. Kerrigan readily accepted. Eager for revenge, she didn't mind accelerating the pace. However, Barak was not pleased. Your arrogance is unbearable. Xeris will devour you. In a fit of extreme anger, Barak chose to take the field himself, not caring whether it would attract the Worm Mother's attention. Kerrigan's swarm clearly aimed to awaken the Worm Mother. Pitiful swarm, let me do it myself, and use your essence to feast on my tribe. Barak charged forward with a large group of his troops directly towards Kerrigan's nest. Barak is a high-level evolution of the Thunder Beast category among primitive Zerg. Thus, he possesses a robust body and strong forelimbs. However, Barak's advance was not smooth. He was intercepted midway by TangYue. TangYue directly sent the aberrant dragons and jumpers to hold back, eliminate the primitive Zerg forces, while TangYue herself faced Barak. The big dog can't hold back anymore. Let me teach you what obedience means. Barak, seeing TangYue, was already furious, and facing TangYue's superb taunts, despite the Zerg's expressionless face. His heavy breathing indicated that Barak was genuinely enraged. Blinded by rage, Barak lunged at TangYue, but for someone like Barak, this leap was extremely slow without sufficient acceleration. TangYue easily sidestepped, and in the moment of evasion, Willy instantly appeared in her hand, delivering a perfect dragon tooth strike to Barak's kidney, piercing right in. The moment the dragon tooth hit, TangYue followed up with a round dance staff strike, using her incredible strength to slam Barak to the ground. The massive impact caused Barak to spit out a mouthful of blood, his entire body feeling like it was falling apart. However, before Barak could react, with TangYue's voice, shatter, a powerful strike sent Barak crashing against a nearby cliff, creating a deep dent. TangYue certainly wouldn't let Barak escape. She leaped high and aimed a spiral kick at Barak's soft abdomen. This kick, infused with massive psionic energy, completely detonated the wound on Barak's kidney. If unable to withstand the immense energy flooding into his body, he would turn into a bomb. With a bang, Barak's life came to an end. On her way back to the nest, TangYue rushed into a bush and pulled out a massive primitive Zerg. "Who are you? What are you doing spying here?" TangYue used her energy to float high, grabbing the primitive Zerg by the tail and lifting it upside down in midair. "I am Dihaka, the Essence Predator. Your power is immense. Following in your footsteps, I can gather more essence. I was observing your power, but just got discovered." Dihaka, also a loner, had watched the entire battle between TangYue and Barak and felt he could achieve great things by following TangYue. "Well then, you will be my little brother from now on. You can follow Sarah for now, and I will call for you when I need you later. Don't be unhappy. Following Sarah can also gather a lot of essence." Thus, Dihaka was taken in by TangYue. When they returned to the Leviathan, Kerrigan was conversing with the Worm Mother, Zul'Van. "I am Zul'Van, the oldest Zerg. Xeris. The origin of the Zerg. A long time ago, a powerful being came to Xeris, and here in the ancient hatchery, the birthplace of the Zerg, the Overmind was created. It was used to corrupt the Zerg, binding their thoughts under a single will." From Zul'Van's words, Kerrigan finally understood the origins of the Zerg. After Amon's plan against the Protoss failed, he came to Xeris, using the ancient hatchery to create the Overmind and thus transform the Zerg into their current form. However, in the end, Amon's host was destroyed by the Overmind, and Amon's was forced back into the Void, resulting in his situation being restricted by other Xel'Naga in the Void, while the Zerg became unleashed beasts. Enough of this nonsense. I came here for power. Clearly, Kerrigan had lost patience after listening to Zul'Van ramble on for half a day. "You want to enter the ancient hatchery, and if you can survive, you can become one of us and gain the power of Xeris." Zul'Van finally revealed the method to gain power, by joining. "Sarah, I'm back." At this moment, TangYue also entered the chamber, followed by Dihaka. Zul'Van, who had not yet left, immediately noticed TangYue. From TangYue, he sensed the despairing aura reminiscent of Amon's arrival on Xeris. After seeing TangYue conversing with Kerrigan, he silently left, not bothering to hide from Dihaka, who was behind TangYue. "TangYue, you're back. It seems Barak has already been dealt with. Who is this?" Clearly, Kerrigan was also very interested in Dihaka. "This is my new little brother, Dihaka. For now, he will follow you. What he desires is to hunt essence." TangYue briefly introduced Dihaka. "Your essence is extremely weak, but you have potential. I do not recognize you yet." Dihaka, while valuing Kerrigan's potential in her human form, did not yet acknowledge her. "We'll see about that." Kerrigan naturally would not back down. Chapter 119. Breaking the cocoon and rebirth under Zul'Van's guidance. Kerrigan arrived at the location of the ancient hatchery. This time, Kerrigan is leading the vengeful development of Abathur, the swarm host. Why is it called vengeful development? That's quite amusing. Previously, during the confrontation with Barak, the Primal Zerg mutated a long-range combat unit based on the spine crawler, and Abathur stated that only I can copy others. Others cannot copy me. He was very angry about the Primal Zerg mutating into the original spine crawler. So, after discovering the swarm host, Abathur quickly replicated a swarm host, showing his determination. The Primal Zerg are attacking, and the swarm host is taking root to fend off the Primal Zerg forces. Abathur is also boastfully bragging about his superior mutation techniques. Clearly, he is very confident in this swarm host. Of course, the performance of the swarm host did not disappoint. The small locusts produced have incredible combat power, and the best part is that it's free. Soon, Kerrigan arrived at the edge of the primal hatchery. "Sarah, are you really going in?" TangYue asked Kerrigan as she looked at the green, viscous liquid in the pool. The primal hatchery contains powerful forces that the queen's body cannot withstand. "I advise you to stay away," Abathur offered his honest advice. "The queen's anger is even more powerful. I will acquire the power of the primal Zerg and return once more." It seems Kerrigan is determined. TangYue had nothing to stop her. "All right, Sarah. I will inject my power into you during your metamorphosis, and how far you can go will depend on yourself." TangYue decided to support Kerrigan's choice by granting her even greater strength. Kerrigan slowly approached the center of the transport hatchery, and several chitinous egg membranes extended upward, gradually enveloping Kerrigan. When TangYue saw that the egg membranes had completely wrapped Kerrigan and began to pulse rhythmically, she knew that the metamorphosis had begun. Under TangYue's power manipulation, streams of energy from the primordial and the void began to converge in TangYue's hands, and she acted as a relay station, slowly transmitting the energy to Kerrigan's chrysalis with her other hand. The chrysalis, under the influence of this energy, was coated with strands of gold. While metamorphosis was underway, the primal Zerg would not sit idly by and wait for Kerrigan to complete her evolution. The remnants of Barak's forces began to gather toward the primal hatchery. The mother of the swarm, Zagara, and Lady TangYue were focused on metamorphosis. We should build a defense to protect the chrysalis, Isha, as the swarm's officer, suggested to Zagara, the temporary commander of the swarm. Don't worry, I will build a defensive line, hatch swarm hosts, and protect the chrysalis, Zagara said as she moved toward the direction where Barak's forces were gathering to organize the defense. At that moment, the ground stirred as Dhaka emerged. I come to reinforce. My brood will protect Lady TangYue's safety. Dhaka also joined the battlefield to protect TangYue while simultaneously safeguarding Kerrigan's chrysalis. Listen, insignificant swarm. Although you have killed Barak, his brood still exists. The territory belongs to me, and the essence belongs to me. You will be used to entertain my brood. A strange voice intruded into the communication channel. This is the primal leader, Yagzar. Clearly, Dhaka recognized this primal Zerg leader. Yagzar's brood gathered at another part of the basin. And soon, Yagzar's brood and Barak's forces began to battle in the center of the basin. Isha appeared quite concerned about the situation. Let them go. Our task is to protect the chrysalis with peace of mind. Zagara was very clear about what her task was. Following this, Zagara continuously gathered resources and produced swarm hosts. Under her leadership, they kept Barak's attacking forces at bay on the high ground. Dhaka's forces were also remarkably strong, and their defense was quite excellent. Yagzar's forces could not advance an inch. However, soon things changed. It was unclear if it was prearranged, but both sides began their attacks simultaneously, increasing the defensive pressure dramatically. The detected hatchery contains highly active energy that can hatch locusts to repel enemies. Abathur brought good news. Unfortunately, due to the strong defenses of both sides, the opposing forces couldn't break through. Well, everything remains the same. Barak's forces were just remnants, and soon in the struggle, they were defeated and continuously consumed by Yagzar's brood. Eventually, they were completely wiped out. You despicable swarm are still here. My brood will tear you to pieces. After finishing the territorial dispute, Yagzar could now concentrate his forces on dealing with the Zerg forces. Instantly, countless primal Zerg began to gather around the basin. Without Barak's brood to hold them back, Yagzar's forces could now surround the swarm's base from all directions. The intense assaults from all sides greatly increased the defensive pressure on Dhaka and Zagara. It seemed they were about to be overwhelmed. Just then, TangYue's energy transmission was complete. All that was left was for Kerrigan to digest it herself. Meanwhile, Kerrigan's chrysalis had also opened, starting to pulse rapidly, nearing the completion of her metamorphosis. Haha, now that I'm back, let you insignificant ones see my power. Saying this, TangYue gathered a massive energy ball and hurled it at Yagzar's forces. After a violent explosion, most of Yagzar's attacking forces turned to ash. At that moment, the pulsation of Kerrigan's chrysalis grew increasingly rapid, and it looked like she was about to break free. Seeing this, Yagzar's forces immediately intensified their offensive. But it was too late. A surge of powerful energy erupted from the chrysalis, and the immense psionic energy even attracted the atmosphere above Xeris. Finally, the sharp bone claws tore apart the chrysalis, and once again, Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, descended amidst a surge of psionic energy. Chapter 120, Supreme Overlord. The immense psionic energy swept across Xeris, and the three existing primal brood leaders sensed Kerrigan's metamorphosis, urgently rallying their forces to launch an attack on Kerrigan's swarm. Having completed her metamorphosis, Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan's chamber. Now, Kerrigan had transformed back into the form of the Queen of Blades, but the purple psionic patterns at the corners of her eyes were now golden, and pure primordial power continuously emanated from her eyes. I can feel that I possess a powerful force, but in this form, I cannot utilize it. However, with the power I have now, it feels like I could tear apart the stars. Kerrigan felt her strength had greatly increased. Of course, Sarah, the power I gave you now is just the amount you originally mastered. This time, during your metamorphosis, I granted you more that you have not yet mastered. I estimate you will need to achieve another leap to be able to temporarily unlock the power I have given you, TangYue said while molding a chair from the Leviathan's wall. Another leap. Kerrigan fell into thought. Now she had obtained, no? Xunji once said that becoming one of them was merely an opportunity. It seemed she needed to inquire Xunji for more detailed information again. Thus, Kerrigan went outside the Leviathan and came before Xunji. Since TangYue stayed inside the Leviathan, Xunji did not dare to approach, feeling intimidated. I have completed my metamorphosis. Now tell me what I should do next. Kerrigan got straight to the point without any preamble. You have become a primal Zerg. Now the brood leaders are mobilizing their forces against your swarm, Xunji said slowly, opening his large mouth. Yes, that's right. Although their offensive is fierce, my swarm can withstand it. Not to mention that TangYue has already begun to mobilize her forces. Obviously, Kerrigan's troops alone can fend off the attacks of the primal Zerg, let alone TangYue's super fleet, which guarantees victory. Now, the defenses around those Zerg leaders are weak, and you can take advantage of this gap to seize their essences, to gain the power of Xerus, devour, and then evolve. This is the tradition of the Zerg. At this time, Xunji also revealed his plan, with the specific method in hand. Kerrigan returned to the Leviathan. That's it, this is Xunji's plan. Kerrigan discussed the plan with TangYue, Zagara, Isha, and Dihaka. Queen, Isha and I will be responsible for defending the Leviathan, so you can act with confidence. Zagara took on the task of defending the base first. My swarm will provide support for you, and my troops can bypass the Zerg leader's blockade. Dihaka chose to provide Kerrigan with reinforcements. When Kerrigan completed her metamorphosis, Dihaka also sensed Kerrigan's strength, and even temporary workers would obey her orders. Sarah, my hybrid forces have also arrived, and they will be responsible for protecting the Leviathan. I will provide you with tactical support from high orbit. Even without saying it, I know that old Xunji is afraid of me. If I go with you, he probably won't even show up in the end. Now he's likely just waiting for you to gather the essences of the other primal Zerg leaders before eating you, thinking he can wrestle with me. TangYue said, while sipping coconut milk. It seems that you think the same as I do. It doesn't matter. As long as Xunji shows his fangs, he should be prepared to be eliminated by me. I will gain the power of Xerus. Thus, the action plan was fully established. Each leader took on their respective roles and began to act in an orderly manner. Kerrigan also bypassed the primal Zerg leader's defenses and arrived at the rear. The first target was the nearest Agraclaw. Agraclaw is a super ash worm that can freely traverse lava. With her newly acquired power, Kerrigan easily stood before Agraclaw, the leader of the fallen swarm. No, Agraclaw's voice was filled with anxiety. You are afraid. In contrast, Kerrigan's tone was full of mockery. The battle was imminent, and Kerrigan directly executed a jump strike, dealing massive damage to Agraclaw with her clawed wings. At the same time, she didn't forget to deliver a kinetic impact. The violent psionic shock made Agraclaw howl in agony. Naturally, Agraclaw couldn't sit still and directly spewed a scorching lava breath. However, such a slow attack was simply unable to hit her. Kerrigan, with her agile positioning, easily maneuvered around Agraclaw and ultimately defeated it. As Agraclaw's massive body fell, a large and pure essence was absorbed by Kerrigan. I can feel my power increasing. I can extract more of TangYue's power now. Leaving Agraclaw's area, Kerrigan headed towards the territory of Carice. However, along the way, there were a large number of Zerg eggs laid by Agraclaw, but these were not a problem. Sarah, just keep moving forward. Leave those eggs to me. TangYue's voice came through the communication channel. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Kerrigan certainly wouldn't refuse. Every Zerg egg Kerrigan passed was incinerated to ashes by beams of light descending from the sky, leaving no chance to hatch. Thus, Kerrigan, along with Dihaka's supporting forces, arrived at Carice's doorstep. Sarah, there's a fort to your right. Inside is one of Dihaka's hands, apparently bitten off during a recent fight. Could you go retrieve it? TangYue's voice came again. Of course, helping you with a small task is no problem. Kerrigan gladly agreed, as there was no rush. After retrieving Dihaka's severed arm, Kerrigan entered Carice's lair. However, this time Carice fared poorly, being directly pinned down by a beam of stillness from TangYue, left to take the beating. Finally, there was the eternal mother of worms, Silithin, an enormous host whose hatched locusts would self-destruct. It caused Kerrigan quite a bit of trouble along the way, but ultimately fell beneath Kerrigan's claws. After absorbing the essences of the three swarm leaders, Kerrigan was able to harness a portion of the new power granted by TangYue. At that moment, the turret engaged in battle with Silithin collapsed, and Xunji's figure appeared. Xunji, I was wondering when you would make your move, Kerrigan said with disdain. One side devours the other, becoming a being stronger than both. This is the legacy of the Zerg. You have absorbed the essences of all swarm leaders, brimming with power. I am ravenous, and you will be the feast that helps me evolve. Xunji clearly revealed his intentions. Then come, let's see who devours whom. Let me show you my new power. As Kerrigan summoned the primordial force, her bony wings began to emit a golden light, their structure melting away until a pair of wings made of golden energy emerged. This was the half-finished new form. As the light wings unfolded, a massive amount of energy gathered in Kerrigan's hands, and a powerful beam was shot out, which Xunji's shell, evolved over countless ages, could not withstand, instantly dissolving. Xunji ultimately fell beneath TangYue's power. After absorbing Xunji's essence, Kerrigan's limbs and torso began to radiate golden energy, her entire shell replaced by golden energy armor, fully mastering the new primordial force. Chapter 121. News from Raynor. After completing her metamorphosis, Kerrigan successfully brought the entire primal Zerg of Xeris under her command through Dhaka. This action finally made Abathur feel at ease. Queen, the mother of Zerg, Klissa, contacted me. Your glorious achievements have made her plan to return to the swarm. Although her nest is not strong, it possesses a powerful Leviathan. Just return to the Leviathan. Isha brought good news. Mother of Zerg, Klissa, listen to me. Mistaf 4 is the military center of the Empire. Lead the swarm to destroy it, so that you can return to the embrace of the swarm. Kerrigan informed Klissa of her mission through psionic link. At your command, Isha, prepare the Leviathan. We should return to the Copperless sector. After dealing with the matter of the returning Zerg mother, Kerrigan turned her attention back to her own affairs. Since she had completed her metamorphosis and regained powerful strength, it was time to deal with Mengsk. After a period of travel, TangYue and Kerrigan finally returned to the Copperless sector once more. Queen, the Imperial forces have deployed many such devices to Char. They are not weapons. Upon returning to Char, Isha brought a mechanical product. This is a two-way communicator. Clearly, Kerrigan understood. At that moment, the communicator activated, and a projection appeared from it. It was Arcturus Mengsk. Blade Queen, I knew you would return to your true form, a monster. Now, if you care about Jim Raynor's safety, you must strictly follow my instructions. That's right, he is still alive. So you better keep your swarm away from Carr. Away from me, or he will be dead for sure. That man sacrificed everything just to restore your humanity, and you have wasted his efforts. Just think about how much he must hate you. Oh, I think you'll be the first to step forward and kill you. After saying that, Monsk closed the communication with a proud expression. Kerrigan's current mood was very excited, but she was also very scared, afraid that this was fake. She immediately opened her psychic sensing, but she couldn't sense Jim Raynor's reaction. Primekan Sensajim. Kerrigan was panicking and rushed to the evolution chamber. That's right. TangYue is right there. TangYue, tell me, is Jim still alive? Kerrigan's tone was very anxious. She hoped for a positive answer. Yes. Why are you suddenly asking this? TangYue's response was very calm, indicating that she had known for a long time. You knew all along. After receiving the satisfactory news, Kerrigan's intelligence suddenly kicked in. You didn't ask, and I thought that since Jimmy was no longer by your side, you would plan to start your revenge. TangYue licked her lollipop and replied helplessly to Kerrigan. Forget it. TangYue's answer left her momentarily speechless. She felt that everything she had done during this time was meaningless and felt very confused. However, now that she had once again obtained the power of the Zerg, there was no turning back. So, tell me, where is Jim now? After coming to a realization, Kerrigan asked TangYue for Jim Raynor's location. I don't know. I can only sense that Jimmy is doing well, but where he is, I have no idea. What's wrong? Obviously, TangYue didn't care at all. As long as her friend was not in any danger, it didn't matter to her. I can't sense Jim's whereabouts in the psychic link. Kerrigan looked very dejected. Then you could go find Matt. When we went to the Poor the Damned, we picked up a computer expert. Just go find them. After saying that, TangYue returned to her chamber. After getting the exact news, Kerrigan immediately contacted Matt. Matt, I got news. Jim is still alive, but I can't sense him. I want you to find that computer expert and tell me Jim's location. Kerrigan's communication suddenly connected to the Hyperion's communicator. Kerrigan, how did you change back to this form? Matt was surprised to see Kerrigan in her Queen of Blades form. That's not important. I'm still Kerrigan. TangYue is with me. Now I want you to help me get news about Jim. Contact me if you have any information. After saying that, Kerrigan hung up the communication. Matt looked at the closed communicator in confusion, glancing at Valerian beside him. Valerian shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. A while later, TangYue was sitting on a chair against the chamber wall, eating snacks while watching Kerrigan pace back and forth in the chamber. Sarah, stop pacing. Jim is safe right now. I can feel it. TangYue looked at the anxious Kerrigan and was speechless. Is this the power of love? If you ask me, instead of walking back and forth here, you might as well think about how to explain things when you see Jimmy later. TangYue said while eating. Upon hearing TangYue's words, Kerrigan suddenly seemed to remember this matter and froze. TangYue, what should I do? Kerrigan's speed suddenly increased. Well, you could just activate your primal form when the time comes. That form is golden and should be better, right? TangYue had no choice but to casually suggest something to Kerrigan, who was spinning around. Soon, Matt's message came through. Kerrigan, we found news about Jim. He is in a mobile prison of the Empire. You can only find his whereabouts during the supply drops. Now I'm sending you the time and location of the next supply drop. Our friend Tosh volunteered. No need, Horner, I will handle the next matters. Kerrigan interrupted Matt directly. All right, New Folsom seems like a nursery compared to that. Be careful. Matt couldn't say much more and could only give his blessings. I will bring Jim back safely. I'm on my way. Chapter 122, Moros. The Atlas Space Station, the supply point for Moros. Jim Raynor's detention location. TangYue, I'm ready to set off. Kerrigan led Leviathan to the Atlas Space Station, where Moros had just docked for supplies. Sarah, I'm going too. I can't miss such an interesting event. TangYue is also excited to board the ship. All right, just don't break the ship. Kerrigan sighed helplessly, clearly still worried that her current appearance would be hated by Jim Raynor, just as Monsk said. After completing the preparations, Leviathan moved forward. Using its tentacles to penetrate the armor of Moros, Leviathan's tentacles were like mutated tunneling worms, possessing the same troop transport capabilities. With a loud bang, a massive tentacle pierced into the hull of Moros, and as the chamber opened, Kerrigan and TangYue emerged. Wow, this is my first time riding a tunneling worm. It feels just like a super long slide, really thrilling. TangYue was overjoyed as she landed. Anzai, TangYue. Let's get started. I bet Monsk already knows we're here. Monsk was quite courteous to Kerrigan. Just after Kerrigan finished speaking, an announcement echoed within the Moros. Brave Imperial warriors, our ship is under attack by the Queen of Blades. We must spare no effort to eliminate the Queen of Blades for all humanity. See? Kerrigan was also slightly surprised and said to TangYue, Monsk is really giving you face. TangYue pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Monsk's behavior. All right, let's quickly resolve the battle. Delay could lead to changes. As soon as she said that, Kerrigan charged directly into the pile of troops. In an instant, blood and carnage ensued. With Kerrigan's attack, Leviathan also provided support, sending another tentacle to break through Moros' armor and deliver troops inside. As they advanced, they discovered that the bridge leading to the opposite side was raised. Haha, Sarah, you can take the long way around. I'll go first. After saying that, TangYue leaped over, ignoring all physical laws. Thus, after a series of demolitions, TangYue and Kerrigan met in front of a gate. This gate, I need some time to break through. Swarm, protect me while I open the door. After saying that, Kerrigan began to gather power. The swarm responds to your call, Queen. Zagara also sent more reinforcements. However, at that moment, TangYue dashed forward, leaping high and kicking with both legs together. With a massive tremor, the gate, along with the wall, was smashed forward at an incredibly high speed, sending the troops on the opposite side tumbling. This, Kerrigan, who had just finished gathering power, could only put her hands down. How about it, Sarah? Was that flying kick cool? TangYue proudly showed off in front of Kerrigan. All right, very cool. Kerrigan's tone was full of perfunctory. Soon, under TangYue's violent demolition, they arrived at the elevator leading to the lower detention area. Destroy the transmission connector. They are breaking into the highest security zone. With the warden's command, a Thor began to destroy the transmission connector. The Zerg swarm stopped them from destroying the transmission connectors. Upon hearing this, Kerrigan charged ahead without hesitation, not forgetting to empower her troops with a primal rage along the way. The defending forces were utterly defenseless and were easily taken down. Kerrigan, along with TangYue, headed to the lower levels. Upon arriving, they heard Mengsk's voice again. Brave Imperial warriors, your sacrifices are meaningful. Thank you for your sacrifices for the future of all humanity. Just as he finished speaking, explosions erupted throughout the Moros. That old man Mengsk is as consistent as ever. TangYue, we need to pick up the pace. Mengsk has activated the self-destruct sequence of the Moros. Kerrigan was also preparing to speed up. Haha, don't worry, Sarah, I was prepared for this. Saying this, TangYue pulled out a huge brick-like object and slammed it against the wall of the Moros. As the red light on the brick turned green, the explosions on the Moros ceased. At this moment, Kerrigan was speechless. Hijacking, huh? Now that I've intercepted the self-destruct of the Moros, it can only explode if I allow it. Let's go find Jimmy. After saying that, she bounced ahead to lead the way. After completing another violent demolition, Kerrigan finally arrived in front of the cell where Jim Raynor was held, but now she hesitated again. Go on, Sarah, don't be afraid. Just use the form I gave you. It should be fine. TangYue continued to encourage her from the side. In the end, Kerrigan made up her mind. Jim Raynor, sitting in the cell, saw the door glowing red, followed by a loud crash and ringing in his ears as the door opened. In Jim Raynor's hazy vision, Kerrigan appeared in her hostile combat suit, slowly coming into focus. Before Jim Raynor stood a Kerrigan shimmering with golden light. What? What is this? Obviously, in Jim Raynor's best-case scenario, Kerrigan was still humanoid. In the worst case, she would turn back into the Queen of Blades, but he never expected this golden form. Hey, Jimmy, we're here to rescue you. How could you get captured without a sound? So useless, you need us to save you. At this moment, TangYue also walked into the cell. Seeing TangYue, Jim Raynor suddenly felt everything could be explained. However, he still felt guilty. He had put in so much effort to turn Kerrigan back into a human, and now it seemed wasted. Just then, Kerrigan also exited her primal form and transformed back into the Queen of Blades. Well, this is great, Jim Raynor exploded on the spot. Why? Why have you turned into this form again? Jim Raynor suddenly lost his temper. I had no choice. Kerrigan's eyes were filled with sadness. You should say that to those you have killed, Jim Raynor shouted back. Jimmy, why are you so petty? At that time, Sarah didn't kill many good people. She just took out that bastard Duke and Gerard. TangYue was also angered by Jim Raynor. Oh well. Jim Raynor calmed down and thought about it. It seemed to make sense. I love you, Jim. Never forget that. After saying this, Kerrigan walked out, clearly hurt by Jim Raynor's earlier outburst. What are you standing there for? Go after her. TangYue kicked Jim Raynor from behind and said. Chapter 123. Sky Research Station. It has been a while since Jim Raynor was taken off the Moros. Although Jim Raynor and Kerrigan's relationship was strained, they eventually made up after some coaxing. However, Jim Raynor had not been doing well during this time. He was now being dragged back by Matt for recuperation. Kerrigan's main target now was Minsk's Hybrid Production Center, the Sky Research Station. Not long after arriving at the destination, someone came aboard the Leviathan. Who are you? Obviously, Kerrigan did not recognize the other person, or rather, had forgotten. It seems your memory isn't too good, Kerrigan. I am Alexei Stukov. We were once enemies, said the half-human, half-Zerg figure before her. Oh, now you're all Zerg. Kerrigan casually made a quip. I am here because we have a common enemy, Stukov said. Oh, do tell. Kerrigan became interested. The main person in charge here is Arad. It was here that I was transformed and constantly tortured. This is also the Empire's Hybrid Production Center, and destroying it will end Minsk's hybrids. When mentioning Arad, Stukov's tone and glowing eyes were filled with resentment. So, do you have any good suggestions? The Imperial forces are heavily guarding the gates of the research station. This is one of the most tightly defended places besides Kar. We must take the platform to enter the laboratory. Stukov began to outline the difficulties in breaching the Sky Research Station. At this moment, the wall of the Leviathan opened again. Troublemaker TangYue returned to the Leviathan's bridge. Sarah, I just received the props I've been working on for a long time. I finally got them. Huh, who are you? During the UED invasion, TangYue was studying Protoss technology on Sagulath, so he was completely unaware of the battles between the UED and the Zerg Terran Empire. I am Stukov. You must be Lord TangYue, Stukov said with a bow. Speaking respectfully, do we know each other? Stukov's gesture puzzled TangYue. When I was tortured by Arad, he often mentioned your name. It was clear he loathed you. Stukov said, clearly pleased that TangYue made Arad uncomfortable. Oh, you mean Arad, that shape-shifting guy? I did make him uncomfortable several times. By the way, Sarah, this Arad is actually your former subordinate Duran. Upon mentioning Arad, TangYue remembered. First, he destroyed the incarnation named Duran directly on Sagulath. Then he tricked Jim Raynor into the Zelnaga artifact. It's still in TangYue's pocket now. By the way, TangYue, what were you going to tell me when you came in just now? At this moment, Kerrigan finally remembered that TangYue had mentioned something about new toys when he entered. Oh, you mean this? I previously designed a Void Annihilation phase bomb. However, at that time, due to the Protoss's economic conditions, I couldn't afford it, so I sent my fleet to mine everywhere. Recently, I finally gathered enough materials for the initial 108 bombs. I had the primal trial start working quickly and sent one over. I came to ask if there was a place to test it. TangYue's line of thought was as unique as ever. Lacking resources, he immediately aimed for 108 bombs, now asking where to test that absurdly named bomb. Wait, ISNT at just the right time to attack the Sky Research Station? What a coincidence. I see, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to break through the laboratory's defenses. You can use the Sky Laboratory for your experiments. Kerrigan casually handed the Sky Laboratory over to TangYue for experimentation. Using the laboratory for testing was quite reasonable. Yay, I'll get ready right away. I'm very confident about this bomb. TangYue immediately rushed out in a hurry. Although Lord TangYue has caused a lot of trouble for Narad, would it be safe to leave the task of attacking the laboratory to her alone? Clearly, Stukov is quite worried about this. Don't worry, based on my understanding of TangYue, she should have no problem flattening the upper level of a laboratory with her bomb. At that time, we just need to focus on solving the remaining issues. After saying this, Kerrigan went back to rest, waiting for good news from TangYue. Having received the experimental permit, TangYue immediately returned to her chamber and opened the intricately packaged parcel, taking out a glass ball filled with golden energy and red-black energy entwined together. After taking out the bomb, TangYue hurriedly ran to Kerrigan's room, planning to invite her to enjoy the display. Just as Kerrigan had just laid down, she was dragged out by TangYue, just like how her father used to drag her back in the day. Upon TangYue's notification, Stukov, Dhaka, Zagara, Isha, and the Zergling Abathur all arrived at the bridge, the best viewing point. Everyone get ready. I'm about to start the demonstration, TangYue solemnly reminded everyone. Trusting in TangYue's abilities, everyone became fully alert. Soon, TangYue took out the glass ball again, shaking it in a circular motion. The two energies inside began to mix, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing this, TangYue directly opened a spatial portal and tossed it in. Then, nothing happened, just as everyone relaxed. The planet where the Sky Research Station was located began to undergo a transformation. The entire shape of the planet seemed to deform like clay, then began to collapse towards the center as if being absorbed by something. After a series of extremely two-dimensional special effects, the entire planet completely disappeared into space. How about that? Cool, right? You should know that it took a lot of materials to create such an effect, TangYue asked the dumbfounded crowd. At that moment, a roar echoed through the starry sky. Damn you, TangYue, Narad, will wait for you in the void. Chapter 124. Marching to Kar on the Leviathan. Everyone watched as the Sky Research Station transformed into a dot and vanished into the depths of space. They all fell silent, realizing this was a location with defensive capabilities not inferior to Kar. I never expected you to directly annihilate the entire planet. I thought you would at most wipe out the defending forces, Kerrigan said, looking at TangYue in astonishment. How could this be possible? If it were as you said, Sarah, I could do it myself. Why would I need a bomb? Although I could destroy a planet, it would be on a different level than what I can see. TangYue said, acting very proud. Well, I just sensed Narad's thoughts. He is very loyal to Eamon, Kerrigan stated. Having read his thoughts when Narad's last body was killed by TangYue and his consciousness was sent back. Queen, I detected the presence of the Xel'Naga on the previous planet. Isha reported. It seems to be the Tal'Darim. They are fanatical supporters of Eamon, but there are always some big fools who take me as their god, Sax. TangYue shrugged helplessly, truly at a loss for words regarding the brain-dead fan Sax, although he was currently working hard. They worship a dead god? Zagara expressed her inability to understand the actions of the Tal'Darim. That's why they are even more dangerous. Kerrigan understood the nuances. For years, Narad had been running around to resurrect his master. The war between the Zerg and the Xel'Naga was likely his doing. But where did he get so much psionic energy to revive Eamon? Kerrigan furrowed her brows, as this question was crucial. When you transformed back from the Queen of Blades to a human, you released a tremendous amount of psionic energy. So where did that energy go? Stukov spoke up succinctly. Are you saying? If that's the case, then Eamon has likely been revived. Kerrigan's brows tightened even further. What are you all talking about? Isn't Eamon supposed to be alive all along? He was just banished back to the void and unable to communicate with the main dimension. Just now, Narad was also forced to return, but I believe he can still communicate with the Tal'Darim in the main dimension. TangYue directly revealed the secrets of the void. This world can be considered a high-level world. The main world is directly connected to the void, and there are even void beings present. You must know that void beings can only be killed by other void beings or higher beings. TangYue's words unveiled the truth of the world. All right, I almost forgot. We still have a being that is not weaker than Eamon. Now that we've resolved the hybrid issue, let's prepare to march to Kar. Kerrigan finally reacted, realizing that TangYue was not inferior to Eamon, so they had nothing to fear. Queen, the swarm is ready, and the last broodmother has returned recently. Isha's tone remained as flat as ever. Good. Activate the Leviathan. Notify all broodmothers to prepare to march to Kar. Isha, help me contact the Hyperion, Kerrigan directly ordered, and the entire swarm began to move. At this moment, in the space near Kar, aboard the Hyperion, the communicator suddenly activated, startling Matt. At this time, Jim Raynor had already recovered and was discussing with Valerian and Matt. Valerian, Matt? Oh, Jim, you're also here. I'm about to march to car, Kerrigan said with a hint of resentment in her tone upon seeing Jim Raynor, clearly still in a Cold War. So what are you here for? Matt asked, seeing Jim Raynor's troubled expression. The swarm will invade in large numbers, ignoring civilians who will die in vain. The people need a leader, Kerrigan indirectly expressed her thoughts. If you want me to become a leader, Kerrigan, I need your cooperation, Valerian intended to argue his case. No, Minsk will seize on that point to target me. Kerrigan flatly refused. But those are lives. Valerian immediately became anxious. Kerrigan closed her eyes in thought, then said, All right, I will try to avoid densely populated areas. But don't hinder me. After saying this, she planned to leave. At this moment, Jim Raynor, who had been silent, spoke up. Wait, dear. This time, take me along. It's time to settle my grievances with Arcturus. Jim, aren't you going to evacuate civilians with Matt and Valerian? Kerrigan felt her mood lift at Jim Raynor's dear. Evacuating civilians is enough with me and Valerian. You all go do what you need to do. Matt immediately took on the task. Jimmy, long time no see. I just heard you were coming to fight Mace with us. TangYue suddenly interjected into the communication. It's TangYue. Yes, I will act together. I've already notified Tychus and Hansen. They are on their way to Car. Jim Raynor reported the situation of Tychus and Hansen. If it weren't for TangYue, Tychus might have made him choose between the two, and Dr. Hansen might have sacrificed herself along with her people. TangYue had saved many tragedies, although Kerrigan was still alienated now. However, judging from Kerrigan's recent decisions, she was no longer that cold-blooded queen of blades. Unexpectedly, Jim, we have arrived at Char. Kerrigan also said goodbye to Jim Raynor. Char, my dear. After saying that, Jim Raynor hung up the communication. This battle for Char will be unprecedented, with a highly evolved Zerg swarm after integration, Raynor's Rangers equipped with a lot of advanced technology. A well-equipped team of outlaws led by Tychus, the almost immortal Blacklight Squad with strong viral abilities, the Taldaran hybrid forces led by Sykes who defected to TangYue, and the super fleet led by TangYue's ethereal trial. Any one of these forces could match the Terran Empire. They're all heading to Char together. Chapter 125. The fall of Acheron. The Empire has built powerful orbital anti-air defenses, making it difficult for our forces to assemble effectively. Isha brought up the first barrier of the monstrous ironclad formation. Indeed, most of our airships were destroyed in high-altitude orbit. Zagara's tone was helpless, as this exceeded her cognitive limits. We could deploy the newly modified spore cannons. Kerrigan frowned, clearly relying on the spore cannons, which were not in ideal condition. Sarah, why don't you ask the marvelous me? TangYue's words, as always, provided a solution. Oh, then may I ask, esteemed Lord TangYue, if you have a good plan? Since TangYue had spoken, it seemed there was a solution, and Kerrigan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's simple. Just conduct high-intensity orbital bombardment. We can wait for a bit. My fleet will arrive soon, and then we can carry out the bombardment from high altitude. TangYue proposed the most straightforward method, but that will consume a lot of resources. Isha was too rigid, just undermining the plan. I have plenty of resources. After saying that, TangYue left directly. It's important to know that being articulate is an extremely useful skill. The wait was short, and amidst a whole space of ripples, the super fleet, led by the ethereal trial, arrived in Char's orbit. My troops, listen to my command and aim at those damn turrets and fire. Fire everything. TangYue vented all her frustration on those turrets. Accompanied by countless beams illuminating the sky, Char's orbital defense system was completely destroyed. All troops advance. Without the orbital defense system, the Zerg forces landed smoothly on Char's surface, rapidly building their offensive and clearing the surface defense troops while also opening a passage to Augustgrad. TangYue's attacks were very precise. After destroying all the cannons, she did not hurt any other enemies. The Zerg's path was cleared. However, a new problem arose. That old man Acheron had built a super large weapon against the Zerg. This ultimate weapon could deliver a devastating blow to the Zerg forces by destroying their psionic link. Kerrigan's forces were also blocked outside Augustgrad. Kerrigan, you don't idly think I would let you, this monster, come go freely in my home, do you? This is specially prepared for you. You and your disgusting Zerg will perish in Char. Just after the Zerg forces suffered heavy losses, monsters couldn't help but come over and taunt. Queen, our forces have suffered heavy losses. The swarm cannot survive in the energy field for long. Zagara's tone was serious and worried. Don't worry. It seems Acheron still doesn't know about the primal Zerg's existence. Obviously, Kerrigan was very confident in herself, and after fighting against the Zerg for so many years, Monstrous had never seen a primal Zerg. My kin and I have no psionic link. We don't need it. I will be responsible for destroying the psionic disruptor. Dihaka was useful at this moment. I will also send Sykes' forces to carry out the mission. The hybrids didn't care about this, given their strength. They could completely ignore it. TangYue also sent her enthusiastic fans to get the job done. This operation went very smoothly. The primal Zerg and hybrids completely ignored the effects of the position, which led to the guards of the disruptor being completely powerless to stop them. Due to the presence of the disruptor, those troops were sufficient, but the primal Zerg and hybrids were simply not afraid. What could be done? Coupled with the hybrids' powerful individual combat capabilities, they directly flattened that orbital turret. At this point, Monstrous began to panic. The current situation was not like the previous timeline. On Char were Alpha Squadron, Wild Wolf Squadron, Tychus's Legacy Odin, and the ultimate weapon, the Xelnog artifact. Now, Odin was in Tychus's Outlaw Squad, attacking the western defense line of Augustgrad. The Xelnog artifact was still in TangYue's pocket. Just recently, the psionic disruptor was destroyed, which was Monstrous' last trump card. Now, Jim Raynor, with his reassembled fleet, was coordinating an attack with Tychus's Outlaw Squad from the west. To the east was the hybrid forces led by Sykes, steadily advancing under fierce resistance. To the north, the Blacklight Squad was going all out. To the south was Kerrigan's Zerg Swarm, an endless sea of insects. The high-altitude orbit was completely blocked by TangYue's super fleet, preventing any orbital bombardment or support. Today, I will complete my revenge on this planet. The Zerg army kept charging, mercilessly crushing the Empire's tank positions. Monstrous statue collapsed under countless artillery fire. Imperial battlecruisers kept falling from the high altitude under the blockade of the super fleet. Lines of defense were torn apart by the hybrids, the Blacklight Squad, and the elite outlaw forces. The outcome of the battle was already determined, and Monstrous' defeat was irreversible. Kerrigan stood atop the collapsed statue, watching the gates of the Imperial Palace being swallowed by the relentless tide of Zerg. I am the swarm. The gates of the palace opened, and Kerrigan directly entered her primal form, soaring over the sea of insects and flying into the palace. Monstrous managed to stop some royal guards inside the palace, but they were no match for Kerrigan. Under TangYue's training, Kerrigan possessed power far beyond before. With various psionic energies intertwined, coupled with the blessing of the primal power, she quickly shattered all defenses, arriving in front of Monstrous' room. Opening the door, Monstrous was sitting in his chair. I knew you would come, Kerrigan. Now I am powerless. Monstre lit à cigarette. Looking much older compared to when Jim Raynor reported scandals in Char a while ago. You should have thought of your ending, Acheron. At this point, Kerrigan was no longer in a hurry, slowly walking to Monstrous' front. I turned you into a monster, Kerrigan. Kerrigan grabbed Monstrous by the throat and pressed him against the monitor behind him. You turned us all into monsters. With a surge of psionic energy, Monstrous transformed into a bomb. In a brilliant flash of light, his evil life came to an end. At this moment, Jim Raynor also walked in, looking at the open room before him, feeling a sense of loss. His Star Fragment revolver still had not been used to kill Monstrous. I still have things I must do, Jim. Kerrigan knew she had to leave. She had a mission. You can come back anytime, my dear. Take care. Jim Raynor smiled, and this enmity finally came to an end. Chapter 126. Meeting Xeridol again since the Battle of Kuruk. Kerrigan has been searching for hybrid laboratories throughout the Star Sector. With the fall of Mengsk, Valerian ascended to the throne, gaining unprecedented support from the populace after his daring rescue. Meanwhile, Matt Horner became the new Grand General of the Empire, and Jim Raynor served as a strategic advisor, helping to wrap things up in Kuruk. The hybrid forces of Sekaz also went to other Taldaran outposts to spread the word, intending to recruit some capable Taldaran enforcers. If they performed well, they might even be converted through TangYue. Sek had a significant advantage over Marash because he himself was elevated to a hybrid, making TangYue a clearly better choice compared to the unfulfilled promises of Amon. TangYue's fleet departed the Copperless Sector again for mining operations. The Blacklight Squad and the Outlaw Squad received orders from TangYue to move across various planets, destroying Amon's Zerg or the hybrid facilities of the Mobius Foundation. It resembled a cooperative model. On this day, Kerrigan discovered another hybrid cultivation laboratory belonging to the Mobius Foundation. Sarah, have you found another laboratory? TangYue had just completed a comprehensive enhancement of Kerrigan's Zerg swarm. Oh, it's you, TangYue. This laboratory we discovered is a bit different, Kerrigan replied, appearing calm rather than impatient as in the original timeline. Since all artifacts had been intercepted by TangYue, and Nerad had been tricked into dying twice by him, many of his plans remained unfinished, significantly reducing Kerrigan's pressure. Originally, Nerid aimed to collect the psionic energy to revert Kerrigan back to human form by modifying Xel'Naga artifacts. But now he could only scrape a bit of the leftovers from a distance through hybrids, wasting most of it. Initially, Stukov's speculation was incorrect. While hybrids had energy to collect psionic energy, they struggled against the Queen of Blades, created with all resources from the Overmind, relying heavily on the power of artifacts. With the artifacts gone, Nerid had to fill the gaps with Tal'Daran and hybrids, leading to a reduction in hybrid forces. Sarah, quickly tell me what's different. We detected Protoss signals in this facility. Kerrigan did not keep it a secret. Isn't that normal? The materials for hybrids are Protoss and Zerg, TangYue wondered. No, this time it's different. The Protoss signal is external. It seems a Protoss force has also discovered this facility and intends to study their kin. Kerrigan explained the distinction. Why bother with so much? We'll know once we fight, Kerrigan agreed. Soon, she led her forces to assemble at the laboratory, and at that moment, the Protoss also sent communications. Kerrigan, it's great to see you here. I'm here to study our kin, and I hope we can cooperate pleasantly. A Protoss female appeared on the communication screen. Kerrigan, I didn't think we'd meet again here. I came with Executor Talus to seek clues about the prophecy. It turned out the old Oracle was also present. Xeridol, I didn't expect you to return here. Executor Talus, since we met here after the battle, please take away the Protoss I saved earlier. I hope your investigative abilities can be a bit stronger. I don't want to keep rescuing kin from you. Thanks to TangYue's intervention, Kerrigan and Xeridol's attitudes had improved significantly. Moreover, with Kerrigan's Zerg allied with the Tal'Daran, they would also rescue Protoss while destroying laboratories. Thank you very much, Kerrigan. I will send someone to take over shortly. Talus expressed gratitude. It wasn't their first collaboration. Ah, it's Xeridol. Are you still searching for the prophecy? TangYue noticed the communication among the three and used a useful communication insertion technique to join the conversation. It's Lord TangYue. I didn't expect you to be on Kerrigan's Leviathan. Talus expressed respect for TangYue, having heard of his grand achievements. After all, Sarah is also considered my kin. It's necessary to help her strengthen her forces. By the way, Xeridol, how is your prophecy coming along? Clearly, she cared more about Xeridol's long search for the prophecy than about TangYue's matters. Lord TangYue, I have fully unveiled the Xel'Naga prophecy, but it will still take some time to find a solution. I came here to seek ways to save my kin. Xeridol remained respectful toward TangYue, who had saved most of his kin after his oversight led to Amon's invasion. Interesting, just as I finished with Sarah's matters. Sarah, I will accompany Xeridol to explore. Are you okay on your own? TangYue chose to switch hosts again, seeking some holiday fun. No problem. My swarm has enough capability to handle trouble. Thank you for your companionship during my toughest times. Kerrigan's strength now far surpassed the past, making it easy for her to clear a laboratory alone. While they were talking, the laboratory on the surface had been nearly demolished. All Mobius Foundation forces were completely annihilated, and all Protoss prisoners were rescued. Xeridol arrived at the central processor of the Mobius Foundation. Yes, this is it. Amon was resurrected on this planet. Our next step is to head here. I hope we can find hope for redemption there. Xeridol felt an urgency, having seen only destruction when he unveiled the veil of the future. However, with TangYue's existence, many tragedies have been averted, yet Amon's shadow loomed over the Protoss, making it hard for Xeridol to sleep. Don't worry, Xeratul. Even if you can't find a solution, we could just gather forces and charge through the void. Aren't I here? TangYue's words always provided reassurance. With TangYue present, there was always a way out. Thank you for your support, but I still hope to find a way to seek redemption. This should also be my own redemption. Chapter 127. Amon's Strong Condemnation Sigma Sector. Atreus System. This is the place of Amon's rebirth, and this planet is on the brink of collapse. On Talus's mothership, Xeridol and the others were discussing. Yes, and there are heavy Tal'Daran forces guarding it. Talus was not optimistic about this operation, given Xeridol's poor reputation among the Tal'Daran. Look what I found. It's Mardash, the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Daran, who had previously lost many subordinates to Sek, was now here. Speaking of Mardash, he had a tough time. Due to his subservience to Amon and facing TangYue's repeated disruptions, he had to fill the gaps with Tal'Daran lives, making it already difficult. Sek had even gone behind his back as a hybrid, making it worse. He couldn't fight back or reason with anyone. Thankfully, some remained, and he had no choice but to come here for his superior's opinion. Since even the high-ranking Tal'Daran Lord had come here, the Airis Temple must have gained something. The appearance of the High Lord is good news for Xeridol's quest for prophecy. Hopefully, your prophecy will be worth it. Clearly, the presence of the High Lord has made Taris's troops uncomfortable. So what? I'm here, after all. I just happened to be working on a set of battle armor on the ship. It's been a while since I played with psionics. TangYue has also donned 2 new psionic energy blade generators. Since Lord TangYue is in high spirits, we will naturally fight to the death. In the end, Taris joined the battle. The planet where the Iris Temple is located has been greatly impacted by Eamon's rebirth. Now the entire planet is in turmoil with intense tectonic activity. Gas mines are erupting everywhere. Let's go. TangYue led the troops, charging ahead. 2 15-meter-long psionic energy blades sprang from her wrist, startling both sides. Such a length far exceeds the most comfortable swinging range. However, to TangYue it was no big deal. With a direct spinning attack, absolute length brings absolute attack range. Anything on the ground cannot escape TangYue's assault. Under her leadership, capturing the temple's defenses was effortless. My troops, and I will be responsible for defending the temple against the relentless Tatalans. Zeratul, you and Lord TangYue must hurry. We can't hold out for long. After occupying the temple, Taris took over the defense. Then you take care. I have already contacted my fleet, and they have dispatched a small team to support us. If that's the case, then we have no worries. Thank you for your generosity, Lord TangYue. Zeratul once again placed his hand on his chest in respect. All right, stop dawdling and hurry inside. TangYue was already impatient. She could sense a void rift in the temple. After entering the temple, TangYue and Zeratul encountered fierce resistance from the Tatalans inside, but it was completely ineffective. TangYue's combat capabilities formed a crushing force. Not to mention that Zeratul alone had the ability to infiltrate. The most interesting part was the hybrids they encountered along the way. After being defeated by TangYue, they were directly taken control of by her using the power of the primordial. It was quite amusing. Soon, TangYue and Zeratul reached a high platform, where they could clearly see the entire interior of the temple's main hall. In the center of the hall stood a structure resembling a coffin, which was now open, releasing red void energy from within. Look, Malash is there. He is communicating with Eamon. Zeratul never expected that there would be a void entrance here. This must be destroyed. The only method Zeratul could think of was to destroy it. At this moment, Malash below had finished complaining and, after being scolded by Eamon, left reluctantly. They are gone, Zeratul. TangYue looked at Zeratul, who was still staring, and couldn't help but speak to awaken him. That's right. We must take this opportunity to destroy this facility. After saying that, Zeratul turned and headed towards the main hall without hesitation. Seeing this, TangYue had no choice but to follow, leading to another bloody battle. TangYue and Zeratul, along with their group, arrived in front of the coffin. After destroying the coffin, a gentle and benevolent voice emanated from the void. The keystone will lead you to hope. Before Zeratul could process what this meant, an angry voice came from the rift, accompanied by the further expansion of the void rift. Damn it, I can sense you. You have been ruining my plans, outsider. Eamon's voice was filled with rage. Ha ha ha. Look, Zeratul. He is furious, in a fit of impotent rage. TangYue was completely unconcerned about Eamon's thoughts and found it amusing. You repeatedly ruin my plans and steal my servants. What do you want to do? Clearly, TangYue's vacation activity left Eamon completely confused about her intentions, making it difficult for him to respond. Me? I'm just here for a vacation. TangYue honestly stated her purpose, but to some, this seemed like mockery. You are mocking me. You will pay for this. Accompanying Eamon's words were void creatures surging out from the rift, which were fearless soldiers created by Eamon using void energy. It's void creatures. We must evacuate immediately. Zeratul clearly knew his own limitations. Zeratul, what's happening over there? I sense a large amount of energy reactions inside the temple, and it's increasing. Taris' communication suddenly connected, and from his anxious tone, it was clear that Zeratul and his group were in a dire situation. Haha, don't worry, Taris. Keep your troops away. I'm about to start. TangYue's tone was light, as if she didn't care about the current situation at all. Although Taris didn't understand, he still led the troops to evacuate from the vicinity of the temple. Primordial star pattern, annihilation. TangYue raised her hand high, gathering a massive amount of void energy, forming a huge, colorful star pattern above, referencing the first awakening state in the third awakening. After a blinding flash of annihilation, the terrain of the temple was reset, transforming into a vast basin. The void rift also disappeared. Zeratul, hurry, this planet is about to explode. TangYue's voice awakened the dazed Zeratul. Chapter 128. The Recapture of El. Not long after TangYue and Zeratul left, the planet where the Iris Temple was located could no longer hold on and transformed into a brilliant firework in the universe. Taris, I have found the path to redemption. We must now inform Adonis. Do you know where he is? After obtaining the precise method, Zeratul, who had been anxious, relaxed slightly. The Archbishop is currently coordinating the recapture of EL. I was sent to rescue the captured people during the recapture. Taris, who had just survived a near-death experience, was still somewhat shaken. What? We must go immediately to stop Adonis. Attacking El will make us overlook the immediate threat. Upon hearing that Adonis was targeting El, Zeratul's heart tightened again. Don't worry, Zeratul. Isn't Eamon the one we are dealing with? Let's go find Adonis first. I haven't seen him in a long time. The last time was with Kaidil. TangYue casually sat in Zeratul's passenger seat, indifferent to Zeratul's constant worrying about various matters. Even so, I still want to try. Let's hurry and set off. After saying that, Zeratul piloted the Void Seeker into the jump channel. Soon, after a hurried journey, Zeratul brought TangYue to Adonis's flagship. At this moment, Adonis had just completed a simple and plain speech to declare war. I personally feel that the speech at the beginning of the Void's legacy, although the lines are exactly the same, lacks the momentum of ultimate darkness by several notches, and the many paladins on site were cheering. Zeratul, still in his usual haze, exclaimed, Adonis, you must stop the expedition immediately. Zeratul's tone was urgent. Paladins, arrest this traitor. The young and promising Ceranthes directly ordered, clearly one of those newcomers with authority. That guilt is hard to forget, but attacking El will make us overlook the real threat before us. Zeratul still planned to argue his case. As Zeratul was being escorted away, Artanis was about to say something when, Artanis, long time no see. TangYue had also come down from the Void Seeker. Archbishop, after completing the rescue mission, I accompanied the Dark Archon and discovered some things. Talus also arrived on the bridge. It's Lord TangYue and Executive Talus. Are you here to stop the attack on Air as well? But now the arrows are on the string and must be released. Perhaps after we clear the navigation routes, we can have a good talk. Clearly, Artanis was willing to listen to Zeratul's opinions, but the Archbishop's responsibilities forced him to proceed with the attack on Air, which had long been the wish of the Taldarim. Seeing this, Zeratul could only agree, while TangYue was indifferent. She didn't believe that Amon could pull off any more tricks. The operation to reclaim Air was proceeding very smoothly. The vast Protoss forces, under the sacred link of F2, fought bravely and successfully captured 3 temporal pathways. Although they encountered attacks from the Zerg controlled by the hybrids along the way, they were defeated under their overwhelming firepower. Now we can have a good chat, Artanis. Zeratul and Artanis went to a secluded hill, and this time TangYue was not there. She returned to the Void Seeker for modifications. Let us talk in detail, Zeratul. I hope your prophecy will be useful to us. Artanis was rarely relaxed. Ever since he became the Archbishop, his stress had been immense. The keystone will lead us to hope. Since humanity used it to turn the Queen of Blades back into a human on Char, it has gone missing, but Jim Raynor must know its whereabouts. Now the Dark God Amon, who threatens our race, has been reborn, and we must seek the Xel'Naga to combat Amon. Zeratul had great faith in the prophecy of Horus. I will keep things stable here. You go find Jim Raynor to confirm the location of the keystone, and we will regroup. Artanis made his decision. Then let us do it. May the glory of Tassadar guide you. After Zeratul finished speaking, he left for the Void Seeker. Upon arriving at the docking area of the Void Seeker, he found that it was surrounded by the corpses of Zerg, large and small. And TangYue was there, moving the Void Seeker into position. What happened, Lord TangYue? Zeratul was startled. He wasn't worried about TangYue's safety, but the Zerg around should have been cleaned up by now. What is going on? Oh, it's Zeratul. Just now, a large group of oblivious Zerg attacked while I was modifying the Void Seeker, and I wiped them out, so now there are corpses everywhere, making it hard to work, so I plan to move it. While speaking, TangYue moved the Void Seeker away from the Zerg corpses and set it down. Zeratul, Artanis, and the nearby Templar have disappeared from the Kala. I can't sense them anymore. Suddenly, Seraldus's anxious voice came through. This is impossible. Your people do not disappear from the Kala unless they are dead. Zeratul's tone was filled with astonishment. That means the impossible has happened. Seraldus felt a deep sense of helplessness. What is wrong, Zeratul? At this moment, TangYue had finished her last task and asked Zeratul. We must find Artanis and clarify the situation. Zeratul did not explain further to TangYue and took her to investigate the situation of the nearby Templar. Along the way, they discovered many Zerg, which was unreasonable. The Zerg should have been cleared. Just as they continued their exploration, something incredible happened. Zeratul, the betrayer of Kala, died. Many Templars' eyes were enveloped in red light, rushing towards Zeratul as if they had gone mad. This is impossible. Seraldus, I found the missing Templar. They have been corrupted. Seraldus? Zeratul felt extremely surprised, but facing his fellow kin, he couldn't strike and could only forcefully push TangYue away from those Templar. Keep moving forward. Soon the two discovered Artanis, who was kneeling on the ground in pain. I see it, endless hatred. Artanis, Kala has been corrupted. You must sever the neural link. Saying this, Zeratul swung his lightsaber, but it was blocked. No, only in Kala are we whole. This time I have won. TangYue. Ha ha ha. Chapter 129. The Fall of Kala Amon, controlling Artanis, arrogantly taunted TangYue, finally having the upper hand this time. All Protoss are mine. They will forge my new incarnation. I will end this failed cycle. Amon, manipulating Artanis, boasted there. However, at that moment, while Amon was focused on taunting TangYue, Zeratul quietly approached from behind Artanis, seized the opportunity, and cut off Artanis' braid. With the severing of the neural link, Amon's consciousness was forcibly expelled from Artanis' mind. Accompanied by Amon's roar, Artanis collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Zeratul hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Artanis, how do you feel? You must pull yourself together. We need to retrieve the keystone. Zeratul spoke urgently. If it hadn't been for TangYue attracting Amon's attention, severing Artanis' neural link would have likely come at a great cost. The keystone? TangYue, who had been watching Amon's antics, was also curious about this term. Although she had heard it in the Ayer's temple, she didn't know what it was. Now it seemed that among the three present, she was the only one who didn't know what it looked like and was quite annoyed. It's the Xel'Naga artifact that Jim Raynor and the others spoke of. Artanis had recovered and explained to TangYue, unsure if she knew what the keystone was. But since she asked, he had to answer. Why didn't you say so? That keystone has always been with me. After calling it a keystone for so long, it would have been better to just say it was an artifact. After all this time, TangYue thought it was something special. What? The keystone has always been with you? This is truly the arrangement of fate. Zeratul was also surprised. He genuinely didn't know that the keystone he had rushed back for Artanis to find had been right beside them all along. Since the keystone is in hand, we should start researching it, hoping it can lead us to save our people as the prophecy foretold. Zeratul looked at the surrounding Protoss corpses, feeling a mix of emotions. Regarding researchers, I have a good suggestion. Phase Smith Kylax. He is an excellent talent. Moreover, now that our Golden Fleet is controlled by Amon, we need some unconventional means to escape AI error. After recovering, Artanis quickly entered commander mode and began to calmly analyze. So, do you have any good ideas? TangYue, who had been idly kicking stones, asked. The Spear of Adin lies beneath the ruins of Kosa. When the Overmind invaded Ayer, due to the destruction of Kosa, the Spear of Adin was unable to launch, allowing it to remain intact. However, we need a skilled engineer to activate the Spear of Adin's power system, which is another reason we need to find Kylax. Artanis' S-analysis was clear and well-structured, and everyone was convinced. The plan was finalized, and the three of them immediately rushed to the small base previously managed by Kyrax under Saranthus. Along the way, they also tried their best to rescue some of the Templar Knights. Upon arriving at the base, they saw Kyrax defending against the attacks of the Zerg. Protected by several Centurions, TangYue and the others quickly joined the battle to eliminate the Zerg. Phase Engineer, your neural lock must be removed. Adonis wasted no time and prepared to perform the surgery. It's already been severed by the Dark Templar, and I am no longer under the corruption of Kerrigan, Kyrax replied, turning around to reveal his bare neural lock. Archbishop, what brings you here? Kyrax was clearly puzzled as to why Adonis had come, thinking it couldn't just be for a few people. We need an experienced phase engineer to activate the Spear of Adin and conduct research on the keystone. The Spear of Adin. It is a supreme honor. I will do my utmost to complete the task, Kyrax exclaimed, excited at the prospect of working on the Spear of Adin. The group's combat effectiveness was impressive, and they effortlessly reached the ruins of Koshada. After investigating the situation regarding the Spear of Adin, Kyrax provided a concrete plan. The power core of the Spear of Adin is an ancient technology. We need a strong energy source to ignite it and restart the spear. From my observations, there are many energy batteries distributed around. Once we activate them all, I can gather energy to activate the spear. Kyrax's plan was very reasonable, and TangYue had already gathered all the surviving Nerazim brethren nearby, who would assist them in the battle to seize the batteries. Zeratul had already notified the surrounding Nerazim, gathering them, which provided a decent fighting force, at least more capable than the hastily rescued Templar Knights. The operation proceeded smoothly, aside from the battery that was activated at the start. The other 4 batteries had ceased functioning due to Zerg infestation. After being eliminated by TangYue's forces, they were reactivated. Energy transmission is good. The Spear of Adin is starting up. Once all 5 batteries were unlocked, Kyrax immediately began working to gather energy for the relighting process. Recall all warriors. We must leave Ire immediately, Adinus ordered. Soon, all the Protoss with their braids cut were teleported onto the Spear of Adin. At this moment, Eamon, controlling a new body, emerged to taunt them, saying they could not escape his grasp. Chapter 130. Return to Sargeras upon arriving at the Spear of Adin. Even TangYue had to admire the excellent interior design of the spear. After melting down the memories of Nesh and the Otarian's eye, the interior had fused together, and TangYue used spatial power to redecorate it. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the original design of the Spear of Adin. When they reached the Solar Forge, Kyrax was conducting research there. The Solar Matrix Core, a creation from the Golden Age of the Protoss, is still full of vitality even now, Kyrax said, brimming with admiration. It's nice, but I feel artificial stars are a bit low-tech, TangYue remarked, clearly dissatisfied with the power output of the Solar Matrix Core. Having been spoiled by her supernova furnace, you have high standards, Solar Lord. Even the Son of God, at his most glorious, couldn't maintain a supernova in an explosive state to draw energy, Adinus said, having seen a supernova furnace himself, which was truly outrageous. The supernova, influenced by time, remained perpetually at its explosive peak, drawing immense energy, a miracle indeed. Let me help you modify it, rest assured. I just want to borrow the design of the Spear of Adin. My primordial trial was only a rough renovation. Now I want to draw inspiration from the spear's design to upgrade it. TangYue generously stated her intentions, significantly enhancing the trust between them. Thus, Adinus was sent back to the bridge to discuss strategy with Xeridol, while TangYue began the modifications to the Solar Matrix Core. However, it was evident that Eamon did not intend to let TangYue pursue her interests peacefully. Soon, Adinus hurriedly returned to call TangYue away. What's wrong, Adinus? What happened? I was planning to develop a secret weapon against Kerrigan after modifying the Solar Matrix Core, TangYue asked, perplexed. We discovered a protector during the War Council. She was initially unaffected by Kerrigan's corruption. We thought we could trust her temporarily, but she was soon controlled by Eamon and is now cursing you, Adinus explained, feeling quite embarrassed. He had just intended to keep Loana around for observation, only to be slapped in the face when Eamon seemed driven to madness by TangYue. Fine, I'll go take a look, TangYue said helplessly, thinking it was just a few pranks on Eamon, yet he seemed to hold a grudge. Before long, TangYue, led by Adinus, arrived at the War Council. Upon entering, they saw Loana, now under Eamon's control, being held in stasis, while Xeridol observed Eamon with an expression of discomfort. Oh, you finally arrived. Don't think that just because you've come to this pathetic ship, I can't do anything about you, Loana said, her voice laced with Eamon's unique tone. Upon seeing TangYue, she stopped her mocking behavior. Well, TangYue began, but Eamon immediately interrupted. Haha, even if you run into outer space, your homeland won't escape. Perhaps by the time your consciousness fades, your pitiful Sargeras will already be my territory. After hearing Eamon's words, the reactions from the others varied. Adinus was surprised, Xeridol was worried, and TangYue was furious that Eamon interrupted her. This is infuriating. Although it's still in the initial stages, dealing with you is not a problem, TangYue said, condensing a golden light orb and striking it at Loana. As the orb was absorbed, streams of golden energy flowed through Lohana's neural lock, expelling the black-red void energy within. At that moment, Eamon seemed to sense something. Damn TangYue, what have you done? We're not done here. Eamon's furious shouts gradually faded as Loana was freed. Thank you, esteemed warrior. Eamon has left, and I can feel his anger, as well as your power blocking him. Loana expressed great respect toward TangYue, completely different from her usual outdated views toward other humans. Hello. I just found Eamon's incessant chatter quite annoying, TangYue replied, puzzled as to why Loana was so respectful upon their first meeting. Enough of that. Lady TangYue, Sargeras has truly been invaded. We must head to Sargeras immediately, Adinus urged, rushing towards the bridge. Indeed, Eamon's tone suggested he had already set his sights on Sargeras. After Xeridol nodded towards TangYue, he flashed away towards the bridge. As for why not to directly use the Void Seeker for reconnaissance, it was currently undergoing maintenance in the hangar, and this time it was clearly a full-scale invasion. Fighting alone wouldn't solve the problem. After a series of jumps, the Spear of Adin arrived at Sagulath, where fire and fungal carpets were everywhere. Thank the gods, Adinus. You have arrived. This is the Archpriest and Lord TangYue. I salute you. Without further ado, the portal to AIL suddenly opened, and countless alien bugs surged out. Timetros has fallen, and many of our people are trapped in Timetros. The anxious voice of Vorazin came through the communicator. Since the establishment of Dalaram and the formation of the Council of Light and Shadow, Rosagal had handed over the chieftain position to Vorazin while she herself became a member of the council. Now, Vorazin was in charge, and since Rosagal was alive and well, she still respected Zirithal, the archpriest. Hold on, we will come and help you immediately. Although our golden fleet is gone, I can still provide appropriate support. Adonis said this with a hint of false bravado, having lost all his possessions during an outing. Chapter 131. Art. As the jump beam lit up, a wave of troops led by Adonis landed on Timetros. Chieftain, we have come to support you. Adonis said this somewhat sheepishly. Thank you, archpriest. Why are there only these people? What about the holy knights attacking AIL? Vorazin, who was initially filled with gratitude, was dismayed to see Adonis bring only a handful of troops. A lot has happened in AIL, and it's not convenient to explain right now. Adonis had to resort to the universal tactic of dragging things out. All right, we do have some Dark Holy Knights. They will support you while avoiding most of the alien bug attacks. In the end, Vorazin still sent a team of Dark Holy Knights to assist Adonis. After all, the star forging factory of the Spear of Adon had just begun operations, and the recovery of technology was just starting and needed debugging, so they rushed over. The capture of the launch port went very smoothly, except for those Void Rippers. The long-range strikes from the Void Rippers made Adonis quite uncomfortable, and they were tough to deal with. Ultimately, after TangYue completed the orbital bombardment modifications, they were annihilated with a single shot of super-concentrated Void energy. With the Void Rippers dealt with, clearing the shipping lanes became much easier. The invasion of alien bugs had not been ongoing for long, and while it still managed to complete the infection lockdown of the shipping lanes, the surrounding garrison was still lacking. Archpriest, can we talk about the Holy Knights now? At this point, Vorazin and Adonis had completed the evacuation of Timetros and returned to the Spear of Adon. Our attack on AIL was originally going very smoothly, but we never expected that Kara was just Eamon's lie. He corrupted and controlled the Golden Fleet through Kara, and AIL was handed over once again. Adonis was filled with self-reproach. If he hadn't been so stubborn and had chosen to listen to Zirithal's advice, perhaps there would have been a turnaround. No need to regret, Adonis. You did well. As archpriest, that is what you must do. The remaining Zirithal sensed the presence of Adonis and Vorazin and hurried over, just in time to find Adonis in a state of despair. That's right, Adonis. This is something we could not prevent. You have done enough. Now we should consider the issue of Sagulath. After listening to the comfort from Vorazin and Zirithal, Adonis noticeably felt better. Then let's talk about the current situation. Adonis calmed down. The pressure of being archpriest had nearly suffocated him. Our reconnaissance shows that the swarm is continuously pouring into Sagulath. Its fall is now inevitable. Vorazin was quite pessimistic about the situation in Sagulath. Is there really no other way? Adonis still hoped to salvage the situation. Sagulath is the homeland of our Nerazim. We cannot let it fall into Eamon's hands. I plan to overload the crystal of the Rizal Temple, sending it crashing into the planet's core to destroy Sagulath. Vorazin suddenly spoke fiercely. Adonis was stunned at his side. Zirithal was deep in thought. I disagree. Adonis was the first to voice his opposition. Agree? Sagulath has been the homeland of the Nerazim for generations. We will never allow Eamon to defile it. We would rather destroy it. Vorazin's attitude was also very firm. I agree with this plan. As Nerazim, we have never forgotten that our true homeland is AIL. Sagulath absolutely cannot fall into Eamon's hands. Zirithal, who was thinking beside them, also gave his agreement. Adonis looked at the two in front of him, falling into contemplation. That phrase, our true homeland is always AL, gave him a great impetus. All right, then let's do it that way. However, the plan needs some changes. In just a moment, Adonis had new ideas. Let's hear them. Zirithal and Vorazin both showed great interest. We can hold the temple, attracting a large number of alien bugs and hybrids, then detonate the planet and deal Eamon a heavy blow. Adonis approached the star map, demonstrating his idea to Zirithal and Vorazin. Bold idea. Vorazin was quite surprised that Adonis had thought this deeply. A good plan. This could give Eamon a significant setback. Zirithal also expressed agreement. After discussing the countermeasures, everyone went to TangYue to seek technical support. What? Detonating a planet? I'm very skilled at this. Oh, we need to let Eamon gather troops first, right? Simple. TangYue smoothly took on the task of providing technological support before the battle began. TangYue prepared sturdy and durable Protoss Nexus cannon platforms, long-range shield chargers, and enhanced Kalai monoliths, which integrated the capabilities of the hyperdimensional space cannon. In addition, TangYue also equipped the Protoss Nexus with bunker modules, allowing the Protoss's long-range infantry units to garrison inside for attacks. Immortals could as well. Although these technologies didn't significantly enhance combat capabilities during normal times, they were absolutely effective for defense. The defense of the temple proceeded very smoothly. Under the protection of the solid barrier of the Protoss Nexus, the rear cannon platforms provided steady output, the Kalai monolith balanced output and control, and the bunker modules were packed with a large number of immortals. Archpriest, I have never seen so many alien bugs. Was the battle of AIL like this? Vorazin looked at the overwhelming alien bugs and the not-so-sparse hybrids inside, feeling deeply astonished. No, Chieftain, the current situation far exceeds the Battle of AIL. Adonis looked at the scene before him and recalled the Battle of AIL. Adonis, the temple is ready. I never expected that the temple we activated back then would now need to be destroyed by us personally. Zirathil also felt that fate was playing tricks. Under the control of Adonis and Zirathil, the core of the temple began to overload. As the crimson crystal fell into the core, accompanied by continuous cracks, Sagulath burst forth into a magnificent display of fireworks in space, filled with a massive number of alien bugs and hybrids. Chapter 132. Gracious Sagulath had already turned into cosmic dust in that brilliant firelight. Witnessing my homeland turn to dust was unbearable for me, but it was a necessary sacrifice to fight against Amon. Zirathil stood on the bridge, gazing at the scattered planetary debris in the universe, feeling complex emotions. As one of the Protoss who left Ire with Rosagar, having witnessed the fall of my homeland twice, seeing it completely destroyed this time was particularly hard to bear. Zirathil. Adonis also did not know how to comfort Zirathil, but he couldn't help but admire the determination of Nerazim. Don't worry, Adonis. We Nerazim will always have only one true homeland, and that is Ire. Let us reclaim it together. Vorazin also joined the conversation. How spectacular! No matter when you see a star exploding, it's always shocking. It took me a long time to piece my home back together when I blew it up. At this moment, TangYue, holding a lollipop stick, arrived at the bridge's window and gazed at the planetary debris outside, sighing. It seemed that Lord TangYue had quite a bit of insight in this regard. Adonis spoke up to lighten the mood, but the effect was rather lukewarm. All right, stop wallowing in self-pity here. We need to get to work. Seeing a group of people mourning without doing anything productive, TangYue had to urge them. Yes, we should pick ourselves up. After all, Amon won't give us a chance to catch our breath. Vorazin, do your scouts have any news? Adonis finally began to regain his spirit and enter work mode. The scouts reported that they had discovered the Taldaran Death Fleet gathering near Gracious, indicating that something significant was about to happen. Vorazin reported truthfully. Good, then let's see what those Taldaran are planning. Adonis immediately ordered to head towards Gracious. Upon arriving at Gracious, they saw in the distance the Black and Red Death Fleet unleashing firepower on the Gracious facility below. The Taldaran are destroying the facilities. We must go down immediately. Our target is the archives. Valuable information should be inside, which will assist Kerrigan in researching the Keystone. Adonis ordered without delay. Along with the troops, disembarking was TangYue. Faced with such a time-sensitive task, TangYue insisted on getting a little muddy. Amid several flickering beams, a few Dark Templar and Zealots were teleported down, as well as the recently restored war machines known as the Immortals. The Spear of Adon, after all, was a creation of the Golden Age, and its technology did not follow the manufacturing methods of the Immortals. Fortunately, the developers and prototype creators of the Immortals were on the ship. Lord TangYue, we have been dispatched to assist with your mission, explained a leading Dark Templar. Huh? Why are there only you few? What about Adonis? Is he not disembarking? TangYue directly asked the question that troubled many commanders. Why wasn't Adonis coming down? The Archbishop believes that he can command us more efficiently from the ship. The Dark Templar warrior, looking honest, replied. I think Adonis just wants to slack off on the Spear of Adon. Forget it, let us go. After saying that, TangYue turned and rushed forward without looking back. The troop had no choice but to hurry and follow. Not long after setting off, they encountered a wave of Taldaran troops. Without saying a word, upon seeing TangYue and the others, they brandished their weapons and charged, shouting, "Die in the name of Amon." Seeing this, TangYue unleashed a lightning 5-hit combo. Fast. The Taldaran did not dodge, adhering to the martial code. They directly collided with TangYue's attack, and TangYue's energy was different from that of ordinary psionics, containing much more power. The Tal'Daran had underestimated it. The lightning whip tore through the psionic shield, striking heavily upon them, and the powerful energy incinerated them instantly. Youth, when facing a powerful opponent, you must know your limits. Tail the rats. After saying this cryptic line, TangYue led the troops onward. Soon they encountered a large sealed door. The door is sealed by an energy field. We need to destroy the energy supply source on the other side to open it. No need. TangYue was not concerned with such roundabout methods. Attempting to stop her from breaking the door was a dream. TangYue gathered a massive amount of psionic energy and slammed it against the door's barrier. The color of the barrier began to shift from the original Tal'Daran red to TangYue's gold. As the gold completely dominated the barrier, the door exploded with a bang, shattering along with the crystal tower behind it. All right, it's wide open. Let's move on. TangYue immediately called for the stun group to continue forward. Of course, the guards behind the door had already met their end under the shockwave accompanying the sound. Thus, under TangYue's path of demolition, they quickly took a shortcut and arrived at the entrance of the archives, while the Tal'Daran's beams had only just begun to burn halfway. Locate the coordinates of the archives and bring the items up. After saying that, TangYue directly teleported back to the Spear of Adon. Upon returning to the Spear of Adon, Adonis informed TangYue that the Tal'Daran had sent a message, roughly stating that the first person promoted among the Tal'Daran expressed strong condemnation. Of course, none of this was important. What mattered was that there was a problem at the Solar Core. Archbishop, I think you'd better come to the Solar Core and take a look. Kerrigan's urgent voice came through the communicator. Upon arriving at the Solar Core, they saw Kerrigan scanning a prototype mech. Ah, you finally made it. Besides the data just transmitted from the Gracious facility, there was also a prototype mech. Kerrigan quietly said to Adonis and the others, "Is there a problem?" The Phase Smith asked, unable to understand why they needed to speak so cautiously. This is not a problem. But the key point is that this is a newly activated Purifier prototype, and its memory carrier is Phoenix. Kerrigan finally addressed the crucial issue. This is troublesome. Adonis frowned. By the way, I thought something was missing. Where's Phoenix? TangYue suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Phoenix during her visit to the Protoss. Phoenix was one of the leaders of the Vanguard force attacking Aiur. Now, it seems he was left with the Golden Fleet back then and should now be under Amon's control. Adonis also felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 133. Oh no, let us not talk about the poor Phoenix, abandoned by the Archbishop on Aiur. Facing Phoenix, the Purifier, Adonis and Kerrigan found it really difficult to handle, as Phoenix, being a super immortal, was still active on the battlefield in Amon's hands. Now, facing the Purifier version of Phoenix, they didn't know how to deal with it. Kerrigan, what is the replication degree of the Purifier matrix? They needed to clarify the replication degree of the Purifier matrix to determine whether the current Purifier version was another Phoenix or a new individual. Reaching 99.9%, Kerrigan provided an extremely ambiguous answer. This replication degree could be considered a complete copy, but that 0.1% could lead to many different choices in a lifetime. Adonis, I have also heard about the Purifiers. I believe that the souls of the Sanctum Knights exist within these bodies, and they must have been misunderstood like us Nezrim in the past. Perhaps we could trust them. Xeridol stands from the perspective of a victim of the highest council that Nezrim once belonged to and can feel the Purifier's feelings. I will think it over, but first, we need to deal with this Purifier in front of us. Under Xeridol's narration, Artanis also finds it reasonable, and now their Protoss should unite all their strength. Due to TangYue's earlier actions, the Dark Templar have already allied with Kerrigan, leading to the current consensus in Protoss society that they should unite all their strength against Amon, except for Loana. However, just as Artanis and Xeridol finished their conversation and were about to talk with Phoenix, the Purifier, they turn around to find TangYue standing in front of Phoenix, the Purifier. What? You say you're Phoenix? Impossible, impossible! Phoenix almost died in Antioch. I personally carried out the modifications, and now he is a super immortal, not someone like you. TangYue directly denied Phoenix, the Purifier's words, presenting the harsh reality before him. At the same time, she did not forget to showcase Phoenix's immortal state. So, who am I really? Goodness. Phoenix, the Purifier, fell into deep self-reflection. This, Lord TangYue, how could you be here in this person? Artanis is also a loss for words. It's truly difficult. Everyone, I need to think carefully about my existence. Can you let me be alone for a while? The currently introspective Phoenix, the Purifier, does not wish to speak with Artanis and the others. Well then, Artanis, let's go. With that, TangYue took the lead and left. Seeing this, Artanis and the others also went about their own tasks. Time passed, and Carix once again summoned everyone to the power room. But this time it was not about the purifier but about the keystone. High Priest, it seems I have discovered the secret of the keystone. Upon entering the power room, they saw Carix's excited demeanor. Please explain, Faye Smith. Besides Artanis, Zeratul and Vorazin also looked curiously at Carix. For the keystone, time is meaningless. It can self-repair. And I believe the keystone stores its original location, which will lead us to. Before Carix could continue, Artanis and the others interjected, Ulnar. That's right. That's the homeland of the Xel'Naga, and the keystone must have been created there. Carix's tone was extremely excited. Then quickly show us, Faye Smith. Artanis was also very excited. Although there was TangYue, an existence on par with the Xel'Naga, after all, she was not their original creator. With a series of operations from Carix, a coordinate and image appeared from the keystone. The Otarian Rift, this must be a mistake, sorry High Priest, Carix panicked as he looked at the image before him. This is impossible. No, Faye Smith. It is said that the Xel'Naga came from a place where life should not exist. Since this helps our race's redemption, we must try our best to see. Activate the jump engine and head to Ulnar. Artanis waved his hand and headed towards the Otarian Rift. The spear of Adden shot straight towards the Otarian Rift, directly facing the high-energy particle stream. After a violent jolt, a massive diamond-shaped structure appeared before everyone. Incredible, we are now at Ulnar, the cradle of life in this universe. In the rift of this universe. Vorazin looked at the magnificent structure before him and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this is amazing, I want this big guy. Hurry, hurry, let's go. Let me see your Xel'Naga. I hope they are generous enough to let me have Ulnar. I really like it. TangYue, standing beside, was also overly excited at the sight of the massive Ulnar. Although the primordial trial was a super arc ship formed by merging two arc ships. Reaching a height of 150 kilometers, it could be considered a supergiant. However, Ulnar is a man-made planet floating in space. Isn't it about the size of Earth? Well, let's go down first. If the Xel'Naga have no objections, we can't do anything anyway. Artanis expressed that he couldn't understand the world of the big shots. Soon, Artanis brought TangYue and Zeratul to the surface of Ulnar. High Priest, the doors of Ulnar are locked. According to the analysis, we need to activate all 4 celestial locks to open the temple. Just as Artanis was at a loss, the considerate Carix provided the method to open it. Understood, Carix. We will handle it. Artanis said that knowing the method made it easier. However, it was clear that Amon did not intend to let Artanis and the others work well. The Dark God's will is clear. The temple cannot be opened. A group of remnants from the Mobius Foundation and a gang of Tal'Darim appeared, making the task of opening the door more difficult. All right, another group of Tal'Darim and Mobius. Let's take care of them first. Artanis and Zeratul indicated they would first clear out the minions. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Get out of my way, let me do it. TangYue was quite impatient. She could no longer wait to talk to the Xel'Naga about the transfer of Ulnar. TangYue gathered a massive star pattern above her head. The star pattern infused with the power of the primordial radiated dazzling light, and then instantly detonated. The powerful energy swept across the surface of Ulnar, turning the Tal'Darim and Mobius above into ashes in an instant. Chapter 134, Confrontation. The explosion effect of the star pattern's detonation was still excellent, and the Amon forces on the surface of Ulnar were thoroughly eradicated. Seeing this, Artanis immediately split into 5 groups to activate the celestial locks of Ulnar. The entrance to the temple within Ulnar was successfully opened. Upon entering the temple, Artanis immediately became highly alert. Inside the temple of Ulnar, whether due to the passage of time or by design, before the true entrance of the temple was a vast square, and the square was filled with numerous stone pillars, with murals depicting some beliefs of the Xel'Naga arranged on both sides of the square in front of the entrance. Compared to Artanis' vigilance, Zeratul, as a professional expert in archaeology, appeared at ease in the familiar scene. Looking at these relics, Zeratul felt a wave of nostalgia. However, just as Zeratul was reminiscing and Artanis was being cautious, a loud noise came from ahead. There is something happening over there. Artanis, Zeratul, let's go. Just like a shopping enthusiast, TangYue immediately noticed the situation ahead and called for Artanis and Zeratul. The 3 of them quickened their pace, and when they reached the source of the sound, they saw the scene before them. The Queen of Blades, Kerrigan, was currently engaged in close combat with a small purple creature. However, judging by Kerrigan's expression, she had seemingly been fighting for some time and appeared somewhat weakened. In contrast, the small purple creature fighting her seemed full of energy, clearly having the upper hand. just as TangYue and the others arrived. The small purple creature knocked Kerrigan to the ground, pinning her down, with several tendrils tightly restraining her. Stannis immediately drew his light blade and charged forward like a spear, lightning assault, arriving behind the hybrid creature and slashing at the base of its tentacle, cutting one off in a single stroke. Xeratul also blinked to the other side of the hybrid, and with the master psionic blade in hand, he swept through the air, severing another tentacle. The loss of the tentacles caused the hybrid immense pain, weakening its grip on Kerrigan. Seizing the opportunity, Kerrigan kicked the hybrid away, sending it flying straight towards TangYue. Facing the incoming hybrid, TangYue remained calm. A surge of golden energy gathered in his hands, and as the hybrid leaped in front of him, he struck its lower back with a falling flower palm. At the moment of impact, the golden energy was injected into the hybrid's body, and the force of the palm sent the hybrid flying back once again, landing among the others. Adonis and Xeratul quickly surrounded it, remaining vigilant. Kerrigan also took a moment to catch her breath and struggled to stand, her broken bone wings rapidly healing. The hybrid slowly got to its feet, but its appearance had changed dramatically. Its originally crimson eyes had turned golden, and the pale, blue psionic patterns on its body had transformed to gold. After standing up again, it no longer showed any desire to attack, slowly turning to face TangYue and kneeling on one knee. Incredibly, TangYue's palm strike had directly seized control of the hybrid after injecting energy into it, an astonishing feat. Seeing the now docile hybrid, Adonis and Xeratul lowered their guard and began to pay attention to Kerrigan. Kerrigan, I never expected to meet you here. Adonis expressed his surprise. There's no need to be surprised, Adonis. Kerrigan shares our goal, so it's only natural we would meet here, Xeratul said plainly. Clearly unfazed due to his extensive archaeological experience and past encounters with Kerrigan. I also didn't expect to see you all here, and TangYue, it's been a long time, Kerrigan said, appearing weary, clearly having fought for a long duration. Sarah, long time no see. It seems you've integrated my power quite well, but you're still wasting it a bit, and you haven't formed an energy cycle within yourself. TangYue observed that although Kerrigan had completely mastered the primordial power he had transmitted, her main energy supply cycle was still psionic. Prolonged battles would lead to exhaustion of her primordial power, requiring time to recover. If the fighting continued, it would place a significant burden on her body. Exactly, once the battle drags on, the primordial power won't keep up. Kerrigan clearly recognized the issue. Don't worry, this time I'll go find the Xel'Naga to request Anna, and along the way, I can help you build the energy cycle for the primordial power. With that, TangYue led the way inside. Adonis and Xeratul hurriedly followed, and with some time for recovery, Kerrigan also regained her energy and quickly followed TangYue towards the temple, while the recently subdued hybrid obediently trailed behind. Soon, the four entered the temple's interior. Upon entering, it was evident that the inside was completely different from the outside. The outer hall resembled a rocky cavern, while the temple's interior was a high-tech artificial relic. Energy pillars floated in midair, and bridges made of floating stone columns connected various sections. Let's go, Adonis. I hope your gods give us a satisfactory answer. By this time, Kerrigan had completely recovered. During the journey, TangYue had utilized the primordial power to help Kerrigan construct an energy circuit. Hurry up! It seems Lord TangYue can't wait any longer, Xeratul expressed his excitement. Having pursued the Xel'Naga's prophecies for years, now that he had the opportunity to meet them, he was overwhelmed with anticipation. The group continued forward and soon arrived at a large door, though their progress was halted. The door was closed. This was an ancient Xel'Naga mechanism. It required 2 different energy cores from the outside to activate the door. The experienced archaeologist Xeratul quickly deduced the solution after a brief observation. There's no need to complicate things. Watch me. After examining the core left on the 2 mechanisms, TangYue understood the method. He looked at the orange-yellow core, filled with a peculiar psionic energy capable of transforming essence. TangYue gathered a pure void psionic energy in his hand, condensing it into a crystal matching the other core, and placed it directly on the other pedestal. An interesting scene unfolded as the door slowly opened after a slight tremor. See? No need to search for a keystone. I can create one on the spot. Let's go. TangYue wore a proud expression as he led the bewildered trio forward. Along the way, the 4 encountered large numbers of Mobius Foundation members and Taldarum soldiers. Clearly, outside of the Unna Celestial Lock, there were still numerous Eamon forces present. However, these foot soldiers were merely minor obstacles in the eyes of Adonis, Xeratul, and Kerrigan, who easily dealt with them. As for the doors along the way, TangYue opened them using his method of creating on-site keys. Before long, they arrived at the first massive Xel'Naga legendary altar. Gazing at the majestic and intricately detailed altar, Zeratil's old habits kicked in, and he immediately circled around it, marveling and expressing admiration. Incredible. This altar records that the Xel'Naga spread the seeds of life in this universe right here in Anna. I need more information. Let's hurry to the next one. Zeratil's urgency suddenly grew. Faced with Zeratil's fervent state, the others had no choice but to follow. Under TangYue's escort, the group soon reached the final hall. However, this altar was in dire straits, as a hybrid behemoth, Big Red, was leading the destruction of the altar. Zeratil immediately panicked and attempted to rush in to save the relic. However, he was stopped by TangYue before he could take 2 steps. Don't rush, watch me. With that, TangYue gathered a massive amount of energy and transformed it into a beam of light that shot toward the altar in the distance. The beam advanced, evaporating the rubble that had collapsed and blocked the door, then struck Big Red, eliminating the surrounding hybrids as well. Afterward, the group slowly approached the altar. Zeratil rushed up to investigate. I finally understand. The Xel'Naga spread the seeds of life in Anna and then no longer intervened. Eventually, 2 destined races will emerge, one with a powerful form and the other with a powerful essence. They will come to Anna to be sublimated and become the new Xel'Naga. Zeratil appeared very excited, having uncovered this origin of life in the universe. Wait, if the Xel'Naga never intervened in the development of life, then our Protoss is Eamon. Everything is Eamon's lie. After some contemplation, Adonis also understood the truth of the Protoss history. It turned out to be nothing but lies given to them by Amon. Well, Adonis, ahead is the place where the Xel'Naga sleep. If you have questions, you can ask them directly. If it really doesn't work out, you Protoss can just become my followers. Although right now, my only follower is Kerrigan, who counts as half a follower. TangYue noticed Adonis, starting to ponder life's questions, and stepped forward to comfort him. Meanwhile, Kerrigan expressed her confusion, asking why she was considered half a follower. Chapter 135. Item acquired. Earn 1. The door to the inner core area slowly opened. But what appeared before everyone was far from what they had expected. The ground was littered with ruins, and several massive, tentacled creatures' corpses were crushed beneath the debris of the buildings. No, this can't be the Xel'Naga. Adonis was shocked by the scene before him. He simply could not accept what he saw. Don't worry, Adonis. As far as I know, if the Xel'Naga die in the material plane, they merely return to the void. Kerrigan comforted Adonis, who looked deeply affected. However, Sarah, isn't Urn supposed to be the boundary between the void and reality? So, it should be considered part of the void, right? Before Adonis could regain his composure under Kerrigan's comfort, TangYue cruelly pushed him back into despair again. Ha ha ha. How pathetic. How lamentable. You have desperately sought the Xel'Naga, and now you have found them. However, what you will face is only the remnants I have left behind. Sink into the fate I have woven. Just as Adonis was still in a struggle of thought and Zeratil was trying to accept reality, Amon seized the opportunity to mock them, intending to dampen TangYue's spirit. Moreover, Amon's appearance this time was quite grand. Within the entire hall, he opened a massive void gate using Urn's special state, and countless void energies continuously seeped out from a gate. At the same time, a large amount of void energy gathered in the hall, slowly forming a gigantic hybrid entity, seemingly Amon's temporary manifestation using Urn's power. At that moment, Adonis and Zeratil completed their mental struggle. Come on, Amon. We will face you head on. Your lies no longer bind us, and the Son of the Gods no longer fears you. Meanwhile, outside the urn, on the spear of Adon, a voice reported, Chief, we detected a massive void energy emanating from the temple below. A Templar Knight at the control panel reported the situation to Vorazin. Did Adonis and the others run into trouble? Vorazin was also unsure of the situation. Just then, a frenzied psionic energy appeared on the spear of Adon. After a surge of crimson psionic fluctuations, Alarak appeared on the bridge of the spear of Adon. The Templar Knight immediately drew his light blades and charged toward Alarak with his aging steps, but was directly sent flying by Alarak. I am Alarak, the first to ascend among the Taldarim. Your high priest is in danger, and you need my help, of course, at a price. Alarak began to speak for himself. Vorazin did not care for that. She directly raised her dragon-headed scythe and aimed it at Alarak. Interesting, but how can I trust you? The clever Vorazin took advantage of Alarak's arrogance and locked him in the stasis chamber. I don't need to prove anything to you, believe it or not. It's up to you. After saying that, he used void psionics to blow up the stasis chamber. Upon seeing this, Vorazin thought for a moment and resolutely decided to take them to find Adonis. Having obtained the desired answer, Alarak no longer hesitated and provided Vorazin with Adonis's current location. In his view, Adonis, who was now facing Amon, was likely in grave danger. Vorazin clearly thought the same, and without hesitation, she led the recently groomed, high-ranking Templar Knights toward Urn. The previously cleared Taldarim and Mobius forces had once again occupied part of the surface of Urn. After a lightning-fast journey, the rescue team finally arrived at Adonis's location. However, the scene before them was completely beyond imagination. In the square outside the central hall of Urn, two groups of hybrids were engaged in chaotic combat, leaving a circular arena in the middle, where Adonis and Xeridol were comfortably watching from the edge. Kerrigan had already left the arena area and was starting to build a Zerg nest not far away. As for the center of the arena, a gigantic hybrid, filled with crimson energy, was slumped in the middle, while a small figure was riding on the hybrid's back, furiously punching down at the hybrid below. That figure was clearly TangYue. Damn it, why can't my host move? Amon was enraged beneath TangYue. Meanwhile, TangYue was sitting on Amon's back, attacking the face of Amon's host, evidently using the technique of meteoric shadow strike. TangYue's fists were relentless, and each attack injected a faint golden energy into Amon's host. Clearly, this trickle of golden energy was the reason Amon's host could not resist. Yo-Yo, what is barking so frantically in front of me? I can't hear clearly. Under the special influence, TangYue's expression had turned comical. Sometimes, when her punches tired her out, TangYue would even drag Amon's massive host into a hell cradle. What the rescue team witnessed was such an incredible scene. At this moment, Adonis also noticed the incoming rescue team. Templar Knights, why are you here? Adonis was clearly puzzled. Everything seemed fine, so why did Vorazin send a team over? High Priest, the clan leader sent us to rescue you. The rescue personnel felt quite awkward. Well, you came at the right time. Lord TangYue said that now the Xel'Naga have already sacrificed, and Urn is now a masterless object. We need to occupy Urn, which can be seen as our pledge to become Lord TangYue's followers. Indeed, upon learning that the Xel'Naga had been annihilated by Amon, Adonis had resolved to become TangYue's follower. Through his long time spent with TangYue, Adonis had come to understand her power and character. A being with the same level of existence as the Xel'Naga, or even stronger, who has a fondness for the Protoss and holds goodwill toward the world, has helped the Protoss greatly during their darkest times. At the same time, TangYue is very lenient with her subordinates, and in terms of freedom, she is beyond reproach. Considering all aspects, TangYue is a deity worth trusting. All right, High Priest, we trust your judgment. Now let's assist you. In the end, the Templar Knights who came to rescue chose to believe in Adonis. Soon, with the help of the rescue team, Adonis and Xeridol established a forward base. Meanwhile, Kerrigan's Zerg nest was also nearing completion. Oh, Adonis, it seems you have also established a forward position. We plan to attack the nearby Taldarim base. Do you want to join us? At this moment, Kerrigan arrived at the Protoss base entrance with a small team and inquired of Adonis. All right, Kerrigan, I will also organize a wave of troops, and let's work together in Ulna. Adonis has also gathered a wave of troops intending to occupy the surface of Ulna alongside Kerrigan. As for Kerrigan, this is a great opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Eamon. Not to mention that Kerrigan is now considered half of TangYue's kin, and they're good friends. Helping TangYue gain control over Ulna will only bring benefits without harm. Soon, under the crushing force of the mixed Protoss and Zerg forces, the surface of Ulna was gradually consumed. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena area was also nearing its end. Shortly after the battle began, TangYue called for Sex's troops, and after a period of fighting, Sex's Taldarim hybrid forces joined the battlefield. With the activation of jump beams, one Taldarim hybrid after another entered the mixed battlefield, and the hybrid forces, temporarily NTRD by TangYue, were immediately liberated from the intense battle, quickly eliminating Eamon's hybrid forces in conjunction with the Taldarim hybrid forces. On the side of Eamon's temporary host, it was also on the verge of collapse due to TangYue's relentless assault. Moreover, seeing TangYue's demeanor, it was clear he had lost interest in continuing to beat Eamon. It's time to end this, little Eamon. I'm bored now. After saying this, TangYue summoned the primordial version of Willy, and with a massive infusion of primordial power into the spear, it transformed into a gigantic light spear that pierced directly into Eamon's temporary host from behind. As the dazzling light erupted, Eamon's temporary host was annihilated. Damn it. You wait for me, I will be back. Eamon's impotent fury echoed throughout Ulna. I'll be waiting for you. Bye-bye. TangYue even waved goodbye with a smile. Truly a mix of shrimp and pig hearts. With Eamon being forced back into the void, the battle in Ulna lost all suspense. As communications were restored, Adonis immediately contacted the Spear of Adon, dispatching more troops, and successfully occupied Ulna completely with the cooperation of Zerg. At this time, TangYue also summoned the Primordial Trial to begin a deep scan and research of Ulna. After all, there is much Xel'Naga technology here. Compared to TangYue's great victory and good fortune, Aranak on the Spear of Adon, who originally planned to demand sky-high prices in front of Adonis, was now gloomy. Wasn't it said that Eamon was pressing down on them? Wasn't it said that there would be timely rescue followed by gratitude? How could he continue to show off himself? That said, after Adonis returned to the Spear of Adon, he still met with Aranak and had an in-depth discussion about Aranak's intention to become a high-ranking Tal'Daran Lord. Chapter 136. Death Fleet Melee. Due to the unexpected changes in the plan to sell the Archbishop a favor, Aranak suddenly found himself at a disadvantage in negotiations. This left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Originally, he could have taken the lead and talked leisurely. Now Aranak had to put both sides on equal footing. In the end, under Aranak's superb negotiating, posing skills, Adonis agreed to go to Serene to help Aranak become a high-ranking Tal'Daran Lord. In exchange, Aranak needed to coordinate in the battle against Eamon Zell. Thus, the matter of Ulna was finally completed. Once again returning to the material plane, communications between the Spear of Adon and the Protoss forces were restored. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard also brought the intelligence they had collected during this time. Adonis, the Shadow Guard reports that they have discovered the base of the Mobius Foundation, which is hiding in the Rift of Vengeance. After receiving the military report from the Shadow Guard, Vorazin immediately passed the message to Adonis. Good, now we can completely extinguish this tumor known as the Mobius Foundation. However, we have just formed a partnership with Aranak, and now we need to head to Serene and the situation in the Rift of Vengeance. Adonis felt pleased upon learning this news, but the urgent matter was to go to Serene to help Aranak become a high-ranking lord, which was truly a dilemma. Haha, Adonis, I have an idea. Why don't we split up? One side goes to help the High Nut become a high-ranking lord, while the other side goes to take out the Mobius nest. What do you think? TangYue, who had not been to the bridge for a long time, encountered this decision-making moment. High Nut, all right, let's put that aside for now. So, who does Lord TangYue think should be responsible for the Rift of Vengeance? Adonis had a good habit of asking when he didn't understand. I can send Kalakos. After a moment of thought, TangYue decided to send Kalakos to the Rift of Vengeance. Kalakos indeed. Although the Phase Smith may be slightly lacking in combat ability, his military expertise is still commendable. However, relying solely on the Phase Smith would be somewhat dangerous. After some consideration, Adonis agreed with TangYue's idea, but it seemed difficult to resolve the Mobius Foundation with just Kalakos alone. You don't need to worry about that. I just completed modifications to the Golden Fleet, and the new aircraft carriers and storm battleships can completely crush the Mobius Foundation. However, our battle in Serene might not have ship support, but I also prepared new gadgets. In response to Adonis's concerns, TangYue provided a solution. In that case, we will split up, with us heading to Serene to resolve the Tal'Daran issue, while Phase Smith Kalakos goes to the Rift of Vengeance to deal with the Mobius Foundation. Adonis made a firm decision. Of course, our old bachelor Kalakos was truly surprised when he learned he had to take on the great responsibility of going to the Rift of Vengeance to deal with the Mobius Foundation. But in the end, he had no choice but to be pushed into the task and went to the Rift of Vengeance. Now that the arrangements were settled, Adonis commanded the Spear of Adon to head to Serene. Upon arriving in the high orbit of Serene, they could see Crimson-equipped Protoss ships parked in the planet's orbit. The entire Serene was also filled with a purple aura, which was Eamon's specialty drink, Daizine. Look, that is the Death Fleet, ready to annihilate all living beings under Eamon's command. Aranak stood on the bridge, gazing at the fleet in orbit, sighing deeply. This is indeed a problem, but I believe you will solve it, right? Adonis began to tease at this moment. Of course, I will deal with Marash and then become the high-ranking Lord of Tal'Daran. I will lead Tal'Daran. Aranak became more excited as he spoke. So, future high-ranking Lord, tell us what we should do now. After finishing their small talk, Adonis got straight to the point. First, we need to deal with the Guardians of Marash. They will assist Marash during the Rakshur ritual and will be a hidden danger after I deal with Marash. This time, Aranak honestly laid out the plan. In that case, let's prepare and get ready for battle, Aranak. After saying this, Adonis went to notify Xeridol and TangYue. Under the count of jump beams, TangYue Adonis, and Xerathal arrived at the surface of Serene, where the Guardians of Marash were located. So Lord TangYue, what's the secret weapon you mentioned? It will be somewhat difficult for just the three of us to deal with all the Guardians. Upon reaching the surface, Adonis raised a question. He really couldn't think of how the three of them could possibly deal with all the Guardians. Although in reality, TangYue could handle everything by herself. Based on Adonis's observation, TangYue would choose to take her time unless she was particularly urgent or provoked. Adonis, don't be anxious. Trust that Lord TangYue has a plan. Xerathal, on the side, appeared quite relaxed. After experiencing a significant downer in life, he was finally on the rise. And now he was all excited. Just wait and see. This is my newly developed toy, the Super War Mech. Doryman's face. Upon seeing the anticipation from the two, TangYue proudly took out her new toy. Calling a toy was really only from her perspective. Now, before Adonis and Xerathal stood three gigantic robots, each 1 kilometer tall, referencing the Protoss statue soldiers in the battle. They were entirely made of Protoss-style alloy, giving them a golden appearance. They were magnificent and full of combat power. Then, TangYue handed 2 wristbands to Adonis and Xerathal. Here, these are the keys. Infuse them with spiritual energy, and you'll teleport inside the mechs to operate them. After saying that, TangYue directly activated the key and disappeared before Adonis and Xerathal. At the same time, the massive mech in front of them also lit up its eyes and began to move forward. Seeing this, Adonis and Xerathal hurriedly activated their keys and got to work. One could only say that TangYue's toys were truly useful. The giant mechs, equipped with nearly endless shields, completely crushed the army of the Marash Guardians. The most ridiculous part was that TangYue hadn't installed any long-range weapons on these mechs. Therefore, the battle scenes were quite spectacular. The 3 giant humanoid mechs rampaged through the Taldaran troops and fleet, using their limbs to strike continuously among the piles of soldiers. Of course, this was all Adonis and Xerathal's battle, while TangYue played more flamboyantly. At times, TangYue would leap high and grab a floating destroyer battleship, tearing it apart in the middle, then immediately throwing it left and right to destroy 2 Punisher Walkers. The funniest part was when TangYue directly grabbed a Punisher Walker, pulled its legs off, and started to sing and dance with its core like it was a basketball. Sometimes, TangYue would even roll into a ball and bounce back and forth among the Taldaran. The battle progressed quickly, with a complete one-sided crushing. TangYue's mech shields were astonishing. The Taldaran troops couldn't break through the shields and could only endure the one-sided ravaging. Aranak, stationed at the Spear of Adon and adjusting his status, also felt the despair upon witnessing the battle below. If it were him, he wouldn't stand a chance either. The deaths of the Guardians were inevitable. After the last Guardian fell, this extremely inhumane and brutal crushing finally came to an end. Aranak adjusted his status and arrived at the entrance of Marash. Hi, Lord Marash. I challenge you to a Rakshal duel. Accept my challenge or die cowardly. At this moment, Aranak was quite excited. TangYue's performance had given him a deep understanding of this ally's strength. This was no ally. This was basically a giant leg to lean on. Isn't this Rakshal just a casual win? We will duel at dawn. Prepare to welcome your tragic death. In the end, Marash accepted Aranak's Rakshal challenge. At dawn the next day, at the Ascension Plateau. Ha, Marash. This time you will die tragically. My ally is not someone you can deal with. At this point, Aranak was full of confidence, relying on his allies. He was quite adept at putting on airs. Foolish. The Dark God will grant me power. You are doomed. As the battle began, both sides started mocking each other, both masters of Zon. The battle commenced, and Adonis began to build defensive structures, primarily to prevent Taldaran troops from raiding, while also secretly hunting some elemental creatures of Serene. As for the necessary spiritual energy supply and propulsion, that was of course handed over to the sector Taldaran hybrid forces that had returned from Yurna. That's right, after the primordial trials reached Yurna for research and exploration, TangYue sent the sector back to the material plane. When Sector led a group of hybrids to land for the Rakshal ritual, the Taldaran on Marash's side directly panicked. Look, they've already been upgraded. After all, when Sector first came to Serene, he only quietly took away a portion of the Taldaran to join the hybrid army. Now appearing again, it delivered a massive psychological blow to Taldaran society. Even Aranak was extremely shocked. Wow, found a battery only to discover it's even fiercer than the previous owner. Since Sector became a hybrid, he had been constantly training, and now he was essentially a boss-level hybrid. Against Marash's mass-produced hybrid batteries, it was like cutting through vegetables. The results of the Rakshal ritual were obvious. Damn it, Aranak, you will lead our people to destruction. Marash let out a roar before dying. You are right about one thing. I will lead the Taldaran. Under the spiritual energy wave, the once high Lord Marash fell. The Taldaran welcomed their new High Lord, Aranak. Chapter 137, The Purifier Plan. The end of Marash was a foregone conclusion, and the Taldaran were brought under Aranak's command. Eamon also lost part of his assets in this battle. Aranak had witnessed TangYue's unreasonable abilities during this Rakshal ritual in which she participated. Without mentioning TangYue's combat power that he didn't see, just the Taldaran hybrid forces led by Sector, who were loyal to TangYue, were telling enough of a story. The issues on the Serene side were resolved. And good news also came from Calyx. The battle at the Vengeance Rift was progressing smoothly. TangYue equipped the Storm battleship and aircraft carrier fleet with black technology, directly pressuring the Mobius Foundation at the Vengeance Rift to the point of gasping for air. Moreover, Calyx was also an experienced technician, ensuring a steady advance without any chance of a comeback. After this series of battles, the assets that Nerad had painstakingly accumulated for Eamon were significantly reduced. The Taldaran were subverted, the Mobius Foundation was destroyed, and they directly shrank by half. The most powerful hybrid forces were also at risk of being intercepted by TangYue midway. Only Eamon's personally operated aberrant insect forces and the Golden Fleet controlled by Kara were left. However, these were not what Adonis and the others needed to consider now. Phoenix, Purifier, also contemplated life during this joint battle. Ultimately, after profound reflection, he understood his existence and gave himself a new name, Tyrant, meaning brave heart. Adon's Spear War Council. Today, we gather here to announce two things. Adonis stood at the main position of the War Council table, his expression solemn. Zerathil, Tyrant, Vorazin, and Loana surrounded the council table, while Calyx slowly walked towards the table. During this period of battle, I have come to deeply realize that our class system should come to an end. The excellent combat performance of Phase Shaper Calyx has proven to us that even a Kale possesses exceptional military capabilities. Starting today, everyone can become a Templar. With Adonis's words, Karalax approached the council table to accept Adonis's commendation. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Archbishop. Karalax expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, Karalax. This is what you deserve. Now, let's discuss another matter. Adonis first praised Karalax before becoming serious and discussing the next strategic Arkansas. I have made a decision that most of you will not agree with. I have decided to restart the Purifier program. Through our joint battles with Tylandal during this time, I realized that the Purifiers are not cold machines. They are noble Templars. Adonis revealed his plan and awaited the others' responses. Archbishop, we don't have any more Purifier matrices like Tylandal. Karalax raised a technical concern. You can't be suggesting. Loana, who was well-versed in history, began to think of what Adonis intended to do. That's right, the former Purifier Legion lies dormant on the Edian Star, aboard their flagship, the Sepulros. As Adonis spoke, he displayed an image of the Sepulros. History has shown that those Purifiers cannot be controlled. Loana remains stubborn as ever. They do not need to be controlled. They have free will just like me. Tylandal immediately countered Loana, marking a conflict between the old and the new. I agree with this, just like Adon with our Nerism. The Purifiers should also become a part of our God, as chosen. At this point, Zeratul spoke up, having developed a new perspective on the existence of the Purifiers after a long pursuit of prophecy and recent experiences. Regardless, my decision will not change. We will head to Edian Star and depart immediately. Adonis ultimately issued the order to set off. After a jump, the Spear of Adon arrived in the high orbit of Edian Star. Meanwhile, the Sepulros was docked in orbit, shining brilliantly in its stillness. Edian Star, once a sanctuary for scholars of Kareth, is now occupied by the Zerg, and the researchers there likely met a grim fate, gazing at the fungus-covered planet before him. Adonis sighed. I hope they did not suffer in their final moments. Archbishop, the stabilization network of the Sepulros is very stable. To awaken the Purifiers, we first need to shut down the stabilization network. Karalax completed his analysis of the Sepulros. So what do you suggest, Karalax? We need to input special commands on the surface of Edian Star to shut down the stabilization network of the Sepulros, and for that, we need a special terminal, Megalese. Karalax reported accurately to Adonis. Adonis, there's no need to complicate things. Let me handle it. I can dismantle the stabilization network of the Sepulros directly, and you will only need to awaken those Purifiers later. At this point, TangYue also arrived at the bridge and had heard their discussion. Lord TangYue, since you wish to help, then please do so. We will support you. Notify the troops to prepare to land on the Sepulchros after Lord TangYue interacts with the stabilization network and awaken the purifiers, especially Tylandal. Adonis immediately changed the strategy and informed the troops to prepare. Once the troops were ready, TangYue entered space, quietly floating outside the Sepulchros. Looking at the stabilization network emanating stable energy before him, he pondered and then thought of a method. TangYue approached the stabilization network, placing his hand close to it. Streams of golden energy began to flow into the stabilization network, slowly corroding it from TangYue's position and gradually covering the entire network. Once the gold completely enveloped the stabilization network, TangYue grabbed it and lifted it high as if he were pulling a tablecloth. The massive stabilization network was pulled out by TangYue and gradually dissipated in space. Set off, land on the Sepulchros, and activate the purifiers. Adonis immediately ordered the landing on the Sepulchros. Soon, Adonis and Tylandal reached the surface of the Sepulchros. However, this time their movements were slightly slow. The Zerg forces had also rooted themselves on the surface of the Sepulchros like a stubborn thorn. This is troublesome. The Zerg have followed us onto the Sepulchros. We need to defend the energy core while activating the phasing circuit to awaken the purifiers. Tylandal expressed his disdain for the Zerg. Then I will guard the base and energy core. You can focus on attacking the phasing circuit and awakening the purifiers. Adonis skillfully delegated the hard work to Tylandal. However, this task was indeed a good one for Tylandal, as it involved awakening his kin. With the current technology level of the Protoss army, it has surpassed that of the Golden Age. TangYue's time spent on the Spear of Adon was not all wasted. The combat capabilities of the Protoss now completely overwhelmed the Zerg of Eamon. Under Tylandal's leadership, they easily took down the phasing circuit, and the purifiers aboard the Sepulchros were awakened. I am Executor Carolarian. Who are these hideous outsiders? As soon as the purifiers awakened, they immediately noticed the Zerg. I am Adonis, Archbishop of Dalaran. We have come in hopes of the purifiers joining once again as the God's chosen, becoming noble Templars once more. Adonis felt somewhat relieved when he saw that the purifiers were not entirely hostile towards them. We will discuss these matters later. For now, let us eliminate these alien invaders who discriminate against us. With that, several groups of purifier forces began advancing towards the Zerg. However, although the technology of the purifiers was of the Golden Age level, it still could not match the current Protoss forces. Of course, fighting against the Zerg of Eamon was quite easy. Adonis, seeing this, did not just stand by. He also commanded the troops to start clearing the Zerg from the Sepulchros. Under the crushing superiority of technology, the Zerg aboard the Sepulchros were quickly eradicated. Adonis then returned to the Spear of Adon with his troops, leaving the management of the Sepulchros to the purifiers. Not long after Adonis returned to the Spear of Adon, the Sepulchros emitted a massive energy wave. The Sepulchros in space began to slowly unfold, gathering a tremendous amount of energy at its central launch point, causing the atmosphere of Edian Star to distort under that powerful energy. Following that, a beam struck the surface of Edian Star. A visible red ring began to spread from the launch point to the surrounding areas of the planet, forming a scorching energy firewall. The firewall swept across the entire surface of Edian Star, converging on the other side of the planet. All Zerg biological signals on the surface of Edian Star completely disappeared. After a while, Adonis summoned Tylandal to his side, intending to contact the purifiers through him. To be honest, we have a significant opinion about the God's chosen. Carolarian's voice emerged from within Tylandal's body, as he now represented the purifiers. Times have changed. Once, the son of the god was arrogant and did not regard you as noble paladins, but as machines. However, now we are the Dalaran, the united will of all the Protoss. We hope to make amends for past mistakes and wish for the purifier to return to the son of the god. Artanis is also deeply moved. They have suffered from Amon's lies and endured hardships, and now they are united once again. They are in discussion. We have learned a lot through the memories of Tyrant. We are still unfamiliar with this era, but your sincerity has touched us, and we are willing to fight for the Protoss once more. In the end, the Purifier will once again return to the Protoss. Chapter 138. The Battle of Aire. Where is Lord TangYue? We need to start preparing to march on Aire now. Early that morning, Artanis began searching for TangYue. Amon's host body is almost complete, and saving our people is urgent. The Protoss forces now are unprecedentedly strong. Artanis during this time, Lord TangYue should be at Lohana's place. You can go check there. Zirital responded to Artanis' question. Upon arriving at the War Council, they saw that Lohana, who should have been in the stasis chamber, had been released. At the same time, the crimson eyes and the emanating psionic energy indicated that Amon was now possessing her. You are hurting me, but it is all over. My physical body is complete, and your arrival is just a path to self-destruction. Ha ha ha. In the end, I still win. After saying these harsh words, Amon left. However, it was clear that he had been driven a bit mad by TangYue, and he still did not realize that his original plan had been overshadowed by the desire to defeat TangYue. He didn't even notice when he started to care so much about the outcome against TangYue. Loana, are you okay? And how did you come out of the stasis chamber? Artanis immediately stepped forward to support Loana. I'm fine, Archbishop. He has already left. While he occupied me. I also read his thoughts. Amon is gathering the scattered golden fleet to go to Aiyur to protect him. Loana weakly fell to the ground. Archbishop, Lord TangYue came here to find Loana to study Kala. Just now, Lord TangYue intended to go further, and shortly after releasing Loana, Amon arrived, explained Vorazin. I see. Then, Lord TangYue, what results do you have regarding Kala? It was evident that Artanis was also very interested in TangYue's research on Kala. Oh, you mean that? Didn't you already say you planned to become my kin? So, I was thinking about how to quickly complete the process of your kinship. Now I have finally found the method, which is Kala. TangYue spoke with her usual shocking tone. Kala? Isn't that Amon's lie? It was clear that Artanis was quite interested in the mention of Kala by TangYue. Kala can indeed be considered a product guided by Amon, but under my research, you Protoss inherently possess the ability to communicate with psionic energy from the moment of birth, and the neural locks connecting to Kala greatly enhance this ability. I can also inject my power through Kala, and, at that time, as long as you connect through the new neural locks, you can complete the kinship of your entire race. TangYue shared her analysis. That being said, I still want to know what you mean by kinship, Lord TangYue. At this point, Artanis finally thought to ask TangYue what kinship really was. Oh, you mean that? Since you plan to become my kin, based on your current life level, you cannot meet the requirements to follow me across the myriad worlds. By sharing my power with you and allowing you to be influenced by my power, kinship can be achieved. Ultimately, your kinship is similar to the elevation of your Selnaga. The elevation of Selnaga? What kind of existence are you? From TangYue's words, Artanis drew an incredible conclusion. Oh, by the way, I have also made some adjustments to the new Kala concerning the Nerazim and the Purifier, allowing for optional connection. You can also connect to the Purifier S circuits. If you want to experience the Purifier's mech, you can also connect through Kala. Let me test it out first. After saying this, TangYue approached the now-recovered Loana. I am ready, Lord TangYue. For the sake of Kala, I am willing to be a pioneer, to preserve the knowledge of Kala. She voluntarily offered to be the first test subject for TangYue's new Kala. Artanis silently blessed Loana in front of him, but overall felt relieved. TangYue had never disappointed them. Well, almost never. Seeing that Loana was ready, facing Loana was quite a sight. Although Loana was considered small among the Protoss, averaging 2.5 meters tall, and due to her psionic nature, she floated. TangYue, at 1.5 meters, appeared even shorter. Normally this wouldn't matter, but in such a serious scene, TangYue was looking up, and it was simply beautiful. TangYue noticed this issue and immediately entered her divine state without hesitation. Her height suddenly reached 1.9 meters, and in a floating state, she could finally look Loana in the eye. In the name of the Zero Realm, I contract with you, becoming my kin at this moment, serving me, and I will protect you and ensure your eternal existence. The solemn and majestic voice echoed continuously in this space. Streams of radiant, silver-like, transparent energy began to gather toward Loana. This time, it was not the primordial power TangYue usually used, but her true power, the power from the highest source that created the world, the Zero Realm. Under the influence of that astonishing power, Loana began to emit a faint silver glow. She felt the change within herself. The once mesmerizing, brilliant history of the Protoss now became clear and simple in her newly elevated state of thinking. Loana felt as if she had ascended, her thoughts reaching a higher world, a world filled with dazzling crystals, with gusts of wind blowing across that vast realm. Having gained the standard knowledge of kinship from TangYue, she understood what it was. The crystals of the Zero Realm are worlds, and the unceasing wind governs the time and fate of those worlds. This is truly unbelievable. You are such a great existence. I am truly honored. May your glory lead us to a brilliant future. After truly understanding TangYue's existence, Loana was extremely excited. Loana, how do you feel? The Archbishop, watching all this, was utterly bewildered. Archbishop, you cannot possibly believe it. Just now, my thoughts and will transcended the world and reached where Lord TangYue is. That is the true origin of all things. Even our world, even the Salnaga, originated from there. I, Archbishop, becoming Lord TangYue's kin is truly our honor. I have never felt better. This war with Amon, the moment we accepted Lord TangYue from Tassadar, we have already won. Loanna was now incredibly excited. Artanis, who received a wealth of incredible information from Loanna, was also completely bewildered. All right, Loanna, since Lord TangYue's plan has no issues, it is time for us to head to El. When we reclaim El, it will be the moment when our star spirits become Lord TangYue's chosen kin. Soon, the Spear of Adon will set out towards El. Meanwhile, Eamon's preparations in El are also nearing completion. The Golden Fleet has gathered in El through the time-space corridor, and Eamon's host body has begun its countdown. The hybrid units are also gathering in El, and the Zerg forces are fully assembled. Adnis. It seems Eamon intends to go all in as well. My Eamon forces have also left the defense zone. Should I head to El too? As the Spear of Adon makes its way to El, Kerrigan has sent a communication. Clearly, Eamon is also planning for a decisive battle. As even Kerrigan cannot locate Eamon's forces, then let it come. This battle will likely be the final confrontation between the main world and Eamon. We are ready on our end. This will be a moment that determines our fate. Adonis has also extended an invitation to Kerrigan. If that's the case, then we will see each other in El. With that, Kerrigan ended the communication and headed to El. Finally, after numerous jumps, the Spear of Adon arrived in the outer space of El, followed closely by Kerrigan's Leviathan army. Before them was the Golden Fleet, fully prepared and surrounding El, along with a large number of Leviathans and Zerg air forces. Additionally, there were many hybrids prowling in space. My fellow compatriots, listen to me. We stand once more at the crossroads of fate. Firm our beliefs, concentrate our will, and let this final battle be immortal. We shall achieve victory for El. Adonis began his speech once again. This time, all the Star Spirit warriors present were filled with fighting spirit. After enduring this arduous battle, the Star Spirits have never been more united. In this battle, our primary strategic objective is to eliminate as many hybrids and Zerg forces as possible. The ships provided by Lord TangYue are equipped with phase stasis nets. Their task is to contain the Golden Fleet as much as possible and protect our compatriots. After completing the mobilization, Adonis began to assign tasks. The current forces are mainly divided into 3 parts. One is the capture squad, responsible for controlling the Golden Fleet to prevent them from causing harm while rescuing as many compatriots as possible. The second is responsible for eliminating Eamon's hybrid forces and Zerg units, with assistance from Kerrigan's swarm. The final part consists of an elite team led by Adonis, tasked with energizing the Keystone. After Lord TangYue destroys Eamon's host body, they will activate the Keystone to strip Eamon's will from Karas, followed by Lord TangYue's blessing of the Star Spirits. This will mark a new beginning for the Star Spirits. Chapter 139. The Son of God. As the horn of the decisive battle sounded, all forces began to act according to the previous plan. Relying on the formidable firepower of the Spear of Adon, Adonis and TangYue broke through the Golden Fleet surrounding El and descended to the surface. Once a breach in the Golden Fleet's defenses appeared, the capture squad immediately began their operation from this gap. Upon reaching the surface, Adonis, along with the elite squad, arrived at the ruins of Antioch. The once glorious capital of the Star Spirits had now become a wasteland. Adonis dared not delay and sought a safe location to begin setting up the Keystone. Beside him were all the heroic units, except for Loanna, who was serving as the temporary commander in High Orbital Command. The young Archbishop Adonis, the high-ranking, solid Lord Fruit, Alarak of Taldarin, the spokesperson of the Purifiers Tyrant, the new leader of the Nerazim, Vorazin, the representative of the Kalei Engineers, Carix, the Dark Prelate, Ziratul, the member of the Council of Light and Shadow, Uralan, the senior elder of the Nerazim, Mohandar, and the Wild Phoenix who had just been captured and had its neural lock link severed. Oh, Adonis, Ziratul, this is terrible. The feeling of being controlled. The Phoenix, just freed from control, was now sprawled beside the Keystone, covered in many marks, indicating that the previous capture operation had been quite harsh. All right, Phoenix, pull yourself together. We need you once again. This will be the redemption of our race. The final battle to save this world. Ziratul encouraged the Phoenix with his mystical voice. Meanwhile, Tyrant looked at the Phoenix's original form and felt a sense of familiarity, as if they were brothers. The Phoenix also regained its spirit and stood up again. The strength of the immortal prototype created by TangYue was still commendable. At the same time, the Phoenix noticed Tyrant. After understanding the situation, the Phoenix laughed heartily. This is wonderful. We share the same past memories. Yet we are two different individuals. This is great. We can both fight for El, my brother. The Phoenix's words filled Tyrant with immense honor. At this moment, he truly transcended into a noble paladin. He was Tyrant, the brave heart. However, the time left for Adonis and the others was limited. Archbishop, we have detected a large number of Zerg and hybrid signals approaching you. Lohana's communication brought some bad news. The encounter with the enemy here means that the battle for EL has fully ignited. And indeed, it was true. At this moment, in high orbital command, the capture squad, despite methodically restricting the Golden Fleet's offensive using the emergency capture devices developed by TangYue, still appeared insufficient against the main fleet. Meanwhile, Eamon's Zerg swarm had already engaged Kerrigan's Zerg forces outside of Antioch. Now, the entire El was engulfed in battle. At the location of the Temple of Zeratul, a dense void energy enveloped the area. Countless void rifts siphoned power from the void, injecting it into the super void hybrid body above the remains of the Overmind, which is Eamon's host body. Due to the variable introduced by TangYue, Eamon had now completed the absorption of void energy, and a massive void energy shockwave surged outward. However, before the shockwave could spread, it was blocked by a golden energy, TangYue. At this moment, TangYue had entered combat mode, showcasing a rare, full display of power after attaining true transcendence. The dazzling form was surrounded by streams of golden energy, mixed with colorless, transparent energy. The golden energy was the primal power on par with the void energy, while the colorless energy was naturally the zero boundary power. You have indeed come, but it's too late. Today, now, here, I will defeat you. I will end this cycle of failure. Upon seeing TangYue, Eamon appeared quite excited. Although he had lost all the cards painstakingly accumulated by Narad, with the host body now at his disposal, Eamon felt inflated with confidence. I originally had no intention of hunting, yet the suffering of the people has compelled me. They have all become my chosen kin. There is nothing left to say now. Let's engage in battle. TangYue's echoing words fell as the spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light, gathering primal power into a massive spear blade, a true 400-meter blade. Seeing this, Eamon ceased his chatter and gathered a massive amount of void energy in his hands, transforming it into a beam of light that shot directly at TangYue. Facing such an attack, TangYue swung his spear, and the massive spear blade directly severed the void beam before continuing unabated to strike Eamon. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, Eamon's painstakingly crafted host was easily bisected by TangYue's attack. Eamon was instantly stunned, but after all, this time TangYue was using the power of the Zero Realm. It is well known that last hits are crucial. Facing the bisected Eamon, TangYue immediately gathered a massive star pattern and smashed it directly onto Eamon's host. After a dazzling and massive energy sphere surged, the original Sarnaga Temple, the grave of the Dominator, had now transformed into a rounded pit. Meanwhile, as TangYue dealt with Eamon's host, the Keystone's charging was successfully completed. At this moment, the elite troops surrounding the Keystone were already covered in wounds, of course from the Zerg and hybrids. Among the Golden Fleet participating in the ground battle, the leader was Solantis, who had already charged in front of Adonis. However, just then, the Keystone activated and a strange energy shockwave swept across the entire planet, violently pulling Eamon out of Kara. Eamon was still dazed from being instantly killed by TangYue and did not react when he was roughly yanked out of Kara, which brought him back to his senses. Lord TangYue, we are ready. Please begin your ritual. Adonis shouted immediately, and at this moment, Eamon also realized what these Protoss were planning to do. High Priest, what are we going to do? Solantis, just waking up, asked Adonis with a confused expression. We will ascend to become Lord TangYue's favored ones. Adonis's answer once again confirmed Eamon's suspicions. Slavery. Lies. Eamon panicked and blurted out. What do we gain? Solantis still had some doubts. Freedom to become the true firstborn of the gods. As Adonis's words fell, TangYue had already unfolded a massive contract array covering the entire AI, Protoss, and Zerg, races full of infinite potential. Now, in the name of the Lord of the Zero Realm, I sign a contract with you. Become my favored ones, accept my gifts, and bring me even greater pleasure. As TangYue's words fell, the contract array emitted a dazzling light. Under the shroud of light, all Protoss and Zerg were influenced by TangYue's Zero Realm power, beginning to leap to a higher level. Chapter 140. A new future TangYue's power, under the influence of the contract array, entered the bodies of all Protoss and Zerg. The golden primal power continuously transformed their bodies, while the colorless Zero Realm power inscribed a mark on the forms and essences of the Protoss and Zerg. With this mark, they would possess the ability to survive in the void, also granting them the necessary paths to traverse into the true void. The composition of the world is distinctly layered. All worlds are born from every grain of sand and crystal in the Zero Realm, while the void serves as the medium connecting the Zero Realm and the world. The higher the world, the closer its periphery is to the essence of the void. Creatures like the Sarnaga, born from the inner void, are manifestations of a world reaching an upper tier. After all, the outer void contains nothing and does not allow anything to exist unless one possesses a pass. TangYue's primal power transformed the Protoss and Zerg very smoothly. The severed neural locks of the Protoss regrew, and those that had not yet been severed also changed. Golden streams of light coursed through the neural locks. The entire Protoss race gained new Kara. The power of psionics was also elevated. Now all Protoss could freely use purifying psionics, void psionics, and twilight psionics. Individuals with profound psionic cultivation could even elevate their psionics to primal psionics. With that golden psionic energy containing Sarnaga-level energy, referencing the energy of the god Kerrigan. At the same time, the transformation of psionics completely removed the lifespan limitation of the Protoss. Essentially, as long as they did not die in battle, they could live forever. Of course, even if they died in battle, they could still download their consciousness to become a purifier and continue living or fighting. The changes in the Zerg were less obvious. First, the primal psionic energy within the Zerg transformed into a light golden apostle psionic energy, which provided complete immunity to the erosion of void energy and allowed for self-repair by directly extracting void energy. Of course, this referred to the combat units. The true commanding higher Zerg possessed golden apostle essences, allowing for rapid and unlimited enhancement through continuous combat, and also possessing the ability to directly absorb void energy, enabling them to evolve continuously through void energy. This meant that as long as they survived long enough, becoming a swarm tyrant was not just a dream. The Tyranids expressed their approval. In this formal contract, Kerrigan finally achieved complete evolution, with her divine form permanently activated. And that golden energy was not from Sarnaga's power, but the same primal psionics. At the same time, Kerrigan also mastered the ability to transform into a normal human form. Just as the battle ended, she hurriedly left with Leviathan, leaving the poor 4-year-old girl Zagara to clean up the mess. Incredible, High Priest. Can you hear me? The newly awakened Kylax expressed great surprise. The most astonished were the Vorazin, these Nerazim, as they never expected there would be a day they could regain their neural locks. I can clearly sense your thoughts. This is real. We have once again gained Kara. It's truly unbelievable. Adonis expressed great excitement, although he had somewhat gotten used to the days without Kara. High Priest, this is truly Vorazin felt troubled. Chief, I think you don't need to worry about this matter. Based on my recent experiments, with the new Kara, we can freely choose whether to connect. And I believe we will not pursue your actions of closing off Kara. Kylax's words provided Vorazin and Mohandar with a satisfactory answer. That's right, Chief. And I just learned from Lord TangYue that through the new Kara, our kin can fight using the psionics of others, and when necessary, can even teleport to the side of companions using borrowed psionics, which will undoubtedly greatly enhance the survival capabilities of our warriors. Of course, this must be within the same world. Adonis also explained the benefits of the new Kara to Vorazin. The same world? Clearly, Vorazin realized the key point. That's right. I believe you all know that Lord TangYue come from another world, but possesses power that rivals the Sarnaga. As Adonis said this, everyone present nodded, except Phoenix, who remained stoic. Just now, I gained knowledge from Lord TangYue, and unexpectedly learned that outside our world, other worlds are so vast and magnificent. As those who have become Lord TangYue's favored ones, we will inevitably be summoned to explore new worlds in the future. As Adonis spoke, everyone also felt the thoughts in his heart through Kara, and they were all amazed. Hey, you are all here. At this moment, a lively and pleasant voice interrupted the small discussion among the crowd. Looking up, it was the now normal TangYue. Why are you still here idling? Hurry up and tidy up AI'er. We need to enter the void quickly and completely deal with Amon. My vacation is about to end, and Selah is still waiting for me. TangYue's words caught the attention of everyone present. After all, the Sarnaga exist in the void, and the death of the main world would not truly kill the Sarnaga. Lord TangYue, entering the void. Adonis was still planning to ask how to enter the void when he was interrupted by TangYue. Just received news from the SEK side. On his big baby is just a giant void portal. Just go there. After saying that, he left without looking back. A few days passed, and Adonis arranged all non-combat personnel at Beayana to rebuild their home, taking most of the elite troops aboard the Adon Spear, which had recently been modified by TangYue. Heading to Una. As for the modifications there, of course, everything was replaced with void-level materials and power. That supernova furnace was once again transformed into a void star, becoming stronger with more exposure. The void gate was opened, and the Adon Spear boldly entered, accompanied by Kerrigan, who was flirting with Jim Raynor. The recently humanized Kerrigan had been living quite well these days. Of course, Jim Raynor also obtained a qualification as a vassal at Kerrigan's request, and in light of their friendship during this time, TangYue gave each of those good brothers a position. The environment in the void was extremely harsh, filled with the red void energy modified by Eamon. Naturally, the one waiting to greet them was an old friend, the poor worker who had worked hard to accumulate his wealth, Narad. Chapter 141. The fall of Eamon. Eamon's loyal worker Narad was about to mock and make threats upon seeing the three races' forces entering the void. But what came his way was a divine beam that rendered Narad disabled, and the surrounding void crystals were also cleared away. At this moment, Kerrigan stopped Adonis and the others from directly killing Narad. Why, Kerrigan? The young Adonis asked. I think we should give our poor Stukov the chance to kill Narad. Don't you think? After saying that, Kerrigan looked at Stukov, who was eager to try. My honor. Stukov was quite excited. He had been hanging on for this moment, to personally kill Narad. Without hesitation, Stukov unleashed a psionic blast that turned Narad to dust, granting him complete liberation. Narad's death also released the suppressed Orus. You finally came. Destined. What the hell? Why do you all have powers at the level of the Xel'Naga? Orus was directly stunned. The script was not supposed to go this way. They were not supposed to rescue him after hardships, preach to him, and then infuse the essence into that good seed to create a new Xel'Naga? What was going on now? You are Xel'Naga. Oh my god. It is an immense honor to meet you. Although we have become Lord TangYue's vassals now, the greatness of the Xel'Naga is still worthy of our praise. The Protoss on Adonis's side were quite excited upon seeing Orus. Orus looked at these Protoss and felt a bit comforted. But then he was confused by Adonis's mention of vassals. Vassals? What kind of existence allows vassals to possess the power of the Xel'Naga? Clearly, Orus understood and realized how strong the existence that could elevate the vassal strength to Xel'Naga level truly was. At this moment, TangYue also descended from the Adon Spear and approached Adonis. Oh, you're all here. Who is this ugly new friend? TangYue's appearance immediately attracted Orus' attention. Although Zeratul and Tassadar could also sense TangYue's power, they could only compare her to the strongest beings they knew, the Xel'Naga. Orus was different. As the escort of the Endless Cycle, a true Xel'Naga, he could sense much more. The fluctuations emanating from TangYue were like the waves of the origin of the world. Her existence resembled the source of all things. In contrast, TangYue should be called the god of creation. Respectful and great existence, I am Orus, the escort of the last cycle. I express my highest respect to you. Thank you for all you have done for this world. This was Orus' heartfelt sentiment, especially when dealing with Eamon. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just here on vacation. It was that fool Eamon who came to provoke me first. By the way, you should be the Xel'Naga, right? I'm taking the Protoss and Zerg away. You have no objections, right? Although TangYue spoke casually, it was just a notification to Orus. Of course, no objections. Now they will all become new escorts. We Xel'Naga couldn't be happier. Orus decisively chose to follow his heart. By the way, Adonis, where's Sarah Eamon? At this time, TangYue also noticed the fundamental purpose of their entry into the void. Oh, we were all here chatting with the Xel'Naga and forgot about this. At this moment, Kerrigan also realized the issue. No wonder she felt like she had forgotten something. Queen, we found the passage to the depths of the void. Thankfully, the diligent 4-year-old Zagara brought good news. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? We can't waste time. Let's hurry and set off. Adonis was also planning to depart directly to avoid awkwardness. Seeing Adonis leave first, Kerrigan immediately set off as well, while Jim Raynor led Tychus and others to the Hyperion, leaving Orus looking content at the departing crowd, thinking they were all good kids, working so diligently. Entering the depths of the void, Eamon's figure also appeared before everyone. At this time, Eamon was surrounded by several void crystals, planning to build a shell. After experiencing that battle at Aire, Eamon's intelligence finally came online temporarily. He finally realized that TangYue was not the Xel'Naga from another world, but a higher existence. Now he could only survive in his little nest. Adnus, did you see that? Kerrigan's communication rang out on the Adon spear, and Jim Raynor was also listening in from the Hyperion. Of course, Kerrigan. Eamon is currently surrounded by high concentrations of void energy. To break through the void energy's protection and defeat Eamon, we need to continuously attack for a week. What? A week? I can't stand staring at a bunch of drilling machines in this boring place for a week. Upon hearing this news, TangYue immediately jumped up. Adnus and the others were also startled. Forget it, I'll start. After I deal with Eamon, I'll be almost ready to leave. After saying that, TangYue left the Adon spear and entered the void. In the void, TangYue arrived in front of Eamon and directly entered battle stance. Countless void energies and colorful powers of the world crazily gathered in TangYue's hands, gradually forming a massive ship-slicing blade. This was a skill she had never used since her complete awakening, the Universe Shatterer. Let me test this move on you. Here it comes. Universe Shatterer, the enormous blade, seemingly slow in TangYue's swing, slashed toward the self-entangled Eamon. In the piercing cries of despair, Eamon, once an ambitious youth, was completely ended by TangYue. The void fell utterly silent. Next, Orus needed to diligently restore the void energy modified by Eamon to its original state. Adnus, on the other hand, was to return to Aire to rebuild their home. The Zerg were left with Kerrigan to recuperate under Zagara's care, while Kerrigan took Jim Raynor on a honeymoon to various planets. I'm leaving now. You all need to work hard, okay? When I'm almost ready on my side, I will need your help, you know? TangYue is waving her hand, with a world passage behind her that looks like a crystal crack. Now, TangYue is truly arranging the star spirits and the alien bugs, as the trial for the blade plan is about to begin. Chapter 142. Preparation for the ceremony. A world passage opened in the ancient library of the Demon Realm, and the commotion immediately caught the attention of the current librarian, Monica. The researchers present all put down their work and looked over. However, when the golden figure appeared in the passage, Monica also revealed a joyful smile. The newcomers to the ancient library expressed their surprise. They couldn't believe their librarian Monica showed such a smile. All right, everyone go back to your tasks. Our ancient library's master has returned. Monica's words caught the attention of the newcomers. Only Ichi and a few early members of the ancient library felt curious. They had heard that this ancient library was the legendary residence of the Zero Apostle, and they never expected to see it today. On TangYue's side, after returning to the Demon Realm, she closed the world passage. Once she landed on the surface, she saw Monica and Ichi coming to greet her. Oh, ISNT this little Monica? Why are you here to welcome me back to the library? Although TangYue spoke with a questioning tone, she seemed very happy. Teacher, since you disappeared, I've moved my laboratory to the library to watch over it for you. But now that you've returned, I'll need to move back soon. Monica now possesses quite a leader's charisma. Oh, I see. It seems I've been away for a long time according to your words. Come, tell me what has happened. TangYue also picked up on some information from Monica's words. All right, teacher. Since you disappeared, all the apostles have been resting. Lord Helder has held the Demon Realm Alliance to promote the development of the Demon Realm. The participating members include the Terracotta, formed by Alice, our ancient library, the Cassius faction formed by Shale Fuzz, Katie's Spiral Magic Society, the Second Agreement split from the Spiral Magic Society, and the Oathkeepers formed by Niwu. Monica first talked about the Demon Realm Alliance. It seems everyone has developed well. Niwu has grown strong too. So who won in the end? Hearing that her little apprentice Niwu was doing well made TangYue happy. In the end, Alice won. Her magic was still impressive, especially that soul-stirring effect, which was truly astonishing. Monica expressed her deep feelings about the results of the Demon Realm Alliance. Other than that, there hasn't been much else. Right now, aside from Helder, who is busy every day with the trial of the Blade Plan, arranging things everywhere, the other apostles are cooperating when needed, and otherwise, they're staying put. Seeing that she couldn't get any key information from Monica, TangYue bid farewell to her and planned to find Helder to understand the situation in Arad and start preparing for the next plan. After saying goodbye to Monica, TangYue went directly to the Douluo Valley, and sure enough, she found Helder there. Helder, I'm back. After so many years of being busy, Helder perked up immediately upon hearing that voice. It's Lady TangYue. You finally returned. Where have you been during this time? Although Helder's tone was very respectful, one could still feel the hint of resentment in his words. Ahaha, I just went on a vacation. I'm back now. So quickly tell me about the situation in Arad so we can start planning. Once TangYue said this, Helder began to recount what he knew about the situation in Arad. All right. Firstly, in the celestial realm, Bakel has already conducted his brutal rule according to our script, and with Khan's help, he has completed his fall and is now resting at home. Meanwhile, Luke's silent city has been fully constructed and is just waiting to be activated. Currently, the nations in Arad are the Droz Empire, the Belmar Duchy, the Void Ancestor, the Dark Elf Kingdom, and the Banta tribe in the north. A few years ago, Shillick's avatar also descended into Arad and was killed in the Wailing Cave by 4 ambitious youths and a Dark Elf Berserker. Helder's words covered the current situation pretty well, and TangYue grasped the general context. All right, I understand the overall situation. Now go prepare. We'll hold a meeting. TangYue also realized that the current situation would influence the implementation of the plan, and she had some thoughts on how to modify the venue. Soon, everyone gathered again under Helder's organization for another meeting. Wow, TangYue, I didn't expect you to return. The first to greet TangYue was Cassius, still as cheerful as ever. Khan nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing TangYue, and others also either greeted her or expressed concern. All right, I want to waste more time on small talk. I returned and gathered everyone here to explain the detailed plan. That's right. The trial of the Blade plan has officially begun. TangYue's words captured everyone's attention, and they all looked at her, waiting for her next words. I want to keep you in suspense. The specifics will follow Helder's previous plan. You will each arrange avatars to go to the Arad continent below and let those future adventurers defeat them one by one, making them think they have discovered they are Helder's knives. Ultimately, it's to rebuild the Terra Star. TangYue reiterated the content of the script, which is the game as storyline. Then how do we solve the progress issue between experienced adventurers and newcomers? This was the most concerning question for everyone. This is the plan for the venue arrangements that I'm about to discuss. I will modify the rules and apply them to the entire new Terra. The overall structure will advance after the first batch of adventurers arrives. Each node will form a dungeon under my power. Later adventurers can undergo previous training through these dungeons, and once they catch up, they can participate in the main content. I call it the main storyline of the big map, while the later arrivals will follow the dungeon storyline. TangYue's plan allows adventurers arriving at different times and levels to undergo trials, significantly accelerating the awakening speed of Sayla. Do you know what is the most amazing part? I've already found the reincarnation of Sayla, but she has currently lost her memory and powers. I've set her up as the shopkeeper for this trial, and all adventurers must interact with her, greatly enhancing the awakening efficiency. Only the main world is her true body. Besides that, I've also utilized the Void to prepare a small room for each adventurer, each equipped with a projection of Sayla's reincarnation. This is the origin of Celia, and this will also be the birth of the 4th catastrophe that will sweep through countless worlds in the future. Chapter 143, Dungeon and Warriors officially launch Legend of the Hot Crust. Brothers, come and chop me. Come find a girl by the furnace and sit down casually. No heroes, no alliance. Around the streets, there are large electronic screens continuously playing game advertisements. This is Blue Star, a co-orbital planet with Earth, which is favored by the world. In this place, the era of war has passed, and now it is a time of peace, which has also driven the development of the entertainment industry. Disputes between nations have shifted from the surface to the cultural level. At this moment, there are 2 figures conversing outside the world barrier. How remarkable is this world, so rare in the endless void? Heller, looking haggard, gazed at TangYue beside him. Indeed, these 2 figures are TangYue and Heller, who have come to search for sources of adventures. Exploring a world is quite exhausting, and TangYue has the job of traversing the void, leaving the most tiring parts to Heller. Although Heller is also one of the apostles with godlike powers, this being the 87th world is truly exhausting. Well, this world will do. Everything seems good. I'll go handle the world core. You head back and tell him to get ready. The first batch of adventurers should arrive soon. Oh right, take this. As TangYue spoke, he pulled out a crystal-like orb and tossed it to Heller. What is this? This is a world upgrade plugin. Bring it to the Arad continent, and it will unfold a folded space there. If there are too many adventurers in the future, they will enter the folded space, preventing us from being overwhelmed by crowds. To put it simply, it's a channel splitter. Haha. Afterward, Heller took the crystal ball and returned to the Terra world through the path opened by TangYue. Meanwhile, TangYue arrived at the core of this world, which he had just named the Source World. Stamping his seal on the world core, he was quite familiar with this task, having done it many times before. At that moment, the world core began to function according to TangYue's plan. A company named Source was rapidly rising above Blue Star, simultaneously sending out announcements to the entire society. Our source company has completed a technological breakthrough, a brand new complete stealth technology. With a simplified version of the stealth helmet or goggles, and a standard version of the stealth pod, equipped with the groundbreaking super complete forced online game Dungeon and Warriors. Enter and become an adventurer to save the world. Dungeon and Warriors employs a large map, storyline progression, and a mechanism for generating subsequent dungeons, continuously growing stronger and developing new storylines. Thus, day by day, advertisements flooded the scene, and many gaming enthusiasts on Blue Star began to inquire. Upon learning that the simplified version of the equipment was quite affordable and even the standard version was within the reach of an average family, interest was greatly piqued. Soon, news of the game spread throughout the entire Blue Star, truly a game destined by heaven. Xiaobo, an 18-year-old student, had just crossed over. He would become the new darling of this world, being a rare species of crossover among countless worlds. It seemed he had entered just as TangYue broke through the world crystal wall. Upon crossing over, he received the first gift of the world, a memory and a perfect identity. Xiaobo initially thought he had crossed into the body of someone exactly like himself, and with his background steeped in web novels, he naturally accepted it. After all, in his past life, he was a member of the Starting Point Orphanage. In this world, he had both parents and was recently the manager of the Rising Source Company, certainly a wealthy family. Not to mention what he saw, a fully stealth dungeon game. Oh my, as a seasoned player of Disconnect City in his past life, being able to play a fully stealth dungeon was simply fantastic. He immediately returned home to ask his parents for a high-end gaming pod, equipped with a constant temperature system, automatic nutrient replenishment, and a mechanical skeleton that facilitated physical exercise while gaming. After a wave of promotions, the official launch of Dungeon and Warriors finally arrived. As soon as the game opened, a myriad of players entered, including Xiaobo entering the game. The first thing was the character creation interface. Interesting, their SA character customization system? Let me see. Xiaobo eagerly looked at himself in this white, blank world. What? I can only make minor adjustments, and they must be upward? Well, that's fine. At least I won't see a bunch of ancient gods running around. Oh, it's fixed gender? So it seems I can only choose male professions. Interesting. Since that's the case, I'll choose the Demon Sword Master. After all, I completed the entire encyclopedia for the Demon Sword Master in my past life. After some operations, Xiaobo finally finished customizing his face, revealing a young and handsome swordsman with a demon hand before him. Then for the nickname, I'll call myself Demon Sword Master Skill Mentor. It would be amusing if someone misidentifies me. He clicked confirm. This name was indeed full of dark humor. Next, the perspective shifted, and he found himself viewing through the eyes of this body. Finally, a flash of white light appeared, and when his vision cleared again, he found himself on a bustling forest path, lively with players sporting various quirky nicknames. At that moment, many were engaging in silly behavior, like touching nearby female players and getting pounced on by what appeared to be a female fighter, or trying to taste the bushes by the roadside, and bold enough to tease the nearby guards only to be taken down immediately. Xiaobo felt that his wonderful life was about to begin. With his extensive experience from Disconnect City in his past life, he was sure he could shine in this game, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, in the Demon Realm's council chamber, 13 apostles were gathered around a round table displaying the Elven defense line images. TangYue was slumped over the table, laughing uncontrollably, clearly amused. Can these adventurers really awaken Celia? How does it feel like each of them has a problem? Khan, usually serious, pointed at his head, clearly shocked by the adventurer's behavior. I don't know either. You have to know that when I was authorized by Lord TangYue to modify the foundational rules of the whole world, allowing the Terra people to have the ability to issue quests, it took a lot of effort. Now this truly leaves me. Heller beside him also felt an immense sense of exhaustion. Well, don't worry, they will grow up. Trust me. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. There are even nudists. Ha. After calming down a bit, TangYue responded to everyone and once again burst into laughter. It seems the edge of the trial still requires tremendous effort to be sharpened. Chapter 144, Celia Dungeon and Warriors officially opened. An advanced technology led to a large influx of players into the game. Various realistic visuals and tactile experiences were tested by a multitude of silly online users, leading to the conclusion that this was a game with a realism level exceeding 90%. Of course, what they did not know was that it was directly adapted from reality, hence the high level of realism. However, this was not the time for their discussions, as just moments ago, a group of players received a delayed introduction to their profession. For players on Blue Star, This experience of selecting a profession before starting the game was truly unique, and TangYue had completely forgotten about it. Only when Xiaobo saw this character background story did he realize what was missing. The character promotional video does not introduce unique characters, but rather the origin of the profession chosen by the players, such as their hometown background. For example, the male demon slayer simply introduces the plague of Kazan's cursed demonic hand, while the female demon slayer discusses her noble identity and the transfer experiments of the Delos Empire. Adventurers also gained a general understanding of the customs and cultures of New Thera through this simple documentary. Among them, the information about the demon realm received the most discussion from a bunch of silly netizens, especially those who chose the magician profession. Some adventurers who chose the magician profession uploaded recorded videos. Yes, TangYue thoughtfully provided a recording feature to encourage these adventurers to promote the game voluntarily, ultimately achieving word-of-mouth effects. About the demon realm to the newly opened forum, information from various countries was also complete. The grand worldview of New Thera quickly attracted a large number of geographers who planned to study the background story of New Thera in depth. Of course, the most discussed topic among the public was the fleeting mention of the apostles in the introduction to the demon realm. Wow, does this game actually have a place like the demon realm? It seems like a very advanced map, isn't it? Just look at how the background story of the magician is transmitted to the Arad continent through powerful magic. Just hearing the name Demon Realm gives the impression that it is the lair of a demon king. Could there be demons inside? However, as an old player who has immersed himself in the world of Disconnected City for many years, Xiaobo scoffed at the speculations and discussions about the Demon Realm in the forum. The Demon Realm is a super late-game map, where even the lowest level monsters easily exceed the level cap, and those apostles are all incredibly strong. However, first, he planned to search for his wife, Celia. Besides Xiaobo, some high-level players had already started heading to the Lorelin Forest near the Elven defense line, intending to grind some wild monsters. Xiaobo relied on his memories from his previous life to search for the hidden boss, the blacksmith Linus, at the Elven defense line. Linus was quite conspicuous, and Xiaobo quickly found him among the crowd, continuously swinging his hammer. Linus's attention was drawn by Xiaobo's approach. He and all the locals knew what kind of existence these adventurers were, so it wasn't too strange for him. Moreover, the royal family of the Delos Empire was already researching how to utilize these seemingly foolish adventurers. So, adventurer, what brings you to seek me, the old blacksmith? Linus asked while hammering the iron ingot. Sir Blacksmith, is there anything I can assist you with? Xiaobo's tone was respectful and gentle, his attitude commendable. Oh, this young man is quite well-mannered. Just so happens I have a matter that needs your help. Once Linus said this, Xiaobo knew a quest was coming. The surrounding adventurers also noticed the situation and felt envious. Yes, just envious. When entering the game, the detailed information clearly stated that Dungeon Fighter does not have hidden exclusive quests, meaning that once someone triggers and completes a quest, it can be accepted by all players afterward. However, subsequent players will undertake the quest in a dungeon, and the quest rewards will be fixed. As the discoverer of the quest, there will be some extra rewards from NPCs. What's the matter? I will definitely complete the quest, Xiaobo said excitedly, guessing that the quest was to find Celia. That little girl has run off to the forest to pick wild berries again. Please help me find her and bring her back safely. As expected, Xiaobo received the quest to find Celia. He immediately accepted the quest and planned to head to the Lorelin Forest to investigate. Wait, young man, with your equipment. You'll face quite a bit of trouble in the forest. Here, take this sword. If you bring Celia back, it will be yours, Linus said, taking out the village good sword, the autumn leaf sword, from behind the counter as Xiaobo looked on eagerly. The name Village Good Sword was well-deserved, as it had a powerful fire attribute attack from the beginning, and even newly created characters had initial attribute attack points, allowing the fire attribute effect of the sword to be fully realized without dilution. Then Xiaobo thought of a key point. The autumn leaf sword was a level 5 weapon, but he was only level 1 and couldn't equip it. However, after glancing at the weapon's attributes, he relaxed. The original level 5 requirement was marked with a green bracket showing a -4. Additionally, the weapon had a buff labeled Quest Item. The effect was to reduce the required level for equipping the item, but the corresponding attribute effects were also compressed. Xiaobo also discovered that most of the character's attributes were not clearly visible. Health and mana bars, as well as experience points, were displayed as percentages, while physical attack, magic attack, independent attack, and the 4 attributes of strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, along with double critical, evasion, hit rate, speed, and extra attributes like critical damage, only showed the added portions. This was very hardcore. It was just that I couldn't find the basic panels for various professions and levels, and checking them was too cumbersome. It was also normal for attributes to be invisible in a real-world context. The visibility of weapons and equipment was a rule of TangYue, mainly serving to distinguish weapon strengths and provide psychological comfort. Dismissing distracting thoughts, Xiaobo headed towards the Lorland Forest. On the way, he also took the time to browse the forum, hoping to discover something interesting. Meanwhile, the main target of this trial, Celia, was in Grakali picking fresh wild berries. Chapter 145. First stage main quest. After confirming some basic information, Xiaobo headed to Lorland. Since the current Arad continent was directly transformed by rewriting the rules, some aspects were still somewhat different from the game's model. The most significant manifestation was in equipment. Due to the recent change in the world's rules, drops have become quite rare. Nowadays, the gear dropped by high-level players was all produced by TangYue working overtime in a newly established factory in the Demon Realm, alongside a bunch of apostles. It should be noted that due to TangYue's unrestricted quotas, nearly 100,000 players surged in right after the server opened. And even if high-level players were chosen among thousands, there would still be around 1,000. Currently, Xiaobo's Autumn Leaf Sword was quite an exceptional piece of equipment. As Xiaobo ventured deeper into the Lorland Forest, he encountered many players who had already started grinding monsters and leveling up. Most of them were on the outskirts, fighting basic goblins. Seeing those goblins reminded Xiaobo of the early days when he first started playing Disconnected City. Those were the days of youth. However, Xiaobo soon noticed a true high-level player, a female knight elf named Xiaogai, who was limited by gender restrictions. This petite character had the nickname Super Big White Rabbit above her head, but possessed front armor that allowed her to take flight, which was quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, due to the game's upward adjustment restrictions, the average appearance was quite high. Clearly, this Xiaogai belonged to the category of beauties. However, what attracted Xiaobo was not Xiaogai's appearance, but her method of monster hunting. Her skills are specifically adjusted through her own consciousness, specializing in those vital spots. The result of this is that almost all the small monsters are one-hit kills, and even those elite monsters will be visibly injured. If one could see their status bars, they would probably be covered in debuffs. This also made Xiaobo realize another difference between the current game and the disconnection city of his past life. Facing such a high-level player, he certainly couldn't let the opportunity slip by, and seeing that swift combat style, he might end up choosing to become a parrot professionally in the future. With this in mind, Xiaobo decided to make contact. Hello. Before the exchange, Xiaobo equipped the Autumn Leaf Blade, as he wanted to showcase his value. Sure enough, when the Super Big White Rabbit saw the Autumn Leaf Blade in Xiaobo's hand, she showed some interest in talking to him instead of ignoring him. What's up? The Super Big White Rabbit's voice sounded cold, as if she were the type of Ice Queen. I have a main quest here. Are you interested in completing it together? Xiaobo's words surprised the Super Big White Rabbit. The person in front of her actually received a main quest. According to the official introduction, only after one player accepts and completes a main quest can other players accept their corresponding personal main quests and unlock dungeons. And the world main quest can only be accepted by one person. Why me? The Super Big White Rabbit asked, puzzled, as such things should be completed individually. Because you're a strong player, and I also have the idea of establishing a long-term partnership with you. How about it? Want to join me? Xiaobo was quite frank. After a moment of thought, the Super Big White Rabbit agreed. Knowing that task experience is certainly more than farming monsters. Why not? After the two formed a party, the Super Big White Rabbit discovered that she had shared a quest to find the lost Celia in the Lorn Forest. After confirming the existence of a direct quest, the two set off to the forest together. Along the way, they naturally encountered many goblins. However, this was not a big problem for either of them, whether it was Xiaobo's high stats from his weapon or the Super Big White Rabbit skills. The goblins were like clay chickens and tile dogs before them. Soon, they encountered a different enemy, a minotaur, which was currently chasing a small goblin with big eyes. The two immediately engaged in battle, and after a series of precise maneuvers, the minotaur fell. At that moment, all players received a message. Adventurer Ghost Swordmaster Skill Mentor and Super Big White Rabbit completed the first phase of the main quest. The Dungeon Dark Forest is now open. This message was reported back and forth in the players' announcement bars 3 times. This not only informed all players that they could now farm the dungeon, but also let TangYue and others know that they were finally getting back on track. At this moment, TangYue was at the core boundary of the Terra world, rewriting the underlying framework of the world and integrating the game system's concepts into the world concept. At the same time, by rewriting the rules, she ensured that dungeons would generate equipment. After all, she couldn't always have a bunch of apostles acting as blacksmiths. TangYue seized the opportunity of the first dungeon opening to release the improved world rules. World announcement. This game has been updated to version 1. 1. Optimizing the drops in the vast world. The generation of monsters in the vast world will slow down, and the world boss monsters will drop their exclusive equipment. After defeating the monsters, new dungeons can be unlocked. Note, world bosses in a non-quest state will receive significant enhancements. Dungeons are now fully open, with a high probability of dropping various equipment and energy coins inside. Clearing dungeons will yield a large amount of experience and the chance to obtain exclusive equipment from the bosses. A new equipment category, True Inheritance, has been added, which only appears in the main world and has uniqueness. True Inheritance equipment has complete attributes that are unaffected by grade. The same name equipment produced in dungeons will have grade restrictions and certain attribute reductions, with a maximum of 99 at the highest grade. All merchants will open a unique energy coin shop for trading. This announcement can be said to have completely liberated TangYue and her team from the work of creating machines. Now, the existing equipment was given a True Inheritance prefix, and using this as a blueprint, dungeons would generate replicas, then slightly reduce the attributes through grade restrictions. Simply perfect. While TangYue was busy with these matters, the chosen one Xiaobo and the others, led by the little goblin Toby, conquered the Thunder Ruins and the Poisonous Thunder Ruins, obtaining the Thunder Fury and the Poison Cat King's Purple Shadow Bracers. Xiaobo and the Super Big White Rabbit each received a True Inheritance quality item. The dungeons of the Thunder Ruins and the Poisonous Thunder Ruins were officially opened. Chapter 146. Continuation of the first phase main quest with the presence of boss drops. Many players were filled with anticipation. Of course, the bosses that spawned in the main world were generally camped by some strong guilds. That's right, guilds. TangYue kindly opened the guild feature right from the start. However, considering the guild model in the Disconnection City, there wouldn't be too many conflicts of interest. Just some minor conveniences. Of course, for players, having a guild feature is great. It allows for forming alliances and seeking support. This also meant that the miserable short lives of the world bosses were not to be blamed. As soon as they spawn, they will be targeted, and the guild leaders will rush out from the dungeon to kill the bosses, hoping to loot a True Inheritance. Naturally, none of this affected Xiaobo or TangYue. At this moment, Xiaobo and the Super Big White Rabbit, under Toby's guidance, were heading deeper into the frosty dark forest. The frosty dark forest was now covered in ice, and from time to time, crazy laughter could be heard. Toby, are you sure Celia is just ahead? As someone who had been through it, Xiaobo was well aware that they were now in the final version of the main quest, and soon they would face the ice type among the 4 elemental kings. Although the main quest had been adjusted to the current version with inflated data and reduced difficulty in the main dungeon, the monsters inside were basically one-hit kills. However, during the initial opening of the Disconnection City, the 4 kings were indeed formidable. Yes, that's right. I saw Sister Celia go that way. Toby, with his big watery eyes, answered the adventurer's question, and during this short time, he had come to see the two as idols. With a confirmed response, Xiaobo had no choice but to push forward with determination. However, the truth did not disappoint Xiaobo. The earlier Thunder Ruins and Poisonous Thunder Ruins were manageable, with the worst being the poison pools in the Poisonous Thunder Ruins as an environmental hazard. But now, the frosty dark forest was nearly entirely covered in frost. As soon as Xiaobo and the Super Big White Rabbit entered, they found themselves afflicted with a debuff. Due to the effects of the frost, their speed was reduced. While the impact was not significant, in critical moments, it might make just enough of a difference. Due to environmental reasons, the goblins here had also changed, evolving from ordinary goblins and 10 captain types to blue goblins and frost goblins who could shoot frost arrows. With the influence of the surrounding environment, their actions were affected, and the difficulty of the battle suddenly increased significantly. Fortunately, Xiaobo and his companion were relatively skilled players, managing to navigate through the situation with ease. While Xiaobo and his friend were working hard to conquer the frosty dark forest, TangYue was also working diligently. After all, beyond the frosty dark forest was Galaka, where Celia was located. By then, some new features were expected to be launched. Finally, after a lot of pondering, TangYue decided that the mall system would be opened after Celia was rescued back to the Elven defense line. Yes, the mall system. The current version does not have one, which has left many wealthy players feeling quite frustrated, having money but nowhere to spend it. Xiaobo also found it strange that such a pay-to-win game had no paid content. TangYue's initial plan was to put equipment grade adjustment boxes in the mall and unlock the fashion feature. At the same time, the fashion functionality would be limited. Besides changing appearances, it would only increase town movement speed, completely locking away any battle-related features. Subsequently, TangYue handed over the development and distribution rights of the fashion feature to that company. After all, they also needed to make a living, although selling the platform was already very profitable. Of course, this does not mean that players who do not spend money cannot obtain equipment-grade adjustment boxes. Players could also find grade adjustment boxes in Celia's shop that could be traded for energy coins. Additionally, Celia could earn real gold coins at a certain ratio. After all, she was a reincarnation of TangYue's good friend. This would also mark the beginning of the future wealth story of Arad's first rich woman. After all, in TangYue's plan, gold coin consignment and trading markets would be opened in the future, although the value of gold coins would be regulated. Buying from Celia would still be slightly cheaper. After handling all of this, TangYue could finally take a break. After all, the next wave of excitement would be when players reached level 15, completed the main storyline of Lauren, and began their specialized paths. At this point, Xiaobo, TangYue's trusty tool, had already arrived at the boss room. Looking at the Frost Mage Claw, who was dressed quite fittingly for an XP system, he was met with an immediate barrage of ice spikes, preventing any further progress. Seeing Claw, Xiaobo knew that this was meant to seal off the flames released by Benoshu. However, he still had to pass through here to reach Glocka ahead. Upon seeing Toby, Xiaobo already knew the endpoint of this mission was the new Bullhead King in Glocka. However, while Xiaobo was still contemplating, the super big white rabbit had already launched an attack on Claw, and despite the harsh cold, her agile movements allowed her to dodge all the ice spikes shot at her. Just as she was about to close in, a wall of ice blocked her path. This sudden change of events caused a slight frown on the face of the little modification. By the time they circumvented the ice wall, Claw had already created some distance. At this moment, Xiaobo, who had just reacted, immediately joined the battle. Both Xiaobo and his companion had reached level 10, ranking among the top players, thanks to the rewards from the main storyline and the wild monsters and bosses they had encountered along the way. And despite seeming like they were leveling up quickly, several days had already passed since the game launched. After a grueling battle, Xiaobo and his companion finally defeated Claw, holding their Thunder Fury before him. Now, they could finally have a good talk. The super big white rabbit did not stop Xiaobo's actions. After all, he was the one who discovered the main storyline. And some special strategies were entirely reasonable. Claw then explained the ins and outs of the frozen dark forest, unlocking a wealth of information. At the same time, the dungeon for the Frost Thunder Dark Forest was also opened. Claw returned to the West Coast's Mage Guild, and under the new rules. A new ice mage without self-awareness refreshed before the two. Chapter 147. Job change opens. Faced with a suddenly refreshed boss, Xiaobo and his companion felt extremely awkward. Was this what they called a face-to-face monster spawn? Fortunately, the boss that had just spawned still had a preparation time. Xiaobo and the super big white rabbit, under Toby's lead, continued deeper into the Lorne Forest, the territory of the bullhead monsters, Glocka. The frosty dark forest was actually not far from Glocka. After a short journey, they reached the entrance to Glocka. Upon arriving in Glocka, it was evident that the surrounding monsters were much stronger. The weak goblins had become rare, and bullhead monsters began to appear in large numbers. It must be said that the experience from the bullhead monsters was indeed rich, as they were higher-level creatures. This also allowed Xiaobo and the super big white rabbit to maintain their leveling pace. After overcoming numerous challenges, they finally reached the depths of Glocka, and just as they got closer, a huge roar entered their ears. No need to say more. That was definitely the roar of the Bullhead King, Sada. Xiaobo understood and immediately quickened his pace. Sure enough, as they approached, they saw a huge bullhead monster threatening a young girl. Quick, fix the magic array. The bullhead monster's words were broken and intermittent, suggesting he was already a bit delirious. Please don't do this. I don't know how to fix the magic array. The girl, Celia, felt wronged by such unreasonable demands. Now that they had found the mission's target, resolving it was simple: defeat the Bullhead King and rescue Celia. Given the situation, the choice was quite straightforward. The two immediately stepped forward to block the Bullhead King and Celia, and after repelling the Bullhead King's attacks, this boss battle officially began. Due to the influence of a large magic array, the Bullhead King appeared dazed, and his attacks were quite straightforward. The two easily dodged while still having the energy to counterattack. As everyone knows, Dungeon is a game that relies on equipment and crafting, and after a series of boss battles, the two were well equipped. Taking down a Bullhead King was not an issue at all. Soon, the Bullhead King fell at their feet. You must be Celia. Uncle Linus sent me to bring you back. Xiaobo approached to explain the situation. After learning of Xiaobo and his companion's intentions, Celia expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much, adventurers. Although I don't know how to repair that so-called magic array, I can sense that there is a strange force ahead affecting this forest. It seems that the Bullhead King has gone mad because of this. He wasn't like this before. As a former member of the Elven race, Celia sensed the changes in the forest. As for the NPC's request, players had no reason to refuse, so the two set out once more. However, this time, the guide changed from the little goblin Toby to the eye-catching Celia. The group quickly arrived at the depths of Glocka, where a forest was burning fiercely before them. They are facing the first material provider of the 60 version, the fiery Binoche. Binoche showed no mercy to the two adventurers and attacked them directly. His moves exuded a sense of madness, as if he had lost his mind from setting fire to the mountains. However, these were not problems. All that was needed was an ancient and traditional healing method, which was physical correction. After a brutal beating, Binoche regained his sanity. Thank you. I didn't expect that I was still affected by that peculiar aura. Otherwise, the forest fire could have lasted much longer. Binoche expressed his gratitude to the two. It's nothing. But may I ask, why did you ignite Glocka with fire? Celia was clearly concerned about the forest fire, as she seemed to have a deep-seated fear of it. Suddenly, an ominous aura appeared in the depths of the dark, thunderous ruins, affecting the great magic circle. I had no way to resolve it, so I had to surround it with flames and have my sister create an ice field on the periphery to prevent the fire from spreading. However, the massive consumption of magical power allowed that aura to seep in, but now it seemed that the fire would not spread further. Binoche explained the reasons behind all this. After understanding the situation, everyone planned to bid farewell to Binoche and head deeper. As a token of thanks, Binoche gave each of them a business card. The big white rabbit felt nothing, but Xiaobo was excited. This was the famous fire card. Excitement aside, they still had work to do. After leaving the fiery Glocka's range, they officially entered the territory of the dark, thunderous ruins. It was indeed quite dark inside. Although it was not completely pitch black, the effective visibility was greatly reduced. The monsters here had also turned into countless zombies. Zombies were already annoying enough, and in the dark, thunderous ruins, they were densely packed. Both of their classes lacked large area skills at the beginning, so dealing with the numerous small monsters took considerable effort. After much hardship, they finally arrived at the Lord's room. The instigator here had long been waiting. In the dim space, a magic circle was glowing, and a figure resembling a zombie was actually manipulating the magic circle. Quick! Stop him! This is the source of the anomaly that Miss Binoche mentioned. Celia immediately noticed the anomaly of the magic circle. The two of them rushed forward to attack. And unexpectedly, the Bone Reaver, Gunuxi, was not as powerful as Xiaobo had imagined and was resolved in just a few moves. But was it really that simple? Soon, Gunuxi resurrected again within the magic circle, and this time, its aura was even stronger than before. Seeing this, Xiaobo immediately asked Celia to think of a way, knowing that only she could evolve the magic circle. Celia did not disappoint and began to purify the magic circle according to her instincts. Finally, after Xiaobo and Celia put in tremendous effort to defeat Gunuxi after its 7th resurrection, the magic circle was purified, and the quest was finally completed. After removing their concerns, the group returned to the Elven defense line. The dungeons Glocka, Fiery Glocka, and Dark Thunderous Ruins were also unlocked. At the same time, the player class change mechanism was opened. As long as they reached level 15, they could accept the quest and complete it after passing through the Dark Thunderous Ruins dungeon. Chapter 148, Sky City Demon Realm, Council Square everyone, the plan is progressing smoothly. The adventurers have completed the initial of the Lowland Forest and have begun their class change journey. Their next destination is the Sky City. The speaker was Helder, the main executor of the plan and the external representative. With her magical power, Helder was overseeing the operation. Very good. It seems that these so-called adventurers do have some skills. I'm really looking forward to their growth and having a showdown with them. Caecilius expressed his approval of the adventurers' rapid growth. Well, you'll have to wait a long time. According to the plan, you won't fight the adventurers until they face Khan. Before that, they must first deal with Rhodas, Deerage, Anton, Luke, Pramy, Ozma, Michelle, and Baker, and only then will it be your turn. The speaker was Shirak. From Shirak's words, it was clear that it would be a long journey. Oh, can't you refrain from stating this hopeless plan? Upon hearing the list, Caecilius felt his head was about to explode. Caecilius, think from a different perspective. After they have gone through our rigorous training, the ones standing in front of you will definitely not be weaklings. Unlike me, who was the first to go on stage and face those rookie adventurers. It's quite difficult to perform. The one speaking was Rhoda's, the first candidate for the assault battle, facing a daunting task. Caecilia's felt Rhoda's made some sense and began to feel better. All right, everyone, since there are no issues, Baker, please head to the Sky City and arrange for your subordinates to ensure the execution of the script. Hotas. You can also start preparing to connect with them after the adventurers break through the Lord's trial for their first assault battle. The directive was issued by TangYue. During this time, she had finally sorted out the game rules, and it seemed she could hold on for quite a while. While the true bigwigs in the Demon Realm were arranging the plot for the players on the Arad continent below were in a frenzy. After unlocking the class change, players began to have a preliminary understanding of the profession system in Arad. Each profession had 4 or even 5 class changes, and the skills varied by gender, better suited to their respective physical capabilities. At the same time, the 3 healing classes, healers, mothers, and healing fairies, caught everyone's attention. Previously, everyone had been playing a game focused on warriors, mages, and priests, and at the start of this game, there were only 2 holy classes with simple healing abilities. Now that class changes were introduced, the emergence of healers immediately drew significant attention. Although the current healing abilities seemed to provide minimal benefits, it was well known that healers existed to provide protection. In this game where everyone acted as damage dealers, the role of the healer providing protection was undoubtedly important. Some large guilds began to recruit or cultivate healing classes. However, these were just minor matters. The real big news was that players finally discovered the Sky City. Unlike the lowland forest, the exploration of the Sky City had no clear mainline restrictions. Players could join different exploration factions, such as the Free Adventurers, the Delos Empire, or the Belmar Duchy. The only indicator of the exploration progress in the Sky City was the number of layers completed in the. However, as soon as they entered, the adventurers faced difficulties. Having just completed their class changes, they were not yet fully familiar with their class characteristics and encountered dragon people who were completely elite compared to the lowland forest, leading to severe beatings. Nevertheless, there was one event that deeply affected the players. Celia's Inn had opened. Every adventurer could receive their own room here. Previously, everyone could only find Celia in the treetop houses of the Elven Defense Line to purchase adjustment boxes. But now, Celia's Inn, with its teleportation routes, connected the entire world. And each player could also receive their own Celia Phantom. Manager, you are truly amazing being able to practice such things. A beautiful girl in green clothing is currently talking to a lowly standing on a table in a bookhouse. The girl speaking is Celia, or rather, the true form of Celia. The previous landlord suddenly transformed the treehouse into an inn and used spatial magic to connect the door to various places around the world. At the same time, she granted herself the ability to create phantoms to welcome adventurers. Haha, for Celia, these are just trivial matters. All right, Celia, work hard. If those adventurers hesitate when buying things, just tell them you like them and make them buy a dozen more. The store manager, who is actually TangYue, has just finished her work and plans to come down to oversee some matters. Manager, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Celia feels like this is tricking the adventurers. Haha, it's fine. Those adventurers fall for this. All right, you keep busy, I'll go out for a stroll. After saying this, TangYue left the inn and appeared in Huttonmar. Meanwhile, Destiny's toolman, Xiaobo, has just completed his job change mission, becoming a sword soul that will refine swordsmanship to the extreme, providing teammates with a 25 critical damage boost. After all, strength is temporary, but style lasts a lifetime. As for his previous teammate, Super Big White Rabbit, she has changed her job to Shadow Warrior, which suits her characteristics well. The two have also added each other as friends and will team up whenever there's a chance. Xiaobo has also found 2 new teammates. One named Real Man, who is a frail dad, and another named Poor Lowly, a fierce big sister with the profession of magic scholar. Today, the 4 of them teamed up to grind the Dragon Man Tower. It must be said that after coming to Lowland Forest, the strength of the monsters has significantly increased. Players have spent so many days and still haven't broken through the range of the Dragon Man Tower. Xiaobo also had the idea of triggering the GSD event related to the Dragon Man Tower, and it has already been triggered, after which he fought hard with his 3 teammates. However, this time, they discovered a peculiar NPC. Why do I say this? Because this is one of the few NPCs, apart from guards, that can be seen wandering around the city. That's right, the NPC they discovered is TangYue. The keen perception of a professional player tells Xiaobo that what lies ahead must be a hidden plot, and he immediately brought his teammates to investigate. Who knows? They might be able to clear the Dragon Man Tower, like GSD. Chapter 149. GM appears to lead the way. You triggered my dialogue. So you must fulfill my 3 wishes. This was Xiaobo's response after meeting TangYue and saying hello. In that instant, all members of the 4-man team fell into silence. They had never seen such a routine before. Xiaobo obviously still wants to use his words to find a way out. First, you need to collect 2 540 rusty iron pieces. Go to the Dragon Man Tower to eliminate 5000 small flying dragons, and then obtain a limited edition photo album from TangYue. Finally, kill the 100th reincarnated corpse thief in the Dark Thunder Ruins. As soon as TangYue finished speaking, the task list of the 4 displayed these 3 tasks. This operation left the 4 of them in despair, because there was one last condition. If this task was not completed, they would be unable to accept any other tasks. The 3 teammates, including the Ice Queen Super Big White Rabbit, shot Xiaobo resentful glances. If they couldn't complete these tasks, it wouldn't matter. TangYue's next sentence immediately made the 4 feel like they were basking in spring sunshine. You just need to each buy 50 equipment-grade adjustment boxes from Celia. Instantly, the expressions of the 4 turned pained and distressed. They were considered high-level players, having saved up quite a bit, but they were just short of the money for about 50 adjustment boxes. After all, earning money was really slow now, and adjustment boxes were indeed expensive. But what could they do? They had encountered such a terrifying NPC and could only accept their fate. Under TangYue's supervision, after the 4 handed over all their possessions to Celia, TangYue appeared before them once again. Very well, since you have fulfilled my wishes, accept my reward. This statement from TangYue also allowed the 4 to regain some hope, but they didn't expect much. Planning to post on the forum to vent their frustrations once they logged off. TangYue was very pleased to see the change in the expressions of the 4. She never expected that coming down to secretly visit would lead to such amusement. Indeed, all these tasks were made up by TangYue on the spot. In the end, she also checked their possessions, intending to give Celia some pocket money. TangYue's next plan was to lead them directly through the puppet gateway. Thus, a scene captured by a board player unfolded, a 1.5-meter-tall, red-haired, lowly leading 4 players with nicknames toward the Sky City. When they arrived at the Sky City, Xiaobo and the others noticed some discrepancies. Everything that happened next exceeded the expectations of the 3. Once they entered the area of the Dragon Man Tower, TangYue transformed into her Beayana form, and a large array of dragon patterns appeared behind her, leading the 4 to slaughter all over the Dragon Man Tower. With everything happening in an instant, the dazzling battle mage skills left the 4 dazzled. The cute member of the team also discovered that this mysterious NPC was actually a mage of the battle mage branch. However, she would never have guessed that this NPC was actually the mentor of the founders of both the battle mage and magic scholar branches, truly a founder. All of this was irrelevant to them. They only knew that this NPC was incredibly strong, leading them straight up and easily breaking through the area of the Dragon Man Tower that players had struggled to conquer. Alright, that's enough for now. See you again if fate allows. After saying this, TangYue activated her primordial transformation and simply opened a door, broke a wall, and leaped away, disappearing. Mentor. Was that also a battle mage skill? It was so gorgeous. The poor lowly looked at that splendid transformation, feeling an immense envy and lamenting having made the wrong job choice initially. I don't know either. Xiaobo genuinely didn't know. Back in his previous life, he had only played until the Great War with Prey before being transported, and he was unaware of the subsequent content. Right now, it resembled the transformation of Neo, the creator of the Battle Mage organization in the Demon Realm Alliance. At this moment, the 4 were all shocked and delighted, as this clearly indicated a hidden plot. Although it had cost them, they had directly cleared the Dragon Man Tower and picked up many good items along the way. Moreover, the Dragon Man Tower was now open as a dungeon, allowing them to challenge the next area, the Puppet Gateway. This unexpected ride also conveniently made them forget about their previous plan to vent on the forum after logging off. What a delightful turn of events. After the Dragon Man Tower dungeon was unlocked, a large number of players began to strategize for the dungeon, as there were different difficulty levels available. The default difficulty for monsters in the large map was the highest, whereas, in Lowland Forest, the highest difficulty was only hard, with a total of 3 difficulty levels: easy, normal, and hard. The Sky City, however, had 2 additional difficulty levels, very hard and adventure. Now that they could enter the low difficulty dungeon, they could obtain resources by clearing the dungeon to continue challenging the next area, the Puppet Gateway. TangYue, along with Xiaobo and the other 3, emerged from the influence of the Dragon Man Tower area. With a dungeon as a channel for power enhancement, the progress in the Sky City suddenly accelerated, especially after someone discovered that if they first killed the puppeteer, they could turn the tough stone giants into incredibly fragile soul forms. The strategy for the puppet gateway seemed just around the corner. Unfortunately, everyone ultimately got stuck in the boss room with the puppet King Dagri and the golden stone giant. It wasn't until one day that a player named Jiuri, using his fully enhanced equipment, forcefully killed both bosses, unlocking the next area, the Dark Corridor. Players also discovered a new toy, the Equipment Enhancer Crushing Device, opened by the celestial being Kelly, a toy for the wealthy. Any player with a bit of assets would try it out, either to take the profits or to lose everything. How delightful. Chapter 150. The script arrangement of the Sky City, the emergence of the Dark Corridor, also showcased a new type of monster to players, the Exile. This monster, which needed to be activated and then fought, caused some daring newcomers to suffer. Relying on their previous shallow experience, they immediately cast skills on the stone statue, State Exiles, resulting in minimal damage, as the Exiles had astronomical defense in their statue form. At that time, having already used all their skills, they were left with only normal attacks against the many Exiles that had formed a pincer attack. The outcome was predictable. After a beating, they calmly returned to the resurrection point. At this moment, TangYue was at the very top of the Sky City, in the Lord's Palace, alongside the tyrant King Beayana, who had been resolved by unknown individuals in the historical records of Arad 500 years ago. Beayana, how's the script coming along? No issues, right? As TangYue walked, she confirmed the progress of the script she had entrusted to Beayana. Rest assured, I was the one who scripted, directed, and acted in the Dragon War and the fall of the Tyrant King. You could say I'm an old hand at this. It will definitely be fine. Moreover, my creation, the Lord of Light, can perfectly execute my commands. Absolutely no problem. Beayana, seeing TangYue question his script-writing ability, immediately showcased his excellent work. All right, I got it. We're almost there. We need to hurry. After all, there's a whale among those adventurers who managed to enhance their weapons using Kelly's mutant disassembler. With sheer damage, they overwhelmed the puppet gateway, which I had specifically adjusted to include 2 bosses. At this point, TangYue found it absurd. Was this really the early stage? And whales were already starting to play with enhancements. In TangYue's plan, players were generally expected to start crafting equipment after the first Apostle raid led by Rothus. By then, there would be Apostle gear that could be used all the way until completing the Awakening of Sarah. Although this time Rothus produced 3 pieces of jewelry, they could still be enhanced, and when preparations for Dirge's event began, amplification would be available. At that time, they could recycle another wave of energy coins. As they spoke, TangYue and Beayana arrived before a magnificent door, the gateway to the location of the Lord of Light, the Destruction Gate. All right, Beayana, it's your turn. TangYue turned her gaze to Beayana, who did not hesitate. Open sesame. With this unimportant command, the Destruction Gate slowly opened. Beayana, your opening command. Forget it. By the way, this door needs to stay open for now. We will close it later when Sherlock comes down to give those adventurers a surprise. In their conversation, they laid a foreshadowing for the upcoming Sherlock assault. Upon entering the domain of the Lord of Light, the loyal Lord of Light immediately saw his master. At that moment, he perked up. It had been nearly 500 years of waiting. My Lord Beayana, it is my honor to see you again. The Lord of Light expressed with great respect. My loyal subordinate, I now entrust you with a daunting task, Beayana said seriously, and TangYue admired how he could speak so solemnly. After all, Beayana was indeed a self-scripted actor. Beayana then issued instructions to the Lord of Light. That's right. Adventurers will come with what I call relics to inform you of my fallen status. You will need to perform a disappearing act accordingly. After that, you can take a good rest, and when Sherlock comes down, we will return to give you the next costume for your performance. What if the adventurers do not bring the relics you mentioned? The Lord of Light considered thoroughly, then beat them to death. With Beayana's words, those high-level players who had painstakingly reached the final checkpoint of the Sky City would likely suffer. After TangYue and Beayana completed their arrangements and left the Sky City, players finally discovered how to open the chandelier at the top of the Dark Corridor. For the players, this was truly good news. The bright environment greatly accelerated their progress, until they encountered the gatekeeper of the Dark Corridor, the Celestial Exile. Even the whale player Jiuri couldn't achieve a strong kill against the Celestial Exile with its graceful combo and positioning. Compared to ordinary exiles, the Celestial Exile exhibited obvious intelligence, and a lightsaber in its hand was also a good item, often able to cut down those low-light resistant demon sword masters. In the end, As expected, the group that successfully defeated the Celestial Exile was the Xiaobo Quartet, possessing 2 skilled players and favored by the world. After exhausting their resources, they obtained the True Transmission Celestial Exile Lightsaber. Physical attack power, 287 magic attack power, 277 independent attack power, 178 strength, 26 attack speed, 10 hit rate, -1 Demon Sword Master, male, 3/ skill level 2 Dark Knight, male, sliding slash, skill level 2 7 chance of Celestial Exile's lightning appearing during normal attacks. The attributes of this lightsaber were quite impressive, but Xiaobo was still a bit short of the level required to equip the 25-level Celestial Exile lightsaber. Currently, the levels of the 4 members of Xiaobo's team were around 24, and they would soon reach level 25. As a Sword Soul, Xiaobo would also quickly learn the signature skill of the Sword Soul, Breaking Blade. Chapter 151, Preparing to Tackle the Sky City with the Dark Corridor Breached. Players naturally directed their attention to the top of the Sky City, the Lord's Palace. There, they would encounter the first so-called mechanism plot monster. Of course, if they could reach level 150 now, they could directly crush the Lord. After all, even if the Lord of Light, who has regained the Apostle's power, is unable to withstand the onslaught of a level 150 adventurer. However, for now, the adventurers in the first tier who are still hovering around level 25 should just forget it. Dreams can be anything. Right now, players are not focused on the Lord's Palace, but on the Dark Abyss dungeon, as, according to the game rules, there is a higher chance of obtaining good equipment inside the dungeon. It is evident that the current equipment of the players is completely insufficient to conquer the Lord's Palace. Although even with godly gear, it wouldn't be enough. This is at least what the players believe. Of course, in this vast world, there are all kinds of choices. While some choose to farm equipment to enhance their strength, others, like reckless fools, directly charge the tower. During this time, player strategies for Sky City have also given them significant experience in dealing with the exiles. Although the exiles in the Lord's Palace are somewhat stronger, the difference is not that substantial. Those charging the tower are also making their way to the Lord's Palace. At this moment, what is Xiaobo, the plot-driving NPC, doing? Of course, he is leading his team to farm the Dark Abyss. Knowing the plot of Sky City, he is well aware that, according to the setting, the current Lord of Light is invincible to players and can rely on the Great Magic Circle for infinite resurrection. This resurrection is entirely a GM privilege, different from the previous Bone Abyss, and even Celia's purification would be ineffective. The method to deal with the Lord of Light is quite simple: outsmart him. And to achieve this, one must build good relationships with those key NPCs. How much longer do we have to farm here, Minter? The mage in our team is getting impatient. The healer and the giant white rabbit who teamed up with Xiaobo at the beginning also share the sentiment. However, Xiaobo's understanding of the game has led the group to seek his opinion. It won't be long. This time the boss is different from before. A straightforward assault will be ineffective. Next, we need to find some NPCs who can help solve the problem. Xiaobo's response left the 3 teammates deep in thought. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the Lord of Sky City would be so troublesome, but it makes sense since it is the top tier. After passing through the Dark Abyss dungeon once again, Xiaobo led his teammates to the Mage Guild, also located on the west coast. Unlike the small room in the previous game, this place is a grand architectural complex. Upon entering the Mage Guild, the spacious hall and reception area come into view. Xiaobo approached the front desk and inquired, "Excuse me, we need to see President Shalon." Facing Xiaobo's polite inquiry, the receptionist warmly replied, "Hello, sir. President Shalon is currently unavailable. You may visit Professor Alice. She might be able to assist you." The service from the receptionist was quite on point. However, Xiaobo felt uneasy. After all, others might not know, but he certainly does. Who is Alice? She is the mastermind behind the Apostle transfer, using adventurers as pawns. The second apostle of the demon world, Helder's puppet. Presently, there are traces of her involvement in every major incident occurring in Arad. Although he is reluctant, there is no other choice now. Thus, Xiaobo, under the puzzled gaze of his 3 teammates, nervously went to meet Alice. "So, what brings you here, adventurers?" Upon entering Alice's office, the 4 saw her reviewing documents. Professor Alice, we adventurers are about to face the Lord of Light, but as I understand it, the Lord of Light has the ability to connect with a great magic circle, making him effectively immortal. We are here seeking help." Xiaobo's reasoning was sound. Alice had already received notifications from Helder, so she would naturally cooperate with adventurers seeking the right assistance. "What kind of help do you intend to seek?" Alice continued reviewing her documents. We would like to consult President Shalon regarding her research on the Great Magic Circle. She should have some insights. Xiaobo also knew how to naturally guide the plot towards the relics of Bakel. Seeing this, Alice realized that these adventurers had indeed come well prepared. So she decided to keep them. After all, Shalon would be returning soon. Sure enough, shortly after, Shalon arrived at Alice's office upon receiving the message. Naturally, she met with Xiaobo and the others. So, you little ones want to see me? Well, speak up, what's the matter? Shalon got straight to the point without any delay. Xiaobo then explained the situation to Shalon. All right, I understand the situation. This is indeed a problem. But the Lord of Light has clearly already gained the authority of the Great Magic Circle, and there is nothing that can be done from the outside now. There is only one way left, to make the Lord of Light choose to dissipate himself. As the president of the Mage Guild, Shalon was naturally knowledgeable and quickly analyzed the situation. Make the Lord commit suicide? How do we accomplish that? Clearly, Xiaobo's teammates found this ridiculous. This plan might actually work. At this moment, Alice spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Hundreds of years ago, the Lord of Light was ordered by the Dragon King Bakel to guard Sky City and block all personnel from passing through. He has been fulfilling that order ever since. To resolve the issue with the Lord, you must let him know that the Dragon King he is loyal to has already been defeated. At that point, he should choose to dissipate himself. Alice's words successfully pieced together the final puzzle. With a plan in place, the rest would be simple. As for how to convince the Lord of Light, it was straightforward. They just needed to find the driver of the Magado, TangYue, at the West Coast dock, who possesses the last words left by the Dragon King Bakel when he fell. After gathering all the components, Xiaobo and his 3 teammates, under the kind introduction of President Shalon, went together with the sword Saint Aganzo and the short sword Saint Barn to the Lord's palace. Along the way, the 2 major figures were sparking with energy, working with amazing efficiency, and soon arrived at the already open destruction gate, with further depths leading to the location of the Lord of Light. Chapter 152, Sky City and the Giant Beast of the Sky. After passing through the destruction gate, Xiaobo's party quickly made their way to the Lord's palace. After all, as ordinary people, they were unsure whether the Lord of Light's unlimited resurrection using the Great Magic Circle would affect the Magic Circle itself. If TangYue were here and willing, she would tell everyone that it wouldn't. Perhaps there would be events before the anchoring of the Demon World, but not now. Long ago, when TangYue went to a world with some existence X and brought back the core of that small world as an energy source, the task of maintaining the sky, sea, and the ecology of the Arad continent was transferred to that energy source centered around the core. The current Great Magic Circle is merely a decorative item. Of course, some basic abilities still exist, but even if it exploded, it wouldn't matter. However, the Sword Saints and others were unaware of these matters. Even Xiaobo, who had become the Shirak Voyager in his previous life, was oblivious to this. Meanwhile, such a large group naturally attracted the attention of players assaulting the Lord's palace, including the one who had defeated the Puppet King Dorg and the Golden Stone Giant. Juri, a discerning person, can tell at a glance that this is an NPC-led team farming the map. Previously, there were people who encountered GSD leading a Dragonman Tower run and even recorded it to upload to the forum, so of course, it's a good idea to hitch a ride on such events. Because of this, the team has grown larger, and by the time they reached the entrance to the boss room, there were already 70 or 80 people gathered. If it weren't for TangYue recently returning to the Zero Realm to collect some native Zero Realm crystals to create mirror planes, servers, which significantly reduced the number of players in each mirror plane, there might have been even more people. As the strategy battle officially began here, on the other side, TangYue was with Helder, passing through the temples on the Titan of the Sky to meet the first apostle prepared here to meet adventurers, Rotes. Hey, Rotes, how's your preparation going? TangYue greeted as soon as she saw Rotes. Oh, it's you, TangYue. It's really unbearable here. Although your water reservoir equipment is here, there are no major problems, but it's so dry that it's uncomfortable to stay. Rotes seemed to be in decent condition, but as soon as he saw TangYue, he started complaining about this and that. All right, just bear with it. By the way, make sure your performance is on point. You also need to pay attention to the situation over at the Sky City. Be sure to let those followers send out the message when the City Lord gives the signal. TangYue repeatedly reminded him. Rotes didn't complain this time. After all, once he finished this job, he could go back and rest. At that time, he would leave a mirror to support the operation of the raid, and he could go back to the Demon Realm to watch the wonderful performances of his fellow compatriots. Just thinking about it was delightful. Okay, don't worry. This is a small matter for me. As the strongest of Solaris, you can rest assured about this. Rotes boasted about this matter. But I remember, Rotes, you always regarded yourself as a super weapon master, right? Unexpectedly, just as Rotes was bragging, Helder, who had been silent before, suddenly undermined Rotes. That's different. Weapon master is my profession. Mind control is my racial skill. These two cannot be mixed together. With Helder's interruption, Rotes panicked and immediately began to explain, fearing that his status as an apostle would plummet. Although he didn't know that his status had already plummeted when he was the first apostle to appear. After all, in the simple thought process of the players, the boss that appears first is weaker than those that come later and has no standing. Alright, then you prepare well here. My script must be perfect. After reminding Rotes, once again, TangYue took Helder towards the neural center of the Titan of the sky, as there were still some matters to arrange regarding the Titan. Helder, I'll leave it to you in a bit. You know, when I first released it here, it was only the size of a dolphin, and now it's grown so big. The task of the Titan is very heavy. If it doesn't cooperate, the raid battle I designed will seem very ordinary and won't reflect that epic battle feeling. Listening to TangYue's words, Helder felt sincerely grateful to her. As the apostle of emotions, TangYue had fulfilled all her wishes, rebuilding Terra and resurrecting Alice. Now, she had found a new goal. During her time living in the demon realm, she had also gotten to know the various apostles, just like the 12 gods of Terra back then, all powerful and mischievous. Although they had all grown after becoming apostles, their essence remained the same. After all, as apostles, they were the primordial darkness of creation, and they should match the style of handling things like Carasso. Of course, Helder liked such apostles. It felt like home. As TangYue said, only with all of them present could Terra truly be Terra. Now, Helder had to complete TangYue's plan, awaken the former second god, Selah, and then forever guard this beautiful Terra. As Helder was thinking about these things, the two of them arrived at the neural center of the Titan. Helder didn't dawdle and connected to the Titan's spirit. The previously calm Titan became excited when it sensed Helder's presence. TangYue could feel its overwhelming joy, like a dog welcoming its owner back from a trip. Soon, the arrangements for the Titan were completed. After all, as the caretaker of the Titan, Helder could easily make some small requests. This included that when those adventurers entered the Titan's raid, led by Rotes, if they attacked the tumors on its surface, it should cooperate by letting out a sound and shaking its body. In fact, those tumors were just slightly protruding skin tissues. When the adventurers hit them, the Titan would only feel a tickle and wouldn't be hurt. It was all acting. Meanwhile, in the palace of the city lord, the Lord of Light had just completed the current phase of the curtain call performance under the guise of profound acting. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the city lord dissipate into light particles, followed by a crashing sound from above. The assault battle led by Rotes was about to begin. Chapter 153. Apostle Rotes' assault battle. The loud noise from the Sky City was brought by Ophelia, the messenger apostle of Rotes. Following the sound, after climbing the damn super long external spiral staircase and scaring off a few people with acrophobia, they finally arrived at the scene of the incident. They saw that the outer wall of the Sky City had been struck, creating a massive hole. Inside the hole was a pile of debris, and in the center of the debris was a girl with red hair. Fortunately, those present were not simple characters. Shalon stepped forward and cast a healing spell to stabilize Ophelia's injuries, then took the girl back to the west coast. Seeing this, Xiaobo also realized that the matter of the Sky City had come to a conclusion. With everyone leaving, the dungeon of the City Lord's Palace was also unlocked. And at the same time, a unique dungeon called the Floating City was opened. In the Floating City, a large amount of energy coins could be produced, but the dungeon had a special mechanism. Regardless of what equipment or level the players had, upon entering these special dungeons marked with trial, their combat power would be adjusted, rendering any so-called damage advantages or equipment advantages completely ineffective. It would rely entirely on skill. As the strategy for the Sky City progressed, players began to revel, and those who loved treasure hunting rushed towards the City Lord's Palace. After all, aside from true inheritance, there was no concept of binding for the current equipment, only locking. This was to prevent any accidental misoperations when using the newly launched one-click disassembly. This also meant that as long as you got a drop and were willing to part with it, you could sell all the equipment. You should know that since the light sword of the Celestial Exile could be taken off, the City Lord's gear could definitely be taken off too. Players had discovered a way to get rich. However, none of this affected the high-level players on the front line. They were still waiting to experience the storyline of the NPC that they had seen fall from the sky. And the development of events did not disappoint. After Ophelia woke up, she also informed the relevant parties about what had happened to her. With Ophelia's narration, people gained an understanding of the GBL Church, an organization that lives on the celestial beast and seeks the blue truth. Of course, they also learned about the existence of the Apostle Rothus. Miss Alice, what do you know about this Rothus? Shalon asked, noticing a slight change in Alice's expression when Ophelia mentioned Rothus. Great acting. Yes, President Shalon. As far as I know, this Rothus is also a member of the Apostles of the Demon Realm and the Apostle Sherlock, who was killed by the sword Saint Aganzo and his companions in the Wailing Cave, was also one of them. As Alice spoke, everyone was taken aback. The battle at Wailing Cave was still fresh in people's memories. The powerful Imperial forces and the Purple Mist Corps were almost completely wiped out. Even the Four Sword Saints returned heavily injured. After that, Shillick's influence did not dissipate. Instead, it gave rise to the powerful profession of the Demon Gunner. And now, another apostle of the same level as Sherlock has appeared. It seems we need to prepare well for this matter, Shalon suggested. Indeed, I will be responsible for the Empire's side. We will dispatch troops to control the battlefield. Barn, inform the king. He will definitely be interested. Princess Isabella spoke up, surprised that her outing could lead to such an interesting event. Understood, Princess. However, during my absence, please take care of yourself. After Barn finished speaking, he left after giving some instructions to the deputy commander beside him. At this moment, the silent Ophelia seemed to want to say something. Miss Ophelia, if you have something to say, go ahead. Aganzo encouraged her to relax as he noticed her about to speak. I think you should send fewer people. That monster has the ability to control minds. The director and the bishop were both controlled by it and became strange. Ophelia's words immediately raised everyone's alertness. Mind control? Mind control? Then numbers won't be an advantage, Shalon said, clearly deep in thought. By the way, Miss Ophelia, the influence of mind control should be minimal in the outer areas, right? Alice spoke up again, as her task was to guide everyone in the fight against the apostle. Yes, that's right. When I escaped to the outer area, the influence was much less. Moreover, there is our GBL Church's archive in the outer area, which contains 4 prophecy books. Perhaps they hold a solution. Reminded by Alice, Ophelia recalled many things. With a plan in place, discussing strategies became simpler. Soon, the players received news. After discussions among the NPCs, they planned to head to the Celestial Beast for the liberation of the GBL Church. At this time, the system announcement notified all players. System announcement. The siege battle against Apostle Rothus is about to begin. All players who wish to participate should prepare. Countdown to the start of the siege battle. 6 days. 23 hours and 50 seconds. With the announcement made, the countdown in the background continued to decrease. Such a large-scale event immediately attracted the attention of all players. They began to prepare, and those who planned to take a slice of the pie also started gathering equipment. Recently, the weapon of the Lord of Light, Segahart's lightsaber, had been sold at an exorbitant price, and it didn't stop there. The expansion laser cannon from the Lord of Light was also snatched up by a wealthy player. The treasure hunters were satisfied, while those players who wanted to participate in the siege battle but lacked funds either joined the crowd farming the Lord's palace or began challenging the floating city to earn money for equipment, as the current gold price was still very high. As for Xiaobo and the others, they naturally had no worries. After all, both the heavenly punishment from the celestial exile and Segahart's lightsaber were in his possession, and one had to say it was truly good luck. All 3 teammates also had their respective true relics. The burning staff dropped by the blazing Binoche, Segahart's holy light cross, the only priest present at the time, and the horn of the Minotaur. Everyone was actively preparing to welcome the siege battle against Apostle Rothus in a week. Chapter 154. Continuation of the siege battle against Apostle Rothus. As the countdown for the event ended, the players' first celebration finally began. At the dock on the west coast, it was unexpectedly bustling, with players crowding the area. The civilians of Arad couldn't help but exclaim how diligent these adventurers were. Shalon, Alice, Aganzo, Princess Isabella, and Barn, who had just brought troops, along with other notable figures, gathered at the West Coast dock. Kaku had prepared the Mergado and made special modifications to fully adapt to aerial routes. After several NPCs boarded the Mergado, players looked at the few ships before them, puzzled about how they would all fit. However, this was definitely not a problem, as it was still under the game's banner. When the first player approached the Mergado and disappeared, the players realized it was a teleportation. With that, players began to surge toward the entrance of the event. Upon exiting the teleportation portal, players found themselves in a jungle. However, compared to Lauren S. dense cover, the trees here resembled an ordinary forest with decent light permeability. But they had no time for sightseeing. Just as the players steadied themselves, numerous figures wearing strange masks rushed towards them and the NPCs who had arrived first. Soldiers, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. We must clear a landing area. This will be a prolonged battle. Barn displayed his demeanor as a battlefield commander and began to deploy soldiers. His words gave the previously aimless players a clear objective, leading Barn and the others to have a new perspective on these adventurers. With the help of the players and the Imperial forces, they quickly cleared a landing area, providing a place to regroup and officially commence the siege event. Soon, a map was distributed to the players, detailing the surface conditions of the Celestial Beast. The siege team's location was at the tail end of the Celestial Beast, with the temple's perimeter ahead. Ophelia speculated that it should be where the Mad Priest and High Priest were located. This was also likely the location of one of the 4 prophecy books. The corresponding 3 others were located in the Tree Spirit Jungle and the 2 side halls of Extreme Day and Purgatory. The first objective of the siege was to conquer the 4 strategic locations and obtain the 4 prophecy books for interpretation, hoping to find a way to counter the Apostles' mind control. Otherwise, they would have to retreat. With a detailed plan in place, the players began to take action. Since there was only one road leading to the head region of the Celestial Beast, the players gathered at the temple's perimeter. The scene now resembled the initial launch of the game, with everyone rushing into the Lorn Forest to level up. As the players entered the temple's perimeter, they were met with a frenzied attack from numerous controlled GBL church followers. The progress of the siege officially began. The number of players is indeed quite large. After some fierce battles, some players discovered the location of a lord, and, unsurprisingly, it was the controlled bishop and high priest. Players rushed towards that direction, except for one team, which was the Xiaobo team. Mentor, are you sure that going this way will lead us to the prophecy book? I see everyone else is looking for the Lord. Logically, shouldn't such a key item be in the Lord's hands? The magic girl expressed her concerns about Xiaobo's decision to head in the opposite direction while others were heading towards the boss. It seems you all haven't paid attention to the plot. Previous information indicates that there are 4 prophecy books. According to common religious arrangements, items similar to the Bible are usually kept by missionaries. Since the Lord is not the target, items are generally hidden in the opposite direction. After hearing Xiaobo's analysis, the other 2 felt it made sense and hurried to follow him. Xiaobo also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just made that up on the spot. He couldn't say that the plot from his past life was designed this way, with the 4 missionaries located in the opposite direction of the Lord's room. The development of the situation was also in line with Xiaobo's expectations. They quickly discovered a member of the GBL church, dressed distinctly from the other ordinary believers. It seemed this was their target, one of the 4 missionaries of the GBL church. Surprisingly, this missionary, as an elite monster, had surprisingly poor combat abilities. Perhaps it could be said that he was indeed a civilian? After defeating this Dawn missionary, they successfully obtained the Dawn prophecy book. Meanwhile, under the leadership of players like Jiuri, the wealthy and skilled players, they successfully took down the GBL church's bishop and high priest, clearing the outer area of the temple and opening the path to the Trant Forest. However, players were puzzled as they did not find the task item, the prophecy book. Soon, players received news that the first prophecy book had already been found. Many players were surprised, but that was all. Since the task in the outer temple had been completed, they needed to move into the interior. However, after entering the Trant Forest area, players encountered trouble. A debuff called Mental Resistance was immediately applied, slightly weakening all their attributes, reaching about 25%, coupled with enemies that were clearly stronger than the controlled believers. Players quickly found themselves in a tough battle. At the same time, powerful monsters like Dragonhead Cannons and Yikshaws began to appear in the Trant Forest. Only skilled players, or those who had fought hard against Kelly, could easily defeat them. The progress of the assault slowed significantly. However, the reason why this group of players was called the Fourth Calamity made sense. They eventually pushed through to defeat the Trant Forest Lord, the giant tree guardian Rodan. Xiaobo also once again took the opposite direction to deal with the Dusk Missionary. Next, they encountered a fork in the road. One path led to the Extreme Day, and the other to the Inferno. With the discovery of the 2 prophecy books, the locations of the remaining light and dark prophecy books became obvious. In the Extreme Day, players would face the mechanical creations of the GBL Church, while in the Inferno, they would confront the cursed monsters, Yikshaws. In both locations, the intensity of mental control increased, and the debuff on players reached 50%. The difficulty further escalated. Chapter 155, The Apostle Rodus Assault Battle, continues. Powerful monsters and stronger attribute reductions undoubtedly made the assault activities even more challenging. However, this only slightly delayed the player's progress. After all, in TangYue's design, there was no so-called death penalty. It was merely a period of weakened attributes for a while, and skilled players indicated it was still manageable. With minimal costs, both the Extreme Day and Inferno were conquered, and this time, the main force successfully discovered the respawn patterns of the missionaries through a carpet search. Thus, all 4 prophecy books were gathered and brought to Shalon and other higher intellectuals. These are the prophecy books. Let's take a look. I hope they contain what we want. This assault was led by Shalon, representing the Mage Guild, with the Empire as the backbone. The task of analyzing the prophecy books was naturally entrusted to the professionals, taken over by the Mage Guild. While Shalon, Alice, and others deciphered the prophecy books, the rest prepared for battle, making preparations for retreat since it was uncertain whether the prophecy books contained solutions to their problems. As for the players, they naturally went to sweep through the 4 areas they had just conquered. They couldn't just sit idle. Soon, news came that there was indeed a method to resolve Rodis's mental control within the 4 prophecy books. Herd indicated it was tough. All the literary work was on her. The solution was a blueprint control interference device. With a method at hand, the members of the assault team held an overnight meeting to discuss the next strategy. The next step was to capture the temple located at the first spine. There, they would build a large control interference device to counteract the mental control that nearly covered the entire celestial beast. Players, however, were oblivious to all this. They only knew there was a new task, and the next step was to attack the first spine. So, they hurried towards the temple they had long wanted to conquer. However, as expected, being quite close to Rodis's position, the mental control power here was already quite strong, with player debuffs reaching an astonishing 75%. This initially caused players a lot of trouble. Fighting anything felt like a massage, taking a long time to grind down a monster. Moreover, the monsters showed no mercy, all attacking in groups. Not to mention, most of the monsters in the first spine were Rodis's kin, strange octopus-like creatures of various sizes. These creatures, usually lying on the ground, were hard to attack and possessed various debuff skills, jumping up quickly to hit players' knees, which was quite frustrating. However, hard work pays off, and what could challenge our 4th calamity? In the end, the first spine was conquered by these lovely adventurers. President, the adventurers have completed the conquest of the first spine. A mage entered the assault team council tent to report to the leaders. Good, then how is Miss Kelly doing? Indeed, after finding the blueprint, Shalon sent someone to find Kelly. After all, the items on that blueprint looked like creation from the celestial realm, so naturally, they needed to be solved by celestial beings. Miss Kelly is also ready. Good, then let's immediately start building the control interference device. Otherwise, we won't be able to act like those adventurers. As the final command was given, everyone began to take action. Soon, a tall tower was erected on the first spine, sending waves that swept across the entire celestial beast. The debuff that had been limiting players disappeared. Players, experiencing the thrill of freedom, were overjoyed. Now it seemed everything was complete. They only needed to head to the second spine, where Rodis was located, to defeat him and end this. Even Xiaobo thought so, but the script was in TangYue's hands, and this tough battle was far from simple. After crossing the first spine, they discovered that there was a barrier surrounding the temple where Rothis was located, preventing the control disruptor's waves from entering the temple. This situation left everyone puzzled. However, the good news was that President Shalon, with Alice's help, found out that the source of the barrier was in the side hall next to the temple. Looking at the 2 side halls in front of them, it was clear that they both had significance. The players, however, didn't care about this. Some went to the source of the barrier, while others rushed foolishly towards the second spine. It was evident that the reckless ones heading towards the second spine were doomed. Upon entering the barrier, they immediately collapsed to the ground and began to kill each other. Xiaobo was part of the group heading to the side hall, and when he saw the sign in the side hall, he felt a sense of dread, as the current situation completely deviated from his memories. What appeared before him was mostly a place called the Research Institute. Was this supposed to be the map of the fallen temple? However, there was no time for Xiaobo to think, as the battle had already begun. After a series of battles, these players, who generally reached nearly level 30, displayed skills that weren't exactly flashy, but their basic skills were still impressive. Before reaching the boss's room, unexpectedly, they encountered a being with the power of a boss, Isadora, in a room just before entering the boss chamber. Isadora's ancient forbidden magic was incredibly lethal. She continuously summoned lesser spirits and smashed them down on the players like meteors. After landing, those elemental spirits would continue to chase and attack the players. What surprised the players the most was the massive energy ball hovering above their heads. Although it would release a shockwave before exploding, knocking players down and giving them a few seconds of invincibility, there were always some careless players who got taken out directly. Finally, after a fierce battle, they defeated Isadora and entered the final boss room. However, inside was not the boss, but a biological apparatus that looked nothing like a creature from Arad. It was a plant with a massive crown-like structure, wrapped in a huge bubble-like cell membrane, emitting a colorful glow resembling a marine creature. Faced with this situation, they naturally attacked without hesitation. However, the anticipated impenetrability did not occur when Jiu-Ri, who took the lead, smashed it with a powerful blow. The membrane shattered like a real bubble. Seeing this, everyone planned to leave, but as they were leaving, Xiaobo vaguely noticed that some protective membrane was slowly growing from beneath the crown. It seemed this was not a simple matter. Chapter 156. The assault on Apostle Rothis continues. Since the barrier at Rothis' location had been lifted, the mental control power inside was suppressed by the control disruptor, indicating that they could start the assault. Brothers, the boss's shield has been lifted. We can begin the assault on the final boss. Jiu-Ri, who had always been the leader of the assault, began to rally everyone and chant slogans to prepare for the assault on Rothis. However, Xiaobo felt something was off. Based on his past experience in raid assaults, things were far from simple. Although they had defeated Isadora and lifted the shield at Rothis' location, the palace on the other side had yet to be conquered, and its existence must have significance. But what was it? Considering this, Xiaobo gathered a group of players he had previously collaborated with to stay back and handle any unexpected situations. Although he felt a bit regretful for not participating in the boss fight, the previous collaboration with Xiaobo made them realize that this player was thoughtful and always able to discover interesting things. Moreover, this raid activity mainly involved participation, with no real kill rewards. Xiaobo's concerns were valid. The team that entered the second spine smoothly reached Rothis' location. Just as they entered the combat area, they discovered Rothis wrapped in a rock altar. At this point, Rothis, having lost the ability to control minds, became quite simple to deal with. Powerful tentacles extended from the altar statue's mouth to attack. For this group of daring high-level players, it was all too easy. However, the real trouble did not come from this. Although this boss was very sturdy under the protection of the statue, the lesser octopus creatures summoned by the magic circle were the real menace. These small octopuses would attack players frantically and self-destruct upon latching onto them, dealing significant damage. If 3 of them latched on simultaneously, it would result in instant death. But that wasn't the most critical part. The key was that after the small octopuses died, they would generate a stream of water flowing to Rothis, restoring a large amount of its health. The amount restored was quite substantial. The health they had painstakingly whittled down could be fully replenished by the water streams from just 2 or 3 small octopuses. Now, they had to seek help from the backup team that had previously puzzled them. Their presence was indeed fortunate. Brothers outside were in big trouble here. After receiving the news, Xiaobo began to speculate. The previous side hall was a research institute, and combined with the current situation in the boss room, the other side hall must be the reason for the appearance of the small octopuses, and this place should be the hatchery from the fallen temple. The boss here should be Vanzalis. With this speculation, Xiaobo immediately took the remaining players into the hatchery. Upon entering, the scene was exactly as he had anticipated. All sizes of octopus eggs were present in this temple. After eliminating numerous octopus monsters along the way, they finally reached the boss room, and sure enough, the boss was Vanzalis. Vanzalis' combat style was quite annoying. He continuously summoned octopus monsters, and when his health reached a certain level, he would resurrect all the previously killed octopus monsters. This meant that if the damage dealt earlier was too slow, this wave of resurrection could effectively lead to a total wipe. Fortunately, the players present were elite among players, and they managed to resolve Vanzalis without much trouble. As Vanzalis died, a massive magic circle slowly emerged on the ground, densely packed with eggs. Upon seeing this, everyone hurled their attacks at the magic circle, which was quickly destroyed. Meanwhile, good news came from the main team. The small octopuses no longer appeared. With the continuous influx of health packs eliminated, Rothis was quickly worn down by the player swarm tactics. This assault should have come to an end. However, would TangYue allow it to end so easily? Unlikely. Just as everyone was about to start cheering, they failed to notice that while they were fighting, the celestial behemoth had already approached the Sky Sea. Now, it was directly bringing the temple on its back into the Sky Sea. As a large amount of seawater flooded into the temple, Xiaobo suddenly felt something was off. It was known that Rothis had two versions in his previous life. One was the incredibly weak version hiding inside the statue, which was indeed easy to deal with. No need to elaborate. The other version was Rothis in the Sky Sea, who, after absorbing a large amount of seawater, would have his powers completely unleashed as the ruler of the dream ocean planet Solaris. Rothis' strength would become enormous, and his combat power would be incomparable to that rocky hamburger Rothis. The current situation is undoubtedly a precursor to the emergence of the true Rotas. As expected, the home team has sent bad news. The previously defeated Rotas has rapidly expanded after the seawater entered, just like a pufferfish. Its massive size has directly broken through the temple, and now the home team, due to the fourth calamity's mechanism, is only falling slowly in the water with no other effects. However, the sight of this gigantic octopus head and its big eyes is truly terrifying for them. Accept my trial, Blade of Trials. Defeat me and earn glory, or fall to me. And when I return to the sea, humanity will suffer. Rotas' words spread throughout the Titan beast via mental force. Others felt a strong boss-like presence, while Xiaobo sensed something was off. Logically, Rotas was simply displaced and seeking survival due to lack of water. Even the waterfall version was just a tantrum. However, this was not the time for him to think about this, as the home team reported another issue just moments ago. Wrapped in seawater, their damage was pitifully low, essentially just scratching the surface, coupled with Rotas' automatic recovery in the water, which, although not as exaggerated as a small octopus, significantly increased the time needed to defeat it through mere scratching. The group that emerged from the incubation pool also discovered a new entrance leading to the interior of the Titan beast, which undoubtedly is the forbidden area of the Titan. This also seems to be Rotas' method for draining the battlefield. Upon entering, they faced a large number of seemingly just resurrected GBL, cult members, and numerous Yaksha. The final boss was the Judge Marcel. After enduring a round of corpse explosions and sacrificing a large number of players, they finally defeated it. Following this, the height of the Titan beast decreased, and the seawater of the second spine receded. Rotas' frenzied tentacle attacks also stopped, and the damage taken significantly increased. Ultimately, Rotas was defeated, and all players who participated in this assault received a special card draw opportunity, which made Xiaobo puzzled as he thought the card draw system did not exist, yet appeared here. Chapter 157. The Apostle Rotas Assault Battle Conclusion. To be fair, the card draw system is truly out of place in the material world. TangYue only completed the group card draw system's creation just as the tool was starting to tackle Rotas. Moreover, since previous ordinary dungeons did not feature a card draw system, TangYue decided to implement this card draw system as a reward mechanism for group assault battles, saving some world computation power as well. Now, with players completing the first mainline assault battle, the Rotas Assault Battle Dungeon has officially opened. As a special dungeon, it does not operate like a true underground dungeon game with bi-weekly entries, nor like ordinary dungeons, which can be entered at will. Instead, it is limited to once per day. The output obtained from the group dungeon is also far from that of the game's group dungeons. Completing the group dungeon will yield varying amounts of Solaris Coral or directly a piece of the epic equipment representing Rotas, the Solaris 1000 armament set. Of course, equipment can also be exchanged using Solaris Coral, and the primary function of Solaris Coral is actually equipment upgrades. That's right, upgrades. In TangYue's setting, epic equipment only drops in group dungeons, all containing the power of the apostles. The highest level of equipment from non-group dungeons is legendary, and equipment other than epic gear can be freely traded. At the same time, the difficulty of group dungeons is fixed, regardless of your level or how luxurious your equipment is. Upon entering, the group dungeon will undergo system combat power balancing to ensure players can clear the dungeon smoothly as long as their technical skills meet basic standards. Of course, if you're a high-level player, it's just about showing off your skills. The reason for such a design is that the equipment obtained from the group dungeon is linked to the player's level at the time of clearance. This means that equipment obtained at level 50 will be level 50 gear, while gear obtained at level 90 will be level 90. So, will those level 50 gears be eliminated? Of course not. This is the true use of group dungeon materials like Solaris Coral. Apart from directly purchasing equipment, the primary use of group dungeon materials is to upgrade corresponding group dungeon equipment every 5 levels, allowing their strength to keep pace with the player. You could say the earlier you play, the more you enjoy. If you don't play, you get nothing. This time, the Rotas group dungeon produced a set of 3 jewelry pieces: bracelet, 1000 armament refinement, increases magic defense, strength, intelligence, and stamina. When releasing skills, additional weapon durability is consumed to enhance skill effects. After dealing damage to enemies, there is a 50 chance to restore consumed durability. Killing enemies restores additional consumed durability. Switching weapon speed is greatly increased. Ring, Shining Will, increases magic defense, strength, intelligence. Significantly weakens the effects of abnormal states. While in an abnormal state, attacking enemies restores HP and MP. Hitting enemies causes them to enter a mental disturbance state, lowering their desire to attack and increasing damage taken. Necklace, Heart of Solaris, increases magic defense, strength, intelligence, and spirit. When weapon durability is consumed, it increases critical damage within 10 seconds. When enemies enter a mental disturbance state, attribute damage increases. Set effect, Solaris 1000 Armament Set 2-piece set. When triggering the effects of the subset equipment, gain Solaris's Blessing, significantly increasing movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed while gaining a substantial overall attribute boost. 3-piece set. When releasing the highest level skill currently mastered, mentally control one enemy unit. Their attacks will restore 50 of the damage dealt as health to the controller. If the controlled target is a Lord unit, additional massive damage is granted. The attributes of this set of Rhoda's epic gear can be said to be a template for future epic equipment. The equipment's introduction and illustration were naturally posted on the official catalog when the group dungeon opened, but did not display specific enhancement attributes, as it can be continuously upgraded. If the data for each stage were released, it would be overwhelming to look at. Moreover, as the first set of non-tradable equipment created by TangYue in this dungeon game, its set effects can also be triggered with just 2 pieces, showing considerable consideration for players. Back to the tool Xiaobo. As an important member of the assault battle, he also drew a complete item, the Bracelet 1000 Armament Refinement. Upon seeing this piece of jewelry, Xiaobo even thought he was mistaken. After all, the effect of increasing weapon switch speed is reminiscent of the effect of the Shadow Hand, right? Does this mean everyone can be a sword saint? However, after equipping it, his previous doubts completely vanished. The effect of this bracelet can stack with the Shadow Hand, and now his weapon switching speed is like flying. Meanwhile, Xiaobo's flashy gameplay was noticed by nearby players, who recorded it and posted on the forum. Suddenly, this Rhoda's bracelet became an incredibly coveted piece of equipment among Sword Soul players. What could be more enjoyable than pulling off flashy moves? Coupled with the damage from the Shadow Hand, a rapid switch playstyle was born. The Sword Soul class, whether through Breakblade or the new bracelet, quickly consumes weapon durability. This rapid cutting playstyle has become popular among Sword Soul players, significantly addressing the weapon durability issue while also being strong and visually appealing. However, it requires a fair amount of luck since many weapons are needed. Seeing this situation, TangYue can only express that she really cannot relate to the joy of being silly. It is important to note that she plans to implement a feature in the future that allows players to adjust equipment attributes using raid materials. If this is released, won't there be a large number of Sword Souls on the streets competing in weapon-cutting speed? As for the assault on Rothis, it has come to a conclusion, with many players pouring into the raid to battle. After all, the newly emerged epic gear is undoubtedly the strongest among all current equipment. Due to TangYue's raid design, players who lack the necessary skills and are unwilling to invest time in learning are starting to suffer. This has led to the emergence of high-level players leading teams, directing the entire raid, while those who are too lazy to learn pay energy coins in a reasonable trade. Naturally, with high-difficulty dungeons, there are also guides being published, and these high-level players have gained an extra source of income, which is commendable. Chapter 158. Vane's The GBL incident has come to a close, and as players invest a lot of time in tackling the Rothis assault, players in the first tier have begun to popularize the epic gear specially crafted by Rothis. Following this, a new event unfolded. How are things preparing on Herd's side regarding Derji? Busy TangYue took some time out of her hectic schedule to inquire about the progress of the plan, showing a considerate nature. Lord TangYue, I've had Alice complete the transfer of Derji, and she has left a residual image in Neupra. Now it seems she has also completed a secondary transfer and has reached Nosmar, Herd replied, indicating that the plan is progressing smoothly and methodically. Oh, is that so? That's good to hear. Things are going well, then. I'll get back to my work, TangYue said before returning to the location of the game core, as maintaining the balance between gamification and materialization is quite troublesome. Meanwhile, in Arad, a storm was brewing. The Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes declared war on the Belmar Duchy. citing the reason that humans spread a plague in Neupera, resulting in significant casualties among the Dark Elf populace. Facing such accusations, Queen Scotty appeared bewildered and commissioned the Adventurer Association to investigate at the Avelia camp. She also invited Paris, the leader of the Dark Street, to lead the street fighters to the Avelia camp for support and assistance in the investigation, hoping to resolve the grievances between the two nations. Of course, Scotty would not overlook the abilities of these adventurers, dispatching Boken to issue an announcement hoping adventurers would intervene in this incident to investigate. In return, they opened the privilege for adventurers to form guilds. When players discovered that Boken's task was clearly part of the main storyline and that the guild formation feature was already open, they cheered. After all, the current first-tier players include many sons of wealthy conglomerates who are not solely relying on their own efforts to level up. And these large factions are bound to establish guilds for management. This incident of opening guilds is just a minor matter. The key point is that it opened a new area, and those brave explorers among the players rushed to the Avelia camp. However, the new dungeon and storyline that players anticipated were not so easily triggered. The current Avelia camp is a war front. Although a large-scale conflict between the Belmar Duchy and Vane's kingdom has not officially begun, small skirmishes are still occurring, with a battlefield separating the two camps. Fortunately, there are many Night Elf players among the adventurers who have started to act as a bridge for communication between the two nations. The involvement of these players has temporarily eased the state of conflict between the two countries, allowing adventurers some time to investigate the truth of the matter. However, they must first head to the capital of the Vane's kingdom, the Dark City, to meet Queen Maya and the Senate to obtain an investigation order. At the same time, players also met a character in the Dark Elf's Avelia camp whom they would come to hate like Kelly in the future, Krent. As an almost omniscient figure, Shab naturally was part of the group of adventurers heading to the Dark City for investigation. Led by Barrett and with Paris among the team, they began their journey to the Dark City, first passing through the shallow analysis area. By the way, Krent, doesn't your Dark Elf kingdom have any teleportation arrays or something that can take us directly to the Dark City? The location of your capital is too deep. We have to cross these endless mountains, one adventurer remarked. The geography of the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes is indeed deep in the mountains, with the Dark City being an underground city. This geographical location has caused players to need to traverse a long mountain path to reach the Dark City. However, players soon had no time to ponder these matters. They had already entered the area of habitation, and what awaited them was an endless stream of resurrected skeletons and reborn ghosts. It is no wonder that this is the birthplace of necromancers. The Dark Elves' research into necromancy has naturally made the guards of the shallow analysis area the perfect candidates, which made TangYue quite happy, as they are all natural mobs. Although most players are now wearing a full set of rare equipment, the 3 pieces of epic gear in their accessory slots still provide these players with strong combat power. Any player who can obtain a full set of Rothis equipment is either highly skilled or a wealthy player. Facing these silly skeleton monsters, they can easily crush them, completely unable to block their path forward. They quickly cleared the skeleton monsters along the road. Just as the group was about to leave the shallow analysis area, they encountered a familiar face of Krent, or rather a former acquaintance, the alchemist Morgan. However, Morgan has now undergone a drastic transformation, becoming a mutated monster exuding an ominous aura. Faced with his old friend who has died and mutated, Krent could only ask the players to give Morgan a release. An alchemist infected with Derigi's aura and mutated is naturally no match for a horde of Fourth Calamity foes, and he died in a just manner. When Morgan's corpse was dealt with, a research note dropped from him, and after handing it over to Krent, the players received good news. From Morgan's notes, it was revealed that the sudden plague that struck the Vane's kingdom originated from a cave in Neupera. This plague is evidently not something that could be produced by a human kingdom, and this research note would be crucial evidence to persuade the Queen and the Senate. It is clear that Morgan contracted the plague while researching it, realizing his time was short and intending to seek Krent to stop the war and resolve the plague together, but ultimately fell in the shallow analysis area. With a clear target in mind, they naturally need to speed up their progress towards the Dark City. However, it must be said that Dark City is indeed very remote. Players have had to fight their way through numerous challenges, passing through the Spider Caves, the Spider Kingdom, the Lava Cave, and the Hero's Tomb, and even defeating the evil dragon Spizigan before reaching the entrance to Dark City. The hardships along the way are truly heart-wrenching to hear about. Chapter 159. The Neupera incident. The road to Dark City is both foul and long. Not to mention, it is filled with activated corpses in the shallow analysis area. After passing through the spider-infested Spider Caves, the group arrived at an ancient kingdom, the Spider Kingdom. Due to the influence of Dirige's aura, the long-dead Spider Princess and Spider Prince were resurrected once more, starting a second battle in the Spider Kingdom. The passing players in Krent's group were forced to get involved in this royal dispute that had long been settled. Although this conflict was meaningless, it successfully delayed the group's progress. After a tough battle, and helping the Spider Princess and Spider Prince realize that their current conflict was pointless, they finally dissipated, allowing the group to continue forward. However, the next challenge they encountered was the lava cave occupied by the Goliath-stitched giant monster. With its scorching appearance and rampaging behavior, Goliath chased the group around relentlessly. After passing through the lava cave, they reached the hero's tomb, a resting place for the heroes of the Night Elves. The souls of the heroes inside were also activated under the influence of Dirige's aura, and those awakened from their slumber clearly had severe morning grumpiness. Calming them down was not an easy task. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in putting these heroes back to sleep. Then they encountered another problem. The road to Dark City was blocked due to irresistible forces, forcing them to take a detour through the burial site of the evil dragon Spiz. After knocking the soon-to-be-resurrected dragon's head down once again, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Dark City, where they were welcomed by the Dark Elf Guard. Your Majesty, this is the alchemist Morgan's notes. The Neupra incident is probably not the work of humans. Do you think a research notebook can clear humans of suspicion, Krent? All right, Elder Shaolin. I think we should at least give them a chance. After all, Neupra is currently filled with plagues, and our people cannot conveniently enter for investigation. Upon arriving at Dark City, Queen Maya and the council summoned Krent to discuss the Neupra incident while the players waited outside. They did not know what the situation was or what the task entailed. How would I know? But the details are truly well done. Even the royal meeting is so meticulous. By the way, the path we took earlier has now opened several dungeons, and the rewards inside are quite helpful. Really? Really? Naturally. The players would not foolishly wait outside. While chatting, they started browsing the new messages on the forum. Soon, the doors opened, and Krent walked out. From his expression, it was clear that the task should be settled. Adventurers, I have received the investigation order issued by Queen Maya. Next, please head to Neupra to investigate the cause of the plague. Due to certain reasons, our Vane's Kingdom cannot conveniently send personnel. Thank you. With Krent's words, all present players received a main quest to investigate the truth behind the plague in Neupra. At the same time, players noticed a new area on the map, right next to the Dark City area, which was the spark of this war, Neupra. As for the plague, players like them, the fourth catastrophe, would not be afraid at all. The worst that could happen was just losing health until death. They had taken down powerful beings like Rothus. How could they fear a mere plague? With a specific location in mind, the players began rushing toward Neupra. However, upon reaching the entrance, they felt weary again. It was another cave, and the entire Vane's Kingdom was full of caves. As the players delved deeper, they quickly arrived at a new architectural complex. The space here was vast, with gargoyle sculptures along the way. This place is quite stylish. They actually use gargoyles for decoration, one player remarked. These are alive. Be careful. Warned Shabo, who knew the inside story. As expected, what Shabo predicted soon happened. Once the players entered the gargoyle cluster, the previously motionless gargoyles sprang into action, some flying into the air, others wielding weapons surrounding the players. Caught off guard, some players were carried back to the town. The remaining players quickly reacted and resolved the hostile gargoyles. With this experience, subsequent encounters with gargoyles were easily handled. As they continued to delve deeper, the group arrived at an altar. Drawing from their past experience, the players promptly destroyed the altar, and a shockwave immediately sent them flying. The ground began to crack, with flames shooting up from the fissures, and then a figure appeared. This was the Tyrant Altar. The sudden boss battle did not affect the players' combat abilities. A long time had passed since the game's launch, and players quickly unleashed their skills, attacking the boss relentlessly until it was defeated. However, at the moment of the boss's death, a pink light illuminated the area, revealing a new artifact equipment with the title, True Legacy. The appearance of this equipment was not a good sign. The number of people present was substantial, and there had been no artifact drops along the way. Everyone had fought together, but now the emergence of this equipment instantly created a tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Shabo led his 3 teammates away from the group, while some more rational players also took the opportunity to leave. The remaining large guilds, or players seeking the equipment, stayed behind, and what happened next was self-evident. After Shabo and his companions left the main force, they continued forward and soon arrived at the next area, where the enemies were various dwarves. Shabo realized that they had arrived at the dwarves' gold mine. Sure enough, shortly after continuing on, golden traces began to appear on the ground and walls. As they delved deeper, they could see many mine carts filled with gold. Shabo and his companions were astonished by these carts full of gold, even though their family conditions were decent. They had never seen so much gold. However, it was just astonishment. This gold was merely scenery, as players trading currency was energy gold coins. Chapter 160. Noipura. Although Shabo and the others had settled down and planned to quickly leave this gold mine and head to the task location of Noipura, the gold mine was not a place one could just wander into. While the adventurers might agree, the gold dwarves certainly did not. Offending the dwarves and thinking they could escape? In the end, Shabo and the others were blocked by the king of gold dwarves in the gold mine. Faced with the threat of either being killed or killing their way out, Shabo and his companions had no choice but to fight fiercely and defeat the gold king in the gold mine. Of course, this has also turned into a new instance, and the later adventurers suddenly discovered this gold mine in the instance list of Dark City, all rushing in to appreciate it, as they don't see that much gold in their reality. Unexpectedly, the gold mine became a check-in holy place before being exhausted. At the same time, Xiaobo and others arrived in Noipura, which had long since changed beyond recognition. The once prosperous dark elf city was now in ruins, and a terrible plague had caused mutations among the residents. This plague was unheard of on the Arad continent. However, such a powerful plague was merely emitted by a remnant of Regi. Knowing the reason, Xiaobo felt the power of the apostles. Whether it was the previously tormenting Rothus with his strong mental control ability, or Regi, who caused a serious plague just with the aura of his remnant, both showcased the might of the apostles. Moreover, due to the dynamic balance of the raid's difficulty, Xiaobo found it quite reasonable. After all, if there were no dynamic balance, when players leveled up and returned, it would just be bullying. It would not reflect the apostles' strength at all. In this land of death, besides large numbers of players, there were also members of the brutal hunt team coming to investigate, which caused many trouble for the players. While the players were struggling to conquer Noipura, TangYue was also busy. Bakar, how are the preparations over at Skasa? TangYue called out loudly while dragging a large pile of equipment prototypes in a newly established apostle assembly center. All right, I've already instructed Skasa, and they should be starting to act now. Once those adventurers deal with the situation in Noipura, the Banta tribe will declare war on that bell or something. And then we can attract the adventurers' attention to the snow mountain. Bakar immediately replied to TangYue's question, as TangYue's combat power was still there. Good. That should give us enough time on Regi's side. Rothus, I'll leave this to you. Work hard, TangYue said while handing over the large pile of equipment prototypes, which were samples of future instance output equipment, to Rothus. So many. Can't you consider the feelings of those who just finished their work? Rothus couldn't help but complain upon seeing the mountain of equipment prototypes dragged over by TangYue. Where's all that nonsense? Just do as you're told. Stop waving around those weapons, TangYue said, showing a disdainful expression. Rothus couldn't bear it. This was related to his professional level, so he still accepted it. After arranging some matters regarding the equipment for the Regi raid, TangYue quickly opened a world passage to prepare to go to other worlds and do some preparations. After all, those players would have a long downtime after completing the assault on Regi, which was not what TangYue wanted to see. How could these players stop? Therefore, TangYue planned to go to other worlds to recruit people and find them new tasks, while also practicing for the future journey through the worlds after completing Syra's awakening. After all, the world-traveling mothership was already prepared. Returning once again to Noipura, the players gradually increased, with many having cleared the instance and opened the teleportation portal to Dark City, all coming to Dark City to tackle the Noipura region. As the influx of players continued, the exploration of Noipura accelerated significantly. The members of the Brutal Hunt team, seeing the situation, realized it was futile and chose to retreat temporarily. Without the restraint of the Brutal Hunt team, the players' exploration of Noipura became even faster. Soon, they found the final boss of Noipura, the Phantom of Regi. Although it was just a Phantom of Regi, its combat power was still daunting. The miasma surrounding it continuously drained players' health, along with its ever-changing attack patterns and teleportation attacks influenced by the power of time and space, left the players in disarray. The first player to discover the Phantom of Regi was taken out in a single combo. After respawning, they realized their limitations and chose to go to the major guild to share the information about Regi. Upon receiving the information, the guild believed this was a new large-scale raid and planned to act first to monopolize it, only to end up with nothing. However, with the sacrifice of this guild, players noticed a decrease in the combat strength of the Phantom of Regi. After all, it was merely a phantom. The real body was long gone, and a decrease in battle energy was quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Xiaobo and others, upon receiving the shared information, hurried back to the west coast. He knew that the main goal of this event was not the Phantom of Dirigi, but to resolve the issues between the Vane's kingdom and the Belmar Duchy. The simplest way to solve this issue was to expose the identity of the culprit apostle, which should allow the players to mediate and smoothly resolve the incident. Miss Alice, do you know anything about this monster? With the event involving Rothis, the players, adventurers, gained considerable convenience at the Mage Guild, and Xiaobo managed to meet Alice through this. Alice's response did not disappoint Xiaobo, as she provided the name of the Apostle Dirigi. After obtaining Alice's confirmation, Xiaobo exchanged information between the two nations, finally pointing the problem towards the Apostle. And the Phantom of Dirigi in Neupera was eventually ground down by the players' relentless efforts. A world passage surrounded by crystals opened, and TangYue stepped out. Long time no see, everyone. Chapter 161. Return to Douluo Continent. The place TangYue arrived at was where she grew up, the world of Douluo Continent. Since completing her initial transcendence, TangYue had not returned here for a long time. Although she had taken the core of the Douluo Continent world before heading to the interstellar world, this was her first visit home. As soon as she stepped out of the world passage, TangYue spotted familiar faces, namely Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were sweetly interacting, along with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqi nearby. What day is it today? You guys are actually having a gathering here. Where are Xiao Ao, Rong, and Fatty? TangYue immediately greeted the four upon seeing them. Tang San and the others were also extremely delighted to see TangYue. Although she had promised to visit them again, several hundred years had passed, and if they weren't all gods, they might not have been able to wait for her. Sister, how did you come back? Tang San approached TangYue with excitement. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that I'm back? Quickly tell me what you four are doing here. TangYue didn't give Tang San a chance to change the subject. Seeing that TangYue indeed seemed unaware, Tang San explained, well, today is the anniversary of your departure. We gather every year on this day. Rong and Oscar went to call Fatty and the others. Tang San's response also surprised TangYue. She had never expected such a coincidence. Arriving on the same day, she left Douluo Continent. It was truly marvelous. At that moment, a group of figures appeared in the distance, and upon closer inspection, she found that it was Ning Rong and the others. Among them were Ning Rong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Bai Chunxiang, Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Tang Hao, Yin, and so on. Everyone who had a good relationship with TangYue had gathered. After all, the legacy TangYue left behind was more than enough for the Shrek 7 monsters to reach the level of God King. After TangYue accepted the world core of Douluo Continent, Tang San and the others were further separated from the original divine realm as Douluo Continent's world was directly stripped from the original Great World, resulting in a new divine realm appearing on Douluo Continent. Now, the Shrek 7 monsters were the 7 god kings of this new divine realm. With TangYue taking control of the world's authority, the previous restrictions on soul beasts in Douluo Continent also disappeared, and the new divine realm had many beast gods, including the Silver Dragon King and the Black Dragon King, who were initially hidden in the Stardew Forest. TangYue received this information through feedback from the World Core after returning to Douluo Continent. It seemed that many things had happened during her time away. TangYue felt quite amazed by the information she had just acquired. At that moment, a group of people approached, and from a distance, they noticed a familiar short figure beside Tang San and the others. As they got closer, they recognized TangYue and hurried over. Ayin was the first to reach TangYue, lifting her up in a tight embrace. Moon, you're back. Just like before, you haven't changed at all, still short and light. Ayin's hug and words initially moved TangYue, but the last comment struck a painful chord, causing her expression to change drastically. The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter, and Tang Hao, taking advantage of his status, burst out laughing, which only made TangYue feel more embarrassed. All right, Mom, let me go. I'm not a child anymore. Upon hearing TangYue's words, Ayin set her down. Once her feet were on the ground, TangYue straightened herself, trying to appear solemn, but with her unchanged face, it was hard to convey any seriousness. Everyone, I'm back. As TangYue spoke, the crowd applauded enthusiastically, which made her feel appreciated. She then raised her hand to quiet them before continuing. The reason I'm back this time is that I need your help with something. This piqued everyone's curiosity, as they all understood TangYue's immense power. Since TangYue left Douluo Continent, everyone had reached the God King level, and during that time, the Silver Dragon King had also ascended to this new divine realm, immediately reaching the God King level. Surprisingly, when the Silver Dragon King first arrived. She seemed intent on fighting them to the death. However, when the others reached the God King level, their inheritance naturally completed the final breakthrough, achieving the Third Awakening, and their powers were further enhanced. At one point, Ma Hongjun single-handedly suppressed the Silver Dragon King, and even when the Black Dragon King ascended shortly after, the 2-on-1 battle was still dominated by Ma Hongjun. Eventually, after Tang San and the others finished playing 500 rounds of Douluo, the battle was concluded by the impulsive Xiao Wu. The Silver Dragon King, realizing Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, cleared up the misunderstanding after some communication. She discovered that this divine realm was not her enemy, and since there was no suppression of soul beast ascension in this new divine realm, she decided to join. However, that battle made all beings in the divine realm aware that there were two types of God Kings, the ordinary God Kings, and those who had completed the Third Awakening. The power TangYue demonstrated when she left had already surpassed the current level of the Shrek 7 monsters. Moon, if you have any requests, just ask. We will definitely help you, Ian said with a smile, looking at everyone. Of course, the collective response from everyone made TangYue very happy. As they were all close to her, TangYue then explained her purpose for returning. It's nothing serious. After leaving Douluo continent, I went to a new world, which is the source of the inheritance I gave you. There, I met a lifelong friend, and with their help, I completed my final transcendence. However, due to that encounter, a friend's reincarnation has been delayed. TangYue's request was to carve out an area on Douluo continent as a transitional zone for those players while the events in the Heavenly Realm unfolded. Such a simple request was easily agreed upon, as the entire world essentially belonged to TangYue. After spending some joyful time slacking off, TangYue bid farewell to everyone and returned to the Terra world. Chapter 162. Snow Mountain Adventure since returning to Douluo continent and finalizing the trial matters. Several days had passed. The players had already resolved the Neupala incident, and the war between the Vin Kingdom and the Belmar Duchy had also come to a pause. However, before the players could relax, new events had unfolded, which was great news for this unique group of players. The ice dragon Skasa, sleeping in the snowy domain, had already been awakened by Baker, who returned from the Sky City, just as the players headed to the Vin Kingdom, and began to continue persecuting the Bantu tribe residing in the snowy domain. After the war between the Vin Kingdom and the Belmar Duchy, the Bantu tribe was forced to advance southward. This led to another conflict with the Belmar Duchy, and now the players' task was to resolve the issues in the snowy domain. For players, the snowy domain represented a completely different geographical environment. Unlike the forests of Lauren, the oceans and towers of the west coast, the temple of the Titan beasts, and the underground structures of the Vin Kingdom, the snowy mountains posed a series of challenges, such as low temperatures and snow blindness, and TangYue had already devised countermeasures. Manager, do we really have to do this? Isn't this extortion? Celia, staying in the inn, received guidance from TangYue again, and this time, she felt conflicted. What's the problem? These adventurers are just easy marks. As long as you say a few good words later, their grievances will disappear immediately. Besides, they're going to the snow-capped mountains, where it's freezing cold. This is a seller's market. It's emergency supplies, so it's understandable to charge a bit more. After some persuasion from TangYue, Celia finally agreed to sell the overpriced snow blindness treatment potions and warmth potions. Indeed, due to the risk of snow blindness, players would acquire a blindness debuff after spending some time in the snowy mountains, but the duration wasn't too long, only a few minutes. However, what if it happened during a fight? That could lead to serious trouble. To know that in TangYue's game, there is no such thing as a resurrection coin. If you die, you have to run the map again. The players who first entered the snow mountain for exploration have already suffered. Wow, how did the planners design this snow mountain map? This blindness is really hellish. Yes, I was fighting and suddenly became blind. Everything turned white. And I couldn't see anything, so I went back to town. I actually think it's reasonable. Snow blindness is easy to occur in snow mountains. That's not wrong, but the experience is just too poor. Moreover, in addition to blindness, there's also a continuously accumulating slow buff. What are we supposed to do about this? Yes. I was struggling through the snow mountain, and when I got blind, I just waited. After a few times, a low temperature buff started to appear, and the slow effect kept accumulating until I was frozen in place and started losing health rapidly, forcing me to return to town. Just as a group of players were frantically complaining on the forum, suddenly someone posted an exciting news. Brothers, there are potions sold by Celia that can remove blindness and low temperature buffs. As soon as this news appeared, it exploded on the forum. Is it true? No way. So, who is waiting here? It can't be a recharge item, right? It can't be. Is this beautiful game going to fall as well? Brothers, I checked. And it's bought with gold coins, but it's a bit expensive. If it's gold coins, then it's fine. Are there still few players who are grinding? Brothers, let us go. With the existence of the 2 potions announced, players rushed to their respective inns to pour wealth into Celia. Since these 2 potions are necessities and used in large quantities. Except for those wealthy players, the vast majority of ordinary players were emptied of their small treasury, and Celia's pouch quickly became bulging again, thanks to the hard-working adventurers. With the 2 potions, players' exploration of the snow mountain rapidly increased. The snow wraiths and ice tigers along the way were ruthlessly slaughtered by these adventurers, and the creatures in the snow mountain expressed their suffering. Well, actually, it was the players who were getting beaten, basically in such terrain as the snow mountain. Even without the increasingly serious slow buff, the deep snow greatly restricts the player's movement speed, while the creatures in the snow mountain all have their own means. Players often need to exert great effort to defeat 1 or 2 monsters. On the other hand, due to the high pricing of this heartless boss TangYue, players are not casually splurging on these 2 potions. At least they wait until the low-temperature state is serious enough that they can barely move before drinking. Often at such times, if they encounter monsters, they are left in a dilemma. Drinking is a bit of a loss. But not drinking might lead to death and having to climb a mountain again. However, the good news is that some wealthy players splurged on potions and made their way to the Bantu tribe's camp, opening up a great supply point. The hospitable Bantu tribe also allowed players to experience a different kind of snow mountain culture, if we exclude those Bantu warriors who attack them on the snow mountain. The enemies in the snow mountain are not limited to these. Deeper in the snow region, there are powerful monsters like ice giants, centaurs, elemental spirits, etc. The player's ultimate mission here is to deal with the culprit behind the Bantu tribe's southward movement, the ice dragon scars. Their first step is to follow the guidance of the Bantu tribe's deputy leader Olga to the training ground of Beayana, where the Bantu warriors are all burly and powerful. And even small changes in them possess astonishing combat power. The environmental effects of the snow mountain are completely ineffective, leaving players feeling both exhilarated and desperate. Finally, after finding Beayana, they have to arm wrestle with scars, and that breath attack is no joke. However, under the encouragement of Celia, the players emptied their wallets, fattened Celia's pouch, defeated the terrifying ice dragon scars, resolved the crisis in the snow region, and once again received praise from Queen Scotty. Although the players lost some small change, the new equipment they gained here still brought them considerable joy, and scar sign photos also had a great market. Trudy à congratulatory occasion. Chapter 163. Norsemal and a new journey after solving the Bantu tribe's issues in the snow region and putting the ice dragon scars back to sleep. The players once again return to the Duchy of Belmar in a hurry. The reason is simple. Something has happened here again. The frequent occurrences in the Duchy of Belmar left the players speechless. Is there something wrong with this Duchy of Belmar? Why is everything related to this place? The following news quickly made players unable to think about these things. The culprit behind this incident, judging by the unprecedented plague outbreak in Norsemal, is the same source as that of the previous incident in Neupera. It is the work of the Apostle Dirich. Just a phantom made the players feel desperate. Now, judging from the severity in Norsemal, this place is likely the real body. Confronting the Apostle's true form means players will have to engage in another large-scale offensive battle, just like the previous battle against Lotus. Unlike the Lotus Siege battle, which featured Lotus' powerful mental control ability that weakened all player attributes, this time, the plague power of Dirich manifests as continuous damage that cannot be avoided. Although, on the outskirts of Norsemal, the power of the plague is not strong. Players can still rely on potions or recovery skills inherent to their classes to endure. However, this constant loss of health is also burdensome for players. Soon, a new force intervened, that is, the superpowered individuals living on the outskirts of Norsemal. The involvement of the superpowered individuals was triggered by a group of players who foolishly intruded into the Green Capital, killed anything they found, and directly angered those superpowered individuals, especially their leader, Maze Monan. He directly beat those players into a panic. After all, how could players who were only in their 40s fight against an 85-level NPC? Thus, those players ran away, with Maze chasing them until they encountered Shabo and others who happened to be passing by. Eventually, under the guidance of Shabo, a veteran, they resolved Maze's hostility and gained the assistance of the superpowered individuals, primarily thanks to Maze's help. The subsequent battle became much simpler. Maze would push forward with the players and provide a shield that could resist the plague effect of Dirich for a limited time. However, as they went deeper. The duration of the shield would shorten. Nevertheless, this provided players with a viable solution, revealing the true nature of this fourth calamity, which began to mercilessly plunder Norsmal. The most directly affected were the rogue factions that originally roamed around Norsmal, which had mutated to some extent due to the plague. Undoubtedly, these mutated rogue factions became the first test of this siege battle. However, this first test was not so easy to pass. Here, the mere presence of the mutated rogue factions was not enough to intimidate the players, but when combined with the complex structure that encompassed the streets, sewers, and rooftops, it became a different story. In the case of both adding together, facing high repetition, it's very easy to get lost. And the occasional ambush by thieves makes players quite annoyed, feeling like they have energy but nowhere to use it. However, thanks to a more realistic game engine, after a gunner player was ambushed and killed for the 10th time, this player began to launch a frenzied attack around them. And these attacks, which should have been meaningless, ended up destroying all the buildings in the area, suddenly clearing a large space. The thieves hiding in the alleys were also directly exposed, allowing the players to open the door to a new world. When it comes to what the fourth catastrophe excels at, it is undoubtedly burning, killing, and looting. Countless players, like locusts, flattened the entire town of Norsmal, which also saved manpower for the eventual demolition of plague-infested houses. This simple and brute force approach was successful in solving most of the problems. The lords who should have been hiding inside the town were also mysteriously dealt with under the overwhelming artillery fire and the unknown AoE damage splashing everywhere. Now, the players had directly cracked the external defenses of Dirge and were heading straight for its location. Soon, the players arrived at Dirge's final direction, the Village of Confusion. Facing the Flower Fairy Xiaogai here, the players also dealt with it after a rather LSP appreciation. However, by the time they reached here, the concentration of the death plague from Dirge was even more powerful. Against such intense plague, even the shield provided by the level 85 Miser was on the verge of collapse. The player's status was also extremely low. But were these problems? Clearly not. After a large number of players had their health cleared and returned to town by Dirge's powerful plague, Dirge ultimately fell under the player's offensive. The players' levels also rose to 50 during this series of events, and they received the awakening quest they had longed for. This raid event on Dirge also provided Celia with a large number of orders, earning a considerable amount of pocket money. And all of this was seen by TangYue. Heater, it seems the plan is progressing very smoothly. It won't be long before these little guys can reach a high combat power. TangYue is clearly in a good mood now, looking at Heater with a relaxed expression. Indeed, with the progress of these players, it won't be long before they reach the Celestial Realm. By then, as the trials of Untu and Luke conclude, their power will reach a good threshold. As the deputy executor of the Trial Blade Project, Heater was most familiar with the situation of these adventurers. That's right, at that time. It would also be when they reach the Demon Realm. By then, you'll need to arrange the script well. How is Shaylor doing? Regarding the plot of the Demon Realm, TangYue was also prepared. She had long planted the unsettling factor of Shaylor Fuzz as a tool to attract players' attention. By then, those players would foolishly go after Shaylor Fuzz and overlook the unreasonable status issue of the apostles in the hearts of the people in the Demon Realm. Everything was ready. That's good, then I can rest assured. This period has really been exhausting. So, Heater, I'll leave the next matters to you. I need to continue my vacation. After saying that, TangYue waved her hand and left, leaving only Heater and her words. You've clearly been wandering around during this time. Chapter 164, New Continent. The investigation team joins the New Continent, a region independent of the Old World, has a unique ecology. Over the past few decades, guilds have sent 4 batches of elites to investigate, and now, under the guidance of the Molten Mountain Dragon, the 5th team responsible for completing the investigation is finally arriving here. Off the coast of the New Continent, a thrilling event is currently unfolding. A ship originally planned to set out ahead of the Molten Mountain Dragon was delayed due to the need to wait for the renowned hunter, resulting in a collision just as they were about to reach the New Continent. Now, the entire ship is stuck on the back of the Molten Mountain Dragon. If one observes closely, they would find 2 people acting beneath that ship. They are the hunter awaited by the 5th team, Xing, and her partner, known as Ibwa. After a series of evasive climbs and a thrilling leap through the air, the 2 finally landed in the nearby ancient tree forest camp on a pterosaur. Finally safe. Partner, look, I found this in the camp. While Xing was looking around, Ibwa took out a notebook from the camp tent and handed it to Xing. Xing gladly accepted it, and upon looking through it, she found it was a map. Let me see, partner. It seems the base is not far away. Let's hurry over, but we don't have any equipment, so we should be careful. The taciturn Xing nodded in agreement with Aibua's plan, put away the notebook, and set off with Aibua. As they stepped out of the camp, they entered a vast plain where many herbivorous dragons were leisurely grazing, and a few crown-headed dragons were lying on the ground resting. Partner, this way. After some observations, Aibua found a path forward, and after passing through a passage, they arrived at a densely shaded area. However, at that moment, a large group of ferocious wolves suddenly appeared, surrounding the unarmed duo. The two quickly hid in a nearby bush. Their strong concealment ability caused the ferocious wolves to lose their target. Just as the wolves were about to leave, and the two sighed in relief, a loud noise like shattering glass suddenly rang out from the sky, and a little girl with red hair leaped out. I'm coming to the new world. The newcomer was TangYue, who had just finished discussing the trials and rushed into the void, planning to fish in the new world. TangYue's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the ferocious wolves, who quickly surrounded her. The two hiding in the grass immediately had their hearts in their throats. They never expected a little girl to suddenly appear at that moment, looking seemingly weak. Just as the pack of ferocious wolves was about to pounce on TangYue, the two in the grass planned to rush out and take TangYue away when they were stunned to see TangYue pull out a red and white ball from an unknown four-dimensional space. Then she simply threw it at the nearest ferocious wolf, and something unbelievable happened. A red light appeared and sucked that ferocious wolf inside. This scene suddenly shook the worldview of the two. The pack of ferocious wolves, seeing one of their companions mysteriously disappear, was also frightened and left in a hurry. As TangYue stepped forward to pick up the Pokeball, the two stood up, and for a moment, the three of them locked eyes. TangYue, go fast. Three Xing, who rarely spoke, managed to say something, but as soon as she spoke, she collided with everyone present, immediately closing her mouth. Aibua, on the other hand, was the first to speak again. Excuse me, who are you? Facing Aibua's question, TangYue was also very pleased. It was quite an interesting experience to encounter local people right after arriving in a new world. My name is TangYue. I am a controller of Terra, the savior of the star spirits, the new belief, and the owner of the Douluo dimension. The two beside her fell into a state of shock listening to TangYue's series of titles. However, TangYue soon stopped. In any case, just consider me a traveler. By the way, what is this place and what are you doing here? After introducing herself, TangYue also asked the two a question. Aibua, clearly willing to answer, replied, I am Aibua, and this is Xing. This is the new continent, and we are hunters from the guild. Aibua's response was concise and clear, and upon hearing it, TangYue showed an interested expression. Interesting, hunters, huh? Great. I've decided. I want to be a hunter too. Seeing the little girl in front of her wanting to become a hunter on a whim, the enthusiastic Aibua began to explain the dangers of being a hunter while following Xing, who was clearing the path ahead, heading towards their base. After all, they couldn't just leave a young girl like TangYue alone in the dangerous wilderness. However, Aibua's explanations did not have the desired effect. Instead, TangYue became even more eager to try it out. Watching TangYue's expression, Aibua felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, an unexpected situation arose. A fierce wolf dragon suddenly appeared. Faced with this situation, Xing and Aibua immediately grabbed TangYue's hand and started running without a second thought. But the path to the base was blocked by fallen trees. At that critical moment, as TangYue was about to throw a red and blue super ball, a strong voice came from above. A man carrying a large sword leaped down from above, landing on the back of the fierce wolf dragon, and charged it towards the fallen trees. Suddenly, the path was cleared, and the two immediately pulled TangYue to chase after him. With the help of that young man, they arrived at the entrance of the base. Aibua and Xing slid past the fierce wolf dragon and approached the base. Just then, a giant jaw dragon suddenly joined the battle, directly biting the fierce wolf dragon. At that moment, TangYue was still outside, and the three at the entrance became very anxious. Be careful. In just a moment, the battle between the two dragons was about to affect TangYue. Faced with this situation, TangYue summoned Willy and, to the astonished expressions of the three at the entrance, sent the battling dragons flying with a powerful blow. Then she leisurely followed the three into the base. Chapter 165, Starbase. Due to TangYue's performance, the three looked a bit dazed as they entered the base. This situation attracted the attention of those around them, who were busy unloading supplies from the ship that had finally arrived safely. TangYue, on the other hand, showed great interest in everything, looking around as they walked. Fortunately, their distraction was quickly interrupted. It was Sun, an investigator from the same recommended group, and his partner. Oh hey, great. It seems you all arrived safely. Sun's voice snapped the three back to reality. Seeing Sun made them happy, as it seemed everyone was safe. Huh, who is this? Just as the three regained their composure and greeted Sun, he noticed TangYue standing beside them. Aibo answered Sun's question. This is TangYue, whom we met on our way to the base. She also wants to become a hunter and conduct investigations. With Aibo's response, Sun and his partner understood more about TangYue, and the investigation team leader suddenly remembered something important. Almost forgot, the commander is waiting for you guys. Hurry and follow me. Saying this, he led the three to the meeting area, which had a large table. After all, the entire starbase was transformed from various investigation group ships, and the first group ship had even been brought to the cliff. The whole base was indeed a precious piece of land. Grandpa, I brought the people you wanted, and there's an extra one. With the leader's call, the commander, who was discussing with a few other administrators, turned his gaze to TangYue and the others, also noticing the extra person mentioned by his grandson. Soon, the commander observed that the additional person was TangYue, as she was the only one among the three whose appearance was different and lacked the new Continent Investigation Group badge and grappling hook. Very good, you all finally arrived. It seems the investigation can proceed quickly. However, the base is quite busy right now. Follow this kid to get familiar with the base, and then grab your weapons and start investigating. As for this one, the commander said as he nudged the leader, indicating that the three should follow him to familiarize themselves with the environment. He had no worries about Xing, the powerful hunter. His gaze shifted to TangYue. As a person from this simple and honest world, he wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards her, but as the commander, he still needed to understand TangYue's background to prevent any danger to the base's safety. Me? I want to be a hunter, so I'll just follow them. TangYue expressed her desire to experience being a hunter in this world. With her declaration of being strong, the three beside her nodded in agreement. The commander saw this and began to consider. All right, Miss TangYue, I'll leave her in your care. Now hurry up and set off. Perhaps out of consideration for observation. The commander agreed to TangYue's request. Moreover, if TangYue had any questions, this guild-recommended hunter could likely solve them. Of course, it would be even better if TangYue turned out to be a reliable partner. Meanwhile, the four began to tour the base under the leader's guidance. First, they visited the circulation area, the lowest level, which was the processing center for supplies. The command center was also located in this area. Next was the upper level, where the forge was constructed using the second group's ship. Upon seeing the forge, Aibo quickly entered to explore. Xing and TangYue hurriedly followed. As a seasoned hunter, Xing knew this would be a place they would frequently visit during their upcoming investigations, and TangYue was very interested in the new forging techniques of this world, considering she was the founder of the Magic Path Scholars. When the four entered the forge, they saw the leader of the second group sitting at the center of the conveyor belt. The leader was very enthusiastic and greeted the four, asking them to bring any equipment they needed to be forged. After leaving the forge, they arrived at the dining area. Upon hearing the name of the dining area, Aibo immediately became energetic, quickening her pace and dashing out. TangYue and the other two had no choice but to follow her. When they reached the dining area, they found many people busy moving supplies in and out. At the same time, Aibo and Xing also found their Ailu cat partner, Wang Chan, there. The name TangYue is indeed interesting. Shortly after, she visited the head chef of the cat food here, the majestic one-eyed Ailu cat, which truly amazed TangYue. After touring the base's infrastructure, the captain led the three of them to a small house to collect the initial weapons for the two hunters. Wow, these weapons are so interesting. Are they all this big? Naturally, it was TangYue who raised the question. Having experienced multiple worlds, TangYue, who has seen and learned a lot, was surprised by the obviously larger weapons here. Of course, after all, our hunting targets are not small. Bo kindly explained to TangYue, and while they were talking, Xing quietly took out a standard katana from the box and strapped it to her back. Oh, look what I found. You actually have this kind of weapon here. Saying this, TangYue also took out a long-handled weapon with blades on both ends from a box. This is the insect glaive. I didn't expect you to like this kind of weapon. You should know that the insect glaive is one of the more complex weapons out there. Clearly, Bo was quite surprised that TangYue was holding the insect glaive. After all, I'm the founder of the battle mage, and I am somewhat familiar with weapons like the war spear. This weapon here is somewhat similar. At this moment, TangYue was holding the insect glaive in her hands, practicing various techniques in the air. Seeing TangYue's actions, Xing understood that she clearly didn't know much about the insect glaive, so she quietly approached and grabbed TangYue's hand, leading her outside. Insect glaive, I will teach you. Saying this, Xing brought TangYue to a place resembling a training ground. As a weapon master, Xing was proficient in all kinds of weapons, and the insect glaive was no exception. TangYue's powerful talent also manifested itself, as she quickly mastered the techniques Xing taught her in a very short time, which once again amazed the captain and AI Bo who had come to hear the news. Chapter 166. The first mission fully prepared, it's time to start hunting. Of course, TangYue also received her guiding insect and grappling hook. When she got the grappling hook, TangYue studied it and had some immature ideas. However, this wasn't the time to think about those things. The three of them were about to hunt a few ferocious wolf dragons as a warm-up. Finally, it's time to start hunting. TangYue, how are you preparing? AI Bo was clearly still worried about TangYue, although she was quite impressed earlier at the base's entrance. Hunting was no joke. Only a few elite hunters could continue on the path of a hunter. The vast majority of hunters would spend their entire lives only having encounters with flying dragon species like the ferocious fire dragon. I'm fully prepared. Nothing to worry about. Xing, let's go. Saying this, TangYue directly pulled Xing and ran out of the base, while the Ailu cat Wangshan immediately chased after them. AI Bo, watching the 2 and 1 cat leave in a hurry, felt helpless and quickly followed. Wait for me. The location for this mission was in the ancient tree forest, located to the west of the base. The entire forest was built around a super giant tree, and it was one of the 2 places that the investigation team had conducted relatively detailed surveys so far. The ecosystem here was also very standard for a forest. Since the ancient tree forest was right next to the starry base, TangYue quickly arrived at the ancient tree forest. TangYue, don't go so fast. How are you going to complete the commission like this? AI Bo, who was following behind, felt puzzled watching TangYue move ahead. However, AI Bo was also happy to see TangYue's energetic and motivated demeanor. Of course, I'm going to that small grove where we encountered the ferocious wolf dragon before. Since we met them there, it means they didn't gather there, and there must be clues. It will also make it easier for the guiding insect to track them. Saying this, TangYue took out the Pokeball containing a ferocious wolf dragon from her dimensional bag and threw it forward. Xing and AI Bo, who were still agreeing with TangYue's reasoning, watched as a red light flashed, and a ferocious wolf dragon appeared at the point where the red light landed. Seeing this, TangYue rushed forward, mounted the dragon, and grasped the ferocious wolf dragon's neck, which immediately began to run. Then I'm off. You guys hurry and catch up. Before Xing and AI Bo could react, TangYue quickly sped away on the ferocious wolf dragon. The 2 and 1 cat, who had never seen such a scene, were momentarily stunned before quickly following. By the time the 3 regrouped, TangYue had already reached the destination. Swinging the mining pick she brought from the base at the entrance of a cave, while several ferocious wolf dragons lay around her, having met their tragic end. Ah, you finally arrived. I've already taken care of them. At this moment, TangYue also noticed Xing and AI Bo. AI Bo looked at the scene before her in astonishment, reaffirming TangYue's learning ability once again. Xing bent down to examine the bodies of the ferocious wolf dragons. By observing, it was clear that most of the ferocious wolf dragons had been taken down by high-speed slashes, while a few had died from concentrated stabbing attacks. There were also some subtle traces of the insect's attacks, indicating that TangYue had quite a good grasp of the insect glaive. Just then, the guiding insects at their waists reacted, starting to circle around them before extending towards the cave entrance where TangYue was. However, they quickly turned red and scattered in panic. Following that, ferocious wolf dragons began to surge out of the cave. The ferocious wolf dragons quickly surrounded the 3 of them. The previous scene replayed once more. However, this time, Xing was not unarmed. She swiftly drew the katana from her back. With a single cut, she brought down a ferocious wolf dragon that had pounced on her, followed immediately by a wave of air blade that pushed back the surrounding ferocious wolf dragons. Ha! The remaining targets have appeared. Let's finish this quickly. TangYue had already put away the mining pick and took out the standard insect glaive. Skillfully extracting essence from the bodies of the ferocious wolf dragons with her insects under her control. Seeing this, AI Bo quickly left the battle zone through the gap Xing had cleared, leaving space for the 2. She didn't forget to cheer them on. Meanwhile, Xing, seeing this, no longer paid attention to AI Bo and quickly entered the group of ferocious wolf dragons. With several exquisite sword techniques, she moved back and forth among the dragons, quickly filling the katana's energy blade slot and preparing to unleash the blade. A series of fluid air blade slashes pushed back the surrounding ferocious wolf dragons, and the final grand spin directly sent several nearby ferocious wolf dragons flying, unable to rise again. At the same time, at the moment the grand spin ended, she took advantage of the inertia to instantly sheath her sword, then executed a rapid, unsheathing slash that eliminated all the remaining ferocious wolf dragons around them. On TangYue's side, She quickly absorbed the essence of the hunting insects through her positioning, gaining boosts in attack, defense, and speed. She then thrust her insect stick into the ground, lifted her body high, and executed a landing impact in midair using a dazzling pattern pressure technique. Although TangYue didn't use the dazzling pattern at that moment, the instinct that had long integrated in her body still generated a massive shockwave, instantly sweeping away all the ferocious wolf dragons nearby, knocking them all back and leaving them in a dazed state. As she landed, TangYue spun around her axis and performed a sweeping slash, annihilating all the ferocious wolf dragons around her. This battle ended in the blink of an eye, serving as a good warm-up for Xing, the hunter from the recommendation team. Now that the mission was complete, it was time to gather resources and report back. By the way, I wanted to ask, TangYue, what is that red and white ball of yours? How can it capture and release ferocious wolf dragons? Curious as always. Ibwa asked TangYue about the Pokeball while helping to process the materials from the ferocious wolf dragons, and Xing nearby also looked up at TangYue, clearly interested. Oh, that Pokeball? I got it from a daughter at a family gathering I attended before. I thought it was interesting, so I brought it to play with. Do you need it? If you do, I can give you a few to play with. It's not anything important. TangYue briefly explained about the Pokeball, which reminded her of the time she left the StarCraft world when she received a notification from her main body to attend a family gathering, where she got a lot of new and interesting little gadgets. Soon, the three of them finished extracting the materials and returned to the base, where they received a notification. They were assigned to investigate the cause of the ruckus caused by the crown dragons in the ancient tree forest. This time, they were to investigate why the crown dragons had suddenly become aggressive, so they should prepare and set off. Ibwa, as usual, organized the detailed mission information, and all TangYue and Xing had to do was directly resolve the target. No problem. Those little ferocious wolf dragons before were no match at all. Plus, I have made some progress in my research on guiding insects and hook claws, so after this return, I can wrap it up in a while. TangYue was enthusiastic about hunting and had no issues with taking on the mission. Xing naturally had no objections either, as good weapons and equipment require materials, and the lack of quality gear made it a bit difficult for her to perform. With the target confirmed, the three of them packed up the necessary supplies and prepared to set off. Of course, this time, they first went to the dining area to enjoy a meal of cat food. The luxurious side dishes and ample main course left TangYue, who was trying cat food for the first time, incredibly satisfied. When she learned that the current cat food in the dining area was not particularly rich due to ingredient issues and had a lot of room for improvement, she entrusted Ibwa to pay more attention to the task of adding more ingredients. This decision was strongly supported by Ibwa, the third-generation glutton. Back to the main topic. After the three finished their cat food and were ready, they immediately set off for the ancient tree forest. They arrived at the camp, and as soon as they stepped outside, Xing and TangYue saw a crown dragon acting quite aggressively, attacking a nearby herbivorous dragon. Seeing this, TangYue immediately grabbed her standard insect stick, jumped up with a thrust, and soared above the crown dragon. How could such a cute herbivorous dragon be bullied? Accompanied by TangYue's words, a flame dazzling pattern, which had been gathered unknowingly, was released. A simple dazzling pattern pressure was unleashed, and the powerful heat wave instantly annihilated the crown dragon below, along with all the herbivorous dragons in the vicinity. TangYue rolled as she landed, swiftly took out a small peeling knife, cut a piece of raw meat from the herbivorous dragon, and placed it on the grill she had prepared earlier to start barbecuing. Make sure to add plenty of cumin. Watching TangYue's seamless operation, Xing felt admiration and even planned to find an opportunity to ask her to learn this barbecue technique, which was simply smooth and unheard of. At the same time, Xing quietly approached another herbivorous dragon to take a piece of meat and started grilling it, as it would be a waste not to. After completing an impromptu barbecue feast and bidding farewell to Ibwa, who had come overdrawn by the aroma, TangYue and Xing set off again to continue their mission. Following the guidance of the guiding insects, they arrived at a coastal area where a group of crown dragons was rampaging around. Faced with medium-sized creatures like the crown dragons, TangYue didn't intervene this time. Xing easily handled them on her own. After extracting the materials, they noticed another agitated crown dragon had come to the open space in front of the coast. However, before they could approach, this crown dragon was suddenly devoured whole by the middle-parted big ferocious wolf dragon, its belly swelling up and dragging on the ground. Seeing this, TangYue and Xing couldn't hold back. This was a large monster. It could yield new equipment. They rushed towards the middle-parted big ferocious wolf dragon surrounding it. The big ferocious wolf dragon realized that the two in front of it were not going to let it return to digest its meal slowly. Xing was the first to strike, directly performing a sword slash that landed on the big ferocious wolf dragon's belly, which was quite vulnerable after swallowing the crown dragon. This caused the big ferocious wolf dragon considerable pain. Meanwhile, TangYue commanded the guiding insects to swiftly dart back and forth on the big ferocious wolf dragon, quickly bringing back all 3 types of enhancement essences to complete the boost. TangYue then thrust her insect stick into the ground, jumped onto the back of the big ferocious wolf dragon, and executed a spinning attack. Such moves were typically only possible with dual blades, but due to TangYue's height, she managed to perform them using the insect stick. At the same time, while TangYue was spinning on the big ferocious wolf dragon's back, Xing took the opportunity to perform vertical slashes, horizontal cuts, and diagonal slashes, then sheathed her sword and activated the blade aura slash combo, finishing with a powerful spinning attack followed by another sheath strike. As everyone knows, combat mages are strength-focused professions, and as the progenitor of combat mages, TangYue possesses great strength within her small frame. This immense power was best showcased when TangYue executed 2 rounds of spinning attacks on the back of the big ferocious wolf dragon, unleashing a 5-hit aerial combo, which knocked it down to the ground. The crown dragon inside was also directly expelled. At this moment, Xing gathered her sword aura to a red blade state and performed a soaring dragon sword leap, slicing down instantly to deal massive damage. TangYue then used a heavenly strike to launch the big ferocious wolf dragon into the air, initiating an aerial combat maneuver with it. Soon, TangYue and Xing began extracting materials from the big ferocious wolf dragon. This hunting session could be considered a successful conclusion. Although the reasons for the riot of the crown dragon were not fully investigated, it could be considered a temporary conclusion. After returning to the base, the 3 of them could take a short rest and wait for further arrangements. During this time, TangYue also completed her research on the guiding insects and grappling claws. First, TangYue endowed the guiding insects with powerful chasing abilities and strong vitality. The guiding insects in TangYue's insect cage basically had no lifespan restrictions. Moreover, once a target was tracked, it could be permanently recorded, allowing for direct tracking from a distance the next time, rather than needing to gather a certain amount of information first. And the amount of information required for the first tracking was also greatly reduced. When entering combat mode, force tracking could also be activated. As for the grappling claws, TangYue enhanced their length and strength, allowing them to grab targets from even further away. And with the movement of the grappling claws, it became faster. The ability to soften the flesh of monsters was also greatly enhanced, no matter how strong the defense. It only required 1 hit. This was supplemented by the power of the rule of softening. Chapter 168. Establishing a camp. The time for rest was short. Just as TangYue completed the modifications to her equipment and had not yet had time to test them, she was taken to the command center by the captain. Xing and AI Bo also arrived together. The investigation team reported signs of the poisonous demon bird's activities in the ancient tree forest, and its behavior appeared to be very agitated, confirmed to be influenced by the traces left by the movement of the molten mountain dragon. The commander immediately got to the point, informing everyone present of the situation. Everyone was very pleased to finally receive reliable information. In order to conduct further investigations, you need to establish and ensure the safety of a new area. To facilitate the subsequent hunting of the poisonous demon bird and the investigation of the molten mountain dragon's ecology. For specific matters, please consult the Investigation Resource Management Office. That's all. Disband. With the commander's final order, some people went off to do their own things, while TangYue and Xing headed to the circulation area to consult the professionals at the Investigation Resource Management Office. The head of the Investigation Resource Management Office in the circulation area was an older dragon man as the technical team leader, a young human woman as the material team leader, and a young dragon man as the research team leader. Hey, you guys are here. I've already received the news from the command center, so the matters regarding the camp in the ancient tree forest are up to you. Of course, if you find a suitable location for the camp during your exploration, you can record it. Once you have the corresponding materials, a new camp can be established. The person welcoming them was the material team leader, a mature woman who enthusiastically explained the relevant matters regarding camp construction to TangYue and Xing. Although she consistently adhered to the principle of saving resources in the allocation, given the visible situation in the new world, the base was barely pieced together from the ships and supplies of previous investigation teams. However, in establishing camps, resources were ample, and she understood the principle of using resources wisely. Once again preparing to set out, this time, during the previous mission, TangYue and Xing had collected good resources. Xing was now wearing a bone top and helmet, as well as 2 lower garments and gauntlets made from the materials of the previously hunted fierce wolf dragon. As for TangYue, she was still in her original outfit, as the powerful divine power continuously surrounded her, making her impervious to attacks from these dragon beasts. Instead, both of them had reinforced their standard weapons using the minerals they had collected, which was better than nothing. After the usual cat meal, they saddled up the wyvern and set off. This time, the camp had already undergone initial exploration, and a location had been roughly determined. The camp's construction site was on a natural tree hollow platform at the roots of the ancient tree. The location was quite accessible, allowing for departures to the upper levels of the ancient tree and being close to the center of the ancient tree forest, making it very convenient to reach various places from here. Now, TangYue and Xing's task was to head to the camp's location and ensure the surrounding safety. Once again departing from the coastal camp, they encountered a fishing master at a large water pool while passing through the expansive plain. After a brief conversation, they received a task to catch pink aberrant fish. With keen eyesight, TangYue immediately spotted the pink aberrant fish swimming in the pool below. So, in front of Xing, who had just taken out his fishing rod, and the fishing master, TangYue equipped the capture net, aimed at the pink aberrant fish in the water, and launched it. The modified grappling hook had an incredible range, directly capturing the pink aberrant fish along with surrounding sashimi fish. Holding the net of fish, TangYue reported the task to the fishing master. Here, the fish you wanted. Seeing TangYue's actions, Xing silently put away his fishing rod, while the fishing master calmly accepted the fish from TangYue's hands and informed them that they could go to the Investigation Resource Management Office to collect their rewards. It was clear he was a master. After the fishing episode, the two set off again, walking along a path formed by tree roots. TangYue and Xing arrived at a lush clearing near their target location. The target location was right at the edge of this clearing. At this moment, the leader of the investigation team was already waiting here, greeting the two. Hey, over here. The spot for the camp established by the investigation team is right above us. Let's go take a look. Facing the leader's suggestion, Xing nodded directly, affirming with a blue star. TangYue also expressed her agreement, and after Xing and the leader swiftly climbed up, she jumped up as well. Fortunately, the leader and Xing went up first and did not see the scene. Upon reaching the destination, the three saw a guest digging around in the land, quickly unearthing a clay jar and holding it in their hands. When they looked up and noticed the three staring at them, they were startled and threw the hard-found clay jar high into the air, smashing it in front of the three. Seeing this, TangYue and the others understood that ensuring the camp's safety likely meant dealing with this fellow. The creature in front of them was the scoundrel bird, which immediately turned and ran away. Well then, the scoundrel bird is up to you. I will go notify the management office to start building the camp. Saying this, the leader waved goodbye to the two and left. TangYue and Xing then followed after the scoundrel bird. Just when they thought they were about to lose it, TangYue learned about the scoundrel bird's movements from the information feedback from the guiding insects. At that moment, the scoundrel bird was not in good condition. During its escape, it was caught by a roaming barbarian jaw dragon, which bit the scoundrel bird and slammed it to the ground, causing its crown feathers to become disheveled. By the time TangYue and Xing arrived, the scoundrel bird was being viciously slammed by the barbarian jaw dragon. When the barbarian jaw dragon saw TangYue, it felt a rush of memory. It recognized that the little girl in front of it was the one who had once knocked it and another creature across the entire ancient tree forest with a single blow. So it dropped the scoundrel bird from its mouth and ran away in a panic. TangYue and Xing, still in a daze, took over the half-damaged scoundrel bird. After a thorough beating, the scoundrel bird was captured directly by Make 1 type automatic capture thunder grenade thrown by TangYue. Chapter 169. Poisoned Monbut TangYue. TangYue. What was that just now? It feels somewhat similar to the paralysis trap, but not exactly the same. After completing the task and notifying Aibo also arrived at the hunting spot where TangYue and Xing were, and naturally saw the chaotic bird captured by the lightning capture grenade Make 1. You see, this is my latest invention, the lightning capture grenade Make 1. I learned from the scholar near the outpost gate that capturing these monsters would yield more materials and rewards. So, I researched the capturing process. I found the original capturing procedure too cumbersome. You had to set a trap, wait for it to be triggered, and then use tranquilizer bombs to anesthetize the monster. This was too complicated, so I modified the trap to make it more powerful for deploying the capture net directly. The special capture net was enhanced with the conductive properties of lightning bugs extracts, making it more effective for paralysis. Additionally, I equipped the trigger with a tranquilizer bomb launcher that can automatically fire tranquilizer bombs. When in use, you just need to aim at the weakened target, turn off the safety, and throw it out, allowing for fully automated capture. After TangYue finished explaining, both Xing and Aibo felt it was quite remarkable. After all, many young hunters miss the chance to anesthetize the monster because they get knocked away when the trap is triggered, and many others get carried off by the monster's death throws before they can even press the trap. This quick and efficient capturing method is indeed very useful. What a fantastic invention. TangYue, could you share the production method with the technical team? This would definitely help a lot of people. Aibo also realized the usefulness of this grenade and was quite concerned about whether TangYue would be willing to teach the technical team how to make this invention. However, Aibo was overthinking it. After all, TangYue had created a whole bunch of advanced technology in the StarCraft world, most of which was given to the 3 tribes. Although in the end, the 3 tribes lost their entire world. However, when TangYue arrived in this world, the ownership of this world already belonged to her. Of course, no problem. It's just some small gadgets, and if the technical team learns how to make it, they can directly produce finished products. After all, collecting materials can be a bit tedious. I'd rather hunt a few big monsters. With TangYue's affirmative response, Aibo happily followed TangYue and Xing back to the outpost. Upon returning to the outpost, she also taught the technical team leader the production method for the lightning capture grenade Make 1. After receiving the production method, the senior member of the technical team felt inspired and promised that TangYue and Xing could each receive a free lightning capture grenade, Make 1 from the technical team, every day. Although Xing didn't say anything, it was clear she was very happy. After all, who doesn't like useful tools? It's worth noting that the grappling hooks and guiding bugs that TangYue modified earlier were already in use, and they were truly incomparable. Meanwhile, after capturing the chaotic bird, TangYue and Xing obtained some good materials. Xing used the materials from the chaotic bird to craft hand gear and 2 lower garments. Among them, the hand gear was very useful, providing hunters with the special ability of Transport Master, which would be very helpful when stealing eggs. Of course, TangYue also updated her equipment this time. Both TangYue and Xing used the materials from the chaotic bird to create upgraded weapons, which not only enhanced their appearance, but also significantly increased their damage. For Xing, the key was the damage. But TangYue cared more about how great the appearance of the chaotic bird insect stick was. Now that the equipment was updated and the camp was established, it was time to advance the investigation of the Elder Dragon. The immediate obstacle in front of the investigation team was the ferocious poisonous wyvern. So, the next task for TangYue and Xing was to hunt the poisonous wyvern. Of course, with a lightning capture grenade Make 1 now available, they would capture it if possible. After enjoying the cat food carefully prepared by the giant Ailu cat chef, TangYue and Xing boarded their flying dragon once again and headed to the central camp of the ancient tree forest to begin their hunt for the poisonous wyvern. They leaped off the platform at the camp, and TangYue took out the scattered feathers she had asked the previous investigation team who discovered the poisonous wyvern for. After releasing the guiding bugs and familiarizing themselves with the poisonous wyvern's scent, the enhanced guiding bugs immediately began tracking. Huh, the guiding bug found it. Let's hurry up. TangYue shouted after seeing the guiding bug's reaction and quickly followed. Xing quickly followed suit and began to sprinkle the hardened powder made from hardened seeds collected during their previous missions to boost their defense. Clearly, the location chosen for the camp had its reasoning. The poisonous wyvern was located at the end of the continent right next to the camp, which was also a favorite nesting spot for the poisonous wyvern. As soon as TangYue and Xing arrived, they spotted the poisonous wyvern leisurely wandering around, its peculiar tail with a jet nozzle swaying in the air. Damn, you little tail, daren't sway in front of me like that. Do you look down on me? TangYue clearly just wanted an excuse to cut off the tail. As soon as she finished speaking, TangYue charged forward and reached under the poisonous wyvern's tail. Forgive TangYue's height. With a charged upward slash, she cleanly severed the tail. The poisonous wyvern, which was walking fine, suddenly lost its tail, and the combined agony and force caused it to tumble to the ground, whining in pain. Xing, following closely behind, was driven by her hunter instincts and immediately executed a quick draw slash to the head, rapidly building up her energy blade value and swiftly unleashing a dragon slash directly at the poisonous wyvern's head, which was still lying on the ground. Just as the pitiful poisonous wyvern was trembling to stand up, Xing's dragon slash sent it staggering, nearly causing it to fall. In a fit of anger, it charged at Xing. However, Xing perfectly anticipated the move with a defensive slash, instantly opening the blade and delivering another head-cutting dragon slash. This time, the poisonous wyvern truly fell to the ground again. The subsequent battle was needless to say, with Xing's superb skills and TangYue's powerful combat techniques. The poisonous wyvern was continuously beaten down. This scene was witnessed by hunters passing by for gathering tasks, who were immediately frightened. In the end, the weak and powerless poisonous wyvern was successfully captured by TangYue with a captured Renard, allowing for another wave of equipment updates. Not bad. Chapter 170. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Good job. Now that the threat of the poisonous wyvern has been resolved, we can officially start the investigation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. According to the news, traces of the Molten Mountain Dragon have been discovered in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, and the scholars are ready to depart. This investigation is entrusted to you as guards. May the guiding azure star illuminate your path. Dismissed. After completing the hunt for the poisonous wyvern, the investigation team successfully obtained a fragment of the Molten Mountain Dragon located within the activity range of the poisonous wyvern. The investigation of the Molten Mountain Dragon could officially commence. TangYue and Xing also received the task of guarding the scholars heading to the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Next up is the task of guarding the scholars. Let's quickly prepare to set off. Ibwa showed great enthusiasm for the upcoming task, and both TangYue and Xing naturally agreed. First, they needed to go to the forge to collect their customized new equipment. After completing the hunt for the poison demon bird, they also obtained new materials. TangYue once again crafted a bug-catching stick derived from the poison demon bird, which was infused with poison. After acquiring the new weapon and replenishing their supplies, the three of them set out from the eastern exit of the outpost. After traveling a considerable distance, the surrounding environment changed from lush green forests to rugged rocks. They were clearly approaching their destination, the Great Ant Graveyard. Passing through the outpost established by the investigation team, they fully entered the area of the Great Ant Graveyard. Not far from the outpost was the frontline camp set up by the investigation team, where several scholars were already prepared with a cart to transport the traces of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Upon seeing this, Ibwa immediately stepped forward to help, while TangYue and Xing remained on guard, ready for battle. The environment of the Great Ant Graveyard was completely different from that of the ancient tree forest. Most of the area consisted of rugged rocks, with vegetation primarily made up of low shrubs. Continuing forward, they could see a river flowing from the direction of the ancient tree forest, gathering to form a river at this point, which even led to a lake at its end. Along the way, the abundant water sources created marshes. The scholars chose to take a high route to effectively avoid the river areas. At the highest point, they could see the massive ant grave in the distance. This was also the reason why this place was called the Great Ant Graveyard. The area around the Great Ant Grave was a typical desert environment, with the main vegetation consisting of drought-resistant plants like cacti. Wow, look, that's the Great Ant Grave. It's truly magnificent. Ibwa, who was helping push the cart from behind, took the opportunity to admire the scenery of the Great Ant Graveyard during a break. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the huge ant grave. As for TangYue, she had already taken up her net and aimed at a golden stag beetle she spotted on a nearby tree trunk. With a snap, she successfully caught the large golden stag beetle. After resting for a while, the group planned to set out again. Next, they would pass through an area bordering the ancient tree forest, which also had a forest-like environment, almost like an oasis in the desert. However, at that moment, a loud roar echoed. A few scholars looked closely. It's the female fire dragon. The queen of the earth has appeared. Facing a monster of the level of the female fire dragon, ordinary hunters would find it difficult to cope. The scholars were naturally aware of this. But now that the female fire dragon was blocking their path, they could only send one person to hold it off while the other slipped past. TangYue stepped forward directly, raising one hand. "Leave this to me, you all go ahead." Seeing TangYue's resolute expression, the scholars were deeply grateful. Xing and Ibwa, who knew of TangYue's combat abilities and had spent enough time with her to understand her character, exchanged helpless glances and nodded, helping the scholars push the cart along. Clearly understanding that TangYue was simply eager to fight. Against the female fire dragon, TangYue charged forward rapidly, leaping high into the air. At the same time, her specially trained hunting bug flew out at high speed. By the time TangYue reached midair, the bug had already returned with the essence, filling her bug stick. TangYue then brought down the essence-loaded stick directly onto the dragon's head, which had turned to face her because of the bug's attack. The sudden force sent the female fire dragon staggering, breaking some of the scales on her head and snapping off her elegant chin spikes. Taking advantage of the recoil from the strike, TangYue soared again and launched a series of attacks using her claws directly on the dragon's back, beginning a flurry of moves. The heavy strikes on the back knocked the female fire dragon to the ground, and while finishing her flurry, TangYue launched a powerful downward strike, sending the female fire dragon into the air, then executing her traditional combo with the bug stick, swinging left and right. The female fire dragon was left severely injured from this combo, swaying and attempting a headbutt attack, but TangYue was already prepared. She used a decoy to dodge the attack, appearing behind the female fire dragon and delivering a powerful blow that severed the dragon's tail, inflicting unbearable pain once again. Throughout the fight, TangYue moved agilely, while the female fire dragon endured the beating. Ha, is that all you've got? It seems this so-called Queen of the Earth isn't that impressive after all. With that, TangYue threw a thunder capture grenade at the nearly defeated female fire dragon, successfully capturing it. On the other side, Xing and Aibwa encountered a new opponent, the rampaging sand dragon in the Great Ant Graveyard. If Xing hadn't come along, it might have posed a real threat to the scholars. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The strongest hunter of the guild, Xing, was present. Without further ado, he dodged the headbutt, executed a powerful slash with his dragon blade, and then followed up with a 3-hit combo, directly severing the sand dragon's tail and hard head. After dismantling the sand dragon as much as possible, Xing threw a thunder capture grenade at the now weak sand dragon, successfully capturing it as well. At this moment, TangYue bounced over from distance. Aibwa, who was hiding nearby, came forward to greet her and then went to collect some materials from the traces of the molten mountain dragon. The scholars cheered as they arrived at the fragments. Next, they would wait for the scholars to load the cart and transport it back to the outpost. It was at this time that TangYue and Xing encountered a mysterious dragon-human hunter. Chapter 171. Rescue Mission, who are you? The newcomer clearly appreciated Xing's hunting skills, but judging by his puzzled expression, he seemed somewhat out of touch with the investigation team's information. We are from the 5th phase team. Xing's response was still concise. The dragon-human, seeing this, appeared slightly surprised. Is it already this time? It seems the investigation into the migration of the ancient dragons is nearing its conclusion. I saw your hunt. It was quite splendid. Now, I'll leave the matters over at the outpost to you. You may also freely use my previous camp. Please send my regards to everyone. We will meet again at the end of the investigation. With that, he stood up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Aibwa and the scholars were pushing the cart loaded with molten mountain dragon fragments back to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Aibwa rushed over, curious about the dragon-human warrior they had just passed, while the scholars collapsed in exhaustion. After some discussion, they learned that this dragon-human hunter was a member of the 1st phase team who had come to the new continent with the commander, conducting independent investigations for a long time and was an experienced veteran hunter. Back at the outpost, the commander once again summoned TangYue and Xing. This trio of recommended members. This time, their achievements were remarkable. The two had successfully hunted both the sand dragon and the female fire dragon, with each of them taking one. Moreover, TangYue's recent performances had eased the commander's wariness, and he began to develop a bond with TangYue as a strong ally. However, this gathering was for an important matter. Gentlemen, the escort mission for the scholars has been completed very well. However, the reason for calling you both here is not related to this escort mission. After you conducted the collection work on the molten mountain dragon fragments, some scholars went to the Great Ant Mound Wilderness for investigation and research. However, on the way back, one scholar unfortunately got lost, so we hope you can go rescue them. Faced with such a rescue mission, TangYue and Xing naturally wouldn't refuse, especially since the situation was urgent. TangYue had no choice but to hand over the materials obtained from the captured female fire dragon directly to the forge for processing, while she and Xing immediately set off to find a lost scholar after completing the resource resupply. However, for TangYue, the new equipment wouldn't provide any significant enhancement since she intended to give the materials from the female fire dragon to Xing to forge a great sword derived from it. After all, a poison greatsword is definitely more exciting than a dagger, right? But for now, the priority was to carry out the rescue mission. As for the new great sword, she would have to wait until they returned to obtain it. If she wanted to test its power, she would have to wait for the next mission. That would be the strongest weapon of the lower tier. What a pity. Arriving again at the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, the sky was already darkening. Fortunately, the guiding bug was still reliable, and soon they discovered a clue. Following the trace of the guiding bug, TangYue and Xing arrived at a river and followed it downstream, reaching the swamp area within the wilderness. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The originally green guiding bug turned blue and attached itself to a large tree, which had roots with sharp spikes protruding from it. The blue guiding bug only appears when encountering high-intensity energy reactions, indicating the seriousness of the situation. The reaction from the guiding bug suggested that things were not simple. Xing, who was familiar with the guiding bugs, immediately became vigilant. After all, a blue guiding bug meant the presence of a powerful monster or an ancient dragon. Don't be so nervous. Even if we encounter a strong opponent, I can definitely handle it, TangYue said confidently. Although she hadn't used the combat mage's techniques much in battles recently, it didn't mean she couldn't if danger truly arose. She could activate her divine state and take on an ancient dragon. After thinking it over, Xing realized this too, so she relaxed. Continuing forward, they discovered a new clue, a notebook left on a protruding rock. It seemed the scholar had passed through here, with a clear guiding object. The guiding bug's tracking ability kicked in, quickly leading them toward a distant lake. Yes, we found the target. Let's go. They accelerated, and after encountering a bug hanging on the book, TangYue launched her claw, using it to swing in a large arc and leap to the lakeside. Xing followed suit and leaped to the lakeside as well. From here, they could see the scholar sitting next to a spiked corpse of a mudfish dragon on a small island in the middle of the lake. TangYue and Xing rushed over. However, the scholar was muttering something. It's that guy. It has to be that guy, not the mudfish dragon. TangYue didn't care about this, and Xing helped the scholar leave, as this area had already been surveyed by the investigation team and was indeed the mudfish dragon's territory. Sure enough, just as the three of them left, a mudfish dragon charged out and dragged away the ready-made meal. At this point, the situation could have ended. But the mudfish dragon, clearly greedy, decided not to let the three of them go and attempted to attack. This was going to be troublesome. As the mudfish dragon lunged at Xing, she swiftly dodged with a leap using her claw. Meanwhile, TangYue pulled out a special item she had just cultivated, the flying bug. She threw it at the mudfish dragon and then directly rode on it. This flying bug was fantastic. It could simplify the release of some combat techniques and also initiate special defensive countermeasures. Most importantly, it allowed for a joyful activity, dragon riding. The research on how to achieve this was thanks to the ferocious jackal dragon Tang you had caught earlier. After riding the ferocious jackal dragon, she set her sights on those large dragons. With the ferocious jackal dragon's contribution, assisting in experiments, the flying bug was successfully developed by TangYue. Now, the mudfish dragon was being controlled by TangYue and was slammed hard against the wall, falling to the ground. The consequences of facing such a downed enemy were obvious. The triple dragon ascent and the ace aerial assault began, and under these fierce attacks, the mudfish dragon could not escape the care of the lightning capture grenade. Poor thing. It hadn't even enjoyed the previous mudfish dragon yet. What a loss. Chapter 172. Full preparation. The scholar was safely back, and you all did a great job. As TangYue, Xing, and Aibo just returned to the base, they were taken to the command center to report on the mission. Of course, the scholar had calmed down and returned to the base. This mission had gone smoothly. The commander praised them, and then immediately notified the leaders of various departments to come for a meeting. TangYue, Xing, and Aibo, as representatives of the recommendation group, also stay behind. Everyone, we have made some progress in investigating the Molten Mountain Dragon. Therefore, after discussion, we have finally decided to conduct a capture operation on the Molten Mountain Dragon. With the commander's decision, all the leaders present were surprised and excited. This was a capture of an ancient dragon, and a supersized ancient dragon at that. This opportunity was very rare. If missed, they would have to wait another 10 years. However, if they succeeded, they would have the chance to uncover the secrets of ancient dragon migration. All the leaders expressed their agreement with this action, eager to take a shot at it. If they succeeded this time, it would surely go down in history. Grandpa, since we have decided to carry out the capture operation, we should also ensure the safety of the base. Recently, the ferocious jaw dragon has been very active in the forest. The team leader also made a suggestion, and everyone present agreed. After all, they would likely be capturing and researching on-site, meaning they wouldn't return for a long time. The safety of the base was indeed a concern. Leaving for such an extended period could compromise security. Otherwise, if they failed and returned to find their home gone, it would be a total loss. Very well, then I will trouble the recommendation group to hunt the ferocious jaw dragon. Other departments should prepare and allocate resources for the Molten Mountain Dragon capture plan. Dismissed. With the commander's order, the various leaders returned to their posts to perform their duties and began preparing enthusiastically. Just as TangYue and Xing were about to prepare to deal with that little ferocious jaw dragon, a scholar stopped the three of them. Recommendation group members, could you come over for a moment? We need your help with something. Naturally, the three were willing to see what the scholar needed. Upon arriving at their destination, they found it was the director of the Vegetation Research Institute. Ah, you're here. I called you here because there's a special piece of equipment that needs to be made, but the collection of materials has been interrupted by the flying thunder dragon in the forest. If we have this special equipment, it will greatly assist in a Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation, and it will also be quite useful for hunting the ferocious jaw dragon. After hearing the director's request, TangYue understood that they would be hunting the Thunder Dragon and then getting a new toy. This sounded interesting, so she agreed right away. Besides, the Thunder Dragon was obviously of the Thunder attribute, which meant they could craft a Thunder attribute weapon later. Back at a family gathering, there was a daughter who kept boasting about how dragon attributes were weak against Thunder, being beaten to a pulp by her so-called Sunlight Spear's 5-hit combo. Xing, who was beside her, was also quite interested in this so-called special equipment, and the two quickly reached an agreement to gather supplies and set off. After asking the director of the Ecological Research Institute, they learned that the Thunder Dragon was particularly vulnerable to poison. Thus, TangYue and Xing naturally took out their Poison Demon Bird Insect Stick and Female Fire Dragon Greatsword, which were both excellent for applying poison. Once again, they rode a pterosaur and descended into the depths of the ancient tree forest, arriving at a camp well away from the coast, which was the closest camp to the trees. Ibwa slowly landed to prepare for TangYue and Xing, but this was just a precaution, as both of them could be considered the peak combat power of the entire investigation team. With the Thunder Dragon's scales and feathers that TangYue had obtained from an unknown kind-hearted person, the guiding bug immediately began to lead the way. Charge, charge, charge. By the way, Xing, remember to pull out a few more feathers. I promised that kind-hearted person 5 in return. Xing was speechless upon hearing this. That hunter had encountered the Thunder Dragon by chance, had been chased all the way, and only narrowly escaped with a piece of scale and feather, which TangYue learned about and went to collect, promising a 5-fold return on the spot. However, the scale and feather were indeed very useful, and soon the two arrived at a platform halfway up the ancient tree, where they noticed cotton-like scales and feathers drifting down from the sky. Seeing this, TangYue took out the insect stick and fired upwards. The specially trained hunting insect flew out and automatically began to absorb essence. Meanwhile, TangYue and Xing followed the trajectory of the hunting insect and discovered the Thunder Dragon hanging upside down on a tree trunk. In no time, the hunting insect, moving at incredible speed and with powerful momentum, completed the absorption of 3 types of essence on the Thunder Dragon and began its return. The Thunder Dragon was knocked to the ground by these 3 heavy strikes. This scene immediately triggered the DNA of beating the ground dragon that had been developed during their recent hunts. TangYue and Xing slid up to the Thunder Dragon, with one drawing their sword and the other taking to the skies in aerial combat. Their barrage of attacks covered the Thunder Dragon from all angles, and the poison on their blades also took effect, causing purple spots to appear on its body. On the back of the Thunder Dragon, TangYue loved to crazily attack its massive tail, while Xing focused on delivering continuous slashes to its head. Before long, the Thunder Dragon's sharp claws, magnificent tail, and all the electric spikes that were originally raised to unleash electricity were completely destroyed by the two. The Thunder Dragon, once a master of electricity, had intended to show off its power in front of them, but that little guy had unleashed a hunting insect that interrupted its casting, causing it to lose its grip and fall down, after which the two went wild with their attacks. Finally, with TangYue throwing the Thunder Capture Hand Grenade, the Thunder Dragon was finally able to peacefully enter sleep, free from the dual torment of TangYue and Xing. Upon returning to the base, TangYue and Xing went to see the director of the Vegetation Research Institute to collect their so-called special equipment. To their delight, they received 2 cloaks of invisibility. However, upon seeing the leafy garments, TangYue's mood soured a bit. Fortunately, the good news was that the Thunder Dragon set was indeed excellent, and TangYue joyfully changed in her new outfit. Chapter 173, Barbaric Jaw Dragon Xing. Ibwa, come look. How does this Thunder Dragon set look on me? TangYue couldn't help but show off in front of her good partners, Xing and Ibwa. In this world, most people would choose to wear sets similar to TangYue's, which meant wearing a complete outfit. This wasn't just for the set effect or aesthetics, but because most hunters would reach a certain level of hunting ability in their lifetime, and they would base their gear on their maximum hunting targets. On one hand, it was about the limits of their abilities, and on the other, repeated hunts would provide more experience. TangYue's outfit was purely about aesthetics. As for Xing, a hunter like her who could mix and match could either be a rookie still on the rise or a top-notch hunter with exceptional hunting skills, using outfits just for special bonuses. Clearly, Xing belonged to the latter category. Very nice. The Thunder Dragon style suits you well. Ibwa gave a satisfactory answer to TangYue's display. In fact, TangYue's figure looked very cute in the Thunder Dragon set, and it matched her well. Wearing oversized outfits would look strange, referring to the female fire dragon's oversized skirt, which she didn't like aesthetically. Having completed the Thunder Dragon hunt and acquired the special outfit, it was time to tackle the Barbaric Jaw Dragon issue to ensure safety at the rear. The three of them came to the dining area, and both TangYue and Aibwa noticed a change in today's dining area from a distance. Look, look, look. You noticed it too, right? TangYue said to Aibwa. Aibwa nodded vigorously and immediately accelerated towards the head chef. Chef, is there something new and delicious? I noticed from afar that there is something new in the cafeteria today. TangYue went straight to the point without hesitation. The chef confirmed her inquiry. That's right. To prepare for more difficult hunts and the upcoming capture operation for the lava dragon, we specially updated and remodeled the kitchen to provide more sumptuous meals now. In Ailu cat language, yay, more delicious food. Upon hearing this, TangYue and Aibwa jumped up in excitement, clapping their hands to express their thrilled hearts. For these two foodies, this was the best news ever. As the third generation of gluttons, Aibwa's love for food was understandable, while TangYue's two greatest joys in this world were hunting and gourmet food. Xing, who had just arrived, also felt happy upon hearing the news, as every excellent hunter was a big eater, and better quality meals could provide stronger support for hunts. After enjoying a new, more sumptuous cat meal, TangYue and Xing felt unprecedented strength. Xing, what a powerful dish, such a boost. TangYue, what a powerful dish, such flavor. In short, after enjoying the higher quality cat meal, the recommendation team immediately boarded the pterosaur and set off for the ancient tree forest. Once again, they arrived at the inner camp, as the barbaric jaw dragon was known to frequent this area. After exploring some footprints, the guiding bug started tracking, and, after a bit of wandering, they found themselves directly beneath the ancient tree, which was actually closest to the central camp. However, these are not major issues. After passing through the waterway and the tree hole, the two finally saw the man-eater dragon. What lay before them was not Chong Wei attacking Daifu, but rather the man-eater dragon beating up Zhongfengge. Seeing such a spectacle, Xing came up with a plan. After giving TangYue a look that she completely didn't understand, he sneaked to the side and activated two flying fruit, one shooting towards the ground beneath the giant rock. This immediately caught the man-eater dragon's attention, which dropped Zhongfengge, who was already airborne, to come check it out. Just as it was about to act, Xing seized the opportunity to launch the other fruit at the high rock, causing it to fall and stagger the man-eater dragon. This also drew the man-eater dragon's attention. Enraged, it immediately flung Zhongfengge towards Xing and let out a mighty roar, showcasing its valiant posture. Then it spotted TangYue. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and before Xing could dash in with his knife, the man-eater dragon turned and ran without any hesitation. Both TangYue and Xing were quite surprised and helpless at this sight, clearly recognizing that this was the same man-eater dragon that TangYue had sent flying along with a fierce wolf dragon when they had just arrived at the base. Seeing this, Xing had no choice but to sheath his half-drawn katana, looking at TangYue with a puzzled expression, while TangYue shrugged in response, her hands raised. Everything was unspoken. Goodness, now the man-eater dragon runs when it sees TangYue. How are we supposed to hunt it? Finally, with no other options, TangYue took out two outfits radiating brilliant light from her personal space. Xing also looked at TangYue with confusion. Oof, this is my specially modified, true invisibility suit. Once worn, it puts you in a completely invisible state, blocking both visual and olfactory senses, and even if you are hit or in a fight, it won't fail. The only downside is that the duration is a bit short, but it should be enough for our use. After hearing TangYue's introduction, Xing was also very surprised. Such equipment was simply unheard of. Finally, after clumsily taking the outfit, he snapped back to reality. The two set off again, quickly locating the man-eater dragon with the guidance of the guiding insects. Interestingly, along the way, TangYue donned the outfit and controlled the passing Zhongfengge, driving it towards the man-eater dragon. Thanks to the powerful effect of the outfit, the man-eater dragon did not notice TangYue on Zhongfengge's back, thinking it was just a misguided creature delivering food. Just as it was about to bite, TangYue's controlled Zhongfengge made an emergency dodge, then lunged forward and knocked it to the ground. Xing, who was already prepared, leaped down from a high platform with a downward slash, directly knocking the man-eater dragon back to the ground. After a brutal onslaught, as TangYue's outfit effect faded, the man-eater dragon no longer resisted and lay still. Seeing this, TangYue was thrilled and immediately threw a high-grade ball at the man-eater dragon, which had no will to resist, and it was successfully captured. Chapter 174, Molten Mountain Dragon Capture Operation. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd at the base, TangYue returned to the camp, riding the recently captured man-eater dragon. Observing the seemingly docile man-eater dragon beneath TangYue, most hunters who couldn't compete with it expressed strong admiration. Scholars rushed over to observe TangYue riding the man-eater dragon. Although the scholars had commissioned hunters for many capture tasks, this was the first time they had seen a fully alert and lively man-eater dragon, igniting their research desires. Oh my, this is incredible. How can the man-eater dragon be so gentle and obedient? This definitely needs thorough research. In the face of the scholars' enthusiasm, TangYue naturally wouldn't refuse. However, ultimately, the research was interrupted by the commander-in-chief, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. After all, the main task at hand was the capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon, and the scholars needed to begin their research immediately after the capture. There was no time for other studies. With a mix of disappointment and anticipation, the scholars left to prepare for the Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation. Now that the safety hazards at the base had been resolved, and the man-eater dragon had even become a defensive asset for the base, it was time to initiate the Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation. Everyone, since all matters regarding the Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation have been arranged, we will officially commence the capture operation. Based on our tracking of the Molten Mountain Dragon's movement routes, we will carry out the capture in the Grand Canyon. The logistics team has already moved the equipment to the designated location, and the defense line is fully deployed. The formal capture operation will begin at dawn tomorrow. So let us set off now. As the meeting concluded, a large number of hunters set out towards the front lines of the capture operation in the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon, located north of the ancient tree forest and the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, is a massive natural barrier that obstructed the investigation team's activities. Only a few elite personnel could cross the Grand Canyon to delve deeper into the new continent. The only time a large group was able to investigate was before the arrival of the 5th Phase team, when a hot air balloon transported an entire ship over the Grand Canyon for the 3rd Phase team. However, it seemed that due to the hot air balloon or some other reason, the 3rd Phase team ended up stranded on the other side of the Grand Canyon. Only a few elite hunters shuttled between the two locations for communication. Investigating the other side of the Grand Canyon was also extremely challenging, with only naming completed. However, at present, the Grand Canyon was an extremely suitable location for capturing the Molten Mountain Dragon. 2 massive high walls had already been erected in the Grand Canyon, and the nearby cliffs were filled with various supplies. Numerous cannons and crossbows were also fully prepared. Everyone had arrived at the camp for a brief rest, waiting for dawn to commence the thrilling capture operation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Soon, time flew by, and when the first rays of sunlight appeared on the distant coastline, a large number of blue guiding insects flew out from the hunters' guiding insect cages, gathering at the bottom of the canyon. With a violent tremor, the enormous body of the Molten Mountain Dragon, burdened with a volcano, erupted from the ground. Waves of heat distorted the air around the Molten Mountain Dragon. The operation began. With the commander-in-chief's loud command, all combat personnel quickly took their positions and began the operation. Many hunters worked in pairs to operate the cannons, some fire crossbows, while others wielded bows and light crossbows to clear the battlefield, hunting down the interfering Fong-wing dragons. TangYue and Xing also found a spot to start attacking the Molten Mountain Dragon. Xing was busy loading and firing at a cannon with Wang Jiang, causing significant damage to the Molten Mountain Dragon. The relentless barrage of cannon and crossbow fire repeatedly pushed the Molten Mountain Dragon back, greatly slowing its advance. Meanwhile, TangYue had disassembled a crossbow. Yes, disassembled it. At the same time, the original crossbow position was filled with many extra components that TangYue had pulled out. Just as others were focused on outputting damage, TangYue's seemingly idle action caught the commander-in-chief's attention. As the commander-in-chief was about to approach and asked TangYue why she wasn't working, she had already reassembled the crossbow, but this time it looked drastically different. The original crossbow part was enhanced with 2 additional sets of crossbows, greatly increasing the power of the crossbow. At the same time, the position for loading was modified into a machine casing filled with complex components. The reason the commander stopped was that TangYue had inserted a bolt that had been transformed into a bullet chain into the opening next to the casing at some unknown time. Then, TangYue directly raised the modified crossbow cannon and aimed it at the distant lava dragon, beginning to unleash a furious barrage. Ah, taste this. Accompanied by TangYue's slightly crazy laughter, the hunters attracted by her attention saw bolts being shot in a straight line towards the lava dragon. The powerful bolts struck the lava dragon, quickly shattering its relatively weak armor in comparison and exposing its softer inner tissues. This also allowed subsequent linked bolts to deal massive damage. Indeed, TangYue had transformed the crossbow cannon into a super high-powered Gatling gun. During this time, she had already fired off 20 servings of bolts. The results were impressive, significantly boosting the morale of the hunters. However, It was evident that capturing the lava dragon was not that simple. The first line of defense was flattened under the lava dragon's powerful armor, and it directly crushed the first barrier, continuing to advance. As for why the modified crossbow cannon could not hold its ground, it was because the ammunition could not keep up. Next was the second phase of the operation. The hunters climbed onto the back of the lava dragon to destroy its heat dissipation organs. The star and others naturally headed to the tail, planning to inspect and destroy from the back to the front. TangYue, on the other hand, landed directly on the head, as she had previously noticed a heat dissipation organ on the lava dragon's head. However, when TangYue reached the lava dragon's head, she heard an ancient voice. "Greetings, great being. Your arrival honors our world. I hope you can find happiness in this world. Who are you?" Clearly, TangYue was very curious about this voice. "I am merely an old dragon nearing its end, currently seeking a place to rest." Chapter 175. A New Path. I'm still quite curious. It seems you know about me. The hunters were currently wreaking havoc on the lava dragon's back, searching for the heat dissipation organs, while some idle monsters were crazily mining. As for TangYue, she was sitting on the head of the lava dragon, chatting with it. "I actually do not know of your existence, but your powerful strength resonates with the essence of the world, continuously demonstrating your extraordinary nature." The lava dragon's response was not beyond TangYue's expectations. As a member of her kind, it had absolute dominion over the world. Those beings with powerful strength or a deep connection to the world could sense some of TangYue's characteristics in a mysterious way. "Surely, only a handful can perceive your greatness like I do." The lava dragon's words piqued TangYue's interest. It seemed there were still many beings in this time with deep connections to the world. As for why they did not possess great power, TangYue had indeed studied the ancient dragons in the Ecological Research Institute. In this world, ancient dragons almost always possessed great power, even representing certain natural phenomena. Such manifestations clearly indicated that these ancient dragons had profound ties to the world, even being part of the natural operating system of the world. Of course, in TangYue's view, only those ancient dragons defined by the guild as super dangerous battle-hardened ancient dragons could truly perceive TangYue's uniqueness. After all, ancient dragons had their own tribes, and the battle-hardened ones were the strongest among them, possessing an even deeper connection to the world. However, for now, the key was still the lava dragon. TangYue was quite willing to have a good chat with the lava dragon at this moment. "So what is your choice? Shall we have them investigate the reason for your arrival here, or will you leave?" TangYue was also curious about what choice the lava dragon would make. "I came here to find a resting place, and my remains will benefit all things, giving rise to a new breeding ground. This is the fate of my kind. What these hunters are doing now is futile. I've already sensed it is coming. I will respond to my fate and seek a place to rest. Let's part ways here." As soon as the lava dragon finished speaking, before TangYue could comprehend what it meant by it, she noticed a black figure appear in the distant sky. "It's the Annihilation Dragon." Hunters on the lava dragon's back, stop the Annihilation Dragon with all your might. Clearly, the commander and others had also spotted the flying Annihilation Dragon. However, it was evident that most of the hunters on the lava dragon's back could only engage in mining actions. Only Star and TangYue, who had just jumped off the lava dragon's head, had the capacity to fight the Annihilation Dragon. When the two met, they exchanged smiles, each understanding the other's intentions. Star immediately performed a sliding attack towards the Annihilation Dragon, and as he got up, he executed an upward slash, striking the Annihilation Dragon's chin fiercely. TangYue also teleported from the back, closing in and delivering a heavy blow to the Annihilation Dragon's tail, directly cutting it off. This move provided Star with an opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on the Annihilation Dragon's large horns. However, it was clear that the current power of the female Fire Dragon Greatsword was insufficient to deal significant damage to the Annihilation Dragon. TangYue could cut off the Annihilation Dragon's tail directly due to her own immense strength, while the newly crafted insect control stick in her hand had also become dull as a result of this strike. The Annihilation Dragon had already recovered and was in a fury. The hunting master, who had just come to assist, stepped forward to engage the Annihilation Dragon, skillfully shattering its spikes with agile movements. The Annihilation Dragon endured the attack, trading damage for damage, and sent the hunting master flying. The shattered spikes quickly regenerated, indicating that the Annihilation Dragon possessed powerful regenerative abilities. This scene startled AI Bo and the commander. Seizing the opportunity, the Annihilation Dragon swept away the binding dragon gun that had previously been shot at the lava dragon to serve as a capture net. The lava dragon took the chance to make a large hole and escape. Seeing this, the annihilation dragon did not linger in battle, shooting TangYue a glare before leaving. This moment also validated TangYue's conjecture about the ancient dragons. With the lava dragon's departure, this capture operation had officially failed. To conduct such a large-scale operation again was clearly impossible, as this operation had already depleted their stockpile. Everyone, this capture operation for the lava dragon has failed. For now, we cannot conduct another operation. Regarding subsequent actions, we need to apply for assistance from the guild. This matter will be entrusted to the captain. The day after the lava dragon capture operation, everyone gathered at the headquarters for a meeting. The failure of this operation had left everyone feeling downcast. The commander's orders were acknowledged by the captain nearby. Whether they could obtain more strategic resources depended on the captain. Although the lava dragon operation had failed, the investigation team reported discovering a large crack along the route the lava dragon had taken, opening a path to a new area. The investigation of the passage and new area would be entrusted to several members of the recommendation group. This is also related to whether the upcoming investigation can continue. The above is disbanded. Although the situation at the base is not optimistic, with a lack of strategic materials, the investigation must continue. And the capture operation of the Melt Mountain Dragon has not been without results. At least a new passage has been discovered, allowing the investigation to proceed. After receiving the mission, TangYue, Xing, and AI Bo immediately set off for the Grand Canyon. Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, they encountered many familiar faces, such as Sang and his partner from the recommendation group, who were also exploring the area. Like TangYue's trio, they advanced along the narrow path beside the cliff. Soon, they reached a massive crack. Continuing forward, they found a new world. Huge coral-like platforms stood everywhere, with coral-like terrain all around. And the air was filled with numerous floating leaves and similar things. Many dreamlike environmental creatures floated in the air, making it feel like they had entered an underwater world. This beautiful scenery caught AI Bo's attention, and he excitedly jumped down to observe the surroundings up close, while Xing and TangYue followed suit. However, before the three could enjoy the view, an unexpected guest arrived. Although they dodged the attack, the platform beneath them collapsed, and the three fell down. Chapter 176. Land Coral Plateau. When the three woke up again, they found themselves in a new base, which maintained the style of the star base. Entirely transformed from a ship structure, with numerous curtains giving it a luxurious appearance. In fact, TangYue was fully aware of what had happened after she fainted. After all, with TangYue's physical condition, even piercing through a string of planets at superluminal speed would be trivial. The reason she was brought back to this new base along with AI Bo and Xing dated back to when the platform collapsed. As they fell, although Xing and AI Bo were both super hunters, they could not withstand the force of gravity and fainted. TangYue, on the other hand, created an impact crater upon landing and, after brushing off the nutrient-rich ash from her body, noticed the decayed environment around her. At the same time, she discovered the Wilderness Master, who came sliding down from a nearby slope, looking quite spirited. Upon seeing TangYue and the impact crater beneath her, the old lady immediately recognized that TangYue was not an ordinary person. After some conversation, they learned about the events that had transpired, and the Wilderness Master led TangYue, carrying the unconscious Xing and AI Bo, to this place. The new base was named a research base, set up by the members of the third phase group who had previously transformed a ship into a hot air balloon and ended up stranded after flying over the Grand Canyon. After placing Xing and AI Bo in a resting area, TangYue lay down between them and fell asleep. The Wilderness Master then left to explore further, reporting to the leader of the third phase group. Back to the present. Just now, AI Bo and Xing finally understood the current situation, while TangYue didn't care about any of this. Thus, the third phase group was now trapped in this land coral plateau. Most of the members were scholars without combat capabilities, so they asked the three of them to explore the land coral plateau and ensure the safety of the surroundings. Facing the request from the leader of the third phase group, the three naturally had no reason to refuse, as it was a new map and a new adventure. The leader of the third phase group could tell from TangYue's trio's expressions that there would be no problem, and we'll take care of it. The pathways on both sides of the Grand Canyon are now clear, so the investigation of the land coral plateau can continue. After bidding farewell to the leader of the third phase group, TangYue and the others quickly gathered their supplies and prepared to set off. There was no other choice. After all, this area had previously been out of contact, and the supplies were barely sufficient to keep things running. However, these were not major issues. With the skills of the three, they could handle the upcoming battles. Moreover, this time TangYue had brought along Xiao Man, the name of the Manticore dragon. Exiting the research base, they arrived at a camp built by scholars, situated on a plateau and occupying a high ground, with a winding path leading down to supply the scholars for their daily explorations. However, as an experienced hunter, how could TangYue take that route? Of course, she jumped straight off the cliff on the other side. For Super Hunter, this height was no problem at all. It's worth noting that during their time in the ancient tree forest, TangYue and Xing had often free-fallen directly from the highest point of the ancient trees to the ground, which was incredibly fast. As for why she fainted that time, it was due to external factors. TangYue clearly remembered that she had landed head first. With a leap, TangYue and Xing arrived at a lush, dreamlike place. Elegant hummingbird-like creatures flitted among the trees, while jellyfish-like beings floated in the air, resembling a bright underwater world. TangYue was fixated on a creature that resembled an eel emerging from the ground. This creature, swaying its upper body in the air, filled TangYue with curiosity. However, before she could delve deeper into understanding these marvelous beings, Xing dragged her off to explore the map. Seeing this, TangYue had no choice but to get to work. She reached in her bag and pulled out a pokeball, tossing it into the air, where a robust and healthy manticore dragon appeared before them. "Come out, Xiaoman. Let us explore around here." With that, TangYue and Xing climbed onto Xiaoman's back. Once they were settled, Xiaoman let out a roar and began to move along the irregularly wide path of the land coral plateau. They soon arrived at a location with several mushroom-like structures seemingly buried underground, where they encountered a new monster. It appeared to be a bird-like dinosaur with a petite body and two long, eyebrow-like structures on either side of its head. Clearly, this was a bird dinosaur named the Dazzling Bird. Before long, the Dazzling Bird showcased its signature move, the Battlefield Reporter Flash. Its eyebrows opened up to form two massive fan shapes, and after a moment of charging, it emitted a strong flash of light. Xiaoman was instantly blinded, and Xing, who was on Xiaoman's back, also felt dizzy. As for TangYue, she was immune to such effects, casually playing with the sunlight. However, shortly after the flash, the Dazzling Bird took off running, as the Manticore dragon was indeed a powerful beast. After a brief moment of recovery, Xiaoman and Xing regained their composure. But the Dazzling Bird had long since escaped. There was no choice but to focus on the main task of exploring and confirming the surrounding environment. Thus, TangYue instructed Xiaoman to continue forward. As they progressed, they soon reached a place filled with tall coral-like trees and discovered a floating dragon resembling a flying squirrel. They did not approach it, but instead finished surveying the terrain first. After some exploration, they found a new camp had been set up and also encountered the culprit that had knocked the three off the platform, the wind-drifting dragon. At that moment, the Dazzling Bird reappeared on the way back to the research base, and it was a case of an enemy meeting a fierce rival. Xiaoman charged forward with a fireball and then opened her mouth wide to bite down. Seeing this, TangYue and Xing jumped off Xiaoman's back, pulling out their weapons to engage in battle. With Xiaoman acting as the tank in front, the two could focus on dealing damage. And after the dazzling flash bomb was destroyed, TangYue quickly captured the Dazzling Bird. Chapter 177. Hot Air Balloon. The investigation and exploration of the Coral Land Plateau was successfully completed, and now it was time to head deep into the Coral Land Plateau, specifically to the valley filled with a deathly miasma. However, to get there, some preparations were needed, namely launching the oversized hot air balloon for the third phase team. After finishing the map exploration, the hunters at the base began their exploration of the Coral Land Plateau. The most crucial person was the uncle who had been pondering outside the forge on how to remedy the situation after the previous hot air balloon of the third phase team was destroyed and stranded. He had now arrived at the research base, planning to improve a new hot air balloon using local materials. The good news was that shortly after the uncle arrived, the hunters who went out to explore returned with useful information. Research revealed that the best material for a new hot air balloon was the material from the floating dragon. This small flying dragon could suck air into its incredibly resilient throat, forming a large balloon that allowed it to float in the air. It was practically a natural hot air balloon. Additionally, as a creature living in the Coral Land Plateau, it was not a primary target for the top predators in the area, making its materials quite sturdy. Thus, TangYue and Xing received a new task to hunt the floating dragon. This time, the goal was to use the floating dragon's materials to make a hot air balloon, so they could hunt it directly. Of course, capturing it would also be fine. Once the task was confirmed, they packed up and prepared to set off. TangYue and Xing exited the research base once again, arriving at the camp in the Coral Land Plateau. As usual, they jumped down. TangYue immediately recognized a red and white sphere, for which a small figure emerged. It was the fierce wolf dragon. Beside her, Xing whistled, summoning a cat lizard dragon, a local specialty of the Coral Land Plateau. Speaking of the cat lizard dragon, it was one they encountered while exploring the Coral Land Plateau with the investigation team. After a friendly and somewhat violent sparring session, they visited its camp and received a task from the local cats to hunt the hunting duo. After completing this commission, the local cats taught them how to summon the local specialty cat lizard dragon as a mount. Now, both of them mounted their dragons, riding the two small monsters towards the dense coral forest. After all, during their previous exploration, they discovered that the floating dragon loved to float around that area while hunting. With a clear target and the guidance of quality guiding bugs, they quickly arrived at their destination. Sure enough, the floating dragon was floating in the sky, puffing up its cheeks. How should they approach this? TangYue looked at the floating balloon in the sky, wanting to poke a hole in it, while Xing kept a close eye on the floating dragon. In response to TangYue's question, Xing understood her intentions with a glance and nodded. All right, no problem. Leave it to me. The two had developed a tacit understanding over time, knowing each other's intentions with just a look. Xing's glance simply meant, I agree with your plan. Let's poke the balloon. Clearly, both of them found joy in the idea of poking the balloon. TangYue quickly took action. She stood up, adopting a standard javelin throwing stance, aiming her insect controller at the floating dragon's inflated balloon. Seizing the right moment, she swiftly threw it, and the insect controller flew through the air in a perfect straight line, piercing the floating dragon's balloon. This strike knocked the floating dragon to the ground, and the inflated balloon burst with a large hole, clearly unable to inflate again. However, that was fine. They could take it back and modify it as good material for a hot air balloon. In response to the situation, Xing immediately charged out, drawing his katana and delivering furious strikes to the floating dragon's head. Each slash landed directly on the floating dragon's mouse-like head. As for TangYue, she had just felt the insect controller land beside her, pulled it out from the rock wall, and was about to return while also directing her hunting bugs to collect essence from the floating dragon. Xing, slow down a bit. I haven't hit this one yet. Seeing Xing's frenzied output, TangYue felt anxious and jumped in place. Then, using nitrogen acceleration, she approached the floating dragon from the air. Just as TangYue was about to get close, the floating dragon happened to float upwards, and its large tail, resembling a waffle, slammed right in front of TangYue. Having developed a keen interest in monster tails during their hunts, TangYue wouldn't let this opportunity pass. She struck down directly at the base of the massive tail, even using the technique 1 against 1,000, shattering domination to ensure she could cut it off. The result was quite satisfying for TangYue. She successfully chopped off the floating dragon's large tail. Without its tail for acceleration, braking, and balance, the floating dragon plummeted to the ground, completely unable to take off. Below, Xing was just about to use a hook claw to land on the floating dragon and strike it down, but he encountered this situation and was directly pinned under the falling floating dragon. The floating dragon wondered why this time it didn't hurt as much when it fell. Fortunately, super hunters are made of iron. Even though the falling floating dragon landed squarely on him, Xing stood up resolutely, downing a recovery potion and recovering quickly. Meanwhile, the floating dragon had completely transformed from a flying dragon to a grounded chicken. Without its large tail, it even wobbled while trying to walk. Its overall balance was completely disrupted. In the ensuing battle, TangYue and Xing only needed to exert a little more effort to take down the floating dragon. This is too easy. At this moment, TangYue and Xing had successfully captured the floating dragon and were on their way back. With TangYue dragging the large tail she had chopped off, she was in a great mood, planning to take the tail back for examination and modify it into a new fly swatter magic study. After obtaining the floating dragon, the hot air balloon uncle was overjoyed and began using the floating dragon materials to complete his new hot air balloon blueprint. After a period of hard work, the new hot air balloon was finally completed, and the third phase team ship was once again airborne, preparing to head to the Miasma Valley for exploration. Chapter 178. Miasma Valley ding. As the crisp bell sound from the leader of the third phase team rang out, the research base slowly ascended with this sound. Aibo and TangYue were both curious about this scene. One was riding a flying ship for the first time, finding the experience quite novel. The other had only been on high-tech ships and was seeing a hot air balloon-bound ship for the first time. In any case, both Aibo and TangYue appeared very happy, while Xing displayed heightened vigilance, prepared for any unexpected situations. All right, then let's set off. After finishing speaking, the leader of the third phase team struck the unknown controller in his hand again, directing the research base to fly towards the valley of Miasma below the land coral plateau. As the altitude continuously decreased, the originally beautiful underwater scenery disappeared, replaced by a scene resembling a dragon's graveyard. The surrounding mountain walls were filled with decayed colors, and the air was permeated with a gas reminiscent of sulfurous smoke. This is also the reason why this area is called the Valley of Miasma, as the gases are the lingering miasma of this place. While this is completely different in style from the land coral plateau, it's hard to imagine that beneath such a beautiful land coral plateau lies this kind of scene. AI Bo couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before her. TangYue, on the other hand, wasn't particularly concerned about the scenery here, as she had seen even stranger landscapes in her interstellar world. However, new ecosystems meant new monsters, which was what attracted TangYue. Ah, look over there. It seems like a suitable spot for a camp. AI Bo, who was looking around, also found a suitable location to establish a camp. The leader of the third phase team agreed it was a good spot, nodded, and struck the controller again to command the research base to slowly approach. Meanwhile, TangYue and the others had arrived at the landing platform, using the original ship's anchor landing device to touch down on the surface. As they descended, they discovered that in this open space, a toothed dragon species was gnawing on the ground's fragrant winged dragon. What to do? In this case, it was indeed inconvenient to establish a camp. However, these were not problems for TangYue, as she directly threw the Pokeball in her hand, and a massive beast dragon species appeared in this open space. This beast dragon had the appearance of a Barbarijaw dragon, but with white skin, covered in stripes of red, yellow, blue, purple, and black. Its originally brown fur had also transformed into a colorful hue, looking quite flamboyant. The original bony armor on its head had turned into a protruding horn. Indeed, the one that appeared was TangYue's little man. During this time, TangYue had adjusted the energy of little man, granting it the energies of ice, water, thunder, and dragon attributes. With the infusion of species energy and under TangYue's adjustments, a new energy conversion cycle was formed, and little man's appearance also changed. Now, little man could switch between 6 forms. The specific judgment method was the colorful fur. In its colorful state, little man's physical combat ability was greatly enhanced, and it had extremely high resistance to all attributes. When the fur changed to a single color, it would be completely immune to one corresponding attribute while inflicting massive damage with that attribute in its attacks, and could unleash breaths corresponding to that attribute. Furthermore, all of little man's states were completely immune to all abnormal status attributes, except for explosion attributes. It could be said that little man had completely been reborn, and taking on a Mimi was definitely not a problem now. Currently, little man's target was the toothed dragon species in front of them. Little man directly stepped on the tail of the large poison paralysis dragon and bit down on its head, then began to swing it around wildly. Hey, how did little man change so much? Clearly, such a noticeable transformation had caught AI Bo and Xing's attention, and they curiously asked TangYue. As it was something she had created, TangYue had no intention of hiding anything. Of course, I put in a lot of effort to adjust little man's energy. Now, little man has mastered all attributes and is incredibly powerful. If we encounter that annihilation dragon again, I guarantee little man can take it down by itself. As TangYue spoke, she raised her head proudly, looking quite pleased. However, if little man could truly defeat the annihilation dragon alone, that would indeed be impressive. Just as the three were talking, little man was already holding the barely conscious large poison paralysis dragon, looking up at TangYue and the others. Upon seeing this, the three jumped down and approached little man. TangYue patted little man's leg. It opened its mouth to drop the large poison paralysis dragon on the ground. Xing, seeing this, immediately took out a lightning capture grenade and completed the capture of the large poison paralysis dragon. Can't waste it, right? Under little man's resentful gaze, TangYue put it away, cleared some space, and began to set up the camp. Completing the camp construction in the Valley of Miasma, they had temporarily secured their foothold here. Exiting the camp, they could see the overall layout of the Valley of Miasma from a high vantage point. The upper layer of the valley resembled a super giant ancient dragon skeleton, presumably that of a serpent king dragon. The path from the camp to the main road was covered in vines, and as for the strong man, of course, he would parachute in. Upon reaching the main road, they discovered a slope, one end descending and the other ascending. Soon, the guiding insect detected some traces. Since they couldn't decide which way to go for the time being, they decided to follow the guiding insect. Continuing upward, they arrived at an open area. However, before TangYue and Xing could properly observe their surroundings, a rumbling sound came from afar, like some gigantic thing rolling along. The sound quickly approached. The two finally saw what it was. It was a creature clad in a large amount of bony armor, rolling in a ball, and the strong vibrations directly knocked a giant skeleton hanging high above down. TangYue reacted quickly and kicked the falling skeleton. The skeleton flew towards the beast dragon species at an even faster speed, hitting it hard and shattering large pieces of its bony armor. It seemed these bones were not its own, but were stuck to its body by the black, tar-like substance. The newcomer was the Bone Hammer Dragon. Upon seeing this, TangYue became excited as flames erupted from the Bone Hammer Dragon. She dashed forward, using a sky strike to jab at the belly of the Bone Hammer Dragon, then began to unleash meteor shadow strikes at the side beneath the Bone Hammer Dragon. Flipping it over, its bony armor quickly fell off until it was completely stripped. After losing its bony armor protection, the Bone Hammer Dragon was swiftly dealt with by TangYue's star. Chapter 179. Wind Drifting Dragon returning to the research base once again. After receiving the research report organized by AI Bo, the leader of the third phase team began to read it carefully. Meanwhile, TangYue, who was only responsible for fighting, was playing with Wang Jiang on the side, waving a cat teaser in her hand. Xing was maintaining her katana. Soon, the leader of the third phase team finished reviewing the research report and drew a conclusion. Putting down the report, he looked at the three. I have understood the specific situation here. It seems that no useful information has been found in the upper layer of the Valley of Miasma. Although it is useful for the ecological investigation of a new continent, there has been no progress in the investigation of the Molten Mountain Dragon. As he spoke, the leader of the third phase team rubbed his forehead, showing signs of concern. It was evident that since the previous failure of the Molten Mountain Dragon capture operation, the leaders of each phase team had been very attentive to the investigation of ancient dragon migration. Leader of the third phase team, I think we need to go deeper into the Valley of Miasma. Hopefully, there will be useful clues there. According to our previous investigation, the path from the upper layer to the lower layer is blocked, and to reach the lower layer, we can only go from the air. After AI Bo made the suggestion, the leader of the third phase team and AI Bo also came up with the next course of action, which was to use the hot air balloon of the third phase team to go directly from the air to the lower part of the Miasma Valley to continue the investigation, hoping to obtain useful intelligence. TangYue and Xing, who were nearby, also realized that there was work to do and turned their attention to this side. AI Bo and the leader of the third phase team exchanged smiles and immediately prepared to set off. Ding once again with a magical bell-ringing driving method. The leader of the third phase team piloted the hot air balloon and took off again. They arrived in a large canyon on the Lu Shangu Plateau, where there was a vast, allowing them to descend directly into the heart of the Miasma Valley and use it as a transit point to reach the lower part of the Miasma Valley. At this moment, flying in this were not only the hot air balloon of the third phase team, but also countless fragrant winged dragons soaring around. Wow, what a spectacular ecosystem. AI Bo couldn't help but marvel at the sight of these free-flying fragrant winged dragons, and the leader of the third phase team smiled slightly at the scene. TangYue also. She pulled out a specially made capture net. She launched it. It was successful. She captured a fragrant winged dragon that had accidentally come too close. Tonight, they could have an extra meal. Just as AI Bo and Xing were trying to stop TangYue from capturing another fragrant winged dragon, a sharp, piercing roar came from afar, growing closer, accompanied by a strong wind pressure. Amidst the shaking, everyone saw the source of the roar. A dragon species with huge, flowing wings, a creamy white belly, and a deep-sea blue back was darting around in the air, hunting the surrounding fragrant winged dragons. It seemed that this was its territory. The leader of the third phase team recognized the newcomer, and AI Bo and Xing also vaguely remembered, realizing that this was the culprit that caused them to fall off the cliff and lose consciousness. That's the wind drifting dragon, the top predator of this Lu Shangu Plateau. It seems this is its hunting ground. If we don't deal with it, we won't be able to reach the lower part of the Miasma Valley. Let's go back first. Saying this, the leader of the third phase team commanded the hot air balloon to return to the previous station. AI Bo also said somewhat disappointedly, speaking of which, is it because you stole the wind drifting dragon's prey that it came here to cause trouble? Although everyone knew this was a joke, TangYue intended to respond. No, that is not how it is. Everything here is mine. That wind drifting dragon stole my prey. Once we get back, we'll set off immediately. Just watch me deal with that guy who snatched my things. Faced with TangYue's declaration, AI Bo and Xing became interested, agreeing with her thoughts, as the next task was likely to deal with the wind drifting dragon. Once they landed at the research base, TangYue hurriedly prepared to set off, and seeing this, Xing and AI Bo had no choice but to quickly follow. Arriving at the window platform, TangYue directly hooked a nearby pterosaur as a means of transportation and set off, with the destination naturally being the camp below the highest platform of the Lushanga Plateau. Upon arriving at the camp, TangYue immediately squeezed out of the hidden entrance and took out a pokeball. "Go, Xiaoman, it's you," accompanied by a burst of red light. Xiaoman's figure once again appeared on the land of the Lushanga Plateau. With a joyful roar from Xiaoman, AI Bo and Xing also successfully arrived here and skillfully climbed onto Xiaoman's back behind TangYue. Once the two were settled, Xiaoman immediately started moving towards the highest platform of the plateau that TangYue pointed out. After climbing over a bunch of stinky, long vine walls, they finally reached this platform. However, what made TangYue furious happened. Just as TangYue and Xing finally arrived at the wind drifting dragon's nest under Xiaoman's transport, the wind drifting dragon flew away right in front of TangYue. It just flew away. This made TangYue extremely angry. She jumped off Xiaoman's back and activated her divine form in midair. A splendid and gorgeous outfit covered her body, with a majestic and brilliant light surrounding her. And her height, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, increased, transforming from a lowly into a mature lady. The insect-controlling stick in her hand transformed into an extremely luxurious battle spear under the influence of magical power. Ignoring Xing, who was stunned by this glamorous transformation behind her, TangYue flew towards the departing wind drifting dragon, grabbing its tail and yanking it down onto the platform below. "Huh, you thought you could leave after offending me? Not a chance." TangYue followed the falling wind drifting dragon with a dazzling pressure attack, although she didn't activate the dazzling pattern this time. Thanks to TangYue's immense magical power, the shockwave of the pressure attack enveloped the entire body of the wind drifting dragon. In just one hit, the wind drifting dragon was covered in numerous large and small wounds. Its smooth wings were riddled with cuts, and its proud crest was broken unevenly. This wasn't over. Seeing the wind drifting dragon fall, Xiaoman immediately charged forward and bit down on its long neck, lifting it up and slamming it down. When Xing came back to her senses, she saw TangYue, who had reverted from her transformation, watching Xiaoman slam the wind drifting dragon down, ultimately unable to bear it, and completed the capture, ending its suffering. Chapter 180, Mad Dog's Claw. After dealing with the wind drifting dragon, the passage to the lower part of the Miasma Valley was clear. After capturing the poor wind drifting dragon, TangYue and Xing obtained a large number of materials from it. Using these materials, they upgraded their equipment. TangYue donned a new wind drifting dragon suit, showcasing her elegance, though it was a bit short. Xing also obtained a new ice attribute wind drifting dragon-derived greatsword, making everyone happy. Once the two main combatants were ready, it was time to set sail again toward the lower part of the Miasma Valley to complete the unfinished investigation. They arrived once more at the massive. This time, although fragrant winged dragons still floated around, the troublesome wind drifting dragon was temporarily absent. Needing some time before other wind drifting dragons would occupy this area after discovering their kin had been taken away. This time, it went very smoothly. AI Bo looked at the peaceful and couldn't help but sigh. This was all thanks to the brave hunting of the two hunters. The leader of the third phase team generously praised TangYue and Xing. However, Xing, hearing this, recalled that day. TangYue's transformation and her immense power were still fresh in her memory. Just as AI Bo and the leader of the third phase team were talking and TangYue and Xing were having casual conversations, the research base finally passed through the main passage between the Miasma Valley and Lushanga Plateau, circumventing the blocked Miasma Valley passage and arriving at the lower part of the Miasma Valley. Compared to the upper space, the environment of the lower space was harsher. Although the concentration of miasma had decreased, the pools with strong corrosive abilities and the more ferocious monsters were no joke. Well, for TangYue, it was just a joke. "Partner, TangYue, wait for me. I want to go together." Just after TangYue and Xing had completed their descent from the new camp, they had not gone far when they heard AI Bo's calling voice from behind. It seems at this time, Aibo couldn't resist the boredom and decided to join the action. TangYue and Xing naturally wouldn't stop her. With the two of them around, there wouldn't be any major issues. "Ah, look over there. It's the traces of the molten mountain dragon." The line of thought was indeed correct. While TangYue was still fishing and mining, Aibo had already spotted the fragments of the molten mountain dragon's traces by the acid pool. This exclamation also caught the attention of TangYue and Xing. Upon getting closer, they confirmed that it was indeed the traces of the molten mountain dragon. The three felt the urge to follow the guidance of the guiding insects, and soon discovered a set of molten mountain dragon traces that could rival those found in the great Ant Mound wilderness. Aibo was immediately excited and moved forward to explore. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared, the Cursed Claw Dragon, a top predator in the Miasma Valley ecosystem. The Cursed Claw Dragon approached the three with an extremely agile posture, spewing hot white smoke from its two small nostrils. Its claws gripped tightly, and the second row of sharp claws above its paws spread out in an attack-ready stance. Faced with this situation, Xing immediately moved forward, pulling Aibo back, hoping to help her stay away from danger. TangYue, on the other hand, directly took out her insect stick, ready to deliver a fierce blow. However, it was clear that there were others present. A special ammunition fruit from the Miasma Valley shot down from above, directly hitting the Cursed Claw Dragon's head, causing it to stagger. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave." With that voice, they saw an elderly woman dressed in light green clothing, wearing a respirator collar, holding a special crossbow and continuously firing ammunition at the Cursed Claw Dragon. It was the wilderness master from before. Seeing this, Xing nodded, pulling Aibo and intending to leave quickly. Aibo, being pulled, did not forget to shout, "Annie, TangYue, please help." Although TangYue wasn't someone who took care of others and might not have understood Aibo's meaning, possibly, she only needed to know one thing: to smash the Cursed Claw Dragon in front of her. "Here I come." As TangYue's words fell, the swift hunting insects had already pecked at the Cursed Claw Dragon 3 times, completing the extraction of 3 essences, and TangYue directly used her insect stick to push herself towards the Cursed Claw Dragon. Getting closer, she perfectly met the returning hunting insect, and while collecting the essence, a spear directly stabbed into the Cursed Claw Dragon's head. The Wilderness Master also came down from the slope nearby to collect ammunition, planning to provide support to TangYue. Meanwhile, after taking a heavy hit from TangYue, the Cursed Claw Dragon went into a frenzy. After a series of roars, it began to leap back and forth at high speed, jumping from one end to the other. The Wilderness Master could only rely on years of experience to predict and shoot, greatly increasing the difficulty. Although TangYue was immensely powerful, the insect stick was not a weapon designed for high speed, and she was quickly irritated by the jumping Cursed Claw Dragon. "You annoying guy. Jumping around is so annoying." TangYue directly predicted the next landing point of the Cursed Claw Dragon, as it once again leaped over her head. TangYue swiftly delivered a well-aimed round dance stick directly to the Cursed Claw Dragon's abdomen. Then, following up with a spinning throw, she slammed the Cursed Claw Dragon hard onto the ground. Without waiting for the Cursed Claw Dragon to get up, TangYue raised her insect stick and executed a move called 1 against 1,000 Shattering Domination. Although there was no magical or energy enhancement, TangYue had already created a circular confinement area using special insect silk, pinning the Cursed Claw Dragon in place. Suddenly, the Cursed Claw Dragon transformed from a high-speed moving target into a stationary target, being pinned in place. The Cursed Claw Dragon found it difficult to leverage its strength for powerful attacks. By the time the effects of the special insect silk wore off and the Cursed Claw Dragon regained its ability to move, it was already on the verge of collapse. After capturing the Cursed Claw Dragon with a Thunderlight capture hand grenade, Xing finally arrived late, bringing Aibo back to the camp, only to see the Cursed Claw Dragon peacefully sleeping in the capture net and the Wilderness Master still in shock. "Are you all okay?" Xing rarely asked. "Of course. We're fine. It's just that you were too slow. We've already resolved things here. I'm telling you, if you encounter this bad thing in the future, just have Wang Chan fill the surroundings with traps." TangYue began to share a lot of hunting techniques regarding the Cursed Claw Dragon with Xing, while the Wilderness Master smiled as he watched the two of them return to the camp. Chapter 181. The Pinnacle of the Ecosystem, because I forgot to update yesterday, and then accidentally overwrote yesterday's chapter. I had to add a summary at the beginning. So frustrating. After completing the hunt for the Cursed Claw Dragon, the three returned to the camp. After gathering information from the Wilderness Master, they obtained a lead on the ancient dragon people. Thus, after some preparation, the three headed to the location of the ancient dragon people they learned about from the commander, the ancient tree forest. After a challenging search, they finally found the ancient dragon people and received a long string of vague requests from them. "Aibo, translate for me." Faced with the ancient dragon people's riddle-like responses, TangYue completely didn't want to use her imaginative brain and chose to hand over the task of understanding to their signboard girl, Aibo. Fortunately, Aibo didn't disappoint, quickly grasping the meaning behind the ancient dragon people's words. "The top of the forest and the bottom of the desert." "I understand. The ancient dragon people want us to prove our strength. It seems that the top of the forest refers to the fire dragon, while the bottom of the desert must be the horned dragon. Indeed, both are top predators in their respective ecosystems. With Ibu's analysis, the current task became clear: to hunt the fire dragon and the horned dragon, proving their strength, and on that basis, obtain information about the molten mountain dragon from the ancient dragon people. Very reasonable. All right, we understand. Without further ado, there's a fire dragon wandering outside. Let's quickly deal with it. Saying this, TangYue directly picked up her insect stick, ready to set off. Seeing this, Xing also strapped on her katana and followed TangYue, simultaneously pulling out 2 bags of powder from her bag to sprinkle over TangYue, herself, and Wangshan. These were, of course, hardening powder and super strength powder. After finishing the powder application, the 2 of them and the cat went to the cave they had retreated from earlier and directly crawled through. They arrived at the previous fire dragon's nest. However, there was no sign of the fire dragon. It seemed to have gone out to hunt or patrol its territory. Oh, it seems the little fire dragon isn't home. In that case, let's help ourselves to a good renovation. With that, TangYue took out a large bag and began pulling things out. Xing, watching TangYue pull things out of her bag, silently mourned for the fire dragon for a second. What TangYue took out were all incredible items: powerful explosive traps, binding net launchers, thunderlight paralysis traps, atmospheric disturbance devices, super penetrating cannons, and 16-round automatic flash bombs, etc. TangYue directly set these items up in a not-so-spacious nest. Her careful calculations allowed for a remarkably high utilization of space, almost filling the entire nest. As TangYue finished the setup and took out the main controller, not long after wiping off non-existent sweat, a loud sound of wings flapping came from a distance. It seemed the main character was about to arrive, and the good show was about to begin. Xing, get ready when that fire dragon arrives. I'll first deal with one side, and then you go for it. As long as it tries to resist, I'll interrupt it. So just focus on fighting. With Xing's nod, the fire dragon slowly descended from the sky. However, the moment it touched the ground, boom, 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 a series of explosions engulfed the fire dragon completely, followed by a powerful binding net that firmly trapped it. Meanwhile, the automated crossbow and artillery set up around began to alternate fire, ensuring coverage. The fire dragon displayed its strength, forcibly breaking the binding net with its powerful wings and rising to a low altitude. Unfortunately, this was also within TangYue's expectations. Countless super-penetrating cannons opened fire, instantly riddling the fire dragon's wings with holes, clearly rendering it unable to fly. At the same time, the atmospheric disruptor was activated. Chaotic air currents pressed the fire dragon back to the ground. Now's the time go. With TangYue's command, Xing, who was ready beside her, immediately drew her knife and charged in. A long-range strike cut into the fire dragon, followed by a seamless series of katana combos that shattered countless scales that had already reached their limit, leaving a pitiful sight. Whenever the fire dragon showed any signs of resistance, TangYue would directly activate a flashbang to blind it once again, then reinforce the binding net, making it a continuous beating. In the end, Xing successfully captured it. Now, half of the ancient dragon people's mission was completed, and the next step was to head to the Great Ant Grave to deal with the horned dragon there. To confront the horned dragon, TangYue and Xing naturally had to be fully prepared. TangYue, without saying much, enhanced her insect control stick and completed the equipment upgrade, preparing special sound bombs. Xing upgraded her female fire dragon katana to a fire dragon katana, of course, to deal with those monsters that were not resistant to poison. Xing also crafted an additional female fire dragon katana for emergencies. Once prepared, they naturally headed to the Great Ant Grave. Of course, a cat meal before departure was essential. After a hearty meal, the group arrived at the central camp of the Great Ant Grave, planning to head from there to the Great Ant Grave. After all, the true desert floor was located at the lower levels of the Great Ant Grave. Sure enough, upon arriving at the Great Ant Grave, TangYue and Xing saw a sand dragon being knocked up by a horned dragon that appeared from below and then swept away with the quicksand to the lower level. Seeing this, TangYue and Xing naturally followed closely. Amid the flowing quicksand waterfall, a horned dragon with huge double horns poked its head out and let out a loud roar at TangYue and Xing. However, to use the special sound bombs without restraint, TangYue had long prepared special earplugs for the two, completely blocking out the horned dragon's roar. But it was clear that the horned dragon was roaring in defiance at them. TangYue would not indulge it, directly pulling out a machine gun-like special sound bomb launcher and firing it. The powerful sound waves formed a substance that spread through the air, directly knocking the horned dragon to the ground. The huge double horns, usually a high-quality sound wave conductor, nearly cost the horned dragon its life this time. The already powerful sound bomb was further enhanced. Meanwhile, Xing, who was already ready, drew her newly made katana and struck down at the horned dragon's tail, severing it. The pain caused the horned dragon to howl, and the sudden pain from both ends made its head sway, completely dazed. TangYue and Xing would not hold back, directly attacking the horned dragon relentlessly. Whenever the horned dragon showed signs of recovery, TangYue would fire another special sound bomb, and the two intentionally preserved the horned dragon's double horns to maximize the effect of the sound bombs, only shattering them when the horned dragon was at its last gasp. Truly a wicked plan. Chapter 182. The fate of the Molten Mountain Dragon. Those who stand at the pinnacle should know the secret of the volcano dragon. That dragon was enchanted by the light of life and escaped from the graveyard, thus getting lost in the earth vein corridor. Now its time is drawing near, and its fiery vitality has accumulated to the limit. The earth vein corridor, as its name suggests, is the vein of the earth. If the dragon dies deep within the earth vein corridor, it will release powerful fiery vitality, roaming through the veins. It will spew flames from various places, blackening the sky and scorching the earth. This is its secret, the end of this land. This is the theorem of nature. After completing the hunt for the horned dragon, TangYue's recommended team members also gained qualifications and naturally received messages from the ancient dragon people at the camp. However, it was clear that the news from the ancient dragon people was not good. After the ancient dragon person finished speaking, the group immediately rushed back to the base to report to the command center. The commander, upon learning of the significant news, immediately summoned all present officials for a combat meeting. Everyone is here, so the meeting officially begins. First, let the representative of the recommended team convey the received news. With the commander's directive, Aibo perked up and began to speak. We have received information about the Molten Mountain Dragon's movements from the ancient dragon people. The Molten Mountain Dragon has left the Miasma Valley graveyard for some reason, but it has gotten lost in the earth vein corridor, wandering around. Aibo first reported on the Molten Mountain Dragon's movements, but clearly, this information was not substantial enough to warrant such a large assembly. So everyone quietly waited for Aibo to continue. However, the problem was that the Molten Mountain Dragon had entered the final stage of life, and at the moment of its death, the massive energy accumulated within it would be released. With this news, everyone present furrowed their brows. None of them were ordinary people, but skilled individuals. Naturally, they quickly grasped the key issue. However, the bad news was the location where the Molten Mountain Dragon would fall. The commander also keenly noticed the crucial point, which was the location where the Molten Mountain Dragon was lost, the Earth Vein Corridor. That's right. The Earth Vein Corridor connects the entire New Continent's underground network. If the Molten Mountain Dragon dies in the Earth Vein Corridor and releases powerful energy, it would sweep across the entire New Continent, completely destroying it, right? The commander articulated the worst-case scenario that everyone had already suspected. Yes. So now, we are faced with only two choices. Either retreat from the New Continent and terminate the investigation mission, or confront the Molten Mountain Dragon head-on. The commander immediately presented two strategic options, and everyone present fell into contemplation, except for TangYue. If we just leave like this, it really feels unsatisfactory. The first to express discontent about retreating was Sang, who had only just arrived in the New Continent for investigation and felt it would be embarrassing to return so soon. Yes, after so many years, I have developed feelings for this place. Although life has been quite difficult, it has been built up little by everyone, and leaving like this is really hard to accept. The reluctance to evacuate has received overwhelming support from the majority. It seems that everyone's choice is to stay and fight. The commander looked at the enthusiastic crowd in front of him and smiled knowingly. However, even though we defeated the Lava Mountain Dragon in the Geomantic Corridor, we still cannot solve the energy problem of the Lava Mountain Dragon. Just when everyone was ready to make a big push, a representative from the researchers poured a bucket of cold water on them. Everyone, I have an idea. As everyone was at a loss, Aibo stepped forward, and everyone turned their attention to her, hoping to get a workable solution from her. Seeing this, Aibo approached the map and pointed to a location near the coast. Everyone, this location is a passage to the ocean within the Geomantic Corridor. We can ambush the Lava Mountain Dragon here, forcing it to change its route towards the ocean. Yes, if it erupts in the ocean, it won't affect the Geomantic Corridor, and the energy that erupts will give birth to a new ecosystem in the future. This feasible plan immediately sparked discussions among the crowd. Then, everyone, this operation will be called the Lava Mountain Dragon Induction Operation. Everyone, prepare immediately. The commander immediately confirmed this with a bang on the table. After all, this plan can be said to be the most hopeful combat scheme under the current circumstances. However, Commander, our supplies have been exhausted in the previous operation to capture the Lava Mountain Dragon, and the amount we collected during this time is just a drop in the bucket, barely enough to supply the base's operations. The logistics team leader also raised a significant issue. Don't worry about this, the commander said, turning his gaze to the elderly man who had been sitting behind everyone. This is the captain. Everyone recognized this symbol of hope. Indeed, it was the captain. The captain's appearance meant that the guild's supply support had arrived, so they could finally unleash their full potential. All right, since everything is fine, start preparing immediately. We don't have much time. The Lava Mountain Dragon induction operation is about to begin. Dismissed. With the commander's order, everyone immediately returned to their posts to begin preparations for battle. Only the recommended TangYue and Xing were left with nothing to do. As for Aibwa, she was naturally busy organizing the data. For the two combat personnel, not causing trouble was the greatest help. With nothing to do, Xing took TangYue to visit the support dispatched by the guild, that ship with a cool bow. Hey, Xing, what is this special bow? Clearly, TangYue had never seen this unique bow before, with gaps resembling machine extensions and a frame made of dragon bones, all revealing the crystallization of engineering in this world. The dragon-slaying gun. Oh, is it the latest and most powerful super engineering device, the dragon-slaying gun, from the guild's data? That giant, retractable, powerful spear that can directly pierce through strong armor. TangYue knew about the dragon-slaying gun. After all, she had read a lot during this time. However, it was her first time seeing the real thing. She had thought of making one herself before, but the materials were not approved, so she had given up. Now that she had seen the real thing, TangYue was overjoyed and planned to fire the dragon-slaying gun herself when the time came. Chapter 183. The end of the old chapter, Geomantic Corridor Lava Mountain Dragon Induction Operation Frontline Camp at this moment. The entire camp was bustling with activity. Various staff members were performing their duties, constantly transporting supplies, installing engineering equipment, or moving ammunition supplies. The hunters were also busy adjusting their gear, sharpening weapons, and getting ready for action. Everyone, this operation concerns whether we can continue to operate in this new continent. We must succeed. We cannot afford to fail. Under the immense pressure and high morale, everyone present demonstrated strong willpower. They believed they could successfully complete this operation and continue fighting in this new continent. Tatakai, however, contrasting with the bustling atmosphere here, was Aibwa and Xing's recommendation team. They were currently searching for something throughout the camp. What they were looking for was TangYue, who had disappeared shortly after arriving at the frontline camp. Faced with TangYue's sudden disappearance, the two had not reacted immediately, and now, as the operation was about to begin, they realized the seriousness of the situation upon not seeing TangYue, who usually would have been the first to prepare for departure. So, where exactly was TangYue at this moment? Continuing along the passage of the Geomantic Corridor, a giant figure was slowly approaching the camp. It was the target of this operation, the Lava Mountain Dragon. At this moment, however, a petite figure was sitting atop the Lava Mountain Dragon's head. That was TangYue, who had disappeared from the camp. Shortly after arriving at the front line, TangYue sensed the Lava Mountain Dragon's telepathic call. Out of curiosity and respect before the battle, she flew alone to the top of the Lava Mountain Dragon's head, intending to see what it wanted to say. So, little Lava Mountain Dragon, what do you want to express by calling me here? TangYue's voice echoed on the Lava Mountain Dragon's head. Her voice was small, almost drowned out by the thunderous sound of the Lava Mountain Dragon's advancing footsteps, but the Lava Mountain Dragon still heard her clearly. Little Lava Mountain Dragon? What a nostalgic title. I can't remember the last time I was called little. It must have been a long time ago. However, for an existence like you, I indeed can be considered small. The Lava Mountain Dragon was obviously pleased and sentimental about TangYue's address. Don't say that. When you say it like that, it makes me sound old. Don't you know that girls care a lot about their age? TangYue feigned anger, and the atmosphere between the two was quite peaceful. After all, TangYue did not care about age. If counted, the ages of all worlds combined would not be greater than her original age. And as someone who inherited the power of the main body, she also inherited those immeasurable ages. It was quite infuriating. All right, I won't say more. The reason I called you here is to request you to agree to one thing. The Lava Mountain Dragon felt it was about time. They would soon reach the location where they would fight the hunters, so it no longer diverted the topic and got straight to the point. Okay, I'm listening. If I can accept it, I will agree to you. After receiving TangYue's permission, the Lava Mountain Dragon began to speak. I had already reached the end of my journey, traveling thousands of miles to my destined resting place, where I would die and give birth to a new world. However, just as I reached my destination, ready to sleep, a stronger will invaded my thoughts, leading me to a deeper place. By the time I regained my senses, I had already become lost within this geomantic corridor. However, here, in this place connecting land and sea, I discovered the arrangements of these little ones. It seems they want me to head towards the ocean. I'm already a candle in the wind, and it seems impossible for me to return to my destined place once again. I will follow their will to the ocean, where I will meet my end. The response from the melting mountain dragon also surprised TangYue. He actually planned to comply with the hunter's arrangements and go to the ocean to end his life. Then why did you come to find me? In response to TangYue's confusion, the melting mountain dragon gave an answer. Although I will go to the ocean to meet my end, there exists a powerful new being deeper down there. This will be the greatest test for these little ones on this continent. Before I leave, I need to give them a trial to test whether they can survive in this land. If they can't even pass my trial, it would be better for them to leave here sooner. My request is that I hope you can refrain from participating in the upcoming battle. Please agree. Listening to the melting mountain dragon's request, TangYue fell into a dilemma. After all, she really wanted to fire the dragon-piercing gun. However, she ultimately agreed to the melting mountain dragon and secretly resolved to thoroughly research the dragon-piercing gun so that when the next opportunity arose, she could use it in rapid succession. All right, I agree to your request, but in exchange, I want you. Hearing TangYue's demand, the melting mountain dragon was slightly taken aback, but then relaxed. After all, he was already a candle in the wind, and in the end, it was just about contributing his body. So the melting mountain dragon agreed. Having received the desired answer, TangYue and the melting mountain dragon parted ways. The melting mountain dragon continued forward, while TangYue concealed herself in the air, intending to observe how these hunters would act in the battle, as those who save themselves often save others. On the other side, after searching the entire camp without finding TangYue, Xing and Aibo also stopped. As the battle was about to begin, and they knew TangYue's strength, they were still reassured about her, but worried about being targeted by her. With the arrival of the melting mountain dragon, this battle, which would determine the hunter's fate in the new continent, began. The first phase commenced with 2 teams of recommended hunters as the vanguard, charging towards the melting mountain dragon's back to damage its heat dissipation organs and slow down its movements. Meanwhile, the defensive installations on the rock walls began to unleash firepower to weaken the melting mountain dragon's stamina. With the experience from the previous operation against the melting mountain dragon, the hunter troops quickly completed the destruction of its heat dissipation organs under the leadership of Xing and Sang. As time passed, the Annihilation Dragon also arrived on the battlefield as expected, but this time it was different. This time Xing had upgraded her weaponry. The Fire Dragon Great Sword struck the Annihilation Dragon repeatedly, shattering its spiny scales. After a fierce struggle, the Annihilation Dragon ultimately could not withstand the swarm and reluctantly retreated from the battlefield. The Melting Mountain Dragon then approached the defensive barrier. Amidst the continuous sounds of cannon fire and crossbows, the Melting Mountain Dragon's stamina was constantly being drained. This relentless effort and attack confirmed the Melting Mountain Dragon's recognition of the hunter's growth. Compared to the last time, they had made significant progress. At that moment, the hunter's ultimate technique, the dragon-piercing gun, was fired, and its immense power shook the Melting Mountain Dragon. It was this strike that completely made the Melting Mountain Dragon acknowledge these hunters, and it proceeded satisfied towards the ocean. Chapter 184. A new investigation begins as the coral petals in Aibo's hand flew towards the ocean with the wind. This induced operation concerning the fate of the investigation team successfully concluded amidst the cheers and laughter of everyone. However, while the investigation team concluded here, TangYue's journey was just beginning. The Melting Mountain Dragon strolled in the sea, the cold water temporarily replacing its damaged heat dissipation organs, cooling the volcano on its back as it awaited its demise, waiting for TangYue to fulfill their agreement. "I'm here," accompanied by a voice full of authority. A figure radiating a solemn golden light appeared above the Melting Mountain Dragon. When the Melting Mountain Dragon looked up, it saw the figure's majestic and sacred posture, showcasing its absolute power. "Is this your true form? It really matches your greatness." The Melting Mountain Dragon realized who had come. It was TangYue, who had transformed. For the upcoming scene was indeed serious, and it seemed more dignified to appear like this. "Now, you need to fulfill our agreement. You will become my possession. I will grant you a new form and a new story." When the Melting Mountain Dragon felt a sense of dread, it had not expected that TangYue had such a card up her sleeve, and thus its fate of working for a lifetime was arranged. With a burst of intense light, it was as if the power of the world, truly the power of the world, enveloped the melting mountain dragon entirely. In this dazzling yet non-blinding radiance, the melting mountain dragon underwent a dramatic transformation. Its already gigantic body grew even larger. Its body, once resembling a small path, expanded hundreds or thousands of times. The volcano on its back soared into the clouds. As the melting mountain dragon's body rapidly expanded, the rocks it bore on its back also continuously enlarged, with its shell originally composed entirely of basalt starting to diversify into mountains, forests, swamps, mangroves, plains, and even snow-capped mountains. The original volcano stood tall in the center of this vast continent. Several rivers, formed from low-lying areas accumulating seawater, crisscrossed across this land. Meanwhile, the wings that originally supported the volcano on the melting mountain dragon's back were also greatly expanded, becoming thicker and wider, carrying the entire land on its back. At the same time, under the influence of this magical power, the creatures living on this land would, upon their death, return the energy they had accumulated throughout their lives to the melting mountain dragon. The melting mountain dragon's energy would also nurture life on this land. As this cycle continued, the creatures above would grow stronger. TangYue looked at the masterpiece before her with immense satisfaction. Now, her other plan could also be put into action. All right, your rebirth has come, and the new you is no longer suited to the name Melting Mountain Dragon. From now on, your name will be Arc Dragon, the ancient dragon carrying an entire life arc. The Melting Mountain Dragon, now Arc Dragon, had no complaints upon hearing TangYue's declaration. Although he would now work for TangYue forever, he also understood the abilities he had gained from the recent evolution. The current Arc Dragon could freely draw energy from the void to nurture the beings on the continent on its back, and the energy feedback from those beings would enhance its strength, as well as its ability to draw energy from the void. In this continuous cycle, it could grow stronger, and from now on, it would no longer be a moving calamity, but a nurturing mother goddess of all things. Originally, ancient dragons did not have gender. They only leaned towards gender based on their form and function. The Melting Mountain Dragon, which had previously led volcanic lava, naturally leaned towards the male, while the Arc Dragon, which nurtured all living beings, clearly leaned towards the female. Thank you for your gift. With the transformation of the Arc Dragon, the voice that emerged changed from an elderly tone to one full of vitality and maternal warmth. All right, now you can develop in this world for a while. When I leave here, I will take you to a new world where I have new arrangements for you. Now go and nurture your own people. As TangYue's declaration fell, the Arc Dragon, carrying that massive landmass, swam towards the distant ocean, gradually disappearing into the twilight of the setting sun. The Arc Dragon's physique can be referenced from the Bilibili uploader Buluan Bulang's Tian Chuang Long, while the plates on its back reference Arc Island. In a standing posture, the plates on its back will move laterally in layers according to the terrain, with the snow-capped mountains at the top and the volcano in the middle. Due to the Arc Dragon's world power enhancement, the ecological impact of its standing posture is directly influenced by world power, ignoring the drawbacks of natural influences. TangYue watched the departing Arc Dragon and also transformed back, beginning to fly towards the base. Unbeknownst to her, everything happening here was being observed by a tall figure with blonde hair atop a towering cliff in the distance. These guys are doing quite well, but this is truly extraordinary. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a spectacular event. Simply incredible. By the time TangYue returned to the base, a celebration banquet had already begun. Everyone was indulging in a rare feast. AI Bo even brought out a platter large enough to cover herself, starting to eat voraciously, living up to her status as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. When TangYue found Xing, she was already full and sprawled across the dining table, while Wang Jiang was struggling to drag Xing back to their small hut. It's TangYue. Where have you been? We've been looking for you in the camp for so long. You have no idea how arduous this has been. Aibel, who was enjoying her second meal, also spotted TangYue and immediately began recounting the battle process of this operation. The commander, who was sipping from a barrel nearby, also noticed TangYue. Although her disappearance during the operation concerned him, he chose not to probe further out of trust for his recognized companions. After greeting her, he returned to his table to continue chatting. By the time the banquet ended, it was already close to dawn the next day. This clearly shows how much pressure this operation put on everyone at the base. Fortunately, the outcome was good. This hardship had passed, and the investigation team was about to welcome a new beginning. Due to Xing's excellent performance in this battle, the commander, having nothing else to reward her with, decided to prepare the original 5-Dragon Hall as a residence for Xing's recommendation group. That was something special, a ship that had been skillfully navigated to a super high cliff by the first team. Although the issue with the Molten Mountain Dragon was resolved, the investigation continued. The ultimate goal of the investigation team was to uncover the reasons behind the ancient dragon migration. Now, after a period of relaxed living, a new crisis emerged. A strong, previously unseen poison demon bird was discovered in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Chapter 185. Upper tier. The news of a poison demon bird with strength far exceeding previous records reached TangYue's ears, making her realize that something good was happening. Sure enough, the investigation mission regarding the super powerful poison demon bird in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness once again fell on the recommendation group. As the combat power of the entire base, TangYue and her team had no reason to refuse. After the incident with the Molten Mountain Dragon, TangYue, having gained new insights and rewards, was very pleased and eager to explore the information about the super powerful poison demon bird. Perhaps there could be breakthroughs, and she could help Xiao Man strengthen as well. AI Bo, let us hurry up and set off to the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Upon receiving the news, TangYue immediately went to the dining area, intending to pull AI Bo, who was still eating, to the Great Ant Mound Wilderness to start the investigation. Xing followed closely behind TangYue, her face showing a helpless expression, along with an inadvertent eagerness. It seems you all can't wait to set off. So let us go. Even though this meal isn't finished, we can eat whenever we want. Let us depart, right, Wang Jiang? Aibo, seeing the eager expressions of the two, also paused her eating and turned to routinely ask the nearby Alu cat Wang Jiang. Although Alu cat's opinion couldn't really affect anything. After receiving everyone's approval, the group immediately set off, still using the pterodactyl as their mode of transport, with the three riding towards the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. However, an unexpected event occurred. TangYue and Xing's pterodactyl seemed to have been stimulated by something, suddenly deviating from their original course and flying straight towards a peak in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Just as they were about to collide, TangYue and Xing jumped off the dragon in advance, landing smoothly on a relatively flat platform. Are you guys okay? Why did the pterodactyl suddenly go berserk? Aibo, seeing TangYue and Xing's condition, immediately asked anxiously, but fortunately, it was all safe. Look, Xing, see what I found. When Xing turned to follow TangYue's voice, she discovered that a white crystalline or vein had grown on the platform, which previously had no notable resources. As soon as she saw the vein, the DNA buried within Xing activated, and she immediately took out a pickaxe to start mining. With Xing's digging, they finally realized what it was. It was a carapace stone vein. What? A carapace stone vein? Oh my, that is not good news at all. After filtering the news of TangYue and Xing's return to the camp via pterodactyl, AI Bo also realized the problem. After all, carapace stone veins typically appear in places rich in energy, such as the depths of the geothermal corridor, which serves as an energy transmission channel connecting continents, making the appearance of such ores possible. Now that a carapace stone vein has appeared in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness, it indicates that for some reason, the energy level here has significantly increased, even reaching a level that can foster carapace stones. Compared to minerals, the changes in energy intensity are more clearly manifested in the monsters here. It seems that this super powerful poison demon bird won't be a mere coincidence. After AI Bo expressed her speculation, it indeed fueled TangYue and Xing's fighting spirit even more, as this was the recommendation group's pursuit to challenge stronger dragon species. Alright, let us not think about those unnecessary things for now. The most important thing is to deal with that poison demon bird. I'm quite interested in such a powerful individual. TangYue didn't care about those concerns. In her words, successfully shifted the topic back to the main point. Then let us set off. I believe the poison demon bird, being a creature from the ancient tree forest, would likely choose to stay in a place similar to the ancient tree forest environment in the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. AI Bo's remark immediately pointed out the mission target's location. Indeed, rationally speaking, the poison demon bird should be active in the forest of the Great Ant Mound Wilderness. Thus, TangYue and Xing quickly mounted their respective medium-sized monsters and headed to that forest. As expected, when the two arrived at the forest entrance, they saw the poison demon bird strolling between the two forests. Look over there. It seems our reasoning was correct. TangYue spotted their target and, without waiting for Xing to react, directly took out the Pokeball containing Xiao Man, releasing the little creature that had been cooped up for a while. Upon emerging from the Pokeball, Xiao Man immediately let out a high-pitched roar, clearly very happy, and then noticed the bewildered poisoned demon bird in front of her. As a manticore dragon, she naturally wound T back down in front of the poisoned demon bird, directly igniting the energy within with wings spread wide. She charged towards the poisonous demon bird in front of her. Oh, go Xiaoman. Meanwhile, TangYue was cheering excitedly from the side, enjoying the spectacle. Seeing this, Xing also temporarily set aside her desire to join the fray. She was curious to see who was stronger between TangYue Xiaoman and this special poisonous demon bird. Xiaoman did not disappoint, opening her mouth wide and biting at the demon bird's neck. The poisonous demon bird sensed the danger and flapped its wings, creating a counterforce that allowed it to drift backward just in time to avoid Xiaoman's biting attack. Immediately after, the feathers on the demon bird's neck erupted, and with a surge, a spray of venom was directed at Xiaoman. Upon seeing this, Xiaoman quickly retaliated, gathering flames in her mouth and then unleashing them towards the venom. The venom and flames met in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. Hooray! Wow! So exciting! TangYue's cheers reached Xiaoman's ears, instantly boosting her spirit. Suddenly, the mane on her body began to emit a dazzling array of colors. With the help of the lightning element, several bolts of colorful lightning burst forth from Xiaoman's mouth, sweeping directly towards the poisonous demon bird. Various attributes reacted with one another, and a series of reactions severely injured the demon bird. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman charged forward, knocking the demon bird into the air, then immediately closing in and delivering several energy blasts of different attributes to its head. Ultimately, this battle ended with Xiaoman's victory, and Xing made a capture just in time, as living research materials are certainly better than dead ones. TangYue was also scolded by Xing, as the outcome was undoubtedly significant concerning the recent development direction of the base and required a cautious approach. In the end, this special poisonous demon bird was brought back to the base, but the research results left most people at the base feeling troubled, as such a power enhancement would likely be common, not an isolated case, which meant that the ecological system of this new continent would enter a higher tier. Chapter 186. High-level man-eating dragon and Xiaoman. The elevation of the ecological niche in a new continent can be seen as both a good and bad thing for the investigation team. The downside is that, throughout the long development process, hunters with exceptional strength capable of defeating ancient dragons are few and far between in the hunting guild. Most hunters only reach the peak of battling lower-tier monsters like fire dragons in their lifetime. Although the investigation team sent to the new continent was elite, only a few could thrive in a higher-tier ecosystem. Now that the ecological niche of the new continent has risen, the majority of hunters will inevitably face more dangers while undertaking missions. Although the trade routes between the new continent and the guild have been established, making supplies less of an issue, they still cannot be squandered at will. On the positive side, higher tier means higher tier materials, which possess quality far superior to lower tier materials, whether in terms of sharpness and hardness required for weapons or the toughness needed for armor. Higher tier materials are considered superior to lower tier ones. This presents a good opportunity for the investigation team, which has a high proportion of elites, to enhance the overall combat capability of hunters. Moreover, this fifth phase team has two powerful recommended groups. Even though the recommended groups previously faced challenges due to lack of resources, now with the equipment made from powerful higher tier materials, dealing with those formidable monsters becomes much more efficient, and they now have some fighting chance against ancient dragons, as their ecological niches are at least higher tier, except for Kirin. Look, this is my newly crafted flying thunder dragon armor. I caught all the flying thunder dragons that could be found in that forest to assemble this gear. How does it look? In the dining area, TangYue was presenting her newly acquired flying thunder dragon armor to AI Bo, freshly picked up from the forge. It really suits you, and this one is higher tier, offering even stronger defense. Since capturing the higher tier poisonous demon bird, the ecological niche of the new continent has completely ascended in recent times. TangYue had directly engaged in an extensive hunt in the ancient tree forest, intending to update her flying thunder dragon armor. Since Xing also planned to forge a flying thunder dragon katana, she asked TangYue to help gather some materials. This led to a significant decrease in the frequency of flying thunder dragons appearing in the ancient tree forest, likely out of fear. Oh, just as TangYue was showcasing the higher tier flying thunder dragon armor to AI Bo, Xing appeared before them wearing a freshly made higher tier cursed claw dragon armor. As for how Xing acquired this cursed claw dragon armor, it was from TangYue's solo expedition to the Miasma Valley while researching the evolution conditions of higher tier dragons. There, she encountered the cursed claw dragon, the little tyrant of the Miasma Valley, which then clashed with TangYue, resulting in the armor Xing currently wore. How about it? Not bad, right? TangYue felt proud looking at this new outfit. After all, she had put in the effort. Thank you. The Cursed Claw Dragon armor is very suitable for katana use. Anzai, TangYue, partner, there's a new mission from the headquarters. AI Bo's remark immediately captured the attention of TangYue and Xing recently. There hadn't been any major incidents, although they went out daily to hunt higher-tier dragons. They felt somewhat aimless. TangYue had a research plan for higher-tier evolution, while Xing was simply out there slaying monsters. Do you remember those strange traces and scales we discovered during our explorations? AI Bo's words sparked the memories of the two. Indeed, recently, whenever they went hunting, they noticed traces and scales different from other dragons in various regions. Although comparisons showed a high similarity to female fire dragons, it was evidently not a female fire dragon. Seeing that the two had recalled, AI Bo continued with the topic. The headquarters has now entrusted the investigation of this unknown female fire dragon to us. Let's work together. With renewed determination, TangYue and Xing perked up, and that day, they each went out to hunt 2 large dragons to boost their morale. However, things often come rushing at once. After receiving the mission to investigate the traces of the special female fire dragon, the investigation team on the other side immediately relayed information that in the same location, the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, traces of the man-eating dragon had appeared. What else is there to say? Naturally, they had to set off to resolve the issue, and this time the target was still the man-eating dragon, a higher-tier one. If they could successfully capture it, TangYue was confident that Xiaoman would have an 11 out of 10 chance of advancing to a higher tier. In that case, let us get ready to set out. It was clear that TangYue was quite satisfied with this task. Wait a minute. I just learned that the chef seems to have upgraded the kitchen facilities again to ensure our investigation goes smoothly, providing even higher quality ingredients to choose from. AI Bo's words immediately shifted TangYue's attention. Once again in the dining area, she discovered that many new devices had been added, and the ingredients hanging from the ceiling had significantly increased. The rich aroma of stew wafted through the air, while the massive chunks of meat roasting on the central stove emitted a strong fragrance. After enjoying a meal of cat food that far exceeded their usual fare, the 3 of them set off once again into the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. It was puzzling why these 2 special situations occurred in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. It truly baffled them. Upon arriving at the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, TangYue immediately summoned Xiaoman, and together with Xing, they hopped onto Xiaoman's back and headed towards the woods of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Upon reaching the entrance of the woods once again, they discovered a manticore strolling about. History seemed eerily similar. Last time it was a poisonous demon bird, and this time it was a manticore, with no change of location at all. The higher-ranked manticore confronted Xiaoman directly, and while it was still puzzled about the presence of a sham mate of the same race, Xiaoman unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the higher-ranked manticore. Despite having various attributes and powerful energy blast attacks, the lower-ranked Xiaoman struggled a bit against the higher-ranked manticore. However, it could still suppress it through covering fire. But this was not a one-on-one battle. There were 2 highly skilled super hunters nearby. Chapter 187. Cherry Fire Dragon Xiaoman. Now's the time. Use jet flames. At the top of the ancient tree forest, a uniquely patterned manticore was battling the top predator of the woods, the fire dragon. The 2 sides were evenly matched. After receiving the command, the manticore surprisingly shot out a continuous stream of flames from its mouth, directly targeting the male fire dragon flying in midair. It was none other than TangYue, who had just completed research on the advancement of the higher ecological tier, and, after advancing Xiaoman's ecological niche, rushed out to test its combat capabilities. Without wasting any time, TangYue directly confronted a high-ranking predator like the male fire dragon. Now, it was a newly advanced Xiaoman battling the higher-ranked male fire dragon. Xiaoman's flames formed a continuous pillar as it swayed its head, creating a fan-shaped flame that covered the entire sky. Although the male fire dragon had strong flame resistance, it was forced to descend to avoid being scorched by the relentless wave of flames. However, once the male fire dragon landed, the battle would be entirely different, as the powerful land combat capabilities of the manticore were no joke. As the male fire dragon landed, Xiaoman's back mane shimmered with various colors, and multiple attributes of energy were channeled through its newly formed energy circuits to its sharp teeth, directly enchanting them with magical properties. Xiaoman quickly bit down on the neck of the male fire dragon. Although the male fire dragon anticipated and tried to dodge, it was still grazed by Xiaoman's sharp teeth. The moment various attributes of energy made contact with a male fire dragon, the previously peaceful state was shattered, resulting in a violent explosion. The powerful blast sent the male fire dragon's scales flying and left it severely injured. Good opportunity. Xiao Man used Thunder Breath. TangYue, who was directing and somewhat hindering the situation, immediately gave the command. Being the obedient Xiao Man, it followed the order without question. Intense thunder gathered in its mouth, followed by a thunderstorm that swept toward the severely injured male fire dragon like a net. The continuous lightning paralyzed the male fire dragon, and as the lightning continued to strike, its scales shattered and peeled off. Seeing this, TangYue frantically started tossing out the handful of anesthetic gems she had grabbed on her way out. When TangYue returned to the base, she saw Xing happily walking out of the forge, holding a brand new blue katana. Judging by the materials and design of this katana, it was clear that it was a meteor blade, crafted from the materials of the higher-ranked wind drifting dragon, with a unique appearance and ice attributes. "Hey, Xing!" Upon seeing Xing, TangYue approached to greet her, and her call snapped Xing out of her daze. Xing nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. However, just as she looked up, she realized her hand felt lighter. The meteor blade she had been holding was gone, and upon closer inspection, she found it had somehow ended up in TangYue's hands. Xing also wanted her weapon back, and TangYue naturally understood, but she just wanted to take a look at this uniquely designed weapon. By the way, she also came to collect the alluring 3 cobalt pestle she had seen in the victory illustration. Of course, she also brought the fire dragon they had captured as a gift for Xing, since it was a material from a higher-rank fire dragon, which could effectively strengthen Xing's fire dragon katana, turning it into a flying dragon blade. Alright, I'll just take a look. By the way, I just caught a male fire dragon. Do you need it? TangYue's words were casual, but as soon as Xing heard the content, she immediately nodded vigorously and quickly headed to the base's entrance, where the male fire dragon that TangYue had called for transport was waiting. A few days passed, and finally, the investigation into the mysterious female fire dragon was completed. A large amount of data was sent to the Ecological Research Institute, and with the efforts of the director, a conclusion was finally reached. The recent touchpoints were on the Land Coral Plateau. Now that they knew the direction, it was time for the hunt. Recommended team, move out. TangYue, Xing, and AI Bozdogchan, the 3 of them and 1 cat, boarded the widely recognized transport of a new continent, the pterosaur, and set off. Yeah, the investigation is finally complete. Let us hurry and finish the hunt. In the past few days, TangYue had also completed the tuning of Xiao Man, and its combat power had stabilized. It could easily take down 1 or 2 ordinary ancient dragons without issue. This also contributed to TangYue's good mood. As the group approached, the target of their mission sensed the presence of the 3 and 1 cat, planning to take the initiative. It approached from the air, with a strong wind pressure sweeping toward them. It's the cherry fire dragon. So it's her. That explains everything. Partners, TangYue, it's up to you. At AI Bo's exclamation, she passed the task directly to TangYue and Xing. Upon seeing this, the 2 immediately sprang into action. Xing leaped up and climbed the vines on a nearby cliff, while TangYue jumped directly onto the head of the cherry fire dragon, forcing it to the ground. Just as the cherry fire dragon fell, Xing jumped down from the cliff and executed a falling attack on the cherry fire dragon's head, landing a solid blow. This is how the recommended team operates. They simply go for the head, each one ruthless and merciless. The cherry fire dragon, used to bullying and acting at will, had never expected to be on the receiving end today. TangYue and Xing, being seasoned hunters, showed no mercy as they attacked. One performed a mid-air whirl, while the other executed a large-scale Iaido dragon sword technique, dancing directly on the cherry fire dragon, to prevent the cherry fire dragon from retaliating during their performance. TangYue even called out Xiao Man, who directly stepped on the cherry fire dragon, pinning it to the ground. The poor cherry fire dragon could only watch as TangYue and Xing took turns attacking it, going up and down, in and out. In the end, it was helplessly trapped in a captured grenade that had ensnared countless dragon eggs. Yeah, it's really refreshing. You did a great job this time, Xiao Man. Alright, it's done. Let's head back. Amidst the crackling sounds of thunder, the 2 villains returned to the investigation base, concluding today's hunt. Chapter 188. The Land of Dragon Crystals. Oh, it's actually a cherry fire dragon. Yes, and this cherry fire dragon has developed quite well. As the cherry fire dragon was brought back to the base, numerous scholars eagerly rushed forward to inspect and study it. Even the commander and others were drawn over to watch. I didn't expect to encounter a subspecies here on the Coral Land. The commander looked at the cherry fire dragon with a deep frown. Things were not simple. The conditions for a subspecies to appear aren't so easily met, as the scholars have said. The investigation team leader also felt that there was indeed something wrong with the appearance of a subspecies on the coral land. After all, subspecies don't just appear out of nowhere. That's right, and the condition of this subspecies is simply amazing. It must have had very rich nutrition to reach this level. The commander also agreed, as since becoming commander, he had gone out hunting less and studied ecological knowledge more, so he was aware of some situations regarding subspecies. Oh, so as long as there is a rich nutritional environment, it can give rise to this special entity called a subspecies, right? During this period, TangYue, who was busy researching higher-level advancements, had not studied monsters to the level of subspecies. Upon seeing the cherry fire dragon, she initially thought it was a genetic issue similar to albinism, but now it seemed more complicated. That's roughly the idea, but the specifics still need to be asked of the scholars. Facing TangYue's question, the investigation team leader was also at a loss. He could explain one or two things, but he couldn't explain everything. I don't know about the others, but I do know about places with rich nutrition. Just then, a majestic and resonant voice came from the direction of the base's entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw a golden lion, or rather, a robust man with a thick mane of golden hair, appearing at the entrance of the base. Captain. With the investigation team leader's words, the identity of the newcomer was clear. He was the captain of the investigation team, the leader of the first group dispatched to the New World, who skillfully navigated the ship between two towering stone pillars. You finally returned. The commander was quite pleased to see the captain's arrival and immediately went to greet him. I saw your performance. The battle with the Lava Mountain Dragon was truly spectacular. Of course, I also saw something incredible. I can share it with the old buddies later. Huh. The captain appeared quite grand, but when he mentioned the incredible thing, his tone became serious. Clearly, he was the one who witnessed TangYue transforming the Lava Mountain Dragon from the cliff, and it seemed he was quite impressed by TangYue's skills. Fortunately, when the captain saw it, TangYue was already in her divine present state, which is quite different from her normal state. If you saw it, why didn't you come help at that time? Upon hearing this, the commander, realizing the captain had just been watching, directly punched the captain's chest in dissatisfaction. What are you saying? I have great faith in you all. He laughed heartily, and the commander joined in, showing that their relationship was very good. All right, enough chit-chat. Come look at this. Saying this, the captain threw a large bag from his back onto the ground. As the bag hit the ground, the contents spilled out, revealing a large number of crystals before everyone's eyes. Aibwa immediately jumped in to examine them, and TangYue's eyes sparkled slightly upon seeing them. Wow, such strong energy. As she touched them, the massive energy within the crystals was felt. Where did you find these? Facing the crystals with immense energy, the commander's expression became grave. The appearance of such energy-rich items was not good news for hunters. Those were found deep in the area where we confronted the super-giant ancient dragon. They were everywhere there. I have a feeling these things are related to the recent series of changes. Upon hearing the captain's news, the commander's expression also grew serious. While only Aibwa, TangYue, and Xing felt pleased, Aibwa and Xing were excited because it meant a new ecosystem and new prey. While TangYue was already formulating many new plans after sensing the immense energy within the crystals. I'm planning to investigate there. Is anyone interested? As soon as the captain said this, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. Aibwa and Xing were still examining the crystals, while TangYue had already developed her plans to the third stage. Hey, who has the most energetic right now? The captain directly asked the commander, since the most energetic one would definitely be the strongest here and would be safer. Upon hearing this, the commander tossed the crystal he was holding to Xing, snapping him back to reality, leaving him momentarily dazed, while Aibwa quickly understood what was happening. All right, it's you two. Gather at the scene. I'll be waiting for you in that corridor. No tardiness. Saying this, he hurriedly left, clearly not wanting to waste a moment. Seeing this, the others also gave Xing encouraging looks and cheers before leaving one after another, leaving only a still dazed Xing, TangYue, who had just come back to her senses, and the excited Aibwa. After Aibwa explained the situation to the two, they became interested and were fully fired up. No need to say more. They quickly got ready to set off. After finishing a hearty meal, after eating well, they set off. Upon reaching the depths of the earth vein corridor, they found the captain waiting at a cave entrance, his golden hair very conspicuous. Ha ha ha, you arrived right on time. Come on, follow me, I'll show you around. Saying this, the captain took the lead, and TangYue, Aibwa, and Xing followed closely behind. Along the way, Aibwa and the captain chatted continuously, while TangYue began gathering resources from the surroundings. After passing through a narrow passage filled with hard rocks, a large cluster of crystals appeared before them. As they walked through the crystals, they entered a vast space where towering, gigantic crystals loomed in the distance, showcasing the unique landscape of the area. Looking at the massive crystals, TangYue's eyes sparkled with greed. Chapter 189. The Crystal Chaos. Let us go, everyone. There are traces of the Elder Dragon here. Just as Ibwa and the others were marveling at the grandeur of this land of crystals, the captain dropped another bombshell. The Elder Dragon, which had caused trouble during the battles with the Lava Mountain Dragon, has actually appeared here. This is quite a catch. Oh, in that case, partners, let's search for the traces of the Elder Dragon here. Maybe we can find its location. Ibwa is also quite excited about the news of the Elder Dragon, though she doesn't really know why. However, Star, who has had 2 confrontations with the Elder Dragon, has some resentment and naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. But by the time they made up their minds, they found that TangYue had disappeared without them noticing. Huh, where's TangYue? Huh, if it's that red-haired little girl. She probably set off while you were talking. You should hurry up too. In response to Ibwa's question, the captain provided an answer, and, as soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully launched the claw on his wrist and took off on a passing pterosaur for his own actions. Looking at the departing captain and the empty campsite, Ibwa and Star felt an indescribable emotion. In the end, with no other choice, Star had to start the investigation alone. After all, Ibwa is a support staff and can't always participate, and things tend to happen every time. So what is TangYue doing at this moment? Following the path to the Dragon Crystal Land, they arrived at a channel filled with trenches and continued upward. They discovered a cliff, and below it was a huge open space with countless crystals growing wildly on the other side, filling the entire area. At that moment, TangYue was in front of the crystals, wildly mining with a pickaxe. Beside her was Xiaoman, who, under TangYue's instructions, was constantly gnawing on the crystals, with massive energy flowing into Xiaoman's body through the consumed crystals. The crystal wall was being continuously devoured. On the other side, Star, who set off, arrived at the racing track and encountered a rampaging bombardier dragon in this area. As a racer, upon meeting, it naturally started a roaring chase, pushing Star downwards. Huh, Xiaoman, did you hear any noise behind us? While mining, TangYue seemed to hear the distant sound of rolling wheels, but it quickly faded, leaving her unsure of what was happening. Xiaoman stopped eating and showed a puzzled expression. All right, expecting you really makes me a fool. With that, TangYue ignored it and continued her mining endeavor. Meanwhile, Star, being chased by the bombardier dragon into the lower space, erupted with a powerful attack. Using a swift cut combined with a grand slash to force the rolling bombardier dragon to come to a stop, followed by a dragon slash aimed at its head. This completely enraged the bombardier dragon, but under Star's elegant swift cut, it caused no harm to Star. Although previously, when teaming up with TangYue, those poor creatures had no chance but to lie on the ground. In such battles, Star could only hunt alone. However, the skills of a royal hunter do not diminish, and Star's techniques remain proficient. With the final attack of the Red Blade Dragon Slash, the speed-loving bombardier dragon was directly bound by Star with a grenade, waiting to be transported. After dealing with the racing bombardier dragon, Star planned to continue exploring along the path. As she progressed, Star arrived at a space filled with lava, where she encountered a lava dragon living in the molten rock. Of course, she also discovered new spikes of the Elder Dragon on the nearby rock wall. Just as Star was about to cripple the lava dragon and carry it back, a loud roar echoed from afar, coming from the direction of the crystal area. Back with TangYue, that intense roar had originated from here. What was the cause? It turned out that while Star battled the bombardier dragon, TangYue and Xiaoman had directly broken through the crystal wall in front of them. What lay before them was a brand new passage. Fearless, TangYue immediately advanced along the path. Of course, she harvested every visible crystal along the way. Continuing deeper into the passage, she discovered an ancient dragon covered in black spikes sleeping in its den. TangYue immediately recognized that this was the Elder Dragon that had appeared during the battle with the lava dragon. Curious about the Elder Dragon's regeneration abilities, TangYue, having only seen the lower-tier Kirin aside from the lava dragon, wasted no time and pulled out her insect stick, slicing at the Elder Dragon's tail. This was followed by a loud roar, the very roar that Star had heard in the lava area. The Elder Dragon, which had been peacefully sleeping, was abruptly awakened by TangYue's attack and leaped into the air in fury, intending to strike TangYue with a descending palm technique. However, just as it soared, Xiaoman unleashed a fierce dragon element energy cannon that struck it down. After releasing that energy cannon, Xiaoman felt a sense of relief, having consumed so many high-energy crystals. The Elder Dragon, on the other hand, was in distress. The energy cannon destroyed all of its black spikes, causing it to collapse on the ground. Seeing this, TangYue didn't rush to deliver a finishing blow, instead squatting beside the Elder Dragon and watching as its spikes rapidly regrew at a visible speed, their color deepening. Interesting. What a powerful regeneration ability. Of course, without such strong regeneration, the Elder Dragon, with its tendency to interfere everywhere, surely wouldn't live long. Just as TangYue was commenting, the Elder Dragon on the ground completed its recovery and prepared to give the intruder a good lesson. When Star arrived at the crystal-filled area, following the sound, she saw an ancient dragon with an incredibly smooth body being fiercely attacked by TangYue, with the spikes growing from its body being shattered the moment they appeared. That day, the Elder Dragon wished it didn't have such powerful regeneration abilities. When TangYue dragged the completely unresisting Elder Dragon back to the base, it shocked everyone at the base, as this was an extremely rare case of capturing an ancient dragon. After all, the hunters in the base might not be able to defeat an ancient dragon that symbolizes natural disasters. Chapter 190b-25 Bomber and Lufa. Since TangYue dragged the Elder Dragon back to the base, the scholars inside were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, surrounding the Elder Dragon all day for constant research, and even scholars from the research base came rushing in. Now, these scholars were densely packed around the Elder Dragon, studying it, while the Elder Dragon lay there like a good baby, oddly resting in place, only occasionally letting out a few roars when some brave scholars approached to pull out a spike. The reason the Elder Dragon was behaving so docilely was not because TangYue was constantly watching by the side. If that were the case, TangYue would probably have chosen to simply store it away, as her own enjoyment was the most important thing. She wouldn't foolishly stay there as a bodyguard, unlike those who would go to great lengths for a low-tier attack jewel. The reason why the Annihilation Dragon is so docile now is that TangYue directly pulled out the long-unseen willy and placed it beside the Annihilation Dragon's head. Since TangYue retrieved the power of the Zero Realm, Willy's status has also risen significantly, so suppressing a mere Annihilation Dragon is not a problem at all. TangYue, is it really okay to do this? After all, it's an ancient dragon. At this moment, TangYue is in the dining area above, eating cat food, while AI Bo was also having a meal and watching the scholars below and the Annihilation Dragon in the center. Of course it's fine. You have to trust Willy. After all, it has accompanied me for many years. As TangYue spoke, a nostalgic expression appeared on her face as she recalled the days on the Douluo continent, the turmoil in the interstellar world, and her close friends in the Terra world. But now it's break time, so we should have some fun. All right, by the way, it seems that the scholars outside have made some new discoveries recently. Should we go take a look? Seeing TangYue's confident response, AI Bo no longer worried, as she had an inexplicable trust in TangYue. The conversation then shifted to recent investigative leads. Of course, I'm interested. You know, I just completed the enhancement for Xiao Man. It's just the right time to go out and test it. By the way, where's Xing? Why isn't she here? During this time, TangYue wasn't just playing. She had been researching the crystals from the Dragon Crystal Land and recently made significant progress, applying these research results to Xiao Man, greatly increasing her combat power. Oh, you mean her? It seems she learned about some special fighting arena from the Forge and went there to hone her skills. While AI Bo was talking, she saw a figure flying over from a distance, and when it landed, she realized it was Xing Yoxing. You're back. How was that special fighting arena? When TangYue saw Xing, she knew she had returned from that fighting arena, and she was also a bit interested in it. It was great. The battles were thrilling. Although Xing didn't say much, her meaning was very clear. She had directly fought all the monsters she had captured in a wheel battle at the arena. However, it was indeed a bit interesting. All right, since you're back, let's take a break and go do the Scholar Special task. Seeing this, AI Bo also pulled Xing to rest. And the next day, the three gathered again. They boarded the pterosaur and set off towards the ancient tree forest. Oh, hey, you guys are here. That's great. We've discovered some unusual traces in the ancient tree forest, and we need you to investigate. By the way, where's that partner lady? Upon arriving at the campsite, they saw the scholars who had given the commission, but the scholars' questions made the two turn their heads to look, only to find AI Bo, who had been preparing at the campsite, was missing. There's no choice. The two had to start searching. However, with the help of the enhanced guiding insects, these were small matters. They quickly found AI Bo's footprints and followed them to a clearing outside the forest campsite. When they arrived, they saw AI Bo collecting mushrooms from a distance. As soon as the two and the cat arrived, AI Bo noticed them and immediately waved hello. However, just when AI Bo was free, the herbivore dragon stretched its head into the basket where AI Bo stored her ingredients, and AI Bo, seeing this, nervously rushed over to stop it. But an accident happened. TangYue and the others saw a split-hair dragon suddenly rush out and bite the herbivore dragon. AI Bo was also knocked away by the herbivore dragon's sudden movement and landed on the back of the split-hair dragon. Just when things seemed to have calmed down, a large beast dragon appeared from the nearby woods. Its green and gourd-like color and shape were undoubtedly that of the food chain destroyer, the tyrant dragon. AI Bo was also carried onto the back of the tyrant dragon due to the commotion caused by it eating the split-hair dragon. Just as the two were about to rush forward to deal with the tyrant dragon and get AI Bo down, a shadow appeared beneath their feet. Looking up, they saw the ecological police, the explosive scale dragon. It was truly a nested situation. Just as the tyrant dragon had dealt with the split-hair dragon, it was bombarded by the explosive scales that fell from the sky. Fortunately, it was a side attack, and AI Bo narrowly escaped. Seizing the opportunity while the tyrant dragon was knocked down, she quickly fled to TangYue and the others. After seeing AI Bo escape, TangYue took out 4 small stools and placed them on the ground. AI Bo then joined TangYue and Xing to sit on the stools and began watching the battle between the two troublemakers. They saw the tyrant dragon directly bite the neck of the explosive scale dragon, which was trying to pounce, slamming it to the ground. In an instant, the explosive scales on the explosive scale dragon's neck detonated, and a series of explosions engulfed both dragons' heads, severely injuring the explosive scale dragon. While the tyrant dragon was also dazed from the explosion. The first to recover was the explosive scale dragon, which swung its tail, covered in explosive scales, and smashed it onto the tyrant dragon, causing a violent explosion. The tyrant dragon, under attack, became furious. Its neck scales opened, gathering a massive amount of dragon attribute energy, and it unleashed a powerful dragon breath towards the explosive scale dragon. The explosive scale dragon was sprayed by this, with a large amount of dragon attribute energy escaping from its body, retreating under the tyrant dragon's assault. Realizing the situation was dire, it immediately took to the air, bombarding the tyrant dragon, while the tyrant dragon continuously sprayed dragon breath at the explosive scale dragon in the sky. TangYue and her group watched with great delight. However, at that moment, the tyrant dragon and the explosive scale dragon seemed to reach a consensus and charged directly at TangYue and her group, which brought trouble. TangYue threw something from her hand, and a massive figure appeared in the air. The moment that figure appeared, a dazzling white light swept over, enveloping both the tyrant dragon and the explosive scale dragon. Seeing this, Xing skillfully threw a capture grenade. Chapter 191, Ancient Dragon Battle 1. The representatives of the recommendation group. You have finally returned. The command center has urgent matters that require your attention, so we're counting on you. Just as TangYue and her group returned to the base, they encountered a frantic hunter. Upon seeing TangYue and the others, the hunter immediately excitedly stopped them, leading to the above conversation. Since it was a matter for the command center, TangYue and her group couldn't refuse and promptly headed towards the command center not far away, where they saw that the leaders of various departments had already arrived. Since the representatives of the recommendation group have arrived, let us start the meeting. The commander began the meeting as soon as TangYue and the others arrived, indicating that the previous hunter had an important task. Fortunately, he happened to run into TangYue's group upon their return, where he would have had to risk searching for them. Today, I have gathered you all here for a matter. Since Miss TangYue captured the Annihilation Dragon and brought it back to the base, the investigation team has frequently discovered traces of ancient dragons in various places. The commander didn't waste any time and got straight to the point, and the news he shared was indeed significant. What? Ancient dragon traces have been frequently discovered in various places? Could it be that the ancient dragons are migrating on a large scale? The leader of the supply team exclaimed. Wait a minute. It's also possible that the ancient dragon, which originally existed, went into hibernation due to the activities of the elder dragon. And now that the elder dragon has been captured and lost its oppression, it has begun to stir. After all, according to the description of the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the elder dragon is a predator of ancient dragons. The investigation team leader next to them proposed a different hypothesis, which clearly aligns more with the current situation. So is this my fault? TangYue suddenly felt that it was her problem. No, it's not your fault at all. We should thank you, Miss TangYue. If it weren't for you capturing the elder dragon, the ancient dragons on this new continent wouldn't have become active. Although this will increase the danger of the mission, as long as we are careful and vigilant, there shouldn't be any issues. On the contrary, with the activity of the ancient dragons, we have a better chance of uncovering the true purpose of their migration. When we first learned that the molten dragon was drawn away from its resting place, we suspected that things were not simple. If a large number of ancient dragons already existed on the new continent, this would support our hypothesis. The problem is, if the ancient dragons were peacefully sleeping there, with their powerful vitality, we might never complete the investigation in our lifetime. But now that the ancient dragons are starting to move, as long as they are active, there will be clues, and with clues, we have the opportunity to complete the investigation. So we should all thank you. After the commander's explanation, TangYue scratched her head in embarrassment. Although she captured the elder dragon because they accidentally dug into its lair while mining, and then captured it, the result was good, and that's what matters. Alright, since the ancient dragons have started to become active, it's necessary to investigate and clean up for the safety of the base. Let us start arranging tasks. This investigation is divided into 3 areas. The ancient tree forest will be handled by one investigation team. The Great Ant Mound Wasteland will be led by the Swordmaster, and the investigation of the Miasma Valley will be coordinated by the research base, with hunters responsible for investigating all 3 areas and reporting to the respective leaders. When there are enough clues, they will be handed over to the Ecological Research Institute for integration. Dismissed. With the commander's overall arrangement, the ancient dragon investigation mission officially began. TangYue and Xing immediately accepted tasks from the investigation team leader and the Swordmaster present, and then hurried to the research base to pick up their tasks. Upon meeting the team leader of the 3rd phase, who was troubled by the announcement of the mission, TangYue and Xing rushed into the Miasma Valley. They cleared everything from the upper-level Bone Crusher Dragon to the mid-level Tyrant Dragon and the lower-level Grimclaw Dragon, then began a thorough search of the entire Miasma Valley. While on the upper level, they successfully discovered some seemingly decayed meat chunks. Strangely, these chunks attracted the attention of the guiding insects, presenting a blue reaction indicating a high-energy target. This change immediately made TangYue and Xing realize that this was a trace of the ancient dragon. They quickly let the guiding insects begin their work, following their lead downwards. Soon, they reached the bottom level of the Miasma Valley, which was filled with pools of acidic liquid. In the end, under the guidance of the insects, they were blocked from entering by a wall made of unique biological tissues from the Miasma Valley. This ignited TangYue's temper. Yeah, there's nothing that can block my path in front of me. Open up. TangYue took a step back to gain distance, then gathered energy on her insect control stick and threw it directly at the center of the wall. The stick firmly embedded itself into the wall upon contact, and then the energy exploded, spreading glowing patterns across the surface. TangYue then leaped high and kicked the exposed part of the insect control stick, transmitting her power, which caused the wall to shatter into fragments along the energy patterns. With the path cleared, TangYue retrieved the insect control stick that had flown aside and charged ahead. Seeing this, Xing and Wang Chan quickly followed. Let me see what's in here. Wow. I didn't expect that the innermost part of the Miasma Valley would be a mountain of corpses. Before them stood a mountain of corpses piled high, with several local poison fog dragons feeding on it, surrounded by dense miasma. Just as TangYue and her group were about to continue exploring, a fusion occurred. The miasma swirling around the poison fog dragons suddenly changed, extracting strands of energy from within them, causing the dragons to collapse and lose their vitality. At the same time, wisps of miasma gathered, forming currents that flowed towards the center of the corpse mountain. This is so formulaic. It's clearly the scene for a big boss to appear. As TangYue complained, the corpse mountain rose high, and a tall figure slowly emerged from within. It's broken. Decayed wings spread out, covered in a tissue resembling rot. 2 bright organs that looked like eyes were located on either side of its head, and its body was draped in remnants of corpses, surrounded by thick miasma. This was the source of the miasma in the Miasma Valley, the ancient dragon known as the Corpse Dragon. Chapter 192. Ancient Dragon Battle 2. Ya. I knew there would be a big guy here, just as I thought. Come on, Xing, let us start the hunt. You're the one, Xiaoman. TangYue clearly anticipated the appearance of the Corpse Dragon. In a place that looked like a professional boss battle arena, it would be a shame if a boss didn't show up. And as someone who had served as a main dog planner, TangYue was well aware of this. As TangYue cheered, Xing got ready, and TangYue threw out the Pokeball containing Xiaoman. As the red light landed, Xiaoman appeared before everyone, showcasing a new form. In the Dragon Crystal Land, TangYue had collected a massive amount of high-purity crystals, and Xiaoman had already revealed her new form in previous battles, demonstrating great strength. Xiaoman didn't look too different on the surface, but crystals had appeared at her shoulders and back, wrapping around the base of her arms. And her back displayed an expanded form, resembling two ultra-short mini gliding wings. Additionally, Xiaoman had fine crystals appearing at her tail and claws, indicating the results of TangYue's enhancement. Upon appearing, Xiaoman immediately lunged at the corpse dragon ahead. Perhaps due to her nature as an ancient dragon, or because she had spent a lot of time with TangYue, Xiaoman didn't feel any suppression facing the corpse dragon and bit down on its head. Being an ancient dragon, the corpse dragon wouldn't just let Xiaoman attack freely. It immediately unleashed its signature skill. As the miasma surged around it, a violent explosion occurred, and the thick miasma formed a substantial force that sent Xiaoman flying. TangYue and Xing, who were preparing to cut its tail, were also caught in the backlash. Xing was fine, having experienced being knocked back, thrown, and shouted down many times. However, TangYue had never been treated like this before, especially with miasma. This immediately activated TangYue's battle mode. She raised her insect control stick and executed a spinning attack towards the corpse dragon. The immense power lifted the massive corpse dragon and slammed it down heavily. Xiaoman, who was nearby, immediately bit down on the corpse sheath dragon's neck, and streams of energy began to gather from the dragon's body into Xiaoman's mouth. At the same time, Xing also logically moved to the back of the corpse sheath dragon and dealt a fierce slash to its slender tail, cutting off that adorable tail segment. On the other side, TangYue unleashed a meteor flash strike directly at the dragon's head, striking it repeatedly like a torrential storm, shattering the two glowing organs that resembled eyes. The corpse fragments draped over its head were also completely smashed. After this series of attacks, the corpse sheath dragon entered a frenzied state, using its strength to throw off Xing, who had climbed onto its back, and TangYue, who was planning to attack again, as well as Xiaoman, who was absorbing energy. However, it was already too late. Xiaoman, activate combat mode. With TangYue's command, Xiaoman, who had absorbed the dragon's energy, underwent a transformation. Crystals began to grow and formed into a crystal blade. Strong joints in her hind legs also gained crystal protection, and most importantly, her originally short forelimbs transformed into a pair of strong crystal arms with powerful claws due to the rapid growth of crystals at their ends. Fully transformed, Xiaoman delivered a powerful slap to the corpse sheath dragon's head, inflicting significant psychological damage. Following that, Xiaoman charged, causing the corpse sheath dragon to stagger, then used her crystal arms to grasp the dragon's wings and press down hard, while her massive mouth aimed for the dragon's neck once more. Meanwhile, TangYue jumped onto Xiaoman's flattened tail and used it as a catapult, launching herself into the air above the corpse sheath dragon's back. She executed a dazzling pattern pressure attack, a 90-degree turn in midair that struck the dragon's back with tremendous force, breaking its limbs and forcing it to the ground. Xing seized the opportunity to frantically attack various spots on the dragon's body that might yield rare materials, hoping to obtain good items for crafting new equipment later. The corpse sheath dragon, now completely incapacitated, was treated like a punching bag by TangYue and her companions, ultimately collapsing tragically, becoming their material. Wow, look at what I found. Just as the two were collecting materials, TangYue's exclamation caught Xing's attention. Looking over, she saw TangYue holding up a brilliant gem, which was the corpse sheath dragon's precious jewel. This was an ultra-rare material for crafting equipment. As Xing marveled at TangYue's good fortune, TangYue called out, and instinctively, Xing felt something flying toward her. She reached out and found that the gem had landed in her hand. Take it. It's useless to me anyway. Indeed, TangYue never cared about the effects of equipment, only their appearance, so such rare materials were far more important to Xing. After collecting the materials, the group returned to the research base, satisfied. Yo, we're back. As TangYue greeted, the relevant personnel in the research base looked toward her. When TangYue, and her group, reached the higher levels of the research base to report their mission to the team leader of Phase 3, they also noticed the Wilderness Master nearby. Ah, it's you. You're here too. Aibo immediately recognized the Wilderness Master and greeted her enthusiastically. It's you guys. Are you investigating ancient dragons? I discovered a new area deep in the Miasma Valley, which may have traces of ancient dragons. So I came back to inform you and see if anyone could investigate. Are you interested in going? The Wilderness Master briefly explained why she was there and proposed a task to TangYue's group. Aibo hesitated upon hearing this. What's wrong? Is there an issue? You guys are usually very proactive, right? It's really strange. The Wilderness Master felt puzzled by TangYue's group's reaction. It seems there's a reason. Could you explain? The team leader of Phase 3 also inquired. The area you mentioned has already been explored by us, and there was indeed an ancient dragon there, which was just dealt with a moment ago. With Ibu's explanation, there was a brief silence followed by laughter in the room. Isn't that better? Chapter 193. Ancient Dragon Battle 3. Although it felt like they had worked in vain, the outcome was the same. Since that was the case, I'll leave the remaining troubles to you. The Wilderness Master felt a bit emotional about the end of the corpse sheath dragon, but said no more, as everyone here is like that. After advising TangYue's group, she picked up her backpack and set off again. Well, this matter is settled. I have received the results of the investigation regarding the ancient dragon in the Miasma Valley, so please return to the starbase to report. The team leader of Phase 3 confirmed the settlement of the relevant investigation task. Seeing this, TangYue's group packed up their belongings and headed back to the starbase. As our work here was done, investigating the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound ruins would be more convenient from the starbase. Then let's go. Bye. After saying goodbye to the people at the research base, TangYue's group boarded a pterosaur and flew toward the starbase. Upon returning to the base, Ibu went to the Ecological Research Institute to report on the corpse sheath dragon's information, while TangYue returned to her small house to rest. As for Xing, she headed straight to the forge, where after some conversation, she used the materials from the corpse sheath dragon to craft a set of armor that could continuously restore the wearer's health, which could be considered a lifesaver. The 3-piece set of corpse sheath dragon armor filled with defense jewels was incredibly stable, just a bit lacking in damage. Amidst the commendations from the command center regarding the investigation team's efficiency, TangYue's group set off once more, this time heading for the ancient tree forest. The ancient tree forest, now, was much more dangerous compared to when they first arrived in the New World. Whether it was the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex or the World Police, the explosive scale dragon, along with the subspecies of the fire dragon, the cherry fire dragon and the blue fire dragon, would occasionally come to the ancient tree forest to hunt. However, what could be said was that the ancient dragons in the ancient tree forest seemed to have excellent maneuverability, leaving only traces of their activities while their actual forms remained unseen, leading TangYue to plan a strategy similar to that of the unfortunate corpse sheath dragon, which ultimately failed. Unfortunately, the director of the Ecological Research Institute was not joking. Utilizing the traces collected from the ancient tree forest, she determined the specific species of this ancient dragon, steel dragon. The location of the steel dragon was also discovered, surprisingly, at the Dragon Crystal Land. Furthermore, based on the steel dragon's habits, it should be located in the upper area of the Dragon Crystal Land. After receiving the news, TangYue had rested up, and Xing donned her new equipment. Let us depart immediately. The Dragon Crystal Land, although heavily mined by TangYue last time, was still filled with numerous crystals. Following the guidance of the director of the Ecological Research Institute, the group arrived at the upper platform. A strong whirlwind quickly gathered in the sky, and the surrounding scattered crystals were also swept into the air by the airflow. After a powerful impact, those crystals shot down towards TangYue and the others. The figure in the wind revealed itself. It was the target of the mission, the steel dragon. Upon seeing the target appear, Xing immediately launched an attack with a claw strike. Meanwhile, TangYue began to rummage through her pockets for something. She was fully prepared to deal with the steel dragon, and since these young ancient dragons couldn't sense her identity, their fate was already sealed. They would become her playthings. This time, TangYue pulled out a 3-meter radius machine from her 10-centimeter pocket. The machine was cylindrical in shape, topped with a large red and blue magnet-like device. Without hesitation, TangYue activated it. Xing, having just completed an aerial confrontation with the steel dragon, was shaken off, while the steel dragon endured a series of aerial slashes from Xing to finish. Just as they were about to start the second round, TangYue had already activated her new toy below. With a powerful suction force, the steel dragon was uncontrollably pulled towards the machine below. There was a loud bang as the steel dragon was sucked onto the machine, and after some intense struggles, it realized it couldn't resist at all, especially since it was stuck in a position with its back down. Now the steel dragon was completely upside down, with its limbs in the air, and its wings immobilized due to the influence of TangYue's device, leaving it stuck in midair with no leverage. Ha ha ha. Xing, look, I did it. I successfully created this sealing device for the steel dragon based on its interests. Amid cheers and Xing's bewildered expression, the steel dragon appeared quite dejected, resembling a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely lacking the demeanor of a renowned ancient dragon like the Windsor dragon. So what's next? Xing asked, unsure of TangYue's intentions upon witnessing the scene. However, TangYue's answer was that she didn't know. Oh, I just thought I would create something like a magnet since it's called the steel dragon. I didn't expect it to work so suddenly, and I haven't considered what to do next at all. Indeed, this was very typical of TangYue's behavior, thinking on the fly, but crucially having the ability to produce results in a short time, leading to actions that often lack follow-through. Oh, what incredible thing have you all done? I saw the commotion from over there. Just as TangYue and Xing were staring at each other, a rough and hearty voice came from afar, and upon closer inspection, it was the big commander. Ah, it's the Golden Lion. TangYue directly and casually addressed him. Haha, indeed, some people call me that in private. But compared to this, what you have here is even more surprising. The big commander turned his gaze to the steel dragon, which was sprawled out and devoid of hope. After several attempts, the steel dragon finally chose to give up thinking. Oh, you mean this? It was just a spur-of-the-moment creation, and now I have no idea what to do with it. TangYue showed no sign of reflection on her actions. This is indeed a problem. Although this counts as a capture, and it's another ancient dragon, leaving it to the scholars is still a bit too dangerous. The big commander had recently learned that TangYue had captured the Annihilation Dragon, which genuinely surprised him, as capturing an ancient dragon was quite rare. So what should we do? Chapter 194. Ancient Dragon Battle 4. I'm finally back. This trip has really exhausted me. Back at the base, TangYue stretched out lazily. This mission had been quite the roller coaster. Isn't it all your fault for capturing the steel dragon like that? It ended up using so much manpower and resources. I would directly criticize TangYue's actions this time. In the end, the steel dragon, captured in such an unconventional manner by TangYue, was moved to the temporary research site in the Grand Canyon with the help of Aibo, who returned to gather reinforcements upon hearing the news. By the way, the Annihilation Dragon that TangYue had dragged back to the base was released. It looked back 3 times as if worried that it was just a joke. Of course, the necessary research had already been completed by the scholars. This time, research on ancient dragons had significantly increased, and praise had come from the guild. After the Steel Dragon mission was completed, the only remaining ancient dragon to investigate was the one lurking in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Just as TangYue and her group were moving the Steel Dragon with the help of a large team, another recommended group, led by Sang, had completed their investigation of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, confirming their target as the Flame King Dragon. Since they were still busy with the Steel Dragon, the command center sent Sang and the others directly to investigate and hunt. Ah, you're back. Just in time, another recommended group has run into trouble. Please go lend your support. Just after TangYue's group returned to the base, they were called over by the commander-in-chief, receiving orders to provide support. Given Sang's strength, dealing with a single ancient dragon shouldn't be an issue, so the need for support indicated an unforeseen situation. Understood, we will set off immediately. Aibo quickly agreed, recognizing that support missions were different from others and that they should hurry. Let's go. We need to get there quickly. Aibo, seeing TangYue still lost in thought, dragged her along as they headed towards the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. Upon arriving at the support location in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, they immediately understood what was happening. On the desert of the wasteland, a fierce battle was taking place between a person and 2 towering figures, one red and one blue. They were clearly the Flame King Dragon and the Flame Empress Dragon. No wonder support was needed. If it were just the Flame King Dragon, Sang could handle it. But with the Flame Empress Dragon, its official mate, joining in, the situation was indeed dangerous. Seeing this, TangYue and Xing wasted no time and rushed in to provide support. Using the slope of the terrain, they executed a sliding attack, launching themselves beneath the Flame King Dragon and the Flame Empress Dragon, striking at the soft underbelly of the 2 dragons. Sang, who was constantly dodging and maneuvering, also noticed them. Oh, you finally made it. It was a close call. I didn't expect things to almost go wrong this time. Although Sang's words were full of energy, his already chaotic breathing indicated that he had been fighting for a long time and was feeling somewhat exhausted. Don't worry, now that we're here, the battle is over, TangYue replied, then swiftly knocked the head of the charging Flame King Dragon aside, shattering what was left of its already damaged crown. On the side, the Flame Empress Dragon also did not fare well, as Xing relied on his skilled cutting techniques and air blade slashes to block all of the Flame Empress Dragon's attacks. Coupled with the outdated toy he had just obtained from TangYue, the flying insect launched several cherry blossom air blade slashes, inflicting significant damage on the Flame Empress Dragon, even shattering the crown on its head, leaving both of them looking disheveled. Meanwhile, on TangYue's side, after knocking the Flame King Dragon away, he directly pulled the blade end of the insect control stick forward, creating a brilliant magic circle surrounding his hand. The insect control stick transformed into the front end of a massive war spear, which TangYue then heavily struck towards the Flame King Dragon's kidneys. This hit caused the Flame King Dragon to roll over in a 720-degree spin before collapsing to the ground, feeling waves of weakness flooding its body. A sign of kidney deficiency. Goodness, that last hit from TangYue probably ruined the Flame King Dragon's kidneys, ensuring it wouldn't have a good old age. On the other side, with the help of the recovering Sang, Xing and Sang worked together to directly suppress the Flame Empress Dragon, forcing it to retreat step by step. Just then, a shadow rushed in from a distance, and when the shadow landed, it turned out to be the Eradication Dragon. As soon as the Eradication Dragon landed, it saw TangYue, who was dragging the Flame King Dragon's tail and smashing it into the ground, and the three of them who were collaborating to beat up the Flame Empress Dragon. When the Eradication Dragon spotted the three, TangYue and the others also turned their gaze towards it. Seeing this, the Eradication Dragon immediately stood upright, tapped its two fingers together, then waved its hand and took off, escaping as if in flight. That must have been the Eradication Dragon, right? While pounding the Flame King Dragon, he asked Xing and Sang beside him. It should be, right? Sang, who had never seen such a scene, expressed his confusion. Then that must be it. But I wonder what it came for? Was it just to say hello? TangYue still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it, casually throwing the already defeated Flame King Dragon onto the ground, preparing to start harvesting materials. Meanwhile, Xing and Sang also finished their fight and began harvesting materials from the Flame Empress Dragon, no longer paying attention to the earlier interruption from the Eradication Dragon. Once they returned to the base, and after the group observed their surroundings, confirming that nothing strange had been brought back, they had a mix of disappointment and surprise as the two recommendation teams completed their mission normally. However, it was evident that the investigation regarding the ancient dragons was far from over. Just as TangYue and his group were preparing to leave, two figures approached from outside the base, one of whom was the big captain known as the Golden Lion, and beside him was the Dragon Man hunter they had encountered in the ant graveyard. Hey, you guys are back. Did you find anything? The commander-in-chief immediately approached to inquire, as the two were part of the same group of friends, and their return to the base must mean they had made some significant discovery. Sure enough, the Dragon Man hunter handed a crystal to the commander-in-chief. The energy concentration of this crystal. The moment the commander-in-chief received the crystal, he realized the issue. The energy intensity of the crystal was incredibly high. Chapter 195. Ancient Dragon Battle 5. With such a concentration, where was it found? The current situation directly pointed out the cause of this ancient dragon event. In the deepest part of the Dragon Crystal area, at the center of that massive crystal, where all the energy of the new world converges, I refer to it as the Convergence Zone. The Dragon Man hunter did not hesitate to share everything he knew. Haha, it looks like the final battle is about to come. Are you ready? The big captain also stepped forward to respond, with his last words directed at TangYue and his group. If we consider the entire base now, besides the elderly members of the first group in their youth, the only ones capable of fighting against such a magnitude of existence would be the members of the recommendation group, who have been ruthlessly hunting ancient dragons during this time. You need to understand clearly that this time, the opponent is not on the same level as before, having absorbed such immense energy from the entire new world. It will undoubtedly be a formidable foe. Compared to the big captain's casual demeanor, the Dragon Man hunter appeared very concerned, as the dissipated energy in that area was enough to give rise to many high-quality subspecies. Then let's go prepare over there. If you've thought it through, come along. No latecomers. After saying this, the big captain and the Dragon Man hunter left, heading to the Convergence Zone, leaving behind a serious commander-in-chief and a few still in a daze, including TangYue. So what are your thoughts? In the end, the commander-in-chief left the choice to Xing and TangYue. However, the only thing that really needed consideration was what weapons or armor to prepare. Is there even a need to think about that, Commander-in-Chief? Aren't we here in the new world for this moment? Aibo clearly understood TangYue and Xing's personalities and accepted the task. Very well, then it's up to you. Be careful. The base will meet all your needs. After receiving the reply, the Commander-in-Chief breathed a slight sigh of relief. This time would be the best opportunity to complete the investigation. All clues and the unusual movements of the ancient dragons pointed to the Convergence Zone, where whatever awaited them would be the final answer. Accepting the task, TangYue and his group immediately rushed to the forge. TangYue was fine, but the key was Xing. His entire strength relied on this equipment. Although he also had TangYue's cross-version item, the equipment was still crucial. This time, Xing took out a katana made from the materials of the Eradication Dragon. As an ancient dragon that preys on other ancient dragons, Weapons made from its materials possess powerful dragon sealing abilities. Dealing with such an ancient dragon with immense energy would definitely be very helpful. After a series of preparations, the group set off again, this time targeting the deep depths of the dragon crystal area, the enormous crystal TangYue had long coveted. Following an underground river, they arrived at a hidden entrance, where a platform had already been established for a makeshift camp. At this moment, the big captain and the Dragon Man hunter were already waiting there. Haha, I knew you would come. Not bad. You're quite fast. Upon seeing TangYue and the others, the big captain stepped forward and patted both of their shoulders, expressing his admiration. Are you really ready? This time is extremely dangerous. Compared to the big captain, the Dragon Man hunter repeatedly emphasized the risks of this operation. Of course, let us start the battle. Seeing this, the Dragon Man hunter said no more, carrying the group onto a small boat, heading towards the interior of the crystal. The initial waterway was still quite narrow, surrounded by protruding crystals. However, after continuing for a while, they entered a spacious area. Upon entering, everyone saw a massive cocoon hanging high above, with countless streams of energy converging towards the central cocoon as if they were tangible. It seems this creature is the culprit behind the ancient dragon migration and the recent anomalies. The big captain reached the final conclusion. Meanwhile, TangYue and Xing were also focusing on the situation here. It appears that this time we will be dealing with this baby. Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily went blank. Then upon further thought realized that it was indeed just a baby, as it hadn't hatched yet. Without delay, let's curb it before it is born, the Dragon Man hunter suggested. But just as others were about to respond, the cocoon above changed, and energy began to flow rapidly, causing the cocoon to pulsate. Oh no, it's about to be born. Just as the words fell, the cocoon was broken open, and a gigantic ancient dragon, almost translucent and radiating a dark blue energy glow, appeared before everyone. Its massive form was equivalent to 8 ordinary ancient dragons. Is this the baby dragon? The Dragon Man hunter marveled at the size of the baby, but was quickly pulled away by the captain to retreat, knowing that when the baby dragon was born, it had already fired a large number of lasers in all directions. As the captain and the Dragon Man hunter retreated, TangYue and Xing also positioned themselves between the two. Then it's up to you. With that, the captain made a quick escape. All right, let us get started. Go, Xiaoman, show your full power. After TangYue finished speaking, she excitedly released Xiaoman, knowing that the modification was specifically prepared for this area of dragon crystals, making it Xiaoman's home ground. Once Xiaoman appeared, it quickly absorbed a large amount of energy from the surroundings. Its crystals began to grow wildly, forming a blade at its tail, spreading its arms, and huge crystal wings grew from its back. Its entire body was covered with armor made of crystals, referencing the ice-cursed dragon's ice armor. TangYue and Xing also rushed forward. Although due to the baby's enormous size, TangYue and Xing would only be able to repair feet if nothing unexpected happened. It was well known that large-sized enemies were weak against foot repairs. Xiaoman coordinated attacks from the side, continuously firing white light. Since the baby had just been born, its body was semi-transparent, filled with energy but extremely fragile. Often, after TangYue and Xing repaired one foot for a while, they could disperse the energy inside, causing the unbalanced energy flow to directly make the young baby lose its balance and fall to the ground. At that moment, Xing would perform a gas blade slash to the head, crazily outputting energy to the glowing organs on the Ming Denglong's head. After a while of striking, TangYue began to observe from the side. Once she stepped back, she found the appearance of this ancient dragon quite commendable, and she also started considering capturing it. According to the usual practice, to capture it, one must first lower its health. So, TangYue directly transformed, and upon seeing this, Xing stopped her actions. Having learned about TangYue's transformation from her before, Xing knew that TangYue was serious this time. Sure enough, after TangYue transformed, she unleashed a comprehensive scraping technique on the baby dragon. And just as the energy in the Ming Denglong's heart was about to extinguish, TangYue threw out a Master Ball. Chapter 196. Ancient Dragon Battle Enzie. I captured it. Who cares what kind of dragon it is? With a click, the Master Ball on the ground stopped moving, and TangYue immediately stepped forward, raised the Master Ball high, and declared the capture. That, if I'm not mistaken, is the Master Ball you mentioned earlier, right? Xing looked at the Master Ball in TangYue's hand and suddenly felt a sense of existential doubt. There was a time when TangYue had introduced the concept of Pokballs to them. Although due to world rules, Xing and the others couldn't use them, they still knew about the effects of various Pokballs. Naturally, they were also aware that the one TangYue held was the Master Ball, which was said to guarantee a successful capture. So, why had they been working so hard before? Yeah, TangYue answered without hesitation, which made Xing's heart even more unsettled. This was supposed to be an extraordinary, protracted battle, yet the atmosphere was completely destroyed by TangYue. Meanwhile, TangYue had already begun directing Xiaoman to start gnawing on the crystals in the area. She also took out a pickaxe to start collecting crystals again. Seeing the scene, Xing didn't know how to express her feelings and could only take out her portable barbecue kit to start grilling meat. Wait. After a while, the captain, riding a wyvern, returned with Sang and others to the gathering place, intending to rescue the presumably exhausted TangYue and others. However, what they found before them was, in the center of the platform where the Ming Danglong had been born, TangYue was barbecuing with one hand while holding a perfect piece of grilled meat in the other, and a pile of bone sticks had already accumulated beside her. The entire space was now much more spacious than when they had left, with a mountain of crystals directly piled up in the middle. Not far away by the wall, TangYue was driving an SCV crazily mining, while Xiaoman was continuously gnawing on the crystals. This seems like we don't need to save the day. Ha ha ha. The captain, seeing this scene, didn't feel embarrassed but rather relieved. It was great that these two hunters had such combat abilities. Oh, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to transport these things back. You should know that the baby I just captured has limitless potential. These are all high-quality resources, and I can definitely cultivate it to be invincible. At this moment, TangYue noticed the newcomers and immediately approached to request help with the transport. Capture the baby? Everyone caught the key point in TangYue's words. It's the ancient dragon here that has now been captured by me, just like Xiaoman. As TangYue spoke, she patted Xiaoman beside her, who looked back in confusion. The people in Xiaoman's base were already familiar with her, having witnessed how she transformed under TangYue's cultivation into her current form, and thinking of the new ancient dragon's enormous size, plus TangYue's outrageous cultivation ability. The future looked promising. Let us head back to the base first. And since you completed the capture, please let the scholars investigate this newly discovered ancient dragon later. The people present were sensible and kind-hearted, so they wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards TangYue. However, the Ming Danglong was related to the investigation team's decades of hard work and ultimate goals, so relevant research was necessary. Of course, no problem. Finally, under the resentful gazes of the hunters who came to help transport the crystals, TangYue and Xing followed the captain back to the base. After returning, they reported to the command center, and when they learned that TangYue had captured the new ancient dragon, although they were a bit surprised at first, reflecting on TangYue's actions during this period made it feel less strange. The scholars were also excited to propose studying the newly captured ancient dragon. Ultimately, after coordination, due to the Ming Danglong's large size, the research location was chosen to be the useful Grand Canyon. The moment TangYue released the Ming Danglong from the Master Ball, its gigantic form, translucent body, and overwhelming energy caused the scholars' blood pressure to spike. A month later, everyone in the base gathered at the command center, as today the commander would announce the final resolution of the guild regarding this investigation. Everyone, we have just received the final confirmation from the guild, and the newly discovered ancient dragon has been named the Dark Lantern Dragon. The name Dark Lantern Dragon is indeed quite fitting. There was a discussion among everyone regarding the name, and most people agreed with it. After research, it has been confirmed that the reason for the migration of ancient dragons is the energy emitted by the Dark Lantern Dragon, which attracts the ancient dragons to come. Thus, the investigation into the cause of the migration of ancient dragons in a new continent has come to a perfect conclusion. Thank you all for your hard work over the years. Originally, this should have been a reason to celebrate, but not many people cheered, as the completion of the task meant that their activities in the new continent were coming to an end. For this place that countless people have fought for over the past 10 or even dozens of years, there's a sense of reluctance. The commander-in-chief observed the expressions of those present and smiled slightly. One could see their thoughts from their expressions. And the next piece of news would surely be what everyone hoped for, and that was enough. Although the investigation into the migration of ancient dragons has ended, the guild's investigation into the ecology of a new continent is still ongoing. If you wish to continue the investigation, you may stay in the new continent. That is the guild's resolution. With the commander-in-chief finishing the reading of the guild's instructions, everyone present erupted into thunderous cheers. Now, let the banquet begin. Oh, soon, with the help of the head chef, countless delicacies were laid out on the dining table, and a continuous stream of hunters and staff moved back and forth at the banquet, either tasting the food or drinking merrily. During this period, TangYue had collected a plethora of ingredients from various tricky locations, making this banquet quite sumptuous. At this moment, TangYue was engaged in a food competition with Ibua, while Xing stood nearby, holding a wine glass and gazing at the distant bright moon, feeling restless. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief approached Xing for a conversation, pouring out a lot of motivational talk, which made Xing feel quite awkward, as she had just been thinking about how frustrating it was. If she had come to that battle herself, it would have surely been a very enjoyable celebration feast. Chapter 197. The beginning of the new continent months have passed since the battle at the convergence point, and during this time, it can be said that it has been the most free period for the outpost in decades, yet also the most challenging time, mentally. Without the task of investigating the migration of ancient dragons, the investigation team began various activities, setting their own targets according to their preferences. Of course, for most hunters, life continued as it always had, going out to gather supplies to support the outpost's expenses. However, for super hunters like TangYue and Xing, it was rather dull. After TangYue tamed the Dark Lantern Dragon, the frequency of ancient dragons appearing decreased significantly. Although some ancient dragons still appeared occasionally, it was no longer frequent, and only some powerful veteran individuals required the intervention of hunters like Xing. Fortunately, there were still things to do. During these relatively boring days, some visitors from other worlds came to liven things up. After helping Geralt burn down the deer-head spirit and smashing the behemoth that had crossed over, TangYue also made new friends and obtained coordinates for 2 worlds, planning to visit them when she had time. Most importantly, there was the battle with the Radiant Dragon. While out dealing with veteran individuals, Xing discovered traces of the Radiant Dragon. This caught the attention of several veteran hunters in the team, who were old friends with the Radiant Dragon. After learning about the existence of the Radiant Dragon from these veteran hunters, TangYue was instantly energized and intrigued. After all, at that time, TangYue was either dealing with veteran individuals and wandering ancient dragons daily, or carefully nurturing her Dark Lantern Dragon. By the way, the current Dark Lantern Dragon has grown 8 times its original size under TangYue's care and is nearing the size of a half-molten mountain dragon. If it weren't for the vastness of the canyon, TangYue would have to consider a new place for raising it. Moreover, the Dark Lantern Dragon has undergone several molts, and its originally translucent skin has turned into a pearly white. This phenomenon has greatly troubled scholars, who wish there were 48 hours in a day to conduct research. The rapid growth of the Dark Lantern Dragon has come at a cost. The massive crystal peak in the center of the Dragon Crystal Land has already been flattened. Returning to the topic of the Radiant Dragon, such an ancient dragon that can gather metals piqued TangYue's interest, and she immediately began her search. Eventually, she cornered the Radiant Dragon in a cave. After a thorough plucking of the Radiant Dragon's splendid golden armor, the Radiant Dragon, feeling aggrieved, shed the hard-earned golden armor and fled. After studying the golden armor and discovering it was just a highly useful high-strength alloy, TangYue lost interest in it. However, the blacksmiths were super excited about these high-quality alloys and began creating wildly. Now a new anomaly has occurred. The wind drifting dragon, which originally resided in the land of Coral, has unexpectedly appeared in the ancient tree forest. This interesting news is the best news for TangYue. It means new events and new stories. Is it true? There is something new over at the ancient tree. As soon as TangYue received the related news, she rushed to the dining area to ask Ibua, is it true that the wind drifting dragon was found in the ancient tree forest? Yes, it is true. Should we investigate it? Ibua immediately thought of what TangYue was asking. The most likely recent event was indeed the appearance of the wind drifting dragon in the ancient tree forest. Of course we should go. We've been doing repetitive tasks lately, and the Dark Lantern Dragon has begun its final transformation. I've spent an entire month mining to deplete that crystal area. TangYue's words came out like fierce words. Indeed, recently after TangYue completed the adjustments to the evolution tree, she fed the Dark Lantern Dragon with the crystals from the entire Dragon Crystal Land, leading it to begin its transformation and sleep, leaving TangYue with a rare moment of idleness. Only the flattened spectacle in the Dragon Crystal Land remained. After TangYue finished speaking, she immediately accepted the mission and went to the small house to wake up her good partner Xing, roused from a half-sleeping state. Xing was dragged by TangYue to the ancient tree forest, and they followed the traces until they reached the cliff near Camp Number 1. With a passing wind, drifting dragon's calls awakened her. The three immediately approached the cliff and saw many wind drifting dragons flying in groups toward the distant ocean. Look, the wind drifting dragons. Ibua couldn't help but feel emotional at the sight before them. Looking at the direction the wind drifting dragons were heading, there must be something there. Otherwise, with their flying ability, they would just tire themselves out over the ocean. Ibua began a preliminary analysis of the wind drifting dragons. I see it. There's an ancient dragon hunting the wind, drifting dragons, flying toward the distance. There must be something there. Just then, TangYue also spoke up about what she saw. Even at this distance of several kilometers, she could still see clearly. TangYue's words immediately caught Aibua's high attention. If the appearance of the wind, drifting dragons indicated some special situation, then the emergence of a new ancient dragon flying toward that direction meant something significant was happening. At that moment, a faint singing voice began to sound. The voice suggested, "We should quickly return to the base to report the situation." The group returned to the base and immediately reported their findings to the command center. So, the appearance of the wind, drifting dragon in the ancient tree forest, and its flight towards the distant sea must have deeper meaning, and the emergence of an unknown ancient dragon as well. Therefore, let's hold a combat meeting. After listening to Aibua's report, the commander resolutely called for a combat meeting. Soon, after receiving the notification, the heads of various departments arrived, including the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps. So, everyone, do you have any suggestions? The commander briefed everyone on the situation. Undoubtedly, there must be islands beyond the sea, and something is happening there. However, if it's a pterosaur, it might not be able to fly there. Why not use hot air balloons? This idea is good. Hot air balloons can maintain long-duration flight paths and carry supplies for constructing forward positions. The heads of various departments engaged in an enthusiastic discussion. All right, since that's the case, let the 3rd Phase Corps use hot air balloons to carry supplies for exploration. The supply team should prepare, bringing along scholars from the Engineering Department and Ecological Research Institute to conduct the investigation. Meeting dismissed. After a flurry of preparations, the hot air balloons of the 3rd Phase Corps once again ascended into the sky, heading towards the unknown location to begin a new investigation. Chapter 198. Eternal frost and frozen soil. The sea breeze howled as the hot air balloons of the 3rd Phase Corps slowly flew over the sea, surrounded by many pterosaurs as a means of mobile transportation. Who knows what awaits us ahead? Aibua and the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps were on the upper deck of the balloon. The commander was steering while Aibua chatted with her. Who knows? It might be an island, or perhaps even continent. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, and the commander was also engaging in conversation with Aibua. As the hot air balloons kept advancing, they were getting closer to their destination. In the distance, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, something unusual began to emerge. Look over there. It's an island. Aibua spotted a shadow in the distance and immediately adjusted the observation equipment on her head to take a closer look. At that moment, TangYue and Xing also came up from the cabin to the deck. What? Is there a new discovery? TangYue heard Aibua's exclamation and hurriedly asked while leaning over the railing to gaze into the distance. "Ah, I see a piece of land over there." TangYue's eyes sparkled, pointing towards the distant land. Hearing this, the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps and Xing also looked in the direction TangYue was pointing. A small black that there was continuously growing larger and elongating. It seemed that it was not an island, but a continent. The commander of the 3rd Phase Corps couldn't help but exclaim. Who knew there was a new continent in the far seas of the New World? Seeing this, the commander acted decisively, directing the hot air balloon to accelerate towards the distant continent. As they got closer, the appearance of the continent gradually revealed itself to everyone. Its size exceeded their original expectations, large enough to form a vast and complete ecosystem. At that moment, large clouds began to appear, and as they got closer to the land, the surrounding weather started to change rapidly. The originally sunny weather turned into a raging storm, with clouds gathering to form dark clouds. We can't continue like this. As the navigator, the commander felt powerless against the current weather. Advancing in such conditions could lead to accidents, and she had to be responsible for everyone on the ship. Just as the commander was conflicted, Aibua, unwilling to end things like this, directly launched a grappling hook to grab a nearby pterosaur, planning to take the lead in investigating. TangYue and Xing, seeing this, immediately chose a pterosaur to follow. They couldn't just let Aibua go alone. Then let us handle the preliminary exploration. We will find a landing spot. Aibua called out to the commander of the 3rd Phase Corps from a distance. The commander, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and did not stop them. After all, the three of them could be considered the strongest combat power of the investigation team, and she wasn't too worried about their safety. Fortunately, they were already close to their destination, and the pterosaurs could still manage to carry the three of them to the ground. As soon as they landed, they arrived at this new continent covered in ice and snow. Everything was draped in silver, with snowflakes swirling in the air. "Birar, it's really cold here. Partners, let's change into some warm clothes." The commander had me bring special outfits. The surrounding environment made Ibwa exhale mist, rubbing her hands together to start setting up the forward camp, while also taking out the prepared warm clothing to change into. After setting up the camp and changing into winter gear, Ibwa and Xing emerged from the tent, while TangYue, jokingly, didn't care about the temperature at all. She could swim in magma or endure polar winds without a problem. However, the transportation pterosaur couldn't handle this cold environment and appeared to be sluggish. Xiaoman also showed a lack of energy, so TangYue decided not to let them out. After everything was ready, the three of them prepared to set off. Before leaving, Xing took out a hot drink made from the powerful frozen peppers collected here. At first, TangYue didn't know what it was, but after tasting it, she immediately spat it out. Ibwa and Xing, however, gulped it down, and after drinking it, their bodies began to generate heat continuously, though it was a bit spicy on the tongue. The super spicy pepper water lived up to its name. After crawling out of the hidden tree hole outside the camp, they arrived at a vast plain covered in ice and snow, with coniferous trees thriving on this land. A stream flowed past in front of the camp, with several herbivorous animals clad in thick fur wandering nearby. There are Bobo. Ibwa looked at the long-haired mammoths, feeling a sense of nostalgia, as Bobo also existed in the snowy mountains and ice fields of the old world. After admiring the rare, snowy scenery of this new continent for a while, the three began their investigation. Continuing forward, they discovered the claw marks of the wind-drifting dragon, confirming that the migration location of the wind-drifting dragon was indeed this ice-covered continent. At that moment, a small black and white dragon beast passed by, adorned with fur that matched the ecosystem. Upon seeing this, TangYue's eyes sparkled. She instantly teleported forward and hugged the local specialty, the ice wolf. The ice wolf was furry, and its thick fur felt quite nice. Once TangYue got hold of it, she couldn't stop petting it. The ice wolf, realizing it was being captured, attempted to resist, but just as it moved, TangYue's immense strength pinned it down. After struggling for a while with no effect, it gave up. Ibwa and Xing, seeing this, also came over to start petting it, all expressing how nice it was. After a while of petting the ice wolf, TangYue captured it with a pokeball. Suddenly, a tremor was felt from a distance, and upon looking closely, they saw a large ichthyosaur swimming through the snow, heading towards them. TangYue immediately recognized the 3 pairs of earplugs from Xing, Ibwa, and the nearby Wangjian. Seeing this, the 2 people and the cat immediately targeted what TangYue wanted to do. They took her up, and then TangYue directly took out a specially made sonic bomb and threw it out. The violent sonic explosion directly shocked the passing ice fish dragon out. Seeing this, Xing immediately rushed over to start dealing damage. Unsurprisingly, the passing ice fish dragon was captured, but it was unknown when the staff would take it back. The group moved forward along the traces left by the ice fish dragon, and after some exploration, they finally discovered a relatively wide and flat area that was also a suitable size. Ibwa directly launched a signal flare to guide the 3rd phase team to land and establish a forward base here. Chapter 199, Moonlight Base. Under the guidance of the signal flare, the hot air balloon of the 3rd phase team began to descend slowly. At a cliffside location next to this open space, it aligned the entrance with the ground and began to anchor and hover. As the hot air balloon completely docked, the connecting passage opened, and a large number of staff immediately began unloading the supplies they had prepared. Fortunately, the docking point of the hot air balloon was very close to the chosen location, making the transportation of supplies quite fast. This place is nice, though a bit small. Good job, everyone. The leader of the 3rd phase team, after completing the docking, came to TangYue and the others while wearing a cloak. Yes, but I really didn't expect there to be a continent here, and it has a unique ecosystem. It's truly amazing. Ibwa was also very excited. Just discovering a new continent and ecological system was one of the highest honors for the investigation team. It seems the transfer of supplies is almost done, so I'll head back to report to the star. The subsequent supplies will be transported once the route is confirmed, and the safety of this area will be entrusted to you during this time. Just as the group was talking, the transfer of supplies from the hot air balloon was also completed, and the staff had begun construction according to the local terrain. After the leader of the 3rd phase team finished speaking, he returned to the hot air balloon and set off again. After saying goodbye, Xing and Ibwa began to patrol around this new base, while TangYue stayed at the exit of the open space, watching the staff busily set up various facilities. It must be said that they were all professionals. TangYue saw the dining area, forge, command center, and reserve pipelines for the heating system being constructed, although they had only roughly determined an area and simply set up a shelter for now. The first completed construction was the dining area, and for this investigation, The commander-in-chief had invited the chef master from the star base, Cat Granny, to be the head chef of this new base. When TangYue saw Cat Granny start to stew meat, she directly sat at the dining table in front of her, eagerly waiting to taste the delicious food. Cat Granny was a bit surprised by TangYue's actions, but then felt relieved and began her cooking. The assistant chefs also started working hard, and soon the first cat meal from this new continent was served. TangYue, who was already impatient, immediately began to eat when she saw the cat meal on the table. This flavor is completely different from the head chef's grilled meat set, but you can feel that the seasoning comes from the same source. The flavor of the stewed meat is rich, and the sauce is incredibly fragrant. Eating such a large bowl of stewed meat in this cold land can be said to be the best delicacy. Tasting delicious food was also one of TangYue's main goals in this world, and the completely different food style from the starbase made her very satisfied. TangYue, how can you secretly enjoy the food here while we are out patrolling hard? This is unacceptable. Just as TangYue was savoring the stewed meat, a surprised voice came from outside. Turning her head, she found it was Aibo and Xing, who had returned to the base after completing their patrol, and it was Aibo, the third-generation glutton, who was accusing TangYue of stealing food. As Aibo scolded TangYue, Xing directly sat down next to her, and then an assistant chef brought over another portion of stewed meat. Xing also started eating without hesitation. Seeing this, Aibo immediately stopped scolding TangYue and hurried to find a spot to sit and wait for food to be served. And so, the base continued to improve in a lively atmosphere. The next day, early in the morning, TangYue and the others saw the hot air balloon of the third phase team land again at the docking point, which had undergone simple repairs, allowing the hot air balloon to easily dock and transport supplies. With the arrival of the hot air balloon, the leader of the third phase team and the commander-in-chief also came down from it, already dressed in winter clothes. Wow, you all did well. This is a nice place. With the arrival of the commander-in-chief, more hunters also came along, addressing the safety issues around the base. We have also completed the planning of the supply transport routes, but the docking position for the ships is still some distance away. We need to ensure the safety of the route before we can start large-scale supply transport. The task of ensuring the safety of the route is entrusted to you. The commander-in-chief immediately assigned tasks to TangYue and the others, which were indeed necessary. It was already quite challenging for the hunters at the base to ensure its safety, since the riot of the wind, drifting dragon. The energy intensity of the entire new continent had once again risen, and ordinary monsters had already surpassed their previous strength, reaching the master level. This also indicated that new major events were about to happen on this continent. This matter had already been reported to the guild, and upon learning that the ecological position of this new continent had actually reached the master level, they also strongly supported the investigation here, allocating a large amount of supplies to come. By the way, chicken sauce, let's give this place a name. Otherwise, it won't be convenient for dispatching without a title. Suddenly, the captain of the investigation team proposed the naming. Indeed, then this new continent will be called Everfrost Frozen Land. And since you discovered it, let's call it Moonlight Base, to correspond with Star Base. The commander-in-chief's naming was agreed upon by everyone present. Next, the captain of the investigation team took a small team and the recommended group, led by Sang, to protect this batch of staff to the designated ship docking location to build the port. TangYue and the others then headed to Everfrost Frozen Land to eliminate potential threats along the transport route. Everfrost Frozen Land is indeed large, but the transport route is not too long, so the three of them quickly completed a patrol. However, as they advanced, they came to an intersection that was blocked by a fallen tree. Just as TangYue was about to blast the logs away, a violent tremor came from afar. Soon, they saw the source of the tremor. A beast dragon with a pair of powerful antlers broke through the wall made of tree trunks, appearing in front of them. It seemed that this beast dragon posed a threat to the transport route. Since the target was confirmed, TangYue and Xing also took out their weapons. The two climbed onto the large antlers with various grappling hooks, and then with two clangs of metal, the giant antlers fell to the ground. Once the transport personnel brought the captured bull dragon back to Moonlight, it would mean that the shipping route was cleared and large-scale resource transport could begin. Chapter 200. Investigation of the ice field. As the ship docked, various supplies were loaded onto trucks, aided by small dragons, and rushed towards the Moonlight base. Thanks to TangYue and others having cleared the passage, the transportation team was quite efficient. Soon, a large amount of construction materials was transported to the base, and the engineering team began to build the base according to the previously designated areas. The dining area, which had initially been just a simple shed, was transformed into a huge circular building that encompassed the entire dining area. At the same time, The reserved thermal conduction channels were completed through the efforts of the engineering team, and the thermal device, as the source of heat, was also constructed. With a large amount of dragon vein carbon fed into the boiler, a continuous supply of heat was transmitted through the pipes to various buildings. In addition, the forge, command center, and assembly center were also completed, and even a hot spring was built inside the assembly center. It seemed that everything was on track here. So it was time for me to leave. There were still many things waiting for me at the starbase. The commander-in-chief observed the construction of the Moonlight base nearing completion, with only minor finishing touches remaining, and planned to return to the starbase, as his real-time guidance was no longer needed here. Hey, what will happen here when you go back? The investigation team leader panicked at the thought of the commander-in-chief returning to the starbase, as the investigation team had always operated under his guidance. How about you take charge here? The commander-in-chief looked at his grandson and decided to hand over the command work to him, thinking it was a good opportunity to train him, especially since many experienced seniors and powerful hunters were gathered at the Moonlight base. I can't do it. How about you stay, chicken sauce? The investigation team leader was shocked that his grandfather intended to assign the command task to him and felt quite unconfident about his abilities. That's settled then. The security here is in your hands. I have faith in you. Now, I'll head back to the starbase. Without giving the investigation team leader a chance to gather himself, the commander-in-chief resolutely returned to the starbase to oversee the overall situation. After all, the starbase was the logistical supply point for the Moonlight base, and the area and environment of the Everfrost tundra could not compare to the resource-rich new continent. With the commander-in-chief's departure and the completion of the construction at the Moonlight base, the first operational meeting for the Everfrost tundra officially began. The participants included hunters from the recommended group, led by TangYue, representatives from the food department headed by Grandma Cat, the forging department led by the second phase group leader, the supply team leader to managing materials, the technical team leader responsible for the thermal supply at the Moonlight base, and the director of the Ecological Research Institute, who came along. Of course, the investigation team leader and the wilderness master who came to investigate were also present. Let us start the investigation operation meeting for the Everfrost tundra. First, I will serve as the commander, responsible for protecting the base and everyone's safety. As for the dining aspect, I'll leave that to Grandma. Although the investigation team leader was not confident when it came time to make a decision, he remained calm and reliable. Meow. Grandma Cat nodded, indicating she would take care of it. The allocation of supplies, equipment forging, and thermal supply will be handled by you all. The investigation team leader turned his gaze to the supply team leader and his two companions. No problem. Leave it to us. The response was as expected. Lastly, the investigation regarding the wind-drifting dragon will be entrusted to the recommended group and master. The crucial task of investigating the Everfrost tundra ultimately fell on TangYue and the others. Leave it to us, right, Grandma? AI Bo readily accepted the task. Yes. Leave it to us. Now, the action plan is set. Everyone else, please continue with your work. You are dismissed. With the investigation team leader's words, the operational meeting concluded. The heads of various departments returned to their posts to start working, while TangYue, along with Xing and AI Bo, prepared to head to the Everfrost tundra for investigation after finishing in the dining area. The preparation process was simple and smooth. This investigation was conducted by the TangYue trio in collaboration with the Wilderness Master. They quickly arrived at the Highland camp, where they met the Wilderness Master who had come ahead. Hey, you guys. Looks like this place is quite big. How about we split up to investigate? I'll go that way. After reuniting with TangYue and the others, the Wilderness Master proposed splitting up for the investigation. Although the Everfrost tundra was much smaller than the new continent, it was still independent land, so some respect needed to be shown. After splitting up, TangYue's group followed the guide insect's lead and arrived at a rock wall. It seems we can't go through here. The rocks have collapsed and blocked the way. We'll have to take a detour. AI Bo felt a wave of discouragement as she looked at the rock wall. Just as TangYue was about to blast through the wall, AI Bo suddenly exclaimed and started rushing off in the distance. TangYue and Xing had no choice but to follow. AI Bo, why are you suddenly rushing over there? I found traces of ancient dragon people here. If I can ask them, maybe they'll have news about the wind-drifting dragon. TangYue and Xing felt AI Bo's reasoning was quite reasonable, and since they could ask directly, there was no need to smash through the wall. TangYue was pleased with this. Before long, the three of them, along with the cat, arrived at a glacier under the guidance of the guide insect, where they encountered the ancient dragon people. Not here. Below, deeper below. I've already given them my aura. The ancient dragon people were straightforward, giving a riddle right away. But fortunately, it didn't require guessing as the guide insect began to navigate. AI both thanked the ancient dragon people before following the guide insect, while TangYue and Xing had no choice but to continue following. Before long, they arrived at an underground space where the terrain was made of ice. Countless fish, large and small, were frozen inside the ice. They also encountered the wilderness master there. "Grandma," AI Bo exclaimed, clearly relying on the wilderness master. "You guys are here too. It seems we're headed in the right direction." The wilderness master was pleased to see TangYue and the others, as it confirmed that their direction was correct. At that moment, the guide insect's trail rose sharply, leading them to a high cave, which indicated that things were about to get complicated. It seems things aren't that simple, and something has come to make it difficult for us to resolve it easily. As the wilderness master lamented, they looked ahead to see an orange thunder dragon appearing before them, indicating that a fight was unavoidable. Chapter 201. The paralyzing poison dragon, the creature that had come to take advantage of the situation, resembling the thunder dragon by 90%, was none other than the paralyzing poison dragon, a subspecies of the thunder dragon. Unlike the thunder dragon's lightning attribute, the paralyzing poison dragon possesses poison and paralysis attributes. However, none of this mattered to TangYue. After all, they were all fish on the chopping board. The blight dragon also launched an attack towards TangYue and the others. As the blight dragon moved, its large tail shot up high and swung in the air, followed by a low-altitude gliding pounce aimed at TangYue and the others. This move, descending from the sky, was reminiscent of the flying thunder dragon's techniques. In response to such an attack, TangYue immediately used a substitute doll to appear behind the blight dragon, while Xing executed a precise cut to evade it, following up with a wind blade slash aimed directly at the blight dragon's head, delivering a powerful blow. TangYue, who had teleported behind the blight dragon, seized the opportunity to strike its rear with her insect-controlling rod in a move akin to the 1,000-year kill, causing a critical hit that made the blight dragon stagger forward. Xing quickly took advantage of this moment to perform another precise cut, with the blade enveloped in yellow sword energy. Then, Xing unleashed a flying insect technique, executing a cherry blossom wind blade slash that swept across the blight dragon, while simultaneously drawing a red energy blade. TangYue didn't remain idle and soared into the air, giving the blight dragon a back rub that destroyed all the spines that had emerged from its back due to the attack, leaving its large tail battered and bruised. The blight dragon, true to its master ecological niche, chose to counterattack, sweeping its tail to try and push back TangYue and Xing. However, TangYue executed a claw hook to ascend and connected with a strong press, while Xing performed a large circular draw to interrupt the blight dragon's tail sweep. Immediately following up with a dragon sword strike, TangYue and Xing leaped into the air together, then descended. Xing delivered a vertical slash onto the blight dragon's head, while TangYue's strong press knocked the blight dragon to the ground, creating a spiderweb pattern on the surface. As TangYue and Xing unleashed their attacks on the blight dragon, the battlefield around them was filled with numerous traps, set up by Wang Jiang, while TangYue and Xing were fighting, including a dozen of glowing insect cages. TangYue and Xing took a break, while the blight dragon seized the opportunity to rise and prepare for a full display of power, only to step onto an explosive trap that triggered a series of explosions, causing the blight dragon to be tossed around by the shockwaves, while also being bombarded by countless flashbang attacks. When it finally came to a stop, it stepped directly onto a paralysis trap. TangYue and Xing then returned to the fray to launch their second half of the assault. Due to the environmental issues of the eternal frosted soil, Xiaomon's agility was not great, and Ding Ding was too large, providing no opportunity, which allowed TangYue to conduct a proper hunt for the first time in a while. The cooperation between TangYue and Xing was exceptional, and TangYue's combat style was quite unique. Just as the blight dragon lifted its upper body to attempt a crushing attack, TangYue appeared at its hind foot position, delivering a horizontal slash that knocked one of its feet askew, causing the blight dragon to fall over. Following this, a flurry of attacks ensued, and after a few rounds, the blight dragon no longer dared to rise. "Oh, it's been a while since I've had a regular hunt. I feel like I've really loosened up." TangYue sat on a nearby ice block, continuously expressing her thoughts. Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it had indeed been a long time since TangYue had fought like this. "All right, we've rested enough. Let's go find Aibua and the others." With that, TangYue and Xing left to head towards the cave. Meanwhile, the blight dragon, tightly wrapped in captured grenades and covered in wounds, remained in the icy wilderness. Upon entering the cave, they found a passage located on a cliffside. Following the path, they saw Aibua and the wilderness master standing before an ice expanse. Oh, at TangYue's call, Aibua and the Wilderness Master turned to face them. TangYue and Xing quickly approached them. This is what we found here. It looks like a ship. Aibua gazed at the scene before her. The area was a frozen underground river, with a ship partially encased in ice. Many teams have come to explore the new continent before our investigation team arrived. This must be from one of those teams. The Wilderness Master remarked as he led the way to examine the ancient ship. After clearing the snow from the ship, he revealed some inscriptions on its surface. After a thorough search, the Wilderness Master found a package, which upon opening, contained a flag from an expedition team that recorded certain information, along with a peculiar stone. Ah, this is... Aibua exclaimed upon seeing the stone, astonished, as it was made of the same material as the stone her grandfather had secretly brought back from the new continent. She then took out the stone she had preserved carefully. Let me see what these adventurers wrote on this. The Wilderness Master began to seriously examine the information on the flag remnants, choosing not to pursue the matter of Aibua's grandfather bringing items back from the new continent. There are a lot of monsters stirring in the song. The stone was discovered. I wonder if it was formed under special circumstances? We need to investigate further. All the rest is damaged. The Wilderness Master noted the Blight Dragon's unusual behavior in the song, indicating that the current situation was similar to what was recorded above. Aibua, listening to the Wilderness Master's account, realized that this was undoubtedly a crucial clue. Just as the two were about to continue their discussion, "Hey, we've been looking for you." The newcomers were another recommendation team, led by Sang and his editor. Xing issued a gathering order. We must return quickly. However, the news they brought was not good. Aibua felt quite troubled, as she was on the verge of unraveling the mystery that had occupied her grandfather's mind for so long, only to have it interrupted by the gathering order. The Wilderness Master noticed Aibua's thoughts. "Do you want to come along? You want to know the secret of the stone, right? I want to know too, so we can't let the truth slip away." Faced with the Wilderness Master's invitation, Aibua expressed her desire but glanced at TangYue and Xing, as she was participating in the investigation team as Xing's editor and needed to be responsible for the hunter. "Why don't I take over your work while you're away?" Sang's editor suggested, providing a solution to the problem, and Sang praised his editor. TangYue and Xing had no objections to this arrangement. "Thank you." With a solution in place, Aibua could start her long-awaited investigation, while TangYue and Xing would return to Xingshan to carry out their tasks. Chapter 202. New Subspecies You're Back. It seems there's no problem on the Yuetian side for now. By the way, where's the third-generation glutton? Upon returning to the base, TangYue and the others were summoned by the Commander-in-Chief, indicating that there was indeed a mission to assign to them. Upon seeing everyone, he immediately expressed his concerns, also noticing that Aibua had not returned to the base. "Oh, that one is currently exploring the eternal frosted soil with the Wilderness Master, so I'm temporarily taking over as the editors for both of you." The green-clad editor explained Aibua's whereabouts and the group's decision. The Commander-in-Chief nodded in acknowledgement of this decision, as the investigation team was not an organization with strict rules. "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you." Following the recent phenomenon of the wind drifting dragon, there have been changes occurring in various places once again. For now, I'll ask you to investigate the subspecies incident. As for Aibua's actions, the Commander-in-Chief won't say much more. After all, it's not a big deal. He also promptly assigned tasks to TangYue and Xing. The task regarding the subspecies is not a problem. Leave it to us. As Aibua's substitute, I've also taken on the responsibility of serving as the external voice organ of the stars. So, I'll leave it to you based on the investigation. Poisonous demon birds and floating dragon subspecies have been discovered in the land of Coral Plateau and the Great Ant Graveyard, namely, water demon birds and floating sleep dragons. I'm counting on you. Seeing this, the Commander-in-Chief provided the existing intelligence, and since the information is confirmed, it's time to fight once again. This time, we're returning to the New World for a mission, and TangYue can finally let Xiaoman out for some fresh air. During this period, TangYue and the others have been operating in the Everfrost frozen land, and the cold environment has made Xiaoman stay in the Pokeball for a long time. Preparing for battle, TangYue and Xing directly took flight on a pterodactyl. To ensure a smooth journey, they chose to first address the water demon birds located in the Coral Plateau. That way, once the hunting of the water demon birds was completed, they could directly return to the Great Ant Graveyard to deal with the floating sleep dragons. Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, TangYue also took the opportunity to visit Deng Deng. At this time, Deng Deng was still in that huge cocoon, but the energy fluctuations coming from inside proved that Deng Deng was in a very healthy state. TangYue approached and patted Deng Deng's large cocoon, feeling immensely gratified. "Good baby, keep it up. When you come out, you will definitely shock everyone." As TangYue spoke, the large cocoon emitted a burst of brilliance, as if responding to her expectations. All right, let us go. Let us quickly complete the mission. With that, TangYue boarded the pterodactyl again, and Xing followed closely after taking a deep look at Dang's cocoon, clearly sensing the immense energy inside. When it was born, something big would surely happen. Everything in the new world operates on a unique cycle. Upon arriving at the Coral Plateau, the two first went to the research base to visit the leader of the third phase team, while also obtaining more information about the water demon birds, including their main locations. After leaving the research base, they headed directly to the large leaves located beneath the upper plate. Of course, the guide insect completed the recording of the water demon bird's information and followed the navigation. The two quickly arrived at their destination, where they saw the water demon bird burying its head in the massive leaves, extracting a large amount of moisture. Meanwhile, the cat lizard dragon also approached, intending to test the water demon bird's strength. The result was self-evident. The water demon bird's tail quickly charged, followed by a high-pressure water gun that dealt with the cat lizard dragons. TangYue exclaimed, "Wow, what a guy!" and immediately threw out Xiaoman to join the fun. As soon as Xiaoman appeared, it let out a loud roar to vent its energy. The tremendous roar startled the water demon bird, making its scalp tingle. Fortunately, TangYue threw Xiaoman far enough. Otherwise, while TangYue would be fine, Xing and Wang Jiang would have a hard time. The water demon bird wasn't going to be slaughtered easily. It shot a water gun directly at Xiaoman's face. Xiaoman, who had never encountered such treatment, retaliated with an icy breath. The water gun shot by the water demon bird was instantly frozen, quickly spreading over its entire body. Because the water demon bird had previously been so freely drawing water, it was now entirely frozen. Without hesitation, Xiaoman released another breath, this time a thunderous breath. The powerful lightning struck the frozen water demon bird, crackling and covering it entirely. After a series of crackling sounds, the ice around the water demon bird was forcibly shattered, and the powerful thunder caused a significant amount of damage. After just 2 hits, the water demon bird was left gasping for breath. Seeing this, Xing and TangYue immediately recognized the opportunity to capture it and did so. It seemed that Xiaoman had been a bit pent up during this time. TangYue looked at the water demon bird before her and the very pleased Xiaoman beside her, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Xing nodded in agreement. After dealing with the water demon bird, the two did not linger and immediately set off for the Great Ant Graveyard, where they still needed to handle a floating sleep dragon. Flying over the Grand Canyon once again, they arrived at the Great Ant Graveyard. TangYue and Xing immediately headed toward the forest in the Great Ant Graveyard, thinking that the floating sleep dragon would likely be active in the superior quality forest environment. After leaving the camp, the two followed the river route toward the forest. Upon entering the forest, the dense foliage blocked the blazing sun, making it feel quite cool. TangYue and Xing were on the lookout. At that moment, a cloud of mist flew toward them, quickly enveloping Xing in a thick wave of drowsiness. TangYue immediately realized that their target had appeared. Before Xing could sway and fall asleep, TangYue swiftly slapped her awake. Coming back to her senses, Xing immediately drew her weapon, and the floating sleep dragon above showed a surprised expression upon seeing them. What awaited it was a flurry of attacks. The adorable floating sleep dragon was beaten to a pulp and was quickly captured by the two. Having completed their mission, the two returned to the starbase, intending to rest well, as there were still many things to address next. Sure enough, just after they returned to the base, had a meal, tidied up supplies, and polished their equipment, they were summoned by the commander-in-chief again, as there was more work that needed to be resolved on the Moonlight side. Chapter 203, The White Knight and the Ice Curse back. It seems there's no problem on the star side for now. By the way, I called you back because the investigation team discovered traces of ice fong dragons in the Everfrost frozen land. Please deal with the ice fong dragons and also bring back your 2 editors and the wilderness master. Things outside are not very peaceful right now. Upon returning to Moonlight, TangYue and Xing were received by the investigation team leader, who directly assigned them a task. However, this familiar beginning felt like they were just tools running back and forth. But it didn't matter. After all, TangYue and Xing had proven their strength after resolving the Dang incident and were praised as the guiding Azure Star, the excellent title of the White Wind of the New World. Standing before Granny Cat, TangYue and Xing prepared to enjoy a delicious stew to kick off their hunting in the Everfrost frozen land. Granny, give me a special stew set. In response to TangYue's request, Granny Cat began her exquisite cooking. She spread the marinade on large chunks of dragon meat, using special techniques to massage the marinade's flavor into the meat, paired with fresh ingredients and drizzled with specially prepared dragon milk. The essence of the ingredients was absorbed under high-temperature stewing, and when the lid was lifted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Wow, I came here for this. Facing these delicacies, TangYue appeared very happy, as these special dishes were also an important reason for her to stay and enjoy her time in this world. If she had encountered a village serving only hot spring tea or endless rice dumplings upon arrival, she might have just played for a few days before leaving. TangYue and Xing, along with Wang Jiang who was on the side, set off with new weapons after enjoying a hearty stew. This time, returning to the Starry Realm was not just about dealing with the water demon bird and the floating dream dragon. Prior to this, TangYue and Xing had also hunted the wind, drifting dragon, fire dragon, and fatal claw dragon, updating their arsenal. This time, to tackle the ice fang dragon, they brought along the new flying dragon knife, blue dye, and vice. Following the nest of the ice fish dragon they had captured earlier, they advanced towards a distant cliff. Passing through a high-altitude passage made of ice, with the ocean below filled with drifting ice and numerous penguins wearing hats. While traversing the high-altitude passage, TangYue spotted several sunbathing, hat-wearing penguins. Without hesitation, she deployed a specially made, oversized capture net and caught them all, planning to take them back as decorations for her little house, which was already filled with swaying eels of various sizes. Continuing forward, they reached the base of the cliff that had been blocked by ice before. The last time they visited, TangYue had refrained from breaking through, worried that it might cause the entire glacier to collapse. However, this time, it was their main destination, as Xing had just discovered something new here. Several completely frozen frosty ground specialty pterosaurs. It seemed they had been frozen to death by a powerful low-temperature airflow, similar to the breath that Xiao Man used against the water demon bird. However, the resident here did not want TangYue and Xing to investigate peacefully. Above the cliff, a white figure was watching them. Upon noticing that TangYue and Xing had turned their gaze towards it, it leaped down without hesitation. The newcomer had a pair of long and sharp canine teeth, clearly indicating that it was the target of TangYue and Xing's journey, the ice fang dragon. Once on the ground, the ice fang dragon did not intend to give TangYue and Xing a chance to fight back, charging directly at them with a dragon cart. Moreover, the ice fang dragon had no idea about the dangers of society and the cruelty of TangYue and Xing. TangYue took off from the ground, while you controlled the flying insect to unleash the water moon stance. The ice fang dragon, being an indigenous creature of the New World frosty ground, had never seen anything like this and charged recklessly. Then, it was deflected by Xing's parry. Following that, it was hit by a cherry blossom blade cut. Just as misfortune does not come alone, while the ice fang dragon was taking the cherry blossom blade cut from Xing, TangYue's aerial hunting insect swiftly struck down from above, landing directly on the ice fang dragon's not-so-wide back, further weighing down its already not-so-strong body, causing it to fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xing turned and delivered a kick to the ice fang dragon's tail, executing a dragon ascending sword that severed its tail. With the ice fang dragon subdued, TangYue began to dance on its back. The insect-controlling stick derived from the fatal claw dragon danced vigorously in TangYue's hands. She directly scraped off a layer of skin from the ice fang dragon's back. After completing a blade cut, Xing again approached the ice fang dragon's front to attack its head. During this time, the ice fang dragon tried to resist, but every time it raised its left hand, it was struck down with a stick, and when it raised its right hand, it was met with another stick. As TangYue could float freely, she effectively suppressed the ice fang dragon's movements on its back. After smashing the pair of proud fangs of the ice fang dragon, TangYue and Xing concluded their brutal assault, capturing it and completing the first half of their mission. Next, they needed to find Aibo and the Wilderness Master. Just as luck would have it, after TangYue and Xing handed over the captured ice fang dragon to the incoming transport team, they saw Aibo and the Wilderness Master approaching from a distance. "Hey, Aibo, over here." TangYue spotted Aibo and took on the role of communicator, as it was well known that the Azure Blue Star was mute. Aibo was very happy to see TangYue and Xing and rushed over to them. "Partners, TangYue, you're back. So it seems the issues on the Starry side have been resolved?" Aibo grabbed TangYue and Xing's hands, curious about their experiences during this time, as the three of them had previously always acted together along with the cat. Indeed, with the influence of the environment, various monsters had begun to become active, and the danger had certainly increased. TangYue and Xing explained their purpose to Aibo and the Wilderness Master. Just then, a melodious voice echoed, followed by a strong, cold airflow sweeping towards them. The pterosaurs in the air were immediately frozen by this icy force, and the presence within the cold air revealed itself, a pure white ancient dragon shimmering with colorful light. Ice Curse Dragon Chapter 204, Pursuit and omens after the ice-cursed dragon appeared. It roared a few times and then left, heading towards the New World. This was temporarily good news for Yu Chun and the Wilderness Master, as it would make the return to their base much easier. Of course, this was said in jest. Upon seeing the direction the ice-cursed dragon was heading, the Wilderness Master and Aibwa hurriedly led TangYue and Xing back to Yu Chun. Thus, the ice-cursed dragon headed towards the New World. The sudden appearance of such a powerful ancient dragon in the New World would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the local ecosystem, which was definitely not good news for the Starry Realm. Upon returning to Yu Chun, the Wilderness Master immediately went to the command center to report the news of the ice-cursed dragon to the investigation team leader. After hearing the news, the investigation team leader fell into deep thought. So, Aibwa, how is the investigation in the Frosty Ground going? Surprisingly, the investigation team leader chose to ask Aibwa about the progress of the investigation in the Frosty Ground. It should be at a standstill for now. Although unsure why the investigation team leader asked that, Aibwa answered truthfully. All right, in that case, please recommend a few members of the team to return to the Starry Realm to assist with the investigation of the ice-cursed dragon's movements and its impact on the local ecosystem. I will take care of the safety here in Yu Chun. After all, it is my responsibility. As for the investigation, I will leave that to you. The investigation team leader made a decision, sending TangYue and the others back to the Starry Realm. This back and forth was truly humorous. Finally, the investigation team leader turned to the Wilderness Master, assigning her the investigation task when TangYue and the others left. No problem. That's what I'm here for. You all can rest assured and go back. The Wilderness Master agreed to the arrangement, having explored the New World alone for decades. It was just returning to her previous work state. Without any worries, Aibwa rejoined the team and followed TangYue and Xing back to the Starry Realm base. Upon returning to the Star Base, they immediately went to the command center to report the situation regarding the ice-cursed dragon to the commander. As the ice-cursed dragon was undoubtedly the most crucial piece of information for the Starry Realm. Sure enough, after learning about the movements of the ice-cursed dragon, the commander realized the problem and immediately entrusted TangYue and Xing, the most powerful recommendation team, to investigate the ice-cursed dragon. After Xing used the necessary materials to create 2 new pieces of armor that enhanced the power of the blade draw, the 3 of them and a cat immediately set off from the main gate towards the ancient tree forest. If the ice-cursed dragon was heading from the Everfrost tundra to the new continent, then its landing point must be the ancient tree forest. Look, there it is. Fragments from the ice-cursed dragon. Sure enough, just after leaving the stronghold, the guiding bug detected something. Following the guiding bug, they discovered several small fragments scattered on the ground, which looked exactly like the fragment in AI Bo's hand. At the same time, a trace of cold air was emanating from the fragments, so this was undoubtedly the ice-cursed dragon's mark. Continuing deeper, they planned to enter the ancient tree to investigate. However, the guiding bug soon made a new discovery. It turned out that the guiding bug found new traces at the entrance of the ancient tree. A piece of black feather-like scale. Could it be? Let's move forward. Maybe we can see it here. After seeing the scale, AI Bo seemed to discover something and immediately excitedly moved towards the interior of the ancient tree, while TangYue and Xing had no choice but to follow. Since investigating with the Wilderness Master for some time, AI Bo had become bolder and reckless, charging forward without considering the dangers ahead, leaving TangYue and Xing to clean up after him. Fortunately, a new situation halted AI Bo's delivery service at the entrance of the ancient tree. An ancient dragon man appeared, and AI Bo's attention was immediately drawn to the ancient dragon man, as every appearance of the ancient dragon man would involve a barrage of seemingly profound words. Sure enough, upon seeing TangYue and Xing, the top hunters in the food chain, the ancient dragon man began his cryptic speech. It exists. It has existed since a long time ago. It will wake up after sleeping, right? It's just a matter of time. That side falls into a deep sleep, while this side remains awake, repeating endlessly. Occasionally, both sides wake up at the same time. Both this side and the other side are awake. They overlap. The ancient dragon man's words plunged AI Bo into deep thought, pondering what connection this information had to the current anomaly. And what does it mean? Is something supposed to wake up? AI Bo was very concerned about the ancient dragon man's words this time. What's difficult about it? The gist is probably that there is a powerful existence on this side. And on the other side, the Everfrost tundra also has a powerful existence, taking turns to rest. TangYue, as the founder of an organization of researchers in demonic studies, had no problem with simple analysis. After all, she just didn't want to, not that she couldn't. So, what kind of existence is it? Since AI Bo asked like this, let's analyze it simply. First, based on our previous investigations, the most powerful in the new continent is undoubtedly my lantern, as it is hatched from the energy released by countless ancient dragons' deaths. Lantern can undoubtedly be considered a super ancient dragon. Besides lantern, among the ancient dragon species, the strong existence is definitely the sheep, as it feeds on ancient dragons. If the ancient dragon man was referring to the sheep, then the corresponding one should be the ice-cursed dragon. However, according to my speculation, it's unlikely to be the sheep, as it cannot dominate or influence the entire ecosystem of the new continent. In contrast, lantern has indeed significantly affected the ecosystem of the new continent. In summary, based on the information from the ancient dragon man, it can be inferred that there is a super ancient dragon species in the Everfrost tundra that has strength comparable to lantern, and since we have dealt with lantern, that side has begun to become active, and as a super ancient dragon species that can directly impact the continent's ecology. Its active manifestations should be the recent series of anomalies. The migration of the wind, drifting dragon, the appearance of subspecies, and even the unusual movements of the ice-cursed dragon are all precursors to its activity. TangYue's analysis left AI, Bo, and Xing stunned, as the vast amount of information made them unsure whether to believe it. If this is true, then it would be troublesome. Chapter 205, Swift and / Alright. If you want to think, you can wait until we return to think slowly. Didn't you just discover something? TangYue looked at AI Bo, who was lost in thought and had completely forgotten their previous goal, and directly pulled his thoughts back to the original channel. Right? I almost forgot. Let's hurry over. If nothing unexpected happens, this is also affected by this anomaly. AI Bo snapped back to attention and immediately led the charge, heading deeper into the forest. TangYue and Xing quickly followed, relieved to see AI Bo set aside his previous concerns. Soon, the three arrived deep in the forest, where a herbivorous dragon's corpse lay on the ground, its body pierced with numerous dark, blue feather-like scales. It seemed these scales were the cause of the herbivorous dragon's death. Just as I thought, I was unsure before, but seeing the state of the herbivorous dragon confirms it. It's the swift dragon. AI Bo confirmed it upon seeing the herbivorous dragon's corpse. And just as he mentioned the name of the swift dragon, several feather-like scales shot towards them at high speed from behind. Fortunately, Xing reacted quickly and immediately tackled AI Bo to the ground, while TangYue took several hits directly, which of course had no effect. Following the scales, a black figure appeared. It was the swift dragon AI Bo had mentioned. The swift dragon dashed from behind them to the front, and the trio's attention was drawn to the back due to the previous attack. Just as the swift dragon was about to seize the opportunity to launch a fatal strike against TangYue and Xing, another unexpected guest showed up. The longtime ruler of the ancient tree forest, Mist, the fire dragon, descended from the sky and launched an attack on the intruding swift dragon. Both the fire dragon and the swift dragon belong to the flying dragon species, but their skeletal structures are different. The fire dragon has a typical flight-type skeleton, with strong hind limbs and elevated forelimbs used for flying. In contrast, the swift dragon has a specialized land combat, quadrupedal structure. Its hind limbs are not as strong as the fire dragon's, but its forelimb strength is significantly greater, although its flying ability is greatly reduced. It has a huge advantage in ground combat. Both have their strengths, and now that they meet on a narrow path, they seek to determine superiority. They started to grapple and fight while moving, leaving the area, and TangYue looked on in confusion as the fire dragon and swift dragon departed. She was already prepared to draw her weapon. What is this? It seems safe now. Let us quickly return to the stronghold. We must report this to the commander at high speed. Seeing the swift dragon and fire dragon fighting while leaving, AI Bo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that it was time to return to the stronghold. TangYue and Xing had no choice but to follow. After all, the dragons had left, and they couldn't chase after them for a beating. All right, previously TangYue did indeed take action, but for now, let's head back to the base first. Otherwise, seeing AI Bo's distracted state, TangYue is really afraid that AI Bo will unknowingly transform into a terrifying Tyrannosaurus. Upon returning to the starbase, the three immediately went to the command center to report to the commander-in-chief, and AI Bo also conveyed TangYue's analysis to the commander-in-chief. Speaking of which, TangYue's statement is indeed the most fitting and the most likely, but it is also the worst-case scenario. This limits the motives of the ice-cursed dragon's arrival in the New World to a certain range, either fleeing or preparing for battle. The commander-in-chief quickly deduced a lot of information from TangYue's statement. In short, the activities of the ice-cursed dragon have caused many incidents in the New World. In addition to the rapid dragon discovered in the ancient tree forest, the investigation team also found the slashing dragon in the great ant graveyard, which must have emerged and become active due to the activities of the ice-cursed dragon. So, we will have to rely on you to hunt the rapid dragon and the slashing dragon. The commander-in-chief, as usual, assigned the toughest task to the recommended group consisting of TangYue and Xing. After all, it is the role of the guiding azure star to do this, right? Subsequently, TangYue and Xing immediately went to gather their gear to continue their mission in the new world. After discussion, they decided to split into 2 teams. TangYue would tackle the rapid dragon in the ancient tree forest, while Xing would head to the great ant graveyard to deal with the slashing dragon. This time, AI both followed Xing to the great ant graveyard, while TangYue acted alone. Upon arriving at the ancient tree forest, TangYue immediately took out the rapid dragon scales she had collected from the herbivorous dragon earlier, and the guiding insect quickly completed the memory of the information and began to navigate. Seeing this, TangYue immediately followed the guiding insect on her way. The direction of the guiding insect was very clear, advancing towards the high points of the ancient tree. After a while of travel, TangYue arrived near the fire dragon's nest at the top of the ancient tree. Strange, why would the rapid dragon come to the fire dragon's nest? Could it be that they are fighting? That would be too interesting. TangYue quickened her pace and headed upwards, soon reaching the vicinity of the fire dragon's nest. Through the dense branches, TangYue heard a series of sounds. Pushing aside the branches, she saw the fire dragon and the rapid dragon engaged in a fierce battle inside the fire dragon's nest. The fire dragon grabbed the rapid dragon and slammed it down, while the rapid dragon pounced on the fire dragon and began to beat it. One was launching fireballs while the other was shooting darts upwards. TangYue then took out a chair, sat down, and started snacking while enjoying the fight, fully immersing herself in the spectacle. Eventually, the fire dragon and the rapid dragon, who had been fighting for a while, finally noticed TangYue and reached a consensus to launch a ranged attack at her. TangYue, whose enjoyment was abruptly interrupted, immediately became displeased. She was having such a good time watching, and now she got hit in the face. Although it didn't have much of an impact, her good mood was quite precious. The rapid dragon and the fire dragon also paid a painful price for this. By the time TangYue returned to the base, she was dragging both the badly injured rapid dragon and fire dragon. Meanwhile, Xing had been battling the slashing dragon in the great ant graveyard with her ice attribute katana for a whole day, ultimately ending the fight with the slashing dragon suffering a severed tail. After losing its tail, the slashing dragon appeared ragged and corroded, covered in wounds from Xing's cherry blossom air blade and energy blade attacks, and was also dragged back to the base. Chapter 206, Fracture and Boom. Well done. After dealing with the rapid dragon and the slashing dragon, both the ancient tree forest and the great ant graveyard have temporarily stabilized. As usual, upon returning to the base, everyone went to the command center to report their mission to the commander-in-chief. However, the influence of the ice-cursed dragon was not over yet. While you were resolving the issues with the rapid dragon and the slashing dragon, the ice-cursed dragon moved deeper into the area, and its actions also affected the ecosystems of the Miasma Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land. According to the investigation team's report, traces of the Boom Dragon and the Shatter Dragon were found in the Miasma Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land. The local ecosystems were also affected. However, the anticipated rest did not come, as the ice-cursed dragon's actions triggered more new monsters to start appearing. Just after dealing with the rapid dragon and the slashing dragon, now here come the Boom Dragon and the Shatter Dragon. TangYue and Xing already knew what the commander-in-chief was about to say next. All right, no problem. We will take care of it. Facing the interruption from TangYue and the others, the commander-in-chief did not show any anger, but instead laughed heartily. Then, I will leave it to you. May the guiding azure star bless you. Hearing the commander-in-chief's blessing, the few felt incredibly awkward, as they were currently being referred to as the guiding azure star. Isn't that just me blessing myself? But for now, these are not the important matters. Having just completed the hunts for the slashing dragon and the rapid dragon, it is time to craft new equipment. As for the Boom Dragon and the Shatter Dragon, let them stir up trouble for a few more days. It doesn't matter. TangYue obtained materials from the slashing dragon from Xing to craft a slashing dragon-derived insect control stick, while Xing used the materials brought back by TangYue to create a rapid dragon-derived katana. With their new equipment in hand, the two once again split up. This time, Xing chose to head to the Miasma Valley to deal with the Boom Dragon, nicknamed Car Dragon, while TangYue went to the Dragon Crystal Land to tackle the Shatter Dragon. Miasma Valley, Xing leaped down from the pterosaur. During this time, she and TangYue had stopped acting together and were now acting independently. This feeling made Xing feel incredibly nostalgic. Before coming to the new world, she had hunted alone. However, since meeting TangYue, they had been hunting together. Although she no longer felt the thrill of hunting while with TangYue. Every time TangYue came up with new tasks, the fun never diminished. However, recently hunting alone has given Xing a feeling reminiscent of the past. This sense of fighting alone, one person and one cat, against powerful foes ignited her spirit. Confirming that her supplies were in order, Xing set off directly from the camp. Leaping off the cliff at the camp's entrance, drinking a bottle of stamina potion in midair, and rolling upon landing to absorb the impact. At the same time, she took out a bottle of hardening potion and started drinking. The guiding insect sensed the target's aura and began to navigate. Xing followed the guiding insect, while drinking another bottle of demon drug. Racing forward, she passed several hook points along the way and shot her hook claws to swing across. Soon, she reached the guiding insect's destination and discovered that the target, the boom dragon, was digging around in a pile of shattered bones. Suddenly, the boom dragon stopped its digging, turned its head, and Xing was startled. Then she felt a series of vibrations coming from behind her. Turning around, she saw a bone hammer dragon rolling toward her. The boom dragon also looked at the rolling bone hammer dragon and performed a dragon mouth break for Xing. Looking at the dense bone spikes on the bone hammer dragon, it was evident that the boom dragon's mouth was indeed formidable. How could a mere bone hammer dragon possibly defeat the car dragon? It was easily dispatched by the boom dragon. The boom dragon then turned its attention to Xing, who had been watching the spectacular performance. Seeing this, Xing immediately drew her rapid dragon katana. When the thunder dragon faced Xing, it immediately showed respect by unleashing its signature move, a loud roar. Seeing this, Xing executed a quick slicing cut to absorb the power of the roar, instantly sharpening his blade. He then followed up with a cherry blossom airblade cut, appearing behind the thunder dragon and swiftly sheathing his sword before delivering a quick draw cut aimed at the thunder dragon's delicate tail. In pain from the severed tail, the thunder dragon's ferocity surged, its head turning red as it unleashed its own signature move, Dragon Carriage. Dragon Carriage. It was indeed Dragon Carriage. The thunder dragon began to unleash a series of dragon carriages toward Xing. However, Xing was unfazed. He directly adopted a water moon stance to block the thunder dragon's first dragon carriage. As the thunder dragon turned to launch a second dragon carriage, Xing executed a quick cut, transitioning into a grand spin, instantly accumulating enough air blade power to turn it red. He then sheathed his sword, ready to greet the thunder dragon's incoming third dragon carriage. As the thunder dragon charged at high speed, Xing unleashed a great quick draw, the accumulated power exploding forth, forcibly stopping the thunder dragon's dragon carriage and sending it crashing to the ground. Xing then turned around and delivered a rising dragon sword to the downed thunder dragon. The intense air blade cut struck the thunder dragon's head, causing significant damage and shattering its two small protruding horns. A skilled hunter would not miss any opportunity to deal damage. Xing had also learned a technique from TangYue that could cause comprehensive destruction in such situations. He released a flying bug upwards, then used thread manipulation to connect the bug with himself, executing a swirling, continuously rotating cherry blossom air blade cut around the thunder dragon. This move, referred to by TangYue as the circular eternal cherry blossom air blade cut, would keep spinning until the target was defeated if they dared to remain in the center. Now, with the thunder dragon heavily wounded and lying in the center, it was subjected to this meat grinder-like attack, which was quite lethal. Just as it attempted to rise, it was knocked down again by an unending stream of damage. Xing's initial output had brought the thunder dragon to a critical state, and now, with this move, the continuous damage to various parts rendered the thunder dragon completely unable to rise, eventually leading to its unconsciousness and capture by Xing. Dragon Crystal Area, on the other side. TangYue also arrived at the Dragon Crystal Area. Upon reaching the camp, TangYue noticed that her guiding bug had started navigating and following its trail. She discovered that the bugs were leading her back to the path that led to the Dragon Crystal Area. After jumping down from a vertical passage in the back path, TangYue saw the fragmented dragon bullying the Bombardier Dragon. Chapter 207. Initial battle with the Ice-Cursed Dragon at this moment. The fragmented dragon and the Bombardier Dragon encountered each other in the corridor between the mid-layer and the lava zone. The Bombardier Dragon immediately used its rolling body to launch explosive tissue. However, facing the fragmented dragon, which employed explosive slime, it was forced to a stop by a series of explosive punches, and then the fragmented dragon smeared explosive slime all over its face. When TangYue arrived, she saw the Bombardier Dragon staggering towards her, its body covered in explosion marks and smeared with orange-yellow slime. As it began to turn red, it exploded. This explosion was undoubtedly the last straw for the Bombardier Dragon. The intense blast knocked the Bombardier Dragon down. In terms of explosions, the Fragmented Dragon had the upper hand. The Fragmented Dragon then stood on the fallen Bombardier Dragon, showcasing its explosive skills. TangYue watched the battle between the two dragons. Now that the Fragmented Dragon had won, it gained the opportunity to challenge TangYue, and the two were about to engage in a new contest. The battle began. TangYue took out what looked like a talisman in front of the Fragmented Dragon and began to apply it to the blade of her insect manipulation stick. This was an act of enchantment to show respect. The Fragmented Dragon felt insulted by TangYue's actions and launched an attack. The Fragmented Dragon shoved its fists into its mouth and performed an explosive enchantment. It must be said that TangYue put a lot of ceremony into the act of enchanting. Just as TangYue completed the enchantment, the Fragmented Dragon charged at her with a series of rapid punches, leaving behind countless explosive slime in its wake. Just as the Fragmented Dragon was about to smash its fist into TangYue's head, she completed the enchantment and thrust her insect manipulation stick forward, immediately following up with a meteor flash strike. Continuous thrusts landed on the Fragmented Dragon's fists. At this moment, TangYue's enchantment took effect. The slime on the Fragmented Dragon's hands rapidly turned black, indicating it had died. This abnormal decay meant that the slime did not explode upon death. Soon, the Fragmented Dragon's fists were no longer covered in slime, and without the slime's protection, TangYue shattered its fists. The destruction of its powerful weapon was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Fragmented Dragon. Fortunately, it still had the slime secretion port on its head, allowing it to use explosive headbutts for attacks. Just as the Fragmented Dragon planned to deliver an explosive headbutt to its formidable foe, TangYue was already a step ahead, unleashing a heavenly strike. The insect manipulation stick, imbued with a germicidal enchantment, struck the Fragmented Dragon's head, killing the explosive slime once again. As the Fragmented Dragon's headbutt fell, TangYue dodged with a swift movement, then executed a fierce shattering smash, directly breaking the Fragmented Dragon's robust headbutt. Now the Fragmented Dragon was in trouble, with its weapon shattered. It could no longer unleash its proud explosive strikes, putting it at a disadvantage. As the Fragmented Dragon pondered how to defeat this powerful opponent, it saw TangYue begin to enchant once more. This was truly intolerable. It decided to charge and interrupt TangYue's enchantment, but this time, TangYue was well prepared and quickly drew out the righteous poisonous flying knife. At the same time, she swiftly completed the enchantment, slashing it across the Fragmented Dragon's body, resulting in a violent explosion. It was an explosive enchantment. TangYue had activated the explosive enchantment, returning the favor with its own means. The Fragmented Dragon fell. It had lost, and lost completely. Whether in explosive punches or any other aspect, it was thoroughly defeated. It knelt before TangYue, awaiting her judgment, ready to embrace its death as a loser. TangYue then pulled out a capture grenade and bounded up. Was this Fragmented Dragon a bit dim-witted? It seemed to be thinking some strange thoughts just moments ago. TangYue dragged the bewildered Fragmented Dragon back towards the camp, also commenting on the odd feeling of this Fragmented Dragon during their recent playful encounter. As TangYue dragged the Fragmented Dragon back to the camp, she sensed a chill coming from the nearby Crystal Plaza. After handing the Fragmented Dragon over to the transporting professionals, TangYue returned to the Dragon Crystal area, intending to investigate the source of the chilling aura from the Crystal Plaza. Sliding down the passage, she saw the hot Dragon Crystal area, now covered with a layer of frost. Intense cold air swirled in the center of this area, and in the midst of the cold air was a massive ancient dragon, the Ice-Cursed Dragon. As TangYue approached, the Ice-Cursed Dragon raised its head and looked at her, clearly intrigued by the unexpected visitor. TangYue quietly observed the Ice-Cursed Dragon, which stood up with an imposing demeanor, unleashing a fierce cold wind towards her. Feeling the refreshing cool breeze in this hot place, TangYue also felt a sense of comfort. However, what followed was the sharp tail of the Ice-Cursed Dragon coming towards her. However, TangYue was not so easy to deal with. She simply lifted her foot and stomped down on the rapidly approaching tail. The immense force pinned the tail down firmly. The Ice-Cursed Dragon, seeing its tail being stomped on, tried to pull it out, but after several attempts, it found that it was utterly impossible. Upon witnessing the Ice-Cursed Dragon's futile struggle to free its tail, TangYue showed a kind smile. She drew her insect-controlling stick from her back and delivered a fierce slash to the tail beneath her foot. The ice-cursed dragon's agile and slender tail was instantly severed. At the same time, the ice-cursed dragon, due to the force of trying to pull its tail, leaned back and fell down. The tail whipped back at an incredible speed, striking the crystalline pillar behind it, which shattered upon impact. The ice-cursed dragon experienced intense pain as its entire tail went numb. Looking at the fallen ice-cursed dragon, TangYue had no thoughts of pity. She stepped forward, grabbed the ice-cursed dragon's head, and slammed it down against the ground. The entire dragon became dazed. Just as TangYue was about to continue her deep communication with the ice-cursed dragon, it relied on its ancient dragon resilience to recover quickly, flapping its wings and swiftly gathering the surrounding cold air to form an ice armor before hastily fleeing the scene. Seeing the ice-cursed dragon leave without hesitation, TangYue had no way to stop it. Although she could catch up, it was unnecessary. Taking the severed tail from the ground, TangYue returned to the base. What is this? Upon returning to the base, the others saw the tail in TangYue's hand. Oh, this is the ice-cursed dragon's tail. I encountered it in the Dragon Crystal Land and fought a battle. After I cut off its tail, it ran away and transformed, adding a layer of armor. It seems to be heading towards the Everfrost Tundra, TangYue said indifferently. What? Chapter 208. Return to the Everfrost Tundra while TangYue was informing the various leaders of the Starry Sky about the ice-cursed dragon's whereabouts. The Wilderness Master was also conducting an investigation in the Everfrost Tundra. This time, she descended into the lower glacier using climbing equipment, intending to search there. Clearly, the Wilderness Master was lucky this time. Behind a layer of ice, she discovered a piece of cloth that had been frozen. Without hesitation, she used the launcher in her hand to break through the ice layer and retrieve the cloth. This is the same as the one from the sunken ship. Seriously, they all left and still want to leave me with a puzzle. Evidently, this piece of cloth was a supplement to the information found previously in the sunken ship, with a significant chance of helping to unravel this series of anomalies. Just as the Wilderness Master intended to find a safe place to examine it properly, a strong wave of cold air surged from the distance. It was the ice-cursed dragon. After being driven away by TangYue, it quickly returned to the Everfrost Tundra at an incredible speed, enveloping the powerful cold air and triggering a strong glacial disturbance. This disturbance tore apart the ice layer beneath the Wilderness Master, causing her to fall. The piece of cloth in her hand also flew up into the wind. Moonlight Base, Captain, we're back. Please prepare yourself. The ice-cursed dragon has returned to the Everfrost Tundra, and this time it clearly won't be as simple as before. We need to be ready for defense. TangYue, Xing, and Aibwa, dispatched by the commander, returned to Moonlight to inform the personnel here about the ice-cursed dragon's news. The old man actually arranged for such an early notification. It seems this matter is truly not simple, they said. We will be ready. Upon hearing Aibwa's words, the investigation team leader realized the seriousness of the situation. He was very concerned about this matter, as it would impact the safety of the entire base, and his duty was to protect the base's security. By the way, where's the old lady? Aibwa suddenly remembered that they hadn't seen the Wilderness Master upon returning to Moonlight. Oh, she should still be out investigating. Not good. If that's the case, isn't she in danger? Can I ask you for help? The investigation team leader quickly realized the Wilderness Master's current predicament. Facing the investigation team leader's request, Aibwa immediately accepted the task decisively. Leave it to us, partners. TangYue, let's hurry and set off. The old lady. Seeing Aibwa's anxious expression, TangYue and Xing nodded in agreement. After all, she was a senior they had experienced a lot with together. Since it was a rescue mission, the two did not prepare much, gathered their supplies, and set off immediately. Upon arriving at the Everfrost Tundra, TangYue quickly swapped out for the guiding insect. Fortunately, Aibwa still had something tainted with the Wilderness Master's scent, and once the guiding insect confirmed the Wilderness Master's presence, it began to navigate. Following the guiding insect, the group quickly arrived at a glacier cliff facing the sea. The original path was blocked by glaciers, and TangYue had tried several times to break through, but missed the opportunity each time. However, now it didn't matter. The glacier that had blocked their way had collapsed, revealing a new path. The guiding insect directed them further inside, and they quickly found a piece of cloth at the edge of a cliff inside. This is the same as the one found at the sunken ship. Aibwa recognized the piece of cloth at a glance. Since they found such a piece of cloth here, they would definitely be able to find traces of the Wilderness Master nearby. Sure enough, after Aibwa checked, they discovered the Wilderness Master's goggles on a platform at the bottom of the cliff. It's the old lady's. Could it be? However, this scene clearly was not good news. Just as Ibo was about to descend to the bottom of the cliff to investigate, another disturbance appeared. A large group of wind drifting dragons flew towards them. It's the wind drifting dragons. So they came here. Ibo realized one of the answers to the many questions upon seeing the massive group of wind drifting dragons. Soon a special individual emerged from the group, covered in ice armor, clearly an elite among the wind drifting dragons. As expected, this particular wind drifting dragon approached the group and let out a challenging roar. It seemed that they couldn't proceed with the rescue without dealing with it first. Partners, TangYue, I'm counting on you, Ibo said, stating the current situation. If they were disturbed by this wind drifting dragon, the rescue of the Wilderness Master would be dangerous, especially since they would be operating on the recently altered ice layer below. Since they couldn't avoid it, they would naturally have to fight. TangYue and Xing immediately drew their weapons. They were quite experienced in dealing with wind drifting dragons, and the Frostwing wind drifting dragon in front of them clearly hadn't transcended the concept of wind drifting dragons. The fire attribute insect controlling sticks and katana in their hands were undoubtedly good choices to deal with it. TangYue and Xing launched their grappling hooks, climbing onto the Frostwing wind drifting dragon flying in midair, then executed 2 downward strikes. The powerful attack knocked the Frostwing wind drifting dragon to the ground. Facing the downed Frostwing wind drifting dragon, Xing immediately began to attack its head. TangYue held the dragon-slaying insect control stick in her hand and began to trim the claws of the Frostwing wind drift dragon. The proud sharp claws of the wind drift dragons were directly severed by TangYue's powerful strikes. She also thoughtfully polished them to a smooth finish. Xing, on the other hand, dealt damage to the head of the Frostwing wind drift dragon, completely crippling its vocal organs. With their powerful roars and sharp claws destroyed, the combat ability of the Frostwing wind drift dragon diminished significantly, as TangYue danced in the air and Xing executed her infinite Iaido. Despite the Frostwing wind drift dragon being a special individual among the wind drift dragons, it could not escape the devastation brought by the 2 formidable beings, TangYue and Xing. Eventually, they harvested the creature. After dealing with the troublesome Frostwing wind drift dragon, Xing, with the help of climbing equipment, made her way down to the ice layer. After a thorough search, she successfully found the unconscious Wilderness Master and rescued her. Upon seeing the safe Wilderness Master, Ibo let out a sigh of relief, and her inner anxiety eased somewhat. After bringing the Wilderness Master back to the base, they had a good rest. The Wilderness Master only had minor injuries from the fall, which were not significant for a hunter. She merely fainted due to the impact upon landing. However, the severe cold was a concern, but the rescue was timely, and when they saw the Wilderness Master again, she had already regained her spirits. Chapter 209, Ice Cursed Dragon Subjugation. So, this series of changes should be attributed to that great existence. The Ice Cursed Dragon is merely another being affected by this great entity. After TangYue and Xing arrived at the command center, everyone present learned from Ibo about TangYue's analysis of the ancient dragon people and the series of discussions that followed. Now, after discussions among a series of professionals, including the director of the Ecological Research Institute and the commander, it was temporarily confirmed that a series of ecological disasters were caused by the Great Existence. Although the Ice-Cursed Dragon also caused a series of ecological changes, it is also one of those affected entities. That's right. Although the Ice-Cursed Dragon is also an ancient dragon affected by the entity, the changes it caused are of a lower ecological level. Moreover, the Ice-Cursed Dragon has been driven back to the eternal frosted soil and may attack the Moonlight base at any time. We need to immediately prepare supplies and build defensive works to welcome a possible ancient dragon attack. This time, returning to the eternal frosted soil to convey information is one matter. At the same time, it is also to let the Moonlight base start the construction of defensive projects. We can't wait until the ancient dragons arrive and the main defensive weapons are not yet built. Okay, we will also begin preparing for the construction of defensive works here, and the transport teams need to work faster. The investigation team leader understood the importance of the situation and immediately began formulating plans for the construction of defensive works and the allocation of supplies. Shortly after TangYue and the others left, they were called back by Xing. The reason was that, due to the influence of the Ice-Cursed Dragon, new subspecies had emerged and were active. This task required the recommendation group to handle. Sometimes, TangYue wondered how a single team like the investigation team could stay in this new continent for so long. Actually, it's quite simple. Before the 5th phase group arrive in the New World, the ecological niches here were very low and various monsters were not very powerful. The strongest were the Fire Dragon and the Horn Dragon. However, with the arrival of the 5th phase group and the stirring of the Nether Lantern Dragon. The energy levels in the new world surged dramatically, and the ecological niches rose rapidly. Even the 5th phase group, consisting mostly of ordinary hunters, could not adapt to the rapidly rising ecological niches and could only deal with weaker monsters. As for the Sulfur Slaying Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon this time, they were powerful beings that they could not defeat. There was nothing to be done. After all, TangYue and Xing were the guiding white winds of the new world, the azure stars lighting the path, so these tasks could only fall to them. Thus, after conveying the message to the Moonlight Base, they were called back by Xing to subjugate the Fierce Claw Dragon on the lush Coral Plateau and the Sulfur Slaying Dragon in the Miasma Valley. The subjugation of the Sulfur Slaying Dragon and the Fierce Claw Dragon went very smoothly, except for the Fierce Claw Dragon being overly active due to stress responses and having its limbs broken by TangYue. There were no unexpected situations, and the two were easily dealt with. Great job. Now the combat supplies have been transported, and the surrounding ecology has returned to normal. Now, we entrust you to assist in the defense at the Moonlight Base. As expected, after completing the hunt for the subspecies, TangYue and Xing had to head back to the Moonlight Base to continue their work, constantly rushing back and forth. Upon arriving at the Moonlight Base, they found that it had changed dramatically. A frontline defense line had already been constructed in front of the base. Many workers were assembling dragon-slaying pikes. Just as TangYue and the others arrived, the Ice-Cursed Dragon also showed up. As soon as the Ice-Cursed Dragon arrived, it unleashed a freezing breath, sweeping over the entire frontline position. Many workers had to dodge immediately upon seeing this. The weapon's master rushed forward, intending to confront the Ice-Cursed Dragon. The Ice-Cursed Dragon swung its tail at the weapon's master, who leaned back just in time, the tip of the tail grazing past the weapons master's helmet and leaving a scratch. The weapons master took the opportunity to close in, preparing to deliver a dragon-slaying strike to the weakened Ice-Cursed Dragon. However, when the attack landed, what the weapons master faced was a thick ice wall, rapidly formed by the Ice-Cursed Dragon's cold air to block the attack. The weapons master immediately retreated upon seeing this. At that moment, TangYue and Xing also arrived, drawing their weapons to engage. Xing directly used the Water Moon stance to block the Ice-Cursed Dragon's tail. At that moment, TangYue took advantage of the tail being blocked to strike down with her spear, severing the Ice-Cursed Dragon's tail once again, making it even shorter than before at the Dragon Crystal Land. Xing, showing great synergy, seized the opportunity created by TangYue's tail, severing and jumped onto the Ice-Cursed Dragon, launching a series of claw attacks on its head, shattering most of the ice armor on it. Suffering such damage, the Ice-Cursed Dragon immediately stood up, unleashing a violent cold wind towards the two. "What you all doing? Attack! Stop just assembling!" The weapons master suddenly shouted at the hunters who were unsure how to intervene, slacking off. Hearing this, the hunters began to load ammunition and attack the Ice-Cursed Dragon, naturally taking advantage of the moment when TangYue and Xing were engaged with it. The workers responsible for assembling the dragon-slaying pikes also immediately resumed their work. Under the continuous bombardment from TangYue and Xing, the Ice-Cursed Dragon was driven out of the area in front of the dragon-slaying pikes and into the outer barrier area. Seeing this, the investigation team leader immediately ordered the defensive barrier to be raised. The tall iron curtain rose, blocking the Ice-Cursed Dragon outside. This excellent sense of security made the workers assembling the dragon-slaying pikes work even harder. Since the Ice-Cursed Dragon was blocked outside, the internal defense equipment could not attack the outside, allowing those hunters to slack off openly, while the hunters outside continued to assist in defense. Fortunately, these hunters remembered they still needed to use dragon restraints to trap the Ice-Cursed Dragon. TangYue and Xing also took the opportunity to rest. After some time, the dragon-slaying pikes were finally assembled. The assembly of the dragon-piercing cannon is finally complete, so I'll leave the task of loading the ammunition to you. The investigation team leader, seeing the dragon-piercing cannon assembled, was also pleased and intended to ask TangYue and Xing for help as usual. "Of course, no problem. We'll load the ammunition, so please go and hold off the Ice-Cursed Dragon." However, this statement from TangYue suddenly made the investigation team leader feel extremely awkward. After all, TangYue and Xing were the primary combat forces at the base, responsible for restraining the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Now, they were also going to load ammunition? Wasn't that causing trouble? We'll handle it. Just leave the loading of the ammunition to us, and you all take care of restraining the Ice-Cursed Dragon. The investigation team leader, feeling embarrassed, left to gather people to load the ammunition. Meanwhile, TangYue and Xing continued to fight the Ice-Cursed Dragon. Finally, just as TangYue and Xing were pushing the ice-cursed dragon to its limits. The investigation team completed the loading of the ammunition and fired a shot at the ice-cursed dragon, hitting it directly in the chest, delivering a fatal blow. Who was the genius who stacked the ammunition so far away? They must be exhausted. Chapter 210. The Ancient Dragon's active period reopens with the ice-cursed dragon collapsing at the entrance of the Moonlight Base. Its activity and the ensuing effect had come to an end. However, it was evident that the ecological anomalies would not cease with the fall of the ice-cursed dragon. Everyone, thank you for your efforts in this defense. The defense against the ice-cursed dragon went quite smoothly. However, the situation is developing in the worst possible direction. According to the reports from the investigation team, ecological anomalies were still continuing in various locations. This undoubtedly proved that, as TangYue had suspected, the source of it all was the Great Existence. After completing this defense battle, the investigation team leader gathered everyone for a post-battle summary and to deploy the next actions. The commander-in-chief was also present, somewhat mentoring his grandson. Indeed, everything stemmed from the Great Existence. The activities related to it were those songs, which were manifestations of its influence over the ley lines. At that moment, the dragonkin hunter, who had only appeared a few times in previous investigations, arrived at the headquarters. It was clear he had come to the Everfrost Tundra for investigation as well. I must say, he was quite impressive. TangYue and Xing had traversed the entire Everfrost Tundra and still hadn't encountered him. Oh, you're back. It seems you've uncovered quite a bit of information. The commander-in-chief greeted the dragonkin hunter, as they were both part of the same investigation team. I've also heard that you defeated the ice-cursed dragon. I wanted to come and remind you about the information regarding the Great Existence, but it seems you've already noticed. Indeed. After TangYue conducted a series of analyses and the Wilderness Master brought back information left by previous explorers, they had basically confirmed the existence of the Great Existence. Next, everyone exchanged information about the Great Existence. By the way, have you found the lair of the ice-cursed dragon? At this moment, TangYue suddenly posed a question. TangYue and Xing had already changed into the ice-cursed dragon's equipment, and their dazzling outfits were quite eye-catching, especially TangYue, who maintained a figure comparable to that of Fighting Goddess. After painstakingly resizing the standard equipment in the forge, it made her look incredibly cute and charming. We have found the lair of the ice-cursed dragon. Since you have already dealt with the ice-cursed dragon at the base, the investigation of its lair has proceeded smoothly. Clearly, an ancient dragon's lair without an owner still held significant investigation value. Just as everyone was about to continue the discussion, a violent tremor swept across the entire Everfrost Tundra. Intense ley line activity caused mountains on the Everfrost Tundra to collapse. Dark clouds engulfed the sky. In an instant, the world changed color, as if a great calamity had descended. This tremor lasted for a long time, and when it finally subsided, everyone in the headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we must deal with this Great Existence as soon as possible. If we continue to let it be, the ecology of the new continent will suffer devastating blows. At that point, we will have no choice but to evacuate. Moreover, a super ancient dragon that can directly influence the ley lines possesses destructive power that cannot be underestimated. The investigation team leader's analysis was met with unanimous agreement. Everyone had fought on this new continent for decades. The members of the same investigation team had devoted most of their lives here. The investigation team leader was even a native born and raised in the new continent. No one wanted to leave this land so easily. Therefore, we must rely on you. TangYue. After all, the Dark Lantern Dragon was a being that could stand against this Great Existence. And since both are super ancient dragons that can control ley line energy, you who have defeated and even tamed the Dark Lantern Dragon should be able to overcome the Great Existence as well. We'll leave it to you. Facing the request from the investigation team leader and the gazes of the leaders from various departments, TangYue naturally raised her head slightly and nodded. Leave it to me. Tasting unique delicacies and experiencing the joy of hunting. Wasn't that the reason TangYue stayed in this world? Since there were powerful and interesting beings like the Lantern Dragon, how could she possibly let them go? Since that's the case, we need to take action. Although we have some understanding of the Great Existence now, we have no idea of its exact location. Currently, due to its activity, the entire ecology has undergone drastic changes. Our task now is to manage these changes. The investigation team will be responsible for investigating and handling the active monsters, while the logistics and other departments will continue their respective duties. The Wilderness Master and the Dragonkin Hunter will continue their original actions. Based on the experience with the Dark Lantern Dragon, the activities of such a dragon that can control ley lines will inevitably awaken other ancient dragons. We might even encounter our old friend, the Annihilation Dragon. The investigation and handling of ancient dragons will be entrusted to the recommended team. Right now, only you can effectively suppress the ancient dragons. I'm counting on you. The investigation team leader began to systematically arrange actions, and everyone present had no objections to this arrangement, as it was essentially their original work. The only one injured was the recommended team's Songlan Xing. By the way, TangYue and Xing, our investigation team, discovered some situations in the Dragon Crystal Land. Could you please go there to investigate? At the end of the meeting, the investigation team leader finally revealed his hand, directly throwing another troublesome task to TangYue and Xing, the members of the recommended team. There was no way to refuse this. After all, the combined combat power of everyone in the base was no match for TangYue and Xing. They were the only ones who could resolve the issue. As for the riotous poison demon bird, the troublemaker bird, and the paralysis dragon, the other hunters in the investigation team could handle those. But for opponents like the terror dragon, fire dragon, horn dragon, and the four great kings of destruction, the vast majority of the investigation team hunters could do nothing. Only the team led by Sang and his editor, also part of the recommended team, could handle those, thus sharing the burden of TangYue and Xing ready to go. TangYue and Xing set off again with the newly crafted Ice Cursed Dragon Greatsword and Ice Cursed Dragon Insect Stick, embarking on another arduous investigative journey in the Great Kanglan Star, with the destination this time being the Dragon Crystal Land. This time, they were about to face the enhanced B-25 that had been preheated. Chapter 2:11. The Second Ancient Dragon Battle. Just as they entered the Dragon Crystal Land, the guiding insect on TangYue's body reacted, and the blue insect, symbolizing the traces of ancient dragons, quickly flew out toward the distance. Seeing this, TangYue and Xing immediately followed, unexpectedly finding the ancient dragon so quickly. It seemed they could return early for their second lunch today. With two whistle sounds, two assault dragons, a local specialty of the Dragon Crystal Land, rushed over. TangYue and Xing mounted the dragons and hurried toward their destination. As for why they called the local drivers instead of using a private car, it was because TangYue had previously settled the ice wolf from the ferocious wolf dragon she had caught at the Starbase and Moonbase, sharing transportation. Even Xiaoman had been borrowed to play by a child who suddenly appeared in this world. So now, TangYue could only take the local bus. Moreover, in TangYue's view, it wouldn't be long before she left this world to end her vacation. The main goal now was to see what surprises the evolving Deng would bring and what this so-called great existence would be like. By then, it would be time to leave, but what difference did it make? After all, this world was already under her name. Although the assault dragon's speed wasn't fast, they arrived at the destination pointed out by the guiding insect. It was that vast plain again. One could only say that the energy of the new continent was truly abundant. In just this short time, the crystal mountains that TangYue had excavated had already grown a layer, and the originally exposed black rock surface was now covered with white crystals. As TangYue and Xing dismounted from the assault dragon, they saw several bone spikes embedded in the ground, made of material superior to the past. Upon seeing this, they knew it was the mark left by the Annihilation Dragon, and sure enough, they were encountering an old friend. Oh, looks like you guys have also investigated here. That's right. This is the trace of the Annihilation Dragon. It seems something big is about to happen. Just as the two were examining the area, they heard a shout from the side. Turning their heads, they saw a humanoid golden lion. Oh, it was the Great Commander. Ah, it's the Great Commander. Long time no see. You've lost weight. TangYue's words immediately made the Great Commander awkward. Indeed, during this time, the Great Commander had been wandering outside without visiting the base. So he was completely unaware of the current strategic direction of the base. Hearing TangYue's words, he didn't know what to say. Ahem, in any case, it seems the Annihilation Dragon has become active again. This is good news. It will lead us to the answers we seek. The Great Commander quickly changed the subject, intending to shift the conversation away from his embarrassment by talking about the Annihilation Dragon. However, just as the Great Commander was about to say something more, a shadow swept over their heads, followed by numerous shadows rapidly shrinking. Looking up, they saw the B-25. Oh, it was the explosive scale dragon bombing. The group didn't want to take the explosion head-on and quickly dodged. When the explosive scale dragon landed, everyone saw its full appearance. Compared to a normal explosive scale dragon, this one was emitting a red-high temperature, with energy flowing continuously through its veins, and the bombs were in a pre-explosive state. It seemed to be a super-enhanced version. Oh wow, this is quite remarkable. It seems we need to deal with this before we can properly investigate. As the situation escalated, the Great Commander continued to joke, clearly hoping that TangYue and Xing would take the initiative to accept the task of hunting the Red Lotus explosive scale dragon. TangYue looked at the great commander's demeanor and truly wondered how he had been wandering outside alone for so long. Just as Xing was about to take on the task and step forward to fight, another tremor came. And then they saw a dragon-type beast filled with red and black dragon energy leap out from the side of the cliff. It was the Tyrant Dragon, and not just any Tyrant Dragon, but the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon that had fully adapted to suppressing dragon energy. It was another classic world police versus city management battle. And this time, it was an enhanced version. A large number of pre-explosive bombs were quickly hurled toward the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon, which retaliated by spewing a massive amount of dragon energy breath, causing mutual damage. The Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon then lunged for a physical attack. While the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon entered its Red Lotus state, its temperature rapidly rising from red to blue-purple. Watching the two fight fiercely, TangYue couldn't hold back any longer. As the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon and the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon rolled around in their struggle, she dashed between them and unleashed a powerful cold energy slash. A smooth, massive arc of slashing energy erupted from between them, completely enveloping both the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon and the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon, the intense cold instantly sweeping over both dragons. The rapid drop in temperature caused violent hot and cold currents to occur on the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon, while the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon also slowed down due to the powerful cold. Xing seized the opportunity, stepping forward to perform a cold energy slash, directly severing the tail of the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon. The loss of its tail significantly diminished the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon's bombardment capability. At the same time, TangYue took the chance to slice off the tail of the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon, blocking its sweeping attack. At this point, the Red Lotus Explosive Scale Dragon and the Rage Eater Tyrant Dragon, both nearly defeated, realized they needed to deal with TangYue and Xing first. Then, one was hit by Xing's Water Moon stance counter, leaving its scalp tingling, while the other was pinned down by TangYue's round dance staff, being slammed back and forth. After a complete set of exchanges, they switched roles and started again. In just a few minutes, the two dragons experienced the harshness of society and their own inexperience. The enhanced versions of the Explosive Scale Dragon and Tyrant Dragon, when transported back to the investigation base, made the scholars very happy for a while. Moreover, both were massive creatures, making them quite suitable for research. After completing the task and returning, TangYue and Xing headed to the command center, where the great commander had already arrived early. When TangYue and Xing entered the command center, they saw the great commander just finishing up with the recent events. "Ah, you're back. It seems things went well. We've discovered traces of ancient dragons here, specifically the Misty Corpse dragon subspecies in the ancient tree forest. I'm leaving it to you." Chapter 212, The Second Ancient Dragon Battle 2. Ah, the Misty Corpse dragon, how nostalgic. I still vividly remember that battle in the Miasma Valley. At this moment, TangYue and Xing were walking on the way to the ancient tree forest, reminiscing about their battle with the corpse dragon, finding it quite interesting. Although due to TangYue and Xing's overpowering suppression, the corpse dragon's miasma had completely lost its effect and was ultimately defeated. However, this time, the Misty Corpse Dragon would likely be stronger. Once they entered the forest, the guiding insect sensed the presence of the Misty Corpse Dragon, and the blue guiding insect began to lead them in the right direction. Following the guiding insect, many unusual spore clusters were discovered along the way. These spore clusters have powerful parasitic abilities, and several fierce wolves were seen completely covered by the spore clusters, losing all vitality. It seems they have similar abilities to the corpse dragon encountered earlier, although the medium has changed from miasma to spores. This makes sense. This place is not like the Valley of Miasma, which is a natural landscape suited for miasma accumulation. In a forest environment like this, miasma would quickly dissipate and be broken down by the forest. Spores, on the other hand, fit perfectly into the forest environment. While TangYue was analyzing as she walked, the guiding insect stopped its movement and began to gather ahead, as a tall figure slowly approached. The newcomer was clad in armor formed from gathered fungal spores, surrounded by a large number of flowing spores that were moving at high speed, creating a set of kinetic armor. When a Misty Corpse Dragon noticed TangYue and Xing, it sensed their powerful energy reaction, mainly from Xing, as TangYue's energy was too advanced to be easily detected, and immediately launched an attack, as striking first was crucial. Numerous spores, accompanied by a strong airflow, swept directly toward TangYue and Xing. The speed at which the spores spread was astonishing, enveloping the two in an instant. As the spore mist rolled in, Xing could feel the energy within him flowing away, directed toward the misty corpse dragon. It seemed to grow stronger from absorbing Xing's energy, though it could also be an illusion. As for TangYue, the spores couldn't even get close to her. An invisible energy surrounded her, completely isolating the spore mist. However, this situation couldn't continue indefinitely. While TangYue was unconcerned, Xing would still be affected, and nearby Wang Jiang had already begun to sneeze. TangYue took out her insect control stick and thrust it forward, directly hitting the chest of the misty corpse dragon, causing it to stagger from the powerful impact and momentarily stop controlling the spore mist. Xing took the opportunity to shove a handful of cancellation seeds into his mouth and immediately launched a slash at the misty corpse dragon's head, which had just staggered and lowered itself. A strong chill erupted, freezing the spore mist between the misty corpse dragon and Xing. At this moment, TangYue had already circled behind the misty corpse dragon and struck fiercely at its still slender tail, severing it completely. TangYue and Xing were perfectly in sync. After completing various attacks, Xing unleashed a cherry blossom blade slash from the left side of the corpse dragon, while TangYue, wielding her insect control stick, executed a series of forward slashes from the right side. This combined assault heavily injured the misty corpse dragon, causing the spores on its surface to stagnate, revealing large patches of skin. TangYue and Xing then launched a frenzied attack on these exposed areas. Thus, although the misty corpse dragon had stronger environmental adaptability and combat abilities than an ordinary corpse dragon, unfortunately, it was facing beings at the top of the food chain in this new continent. After defeating the misty corpse dragon, TangYue and Xing returned to the starbase. After all, compared to the eternal frost tundra, this period was when ancient dragons were most active in the new continent. Due to the influence of great beings, the new continent was experiencing another active period for ancient dragons, with various powerful monsters emerging continuously. Not to mention the rage-eating terror dragon and the crimson lotus-scale dragon, which inherently like to act as international police and city management. There were also various monsters wandering around, such as the rampaging bull dragon and thunderjaw dragon, roaming in different ecological environments. This situation undoubtedly made most ordinary hunters feel tormented. Collecting minerals or gathering ingredients had to be done cautiously, as one could suddenly encounter a rampaging bull dragon. If it were just a rampaging bull dragon, it would be manageable. But encountering powerful monsters like the crimson lotus-scale dragon and rage-eating terror dragon would force one to abandon all previous gains and flee desperately. This situation also led to the increasing scarcity of resources at the current base. Although there were fleets bringing back supplies from the guild, it was merely a drop in the bucket, leading to a slow death. After all, the most critical issue now was to eliminate the threat posed by the great beings. If preparations for war were to be made actively, space for transporting strategic supplies would have to be freed up, which would require sacrificing most survival supplies, further intensifying the pressure on the base's self-sufficiency. You're back. It seems the issue with the misty corpse dragon has been resolved. The commander looked at TangYue and Xing, feeling somewhat drained, a stark contrast to how he appeared to the others before. Commander, is there something wrong? Aibo asked, intending to clarify and see if he could contribute. It's nothing, just that the investigation is progressing slowly. With the current ecological upheaval, everyone faces dangers while gathering resources, making it difficult to collect supplies. If we can't resolve this incident before exhausting our resources, we may have to rely on the guild for support, which would undoubtedly lead to a slow death. The commander was quite pessimistic about the current situation. Sorry. Things are a bit complicated now. I shouldn't complain in front of you main combat personnel. By the way, since you're back, I'll need you to investigate the land coral plateau. The investigation team, there discovered traces of an unknown ancient dragon. According to the guiding insect's reaction, it's definitely an ancient dragon, so I'll leave it to you. Seeing the commander's expression, TangYue and the others couldn't refuse. Indeed, with various matters piling up, the investigation's progress was somewhat slow. Partners, TangYue, let us hurry to the land coral plateau. I hope we can complete the task quickly and relieve some pressure on the base. Actually, I think it would help a lot if you ate less. TangYue couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark at Aibo. Chapter 213. The second ancient dragon battle. Although Aibo did eat a lot, TangYue and the others still needed to complete their task, which was to investigate the ancient dragon at the land coral plateau. Due to the strength of the ancient dragon, the hunting work could only be assigned to TangYue and Xing, so they didn't need to consider other matters. They could focus solely on dealing with the ancient dragon. Every resource at the base now had to be used wisely to push the investigation forward as much as possible. Without having to consider logistics and supply issues, TangYue and Xing directly took Aibua and Wang Jiang to the Land Coral Plateau. Oh, it's been a while since I came here, and it looks just the same. Let us get started. Saying this, TangYue took the lead and jumped straight off the cliff outside the camp. Seeing this, Xing immediately followed, and, after landing, he began to scatter ghost powder and similar items in pursuit of TangYue. The two explored along the main path, circling the entire Land Coral Plateau, planning to collect some basic traces first to allow the guiding insect to track. After all, the investigation team had no idea about the new species of ancient dragon at the Land Coral Plateau. They only reported discovering traces unlike any registered ancient dragons. Look, what is this? It looks like a large puddle of sticky saliva. Xing Wenyin also stepped forward to investigate, and what appeared before the two was a puddle of transparent, gel-like liquid. As they were observing, the diligent guiding insect began its work, flying out of the cage with its characteristic blue color, collecting information from the puddle, and then starting to navigate. It seems this is the one with that distinctive color. TangYue and Xing nodded to each other and immediately followed the guiding insect, heading towards their target. As they continued to advance, their position gradually approached the upper layer of the Land Coral Plateau. It seems that this time the target is also residing at a high place, just like the Qilin. Xing agreed with TangYue's statement. The quickest way to reach the upper layer of the Land Coral Plateau was to take off. The two directly arrived at the area beneath the top platform, where there was a very strong updraft. They spread their gliding outfits, which were propelled upwards by the strong airflow below. After a rapid ascent, they landed steadily on the top platform. However, just as they stabilized, the already dim environment darkened again, and a strong water flow rushed toward them. Caught off guard by this intense water flow, if they were swept away, they would likely continue to free fall after the updraft. Fortunately, TangYue was quick-witted and moved in front of Xing, pulling out the insect-controlling stick and inserting it into the ground to stabilize herself while also absorbing the impact from behind. At this moment, Xing also reacted quickly, pulling out her katana and following TangYue's example by inserting the sword into the ground. With the help of their weapons, the two easily resisted the impact of the water flow. After taking a breath, they looked up and saw the culprit behind the high-pressure water jet. It was a deep blue creature covered in a special flowing water that made it appear darker. Its bright red head was adorned with ribbon-like bright stripes and several long whiskers radiating a shimmering glow. Since they had encountered the main target, TangYue and Xing would not hold back. TangYue directly pulled up the insect-controlling stick and used a hook claw to grab the head of the Mingbo dragon, starting the attack. However, Xing encountered a small problem. The katana she had inserted into the ground was now tilted backward due to the water flow's impact, solidifying the ground and getting stuck. Meanwhile, TangYue, who was battling the Mingbo dragon, found it strange that Xing had not come to deal damage yet. As for Wang Jiang, he had been accidentally swept away by the water flow and was probably still making his way back from that coral plateau. Feeling curious, TangYue looked back and found Xing struggling with the ground. With a hint of exasperation, TangYue could only focus on fighting the Mingbo dragon. It was true that the water-based ancient dragon was formidable. TangYue's attacks often got deflected by the slime on the Mingbo dragon's body. Moreover, the slime was quite effective. Even the ice attribute insect-controlling stick's attacks, combined with the cold air, could not restrict the Mingbo dragon's movements. The slippery surface of the Mingbo dragon was also hard to grab, and several times TangYue almost fell off. Fortunately, the hook claw TangYue had designed had been reinforced once again, allowing her to hold onto the Mingbo dragon without issue. Just as TangYue and the Mingbo dragon were in a sticky battle, Xing finally managed to pull out her katana and executed a nose-pushing sword technique aimed at the Mingbo dragon's head. The already injured Mingbo dragon activated its battle stance. Its originally dark wings began to emit a brilliant glow, and its body colors became vibrant. The Mingbo dragon, which was primarily black, transformed into a colorful spectacle. If its previous colors represented a hunter lurking in the darkness, now the Mingbo dragon was a dazzling dancer on the Land Coral Plateau. However, the Mingbo dragon's attack was not a dance but a fierce water jet. A massive amount of water was released, rushing towards TangYue and Xing, facing the oncoming torrent. They dodged aside, and the water continued forward, sweeping Wang Jiang back down again. After completing the water flow attack, the Mingbo dragon released another wave of water, this time infused with its energy, covering the entire battlefield and making the two feel as if they were in deep water, severely restricting their movements. Fortunately, TangYue was not without a plan. She unleashed a dazzling pressure, condensing the cold air into countless ice attribute patterns. This was the first time TangYue used a complete dazzling pressure in this world. The powerful ice attribute swept across the battlefield, freezing all the water flow. And the traces of freezing also restricted the Mingbo dragon standing in the water, freezing its limbs to the ground. Faced with such an enemy, TangYue and Xing exchanged knowing smiles. This was a target ready to be taken down. Moreover, the Mingbo dragon was still continuously secreting special water, resulting in the best part being that the Mingbo dragon had been partially frozen all over. Eventually, it fell under their relentless brilliance. Chapter 214, Second Ancient Dragon Battle 4. Oh, you're back. We're having a meeting now, and you're just in time. Hurry up and catch up. After defeating the Mingbo dragon, TangYue and Xing returned to their base. Just as they arrived, they were intercepted by Sang and called to the command center for a meeting. Since everyone is here, I will start this meeting. The results of the investigation into the Great Existence are out. The investigation team leader began the meeting as soon as he saw TangYue and Xing arrive. Just as the investigation team leader said, after going through this challenging time, they finally completed the information investigation on the Great Existence. First, let me explain. During the investigation of the locations where the song can be heard, we discovered a certain pattern. I have marked the locations based on their temporal patterns on a map. The first to share information was a dragon tribe hunter responsible for investigating the song. It's a bit messy. What kind of pattern is there? AI Bo looked at the markings on the map, puzzled. Don't rush. Next, I will mark the locations of the geological changes in chronological order. Then the Wilderness Master mark her investigation results on the map, and all the marked points vaguely formed a spiral shape around the dragon crystal land. Spiral shape? Could this be the ley lines? AI Bo began to see some clues. I see. It's moving along the energy release of the ley line corridor. The commander-in-chief also drew some conclusions. Great, let's add the finishing blow here. The fifth phase team showcased the results of the ancient dragon investigation. The team leader also made his presence known, marking the investigated ancient dragon activity locations, with the last ancient dragon activity point marked. The markings on the map completely presented a spiral trajectory. According to the investigation team's report, following the trajectory into the extended area revealed an island. Considering the period when the ancient dragons began to stir, the Great Existence must be here. The investigation team leader also provided the final location obtained by the investigation team. Well, we don't know what awaits us on that island, and we'll need to react according to the situation once we arrive. In any case, I want to hear everyone's opinions. The commander-in-chief has also given the final choice. There's no need to hear opinions, right? A select few elite members. No objections. Each team leader began to express their views, but TangYue could hear one meaning resonating through it all. It's up to you to guide the way, Azure Star. Yes, we understand. You don't need to say more. Star, let's go and prepare. It's obvious that we'll be the ones going. Listening to everyone's discussion, TangYue couldn't help but let out a sarcastic remark, then directly pulled Star away to prepare. After all, the other team leaders were just discussing who would join for the big adventure. Seeing TangYue and the dragged away Star leave, several team leaders burst into laughter and then genuinely started discussing who would be assigned to the mission. Soon it was time to depart. The so-called Great Existence has the power to completely destroy the ecosystem from its source. Since the ley lines are interconnected, it wouldn't be surprising if one day it affects somewhere. We must stop at all costs. Although we don't know what dangers lie ahead, we must achieve our goal. The expedition leader also gave an encouraging speech before leaving, but only those hunters not participating in combat were greatly inspired. TangYue stated that there was no big issue, while Star hoped to make up for the Master Ball battle from before. After the expedition leader finished speaking, the team leaders from various departments gathered, and basically all the veterans from Team 1 were present. They arrived at the newly constructed hot air balloon-powered ship, preparing to send off the guiding Azure Star. How nostalgic. It has been rebuilt, right? The Grand Commander looked at the ship before him and felt nostalgic. It wasn't a new ship, but rather a refurbished one. Yes, it was rebuilt based on the prototype hot air balloon when we first arrived here. The Commander-in-Chief also answered the Grand Commander's question. Thankfully, it wasn't a refurbished item, just a reference. In short, after a round of discussions among several old members of Team 1, the Wild Master was loaded onto the ship, setting off with a few unfortunate members of the recommended group. Compared to the upside-down ship from Team 3, this time the hot air balloon ship maintained a normal posture, clearly providing a larger space for activities. They passed through layers of clouds and arrived at their destination. After finding a barely suitable spot among the towering, sharp-edged mountains to set up camp and take a brief rest, TangYue and Star, carrying everyone's hopes, followed the path ahead, and arrived at the central location of the island. Here, TangYue and Star met an old friend of theirs, the Annihilation Dragon. However, the Annihilation Dragon before them was clearly different from the previous one. This one looked like a super enhanced version of the Annihilation Dragon, with what seemed to be oxidized black spikes turned into crystalline bone spikes with an exquisite texture. The large horns on its head were also black, indicating a significant increase in strength. The current Annihilation Dragon should be renamed the World Annihilation Dragon. Upon seeing TangYue, the World Annihilation Dragon showed a look of surprise and took a slight step back. This made TangYue realize that the World Annihilation Dragon in front of her was the one she had previously beaten up, captured, brought back to the base, and then released. She never expected that after such a long time, this Annihilation Dragon had actually evolved into a more powerful World Annihilation Dragon. It was surprising to meet again, so let us have another round this time. TangYue felt quite happy. After all, the combat power of the previous Annihilation Dragon was underwhelming, having been beaten down by TangYue and lying on the ground. Moreover, the appearance of the World Annihilation Dragon meant that there must be a powerful ancient dragon capable of destroying ecosystems here, which undoubtedly was the Great Existence. Star clearly realized this as well. She drew her weapon, preparing to battle the enhanced version of the Annihilation Dragon, the World Annihilation Dragon. Seeing TangYue and Star ready to attack, the World Annihilation Dragon no longer hesitated, adopting a stance to welcome the fight. The World Annihilation Dragon immediately took to the air, intending to unleash a move like the Buddha's palm. However, at the same time, TangYue used her insect manipulator to take off, launching an attack towards the World Annihilation Dragon's head and knocking it down. The battle against the World Annihilation Dragon officially began. Chapter 215, Second Battle of Ancient Dragons V. As the World Annihilation Dragon fell, Star rushed forward and executed a draw slash, striking the World Annihilation Dragon's wing with powerful force, sending several crystalline bone spikes flying. The signature skill of the Annihilation Dragon clan, Rapid Regeneration, quickly began repairing the damaged crystalline bone spikes. Meanwhile, TangYue had reached behind the World Annihilation Dragon, planning to perform a cruel procedure on its tail. The World Annihilation Dragon, having relevant experience, noticed TangYue's intention and barely dodged her strike with a roll. "Hey, how can you be like this? I can't even hit your tail," TangYue complained after missing her strike on the tail. Upon hearing this, the World Annihilation Dragon quickly retreated, standing upright on its hind legs, tightly gripping its tail, adopting a defensive stance. TangYue and Star couldn't help but find it amusing. Meanwhile, the World Annihilation Dragon remained highly alert. After losing its tail to TangYue last time, it took a long time to grow back. However, this standoff couldn't last long. TangYue charged forward. Seeing TangYue rushing towards it, the World Annihilation Dragon dropped its tail and positioned itself on all fours to prepare for TangYue's impending attack. Just as TangYue was about to engage the World Annihilation Dragon, she executed an aerial maneuver, leaping high into the air. Star, following closely behind TangYue, unleashed a cold, air-infused draw slash aimed at the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon had no choice but to defend against Star's attack. However, during this moment, TangYue soared behind the World Annihilation Dragon and, taking advantage of its defense, struck fiercely at its tail, severing it. The World Annihilation Dragon never expected that despite being so cautious, TangYue would still succeed in cutting off its tail, which had just grown back and been strengthened. The pain from the tail caused the World Annihilation Dragon's defenses to weaken slightly, and Star seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful strike to the World Annihilation Dragon's head, shattering its large, sturdy horns. TangYue then executed a rolling attack in midair, crushing numerous crystalline bone spikes on the World Annihilation Dragon's back. After this series of attacks, the World Annihilation Dragon was left feeling overwhelmed. In an instant, rage surged from within the World Annihilation Dragon, and it decided to use its final tactic. It lifted its body high and then lightly fell to one side, lying on the ground, breathless. "Ah, I'm dead." TangYue and Star looked on in confusion, approaching to poke the World Annihilation Dragon, but it showed no reaction. They had never witnessed such a scene before. "I'm not sure what to do all of a sudden." "Partner." Just when the two were at a loss, AI Bo and the Wilderness Master noticed that the commotion here had ceased and came to check it out. "How is it? Are you injured? Why don't you take a break?" The two also expressed their concern to TangYue and Xing. Of course, they were mostly just worried, as they could see that TangYue and Xing had no visible injuries, so they knew there shouldn't be any problems. At that moment, a strong wind began to roar around them, accompanied by intense vibrations. Oh no! Behind them, a massive pair of wings made of rock rose from the ground. wrapping around the body of the Jianshi Miejin dragon and dragging it deep underground. As this happened, the platform started to crack and collapse downward. Hurry! Let's get out of here! The wilderness master realized the seriousness of the situation and intended to call the others to leave. However, TangYue and Xing responded by shouldering their weapons and heading towards the direction of the giant rock wings. The wilderness master wanted to say something, but was grabbed by AI Bo. I believe in them. Only they can complete this battle. Seeing AI Bo's determined gaze, the wilderness master nodded and led AI Bo to a safe place. After the wilderness master and AI Bo left, TangYue and Xing began to jump back and forth among the falling rocks, eventually arriving in a vast space below, surrounded by towering mountains, resembling an arena. Wow, there's even a special venue. Let's start the battle properly. TangYue couldn't help but marvel at the scene around her, and then took out a master ball. Seeing this, Xing immediately panicked. It was this purple ball that caused that last battle to be so chaotic. She raised her hands to stop TangYue, but it was too late. TangYue had already thrown the master ball. However, the expected scene of a red light capturing a great being did not occur. Instead, a massive figure was released. As the red and white lights faded, what appeared before the two, a dragon and a cat, was a huge figure resembling the Mingdang dragon. But its translucent skin was a deep blue, dotted with stars and radiating a cerulean glow. This was Lantern, who had completed its evolution. Before arriving on this island, TangYue had captured it in the Master Ball from the Grand Canyon. After absorbing the massive dragon vein crystals and undergoing TangYue's adjustments, Lantern now resembled the legendary blue star that ascended into the sky by 90. Seeing this, Xing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took a stance to prepare for battle. After all, having additional allies was better than being captured directly. Go, Lantern! Showcase your first battle after rebirth. With TangYue's words, Lantern spread its enormous wings, and dazzling starlight fell from them. Lantern then charged directly at the younger dragon. The great being stumbled as a result, and many rocks fell from its body. TangYue noticed that these rocks seemed to be encasing the true body within. She rushed forward and delivered a powerful meteor strike to the great being's head, creating a storm of stone debris. Lantern seized the opportunity to press down on the great being, grasping its massive claw-like wings and pushing down as if trying to break them. Xing also launched her attacks on the great being's limbs, and under Lantern suppression, it could barely move and could only passively endure the blows. Chapter 216. The second ancient dragon battle ends with a thunderous roar. The great being, later named the Tianyi Huanilong, affectionately called the younger dragon, suffered severe damage, and large amounts of its rocky mineral shell began to peel away, exposing the ancient dragon's true form inside. Its body resembled an ancient tree, with skin akin to tree roots and wings without membranes supporting its massive claws. The overall appearance was a yellow reminiscent of the earth with red hues. Its tightly shut eyes were quite unique, and this situation made TangYue feel challenged. Wow, how dare it close its eyes when facing me? Does it look down on me? That was probably the implication. Due to TangYue's unilateral perception of being provoked, she displayed even greater strength. Since it dares to hold back when facing me, let me show you what true power is. As her words fell, TangYue once again summoned the magic she had rarely used since arriving in this world. The magic flowed through her body once more, fully activating her powerful physical attributes. With the enhancement of magic, TangYue's body slowly lifted. The magic enveloped the insect-controlling rod in her hand, gradually transforming it under the influence of her unique magic into the primordial spear in its ancient form. A golden, magnificent war spear formed in TangYue's hand. Meanwhile, Lantern, connected to TangYue, received the nourishment of magic. The starlight on its body began to shine even more brightly. The energy within it began to rapidly activate and was completely mastered by Lantern. Seeing the scene before her, Xing realized that her battle was about to end again. However, her concern for the stronghold made her choose to trust TangYue. After all, it was a matter of trust in her partner. The effect of the magic finally transformed TangYue's form into the ancient avatar state once more. Her usual combat power was completely unleashed, and a powerful pressure and aura began to sweep around her. This transformation process was clearly seen by members of the 1st Regiment who had just received the notification and rushed from the star point to the camp above. Other members of the 1st Regiment intended to go down to assist in the battle, but were stopped by the Grand Commander. No need. I have witnessed the strength of that being with my own eyes. I just didn't expect it to be TangYue, who had been active in the base. Trusting the Grand Commander and not understanding the current situation, the others complied with his suggestion. Meanwhile, The battle below was once again unfolding. Lantern, fully liberated from energy, gathered a massive amount of earth vein energy in its mouth and shot it directly at the younger dragon. TangYue also charged forward, stabbing the war spear into the younger dragon's body, followed by an unstoppable force of the round dance staff, lifting the younger dragon's massive form. Behind TangYue, massive, dazzling patterns continuously gathered. TangYue executed a dazzling pattern pressure, compressing the numerous patterns formed and launching them at the younger dragon. However, the younger dragon did not intend to remain passive. Its wings behind it began to close, gathering a violent sound wave energy to form a massive sound wave cannon. Yet, the younger dragon greatly overestimated its combat power. What appeared as a natural disaster's sound wave cannon to most hunters was directly pushed back by TangYue's dazzling pattern pressure. And the dazzling pattern pressure, wrapped in several types of magical patterns, continued to strike the younger dragon, knocking it directly to the ground. At this moment, Lantern also enveloped itself in energy and charged at the younger dragon with a dragon card. In order to maximize the destructive power of Lantern's dragon card, TangYue directly teleported to the other side of her brother Long and unleashed the brilliant dragon dance. Continuous powerful attacks pushed her brother Long toward Ding Ding. At that moment, Ding Ding's dragon card also collided with her brother Long. However, the force of Ding Ding's dragon card was no match for TangYue's attacks, causing her brother Long to be sandwiched in the middle, constantly receiving attacks from both TangYue and Ding Ding. By the time their attacks ended, her brother Long was already showing obvious signs of fatigue, and his tightly closed eyes had opened wide. Those fearsome eyes made TangYue feel uncomfortable all over. TangYue then unleashed the ancient star river, Annihilation. The spear in her hand tore through reality, creating an infinite void filled with countless ancient patterns. And as TangYue's final few attacks landed, billions of patterns exploded simultaneously. Her brother Long, who endured all this, was directly killed by the overflowing energy, with his life force turning into nourishment for this world amidst the explosion of billions of patterns. As her brother Long fell, a shadow leaped high from the cliff below. It was the Annihilation Dragon. The Annihilation Dragon landed next to her brother Long's corpse, intending to deliver a final blow to this pretender. However, upon getting closer, it realized that her brother Long was truly finished. Faced with TangYue in her ancient avatar state and Ding Ding, who was filled with earth vein energy, the Annihilation Dragon found itself in a dilemma. It put on a brave face and quickly jumped away. Shortly after the Annihilation Dragon left, before TangYue could even transform, a voice calling from the first team echoed from above. "Hey, it's you guys, you've come after all. Weren't you planning to leave it to us?" In response to TangYue's teasing, several veterans of the first team were unfazed, as they had indeed become wise with age. However, the Grand Captain soon put away his beaming smile and approached TangYue with a serious expression. "I want to know, was it you who subdued and elevated the molten mountain dragon when it advanced toward the ocean?" Facing the Grand Captain's question, TangYue nodded in confusion, as she had nothing to hide about this matter. "Is that so? Then why has someone like you come here? Although your displayed power in the outpost was strong, it hasn't reached this level." The Grand Captain attempted to describe the power TangYue was exhibiting now, but ultimately decided to give up after a long pause. "Me? There's no particular reason. I just came to this world to have fun, enjoy the hunting and the food." Upon hearing TangYue's response, the Grand Captain and several hunters of the first team smiled and laughed heartily again. After all, based on TangYue's previous battle performance, they knew she wouldn't deceive them and had no need to. They preferred to maintain goodwill. Since TangYue came for hunting and food, no matter who she was or how powerful she was a friend worth treating sincerely. 1 month later, "TangYue, are you really leaving?" AI Bo looked at TangYue in front of her with reluctance. "Yeah, I have things to do in another world. Actually snuck out this time to relax. Moreover, during this time we also fought against the infernal red dragon, the brilliant black dragon, the black dragon, and the Grand Captain. No, I mean the golden lion. It's time to say goodbye." TangYue also expressed some sentimentality. After all, they had played together for quite a long time. "Will you come back?" "Yes. The food here is quite good, and hunting is also very interesting. I will definitely come back when I have the chance. By the way, I've left Ding Ding with you all. It will protect this place in my stead. So, see you later." As TangYue's words fell, she waved goodbye to everyone at the outpost and once again opened the world crystal wall, leaving this hunting world. It was time to complete the reconstruction of Terra. Chapter 217. The final trial. Looking at the crystal wall crack that appeared again, Helder felt his anxious heart finally relax a bit. During TangYue's absence, the plan had been progressing very smoothly. Those adventurers, under the script's arrangement, were continuously getting stronger. They defeated the Deerage located in Norsmal, completed their awakening and elevation, crossed the dimensional rift to the world called Douluo continent for power familiarization, returned to Arad to handle the war with Kalit in the heavenly realm, ultimately helping the heavenly beings defeat Anton, broke through the Silent City and defeated the creator Luke, beat down the Shala Fuse in the Harleen area, and went to the Night Skyscraper to defeat Isis, thwarted the violent search party and defeated Xyloch once again, stopped the Chaos Cult and defeated Ozma, fought and won against Michelle, and traveled through time and space to defeat Bakel. Now only Helder as the second apostle, and the fourth apostle, Conqueror Cassius, and the fated Khan remained. The growth rate of those adventurers was truly astonishing, and Celia's memories of Sarah were rapidly awakening under constant stimulation. Everything was going smoothly, except for the imminent confrontation. "Yeah, I'm back," accompanied by that energetic voice. TangYue once again returned to this Terra world. "Lord TangYue, you have finally returned." Helder was very excited to see TangYue appear. After all, anyone surrounded by a group of people shouting for you to show your health bar every day would feel uncomfortable. It's Helder. You seem to have something going on. Tell me how the plan has gone during my absence." TangYue, curious about Helder's excited demeanor, wanted to know what had happened during this time. Under Helder's narration, TangYue learned about the progress of these Tool adventures. "Good. It seems I returned just in time. Then let's proceed to the final step of the plan. Inform Khan. It's time to awaken our last family member, Sarah." Receiving TangYue's instructions meant that the blade plan for this trial had officially reached its final stage. The last apostle would return, and the Holy Terra would be reborn once again. The person in charge of this plan had also shifted to TangYue. Server-wide announcement. An online update is about to occur. This update is the final update for the Dungeon Fighter version 1.0. This update will introduce the final group content, which is open to all players. Please participate actively and unlock a new chapter. This sudden announcement instantly drew a large crowd of players who were busy grinding through multiple group contents and various enhancement channels due to the version update. Under TangYue's planning, basically every version's output could be infinitely enhanced, leading to extremely powerful preservation capabilities, which also resulted in a diverse range of equipment and class choices for players. The only factor impacting balance was the player's skills, causing high-level players' equipment to not suit beginners, and even leading to the development of lazy player builds. It is worth mentioning that although it is easy to enhance a certain skill to have no cooldown time with the help of massive equipment, due to the fundamentally robust simulation, it is practically impossible to unleash countless skills in an instant. Moreover, each skill release consumes mana, and even if there is enough mana, rapidly casting a large number of skills can lead to adverse reactions like kidney deficiency, resulting in this kind of gameplay being attempted by only a few. However, the diversity of gameplay and limitless enhancements, combined with TangYue's operation, which can be considered a conscience of the industry apart from the increasingly beautiful outfits and pay-to-win projects, have led to a player base that remains high even after decades of operation. Numerous factions have established new economic systems through this game. The outcome is countless players, driven by the idea of making money, continuously participating in team raids like they are at work. If it weren't for the fact that each person can only create one character, many would probably end up exhausted. Furthermore, due to the mechanism of limitless enhancement, the output from dungeons is of considerable value since there are various schools of thought. During team raids, the difficulty is also dynamically adjusted based on the participant's combat power, unlocking higher difficulty dungeons, leading players to constantly pursue higher damage. Now, this sudden announcement has made those so-called high-level players and a large number of grind enthusiasts extremely excited. Currently, apart from those grind enthusiasts pursuing Bakel equipment, most are in a waiting period, with their equipment shaped by their established playstyles. They only gather materials weekly for upgrades. Now, a sudden announcement states that this 1.0 version, which has been maintained for decades, is finally coming to an end. And there is also a world boss that players have been eagerly anticipating. This is indeed a cause for celebration. In fact, this so-called update is merely TangYue changing outfits and notifying Khan and Celia about the timing. When she just returned, TangYue was wearing a dazzling dragon set, which looked completely different from here. "Are you sure it's ready?" Khan asked TangYue, who had changed back in her battle mage outfit. The matter concerning Selah is not a small issue. Although the other companions have always been with her, it is incomplete without Selah. Of course, now is the best time. I will emerge as the final boss and present the ultimate trial to these adventurers. The energy generated from their battles and their influence on the world will be collected by me to awaken Selah's final essence. Once this battle is over, Selah will return again, and I will also use the remaining energy to revive the ecology of the demon realm. Terra will reappear once more. Now let us begin. Saying this, TangYue took the lead towards the dimensional storm that pierced through all planets. Indeed, although this storm was triggered by shale fuzz, its true purpose is to serve as a venue for all players to undergo the ultimate trial. This is also the reason why this dimensional storm has always existed. Attention all players, the final trial is about to begin. Come on, trial blades. Let me see how much you have grown and whether you can face the upcoming challenges. Accompanied by TangYue's voice that swept through the entire Terra world. She appeared at the center of the dimensional storm, and the space inside the storm transformed into an infinitely overlapping land, with an endless starry sky above. Chapter 218. To this end, with TangYue's announcement to the entire server, players have gradually found the scene of this final trial. As news spread, players began to arrive in the dimensional storm one after another. Upon seeing TangYue in midair, the arriving players felt immense pressure and excitement. After all, TangYue's battle stance aligns with the XP system of the vast majority. They're also quite interested in this battle. Once the number of arriving players reached a certain threshold, the system's explanation appeared again in each player's notifications. Detected that the number of participants has reached the minimum threshold, announcing the rules of the final trial. This trial is for all server participation. Players will form a unified camp to face the trial of the Zero Apostle. Player skills will adapt to battlefield conditions. Please explore the expanded range, coverage, and duration of buffs. In this trial, players cannot use resurrection coins upon death, but will enter a resurrection area for a countdown resurrection. In this trial, players' enhancement indices, damage indices, control judgment indices, etc. will be comprehensively evaluated. This value will affect the initial resources obtained when version 2.0 starts. Please actively participate, players. With the announcement concluded, players understood that while this activity did not have substantial rewards, did it really matter? Completing this activity would lead to the new version, and the rewards for this event would directly become the initial resources for the new version. This is undeniably better. Additionally, since there had previously been no official strength evaluation index, some classes with control or buff abilities were at a disadvantage in damage output, making the usual damage calculations unable to accurately reflect the differences between players, especially for dedicated healing classes. Now that there is a comprehensive index, players who focus on combat power became excited. After decades of effort, they would finally see results today. Attention players, the final trial is about to begin. As the system's announcement was made, players in the dimensional storm began their countdown. This trial, which has lasted for decades, is about to come to an end. Show your power. With TangYue's words, the countdown concluded. Eager players activated their awakening skills and charged directly at TangYue. The system's prompts made it clear that this event was focused on high DPS. Although buffs and control would add points, it was evident that for burst classes, maximizing damage before death was the optimal solution. Sustained classes needed to focus on evading frequently while maximizing their damage output during the time burst classes were taken down, and support players would do their best to provide buffs to those output classes. As countless skills surged towards TangYue, she waved her hand, and a golden barrier appeared around her, causing those skills to create only slight ripples upon impact. This structural judgment rendered control skills completely ineffective. However, seeing the expressions of those control class players indicated that although there was no substantial control effect, the control bonuses had been calculated. TangYue would not allow these players to attack her indefinitely. She raised the spear in her hand, unleashing a slashing attack with a long energy trail that swept through a large group of players, and a massive attack range instantly engulfed countless players, sending a significant number to the resurrection countdown. The battle continued endlessly, although TangYue stood still, making the players feel like they were hitting a target that could fight back. The innovative combat ability calculation method and the validation of decades of accumulated results kept the players engaged. TangYue looked at the energy being constantly accumulated and felt quite pleased. Through that barrier, TangYue could convert all attacks into energy to awaken Selah. And despite the slow progress of the progress bar, due to the players' continuous efforts, it was visibly increasing. By the end of this event, they believed they would have enough energy left to transform the demon realm. Let me show you the power of the apostles. Although receiving attacks generates energy, sending these players to read the bar can also yield a lot of energy and just standing here to take hits isn't very good. So, TangYue decided to add some fuel to the fire for these players. As TangYue's words fell, the battle spear was raised high. 9 differently colored energy orbs spread out in a fan shape at the top of the spear. Immediately after, the powers of 9 different apostles began to sweep across the battlefield. Powers like Lotus's mental control and Dirge's plague, the abilities of the apostles that players had previously defeated, began to engulf the battlefield. Players began to suffer massive casualties, but those who happened to encounter attacks corresponding to the apostles' powers received some boosts, which satisfied those players who enjoyed exploring game mechanics. This trial lasted a full day. Players continued to attack for a day, and, aside from those hardcore players, many batches of players came and went. However, as the sun rose once more, when TangYue made contact with the barrier, the scene of the barrier seemingly being broken greatly excited the players. As these players marveled at finally breaking the dome and prepared to attack the main body, TangYue unleashed a violent shockwave, sweeping all players out of the dimensional storm. The reason for TangYue's actions was, of course, that the energy had been collected. Over the decades, Selah's consciousness and memories had been continuously excavated and merged by Celia. Now, with just the activation of this energy, Selah could truly be awakened. Your growth brings me joy. This trial ends here. Now, welcome the new era. TangYue's figure disappeared from the demon realm and arrived in the space of Aladdin, with a collected energy gathered in TangYue's hands. One stream of energy was directed by TangYue towards Celia, who had already been brought to the Demon Realm Council Square. Under the influence of this energy, the former goddess Selah began to merge with the current apostle Celia. TangYue also scattered the remaining energy into the Demon Realm. As the energy merged, vegetation began to grow from the land in the Demon Realm. The waters polluted by Terra Stone became clear, and the abnormal energy caused by long-term exposure to cosmic radiation was sorted out. The entire ecosystem of the Demon Realm was gradually recovering, transforming towards the former Terra. With Selah's revival, the former 12 Beayana gods of Terra reunited once again. Although Selah regained her past, she also accepted everything from the Celia era. The Demon Realm was renamed once again, returning to its original name. Now it was called Terra. The players were not idle either. They eagerly activated the 2.0 version that TangYue had prepared for them, which was the arc ship that had been prepared since the StarCraft world. After transferring all player access ports to it, a main control program was set up to absorb some players' inspirations and the like. Then it was thrown into a new world that would sail through the void and automatically replicate encountered worlds, after which it was left to its own devices. Now that everything was complete, TangYue could finally welcome a new life of freedom, and it was time to start new adventures. Introduction: arriving in the Douluo World, unleashing the power of the battle mage, stirring up immense waves. Beayana transformation, apostle transformation, ancient transformation. The world will undergo changes. Existing worlds: Douluo, Aladdin Origin, StarCraft, Dungeon and Fighter, Monster Hunter World Epilogue.